Chapter 1, Job Hunting. Next stop, Fuxing Intersection. Passengers getting off, please exit orderly from the rear door. The middle-aged driver was impatient and hit the stop button before the announcement finished, then grabbed the wet towel hanging on the gearshift and draped it over his left forearm. May was an awkward time of year, though summer hadn't officially started, the sun in Xanadu City was already fierce. The bright sunlight shone down on the asphalt roads, beginning to carry a hint of scorching heat. The old bus didn't have air conditioning, only an ancient ceiling fan at the top of the compartment squeaking as it turned, dutifully blowing out warm air that wasn't nearly as effective as simply opening the windows. It was 11:30 a.m. on a weekday, and there were few cars or people on the streets. The 628 bus, running along a loop line around the city, had most of its passengers disembarked before leaving the urban area. Only a few stragglers remained, dozing off in their seats. In one of the window seats on the second-to-last row sat a young man in a white shirt. He looked about 24 or 5, with a very amiable face. He had wired headphones in his ears, and he hugged a dusty backpack, sound asleep leaning against the window. The sunlight fell directly on him, mixing with the early summer breeze, warming him up. He seemed soothed by this warmth, his head gently nodding as it rested against the glass, obstinately asleep. 6 minutes later, the 628 bus pulled into a stop. A station announcement in a slightly accented local dialect sounded, and the boy's forehead gave a heavy jolt downwards as the bus braked, slowly waking him up. The boy furrowed his brow, turning his head to avoid the glaring sun, then lazily yawned as he sat upright. He unzipped his backpack and pulled out a thin folder. After picking up and dropping off passengers, both doors of the bus closed simultaneously. The vehicle lurched forward slowly and then departed from the platform, returning to the main road. The boy opened the folder and took out the resume inside. While they still had time before reaching the destination, he reviewed it from top to bottom. As he read, he grew colder inside, growing increasingly worried until he finally gave up halfway through. Closing the folder, he sighed deeply, pressing it against the glass window. Life was hard, Sheng Zhao thought. Sheng Zhao was 24 years old, having just graduated from college. He studied at an average undergraduate institution in Xanadu, with an unremarkable 4 years where his greatest extracurricular accomplishment was being called by a female classmate to help move tables at a school social event. Apart from basic information and academic history, most of the honors received and work experience sections on his resume were blank. As graduation season approached, most of Sheng Zhao's classmates had sorted out their futures, either receiving job offers or preparing for postgraduate studies. For those like Sheng Zhao who weren't excelling but also not failing, many had already packed up and gone back home to prepare for civil service exams. Sheng Zhao missed the spring recruitment cycle and didn't want to go back home, so he used the time before graduation to blindly send out resumes, hoping to land some kind of job first. Unfortunately, current employers seemed conflicted. The job posting stated, recruiting recent graduates, but simultaneously required 1 to 2 years of full-time work experience. Over half a month, Sheng Zhao had visited more than 20 companies, almost all of whose HR staff politely told him, "We'll notify you if there's news," and then, nothing happened afterward. Recalling this, Sheng Zhao sighed again deeply. With failed interviews, he could only lower his original job hunting requirements even further, thinking he might at least find something first. Today's interview company was located far from downtown in the new development zone. Xanadu wasn't like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, or Shenzhen in terms of strength. Although the city responded to the era's progress by designating a new development zone, after 6 or 7 years of supposed development, there wasn't much to show. Besides a few real estate developers who had built some scattered buildings aiming to grab opportunities, there was only an unfinished large amusement park standing lonely there, constructed and demolished repeatedly for over 3 years without any visible progress. It was more akin to a less than ideal suburb. If given a choice, Sheng Zhao actually preferred not coming so far for an interview. From his university to the company, it would take over 2 hours, requiring transfers on 3 buses, a commute cost too high. When he initially received the call invitation, Sheng Zhao intended to politely decline the interview but changed his mind when the HR representative mentioned accommodation would be provided. He decided to give it a try. This company had very little information listed on the job hunting app website. It was a small property management firm with fewer than 50 employees, barely noticeable among numerous high-tech recruiting posts. When Sheng Zhao received the phone call for the interview, he hesitated momentarily, quickly checking his resume submission history to dig up the information about the company. Solemnly Property Management Company. Sheng Zhao had privately complained about the name for a while, thinking how peculiar and strange it was. He doubted the aesthetic taste and literary cultivation of the boss. But complaints aside, for a college student like Sheng Zhao who was eager to find a job, as long as the other party offered a decent salary, let alone calling it Solemnly, even if it were called Lock Demon Tower, he would have no objections. There were more than 20 minutes left until this bus reached its final stop. Sheng Zhao put his resume away and leaned against the window, scrolling through his phone. In the history list of resume submissions, most had already shown completed status, with only a small portion still highlighted. Sheng Zhao didn't place all his hopes on today's interview, so he casually replied to 2 interview invitations on the app, preparing to try another company tomorrow if things didn't work out today. While absent-mindedly swiping through pop-up windows, before he could finish sorting through them, a new text message appeared at the top of his screen from an unknown number, asking where he currently was and whether he could find the location for the interview. Xing Zhao instinctively sat up straighter. The scheduled interview time was 1:30 p.m., which was over an hour from now. Xing Zhao wasn't worried about being late but found it strange that the other party seemed even more anxious than he was. Already on the way, Xing Zhao conscientiously typed on his phone, held in both hands. "I will get off in 20 minutes. The reply came quickly. Xing Zhao opened the new message and saw the other side sent him an address for a residential area, along with a note saying, "If you can't find it, feel free to call anytime." Xing Zhao didn't think much of it, replying with a thank you, after which the other side stopped responding. 20 minutes later, the bus steadily stopped at the last station sign. As the last passenger on the bus, Xing Zhao even received a polite reminder from the driver uncle not to leave anything behind. Xing Zhao copied the address from the previous message into the navigation app and discovered that the residential area was about 1 kilometer away from the terminal station of the 628 bus. Calling it a neighborhood was a bit generous, there weren't actually many buildings around. The navigation software automatically switched to walking mode. Xing Zhao stood still, looking around while holding his phone and selected the direction to proceed. He first sent a text message to the other side, informing them that he had gotten off the bus, then removed his headphones, coiled them up, and put them in his pocket, following the directions on the navigation to walk forward. The new development zone was quieter compared to the city center. The roads were wide and newly paved, yet there were hardly any cars running on the streets. There weren't many stores by the roadside either. In sight, there were only a few completed high-rise buildings that looked like residential complexes, but deep blue construction barriers remained beside the road, indicating they were not yet ready for use. Large, sturdy plane trees were planted on both sides of the road. It was summer, and the leaves were lush and green. Disliking the strong sunlight, Xing Zhao chose to stay under the shade of the trees. Following the main road for about 10 minutes, he then turned left down a small street according to the navigation instructions. The address given by the interviewing company was a bit away from the roadside. Xing Zhao twisted and turned past 2 rows of storefronts before he finally saw his destination. From afar, Xing Zhao saw a man standing at the entrance of BUN residential area, peering curiously toward him. Instinctively, Xing Zhao felt the man was waiting for him. As he passed by, he hesitated and slowed down, giving the man several additional glances. Indeed, the man thought similarly. Their eyes met a few times, and he initiated, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Xing?" "Yes, yes, yes." Xing Zhao immediately stopped and responded cautiously, using a tone akin to a covert meeting, uncertainly asking, "Are you Manager Li from Solemnly Property Management Company?" It was no wonder Xing Zhao hesitated. This Manager Li was too far from what he had imagined. This man wasn't tall, about 1.7 meters at most, and stoutly built. He wore a linen long-sleeve open shirt, with a thumb-sized Zetan Buddhist prayer bead wrapped around his left wrist. His eyes squinted shut when he smiled, and his features appeared very kind. "Yes, yes, yes," Manager Li smiled and said, "It's hard to find our place, so I thought I'd come out and meet you." Xing Zhao hadn't encountered such a friendly HR since starting his job hunt, feeling somewhat surprised and flattered, but deep inside, he was slightly alarmed, wondering if he had somehow ended up in some kind of pyramid scheme workshop. Thankfully, Manager Li hadn't heard Xing Zhao's inner thoughts. He kindly gestured for him to enter, leading him into the courtyard of the residential complex and said as they walked, "What position are you interviewing for?" "Property Management Officer." "Oh, yes," Xing Zhao said. He tightened the straps of his backpack and glanced around while following the man into the compound, observing the surrounding environment. To be honest, the environment here was much better than he had imagined. Although this neighborhood didn't have many houses, they were all newly built high-rise buildings, and the landscaping within the neighborhood was well done. There was plenty of space between the buildings, an underground parking lot, a community garden, an in-community shopping supermarket, and a gym. It certainly didn't look like some sort of disreputable unfinished real estate project. Xing Zhao felt somewhat relieved. "Is the administrator in charge of this neighborhood?" Xing Zhao asked. "No," the man smiled and said, "the position you applied for is at the back, this community is managed by someone else." "Oh." Xing Zhao scratched his head and asked, "Then what does the administrator position I'm applying for manage?" As they spoke, the man had already led Xing Zhao to the side door of the neighborhood. He patted several pockets on his body, then took out a door card from his right trouser pocket and swiped it open. Confused, Xing Zhao followed him outside. After turning around a quiet corner, the man pointed to a gray 7-story building nearby and said, "This one." Xing Zhao's heart, which had just relaxed a bit, immediately tightened again. Chapter 2, Your job is to be responsible for delivering his meals. Compared with the newly built high-rise buildings in the neighborhood, the building in front of Xing Zhao could be called simple. It was a standalone apartment building. Its design was neither new nor old. Together with the first-floor lobby, it had 7 stories. Xing Zhao instinctively glanced upward and noticed that 2 families' windows were still open, indicating that there were already people living inside. "This." Xing Zhao pointed at the housing complex behind him and asked, Is this also one of the buildings in Bun neighborhood? Not this one, this is separate, Manager Lee said. He led Xing Zhao forward another dozen steps and brought him to an activity room similar to a security booth, where he took out the keys and unlocked the door. Inside the activity room was a desk for office use, with several scattered documents on top of it. 2 foldable chairs were placed respectively on both sides inside and outside of the desk, probably used for working and receiving guests. Xing Zhao once attended an interview for the position of logistics clerk at a certain construction site, and the working environment there was even simpler than the activity room in front of him. Therefore, Xing Zhao accepted this condition relatively well, without much psychological disparity. Manager Lee sat behind the desk, pointed at the chair opposite, and said, "Sit down first." Xing Zhao sat down somewhat awkwardly, then took out his resume from the bag and handed it to Manager Lee. Apart from the work environment and company scale, Xing Zhao still harbored some anticipation for this job. The monthly salary listed on the recruitment information may not have been outstanding, but at least it provided stable employment. And most importantly, Xing Zhao's dormitory contract was about to expire. Manager Lee flipped through Xing Zhao's resume, scanned it like it was just a formality, then looked up at Xing Zhao. Xing Zhao was a bit nervous. He gave himself some mental encouragement inside, then started fervently memorizing 100 interview techniques in his heart. The birthday written in the profile is November 11, 1995, Manager Lee asked, is it based on the lunar calendar or the solar calendar? My main reason for choosing this job is, Instinctively, Xing Zhao began answering standard interview clichés upon hearing his question, but halfway through, he realized something wasn't quite right. Sorry, I misheard. With a dry cough, Xing Zhao replied, it's a solar calendar birthday, lunar calendar says October 1st. Fortunately, Manager Lee didn't seem to care, he smiled and politely put down the resume, saying, the birthday sounds good. Xing Zhao felt somewhat embarrassed as he smiled, having interviewed at over 20 companies before, never expecting such an opening line, leaving him confused inside. If he hadn't double-checked the company credentials on the app beforehand, he might have thought this was a pyramid scheme. So, you should know the benefits here. The salary during the internship period is 3,500 yuan, and after confirmation, it will be 4,000 yuan plus bonus, with 5 insurances and 1 fund paid, Manager Lee seriously said. However, the work here is slightly special. Sometimes, overtime is required. Can you accept that? Xing Zhao wasn't surprised at all. After all, the company providing free accommodation wasn't for nothing, he mentally prepared himself for possible overtime. Are the number of overtime sessions frequent? Xing Zhao asked. It's okay. Manager Lee said, not too many. Saying overtime, but actually the work is very leisurely, you just need to be on duty. You can play games or surf the internet freely. Xing Zhao only took it as a polite remark, but these conditions were already quite good for him. He knew some classmates who joined internet companies, they lived almost completely near their desks at the company. In that case, Xing Zhao said, I think I can do it. Manager Lee appeared rather pleased. He closed Xing Zhao's resume, stood up from behind the desk, and said, since there are no problems, when can you start work? Right now, perhaps. Xing Zhao had never met such a swift interviewer, making him feel a little dazed. So, did I pass the interview? Xing Zhao pointed at himself, do you not need to ask me anything else, like about my work experience or the reason for finding this job? What reasons can there be for finding a job other than lacking money? Manager Lee strangely countered. Xing Zhao. Fair enough, he was right. Bringing you for the interview means you meet our employment requirements. Since you don't have any issues with salary and treatment, is there anything else wrong? Manager Lee asked. Indeed, nothing else, Xing Zhao blankly responded. Then, since everything is settled, approximately when can you start work? Manager Lee asked, it's because we're a bit short-staffed here, so we hope you start as soon as possible. Xing Zhao had never encountered such an unconventional superior before, and found it quite difficult to adapt. I have no problem personally, any time works, Xing Zhao said, but in a few days, I may need to take leave a few times to go back to school to handle graduation-related matters. That's fine, Manager Lee was easygoing. That being said, how about I show you your work environment now? That's fine. Xing Zhao nodded and said, isn't it the small building we just passed? Right. Manager Lee stood up, gathered a few scattered documents on the desk, half-closed the door, and led Xing Zhao outside. As Xing Zhao followed him, he hesitated for a moment and then asked, pardon my curiosity, but why are you in such a hurry? There's nothing behind this, Manager Lee said, because I will be leaving soon, so we need more hands here. Xing Zhao. What do you mean? Xing Zhao awkwardly asked, so does it mean there is only one staff member here? Yes. Manager Lee said matter-of-factly, anyway, there isn't much work content. One person can manage everything here. Xing Zhao. Am I still in time to leave now? Xing Zhao thought. The situation seemed less and less reliable to Xing Zhao, making him somewhat waver internally. But he also worried about overthinking and possibly missing out on other job opportunities. No problem, Xing Zhao tried to convince himself mentally, in a rule of law society, how could there be so many traps? Previously, they had passed by the entrance of a small building equipped with a transparent glass door. There was a small card swipe box next to the door. While waiting for Manager Lee to swipe his card, Sheng Zhao took a second glance inside. On the right side of the first floor lobby were 2 elevators, while on the left was a dark door leading to the staircase. Between the stairs and the elevator, further along the corridor extending to both sides, were what looked like ordinary residential rooms. Manager Lee swiped the access card and motioned Sheng Zhao to follow him inside. "Come in," Manager Lee said. This interview went too smoothly for Sheng Zhao, making him always feel uneasy at heart. He cautiously glanced around, estimating the possibility of accidentally entering an illegal organization, and cautiously followed Manager Lee into the hall. The door hall on the first floor was fairly spacious, with bulletin boards hanging on both left and right walls. Sheng Zhao took a look and noticed the board on the left was regular, mostly consisting of property management water fee notices or community owner notifications, nothing unusual. But the bulletin board on the right was special. It was about half the height of a wall, divided into sections by horizontal and vertical lines forming a table. Divided into 3 columns and 7 rows, some cells contained 2-inch photos, with name tags underneath. "What's this?" Sheng Zhao asked. "Are they colleagues?" "No," Manager Lee turned around and said while walking ahead, "they are the residents of this building." Startled, Sheng Zhao stared at the bulletin board again, feeling it a bit strange. Who these days would live in a house and hang their photo and name in the lobby? It's not like a school dormitory. Doubtfully thinking in his mind, by the time Sheng Zhao looked ahead, Manager Lee had already reached the edge of door 103, pulled out a key from his pocket, opened the door, and indicated toward Sheng Zhao. "This is the accommodation arranged by the company, a 2-bedroom apartment with a small balcony facing the sun." Manager Lee said, "If you don't have housing elsewhere, you can live here." From the outside, this building wasn't particularly impressive, but the interior decoration was surprisingly quite good. Room 103 was well arranged, simple in design, yet fully equipped with home appliances. Sheng Zhao walked through the place and got a rough sense of it. He had been contemplating whether this job was legitimate or not, but after seeing the accommodation conditions, he felt agreeing wouldn't be a loss. Even if he later found out the company couldn't pay wages because it was a shell company, he could at least enjoy free accommodation. "So, what is the scope of this job?" Sheng Zhao nervously asked, "And the working hours?" "The working hours are from 8 in the morning to 5 in the evening, and the daily work is very simple, just doing some routine management." Manager Lee pointed at room 102 and said, "That's the office. Normally, you just need to keep watch. If any resident upstairs needs something, they'll call you." "Generally, what might they need?" Sheng Zhao cautiously asked, "And if there's something I can't handle, where should I go to consult with my superior?" Manager Lee directly ignored the first half of his question, closed the door of room 103, and said, "If you can't handle it, you don't need to solve it. Just ignore it." Sheng Zhao. Sheng Zhao was shocked for the 3rd time within 10 minutes, and couldn't help but wonder in his heart, what kind of magical property management company could survive in human society with such service attitudes. "So, what are my main job responsibilities?" Sheng Zhao asked. Manager Lee led him back to the lobby on the first floor and stood in front of the bulletin board showing the tenants' headshots. Confused, Sheng Zhao followed silently, raising his head to look at the bulletin board together. Judging from the table on the bulletin board, the layout of this building was quite typical, 3 households per floor, and almost every floor had residents. Except for the 5th floor, none of the floors were fully occupied. In addition to that, the row for the 7th floor consisted of 3 connected cells, indicating there were indeed residents. Yet the slots meant for photographs remained empty. There was only a name tag lonely posted in one place, so faint that it could easily be overlooked. Xing Yingzhu. It was quite a distinctive name, Sheng Zhao thought. "There's a phone list in your office," Manager Lee said. "It lists contact numbers for various service departments. This building has dedicated personnel handling plumbing, cleaning, and security issues, so if you encounter any problems, just call them." As Manager Lee spoke, he turned toward Sheng Zhao. The smile on his face disappeared, and with earnest seriousness, he patted Sheng Zhao's shoulder. For some reason, Sheng Zhao inexplicably felt a sense of solemn reverence emanating from Manager Lee's usually kindly round face. "Your main job is," Manager Lee pointed at the 7th floor section of the bulletin board, "have you seen the resident living on the 7th floor? Your primary responsibility will be delivering meals to him." Sheng Zhao. "What?" Chapter 3, The Great Beauty. In the next half hour, Sheng Zhao was forced to stand in the lobby of the 1st floor, listening to that Manager Lee talk eloquently about the living habits of the 7th floor tenant. By the time it was over, Sheng Zhao had the fleeting feeling that he wasn't here for a job but for a blind date. But actually, there isn't much you need to be mindful of. Manager Lee used this sentence as the concluding remark of his one-sided speech. "Anyway, he doesn't come out often. I've worked here for 3 years and have never seen him leave the house." "Oh," Sheng Zhao ticked off a mental note, "a hardcore homebody. So your job is just to deliver his 3 daily meals," said Manager Lee. "No need for you to arrange anything, he usually orders takeout himself. You're just responsible for delivering it upstairs." "Takeout?" Sheng Zhao asked, "Isn't there an elevator?" Shouldn't the delivery go straight to the door? This is the second thing I want to tell you, Manager Li said solemnly. You should remember, besides the residents of this building, do not let any outsiders inside. Huh? Xing Zhao asked, all outsiders are prohibited. All of them, Manager Li repeated, whether it's delivery or anyone else, if they aren't on the bulletin board, they're not allowed in. Alright, Xing Zhao thought, though the service isn't great, the security work is surprisingly serious. I've got it, Xing Zhao said, but may I ask who exactly lives on the 7th floor? To put it strictly, he is your boss, Manager Li gestured from top to bottom and said, because this building belongs to him, all the others are tenants. Xing Zhao. Xing Zhao suddenly had an epiphany. Delivering food to the boss, guarding the gate, what sounds like being a property administrator is actually more like being a secretary and security guard. No wonder housing is included, whose security guard doesn't get free housing? No wonder only one person works here. Looking at the job content, it seems like this rich boss wants someone to deliver his food and watch the front gate while managing other tenant demands, and sure enough, one person suffices. The life of the wealthy is so carefree, Xing Zhao thought sadly with only 528 yuan 63 cents left in his Alipay account. Xing Zhao wanted to ask more about the Mr. Xing, but before he could open his mouth, he saw Manager Li check the time and exclaim. It's about time, I need to resign, Manager Li said, quickly patting through the few pockets on his body and placing a bunch of keys and 2 access cards in Xing Zhao's hand. With fluid motions, Manager Li finished by patting Xing Zhao on the shoulder, leaving behind the phrase, work hard, young man, you have a bright future, and turning away without giving Xing Zhao any chance to react. Xing Zhao. For a good 5 minutes, Xing Zhao stood blankly in the lobby of the first floor before realizing he had probably officially started working. What was going on? Xing Zhao was completely confused. The other party had simply left, handed over the responsibility to him, and didn't even mention when the salary would be issued or how it would be given. Xing Zhao looked down at what he held in his hands. The set of keys was fine, each key had a tiny sticker showing which room it belonged to. Of the remaining 2 cards, one was the access card of the neighboring community, and the other card Xing Zhao had never seen before, a pure black card with a golden border. It felt cold to the touch, smooth, and high quality, perhaps serving as the building's access card. This card had a very peculiar texture, not resembling plastic or common PVC material. It was smooth, somewhat like jade, but much lighter than jade. Xing Zhao blindly pocketed these 2 cards, then used the keys to open room 103, placed the bag he brought with him near the entrance, and went back downstairs to circle the front hall. Even though Manager Li had outlined his job duties, Xing Zhao still had no idea what he was supposed to do. He was pondering whether to call Manager Li back to discuss salary payments when something flashed in his peripheral vision. Xing Zhao instinctively turned around and saw a delivery guy in a blue uniform standing outside the glass door, peeking in. Seeing him looking, the deliverman quickly waved at him. Seriously? Xing Zhao thought. Was he already expected to formally start work? At the same time, a half-open window on the 7th floor was blown wide open by the wind, the edge lightly hitting the concrete balcony. A small canister on the balcony was dislodged by the wind, and as it appeared it would shatter into pieces upon hitting the ground, a clearly defined hand reached out just in time to catch the canister. The 2 mud snails in the bottle made a tinkling sound as they collided around inside. Xing Yingzhu glanced down at them briefly before absent-mindedly returning the jar to the windowsill. His gaze drifted casually out the window, and he saw a plump figure walking along the path leading away from the building. The man stopped midway, looking back one last time. Upon seeing Xing Yingzhu at the window, he shivered noticeably and hastened his pace even further. Xing Yingzhu already knew about the arrival of the new administrator today. Li Shan had reached retirement age, and this job was no longer suitable for him. 2 weeks ago, Li had been told that someone would come to take over. Unfortunately, finding a suitable person was not easy. It took an entire fortnight to find someone who could replace him just before the deadline. Xing Yingzhu never involved himself with such matters of personnel changeovers. To him, whether the person delivering his meals was male or female, fat or thin, made no difference. He didn't care anyway. After all, it wasn't like he could eat the manager. However, this time the new hire seemed slightly better than those from the previous rounds. At least their scent wasn't too unpleasant. This faint thought crossed Xing Yingzhu's mind as he remained by the window for a brief moment. With a lazy expression, his eyes half closed, he leaned against the wall as if dozing off. But the midday sun was harsh, its heat unbearable. Soon, Xing Yingzhu grew irritable. Furrowing his brows slightly, he nudged the jar containing the mud snails into the shade, then slowly got up and headed back indoors. The 3 rooms on the 7th floor had long since been remodeled into one large, open space by Xing Yingzhu. No one knew exactly how he did it, but several load-bearing walls had vanished, creating an open and airy loft spanning the entire floor. Half of the room was set up like a normal living area, equipped with furniture such as sofas, a television, and a refrigerator. The other half was a massive bathroom space, seamlessly connected without any partitions. Somehow, Xing Yingzhu managed to carve out a bathtub on that side measuring roughly 3 meters square. Equipped with a circulation water system, bubbles were constantly erupting from the walls of the tub. The water overflowed layer by layer onto the edges, forming snow-white foam along the rim. By the time Xing Yingzhu had walked these few steps, he had already mostly undressed. He tossed the t-shirt in his hand aside carelessly and stepped into the pool, letting the cool water envelop him. Leaning against the pool wall, he let out a content sigh, closing his eyes lazily. Outside in the first-floor lobby, the delivery guy appeared anxious to leave for the next destination. Seeing Xing Zhao lost in thought, he furrowed his brows and rang the doorbell outside once more. Xing Zhao quickly snapped back to reality, rushing over to the glass entrance. He pressed the button to unlock the door and stepped outside. The deliverman held a cardboard box printed with a Japanese restaurant's logo, politely asking, "Is this the order placed by Mr. Xing of 701? Yes, Xing Zhao replied hesitantly, his lack of familiarity with his duties evident as he coughed awkwardly and said, "Give it to me." This deliverman must have been familiar with the rules here, he clearly knew outsiders were not allowed in, and didn't ask further questions. He simply handed over the cardboard box to Xing Zhao. As Xing Zhao instinctively reached out, he misjudged the force slightly. His index finger accidentally grazed the edge of the lid, drawing a small streak of blood. Xing Zhao winced, retracting his hand instinctively as he frowned. Oops. The deliverman was startled, not expecting this outcome, and apologized repeatedly, sorry, I didn't notice. No problem. Xing Zhao shook his head, taking the box with his left hand alone. For some inexplicable reason, from early childhood, minor accidents had followed Xing Zhao everywhere, from cuts like this to frequent stumbles and scrapes. Though none were serious, he had grown accustomed to what he jokingly referred to as blood-stained calamities. Shooing the deliverman away, Xing Zhao weighed the paper box in his hands and sighed deeply, steeling himself to walk toward the elevator. Even though he hadn't fully understood how he'd started this job, at least this was the main task he had been assigned, it couldn't be avoided. Besides, Xing Zhao was curious to meet the wealthy boss who hired someone solely to deliver his meals. If the situation seems unstable, it's still possible to escape now, Xing Zhao thought. The elevator swayed softly as it came to a stop on the 7th floor. Xing Zhao held the takeaway box like a fragile treasure, carefully leveling it in both hands, and peered cautiously around as he stepped out of the elevator. The layout of the 7th floor seemed similar to the ground floor except for one distinct difference: the residential doors on both sides of the corridor were cemented shut, leaving only a single door in the center open. This door looked utterly ordinary, much like any regular apartment door, no gold inlays or ostentatious wooden double doors typical of stereotypical tycoons. Seeing this, some of Xing Zhao's initial anxiety melted away. Determined to make a good impression on his future employer, he mentally fortified himself, took a deep breath, tried to compose himself into an efficient and mature demeanor, and stood in front of the door. Lifting his hand, he gently knocked. 5 seconds later, the door opened from inside. Xing Zhao reflexively plastered on a polite, forced smile and looked up, ready to speak. However, the moment his eyes landed on the person before him, he froze, completely forgetting the carefully rehearsed speech he had prepared on his way up. Xing Zhao stared dumbfounded at the man in front of him, rooted to the spot with just one thought ringing loudly in his mind. Gorgeous beauty. Chapter 4, What a perennial unlucky star. Xing Zhao had never seen such a good-looking man. The man who opened the door had a face that was unforgettable at first sight, with deep-set features, delicate eyebrows, and eyes. His pair of phoenix eyes were half-closed, with narrow upward slanting tails. His thin lips were slightly pursed, and at a glance, he looked both handsome and cold-hearted. He wore a thin silk bathrobe and leaned lazily against the doorframe, looking a head taller than Xing Zhao, around 190 centimeters. His figure was slender but not frail, there was a touch of sickly paleness about him, perhaps due to staying indoors for too long. Xing Zhao even noticed a small tear mole below the man's right eye. Though seemingly unobtrusive, it added a vivid charm to his face, like a drop of ink spreading through water, which instantly enlivened his entire appearance. Xing Yingzhu's expression remained blank as his eyes briefly glanced at the takeaway box in Xing Zhao's hand. Then they slowly moved upwards, giving Xing a brief once-over. His pupils were an extremely deep black. Although Xing Yingzhu quickly shifted his gaze, Xing Zhao still felt his whole body tingle as if a chill ran down his spine, breaking out in goosebumps all over. Xing Zhao involuntarily sucked in a breath of cold air, his thoughts immediately becoming a jumbled mess. Instinctively, he extended the paper box forward and blurted out, "Beauty, this is yours." Oh. A sense of unease struck Xing Zhao. He had meant to call the person boss, but his mind got tangled up at the sight of the face, and he accidentally let out what was on his mind. If it weren't for how awkward the situation already was, Xing Zhao would have immediately pulled out his phone and asked online whether his first day at work was doomed after flirting with his boss and what he could do not to get fired. Online wait, urgent. Xing Yingzhu hadn't expected, after living so many years, that any living thing would dare address him as beauty to his face. Xing Zhao's heart was pounding wildly as if already preparing himself for the worst, yet surprisingly, this boss Xing didn't seem as cold as he appeared. After pausing for 2 seconds, no scolding words like, "get lost," came out of his mouth. Xing carefully peeked at Xing Yingzhu, seeing him straighten his body slightly and extend his left hand behind the doorframe, only to bring out half a cup of bubble tea. Xing Zhao. Apparently, Xing wasn't angry. At the sight of this, Sheng barely put his heart at ease and was about to say something when he noticed Xing Yingzhu sucking on a straw, his eyes glancing sideways at his own right hand. Next, Xing raised an eyebrow and gave him a knowing look, as though asking something. Sheng Zhao paused, following his gaze downward, realizing that Xing was looking at his index finger resting beside the takeout box. Though the cut from the edge of the box had stopped bleeding, a clear red mark remained. Sheng wiped it with his thumb and said somewhat sheepishly, "It's fine, I'm always bumping and scratching, I've gotten used to it." "You sure?" Xing Yingzhu finally spoke. His lips curved slightly in a mocking smile. "What a perennial unlucky star." Sheng Zhao. To be fair, Xing Yingzhu's voice was very pleasant to hear, low and soothing, perfect for cooling someone down on a hot summer day. Unfortunately, the content didn't match, making his pleasant tone entirely wasted. The halo brought by Xing Yingzhu's look shattered instantly before Sheng's eyes, leaving no room for admiration or astonishment. He subtly rolled his eyes and shoved the takeout box into Xing Yingzhu's hands. "Boss, your food." Sheng dryly said, his tone plastic compared to even delivery drivers. Sheng thought he'd finished his task and was just about to turn and go downstairs when Xing Yingzhu called him back again. Xing Yingzhu seemed dissatisfied with his attitude and replied rather coldly, "What's your name?" Reluctantly, Sheng turned around and unwillingly answered, "Sheng Zhao, with the metal, radical and sword phonetic component in my name." "Naming you after blood and swords, no wonder you're a perennial unlucky star," Xing Yingzhu said. Sheng Zhao. Would this ever end? Why must such a beautiful person grow a mouth? Xing Yingzhu lazily scrutinized him for a moment, then suddenly acted swiftly, pressing lightly on Sheng Zhao's brow point. Before Sheng could react, he instinctively closed his eyes, only feeling a sudden cool sensation on his forehead. When he opened his eyes, he realized it seemed to have come from Xing Yingzhu's fingertips. Are his hands usually so cold? Sheng curiously observed him. The temperature at his fingertips was ice cold, akin to jade buried in snow, completely devoid of warmth. Xing Yingzhu gave no indication of explaining further, withdrawing his hand and turning to close the door. Sheng Zhao felt perplexed, thinking that his new boss was quite eccentric. But putting aside the uncertainty of Xing Yingzhu, the job was much easier than Sheng Zhao had imagined. Normally, he neither had to make reports nor go upstairs to report to Xing Yingzhu. Unlike in other companies where meaningless morning meetings were held now and then, his daily routine was merely to stroll around the upper and lower floors a few times, knocking on Xing Yingzhu's door at designated times to deliver food, and accepting check-ins from the residents of the building. At first, Sheng Zhao worried that this might be a scam company that couldn't even pay wages, but after a month, when Alipay notified him of his salary being credited, all his suspicions vanished. He settled down, content with the easygoing work environment. The residents of this building were extraordinarily hassle-free, as if bound by an implicit rule regarding their entry timings. Every evening before 8 o'clock, they would certainly return and sign the access register at the office on the ground floor. After staying here for more than 2 months, Sheng Zhao had grown familiar with the building situation. Apart from Xing Yingzhu, who resided on the top floor and seldom went out, there were several other households in the building. A room each on the 3rd and 4th floors was rented out. The middle-aged man on the 3rd floor appeared to be a white-collar worker. Sheng Zhao heard a few times how he pinched his voice while stepping out, talking on the phone, unsure if the person on the other end was a subordinate or a contractor. His language was utterly caustic. The young man on the 4th floor was much friendlier, about the same age as Sheng Zhao, with a handsome face too. If Xing Yingzhu scored 10 points, this guy could probably score 7 or so. Apparently working as a live streamer, he rarely stepped outside but often came down to chat with Sheng Zhao on the 1st floor. The 3 rooms on the 5th floor were rented by 3 siblings. The one in 501 was a northeastern big brother, towering like a wall with a robust build, standing nearly 2 meters tall. The first time they met, Sheng Zhao was almost startled. This bear brother, along with his younger brother, operated a barbecue shop not far from the neighborhood. They were very warm and welcoming, frequently inviting Sheng Zhao over for free meals. It was just that the opening hours were pretty random, often decided by mood, making it hard for Sheng Zhao to tell whether they were earning any money. The little sister in 503 had a legitimate job and usually worked early till late, always returning exactly before the 8 o'clock deadline. As for the 2nd floor, though it was rented out, Sheng Zhao hadn't seen anyone yet, unsure if they even lived there. For Sheng Zhao, the residents of this building were of high quality, pleasant people, all getting along well with him, including the middle-aged man from the 3rd floor who always spoke in a constricted tone, but remained courteous when seeing him, stopping for a polite conversation. However, for some reason, they all seemed to fear Xing Yingzhu. Hey, how should I say it? The big boss naturally has an aura. I wouldn't dare go upstairs. Hu Huan pointed towards the large man beside him on the 4th floor and said, "Look, even Big Brother Bear dares only live on the 5th floor." The heavy rain had been pouring for days, so today Xiong Xiangsong didn't go out to open his barbecue shop. He simply grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds from upstairs to hold a tea-time party downstairs. There's no need for restrictions based on floors. Sheng Zhao peeled a banana, puzzled and asked, "Aren't you choosing which floor to rent?" Yes, that's precisely why we don't dare to live upstairs. Xiong Xiangsong cracked sunflower seeds while nodding. You see, once I accidentally heard rustling sounds coming from his room, it kept me up half the night. Xing Zhao. Coupled with Xiong Xiangsong's built frame, the comment lacked credibility. I think it's fine, Xing Zhao frankly said, except for his sarcastic remarks, there doesn't seem to be anything else scary. At most, he looks difficult to approach, but his temper isn't that bad. Hu Huan and Xiong Xiangsong simultaneously fell silent, turned their heads, and stared at Xing Zhao with a look saying, "Are you serious?" Xing Zhao felt his back prickle under their gaze, rubbing his arms as he asked, "Or is there something else?" Actually, Xing Zhao wanted to mention that someone ordering bubble tea twice a day shouldn't be that fearsome, but considering Xing Yingzhu's pride, he didn't vocalize it. "Nope, nothing." Hu Huan chuckled dryly, "Perhaps the two of you get along well. But does the boss have some health issues?" Xing Zhao, eating his banana, casually asked, "I've noticed his complexion isn't great." "Don't know." Hu Huan shook his head and turned to ask Xiong Xiangsong, "Brother Bear, do you know?" Xiong Xiangsong waved his hands repeatedly. How could anyone know the origin of a big boss? "You're asking me nonsense." Just as Xing Zhao listened intently to their talk, the call bell rang from the entrance on the first floor. Looking out, he found that it was once again time for his routine duty. Xing Zhao casually threw the sunflower seed shells on the table, skillfully heading out to pick up the takeout. He was now extremely accustomed to this routine. When leaving the office, he would press the downward button for the elevator first. By the time he finished fetching the takeaway, the elevator would be at the ground floor just as expected. Hu Huan had also just finished his break and was heading back upstairs to start streaming. Thus, he entered the elevator with Xing Zhao. Xing Zhao pressed the buttons for the 4th and 7th floors in quick succession while Hu Huan stood there tapping his fingers together, deep in thought. In the end, as they approached their respective floors, Hu Huan couldn't resist and held the elevator doors open just as he was about to step out. "Here's a piece of advice." Looking both ways nervously, Hu Huan whispered, "Don't have much to do with the boss. If you upset him, he might eat you alive." Xing Zhao. With that warning, the elevator doors automatically shut due to timing out, and Hu Huan's face disappeared outside. All that remained was Xing Zhao's own shocked reflection staring back at him in the steel-coated elevator door. That statement is so ambiguous. Why don't you clarify what you mean? Chapter 5, Shangdo City had never seen such a heavy rain. According to reports from the meteorological department, from today through the night tomorrow, significant precipitation is expected in the northwestern part of the province. The areas of Luoyang, Shuzhou, and Shangdo will mainly experience thunderstorms and heavy downpours. Regarding road travel, Xing Yingzhu pressed the remote control in his hand, and the provincial channel on the TV switched to the local station of the city. As dinner time approached, almost all local stations were broadcasting local news. Xing Yingzhu lay half reclined on the couch, half listening with his eyes slightly closed. The residents of Shangdo City are reminded that recent rainfall has been frequent, and the water level of Iluo River has risen. Surrounding residents are urged to prepare for flood prevention. Xing Yingzhu frowned slightly and let out an impatient sound. In strong precipitation accompanied by thunderstorms, citizens should avoid wading through water, stay away from high-voltage wires and roadside trees to prevent accidents. Just as the TV broadcast finished, lightning struck outside the window, followed by thunder rumbling just seconds later. The windows and doors of the 7th-floor apartment were tightly shut, and large raindrops pelted against his window, creating long streaks of water stains. Xing Yingzhu didn't particularly like this kind of weather. He enjoyed humid rainy days, but he wasn't very fond of thunder. The anchor on TV had already finished the weather segment and moved on to mundane local news, which put Xing Yingzhu into a drowsy state while listening lazily amidst the sounds of rain outside. Due to the heavy rain, the sky outside was darker than usual by nearly 2 hours. It was only about 5 o'clock, yet the streetlights had already come on. On the TV screen, a field reporter wearing thick rain gear held an umbrella and diligently reported on the outdoor situation. The water accumulated on the roads was roughly up to half the car's wheel. Judging by the rain's intensity, the water might still continue to rise. Suddenly, the phone screen on the coffee table in front of Xing Yingzhu lit up briefly, issuing a short alert tone. Xing Yingzhu opened his eyes and glanced at it, finding it was a notification that his takeout had arrived. Xing Yingzhu ignored the subsequent request for 5-star reviews and redirected his attention back to the TV, where the host talked about safety hazards during thunderstorms. The phone screen quickly darkened again due to lack of operation, and at the same moment, knocking came at Xing Yingzhu's door. "Boss?" Cheng Zhao's voice echoed from outside. "Your food is here." Xing Yingzhu finally reacted this time. Cheng Zhao had been working here for 2 months, during which both he and Xing Yingzhu were observing each other. There had been numerous generations of administrators working in this building, many of whom Xing Yingzhu could remember numbering over 10. But none had seemed quite as fitting for the building as Cheng Zhao. Most previous administrators either stayed inside based on instinct, rarely venturing out, or interacted with the tenants in a distant manner without much connection. Like Cheng Zhao, who got along warmly with other residents while not annoying Xing Yingzhu, was the first of its kind. Affinity was the most mystical thing in the world. A plain-looking child carried some intriguing traits, no wonder he managed to land a job application here. With the electric flashes and thunder roaring outside, Xing Yingzhu simply couldn't be bothered to move. He flicked his fingers and used some distance magic to open the door. Qing Zhao had already grown accustomed to delivering food directly after opening the door, so he almost reached halfway before realizing no one was there, giving him quite a start. What kind of high-tech voice-controlled lock is this? Qing Zhao thought. Come in, said Xing Yingzhu. Qing Zhao looked around following the sound, discovering Xing Yingzhu wrapped in a black high-necked coat out of season, reclining on the sofa. There were no lights on inside, and the glow from the TV played across Xing Yingzhu's face, making it appear in shifting shadows. Qing Zhao. Qing Zhao himself found it strange. He had been staring at this face for more than 2 months, yet he hadn't desensitized to it. Xing Yingzhu had never allowed him to step into his room, so Qing Zhao hesitated for a moment, fearing misinterpretation, and asked cautiously, "Boss?" Xing Yingzhu turned his head toward him this time, frowned slightly with impatience, and said, "Come in." Despite his impoverished office worker life, Qing Zhao still had a bit of subtle intuition and stepped into the room before Xing Yingzhu even finished speaking. Naturally, Xing Yingzhu's house, being a hermit-like abode with little human interaction, did not have guest slippers, so Qing Zhao had to walk barefoot inside, gently shutting the door behind him. The layout of the 7th floor was spacious and open, and as soon as Qing Zhao passed through the entrance, he took advantage of the faint lighting to make out the contours of the room. It had rained heavily for several days outside, yet surprisingly, Xing Yingzhu's bathtub inside the house was still filled to the brim, and upon entering, Qing Zhao was greeted by a cool mist that nearly made him cough. "Boss, it's too damp in here." Qing Zhao frowned and placed the takeout on the coffee table, offering some humanitarian advice. "If you keep living in such a place, you might get sick." Xing Yingzhu ignored him. He slowly stretched out his hand to sift through the pile of takeout bags and accurately retrieved a cup of milk tea. Qing Zhao. As an adult man, he genuinely couldn't understand why Xing Yingzhu was so enthusiastic about milk tea. "So the food has arrived, I'll head downstairs then," Qing Zhao said. "Hold on." Xing Yingzhu called him back. Qing Zhao turned around with curiosity, just wanting to ask what was wrong when he saw Xing Yingzhu lazily crook a finger at him. For some reason, at this moment, Qing Zhao suddenly remembered Hu Huan's earlier advice in the elevator, causing his expression to instantly turn strange as he looked at Xing Yingzhu. What's going on? Qing Zhao suspiciously thought. Could it be that the boss has unusual sexual preferences and is interested in nearby resources? Of course, Xing Yingzhu had no idea how boldly his intern speculated about him inside his mind. His patience only lasted 3 seconds before running dry, so he unhappily clicked his tongue, straightened up, extended his arm, and lightly hooked Qing Zhao's collar with his index finger. Qing Zhao. The new intern was utterly shocked, countless bullet comments flashing through his mind instantly. What should I do? Is this a hint of workplace under-the-table rules? Should I push him away immediately? But boss looks so handsome, why does he want nearby convenience? Could he be into men, or wait, judging from this face, if he were to become male, there would still be plenty lining up for him. Qing Zhao. Xing Yingzhu slowly spoke. Qing Zhao looked nervously at him. Xing Yingzhu withdrew his hand and twirled his thumb against the fleshy part of his forefinger, asking, "What smell is this?" Qing Zhao. All the inner rant stopped abruptly. Qing Zhao sighed helplessly and sniffed his collar, using all his effort to detect a slight lingering scent of leftover food aroma. "Do you have a dog's nose?" Qing Zhao muttered softly, "And how can you tell this?" Who knew that not only did Xing Yingzhu have a good nose, but also sharp ears? Gripping his half-cool milk tea cup, he sent a glance like a blade at Qing Zhao. Whenever Qing Zhao was stared at by him, he always felt prickles on his back and unexplained guilt. He subtly straightened his back quickly and answered, "Maybe it got stuck when I steamed egg custard at noon." "Can you cook?" Xing Yingzhu asked. "I can manage a bit." Qing Zhao didn't know why Xing Yingzhu suddenly asked this, but still replied honestly, "Simple things are okay, dormitory recipes kind of stuff." Xing Yingzhu was silent for 2 seconds and said, "Then it's great. It smells good, make me one too." Xing Yingzhu's tone was so natural, so self-evident, that Qing Zhao didn't even notice where the problem was. The first sentence that came out of his mouth was, "Do you even have a kitchen?" instead of, "Why should I cook for you?" "Go straight behind you and turn right," Xing Yingzhu said. "That's not," Qing Zhao belatedly realized, "didn't you order takeout?" "Cold already." Xing Yingzhu said, "It spilled inside." Qing Zhao, "How do you know if you haven't even opened it to look once?" Xing Yingzhu probably found it unnecessary to answer such a stupid question, so he shifted his gaze and continued watching the news. Seemingly he caught a taste of add-ons in his milk tea, so he briefly released the straw and idly spun the cup in his hand. Qing Zhao suspiciously looked at him for a while, unable to resist opening the takeout bag and checking the food box. As Xing Yingzhu said, the contents inside had spilled quite a bit, mixing the rice with the dishes, which indeed made it difficult to eat. Qing Zhao simply assumed Xing Yingzhu must have a lot of experience ordering takeout. Defeated, he asked, "Is there anything in your fridge?" "There is." Xing Yingzhu replied. Actually, Qing Zhao didn't really want to cook for Xing Yingzhu. It wasn't like guarding the gate, this involved personal privacy. But considering how incredibly relaxed his job was every month, he felt guilty about his salary, so whenever Xing Yingzhu opened his mouth occasionally, it was hard to refuse. The thunderstorm outside showed no signs of weakening. Listening to it getting louder and louder, it became even more terrifying. Cheng Zhao turned on the light and took out 4 eggs from the fridge, peeking out of the window and striking up casual conversation. Feels like Shangdo City has never had rain this heavy, quite eerie. Cheng Zhao regretted saying it immediately after. Out of habit, he often casually chatted with people, momentarily forgetting Xing Yingzhu's character. He expected some sarcastic comment like, being afraid of rain at your age, definitely a little coward, to come out. But who knows whether today's sun rose from the west or not, because strangely enough, Xing Yingzhu sitting in the living room actually hummed in agreement and said, indeed. What's the situation? A change of character. Cheng Zhao couldn't help but feel curious, so he poked his head out of the kitchen to check out what was going on in the living room. The local news on TV had ended and was replaced by a shopping channel for an unknown brand. On the screen, a male and female host were screaming their lungs out to sell a mainstay model watch as a piece of luxurious elegance, their voices almost cracking. Xing Yingzhu appeared to find it too noisy, slightly furrowing his eyebrows before simply turning off the TV. Once the TV static noise disappeared, the sound of the rain outside became particularly distinct. Under a heavy downpour, the fragile window seams were pushed by the violent wind, producing a creaking crackle. The water stains streamed layer upon layer down the glass. After staring for long enough, one might begin to confuse whether that rain was inside or outside the house. Xing Yingzhu still hadn't changed his posture. He merely shifted his gaze from the television to the window. With a cold expression, he looked out at the heavy rain as if pondering something silently. At just that moment, a flash of lightning zipped past the window, thin and narrow white light reflecting off Xing Yingzhu's right eye, resembling a faint scar. Cheng Zhao suddenly froze, certain that during the fleeting brilliance, he seemed to see a sharp, vertical pupil in one eye. He jumped a little, but when he examined carefully again, everything appeared normal. Xing Yingzhu remained in his usual relaxed state, his eyes looking perfectly normal. Probably the dim light played tricks on my eyes, Cheng Zhao thought. Chapter 6, Tenant 503 is missing. At 7:45 in the evening, only one passenger got off the last 628 bus that had just arrived at the terminal. She was an exceptionally young and pretty woman, dressed in a very ordinary work uniform, carrying a semi-large transparent backpack. Inside her bag were several blank insurance documents. She appeared to be an average white-collar worker returning home after overtime, with a deeply weary expression on her face. Her ears were plugged with earphones, and her phone occasionally vibrated in her pocket as new message notifications sounded one after another. But outside, the wind and rain were intense, it was even difficult for her to hold an umbrella. So, she chose to temporarily ignore the continuous ringing of messages. The water accumulated on the ground was ankle-deep. Jiao Liu shivered, gritted her teeth, and took off her high heels. She carefully braced herself against the fierce wind with her umbrella and stepped into the water towards the road. The lights of the departing bus flashed behind Jiao Liu and quickly disappeared. On such a rainy night, the already remote development zone seemed even more desolate. A few sporadic stores along the roadside had already pulled down their roller shutters. The light from the street lamps became blurred by the rain, dimly illuminating Jiao Liu's way back home. Under the streetlights, Jiao Liu's shadow was stretched long and thin. For a moment, the sound of message alerts ended, but was immediately replaced by a harsh and shrill alarm clock ringtone. Jiao Liu stopped abruptly and then hurriedly quickened her pace. This unexpected alarm was her gate access warning, indicating she had only 10 minutes left to get home. Hastily walking, the fragile foldable umbrella in her hand was bent out of shape by the strong wind, large raindrops splashing onto her, soaking half her body. Jiao Liu frowned, extremely frustrated as she slapped the rainwater off her body, and turned into a narrow alley without pausing. A song in her headphones finished playing just then. The stormy weather disrupted the network connection, causing a brief 4 or 5 second delay in loading before the music app could continue playing. Taking advantage of this interval, the frantic sounds of wind and rain flowed into Jiao Liu's ears. Suddenly, the woman, who was rushing home, felt a tightening in her heart and abruptly halted her steps. For in that instant, amidst the intermingling rain sounds, she heard something subtle and strange. As the music app's network finally reloaded and resumed playing new music, Jiao Liu swallowed hard. She dared not look back but cautiously removed one of her earphones. Shoo! Shoo! Without the cover of the earphones, that sound came across much clearer now. The rustling sound was unnervingly eerie, as if some creature with rough skin was crawling close to her on the ground. Jiao Liu's entire body tingled as goosebumps rose, her heart pounding furiously as she forced herself to turn her head bit by bit and look behind her. There was no moon in the heavy rain, and Jiao Liu was taking a dark, isolated path far from the streetlights. It was pitch black when she glanced back. Yet, not looking would have been better. Just a single glance over her shoulder made Jiao Liu feel her blood go cold. Not far behind her, on the wall, clung a contorted and huge deformed shadow. The mass wriggled, with countless thick and long tentacles extending from its body, flowing down the wall to the ground, slowly surrounding Jiao Liu from all sides. Instinctively, Jiao Liu took a half-step backward, then immediately began running without hesitation. This was the closest way home for her. Once through this alley, she could see the entrance of her apartment complex. However, that deformed slime-like creature seemed to already know her plan. Several thick tentacles almost simultaneously coiled into a lump, climbing swiftly up the wall and blocking the exit just before Jiao Liu could escape the alley. Jiao Liu didn't dare to hesitate, stopping her steps not even for a second. She quickly turned around and ran toward the side path. The wind-beaten folding umbrella flipped over, helplessly spinning on the ground, covered in muddy water. Jiao Liu's breathing was hurried and frantic. Suddenly, a streak of lightning cut through the night sky, casting a clear silhouette of a fleeting white figure leaping through the alley. Jiao Liu's phone and handbag fell to the ground, scattering some documents that quickly became soaked and smudged in the rain. The heavy rain poured harder, while deafening thunder rumbled and flashed continuously like a shadow. Before the thunder subsided, deep within the alley suddenly emerged a piercingly sharp whistle, which abruptly ceased the next second. Then the sound of footsteps also disappeared. At 9:30 in the evening, Xing Zhao had just finished brushing his teeth and was about to lie down when he suddenly heard knocking, or rather, banging, on his door from outside. The person knocking seemed to have encountered some urgent matter, pounding on the door as if it were a matter of life and death, making a loud banging sound. Xing Zhao, who was in the bedroom, felt as though the whole house was trembling. Xing Zhao got a shock and quickly climbed out of bed, rushing to open the door without even putting on his slippers. Standing outside the door was Xiong Xiangsong, a tall and sturdy man. The same man who just this afternoon had been chatting with Xing Zhao while holding sunflower seeds for a tea party, now looked completely changed after only a few short hours. His hair was disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, and one of his shoes was missing. "My goodness," said Xing Zhao. "Brother Xiong, what's happened?" Xiong Xiangsong, upon seeing him, grabbed hold of his arm and said, "Xing Zhao, my younger sister hasn't returned yet and I can't get in touch with her." "Huh?" Xing Zhao froze momentarily, glancing subconsciously out the door a couple of times. The younger sister that Xiong Xiangsong mentioned was Jiao Liu, who lived on the third floor along with him. Although Xing Zhao had never figured out why the three siblings had different surnames, he'd seen them coming and going and indeed they seemed to get along very well. There was an unwritten curfew rule within this building, one had to return by 8 o'clock in the evening. Since Xing Zhao had been working here, he had frequently observed them entering and exiting according to schedule. It was already 9:30. If Jiao Liu hadn't returned, that was certainly unusual. "Don't worry too much, Brother Xiong," Xing Zhao said, clumsily grabbing his coat to calm him down. "Look at the heavy rain today. Maybe she's working overtime or there's traffic congestion. I saw on the news that many cars have flooded, and the roads aren't easy to navigate." "It's impossible," Xiong Xiangsong insisted stubbornly, adamantly declaring that Jiao Liu couldn't be violating the curfew. She must have encountered some sort of mishap, preventing her from coming back. Xing Zhao understood him. After all, Jiao Liu was just a girl in her early 20s, and with such heavy rain outside, it was normal for Xiong Xiangsong to worry about her not returning home on time. "So what do we do?" Xing Zhao asked. "Have you reported it to the police, Brother Xiong?" "No." Xiong Xiangsong replied, "Reporting to the police won't help." Xing Zhao thought so too. This type of late return under special circumstances wouldn't yet constitute a disappearance. Xiong Xiangsong normally treated people kindly and during the past 2 months, he had also taken good care of Xing Zhao. Therefore, after some contemplation, Xing Zhao decisively proposed, "If you're not reassured, let's go look for her. Do you know where she works?" It was as if Xiong Xiangsong had been waiting for these words all along. Upon hearing them, he immediately nodded eagerly and anxiously implored, "Brother, it's past 8 o'clock, and I'm really unable to leave. I'm totally counting on you." Xing Zhao, who was still tying his shoes, asked in confusion, "Why? Why can't you go out?" "The rules set by the landlord state that after 8 o'clock in the evening, no tenants are allowed to leave the building," explained Xiong Xiangsong. "What kind of rule is this?" Rules should also consider actual situations. Xing Zhao found it hard to understand. "If your sister is missing and we can't go out to search, how unreasonable can this be? There's no way to explain everything clearly in just a few sentences, there's no time right now." Xiong Xiangsong pulled Xing Zhao towards the elevator while helping press the call button for the lift. "Or, brother, maybe you could ask the boss for permission on my behalf. I truly don't have any other options." Before Xing Zhao could fully understand the situation, Xiong Xiangsong had already dragged him out of the room, almost tossing him into the elevator. Not having enough time to ask detailed questions, he watched as Xiong Xiangsong pressed the button for the 7th floor, hands clasped together in a pleading bow. All right then, Xing Zhao thought, losing family members was definitely a big deal, so if he could help, he would. Xing Zhao had never visited Xing Yingzhu before dinner time and had some apprehension about whether Xing would be sleeping or not. However, since he had already made it up here like being forced onto the boat, he felt it inappropriate to take the elevator back down. Besides, Xiong Xiangsong was closely trailing behind him, looking pitiful despite his robust frame, which genuinely moved Xing Zhao. Xing Zhao encouraged himself mentally, reasoning that since he helped cook dinner for Xing Yingzhu, he shouldn't be kicked out. Anxious, he stole a glance at Xiong Xiangsong, hesitantly raising his hand and lightly tapping on Xing Yingzhu's door. To Xing Zhao's surprise, after just 2 knocks, Xing Yingzhu's door opened from inside. Xing Yingzhu was properly dressed, still wearing the high-necked overcoat that Xing Zhao had seen earlier, looking at him solemnly. "Boss, are you about to leave?" asked Xing Zhao. "No." Xing Yingzhu's gaze swept between the two of them and questioned, "What's the matter?" "Ah, sorry for disturbing you, boss." Xing Zhao nervously chuckled twice. "Here's the thing, Brother Xiong's younger sister." As Xing Zhao was speaking, he habitually turned around, intending to signal Xiong Xiangsong to explain the situation to Xing Yingzhu. However, upon turning back, he realized that Xiong Xiangsong had already stepped back 3 paces, bending his waist and shrinking his shoulders, resembling a giant quail. Xing Zhao. What was wrong? Would Xing Yingzhu eat someone? Having no other choice, Xing Zhao had to take over the conversation himself. His sister hasn't returned yet. Xing Zhao repeated everything Xiong Xiangsong had told him on the first floor without missing a word. He assumed it was just a formal procedure, but unexpectedly, Xing Yingzhu actually rejected the request. Curfew is curfew. If she hasn't returned, that's her own matter, Xing Yingzhu said to Xiong Xiangsong. Xiong Xiangsong shivered all over and an expression of despair appeared on his face. "You can't say things like that, boss." Xing Zhao immediately became anxious. Jiao Liu is a girl, and outside there are flashes of lightning and thunder. What if something happens? How important is this curfew? Let Brother Xiong go find her. Xing Yingzhu frowned, showing obvious signs of impatience, but out of respect for Xing Zhao, he managed to suppress his anger. "Do you want to go look?" Xing Yingzhu asked. Xing Zhao glanced back at Xiong Xiangsong and said, "Yes, I can go with Brother Xiong." "In that case, let's go together, as long as you don't regret it," Xing Yingzhu said while pulling out 2 long-handled umbrellas from somewhere unknown, handing one to Xing Zhao, and added, "As for him, he stays here waiting." Chapter 7 Worms. If it wasn't necessary, Xing Yingzhu would actually stay indoors and wouldn't step out, let alone in such a thunderstorm with heavy rain. Actually, Xing Yingzhu wasn't too concerned about Jiao Liu's disappearance, he only cared whether others followed his rules. If someone broke his rules, he wouldn't care much about their justifications. Today, he agreed to accompany Xing Zhao to find people just because of the rain. Xanadu City has an inland climate, with 4 distinct seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Though summer brought a lot of rain, it had never reached this level, nearly causing a flood. This rain came unexpectedly, showing no signs of stopping anytime soon, so Xing Yingzhu began to suspect something was off. Unusual events must have some strange cause, especially when they were unusual right under his nose. Xing Zhao didn't know what Xing Yingzhu was planning. Ever since Xing Yingzhu told him they'd go together, he had been subtly stealing glances at Xing Yingzhu all along. This is not like what others have said, thought Xing Zhao. His former colleague once told him that after working here for 3 years, he had never seen Xing Yingzhu leave the building even once. Xiong Xiangsong also mentioned that Xing Yingzhu set strict rules. No matter how urgent it might be, one was not allowed to leave the building after 8 in the evening. But, isn't he quite approachable? Xing Zhao couldn't help but glance at Xing Yingzhu again. He was tall with long legs, holding a large umbrella firmly in his hand. His pointed chin was buried in the collar of his windbreaker, and he looked somewhat distant without saying a word. Xing Zhao suddenly recalled that odd neighborhood grass notion. He thought, this person, though sometimes speaking rather bluntly, still seemed quite reliable during moments like these. And with such good looks as a bonus, even if he really liked neighboring grass, few could refuse him. No, why am I thinking about this? Xing Zhao shook his head, self-reprimanding himself internally. Men are truly visual creatures. From the building entrance to here, less than 20 meters, and you've already glanced at me 6 times, said Xing Yingzhu. What are you looking at? Xiong brother said that none of the tenants in the building are allowed to go out after 8 in the evening. Xing Zhao curiously asked. Why? For no reason. Xing Yingzhu said, it's my rule. Xing Yingzhu apparently had this ability where one sentence from him could kill a conversation instantly, making others forget the impact of his looks. Speechless, Xing Zhao stared at him and said, in modern society, which adult would follow curfew obediently? What if they violate it, what can you do? Not much. Xing Yingzhu paused mid-step, turned around and looked at Xing Zhao, half smiling and half grinning, then they can choose never to come back. Xing Zhao. I take back my previous thoughts, thought Xing Zhao. What kind of person is this? Too domineering. Are you not finding people? Xing Yingzhu said, what are you standing there for? Xing Zhao remembered the main task and hurriedly replied, pulling his phone out of his pocket. Before leaving, Xiong Xiangsong, fearing that Xing Zhao would have no clue while searching outside, sent both Jiao Liu's work address and her mobile number to Xing Zhao. Xing Zhao made 2 calls to the number provided, but the phone kept being powered off, unable to connect. Jiao Liu worked at an internet operation company within the city. According to Xing Zhao's understanding of such places, there should still be people there by 10 o'clock in the evening. Thus, he searched online for the company's reception phone number and found out through the inquiry that Jiao Liu had left work early. There is only one bus from the city center here, and the last bus arrives at 7:45. Judging by the time she punches the clock daily, she should have taken that bus, Xing Yingzhu said, turning his steps and exiting the community towards the left. Though he rarely went out, he was very familiar with the surrounding environment. Sheng Zhao subconsciously wanted to follow him, but before he could take a step, an inexplicable feeling suddenly arose from within. "Boss," Sheng Zhao called out to Xing Yingzhu, hesitantly pointing to the right side. "I think we should go this way." Xing Yingzhu stopped and turned to look at him. He observed Sheng Zhao carefully, asking neither right nor wrong, but instead, "Why?" "I don't know," Sheng Zhao scratched his head, saying, "Intuition, I guess." After finishing, Sheng Zhao himself felt baffled, so he quickly waved his hands and muttered about ignoring it, intending to walk over to Xing Yingzhu. Unexpectedly, Xing Yingzhu approached him first, grabbed his shoulder and turned him halfway around, facing the road on the right side, then asked another question, "Do you feel it's this way?" "Ah, that's how I felt at that moment," said Sheng Zhao. Xing Yingzhu didn't say anything more. He regarded Sheng Zhao for a moment with deep meaning, then proceeded in the direction indicated by Sheng Zhao. He walked with firm steps, without hesitation, as if he didn't think intuition was a very unreliable reason at all. Sheng Zhao himself didn't know why he had called out to Xing Yingzhu earlier, he just instinctively felt they should go right. However, Xing Yingzhu trusted his intuition without question and would ask him every time they reached a fork in the road which way he felt they should go. After pointing the way several times, Sheng Zhao became confused and started to gradually lose confidence in his choices. Finally, when Xing Yingzhu stopped at the next intersection to ask for direction again, Sheng Zhao was completely lost. He frowned up at Xing Yingzhu and said, "Don't just follow me, boss. I don't know either, I was just pointing a random direction." Xing Yingzhu tilted his head to take a good look at him, pondered silently for a moment, then handed over the umbrella he held in his hand to Sheng Zhao. Then, Xing Yingzhu used his right hand to cover Sheng Zhao's eyes. His temperature was so cold it wasn't human-like, shocking Sheng Zhao into instinctively trying to step back but stopped by Xing Yingzhu pressing on his shoulder. Xing Yingzhu maintained this position, pushing on Sheng Zhao's shoulder and guiding him to spin 2 or 3 times quickly until Sheng Zhao was dizzy, unable to tell north from south. Only then did he ask again, "Which way do you feel we should go?" Before he even finished speaking, Sheng Zhao raised his finger toward a direction. Xing Yingzhu looked where Sheng Zhao pointed and found that it was an extremely remote path between buildings. Xing Yingzhu seemed to have figured something out. He let go of Sheng Zhao, took back the umbrella from him, and turned toward the narrow lane Sheng Zhao had indicated. Sheng Zhao was still feeling dizzy and disoriented, seeing stars before his eyes. He struggled to keep up with Xing Yingzhu for a few steps, almost walking in a zigzag line, and thought he must seem like a mere navigation tool in Xing Yingzhu's eyes. He stayed put for a moment, slapping his face and shaking his head to regain balance before stepping forward again, hopping around carefully to avoid puddles. When Sheng Zhao caught up to Xing Yingzhu, he was already standing at the entrance of the narrow alleyway. The alley was secluded, leading away from the bus stop and only one street apart from the main street. Although called an alley, it was actually a narrow passageway squeezed between the storefronts in front and the residential building behind, whose entrances both faced the other side, making this narrow alley virtually uninhabited on regular days. Xing Yingzhu stopped at the mouth of the alley, where Sheng Zhao, upon seeing it, hesitated about his intuition being trustworthy, gently attempting to dissuade Xing Yingzhu from heading further down what seemed like a dead end. "Boss, I think maybe we should call the police instead, or inquire around Diao Liyu's company to see if she really came back," said Sheng Zhao. Xing Yingzhu didn't reply, focusing his gaze into the dark alley, scanning inch by inch, as though looking for something. It was late at night, no houses nearby, no light sources. Everything in the darkness eluded Sheng Zhao's sight, and he could not tell what Xing Yingzhu was inspecting in there. After a brief moment, Xing Yingzhu's gaze paused slightly, as if spotting his target, and strode confidently further inside. Sheng Zhao fumbled in his pocket, pulled out his phone, and illuminated the alley with its flashlight feature. There were no people to be seen, but they spotted an indistinct white shadow lying on the ground close to the entrance. A bit surprised, Sheng Zhao stepped closer cautiously. Upon nearing it, he realized the white figure was an animal, of a type he couldn't identify immediately. The little creature appeared injured, its fur bloody, uncertain how long it had been exposed to the rain. Hunched against the rear step of a hair salon door, half submerged in accumulated water, its eyes half open, it seemed on its last breath. Sheng Zhao always felt powerless before such helpless furry animals and his heart now ached painfully. Tsk, Sheng Zhao knitted his brows while squatting down, hesitating to touch yet feeling reluctant to leave the pitiful creature alone, murmuring, "This thing seems like some sort of giant rat, looking pitiable." "It's a mink," said Xing Yingzhu who stood beside him, his expression also somewhat grim, adding lightly after nudging the mink's tail with his foot, "Your intuition was pretty accurate, this is Diao Liyu's pet." Mentioning Diao Liyu made Sheng Zhao suddenly alert. Could it be that Xiao Diao went home and found her pet missing, so she came out looking for it, speculated Sheng Zhao, getting more convinced. Maybe she was too worried and didn't have time to inform Brother Xiong, or, shall we give Brother Xiong a call first? Xing Yingzhu slightly nodded in agreement. In an awkward posture, Sheng Zhao squatted on the step, tilting his head to prop the umbrella handle under his chin, searching for Xiong Xiangsong's number in his contact list while lightly flicking the nearly lifeless mink, growing increasingly concerned about the little animal. Sheng Zhao didn't know where it was injured, thus dared not apply force, only confirming it was still breathing before retracting his hand. However, at the very instant Sheng Zhao pulled his hand back, in his blind spot, a black worm as thick as a finger suddenly wriggled out from under the mink's body without warning, slowly sliding along the mink's spine and into the water. That thing seemed to be quite wary of Xing Yingzhu, moving extremely cautiously, making it very hard to detect in the pitch-black night. Half of its body slowly submerged into the puddle on the ground. After rounding half the step, it abruptly shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, speeding through the water directly toward Xing Zhao. Xing Yingzhu's gaze cut sharply ahead as he turned his head, taking a step forward and precisely stamping down on the thing with his foot. Chapter 8, he suddenly remembered a past event. The worm emitted an unpleasant squeak, like a water snake. Half of its body was stepped on by Xing Yingzhu, while the other half wildly twisted under his foot in an attempt to break free. Unfortunately for it, Xing Yingzhu's step was firm, leaving no room for escape. Xing Zhao seemed completely unaware of this. He had just finished a call and, turning around, nearly bumped into Xing Yingzhu, which startled him. "Boss?" Xing Zhao let out a puzzled sound, gently expressing his accusation of, "How did you suddenly appear behind me?" Xing Yingzhu calmly flicked his foot that was stepping on the worm, subtly adjusting his stance, and nodded his chin towards his mobile phone, asking, "How's it going?" "No one answered," said Xing Zhao. "Maybe Brother Xiong didn't bring his phone." "Then let's go back first," said Xing Yingzhu. "Huh?" Xing Zhao replied, "But Diao Liu hasn't been found yet." "She might have already returned." Xing Yingzhu glanced at the weasel on the ground. "Take her back, otherwise after being drenched in rain all night, she'll die." Xing Zhao hesitated for only a moment, and concern for the furry creature before him took over. "All right." Before Xing Zhao finished his sentence, he saw Xing Yingzhu gracefully bend down, pinching the nape of the little weasel's fur with 2 fingers from his right hand, lifting it up entirely. The small thing hung its head limply, appearing to be on its last breath, held by Xing Yingzhu as if it were a dirty plush toy. Though Xing Yingzhu had acted, he still looked quite disdainful, jerking the little weasel up and down, splashing water droplets all over Xing Zhao. "Hey! Hey!" Xing Zhao snapped out of it, hurriedly snatching the small weasel and cradling it in his arms. "It's injured, you can't grab it like that." Xing Zhao frowned, bending down to examine the little thing. It appeared to tremble, so he took off his sleepwear jacket and wrapped it around it, then hurriedly walked towards the alley entrance. "We need to go back and tell Brother Xiong first," muttered Xing Zhao quietly while walking. "Then take it to the pet hospital." Xing Yingzhu was a couple steps behind. When Xing Zhao turned and walked out, Xing Yingzhu reached into his windbreaker, and as if performing magic, pulled out a tiny jar from inside. He single-handedly unscrewed the lid, bent down, and grabbed the part of the worm exposed outside, extracting it from under his shoe sole, and instead threw it into the jar. The jar was about half the size of a palm, looking rather simple, with the "canned peaches and syrup" label sticking on loosely, just like something Xing Yingzhu casually picked up from the kitchen before heading out. Yet the worm crashed around inside the jar, causing the entire bottle to hum loudly, but there wasn't even a single crack on its seemingly fragile surface, much like a powerful talisman without any trace of artifice. Without changing expression, Xing Yingzhu slipped the jar back into his pocket, then stretched out his hand from under the umbrella and rinsed the filth off his hands with the rainwater before leisurely taking slow strides towards the direction Xing Zhao had left. Upon returning to the apartment complex, Xiong Xiangsong was indeed not patiently waiting for news indoors, but pacing restlessly in the lobby downstairs, occasionally sticking his head out to look around. Xing Yingzhu's stride was faster, though slightly behind Xing Zhao, they more or less entered at the same time. From far away, Xiong Xiangsong noticed the dirty little weasel Xing Zhao was holding in his arms. His eyes lit up instantly, and joy surfaced on his face. He rubbed his hands together, and the moment Xing Zhao swiped open the building door, rushed up and grabbed his hand, continuously expressing gratitude. Thank you, brother, you're my benefactor." "What?" Xing Zhao was confused by the gratitude, but he hadn't forgotten the important matter, quickly asking, "Xiong brother, has your sister returned?" At the sound of his words, Xing Yingzhu followed closely behind and entered the building. With a light glance at Xiong Xiangsong, he then lifted the little thing out from Xing Zhao's arms, shook it up and down, throwing the cover on the sleeping gown off the weasel, and then casually tossed it into Xiong Xiangsong's arms. "Your sister's pet, he brought it back for you." Xing Yingzhu emphasized a bit, "Did your sister come back? Tell her there's no need to keep searching outside." Xiong Xiangsong slightly paused, then upon encountering Xing Yingzhu's gaze, suddenly reacted, nodding hurriedly. Yes, she came back earlier, I forgot to notify you all." Holding Xing Zhao's hand tightly, Xiong Xiangsong shook it vigorously before letting go, saying, "I'm really sorry, buddy." "It's nothing." Xing Zhao waved his hand, pointing at the shivering little weasel in his arms, saying, "But it seems injured to me, maybe you should take it to the pet hospital and have it checked out." Xing Yingzhu's outing in the stormy night had made his usually pale face even whiter. He hadn't stayed around to listen to the two fools exchanging courtesies but instead discarded the dripping umbrella carelessly by the elevator and then went upstairs on his own. The elevator door closed with a soft ding, and the number on the display began to rise slowly. Xiong Xiangsong shivered, glancing back at the closed elevator door subconsciously, sighing with residual fear, "Is the big shot mad?" "Not really." Xing Zhao patted his shoulder and said, "He's quite approachable, don't worry so much." Xiong Xiangsong. "Hope you always think so," Xiong Xiangsong sincerely prayed from the bottom of his heart. The elevator stopped at the 7th floor, and Xing Yingzhu leisurely walked out. The door of 701 creaked as it opened for no reason by itself. Xing Yingzhu entered while taking out the glass jar containing the worm, tossing it carelessly onto the entrance hall, where the jar rolled to the wall side, swaying slightly before stopping completely. The worm inside was still restless, wriggling like a knot, squeaking and groaning unpleasantly enough to make anyone's teeth chatter and scalp tingle. Even looking at it for a second felt disgusting. Xing Yingzhu didn't turn on the light. He took off his rain-dampened windbreaker and threw it onto the sofa before walking to the window to observe the rain outside through the water streaks on the glass. He hadn't expected that Jiao Liu would be attacked right near her doorstep. What was most disturbing was that he himself hadn't noticed a thing. Though Jiao Liu was young, she was quick-witted. If anything unusual happened, escaping should not have been a problem for her. These days weren't comparable to hundreds of years ago when all sorts of things could appear on the street. Be it ancient demons or ordinary spirits and ghosts, none dared to come out to scare people anymore, making it fair to say this was an era of peace. Besides, Xing Yingzhu turned around and stared sharply from a distance at the glass jar wobbling constantly near the entrance. He hadn't seen such disgusting creatures for centuries. That worm still struggled tirelessly in the canning jar. Irritated by its incessant noise, Xing Yingzhu snapped his finger towards it from afar. Immediately, peculiar changes occurred within the palm-sized glass jar. Water bubbled up like a spring from the bottom. Although the worm moved rapidly like a dragon in the water outside, it seemed to avoid the water inside the bottle at all costs, desperately climbing the walls trying to escape upwards. Unfortunately, the water level rose too fast and filled half the jar in the blink of an eye. Half of the worm's body submerged in water, emitting an ear-piercing shriek almost resembling a human scream within moments, and its body was violently severed into two pieces by the water surface. The worm, looking grotesquely similar to an ugly earthworm, continued spasmodically squirming and writhing despite being severed yet alive. It both feared and hated Xing Yingzhu, rolling painfully in the jar but no longer daring to shake it about. Whether it was an illusion or not, the rain outside seemed a bit lighter than in the evening. Yet, Xing Yingzhu had already confirmed that the abnormality of this rain wasn't worth the trouble of dealing with, let alone managing external matters when he was tired just handling his own affairs. However, this trip outdoors hadn't been entirely fruitless. Because he suddenly realized that Xing Zhao somehow had a peculiar connection with the supernatural world. While outside, Xing Yingzhu had already ascertained this fact. Though Xing Zhao himself might not have realized it yet, he indeed possessed some special gift. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for him to find Jiao Liu purely based on intuition. His instincts seemed to be guided by certain unique elements. This guidance was passive, and Xing Zhao himself might be unclear when it worked well or against what exactly it was effective. Xing Yingzhu wasn't sure what caused this peculiarity in Xing Zhao, whether it stemmed from his 8 characters, astrological birth elements, his natural talents, or perhaps something in one of his previous lifetimes. Regardless of the cause, this special quality reminded Xing Yingzhu of an almost forgotten past event. 8,000 years ago, he had lost something, which had wandered among humans ever since. Back then, someone told him that retrieving this item was beyond his individual capability. He had to wait until the time was ripe, until his destiny arrived to possibly reclaim it. Although Xing Yingzhu was rash and arrogant in his youth, he did keep some expectations after all. But alas, over thousands of years, not only had he never encountered destiny, he had never even glimpsed its shadow. As time passed, Xing Yingzhu discerned that he had probably been misled. Whether or not there was any destiny was merely an excuse under specific circumstances. Gradually, he dismissed this matter entirely and forgot all about it. He had been wandering around on his own for many years in vain. However, just a moment ago, he suddenly found himself reminiscing about this matter for no apparent reason. With all the recent strange occurrences, Xing Zhao had inexplicably shown up at this time right under his nose. Not only that, but Xing Yingzhu also discovered he had an unusual sensitivity to these supernatural anomalies. Xing Yingzhu, having experienced too many disappointments, now instinctively harbored some suspicion when encountering something extraordinary. Could this be a trap? He wondered. Chapter 9, or, shall we just have dry pot instead? It had rained in Xanadu City for nearly a week before it finally stopped intermittently. The concentrated broadcast of thunderstorm warnings and various accidents on TV news also came to an end. Xing Zhao pushed the window open and took a deep breath, feeling that if the sun didn't come out soon, he might as well turn into a mushroom. After the heavy rain subsided, the air still retained a refreshing smell of moisture. Xing Zhao squinted in comfort and leaned on the windowsill for a while, subconsciously craning his neck to take a look upstairs. A half window on the 7th floor was also open, with the leaves of the spider plant by the window extending long along the sill, occasionally dropping a few droplets of remaining water. Xing Zhao stared at the lowest leaf of the spider plant for a moment, then stretched lazily, retreated back inside, leaving only one window open for ventilation. It was now 10:30 a.m., Xing Zhao's theoretical work time. The reason it was called theoretical time was because most of the time, there would be almost no one appearing during this period in the apartment complex. The white-collar worker on the 3rd floor usually left at 7 in the morning and returned at 6 in the afternoon. Hu Huan on the 4th floor often streamed live until late at night, so it was unlikely she'd wake up in the morning. Xing Yingzhu was typically quiet in the morning as well. He wouldn't become active until afternoon, indirectly reminding people of his presence. Sheng Zhao casually passed some time watching a half episode of a variety show and then strolled upstairs with his keys, casually making a round through each floor, checking places like fire hydrants and emergency exits. That concluded his work for the morning. Just past 11, Xiong Xiangsong hurried back, carrying 4 or 5 food bags of all kinds of things, from barbecues and fried rice to seafood, heading straight to the office on the first floor. Sheng Zhao was wearing headphones watching an esports competition when someone suddenly slapped him from behind, almost making him drop his phone. Xiong Xiangsong quickly caught his phone and shoved the food bag he was holding onto Sheng Zhao's desk. Xiong Gu, you really don't have to be so courteous. Sheng Zhao removed his headphones and said helplessly, it's nothing but a small favor. Hey, it is necessary. You've done me a big favor. From now on, treat me as your real brother. Whatever you need, just say it, no need to be formal. Xiong Xiangsong waved his hand generously and said, anyway, it's our own store. It's just a matter of adding another pair of chopsticks. Sheng Zhao couldn't help but laugh. Xiong Xiangsong was straightforward and kind-hearted, speaking with a northeastern accent which made him oddly endearing. Within 2 sentences, you and I would invariably turn into us. Without waiting for Sheng Zhao to refuse, he waved goodbye, saying he still had something to deal with at the store, then left in a rush, leaving Sheng Zhao alone staring at the pile of food on the table. Since the rainy night a week ago when Sheng Zhao helped Yao Liu retrieve her pet, his treatment somehow got significantly improved. The story spread throughout the entire building within 2 days. Even Hu Huan made a special trip downstairs, giving Sheng Zhao a pack of chips and looking at him with admiration in her eyes, as if he wasn't just someone who picked up a lost pet, but a hero recognized across the city for saving lives. As for Xiong Xiangsong, there was no question, owning a barbecue shop, he seemed eager to cater all 3 meals for Sheng Zhao. What puzzled Sheng Zhao, however, was that he hadn't seen Yao Liu since then. Her once strict daily check-in routine had been cancelled, as if she hadn't stepped outside the building again. Sheng Zhao had indeed asked Xiong Xiangsong about her. Xiong Xiangsong replied that Yao Liu cared deeply for her ferret, and these days had been staying home to take care of it, determined not to leave until its injury healed. This was understandable, people who valued their pets more than work were not uncommon, and Sheng Zhao could empathize with that. Sheng Zhao looked at the time and tidied up the little things scattered on the desk, locking the door of the neighboring Unit 101 before heading upstairs with those food bags. Xing Yingzhu had also contributed that night, so whenever Xiong Xiangsong came to express gratitude, Sheng Zhao would share some of it with Xing Yingzhu too. Since that night, Xing Yingzhu's attitude toward him had subtly softened. He not only didn't kick him out with both him and the barbecue together, but actually let him stay for dinner. Later, when occasionally they encountered dishes that Xing Yingzhu didn't fancy, Sheng Zhao even had to, reluctantly, cook something else for him. The door of room 701 was slightly ajar, and Sheng Zhao knocked lightly twice, entering upon hearing a response, walking familiarly inside. Xiong Gu brought too much today. Sheng Zhao placed the food bag on the coffee table and said, I took a quick look just now. There are even a few grilled oysters inside. Xing Yingzhu sat up from the sofa, idly flipping through the bag and scanning around. Apparently, he didn't find anything to his liking, and listlessly leaned back against the couch. I don't feel like eating anything, Xing Yingzhu said, but we have the new shipment of bullfrogs in the fridge. Let's do a dry pot with them. Xing Yingzhu spoke as though it were natural for him to delegate, clearly accustomed to being in command, and not finding any problem with his tone. I can't cook dry pot, Sheng Zhao negotiated with him, or how about breaking off half a block of hot pot base and boil it? Whatever, Xing Yingzhu replied indifferently. Come to think of it, it was funny how at first Sheng Zhao found it awkward to be commanded by Xing Yingzhu repeatedly, but after doing it a couple times, he got used to it. Fortunately, Xing Yingzhu wasn't unreasonable about giving orders, he always kept Sheng Zhao to eat together. Sheng Zhao thought that anyway, feeding one mouth or two made little difference, it was just a case of teaming up to share meals, one contributed money and the other contributed labor, which was quite fair. As a result, he now went into Xing Yingzhu's kitchen more often than his own, practically upgrading from takeout receiver to private chef. The more times it happened, the more Sheng Zhao started to notice that despite Xing Yingzhu's cold appearance, he was actually a picky eater. He rarely ate vegetables or seafood, his diet mostly consisted of various meats. Only occasionally when he craved something would he order egg custard or similar dishes. Seriously, boss, you barely leave the house, where do you buy your groceries? Sheng Zhao muttered while opening the fridge door, I've never seen any delivery people come here either. Xing Yingzhu lazily lounged on the couch like an old hand, not doing any work, swiping through his phone as a soap opera played in the background on TV. Upon hearing Sheng Zhao's question, he nonchalantly answered, airdrop. Sheng Zhao. What despicable rich people. Sheng Zhao slammed the fridge door shut angrily, deciding to adhere to good health awareness by not talking to Xing Yingzhu anymore. A few moments later, Xing Yingzhu exited the weather app on his phone and looked contemplatively at Sheng Zhao's back. After that night, Xing Yingzhu had spent a long time pondering alone with the door closed. Over the years, except for that initial youthful phase where he once pinned his hopes on some kind of opportunity, otherwise he had always believed that this talk of opportunities was all a scam. But Xing Yingzhu himself understood that this mentality was perhaps partially due to excessive disappointment. Whether this was a scam or not, he truly couldn't confirm in his heart. Therefore, when he inexplicably felt that Xing Zhao was special, a tiny remnant of his long-buried hope rekindled slightly. What if this time it's real? Xing Yingzhu speculated. After searching for so many years without even catching a glimpse, even if this person before him had nothing to do with the opportunity, it wouldn't cost him anything. Xing Yingzhu easily convinced himself and decided to rather overestimate than miss a thing. Regardless of whether Xing Zhao had such abilities, it was better to keep a close eye on him just in case. After all, during that rainy night, Jiao Liu's worms had dared to approach Xing Zhao right under his nose. At this point, Xing Zhao was completely unaware that he had already been placed under Xing Yingzhu's watchful eyes. Unknowingly taking ingredients out of the fridge, he was still considering what extra seasonings he should add. Xing Yingzhu turned his gaze towards the windowsill. The glass jar brought back that night was later placed in a corner of the balcony. Inside the jar, the two worm sections floated limply on the water surface, seemingly dried up by the sun. But Xing Yingzhu knew well that they weren't that easy to die. The drama on TV reached its climax as the female lead yelled across a bridge, "Do you love me or not?" The couple were separated, yet their eyes met tearfully, ready for their next romantic encounter. Xing Yingzhu semi-heartedly listened, flipping through food bags on the coffee table, finally finding a string of grilled pork belly with difficulty to tide over his hunger temporarily. Before finishing the first bite of the pork belly, he suddenly heard a short message notification sound from the pile of food bags. Xing Yingzhu subconsciously checked his own phone first, didn't find any new messages, then followed the sound source, moved aside 2 boxes of stir-fried sweet rice cakes, and fished out another phone from a bunch of plastic bags. Looking at the cat-covered phone shell, Xing Yingzhu remained speechless for 2 seconds before saying, "Xing Zhao." Xing Zhao peeked out from the kitchen. "What's wrong, boss?" Without raising an eyelid, Xing Yingzhu inclined his chin towards the glowing phone screen on the coffee table. Xing Zhao responded with an "oh," hurriedly wiping the water droplets off his hands and walked out. He bent down at the edge of the sofa, picked up the phone to unlock it, and habitually opened the new message. In the next 3 seconds, Xing Zhao's facial expression smoothly transitioned through a whole set of reactions: surprise, subtlety, awkwardness, and dilemma. Xing Yingzhu raised an eyebrow with interest, curious as to what message could have such a strong impact. 2 seconds later, Xing Zhao absent-mindedly weighed the phone in his hand, pressed the lock screen button, and then stuffed it into his pocket. Immediately afterward, he glanced back at Xing Yingzhu. In that moment their eyes met, and he somehow managed to force out a somewhat ingratiating smile despite his evident unease. "How about we just go with the dry pot after all?" Xing Zhao chuckled nervously as he asked. Chapter 10, You'd better watch out, or the monster will eat you. You don't know how? Xing Yingzhu asked with a raised eyebrow. The dry laugh on Xing Zhao's face widened slightly, looking somewhat ingratiating. "I can look up a tutorial online." Anyway, Xing Yingzhu was a peculiar person when it came to eating. He was extremely picky about ingredients and plating, but his acceptance of taste was rather high. As long as it wasn't unbearably bad, there seemed to be little difference in his eyes between ordinary and delicious. Xing Yingzhu wasn't swayed by such flattery. He gave Xing Zhao an exaggerated once-over, making the latter feel uneasy all over before revealing a slightly malicious smile. "There's still time to confess your misdeeds," said Xing Yingzhu. "It's nothing, just," Xing Zhao cautiously gestured with a tiny motion, tentatively asking, "Boss, can I take a short leave next week?" The amusement on Xing Yingzhu's face immediately faded by half, his eyebrows furrowed, looking rather unhappy. Xing Zhao also knew that asking for leave from the boss was probably one of the 3 hardest things to say, alongside borrowing money and inviting someone to a ceremony. Moreover, this job was already too leisurely. Even if he had something to do during the day, no one would question him leaving his post. Asking for leave again definitely seemed inappropriate. "I really have an urgent matter and need to go out." Xing Zhao hesitantly explained, "Boss, you know I've never taken leave since I started working here." "What is it?" Xing Yingzhu cut straight to the point. Xing Zhao hesitated for a moment. He scratched his head, and a fleeting expression of annoyance and flashed across his face. "It's not that big of a deal." Xing Zhao said, "It's my mom's wedding, she wants me to come." Xing Yingzhu tilted his head in confusion. A second marriage, Xing Zhao didn't seem very inclined to elaborate further, "You know, boss." In fact, Xing Yingzhu wasn't quite clear about Xing Zhao's background. He hadn't even bothered to ask about his family situation, let alone read his resume during the interview. If it weren't for Xing Zhao mentioning his home life, Xing Yingzhu almost instinctively thought of him as someone who, like everyone else in the building, only needed to feed himself. Though Xing Yingzhu himself couldn't fully comprehend the concept of family bonds, after living among humans for so many years, he at least understood basic human relationships. However, according to Xing Yingzhu's own thoughts, he wasn't exactly happy for Xing Zhao to run off now. He hadn't figured out the secrets surrounding Xing Zhao yet, let alone the abnormal celestial phenomena from the other day which were unresolved. Letting him leave would likely cause trouble. "I personally don't recommend you go," Xing Yingzhu crossed his fingers and solemnly said, "After all, the conditions outside are not peaceful these days." Xing Zhao. At that moment, the exclusive theater program on TV just finished airing, segueing into previews for the upcoming noon news. The preview just earnestly broadcast a kind tip saying, with the weekend approaching, parents should watch their children carefully while playing, followed quickly by an emergency segment for missing persons notices. After two such clips, Xing Yingzhu and Xing Zhao's expressions turned peculiar simultaneously. Xing Zhao pursed his lips, nearly exhausting his entire lifetime's patience. Unfortunately, he couldn't help himself. He let out a burst of laughter. Yeah, it's fine, it's a peaceful era, no need to worry. Xing Zhao tried hard to lower the corners of his mouth, but his lack of self-control made him appear slightly comical in his semi-smiling state. Xing Yingzhu. The awkwardness of asking for leave in front of the boss dissipated somewhat with this unexpected interlude. Xing Zhao scratched his head awkwardly, chuckled shyly, and added more words. Actually, we don't usually have any contact, but since they called me this time, it won't look good if I don't show up in front of all those relatives and friends. Xing Yingzhu fell silent for 2 seconds, seemingly unwillingly accepting this explanation. Where are you going? Xing Yingzhu asked. Xing Zhao mentioned a place name. It was a port city near the river mouth, over 1,000 kilometers away from Shangdushi City, with a GDP that exceeded Shangdushi's by over 200 billion yuan per year. Hometown? Xing Yingzhu asked. Ah. Xing Zhao said, kind of. Xing Yingzhu didn't ask why he didn't choose to develop his career in the more prosperous hometown. Instead, he lazily adjusted his posture and asked again, for how many days? Xing Zhao showed 2 fingers and said, just 2 days leave, over the weekend. I'll go on the first day and return on the evening of the second day. This timeline was barely within Xing Yingzhu's acceptable range, so he grunted in acknowledgement as a sign of agreement. Relieved, Xing Zhao thanked him twice with a smile, then walked toward the kitchen, actually pulling out his phone to search for recipe tutorials. He always preferred being treated gently instead of harshly. When Xing Yingzhu spoke without respect, Xing Zhao didn't think much of him, but whenever Xing Yingzhu was accommodating, Xing Zhao's liking towards him inexplicably increased. No one could figure out why. Men are all visual creatures, after all. Xing Zhao clenched his teeth inwardly. Xing Zhao thought that the matter of asking for leave was over. However, about 10 minutes later, Xing Yingzhu suddenly called him again. Xing Zhao. Holding half a bullfrog in his hand, Xing Zhao poked his head out of the kitchen and looked at Xing Yingzhu with a questioning gaze. Xing Yingzhu held his phone, swiped it a couple of times, then turned to ask him, isn't there a secondary development zone in Changning district in Shan City? Yeah, Xing Zhao was a little surprised by his knowledge of Shan City. They only started construction last year, it's still not finished, just a wasteland. Why do you ask? Stay away from there. Xing Yingzhu casually tossed his phone back onto the coffee table and said, detour around it. Xing Zhao. What nonsense is this? Xing Zhao thought oddly, treating him like an underage person who might get abducted. What's up? Stretching his neck, Xing Zhao curiously glanced at the TV screen across from Xing Yingzhu and asked offhandedly, did you see some news about male college students being kidnapped to a construction site while traveling alone late at night? No, Xing Yingzhu replied. The TV was showing what could be described as a righteous good deed, so Xing Zhao didn't take it seriously. He assumed Xing Yingzhu was just whimsical and asked casually, then why say that? If I tell you to detour, just detour. Xing Yingzhu spoke with a mysterious fortune-teller-like tone under the bridge, otherwise, be careful not to get eaten by monsters. With a plop, the slippery leg of the bullfrog fell from Xing Zhao's hand and twirled into the drain. After 2 seconds, Xing Zhao chose the latter between, Xing Yingzhu has eaten the wrong medicine, and, this is a cold joke, and thus helplessly poked his head out again to humorously respond, boss, becoming a spirit after founding the People's Republic of China isn't allowed. Maybe there are tax-evading ones. Xing Yingzhu said. For a moment, Xing Zhao couldn't understand the logic behind his sudden jumps. He washed and marinated the bullfrog meat in his hands, dried them, then opened the refrigerator to take out a piece of old ginger. What kind of tax evasion? Xing Zhao asked offhandedly. At this topic, Xing Yingzhu seemed to gain interest. He slightly straightened his body, leaning halfway on the sofa and counter-asked, do you guess why after the foundation of New China no spirits were permitted? Because socialist construction is better. Xing Zhao mechanically took out a potato from the cabinet with a blank expression. Because after the foundation of New China, spirits had to pay taxes, Xing Yingzhu shook his head while explaining, see, demons cultivating for 1,000 years can transform into human shapes. But every 1,000 years, they have to pay 200 years worth of taxes. After paying, they degrade back into their original forms, so the ones who manage to transform after the foundation must be tax evaders. Xing Zhao. Staring in disbelief, Xing Zhao thought to himself, does Xing Yingzhu look so proper yet actually possess such an extravagant imagination? Boss, Xing Zhao sincerely said, it's really a pity that you don't write novels with your imagination. Who knows? Lying back against the couch again, Xing Yingzhu found a comfortable position and said indifferently, how can you be so sure it's not true? This tax is too black-hearted, higher than personal income tax. Xing Zhao closed the cabinet door and actually pondered for a moment. Besides, your system clearly has problems. Once degraded, 200 years later, wouldn't it be tax collection time again? Pay another 200 years. Infinite nested taxation. Who knows? Seemingly hungry, Xing Yingzhu fished out a small lamb chop from the coffee table, stripped the bone, and threw it into his mouth casually. That depends on policy. I've reached enlightenment. Sheng Zhao expressed with a spiritual look full of great realization, reading out dramatically, Boss, you must have worked in the tax bureau before retirement. His obvious jest didn't fail to pull a smirk from Xing Yingzhu's lips, as if he'd been slightly amused. Who says it isn't? Xing Yingzhu said meaningfully. Sheng Zhao dumped all the messy ingredients into the pot for stir-frying. After cooking until it was about 8/10 done, he took it out and changed to a smaller pot. Obviously, there weren't tools for the dry pot cooking method in Xing Yingzhu's kitchen. Thus, Sheng Zhao compromised by switching the alcohol stove to an electromagnetic one, moving the entire pot-stove combo onto the coffee table. He pushed those disorganized food bags aside and placed the electromagnetic stove right in the middle, arranging everything like stars surrounding the moon. Xing Yingzhu instinctively sat up, waiting for the meal. To avoid washing more bowls, Sheng Zhao pulled open the plastic bags and twisted them, making do with them as plates. After doing all this, he went back to the kitchen, drew out 2 pairs of chopsticks, rinsed them briefly, and handed 1 pair to Xing Yingzhu. I'll try my best to come and go quickly without delaying things. Pulling a shoe-changing stool over, Sheng Zhao sat opposite the coffee table and said, Boss, stop scaring me with ghost stories. I'm a materialist, ghost stories don't work on me. Xing Yingzhu gave a vague hum, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or not. Sheng Zhao glanced at his expression and gently pushed the electromagnetic stove closer to him. In an act of apparent mercy, Xing Yingzhu accepted this gesture and picked a chunk of juicy bullfrog meat from the pot. Sheng Zhao imperceptibly let out a breath of relief. Over these past days, he had gradually figured out the temperament of this boss. Xing Yingzhu's mood was unpredictable, switching between happiness and anger with no warning. His temper could rise or fall abruptly, often transitioning from normal conversation one moment to ignoring you completely the next. But in a certain sense, Xing Yingzhu wasn't that hard to appease. He rarely got truly angry, so either offering him a soft way out or simply leaving him alone would always work to some extent. Sheng Zhao sidestepped Xing Yingzhu's personal space and fished a slice of potato out of the pot, stealing a quick glance at Xing Yingzhu along the rim of his makeshift plate. Actually, he was kind of cute, Sheng Zhao strangely found himself thinking. Chapter 11, No Replacement for Lost Access Cards. The wedding time, as sent in the text message, was set for 12:30 p.m. on Sunday. Although Sheng Zhao officially took 2 days off, he still booked a red-eye flight at midnight on Saturday to save on travel expenses. From Xanadu City to Shin City, the flight would take 2 hours. Sheng Zhao's flight was at 1:30 a.m. He calculated that from landing to checking into the hotel would take less than an hour. If the flight wasn't delayed, he'd get about 6 hours of sleep, which would be barely enough. Sheng Zhao didn't want to stay with his biological mother. He didn't interact much with her family, their relationship could not be described as close, so he didn't feel comfortable going over there. Therefore, he simply booked a hotel near the wedding venue. Xiong Xiangsong knew he was leaving and originally planned to drive him to the airport, but unfortunately, Sheng Zhao's flight time was too late, past Xing Yingzhu's curfew, so it had to be cancelled. At 9:30 p.m. on Saturday, Sheng Zhao locked the door of apartment 101, then went to the office one last time. He placed the attendance book on his desk and stuck his phone number on the corner of the desk. Afterward, Sheng Zhao left the office, locking the door behind him, holding the key and circling around in place twice before finally inserting the key next to the flower pot by the door of room 102. He drew a small arrow pointing downward with a soluble carbon pen on the door as a marker. Since no outsiders entered this building, security was guaranteed. Whoever came down in the morning could just pick up the key and open the door. After doing all this, Sheng Zhao wandered around aimlessly in the lobby on the first floor, looking around. He didn't know what he was wandering for. This was supposed to be just a workplace, yet for some reason, it made him strangely feel a sense of belonging. Sheng Zhao pondered for a moment and thought it might be because he lived there himself. After several months, company dormitory had become synonymous with home in his eyes. Thus, suddenly having to leave far away for a trip gave him a bit of inexplicable unease. Sheng Zhao pointlessly glued down the corner of a bulletin board that was curling up using double-sided tape, then tore down an expired community notice from the other side. He looked around again, determined that there was nothing left to do, then returned to his own door, pulling the carry-on suitcase, hardly reaching his knee, and walked out. As soon as Sheng Zhao stepped out of the building, he heard a crackling sound of electric current behind him. He turned back curiously and saw the virtually useless intercom screen by the building entrance light up. 2 seconds later, Xing Yingzhu's face appeared on the screen. He wore a dark sleeping robe today, its soft fabric draping elegantly against his body, the collar slightly folded inward, revealing a patch of pale skin below his neck. "Make sure you've got everything," Xing Yingzhu said. "If you lose your access card, it won't be replaced." Sheng Zhao was momentarily stunned. With the aid of the electronic microphone, Xing Yingzhu's voice sounded lower than usual, accompanied by slight distortion caused by the electrical current. Coupled with his expressionless face, it seemed rather cold. But somehow, Sheng Zhao detected a subtle implication: whose boss doesn't sleep through the night just to call when an employee leaves, only to remind them to remember their access card? Sheng Zhao instinctively glanced upward toward the building, wondering if Xing Yingzhu was timing it from home or watching him upstairs. Unfortunately, it was already deep into the night, with few lit windows in the building. The darkness shrouded the 7th floor as if it had sunk into the night, disappearing into the starry river, showing nothing to him. Although he couldn't see anything, Xing Yingzhu spotted his empty stare through the video call, causing him to sigh impatiently and ask, "What are you looking for?" "You." Sheng Zhao replied absent-mindedly. "Xing Yingzhu." Xing Yingzhu truly didn't know what to say to him. He thought Xing Zhao's quick wit was limited in both time and situation, and it ran out sometimes, requiring recharge and replenishment. "Look for me in the sky instead of through the phone." Xing Yingzhu mocked, "Am I in the sky?" Surprisingly, Sheng Zhao didn't flare up under his insult this time. Instead, he calmly held eye contact with Xing Yingzhu on the video phone for a moment, then offered another step down. "Boss, I've booked my return ticket for 10 p.m. tomorrow." Xing Yingzhu maintained his somewhat unfriendly expression. Though he was handsome, with sharp features, his long slanted eyes made him appear distant and aloof, making others easily afraid when his demeanor turned cold. But Sheng Zhao, who constantly crossed paths with him, initially felt intimidated by such expressions, but now he was nearly immune. Xing Yingzhu nonchalantly hummed in acknowledgement. After finishing his statement, Sheng Zhao stood there with the suitcase for a couple of seconds, waiting, yet the connection with Xing Yingzhu did not end. Sheng Zhao was surprised and was about to inquire when Xing Yingzhu frowned irritably, annoyed by his delay. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" It wasn't until this moment that Sheng Zhao realized what had happened, and he awkwardly mumbled an "aha," tightening his grip on the suitcase in his hand. "So," Sheng Zhao tentatively waved at him and said, "Boss, see you." Xing Yingzhu replied with another "aha," and Sheng Zhao dragged his suitcase, turning to walk out. He walked about 10 or so steps before he couldn't help himself and looked back again. This time, the video phone call had been hung up, leaving the electronic screen pitch black. Xing Yingzhu's face had disappeared from the other end of the image. For some reason, Sheng Zhao inexplicably stopped in his tracks, looking upward once more. He knew full well that he couldn't see anything, yet he still did it anyway. A faintly peculiar emotion bubbled up inside him. This emotion had begun when he received Xing Yingzhu's call, and now it was becoming increasingly apparent, clear enough for him to grasp. It was strange. Sheng Zhao thought retrospectively that as he stood at the building entrance exchanging glances with Xing Yingzhu through a silly intercom phone, he strangely got the impression that someone was waiting for him to come back. For this feeling to occur with regard to the boss was actually quite absurd, but after reconsidering, Sheng Zhao still stuck to his judgment. Xing Yingzhu was undoubtedly someone who seemed very difficult to get along with. His cold demeanor, hurtful words, unpredictable temperament, and self-centered manner of dealing with matters made all the tenants in the building both respectful and fearful of him, speaking nervously even when saying just a few words in front of him. But exactly because of people like him, if someone ever discovered that they were not exactly as they appeared, it would often be surprisingly easy to gain their favor, possibly due to others having low expectations for his social interactions. Perhaps I should bring him back some local specialties next time I return, Xing Zhao thought. Maybe go to Sanyang Nan Goods and buy a whole ham for him. After all, Xing Yingzhu never left the house, and his diet consisted solely of meat, so this would be perfect. The only problem would be checking it in luggage might be troublesome. I'll have to ask the store clerk to pack it in vacuum-sealed packaging. Xing Zhao had made up his mind. He then stepped forward again, pulling his suitcase outward while subconsciously raising his hand to feel the access card in his pocket. The hard card outlined a square shape in his outer pocket. Xing Zhao ran his fingers around the edges of the card through the fabric. Satisfied, he patted his pocket. It's safely tucked in there, Xing Zhao thought. In the dark night, Xing Yingzhu emerged from the icy bath with an air of moisture surrounding him. Barefoot on the tiled floor, he seemed completely oblivious to the concept of cold. Even though his pajamas were soaked, he was too lazy to change into dry ones. As he moved to the living room, a trail of wet footprints marked his passage. The cool evening breeze of late summer swirled in through the slightly open window, gently brushing past Xing Yingzhu's side face. He casually brushed his damp mid-length hair backward, pushing the window open wider. The slightly chilly night wind lifted a strand of his hair. Xing Yingzhu closed his eyes contentedly, slightly tilting his chin upward. In his hand, he held a thin access card, similar in material and shape to the one in Xing Zhao's possession, but appearing darker and shinier. Under the moonlight, a peculiar luster could even be observed. Xing Yingzhu raised his hand, contemplating this access card under the light of the crescent moon in the sky for a while, then drew it back to examine it carefully from both sides, seemingly lost in thought. However, he didn't hesitate for too long. Soon, Xing Yingzhu made up his mind. With both hands pressing on either end of the card, he exerted some force and snapped the card right down the middle. That material was delicate and fragile, emitting a faint crackling sound as it broke cleanly into two halves. An unusual transformation occurred to that card. A subtle thread of emerald green glow seeped out from the broken edge in that instant, flowing as if it possessed life. It flew out the window and vanished into the night. Xing Yingzhu's beautiful and deep-set black pupils briefly altered appearance, pupils constricting while the scara developed faint reddish traces. Yet this change was extraordinarily swift, almost instantly returning to normal. Following that, the remaining two parts of the card spontaneously changed appearance. The dazzling luminescence disappeared, its color fading to a dull gray. Within just the blink of an eye, it transformed into a fine stream of sand grains, slipping down through Xing Yingzhu's fingertips. Xing Yingzhu clapped his hands, shaking off any leftover dust particles. Just as he was preparing to close the window and head back inside, his gaze fell upon a glass bottle tucked away in the corner of the balcony. Inside it were the worms Xing Yingzhu had brought back during the last rainstorm. Their bodies stiffened as they floated and sank with the water in the bottle, swelling noticeably larger. Initially, those creatures were rather restless. Even though their bodies were broken into two pieces, they would still stir whenever Xing Yingzhu rested, trying to escape. However, upon discovering that there was no way out of such a decrepit bottle, they eventually resigned themselves to their fate and ceased their struggles. Xing Yingzhu picked up the bottle and weighed it in his hand. The worm seemed to sense something unusual about him and began trembling violently for no apparent reason, as if it had suddenly gone into an epileptic seizure. Xing Yingzhu stared at it with a half-smile for a moment, then struck like lightning, pressing his right index finger against the glass just as the worm was about to lash out. The worm let out an ear-piercing scream, its body arching backward abnormally. Nasty black pus-filled blisters swelled up along its slender form, as though it were undergoing some unspeakable torment. These blisters kept wriggling, growing larger and twisting together in an unnatural way. Within mere seconds, the worm could no longer support the rate at which the blisters grew. Its skin stretched taut into a thin membrane, and the blisters expanded further, merging together amidst the worm's hoarse screams. In the blink of an eye, they formed a tiny human face. Chapter 12, Underground River. At 3:30 in the morning, Xing Zhao's flight landed on time at Changning International Airport in Shin City. He rubbed his aching temples, took down his small suitcase from the luggage rack, and then followed the crowd outside. There weren't many people on this flight, it even seemed somewhat desolate. The rows in front of and behind Xing Zhao were not fully occupied. Only a middle-aged man sitting diagonally across was hunched over. He nodded his head all along the journey as if he had been half asleep since boarding until landing. Not until the plane finally came to a stop did he slowly rise, moving sluggishly to take his bag from the overhead compartment. Xing Zhao, watching beside him, couldn't help but feel that the man resembled a flag zombie from the game Plants vs. Zombies. The narrow aisle of the plane made Xing Zhao trail behind the middle-aged man, inching forward one step at a time following the latter's footsteps. The late-night flight didn't secure a jet bridge, leaving only an isolated shuttle bus waiting underneath. Shin City's climate was a bit better than that of Xanadu City, with slightly higher temperatures. Xing Zhao was wearing just a hoodie and didn't appear cold in the pre-dawn chill. He and the middle-aged man in front of him were the last two passengers to disembark from the plane. Inside the shuttle bus, there were only about 10 scattered passengers. The driver, impatient, tapped the steering wheel with his hand and urged them through the wide-open vehicle door. Perhaps because the driver's voice was too loud, or perhaps because the middle-aged man had poor psychological resilience, this shout startled the man who hadn't even stepped onto the bus yet. The brief shock caused him to drop the briefcase he was holding onto the ground. Lagging behind by a step, Xing Zhao subconsciously bent down too, wanting to help pick up the fallen item. Their hands simultaneously touched the strap of the briefcase, brushing against each other unintentionally. The man's hand was icy cold and stiff, appearing somewhat bluish under the dim airport lighting. Shocked by the coldness, Xing Zhao quickly retracted his hand and apologized. The man, moving slowly, shook his head and said it was fine. With his hand still wrapped around the strap of the briefcase, as the man stood up, Xing Zhao noticed something fleeting from the corner of his eye. Instinctively turning his head, he saw a thin, long object swimming into the man's neck collar. Startled by the image conjured in his mind, Xing Zhao's first reaction was thinking that exhaustion might have tricked his vision. "What are you spacing out for?" the driver urged impatiently, not getting on. Realizing this, Xing Zhao hurriedly snapped back to reality and boarded the shuttle with his suitcase. The middle-aged man had already found a place to stand before Xing Zhao did, shrinking himself in a corner at the back of the bus with his coat collar raised, covering half his face. In the dead of night, Xing Zhao was jolted again by what appeared to be a momentary hallucination, several urban paranormal stories flashing through his mind. Shaking his head, Xing Zhao felt cold air seeping down the back of his neck. He rubbed the goosebumps on his arms and mentally criticized Xing Yingzhu repeatedly. "Calling me with ghost stories to scare me," thought Xing Zhao, "good people like me get nervous after hearing those tales." As most of the airport entered a standby mode in the middle of the night, Xing Zhao's flight was the last one of the day. As he walked out, only the corridor leading to the terminal hall was lit. Xing Zhao rolled his suitcase forward, and when he passed the glass wall, he glanced outside a little longer. Changning International Airport in Shin City had only been built 2 years ago, located in the Changning area surrounded by undeveloped mountains and wilderness. Most of the surrounding area was still under construction. Xing Zhao took 5 minutes outside the airport gate to find the car he had booked in advance. The driver receiving him was a 50-something-year-old uncle with excellent service attitude. He didn't complain about coming to receive Xing Zhao in the middle of the night and even helped put the luggage into the trunk. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, when Xing Zhao got into the car, he secretly opened the car booking app and gave the driver uncle a 20 yuan tip red envelope. The phone resting on the front seat emitted a ding sound, and the driver looked briefly before laughing and saying, "Young man, you're too polite." It's nothing. Xing Zhao didn't expect the tip to arrive instantly, so he could only awkwardly respond politely, it's really troublesome to bother you at such a late hour. The unexpected arrival of the 20 yuan red envelope effortlessly strengthened the friendship between the driver uncle and Xing Zhao, upgrading his impression to a pretty nice young man. What are you doing here in Shin City at such an odd hour? The driver asked naturally. Why not buy a flight ticket for an earlier time? Couldn't get an earlier ticket, Xing Zhao replied, not wanting to go into detail with a stranger. I'm here on a business trip. You must be exhausted, the driver sighed. The ripple effect of that extra red envelope apparently hadn't faded yet. The driver uncle flicked his turn signal and, while observing the road conditions, glanced at the rearview mirror out of the corner of his eye, then said, still, take care of your health while working. You can't keep burning yourself out on late-night business trips, otherwise, your body will collapse. Some bosses only care about money, not their employees. The driver spoke in the local Shin City dialect, which sounded warm and gentle. Xing Zhao let it flow in one ear and out the other, but subconsciously, Xing Yingzhu's face came to mind, making him feel a bit uneasy inside. My boss isn't that bad, Xing Zhao tried to explain a little. Not like those others. Wait, driver, where are you going? In the time it took for them to chat, the car had already turned off the airport exit and was preparing to merge onto the highway. This route seemed unfamiliar to Xing Zhao, so he couldn't help but ask again. Isn't your destination Yangpu district? The driver tapped the navigation screen on his phone and said, we'll cut through Changning district, then take the new city avenue through downtown. Don't worry, no traffic at this hour. Changning district had just started its development. Except for the airport, there were no other surrounding facilities. The view outside the car window was desolate and strange, quite different from Xing Zhao's memory of the bright and bustling parts of Shin City. He suddenly remembered Xing Yingzhu's warning, and when he looked out again, something felt strangely off in his chest. Let's avoid Changning district. Xing Zhao said, driver, please take a detour. The driver didn't seem surprised by this request. He merely suggested one more time, then we'll have to go around via the outer ring elevated road, it's a longer way. No problem, Xing Zhao said. I'll pay extra. The driver had been waiting for this sentence. Upon hearing it, he skillfully turned the steering wheel and made a right turn at the next intersection. I wouldn't have guessed you were so superstitious, young man, the driver smiled, saying, these days, even the young ones believe in such things. Xing Zhao had only mentioned it casually, but now he realized this development zone actually had some lore attached to it. Curious as he was, he also feared asking too directly would make the driver reluctant to talk, so he thought for a moment, pretending to wave it off carelessly, saying, it's nothing, just something my family warned me about. Taking a detour won't cost much, and it saves me from getting nagged later. That makes sense, elderly people do care about these kinds of things, the driver laughed and said, but if you ask me, all those feudal superstitions are just exaggerations. Look at this huge development zone in Changning. Full of construction sites, dark and empty at night, it's normal for accidents to happen. What, has anything unusual happened recently in the development zone? Xing Zhao asked. I come here often, and I've never heard about it. Ah, it's not much, the driver said, but since last month, several development sites have lost people, one after another, maybe over 10. All reported as missing. No signs of life or death, no contact from families. Some were migrant workers, and their families even held banners protesting. Missing? Xing Zhao said, if adults go missing, shouldn't they file a police report? You're absolutely right, the driver responded, and I think it's unlikely for so many people to disappear together by accident. It could be that some snuck away, stealing building materials to sell. These days, people are always looking for shortcuts instead of working hard and being honest. Back when we were young, society was completely different. As the driver went on increasingly far-fetched, Xing Zhao quickly jumped in to steer the conversation back on track. So what does this have to do with superstition? Xing Zhao asked, losing a few people doesn't relate to feudal superstition at all, right? Well, originally, it wasn't much of an issue, the driver explained, but here's the catch, before these missing cases, the northern part of Changning district discovered an underground river in a construction site. This profession of drivers, you might say, serves as an intelligence hub in modern society. Clearly, this uncle was very well informed and elaborated fluently, that site was supposed to build a shopping mall, work just began a few days ago, and they uncovered an underground river. Now, the project has been paused. Xing Zhao furrowed his brow. Shin City was near the estuary, coastal, and he'd never heard of any underground rivers beneath it. If there's an underground river, wouldn't that make the foundation unstable? Xing Zhao asked. That's exactly the point. The driver said, so that land is currently unusable. They need to consult the city planning department and figure out how to proceed. Fortunately, they only dug a small opening. Once they saw it led to a hollow space below, they stopped immediately and didn't dare continue. The driver, getting more and more animated as he talked, had apparently forgotten his earlier dismissive tone about misinformation and now spoke even more enthusiastically. Someone said that when the excavator dug down with its bucket, it brought up half a rusted iron chain. That chain was covered in a layer of reddish-brown mud water, and the smell of blood drifted so far many workers saw and smelled it. The strange thing is, right after the chain was unearthed, it just disintegrated in the wind. Disintegrated? Sheng Zhao asked in surprise. Yeah, turn to ash, the driver confirmed. A lot of people saw it, so the story spread wildly. The elders in Shen City are superstitious, they claim it must have been some kind of town-guarding beast that was disturbed, so everyone started avoiding this area. Sheng Zhao roughly pieced together the cause and effect of the situation, then fell silent, no longer chiming in. He fiddled with his phone in his hand, unlocking it only to lock it again repeatedly, before finally opening Xing Yingzhu's contact window. Putting aside urban ghost stories for now, perhaps Xing Yingzhu had warned him to avoid this place because she'd heard of this very incident. Chapter 13, Human Sacrifice. Sheng Zhao's car took a detour, arriving at the scheduled hotel more than 20 minutes later than the planned time. When he got out of the car, he was still pondering the strange legends of Changning District. However, as it wasn't yet dawn, he didn't think it was a good time to ask Xing Yingzhu clearly about them. Thus, he stealthily stood at the hotel entrance and sent Xing Yingzhu a picture illuminated by a street lamp. I've arrived. After thinking for a moment, Sheng Zhao added another sentence, I've bypassed Changning District. After sending these two messages, feeling that he had set enough groundwork, he proudly pocketed his phone and entered to check in at the front desk. On the coffee table, Xing Yingzhu's phone screen lit up. Two new messages popped up one after the other with short prompt sounds. Xing Yingzhu glanced over there, grabbed the phone into his hand, and idly twirled it like playing with walnuts. Keep talking. Xing Yingzhu said. Xiong Xiangsong shivered, his broad shoulders hunched momentarily as he hesitated before continuing. In recent days, although Liu has woken up a few times, she has shown no signs of improvement. She also can't revert to human form. Despite the various offerings Lu Xing and I gave her, they were all in vain. So may I humbly ask if you could suggest any possible solution? Xiong Xiangsong finished speaking with many stops and starts. Even though he mostly expected Xing Yingzhu not to refuse, his body was still tightly wound with tension. Actually, Xing Yingzhu was quite an easygoing person. Though he set many rules and seemed somewhat sinister, as long as people were careful and followed his rules properly, he wouldn't look for trouble without reason. However, due to his age and species, even if Xing Yingzhu didn't say anything, he stayed holed up in the house most of the day. They would still be deathly afraid of him when they saw him. Xiong Xiangsong was one of the earliest residents of this building. He calculated on his fingers that he had interacted with Xing Yingzhu for almost 100 years, allowing him to barely pluck up the courage to say a word or two to Xing Yingzhu. Fortunately, even though Xing Yingzhu set a lot of peculiar and strange rules, as long as they followed them, in case something truly happened, they could seek mercy from Xing Yingzhu. Indeed, after deep thought, Xing Yingzhu did not say much but instead got up and walked into the kitchen. Xiong Xiangsong's eyes doubtfully followed Xing Yingzhu's silhouette towards that direction, though he dared not stare too much and immediately retracted his gaze after a quick glance. A while later, Xing Yingzhu emerged from the kitchen and threw something to Xiong Xiangsong. Xing Yingzhu's eyesight was excellent even in the dark, and he usually didn't turn on the lights at night. However, Xiong Xiangsong was basically blind in the darkness. All he could see was a dark lump flying toward his face. Instinctively raising his hands, he caught it and realized it was a dusty tin jar. Squinting hard, Xiong Xiangsong couldn't see much inside but noted that something seemed to float up and down within. By now, Xing Yingzhu had returned to his seat. Knowing well Xiong Xiangsong's poor eyesight, he mercifully snapped his finger and turned on the ceiling light. The high-wattage light instantly illuminated the entire living room as bright as daylight. Unadjusted, Xing Yingzhu squinted and softly clicked his tongue. Xiong Xiangsong's eyes were obviously dazzled by the light, wanting to complain about Xing Yingzhu's abrupt attack, but out of respect for his power, he kept silent. He pitifully blinked a few times, wiped away the mist in front of his eyes, and focused again on the thing in his hands. That bizarre face inside the jar had separated itself from its original worm-like skin, squeezing through thin bug cracks. Now it clung closely to the glass wall, glaring outside with malevolent eyes. It was a woman's face, appearing young from its features. The cheekbones and jaw were not fully developed, indicating a girl around 18 or 19 years old. Instead of eyes, empty sockets were filled with writhing black goo, looking eerily sinister. The originally cracked insect body refused together awkwardly during the formation of the face and now floated lifelessly in water like irregular oil film. Looking at it, Xiong Xiangsong inexplicably felt it looked like the discarded shell of a pupa. Startled, he instinctively wanted to toss this object away. Xiong Xiangsong's complexion suddenly became pale. In an urgent tone, he said, "Big brother, I assure you, this vile thing is definitely not something we created. Even if you lend us the guts, we wouldn't dare do such a thing under your nose." If asking for Xing Yingzhu's help was merely making Xiong Xiangsong uneasy, then this thing in front of him truly induced fear. Xiong Xiangsong recognized this thing. Back then, he was a naive young bear who had just gained awareness not long ago. Not only could he not take human form yet, but his cultivation path was also full of stumbles and missteps. Most of the time, all he could do was to stupidly trail behind the elders of his clan like a shadow. Back then, he had already heard about some evil practices from experienced elders in his clan. It's not easy for demons to cultivate into humans, they need perfect timing and location, along with talent. Transforming from beast to human requires shedding their fur and replacing beast bones, which is a rebellious act against heaven. They endure countless hardships, and even if everything goes well, failure is still possible if luck isn't on their side. Under such overwhelming difficulties, there were demons unwilling to work hard through normal cultivation or wait for sparse essence from the heavens and earth, so they turned to shortcuts. Cowardly ones would rely on their beauty and illusions to seduce passers-by and absorb their essence for their cultivation. The more daring ones interfered with mortals' destinies, borrowing fortune and reshaping it to fill their own chi. However, since humans only live for around 100 years, the amount of essence that can be drawn from one's destiny is ultimately limited, making it no more than a drop in the bucket compared to a demon's cultivation spanning centuries or millennia. But demons couldn't prey on humans indefinitely either, otherwise, before their cultivation advanced, divine punishment in the form of thunderbolts would strike them down first. Therefore, there were some audacious demons who selected mortals with abundant essence and good fortune, luring or forcefully capturing these people to kill them, extracting their 3 souls and 7 spirits to create half-man half-demon monsters as tools. When Xiong Xiangsong was young, the elders used to call these things human sacrifices. These human sacrifices acted as carriers of spiritual essence for the demons or performed killings and arson, collecting resentful energy on their behalf. All in all, they represented nothing less than a crooked path. This method was malevolent and against heavenly principles. Unless someone was completely insane or an immensely powerful demon unafraid of celestial retribution, no one dared tread this route. Xiong Xiangsong naturally didn't dare think about whether Xing Yingzhu had done such things, but he feared that Xing Yingzhu might suspect him. Living among humans meant living under numerous restrictions for demons like him. It was already forbidden to harm or cause death, even deceiving humans with illusions was prohibited. As a result, although they could effortlessly turn stones into gold, they still had to diligently go to work, earn money, and pay rent. Xing Yingzhu was not one to tolerate any nonsense. If he forbade certain actions, there would be no exceptions. Xiong Xiangsong had no doubt at all that if they attempted such crooked ways, Xing Yingzhu would flay them alive and hang their skins outside the building. I know, fortunately, Xing Yingzhu indeed showed no signs of suspicion. He glanced at Xiong Xiangsong lightly and threatened with a kind tone, "If any one of you dares to bring these disgusting things onto my territory, I will peel your skin to make welcome mats." Xiong Xiangsong. Of course, Xiong Xiangsong numbly thought, he still understood Xing Yingzhu. For some strange reason, however, Xiong Xiangsong strangely felt a sense of security, like only such as Xing Yingzhu was the real deal. Big brother, so, what? Xiong Xiangsong, thoroughly disgusted by the object, wanted to put it down but considered that it was thrown to him by Xing Yingzhu. So, holding his nose and carrying it reluctantly, he complained, "Where did this filthy thing come from?" Xing Yingzhu lifted his chin and said, "I'm showing you this because it's also the thing that attacked Diao Liu." Xiong Xiangsong blinked blankly. But aren't human sacrifices supposed to only help demons attack humans? Why would they attack demons? Xiong Xiangsong asked, "Diao Liu has been over 1,000 years old. How could these sacrifices have the capability to hurt her? You and Lu Xing focus on giving offerings to Diao Liu. Have you seen her injuries?" Xing Yingzhu retorted. Xiong Xiangsong was momentarily stumped by Xing Yingzhu's question. Up until now, Xiong Xiangsong had been unclear about Diao Liu's attack. If Xing Yingzhu hadn't mentioned the term human sacrifice today, Xiong Xiangsong wouldn't have thought of it. He initially assumed Diao Liu, being inexperienced, had carelessly exposed herself in public and had been targeted by someone with abilities. Therefore, they ended up fighting. In recent days, he was solely worried about whether Diao Liu had improved, never carefully checking what had truly happened. Generally speaking, human sacrifices are just hooks, or one might say the tentacles, of the big demon behind them. People harmed by human sacrifices usually either have their souls and fortunes drained, or their whole body's essence blood sucked dry, making it quite distinctive. Recalling how Diao Liu was brought back, Xiong Xiangsong indeed noticed several deep wounds that reached the bone, as if inflicted by a sharp weapon. Given that these words came from Xing Yingzhu's mouth, despite still having some doubts on his face, Xiong Xiangsong believed it inwardly. So, Xiong Xiangsong asked, "What should we do now?" "Return it whence it came," Xing Yingzhu said as he tilted his chin upward. "Take this thing back, and let Diao Liu consume it." Xiong Xiangsong subconsciously tightened his grip on the bottle in his hands. The human sacrifice inside the bottle seemed to still understand human speech, instantly gnashing its teeth and writhing around violently, smashing hard against the walls of the bottle. But, although Xiong Xiangsong was worried about Diao Liu, he couldn't help but harbor some concerns. Will this work? Although the human sacrifice was no longer considered a true person, it was still created from a human soul. If they consumed it, who knew if they would become entangled in cause and effect consequences that would be recorded in their merit or demerit ledgers? Xiong Xiangsong intended to ask more, hoping for some reassurance from Xing Yingzhu. However, Xing Yingzhu's patience abruptly ran out, and he closed the discussion. "Oh, you think it won't work?" Xing Yingzhu lightly licked his lips, speaking with an icy tone. "Then you might as well toss Diao Liu back into the wilds and leave her to fend for herself." Xiong Xiangsong. Without further hesitation, Xiong Xiangsong quickly bent slightly at the waist, pressed his hand to his chest, and gave thanks. Then, without waiting for Xing Yingzhu to kick him out, he deftly and smoothly slipped out of the door. Chapter 14, Missing. At 4 in the morning, in Building 2 of Rongfu Homestead in Changning District, a household still had its lights on. The ceiling lights in the kitchen and living room were brightly lit, and a young woman was pacing back and forth in the living room while gripping her phone. Anxiety was evident on her face as she unlocked her phone every few seconds to check it, but the screen remained stubbornly blank with no messages at all. On the coffee table were scattered notebook pages and some crumpled contract photocopies. On top lay a white sheet of paper with 6 or 7 phone numbers written on it, 3 or 4 were crossed out, while the rest had notes like Mr. Wang or Mr. Li, indicating that these contacts should only be disturbed under extreme circumstances. With clammy hands, the woman held her phone tightly, sweating profusely. Her distress made the thin piece of metal in her hand heat up. She paced around the living room again like a caged animal, just about to try another call when she heard a soft click from the bedroom door. The doorknob bent down slightly, pulled from the inside, creating a narrow crack. A moment later, a little girl, barely reaching the woman's thigh, emerged from the bedroom, rubbing her eyes. In her arms was a dusty little rabbit plush toy, and her hair was messy from sleep, clearly woken from a deep slumber. Her eyes struggled to adjust to the brightness of the living room lights, tears welling up slightly, and she clumsily raised a small hand to shield them. The woman paused, quickly approaching, bending down to block the bright light for her. "Mom," the little girl said softly, "why hasn't Daddy come back yet?" "Soon," the woman replied, pressing her lips together before forcing a reassuring smile onto her face. Maybe there was traffic, or perhaps the plane was delayed. The little girl, unaware that the woman had already checked the flight status, tilted her head slightly and, though unconvinced, let herself be pacified by this rather feeble explanation. "But if Daddy doesn't come back soon, it'll be daylight," the little girl sighed seriously, sounding much older than her years. "My birthday will be over." Children have a loose understanding of time. She assumed that as long as it wasn't daytime, it was still tonight, and hadn't realized her birthday had already passed 4 hours ago. "It won't be," the woman said, kneeling halfway and smoothing out the little girl's disheveled hair, trying hard to comfort her spirit. "Daddy promised you he'd be back for your birthday." The little girl pouted, unsure if she believed this or not. However, good manners stopped her from throwing a tantrum. After some thought, she simply reached out and tugged on the edge of the woman's clothes. "Mom," the little girl asked softly, "is my cake still okay?" "It's fine," the woman said with forced cheerfulness. "It's in the fridge for you." "I want to see," the little girl said. The little girl seemed to detect the difficulty and urgency on her mother's face, and her childlike sensitivity picked up on the unusual atmosphere in the house. Thus, instead of questioning her father's absence directly, she sought comfort through this somewhat inadequate excuse to deal with her rising panic. Gently, the woman stroked her cheek, then took her hand and led her to the fridge, taking out an elegant 8-inch cake for her to look at. Decorated with a delicate little tiger, the cake read, "Happy Birthday, Ruerue." "Have you seen enough, Ruerue?" the woman asked. "If so, Mom has to put it back, and you should go back to sleep too." The little girl stood on tiptoe staring at the cake for a long time before reluctantly letting her mom put it back inside. "Okay," the little girl said, "but when Dad comes back, you must wake me up." Already overwhelmed with anxiety, the words caused an immediate lump in the woman's throat and reddened her eyes. Yet, she didn't dare show it in front of her daughter. Instead, she managed a weak smile and agreed. As she watched the little girl walk back toward the bedroom door with her rabbit toy hugged tightly, something uneasy stirred in the little girl's heart. She stopped at the entrance, turned around, and cautiously said, "Mom, can you call Dad and tell him to come back early? Or the cake might not taste as good anymore." Instinctively, the woman covered her mouth and nodded absently before turning away, waving her hand to signal the girl to go inside quickly. When the bedroom door closed behind her, the woman sat on the couch with her face buried in her hands, taking a deep breath, and bit her lip. With trembling fingers, she turned on her phone and entered the last phone number scribbled on the scrap of paper into the dialing interface. At 9:30 in the morning, in a budget hotel on the other side of Shing City, Sheng Zhao's mobile alarm blared shrilly, jolting him awake within half a second. The mattress at the hotel was a bit hard, and after a night of restless sleep, Sheng Zhao woke up with a sore back and stiff muscles. He was woken up exactly on time by the alarm, still half-dazed as he got out of bed and almost bumped his head into the bathroom door, looking like a wandering soul whose body had woken up but not the spirit. Sheng Zhao stood shakily in front of the sink with half-closed eyes, turning on the faucet and letting it run until the basin was halfway filled with cold water. Then, taking a deep breath, he plunged his face straight into it. This brutal method of waking up might not be very humane, but it worked wonders. Sheng Zhao's whole body shivered from the chill, and he was instantly wide awake. He wiped the water droplets off the mirror, emptied the cold water from the basin, and turned the tap to the hot water setting while waiting for the temperature to rise. In this short waiting period, Sheng Zhao instinctively pulled his phone out of his pocket to check for new messages. After unlocking it, a text message from Xing Yingzhu popped up first. It had been sent around 6:30 that morning. The timing of the man seemed to be sold by the second. Xing's reply was terse, just 2 words appeared on the chat screen. "Very good. Sheng Zhao." A drop of icy water slid down Sheng Zhao's neck and into his collar, shocking him again. What is this nonsense, Sheng Zhao thought. Can Xing Yingzhu even talk properly? Who says, "very good," to a grown man? It sounds so effeminate. Pushing the message aside, Sheng Zhao thought to himself, as expected, the handsome guy who loved drinking bubble tea with red bean and coconut milk couldn't possibly be straight. The water from the tap went from cold to warm. Sheng Zhao carelessly put his phone on the vanity and started brushing his teeth. For a one-day trip, Sheng Zhao wasn't in the mood to fuss over anything, so he used all the hotel's amenities. The toothpaste smelled strongly of cheap plastic, and even after gargling twice, the taste didn't go away entirely. He gave up eventually. It only took 5 minutes for him to rush through washing up, then he quickly hopped into the shower for a combat wash. 3 minutes later, with a half-wet towel wrapped loosely around his head, he came out and casually picked up his phone from the sink. At this moment, a push notification arrived. While absently drying his hair, Sheng Zhao swiped to open it. It was a local news push notification featuring a popular message, a missing person notice. The poster was a big V influencer from Shin City, who had sent out the message at 7:30 in the morning. Unfortunately, with only a moderate number of followers, half of whom were fake, 2 hours had passed without any significant buzz online or much interaction, resulting in only a few pitiful comments. So, it ended up being pushed to local users like Sheng Zhao, who had location services enabled. The missing person was surnamed Zhang, named Zhang Kaixing, male, 39 years old, and a project deputy manager working in the No. 2 planned area of Changning district. Supposedly, he should have returned from a business trip yesterday, but after getting off the plane, he went missing. His family reported him missing, yet the police could find no clues and thus resorted to seeking help online. The information was comprehensive, though overly detailed to the point of clutter. Instead of describing Zhang's clothing clearly, the post mentioned a lot of useless data such as age and job position. Sheng Zhao guessed that since Zhang Kaixing disappeared outside during his business trip before returning home, his family must not have known what he was wearing when he vanished. There have been quite a few missing cases recently, Sheng Zhao thought, and they all seem to revolve around that area. There's something strange about it. Shaking his head, he absent-mindedly scrolled down further. As the post reached its end, Sheng Zhao noticed a recent photo of the missing man attached below. At first glance, Sheng Zhao froze abruptly. He'd seen this man last night. The man in the photo looked rosy-cheeked, smiling warmly, appearing extremely kind-hearted. It was a stark contrast to the banner zombie Sheng Zhao encountered on the plane the previous evening. Despite the differing aura, there was no mistaking it. The man in the photo was none other than the person Sheng Zhao saw last night. Still deeply shaken from encountering the man's freezing temperature, Sheng Zhao immediately recognized him. He'd just seen this man last night on the plane, but now, within mere hours, the same individual had gone missing. Subconsciously recalling the state of the man last night, Sheng Zhao tried to dig up some useful details. However, as soon as he called upon his memory, instead of remembering the last time they met, an image flashed into his mind, the long black shadow slithering into the back of the man's neck. Sheng Zhao suddenly felt a chilling gust sweep down his spine, causing the hair on the back of his neck to stand up. Without hesitation, he flipped back to the top of the missing person notice and read through it thoroughly once more. The person seeking help was Zhang Kaixing's wife, according to whom yesterday was their daughter's 5th birthday. Zhang Kaixing had promised to return home for it, but due to a mishap during the business trip, he missed the afternoon flight. Thus, he bought a ticket for the midnight flight that day instead. After getting off the plane, Zhang Kaixing's phone was still on for a while, but it remained unanswered whenever someone tried to call. His wife made several attempts to reach him, all without success, so she logged into his phone system account to check his location. To her surprise, instead of heading straight home, Zhang Kaixing had inexplicably changed his destination halfway and went to the construction site where he worked in the middle of the night. Soon after, his location stopped updating altogether, remaining fixed in one place without moving again. Chapter 15, The Golden Lock. Sheng Zhao felt goosebumps all over his body. He rubbed his arms, feeling as if something cold had just slid past the back of his neck. He shivered and instinctively reached back to feel, only to find that it was just a moist droplet of water that had passed by. He breathed a sigh of relief. Sheng Zhao scrolled back to the top of the messages again, clicking into this influencer's homepage in search of any follow-up information. Just 15 minutes ago, the person had sent another message, retweeting the original post along with adding a scene photo. It stated that Zhang Kaixing's family had already found their way to the construction site but hadn't found Zhang Kaixing himself. Instead, they'd only located his phone nearby. After the construction halt, most of the equipment had been removed, along with the surveillance system. The night watchman who worked there went back to rest at 2 in the morning, having seen no one enter the construction site after dark or how Zhang Kaixing suddenly vanished. The woman in the picture looked quite young, with a delicate appearance. It wasn't hard to tell that she was a kind-hearted and gentle woman. She held a young girl in her arms, anxiously looking around near the construction site. The little girl hugged the woman's neck with both hands, her eyes red and resembling a little rabbit. Seeing this, Sheng Zhao felt somewhat uneasy. He muttered that whoever was faced with such a situation would struggle. He thought for a moment, opened up the private chat window of the influencer, and recounted the details of his flight trip with the man from the other day, providing information about the man's clothing characteristics and mental condition on that day. Sheng Zhao didn't know whether his private message would be noticed, but this was all he could do. After sending the message, Sheng Zhao, like countless others who had seen the news, sighed in sympathy for the man, believing his chances of misfortune far outweighed any good. With such delays, Sheng Zhao's departure time became somewhat urgent. He hadn't even finished changing when the phone started ringing urgently. Sheng Zhao fumbled around, trying to put on his hoodie. His sleeve was only halfway through, forcing him awkwardly to cradle the phone between his head and shoulder as he attempted to grab his pants from the chair. "Are you awake?" the female voice on the other end asked. "Yes, yes." Sheng Zhao replied uncomfortably, licking his lips and saying, "I'll be right over." The voice responded with an affirmative, then said, "You don't have to move. I've sent Li Yu to pick you up. His number will be sent to your phone." "What?" Sheng Zhao hesitated, hurriedly saying, "No need, I can take a taxi myself." "It's necessary," the woman on the other end said. "Your uncle also mentioned that coming here once isn't easy, so it wouldn't be good for you to come alone." Sheng Zhao stuttered for a bit. Just as he wanted to refuse further, there was suddenly a burst of noise from the other side. The woman covered the receiver, told him she needed to deal with something quickly, and hung up the call. The disconnected tone came from the other end. Sheng Zhao sat by the bedside, staring at the phone in his hand, absent-mindedly pulling at his hair. His relationship with Ms. Zhao Tong was always like this. They were clearly mother and son, yet estranged enough to seem less close than good neighbors. Their conversation was always courteous, as if either showing any hint of intimacy would make them uncomfortable. But it wasn't entirely Ms. Zhao Tong's fault. Sheng Zhao was in his 20s now, but had only lived with her for a little more than 6 years out of his life. If they weren't estranged, that would have been strange. Li Yu was the son of Sheng Zhao's stepfather, nearly 8 years younger than him. Sheng Zhao could count on one hand the number of times he'd met Li Yu. He didn't know what to say when they finally meet. Ms. Zhao Tong seemed destined for trouble in love. Her first marriage was to a worthless person. She barely escaped that situation before falling into another bad one. Li Yu's real father, Li Liangfu, lost his first wife early on without leaving behind any children, but left a fortune instead. Li Liangfu rode the tailwind of this inheritance to start a business, achieving considerable success, and Zhao Tong initially thought marrying him would give her a comfortable life. Unfortunately, Li Liangfu turned out to be rather shrewd, fearing Zhao Tong might try to seize part of his wealth. Thus, after so many years of living together, their child already 16 or 17, there was still no sign of anything substantial being offered. Still, Li Liangfu wasn't entirely stingy. He treated Zhao Tong well, and took care of Sheng Zhao decently too. Therefore, Zhao Tong continued to live with him. Now that Li Liangfu was older, his calculation scales were tipping, leading to his eventual willingness to get married. Sheng Zhao had no intention of interfering in his mother's emotional affairs. Since they didn't have much contact anyway, let alone living together later, they could simply remain polite upon meeting. Sheng Zhao set down the phone, hastily put on his clothes, packed his belongings back into his suitcase, zipped it up, and gave the room one last glance before taking out the door card and heading out to check out. Li Liangfu was in a good position for marriage, so such a major event should be grand. He picked a 4-star hotel, set up more than 30 tables, and the room was packed with relatives and friends. Apart from a few of Zhao Tong's relatives, none of them were familiar to Sheng Zhao. Sheng Zhao spent most of his time finding quiet spots, waiting for the ceremony to begin just so he could go through the motions and collect the renaming fee. Aside from accompanying Zhao Tong and meeting a few relatives from Li Liangfu's side and hearing some polite remarks like, "Wow, you've grown so tall, you're a college student. Very impressive, and this child is very polite," there wasn't much else for him to do. Zhao Tong was the main character of the day, so busy she had no time to take care of Sheng Zhao. Although Li Yu and Sheng Zhao were nominal brothers, they weren't close and had nothing to talk about, each occupying one side of the sofa, scrolling through their phones aimlessly. In the meantime, while waiting for the ceremony to start, Sheng Zhao absently munched on half a plate of nuts, thinking that staying home with Xing Yingzhu would have been more fun. He cracked another thin-skinned walnut and tossed it into his mouth, seriously considering whether he should change his flight earlier to return by evening, possibly catching an evening snack if he hurried. Sheng Zhao was pondering about the rescheduling fee when suddenly, outside the lounge came a chaotic clamor of voices, several mixed sounds of men and women arguing. He paused his phone to listen more closely, then heard wailing and crying. An elderly woman cried out dramatically, "I don't want to live anymore." Startled, Sheng Zhao sat straight, as did Li Yu, who got a shock, dropping his phone on the sofa. A "game over" popped up on the screen. Li Liangfu had already thought this year to be quite unlucky. First, the construction project he contracted ran into trouble, then someone went missing at the site. The police came 2 or 3 times, exhausting him. Now the construction work had stopped, and he still didn't know where the next part of the material costs would come from. Unexpectedly, things kept getting worse. Families of the missing workers couldn't find the developer to hold accountable, somehow tracing their way to him, the contractor, and showed up to create a ruckus at his wedding. Though it wasn't his first marriage, this was still about his dignity, being trampled underfoot this way, and Li Liangfu couldn't tolerate it. "I've told you countless times, the person's disappearance has nothing to do with us. If you want to report it to the police or look for the developer, that's not my concern," Li Liangfu said angrily. "There are plenty of contractors out there, which team your relatives worked for, go after that particular supervisor. Keep causing trouble at the entrance of my hotel, and I'll call the police." Li Liangfu was a tall but slim man, long face, small eyes. Because of his thinness, his cheeks were somewhat sunken, making him look almost like a bamboo spirit personified. The dark shadows beneath his eyes indicated either poor sleep or something else, and his pale yellow complexion made him look fierce and terrifying, resembling an addict. The protesting group of women and old folks were shocked by him, slightly cowed. But the leading elder woman had incredible resilience, showing no sign of weakness. She clearly dominated her village, capable of even securing discounts for eggs. She pushed aside the young man supporting her, sat right down in front of Li Liangfu, kicking her legs and sobbing dramatically, calling out, "Oh son, since your mother is powerless to help you, you might as well take me with you." Her acting was so proficient and prompt that Li Liangfu doubted whether the lost worker was even her real son. Fortunately, there was also a foreman from the second construction team standing beside Li Liangfu, someone more experienced with these sorts of incidents. "This old lady has 2 sons, favoring the younger one. The missing one is her eldest son," whispered the foreman. "They're probably here to extort money." Li Liangfu gave a cold laugh. He harbored no moral principles regarding respect for elders or love for children. Without any patience, he grabbed the MC's walkie-talkie, called security to drag the group away, and promptly reported the incident to the police. When Xing Zhao emerged from the break room, the security guards were hauling the protesters away in batches. Among them, several middle-aged women demonstrated fighting spirit as strong as the elder woman's. They struggled fiercely and hurled insults simultaneously, even clawing bloody wounds onto the guards' faces. After quite some effort, the security managed to clear them all out. Xing Zhao, forced to watch this farce, felt mortified to the point of awkwardness. Evidently, Zhao Tong wasn't faring much better. Uneasily pulling at her red tang suit, she offered an embarrassed explanation to Xing Zhao. "This is unexpected. Recently, your uncle's construction site encountered an issue, thus causing unrest." Zhao Tong said, "Just don't ask him about it later, to avoid making him upset." Xing Zhao made a non-committal sound, just about to agree, when the words, "construction site," triggered an alert in his mind. "What construction site? The one in Changning district where there's a ghost story?" Xing Zhao asked. Zhao Tong didn't expect him to be so well informed. She nervously glanced back toward Li Liangfu's direction, then quickly pulled Xing Zhao aside for a few steps. "Don't talk nonsense. Your uncle hates hearing about this," Zhao Tong chided. "There's no such thing as ghosts in the world. Don't spread rumors carelessly." "So?" Xing Zhao asked quietly, "I heard they dug up a chain that instantly turned to ashes. Is that true?" "What turning to ashes?" Zhao Tong furrowed her brows and asked. Xing Zhao carefully studied her expression, and realized she really seemed uninformed, which puzzled him even more. "Isn't it said they unearthed a chain?" Xing Zhao asked. "There was," Zhao Tong whispered, "but it wasn't iron, nor did it turn to ash, it was gold, and your uncle took it away." Chapter 16, It's Looking for Xing Zhao. Jiao Liu woke up at noon. The human sacrifice that Xing Yingzhu had chopped to pieces was indeed very effective. In less than half a day after consuming it, the wounds on Jiao Liu's body began to heal, and her damaged internal organs had also recovered by more than half. She turned over on the small bed prepared by Xiong Xiangsong, stretching her legs lazily, yawned widely, but did not open her eyes for a long time. By the side of the bed stood 2 men, besides Xiong Xiangsong who looked worried, there was another much younger man standing next to him. This young man was tall with long legs, wearing silver-rimmed thin glasses, with an extremely gentle and handsome appearance. He wore a pure white shirt, the collar unbuttoned by 2 buttons, looking like a young professor from some university town, needing only a book in hand to appear scholarly. The handsome young man frowned, his face showing concern as if scolding, his eyes fixed tightly on the little weasel lying on the bed, giving off quite an air of a troubled young master. Unfortunately, while the young man remained silent, he formed a beautiful picture under the sunlight, but once he spoke, all the beauty was ruined. "Big brother," Lu Xing said in a northeastern accent, worrying, "has the 3rd sister slept herself dumb? She hasn't opened her eyes for half a day. What will we do if she sleeps until death?" "Fart." Xiong Xiangsong kicked him and said angrily, "What nonsense are you babbling about? The boss has already said it's fine, how can it be wrong? Be careful when the 3rd sister wakes up and scratches your face raw." No sooner had he finished speaking than there came a rustling sound from the small bed. Jiao Liu turned over again, curling her tail, arching her back, and finally opened her wet eyes. The 2 big men by the bedside fell silent simultaneously, bowing down solemnly to stare at her. Lu Xing extended a finger, carefully poking her tail, saying, "Hey, don't sleep anymore. The sun is shining on your butt." Seeing the soft little weasel swatting a claw onto Lu Xing's hand, moving faster than shadow itself, Lu Xing quickly withdrew his hand but still ended up with 3 bloody scratches. The little weasel shook her tail and spat out human words, saying concisely, "Go away. Serves you right." Xiong Xiangsong gloated, for bothering her. Lu Xing touched his hand with gritted teeth and said, "Not grateful." Clearly weak, Jiao Liu wobbled as she took a couple of steps before falling on the bed with a slap. Obviously thinking this too embarrassing, she covered her face with her tail, pretending to be dead on the spot. "Though I really don't want to tell you this, dear sister," Xiong Xiangsong sighed, opening his mouth with a look of sympathy and tone, "but brother must say, the boss wants you to reply to him after waking up." Hearing this, Jiao Liu's fur suddenly bristled all over. She could no longer pretend, tremblingly removing her tail to cast a damp look at Xiong Xiangsong. Is it because I didn't come back during curfew, and the boss is finally going to kick me out? Jiao Liu asked. Not just that. Xiong Xiangsong said, that day the boss went out to bring you back. Jiao Liu. She simply gave up struggling, flipped her eyes immediately, rolled around in bed, her short legs twitched a couple of times, then stopped moving. Honesty leads to leniency, resistance leads to strictness. Lu Xing smiled, elegant and graceful, saying, Dear sister, face reality. I won't face it. Jiao Liu covered her face with her tail and said with a muffled voice, It's unfair. The Luo brothers were merely late once. They've been kept as reserved food by the boss for several months. I'm not going to offer myself to be eaten. I value my life. Don't think too much. Xiong Xiangsong comforted, with your tiny build, you wouldn't even be enough for the boss to take one bite. Then what about brother Zhao? Jiao Liu suddenly became spirited, as if finding reinforcements. Where is he? The boss couldn't possibly deal with me in front of an ordinary person, right? Truly unfortunate, dear sister, Lu Xing said, your brother Zhao has taken leave and gone out, he's not home. Jiao Liu. Heaven wants her dead. Even though Jiao Liu was unwilling to the extreme, she didn't have the guts to wait for Xing Yingzhu to personally come find her. After hiccuping for a little while, she still obediently got up from the bed. Xiong Xiangsong briefly recounted the events that occurred during the time Jiao Liu was unconscious and emphasized the matter of the human sacrifice. In his opinion, since Xing Yingzhu hadn't actually locked Jiao Liu up, the possibility of his holding a grudge seemed low. Calling Jiao Liu likely pertained to this issue. As expected, Xing Yingzhu cut straight to the chase. The first sentence he said upon seeing Jiao Liu was, What did you see that day? Jiao Liu could trade scratches with Lu Xing, and she could also throw tantrums and act unreasonably with Xiong Xiangsong. But in front of Xing Yingzhu, she didn't dare to misbehave, obedient like a primary school student seeing her homeroom teacher. She lowered her head, stood straight, carefully recalled the events of that day, and recounted them in great detail, leaving out not even the incident when a smelly leader called her back for overtime just as she got off the bus. Xing Yingzhu appeared distracted throughout Jiao Liu's narration. Jiao Liu even suspected if he had fallen asleep listening. It wasn't until Jiao Liu mentioned being stopped by the strange tentacle that Xing Yingzhu opened his eyes and interrupted her. Can you tell its origin? Asked Xing Yingzhu. Not quite. Jiao Liu honestly admitted, at that time, I only felt the danger, every hair on my body stood up, so I just wanted to run. This was the instinct of living beings, as well as the danger-dodging intuition of beasts turned into spirits like Jiao Liu. Xing Yingzhu grunted softly, changing to a gentler way of asking. Is it from flying creatures or walking beasts? Asked Xing Yingzhu. Although a human sacrifice uses the 3 souls and 7 spirits of a person as its carrier, after being refined into a human sacrifice, the contact between it and its demon lord is inseparable. Unfortunately, when Xing Yingzhu found Jiao Liu, there was only a little bit of remaining soul left on her, the real part that attacked her had already withdrawn, and the leftover traces were insufficient for Xing Yingzhu to track down the source. It seems neither. Jiao Liu scratched her head, thoughtfully considered it, hesitantly replied, it seems, something from the water, because I smelled a fishy odor. Xing Yingzhu frowned deeply. A human sacrifice wouldn't just randomly target a spirit, said Xing Yingzhu, on that day, did you encounter anything abnormal? We're given something by someone. There's nothing unusual. Jiao Liu puzzled over it for a while and answered, I know the difference between humans and demons. Normally, I don't carry things from my colleagues. Really? Xing Yingzhu narrowed his eyes and asked again. Just as Jiao Liu was about to nod, she suddenly remembered something. Her chin trembled slightly, and her expression changed a few times. I remember now, said Jiao Liu, that day, brother Zhao gave me a package. He said it was raining outside and he disliked going out, so he let me send it for him at the courier point downstairs of the company building. Because brother Zhao has been living here for a long time, I did it. What was it? Xing Yingzhu pursued further. Seemed to be an old clothing donation, placed in a medium-sized cardboard box, said Jiao Liu, so that morning I took a taxi to the company. Xing Yingzhu abruptly rose, muttering a curse under his breath. Mystics find people using birth data, however, spirits do not work that way. As long as there's a smell or a trace, they can track down the person indirectly. That thing wasn't targeting Jiao Liu, but Xing Zhao. Meanwhile, 2,000 miles away, Xing Zhao inexplicably sneezed. Then, in front of everyone, he pinched his nose awkwardly, smiled embarrassedly, and awkwardly continued with the cue of the flow. Dad, Xing Zhao said. Li Liangfu hummed, squeezed a smile deemed kindly out of his lean face, then fished out a red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Xing Zhao. Xing Zhao shamelessly pressed it, figuring it must contain at least 2,000 yuan. Good, now he had money for gifts for Xing Yingzhu. After collecting the money and doing Ouyang Tong's face-saving act, he decided to gracefully retire from the scene. While casually nibbling a couple of bites at the table closest to the reception desk, he was looking for a chance to excuse himself and sneak away. However, today Li Liangfu seemed determined to show off his benevolent father image in front of everyone, holding Ouyang Tong's hand to stop him from leaving, insisting that Xing Zhao stay behind to live for a few more days at home. Xing Zhao couldn't help but laugh bitterly, apologizing repeatedly, claiming he had some business outside that couldn't wait any longer. But with all the guests present, Ouyang Tong also didn't want her son to leave just like that, so she coaxed a couple of words and insisted on persuading him, managing to keep Xing Zhao until dinner time. After Xing Zhao accompanied her to finish the evening banquet held in appreciation, she finally consented and let Li Yu send him to the airport. Li Yu was extremely unwilling to take this errand, yet he couldn't outright refuse Ouyang Tong's request. Therefore, with bad grace, he reluctantly agreed and called a driver. "Little Zhao, when you get home, call your mother." Li Liangfu, supported by Ouyang Tong, drunk and drowsy, patted Xing Zhao's shoulder and said, "Your mother worries about you. She thinks of you every day." Xing Zhao glanced at Ouyang Tong. They both simultaneously smiled awkwardly. "All right," Xing Zhao responded, "I will certainly report safe immediately." And Li Liangfu added, "In your work outside, always be diligent and hardworking. I'll tell you, Xiao Zhao, what's most important these days is..." "Dad," Li Yu, playing with a mobile game, interrupted impatiently, "will you never end? Hurry up." Li Liangfu still cared deeply for his youngest son, and he wasn't upset at being interrupted. He just furrowed his brows slightly and said, all right, you two go ahead." After saying that, he added a few more words of caution to Xing Zhao about the journey, then patted Zhao Tong's hand and turned around to go back inside the hotel. Xing Zhao was about to turn and get into the car when he caught something out of the corner of his eye. It seemed as if there was a flash of movement near the back of Li Liangfu's neck that quickly darted into his collar. Instantly, Xing Zhao broke out in a cold sweat. He swiftly turned around and fixed an intense stare on the back of Li Liangfu's neck. But there was nothing there, absolutely nothing. "What's wrong?" Li Yu, noticing his hesitation, frowned and urged him on. "Hurry up, I have plans with classmates tonight." "Oh." Xing Zhao hastily turned back, almost fleeing into the car, giving a distracted response. "Got it." Chapter 17, Reinforcements. Xing Zhao now felt that Xing Yingzhu might be some kind of reclusive world expert, the type who could pull out a stack of talismans from under his windbreaker at any time, and who could calculate someone's fortune with just a glance. In just 10 minutes, he had already regretted 3 times. He should have listened to Xing Yingzhu and stayed home, becoming a shut-in, instead of traveling far to attend the second wedding ceremony of his own mother. In that case, at least he wouldn't have to drag a suitcase filled with 6 caddies of Jinhua ham, huffing and puffing as he walked alone in the deserted wilderness with no village in sight either before or after. An hour ago, Li Yu sent him to Shen City International Airport as instructed. Xing Zhao originally thought to bypass Changning District again like when he came, but Li Yu was eager to return home to play games and didn't want to take the detour. It's rush hour, how many red lights are on the road? One detour and it's impossible to know how long it will take. Li Yu's eyes were tightly focused on the game interface on his phone screen, saying impatiently, "We're only passing by anyway." "Are you really that timid?" Since the driver was ultimately the Li family's driver, not like taxi drivers from the service industry where detours can be resolved simply by paying more money, Xing Zhao didn't insist too much after thinking it over. Fortunately, this route wasn't far. If there was no traffic jam, crossing through would take about 20 minutes. However, it was around 7 o'clock in the evening, exactly during the peak hours in Shen City. It also happened to coincide with a Sunday. Nearby weekend tourists were rushing back to the city at this time, creating a vast expanse of red lights wherever you looked. The progress was slower than shared bicycles. Unlike Li Yu, who was exceptionally gifted and able to play on his phone the whole ride, Xing Zhao merely replied to a few Weibo messages and then began feeling carsick and wanted to throw up. He could only put his phone away and aimlessly stare at the scenery outside the car window. The local Big V whom he privately messaged in the morning had replied to him half an hour ago, saying they had already informed the family. The family side wished to meet him for a detailed discussion and asked if he found it convenient. Xing Zhao politely declined the other party, saying that all he knew had already been stated, and meeting again wouldn't yield any additional news, so it was unnecessary. Thankfully, the family members were reasonable and did not insist on meeting him further. The Big V once again conveyed the family's gratitude and sent him a 200 yuan red envelope, stating it was for information fees. Xing Zhao hesitated to accept the money, returned it, and only said it was his duty. He thought this little interlude would pass like all the fleeting messages scrolling past on his phone screen, leaving behind only a sigh or two without any real impact. However, who would have thought that just 15 minutes later, Xing Zhao actually saw Zhang Kaishi. At that time, he was walking through a T intersection. The road was narrow and long, with only 2 lanes. Unfortunately, this road was also a must-pass for the airport and expressway, and a single traffic light held everyone up twice with no success in moving forward. Xing Zhao supported his chin watching outside, this area having just entered the planning zone. The external civilian houses were demolished almost completely, but not yet reconstructed, looking dark and desolate at a glance. Even the curbside was dusty. In the flicker of one random glance, Xing Zhao suddenly noticed a man dressed in loose western suit slowly passing under a street lamp several dozen meters away, heading into the wasteland. The man's expression was blank, his gaze empty, his whole body bent, a briefcase awkwardly cradled under his arm, with stiff and sluggish movements. "Stop the car!" Xing Zhao suddenly shouted. The driver, startled by his sudden shout, subconsciously slammed on the brakes. Li Yu, caught off guard, surged forward, bumping into the front driving seat, nearly dropping his phone. What's your problem? Li Yu snapped irritably. Xing Zhao didn't have time to explain. He lowered the car window, leaned out, and called out loudly for Zhang Kaishi. However, the man seemed completely deaf to his voice, maintaining the same posture, silently and resolutely walking towards the darkness. The horns behind them honked incessantly. This road was congested enough, and unfortunately, the light turned green now, causing people in the vehicles behind them to start cursing at their abrupt stop. What are you doing? Li Yu rolled his eyes irritably and said, You're not going to go ahead. Hurry up and come back. Sheng Zhao fought an internal battle within seconds between, this looks strange, I should stay away, and, at least it's a life. Human instincts of seeking benefits and avoiding harm made him shift his gaze, pretending to forget the incident. Just providing some clues to the family would already suffice for his part in helping. But when Xing Zhao remembered the photo of that mother-daughter pair, he couldn't bear to leave cruelly, unable to persuade himself to walk away. Hurry up, Li Yu urged, can't you hear the horns honking behind us? In a flash, Xing Zhao made his decision. He said, you find a place to park up ahead and wait for me. I just saw an acquaintance. I don't have time for that nonsense, Li Yu refused, saying, either you close the window right away, or if you're going to find an acquaintance, go ahead. You can take a taxi to the airport later. Xing Zhao clenched his teeth and simply picked up his suitcase, opening the car door and getting out. Horns honked incessantly behind him as Xing Zhao turned around and apologetically bowed slightly toward the cars blocked behind, then hurriedly shouldered his suitcase and pursued the direction Zhang Kaishi had gone. He had just observed in the car that Zhang Kaishi seemed like a rusted robot, taking 2 seconds to move each step. However, when he began chasing after, Xing Zhao discovered Zhang Kaishi's pace was much faster than he expected. He had barely moved from the lane onto the curb when Zhang Kaishi disappeared from his line of sight, seemingly merging seamlessly into the night. Xing Zhao shivered, the courage briefly stirred by excitement now completely dissipated, giving rise to second thoughts about retreating. However, when he looked back, he found the traffic flow had already resumed. Li Yu seemed determined not to wait for him and drove off mercilessly. It's all destined, all destiny, Xing Zhao encouraged himself mentally, telling himself there wasn't anything supernatural about it, a materialist has no fear. Since he had already gotten out of the car, he thought there was nothing wrong with following for a look. As he thought this, he pulled out his phone, lit the flashlight, and shone it afar. In one corner of the light source, Xing Zhao vaguely saw Zhang Kaishi's silhouette. While laboriously dragging his suitcase towards it, he tremulously retrieved the private message to notify the other side about having seen Zhang Kaishi. But Zhang Kaishi moved as if he were flying, stiff movements appearing sluggish but actually outpacing Xing Zhao, who kept running, shouting, gasping for breath without seeing any reaction from Zhang Kaishi, not even pausing long enough to glance at a phone. At first, Xing Zhao thought he could inform the other party once he caught up with Zhang Kaishi. Gradually though, Xing Zhao realized something wasn't right. Chasing Zhang Kaishi for a solid 20 minutes, looking back now, the road and lights of traffic were far behind him, distant enough to leave only a scattering of bright and dim spots. Xing Zhao stood alone in a barren area, neither village ahead nor store behind, with his field of vision restricted to just the range illuminated by his flashlight circle. He trudged forward, the luggage dragging increasingly difficult, yet Zhang Kaishi stayed on the fringes of his light range, always staying just beyond clear sight, but never fully disappearing. It looked, deliberately leading him somewhere. The moment this notion occurred, Xing Zhao's entire body bristled, cold sweat breaking out immediately. He stopped instantly, calling out toward Zhang Kaishi's silhouette ahead, Zhang Kaishi. Can you hear me talking? The shadow in front acted as if he hadn't heard a thing, continuing to stride forward. Xing Zhao pressed his lips tightly together, refraining from further pursuit, and instead raised his mobile phone, shouting, you keep walking if you want. I'm calling the police. Whether it was the mention of police scaring him, or because Xing Zhao had ceased advancing, the shadow in front finally wavered and paused. Xing Zhao felt a flash of relief and was about to press the advantage when suddenly he heard an incredibly subtle peculiar sound. That sound was crisp and soft, ceaseless, and gave off a strange sense of familiarity. It resembled the sound of water pipes running in an old apartment building. The figure of Zhang Kaishi slowly turned around. His face was pale, eyes empty, seeming to look at Xing Zhao, but also seeming to see nothing. Zhang Kaishi's expression was stiff, resembling a botched wax sculpture. However, he tilted his head slightly, creating a gesture akin to expressing confusion. The sudden weirdness of his gaze sent a chill through Xing Zhao, who instinctively felt that the figure before him might no longer be alive, appearing more like a hollow shell lacking blood and bone, capable only of rudimentary and rigid actions controlled by some invisible strings. The sound of flowing water continued endlessly without ceasing. Xing Zhao struggled to identify it for a while, only feeling the sound growing louder and clearer. Initially like a small stream, it began converging and gradually transformed into a surging river. Only at the very last moment did he realize the source of the sound wasn't around him, it came from beneath his feet. Reacting instinctively, Xing Zhao stepped backward just in time. The ground where his foot had been collapsed abruptly, forming a square hole approximately 2 meters wide. The hole grew larger and larger, clearly heading towards collapsing under Xing Zhao's feet. The originally indistinct sound of flowing water suddenly became clear, and Xing Zhao glanced down with the flashlight, only to find that beneath the collapsed opening was a surging underground river. Xing Zhao's heart pounded fiercely, his limbs almost instantly turning limp from fear. He stammered incoherently and stumbled over a dirt pit, falling to the ground. Yet he didn't dare linger for even a second, scrambling back up on all fours as he frantically tried to flee this place of ominous occurrences. But before he could take a step, a heavy iron chain suddenly shot out from the newly formed sinkhole, carrying with it a strong smell of fish and blood. Wet and cold, it coiled tightly around Xing Zhao's waist and yanked him toward the water with brute force. That chain seemed impossibly powerful. Xing Zhao, despite being a young and strong man, felt like nothing more than a paper kite easily dragged along by its might. His whole body lunged forward uncontrollably, the whooshing sound of the wind rushing past his ears barely audible. It's over. In the brief flash of realization, Xing Zhao's mind went blank. Fear and regret momentarily detached from his consciousness, leaving behind an eerily calm thought. I'm about to meet my end. Yet just at that moment, it felt as though someone had laid a hand on his left shoulder. That cool but surprisingly strong hand pressed against his shoulder, briefly holding its own for 2 seconds against the terrifying pull of the chain. Then, seemingly realizing that Xing Zhao's frail frame couldn't sustain such a struggle, the hand quickly let go. However, those short 2 seconds were enough for Xing Zhao to turn his head and clearly see the owner of the hand. Chapter 18, Boss, is that you? Xing Zhao had once come across a question on Jihu, what does it feel like when someone is close to death? Back then, this question received a diverse range of over 2,400 answers, many of which recounted highly unusual experiences. Some people mentioned how time seemed to stand still at the brink of death, others talked about seeing faint light from within the vast darkness. Xing Zhao back then enjoyed reading these stories as bedtime reading until past 2 in the morning, never imagining he himself would one day personally experience something like that. For this, all he wanted to say was, thanks for inviting me to answer, perhaps no one will believe it, but the last thing I saw in my life's montage was my boss. In that split-second glance, the fleeting electricity of sight wasn't enough for Xing Zhao to clearly make out the other person's face under the pitch-black night sky, yet he distinctly spotted a tear mole beneath the visitor's right eye by means of the faint glow of a flashlight. Xing Yingzhu was the kind of face one wouldn't forget after seeing just once, so before Xing Zhao himself even registered it, his brain memory had automatically pieced together the rest of the picture. Unfortunately, before he could even call out for help to Xing Yingzhu, a powerful force dragged him into the underground river. That iron chain seemingly didn't know what treating delicately meant. It tugged at Xing Zhao with such great strength, as if intending to cut him in half, and pulled him forcefully towards the river. Stumbling a few steps, Xing Zhao fell to the ground, being dragged through the collapsed surface, falling down, and violently smashing against the water's surface. The water of the subterranean river during early autumn was swift and bone-chillingly cold. Xing Zhao felt as if he'd collided with an unyielding steel plate, certain that the sheer force would shatter his entire body. Instinctively, he tried to shout for help, only to end up swallowing water instead. The act of choking made his world go dark, spots flashing before his eyes, and his hands and feet went instantly numb. Through the haze, he heard splashing around him, someone or something had fallen into the water along with him. But Xing Zhao's mind was clouded by the icy and foul-smelling lake water, feeling suffocated as his lungs were near to bursting, giving him no time to gauge the external situation. The survival instinct forced him to frantically exert whatever remaining strength he had. Helplessly, Xing Zhao flailed his limbs, but even on land, he couldn't counteract the strange chain, let alone in the water. Despite his desperate struggle, the chain relentlessly pulled him down without resistance towards the bottom of the river. Perhaps it lasted a long time, or maybe just a short span of seconds. His energy finally ran out, his struggling movement slowed down, his drowning-laden lungs were near to exploding, blackness crept into his vision, almost making him feel unconscious. To Xing Zhao, it felt as though time abruptly stretched out before him like a timeline, its speed drastically slowing, whereas his bodily sensations became sharper than ever. He could almost feel every part of his limbs and torso gradually becoming rigid and ice-cold. Moving his fingers gave him the sensation of slowly freezing over. When the terror reached its peak, it strangely seemed to disconnect from him. Whether because his body no longer had the strength to sustain any further agitated responses, Xing Zhao felt limp all over, his brain as muddled as porridge, curiously producing nonsensical thoughts. Will there still be awareness after death? Xing Zhao suddenly wondered, if after taking my last breath I'm kept frozen in the mortuary, would it feel exactly like this? Xing Zhao's mind brimmed with fanciful notions as he became increasingly drowsy. He could feel a throbbing, intense pain rising from his chest cavity, as if some fire had been stuffed inside him, nearly reducing his internal organs to ashes. Pain and numbness pulled Xing Zhao in both directions, placing him in a realm of water and fire, ready to shatter his fragile body into fragments at any moment. Am I going to die? Xing Zhao suddenly thought. Before he could delve deeper into this question, he suddenly felt his rapid descent halt abruptly, pausing briefly. Instinctively, he opened his eyes, enduring the sharp pain of dirty water rushing into them, only to first catch sight of the source of the iron chain. Contrary to his imagination, the chain did not originate from the bottom of the underground river but came from much farther upstream. The end of the chain disappeared into dense, sticky darkness, in which, for a brief moment, Xing Zhao thought he glimpsed some enormous form flashing by. Breathe. Xing Yingzhu's voice unexpectedly sounded beside him, and Xing Zhao hadn't even had time to ponder how he could speak underwater when he instinctively obeyed, deeply inhaling a lungful of air. Next, he realized that at some point, he could breathe again. He abruptly turned his head, only to find Xing Yingzhu floating beside him, one hand tightly pressing on his shoulder, the other reaching behind his body, ready to bend down to grab the iron chain wrapped around him. Shit! Xing Zhao looked at him in shock, for a moment not knowing which was more outrageous, how he could appear here, or why he jumped in to save me. After catching 2 breaths, Xing Zhao finally eased somewhat from that near-death suffocating feeling. Only then did he realize that at some point, a thin layer of film had draped itself over everything before him. It was as delicate as cicada wings, emitting faint phosphorescence and snugly covering him from head to toe, as if inexplicably wrapping him up like a mummy. His gaze trailed downward along the glow and noticed that the source of the light seemed to come from something inside his own clothing pocket. Xing Yingzhu's complexion was poor. Judging by his expression, it seemed clear that he acted bravely to help, but others might have thought that Xing Zhao owed him millions and was about to commit suicide out of guilt. The peculiar iron chain appeared to fear him. As soon as Xing Yingzhu reached out, even before touching the thing, the chain recoiled as if it suddenly gained life, whistling away from Xing Zhao's waist and rushing back into the depths of the river with a splash. The force pulling Xing Zhao loosened abruptly, causing him to lose balance in the water. He spun around with the current and ended up landing in Xing Yingzhu's arms. Boss! Xing Zhao's mind blanked, instinctively wanting to ask why he was here. However, when he opened his mouth, all that came out was a gurgle of bubbles, making him look like a character from an animated fish adventure, completely ruining the mood. Instead, Xing Yingzhu glanced at him indifferently, seemingly about to say something. Xing Zhao stared at him dumbfounded, automatically imagining how Xing Yingzhu might sound. Unfortunately, he didn't hear any sound from Xing Yingzhu. Just as the chain had retreated earlier, it suddenly darted out again bizarrely, entwining around Xing Zhao's ankle and dragging him swiftly backward. It was as if the chain had been lurking in the dark shadows, waiting for Xing Yingzhu to let down his guard before launching a surprise attack. This time, accompanying the chain was also the monstrous creature tied to its end, rising abruptly from the bottom of the river. It rushed forward in the direction of the chain. Only at this moment did Xing Zhao clearly see its appearance. The thing had 2 long horns, extremely bright eyes with narrow pupils, and its irises glowed a murky yellow. Its body was covered in dusty black scales, and its sharp claws were embedded in the riverbed's flowing sand. Its long, coiled body appeared ready to spring. Judging purely from his impoverished metaphysical knowledge as a materialist, Xing Zhao thought, this thing was actually a rather unattractive dragon. When it stood up, the normally calm subterranean river flow was disrupted. Rushing currents surged chaotically, instantly forming a massive whirlpool. The river was much deeper and wider than Xing Zhao had imagined, and the water carried a salty, foul smell. He almost felt as if they had left the city limits and were now being swept into the estuary. Xing Yingzhu's face shifted several times as he pursued the dragon backwards. In the very instant he was dragged into the whirlpool, Xing Zhao, illuminated by the phosphorescent glow, saw clearly the changes happening to Xing Yingzhu. His pitch-black eyes flickered with a subtle gleam, his pupils contracting and elongating as blood vessels immediately spread across his entire eyeballs. I'm not dying, Xing Zhao nearly thought numbly, I've gone insane. Because otherwise, how could he possibly witness his boss, who had such an atrocious temper and loved sweet coconut red bean drinks, transform so quickly, looking far more terrifying than the monster lurking behind him? That beastly dragon seemed intent on a swift conclusion. Before Xing Zhao could fully process the situation, he had already been pulled to the riverbed. Instinctively curling up to protect his head, he still felt sharp pain on his back and shoulders from the stones below. He could almost already perceive the changes in the surrounding water currents. The beast's gaping jaws had already opened wide, and Xing Zhao could even glimpse its blood-encrusted fangs from the corner of his eye. The pungent odor of decay was right before him, and Xing Zhao dry-heaved once, yet he felt no fear. Because the dragon's sharp teeth stopped only a palm's width away from his face and couldn't advance further. A giant snake, tens of meters long, suddenly clamped onto the dragon's throat with agility, and then forcefully slammed it against the riverbed with full force. Silt and broken stones accumulated at the river bottom splashed 3 feet high. The river water turned turbid instantly, while Xing Zhao was pushed back hard and crashed into the side of the riverbank. For a second, he thought he might vomit his dinner. The dragon emitted a low, grumpy roar filled with anger and terror. With great difficulty, Xing Zhao climbed back up from the riverbed but nearly fainted from the loud roar echoing through the water. At a glance, the giant snake seemed slightly more pleasant to look at than the dragon. Its entire body was pitch black, except for a striking ring of scales around its neck, which gleamed with an oily dark green under the phosphorescent light. The dragon, though imposing in appearance, turned out to be all show, ineffectively wrestling with the giant snake as they rolled on the ground twice in a clumsy attempt to throw the black snake off its back. Xing Zhao couldn't believe his own courage. He clawed at a protruding stone on the ground to keep from being swept away by the water and forced himself to open his mouth, shouting with bubbles spurting out, "Boss, is that you?" Chapter 19, Critical Hit, 30. Compared to the so-called warrior in front of him who was battling the evil dragon, Xing Zhao looked more like someone just there to make up the numbers. He neither burst with extraordinary courage in a desperate situation nor unlocked any potential in extreme anger. He had already exhausted all his strength just clinging to the stones at the river bottom to keep from being swept away by the current, pathetically underwhelming, much like an extra item in a buy one get one free deal. Of course, perhaps replacing, like, with, is, wouldn't be far off. But in a certain sense, Xing Zhao could still be considered naturally gifted. At least, even he hadn't expected that one day, facing such a scene beyond his comprehension, a mysterious and mystical battle, he would remain oddly calm. Not only did he not faint from fear, but he even found time to observe the spectacle unfolding before him. Gossip truly is humanity's essence. The underground river was already pitch black, and now the water had been churned into a muddy soup, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Even aided by the faint glow around him, Xing Zhao could only make out vague shapes and outlines. He hadn't paid attention earlier when he was thrown about disoriented, but now on closer inspection, he realized the hideous demon dragon had numerous rusted iron chains haphazardly wrapped around its body. One section stood out with a distinctly lighter color, faintly gleaming golden. It was already half broken, its other end still secured around the dragon's neck. Instinctively, Xing Zhao felt that this must have been the seal broken during the construction site incident. Xing Yingzhu either didn't bother paying him any attention or couldn't respond, remaining silent the whole time. However, after observing from the side for a while, Xing Zhao had nearly confirmed that the snake currently engaged in righteous heroism was none other than his boss. Perhaps because it was a matter of life and death, Xing Zhao unexpectedly accepted this revelation quite well, easily equating the black giant snake before his eyes with Xing Yingzhu without much resistance. And once he accepted this fact, something peculiar happened. Xing Zhao suddenly found the snake a lot easier on the eyes. Unfortunately, before he could fully admire Xing Yingzhu's combat figure, the situation began subtly shifting. Though the demon dragon wasn't visually appealing, it clearly had an advantage over Xing Yingzhu, sporting several extra claws. Despite having been ambushed and slightly caught off guard at first, it quickly recovered, proving capable of holding its own against Xing Yingzhu. One a dragon, one a snake, they both appeared equally powerful yet shockingly clumsy in their fight. Instead of employing refined magical techniques, they simply twisted and entangled themselves together, relying solely on brute force as they tore at each other. Xing Yingzhu moved with agility and precision, inflicting several deep wounds on the dragon in mere moments. The foul-smelling blood diffused through the water, its stench so strong that it almost made Xing Zhao lose consciousness, leaving his vision blackening in waves. But the dragon also seemed no pushover. As it thrashed about, its chains clanged sharply against each other, creating a sound that reverberated through the water. Though Xing Zhao struggled to discern the exact details of the battlefield, just hearing those metallic clashes sent chills down his spine. He worried Xing Yingzhu might be at a disadvantage. It was as if Xing Zhao's head carried some kind of bad omen aura. The moment this thought crossed his mind, a dull thud echoed from the depths of the silt, followed by a thunderous roar so close it sounded like it originated right inside his brain. Golden stars danced in front of Xing Zhao's eyes as he experienced what being attacked by sound waves actually felt like for the very first time. What alarmed him even more, however, was that he could no longer see Xing Yingzhu. Before, he'd barely been able to spot a tip of the tail amidst the mud, but after that roar, no matter how hard he strained, he could find no outline of Xing Yingzhu anymore. Fear gripped Xing Zhao tightly. He clenched his teeth, bent low, and with great effort managed to grab hold of another stone nearby against the rushing water. Moving slowly, as if paralyzed on one side of his body, he advanced inch by inch through the treacherous area using the rocks as guides. After painstakingly covering about 20 meters, he finally left behind the worst of the mud, arriving at what seemed to be the high-definition live broadcast of the battle between immortals. Covered in thick dragon scales, sharp and blade-like along their edges, the demon dragon radiated an eerie menace. Comparatively, Xing Yingzhu lacked sufficient defensive stats, taking roughly 60% damage every time he inflicted significant harm to the opponent, thus earning a number of scratches scattered across his body. When Xing Zhao reached the scene, it happened to be the precise moment when the demon dragon seized a perfect opportunity. Using Xing Yingzhu's attempt to restrain it, it slammed hard against the riverbed. Its razor-sharp claws instantly carved open a wound on the giant snake's abdomen. Had Xing Yingzhu not retreated just in time, he likely would have been ripped apart completely. Xing Zhao involuntarily gasped, feeling a chill run up his spine from his coccyx, raising goosebumps all over his skin. Impulsively, he blew bubbles, shouting Xing Yingzhu's name. But alas, these two giants were too absorbed in their fierce battle to take notice of his insignificant existence. Xing Zhao crouched nearby, clutching at the stones and crawling forward slowly as he exhaled bubbles, making a scene that was utterly ridiculous. He looked nothing like Xing Yingzhu, who appeared to be from a fairy cultivation drama. Instead, Xing Zhao seemed more like a character out of an adventure story about little carp. But this little carp, Xing Zhao, felt he couldn't just sit by and watch his ally get bullied. After Xing Yingzhu was once again thrown off by the demon dragon, an unexpected audacity surged within Xing Zhao. Acting impulsively, he ripped a massive rock from the riverbed. It was as large as 5 or 6 palm-sized stones combined. With the buoyancy of water aiding him, Xing Zhao managed to extract the stone from the silt, raised it above his head, then kicked off the bottom of the river with newfound courage. Advancing 10 meters with all his strength, he hurled the stone towards the tail of the demon dragon. If this were a web-based game, Xing Zhao would have seen a big boss meter pop up above the demon dragon's head at this moment, displaying glaring words, critical hit, 30. The damage wasn't enough to pierce through the dragon's scales, but at least it reminded the colossal creature of Xing Zhao's existence. It shook its head, turned around, and locked its menacing gaze onto Xing Zhao, baring its fangs in a threatening growl. Xing Zhao. His brief impulse swiftly cooled down as cold sweat poured down his body while meeting the dragon's cloudy eyes. His mind churned, trying to make sense of the situation. Was I possessed by some sort of spirit earlier? Thankfully, after this little commotion, besides the dragon, Xing Yingzhu finally took notice of him as well. Xing Zhao swore that at that very moment, he distinctly spotted a forewarning of anger flicker in those cold, bizarre snake eyes. Floating and thrashing helplessly underwater, he desperately flailed around as if swimming for dear life and yelled out, "I know I'm wrong. I should have listened to you and stayed far away, but now it's too late. Boss, save me." Xing Yingzhu. For such a long string of shouting not to run out of breath was, indeed, remarkable. As Xing Zhao was tumbled by the current, he spent quite a bit of time bubbling before suddenly hearing Xing Yingzhu graciously opening his mouth. "Get lost," Xing Yingzhu said. His voice sounded even colder than usual, with a subtle hint that was hard to describe, a lower pitch, denser tone. Though icy, it somehow resonated in this tense moment with a sense of unwavering reliability that could bring tears to one's eyes. "But where can I go, boss? This is the riverbed." While Xing Zhao was contemplating whether he should run toward Xing Yingzhu or simply let go of his pillar and let the water take him away, the giant snake originally behind the demon dragon abruptly flipped its body and lunged toward Xing Zhao in a twisted yet agile manner. Next thing Xing Zhao knew, there was a tight grip around his waist and he was yanked violently away. It took him 5 seconds to realize that the thing wrapped around his waist wasn't the iron chain belonging to the demon dragon, but rather the tip of Xing Yingzhu's tail. Xing Zhao. He lowered his head like a lost soul, glancing at his waist as they rushed ahead rapidly. On closer inspection, he noticed that Xing Yingzhu wasn't pure black. Instead, his body was covered with a layer of incredibly fine and thin scales so inconspicuous that they became invisible from a distance. These scales had a nearly transparent texture that refracted faint rainbows when exposed to light, creating a high-quality visual effect. Curious, Xing Zhao reached out to touch them. They felt cool and slippery under his fingers, providing a strange yet satisfying sensation. Still got time for blind poking? Like a naughty elementary school student caught in the act, Xing Zhao hastily withdrew his hand and raised it high above his head in surrender. Xing Yingzhu. Xing Yingzhu had already stopped paying attention to him. However, Xing Zhao soon had no time for further thoughts because, unlike the antagonist in a story who might occasionally show restraint, Xing Yingzhu offered no such mercy. When he fell into the water, he at least had been dragged. But now, being hauled along by Xing Yingzhu was generous wording. To put it bluntly, Xing Zhao suspected he wasn't being led to safety but was actually tied to the landing gear of a fighter jet being tortured. He was tossed about until he saw stars, fortunately still underwater, otherwise Xing Zhao would have questioned if he'd die of oxygen deprivation or simply be dragged to death by Xing Yingzhu. Even though he mentally ridiculed Xing Yingzhu endlessly, his body acted entirely honestly. He clung tightly to the tip of Xing Yingzhu's tail, not daring to open his eyes. Because the dragon was right behind them. Seemingly lacking in physical hardware compared to Xing Yingzhu, the dragon struggled to keep pace, managing only to trail barely close enough to follow Xing Yingzhu underwater, much less overtake him. Xing Zhao had no idea how long he'd been dragged by Xing Yingzhu, only that it felt like he had spent half a century underwater. Just as he began to think he might become an aquatic creature, Xing Yingzhu suddenly flung him forcefully in a particular direction. Startled back to awareness from his dazed state, Xing Zhao tumbled through the air with a couple of somersaults before being propelled out of the water by the momentum, landing awkwardly onto a soft patch of grass. He rolled clumsily a few times across the ground. Instinctively, he first took a deep breath, then crawled toward the waterside while shouting for Xing Yingzhu, only to abruptly realize something significant. He had finally returned to land. Chapter 20, You're not human. Beneath the water, it was eerily quiet. Aside from the soft ripples gently lapping against the shore, the world seemed to fall silent in an instant. The demon dragon and Xing Yingzhu appeared to have vanished together. If it weren't for Xing Zhao lying trembling, drenched on some unknown riverbank, he might have doubted whether his encounter beneath the river had been a dream. Xing Zhao wasn't sure if he was shivering out of fear or cold. His body felt drained, still unaccustomed to being on land. He felt as though he were floating, unsure of when the water would carry him away again. Lying on the shore facing the water, icy ripples flowed over the edge and soaked through the fabric covering his chest repeatedly. "Boss," Xing Zhao called out uneasily again, "Xing Yingzhu." No one responded. Compared with danger, the unknown seemed even more capable of inducing fear. Even though Xing Zhao had been frightened while watching up close, at least then he could assess the situation. Many times, he was too preoccupied to feel afraid. But now, safe on the riverside, staring at the empty water surface, he found himself becoming increasingly worried about Xing Yingzhu. There's a boundary between species. Could a snake really defeat a dragon? Xing Zhao thought. In his mind, that was surely impossible. No matter how much of a materialist he was, he understood the distinction between dragon and snake. There was a vast difference between them, separated by layers of hierarchy. He wanted to help but didn't know how. After all, monster fights weren't under the jurisdiction of the police department, so calling them wouldn't be useful. After careful consideration, Xing Zhao regretfully admitted that, as an ordinary law-abiding human, the most significant assistance he could offer Xing Yingzhu would simply be shouting encouragement from the bankside. But considering Xing Yingzhu probably wouldn't want any cheerleaders 90% of the time, Xing Zhao kept silent and didn't say anything more. After about 3 to 5 minutes, the previously tranquil water suddenly erupted into waves without warning. A huge wave, reaching 2 to 3 meters high, surged towards the shore, catching Xing Zhao off guard and knocking him over. Tumbling twice along the shore, he struggled clumsily out of the surfacing waves, only to see the two figures now tangled up above the water. Xing Yingzhu appeared to have gained the upper hand. The snake's massive body tightly coiled around the dragons, causing the demon dragon immense pain. It arched its body backward, emitting a low, anguished roar. They were too far away, and Xing Zhao could only vaguely make out their silhouettes. His phone had fallen into the water earlier, leaving him with no light source. All he could do was anxiously watch under the pale moonlight. Thankfully, it seemed the dragon was barely clinging to life. Moments later, it let out a sharp, piercing scream, and pools of blood spread throughout the entire water area. The dragon fell onto the water's surface and slowly sank down, seemingly without any signs of vitality left. Subsequently, the large snake wearily submerged back into the water. With several powerful undulations, it was pushed onto the shore by the restless waves and lay there beside Xing Zhao. Summoning up some courage, Xing Zhao stole a few looks at it. Cold-blooded creatures seemed inherently less appealing than fluffy little animals. Their cool temperature and scales looked intimidating enough to make even Xing Zhao uneasy. In the water before, he'd mostly just glanced fleetingly at the dragon snake figure, unclear what it looked like but already finding it somewhat unsettling. However, after realizing it was actually Xing Yingzhu, his fear diminished. Now taking a closer look, he found the sight strangely appealing. Though colossal in size, Xing Yingzhu did not appear clumsy or foolish like the snakes one might find in zoos. His whole body was pitch black, and under the moonlight, his scales shimmered with an elegant jade-like luster. The striking circle of scales around his neck was wet, dotted with droplets of water. Judging by appearance alone, among snakes, he might rank as someone who could be considered refined and proportionate. Xing Zhao couldn't help laughing at his own fanciful imagination, unsure how he managed to deduce refined and proportionate from such a formidable form. Across his massive frame were several bloody slashes. Though shallow, they were long and stretched widely across his skin. Xing Zhao caught a few glimpses, feeling rather pained by them. Unfortunately, Xing Yingzhu didn't allow Xing Zhao to observe him for long. Turning over, he faced the sky and reverted back to human form. Almost instantaneously, the long serpent tail disappeared before Xing Zhao's eyes. Xing Yingzhu still maintained his usual intimidating demeanor. Whether it was Xing Zhao's perception or not, Xing Yingzhu's complexion seemed paler than usual. His scarab bore a faint red hue, though the shape of his pupils had returned to normal. Xing Zhao watched helplessly as Xing Yingzhu transformed back into his usual reclusive, hot-tempered beauty. Hesitating for a moment, he finally asked in a vague and bewildered tone, "Boss?" Xing Yingzhu gave a slight, It was only at this point that Xing Zhao snapped back to reality as if awakening from a nightmare, gasping sharply and questioning, You're not human, are you? Xing Yingzhu. Who was he referring to? He had thought that Xing Zhao possessed extraordinary talent, demonstrating a serene calmness even in the face of impending disaster. Now it seemed like it took him a while to process things, his brain was only just rebooting now. The statement sounded too much like an insult when spoken aloud, but overall, it wasn't incorrect. Thus, Xing Yingzhu hummed again in acknowledgement. Xing Zhao lay on the ground like a lost soul, gazing up at the sky. Then his gaze slowly shifted toward Xing Yingzhu's face before lowering slightly as if attempting to look at the water's surface. However, with his current position, all he could see by looking down were his own toes, so he quickly gave up. So, you're a monster and that thing in the river was a dragon? Xing Zhao asked expressionlessly. This time, Xing Yingzhu didn't respond affirmatively. He furrowed his brows slightly, scoffing and saying, Does this beast even deserve to be called a dragon? Xing Zhao. He couldn't comprehend how Xing Yingzhu could speak with such condescension. After all, from a species hierarchy standpoint, he ranked below the dragon. So. Xing Zhao hesitated, You two were fighting earlier as monsters. If that's how you want to interpret it, Xing Yingzhu said hoarsely, then yes. Under normal circumstances, Xing Yingzhu wouldn't have the patience for such back-and-forth questioning. However, although Xing Zhao appeared to be a carefree simpleton, Xing Yingzhu couldn't tell if he truly wasn't afraid or was simply scared speechless. To avoid making him even more bewildered, Xing Yingzhu let him ask. Why did you two resort to physical combat then? Why didn't you just duel using spells like in TV shows? Isn't magical attack safer? Xing Yingzhu began regretting his decision 30 seconds ago to engage in this conversation. He shouldn't have responded to Xing Zhao. He should have let the other man suppress his questions instead. How could someone who had just stepped up to act bravely almost die of frustration? Then I'd create a storm loud enough for everyone to know about the existence of monsters. Making all of Shen City aware there are supernatural beings in the world. And better yet, let's make it a trending topic so the entire nation knows. Xing Yingzhu replied coldly. Oh, and then please keep your distance because after all that, lightning is bound to strike. Why? Xing Zhao asked stupidly. Xing Yingzhu turned to him, offering a sinister smile and saying, because that's when the heavens would send down lightning to punish me, and maybe drag you down with it while they're at it. Xing Zhao. At this point, the conversation clarified some logic in Xing Zhao's mind. What started as a simple and brutal equation, big snake equals Xing Yingzhu, had evolved into a deeper understanding. The boss he'd interacted with daily wasn't human, he was actually a big monster. Once he completed the reasoning and patched the gaps, something within Xing Zhao snapped back into place. His human courage and ability to react swiftly returned to him. Just moments later, Xing Yingzhu saw the person who had been foolishly chatting with him suddenly roll his eyes back and cleanly pass out. Xing Yingzhu. He questioned himself over and over, why had he come to rescue this man? For what purpose? Was it to get someone useless, disobedient, and irritating? Fortunately, Xing Zhao didn't remain unconscious for long. After a symbolic half-hour nap, he gradually awoke, his eyes immediately darting toward Xing Yingzhu. During these 30 minutes, whatever dream he might have had allowed him to seemingly accept the fact that the person before him was not entirely human. So, what amazed Xing Yingzhu most was that Xing Zhao managed to pick up where they left off mid-conversation. Is the guy dead? No, Xing Yingzhu replied irritably, it will live much longer than you. Even if you die, it won't. That remark was rather rude, but Xing Zhao wasn't offended, because Xing Yingzhu spoke an objective truth. Moreover, despite Xing Yingzhu's lackluster verbal manner, he undeniably saved Xing Zhao's life. Compared to getting scolded a little, Xing Zhao found this familiarity oddly comforting. So, it looked like Xing Zhao wanted to ask another question, but something caught Xing Yingzhu's attention. He suddenly frowned, hesitated for 2 seconds, then sat up partially and spat out a mouthful of blood. Xing Zhao. Xing Zhao was startled witless, feeling a chill creep down the back of his neck as though his scalp were flying away, leaving no time for questions. Damn it, boss. Xing Zhao cried out. Are you alright? Xing Zhao struggled to rise from the ground to support Xing Yingzhu, but his limbs felt like noodles, weak and trembling, and he ended up gasping for air from exertion. On the contrary, Xing Yingzhu seemed unaffected. He sat upright without hesitation, casually wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, and shot a blade-like glare at Xing Zhao. Cursing whom? Xing Yingzhu's tone wasn't friendly. What kind of emphasis is this? Xing Zhao shouted, stretching his neck. It's an exclamation. I'm asking if you're okay. I'm fine, Xing Yingzhu said. I just need to get used to this body. What, do you mean? Xing Zhao asked in terror. See, right now it's not like whatever I say you'll believe. Xing Yingzhu sniffed and said, still clinging to materialism. Xing Zhao didn't want to talk to him anymore. They were currently in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by total darkness. He had just witnessed a fierce battle and was still shaken up, yet Xing Yingzhu was telling ghost stories to scare him. What kind of person is he? Chapter 21, Boss, making fake documents is illegal. Xing Zhao finally fell silent for a moment. Xing Yingzhu glanced at him and irritably asked, so, your little smart intelligence Q&A time is over? It's over. Xing Zhao said. Xing Zhao remained lying on his back by the shore. His limbs felt weak and he couldn't stand up, so he didn't trouble himself. He kept this position, staring blankly at the sky. There was no village in front or behind here, looking at the surroundings, it was likely to be an uninhabited wasteland. It was already apparent they were no longer in Shin City. The CPU in Xing Zhao's brain had been compromised, understanding the current situation had exhausted all of his sanity, leaving him no more energy to ponder the trivial question of, where is this place? This place was far from the city, and the weather was good, with bright stars scattered across the sky. Xing Zhao blinked, having a nostalgic illusion of childhood, staying overnight at his grandparents' house in the countryside. After being highly tense for a long period, once relaxed, he became extremely tired. Xing Zhao only felt that his mind was empty, unable to think about anything. He stared at the stars in the sky, lying wet and disheveled by the shore, looking like a sorry drowned chicken. Xing Yingzhu was far better off. Though both had come out of the water, Xing Yingzhu appeared unflustered except for slightly damp hair tips. He sat nearby Xing Zhao, one leg supporting him as he gazed toward the center of the lake, lost in thought. After a while, Xing Zhao suddenly spoke. Boss, Xing Zhao suddenly said. Xing Yingzhu responded with a confused hum, signaling him to continue. The specialty I bought for you has fallen off, Xing Zhao said calmly, it cost 600 yuan. Xing Yingzhu paused in silence before saying. Shut up. Xing Zhao obediently went quiet. But as if restless, he seemed incapable of silence. As though unable to speak, he would let his thoughts wander aimlessly. After not even 5 minutes of silence, he shifted his body and assumed a posture ready for a long talk. Xing Yingzhu caught a glimpse of him from the corner of his eye but said nothing, pretending not to see him. In fact, my mom didn't really like me when she was young, Xing Zhao suddenly said. I can tell, Xing Yingzhu mocked, otherwise you wouldn't have been left in the wilderness in the middle of the night. Perhaps due to their recent, shared life and death experience, even knowing that Xing Yingzhu wasn't exactly human, Sheng Zhao inexplicably developed some strange rapport with him. Sheng Zhao wasn't the type to randomly share personal matters with others, yet under these circumstances, facing an irritable boss who could switch between snake and beautiful human forms, he naturally opened up. My biological father was a scumbag, Sheng Zhao said nonchalantly. My mother was underage when she was with him, she was deceived by him. My mom used to have good grades and should have gone to university properly, but she was deceived by his sweet words and ran away from home. In a fit of impulse, she dropped out of school. Xing Yingzhu finally turned his head and looked at him. After being deceived, she realized something was wrong. Within a year, that bastard revealed his true colors: alcoholism, domestic violence, gambling, you name it, Sheng Zhao said. He didn't work but relied on my mom to make money for the family. My mom worked 2 jobs daily, and when she earned less, she still got yelled at by him. At that time, for marrying him, my mom broke ties with her family, dared not tell my grandparents about issues, and could only endure silently. As Sheng Zhao talked, he chuckled bitterly and said, a few years later, my mom couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to run away, but unfortunately, she didn't succeed. Worse still, she discovered she was pregnant with me. Why didn't she have an abortion? Xing Yingzhu asked. That guy watched her closely, Sheng Zhao continued without hesitation, or maybe my mom didn't want to get rid of me. Anyway, she stayed and gave birth to me after much hesitation. Hesitant. Xing Yingzhu accurately defined this cursed relationship. Indeed, Sheng Zhao nodded in agreement. Luckily, she eventually escaped from hell. When I was less than a year old, that man killed someone in a drunken state, stabbing the son of the local village party secretary. Even though it was proved that he committed murder while drunk, he was sentenced to life imprisonment and is still serving it inside. He probably won't come out for the rest of his life. Congratulations, Xing Yingzhu said. Xing Yingzhu's response was somewhat perfunctory, but Sheng Zhao still smiled and said, thank you, thank you. Actually, my mom doesn't dislike me, but seeing me might remind her of those unpleasant memories. Plus, she also had to make a living, so I rarely saw her before going to school, Sheng Zhao said. However, today is her wedding day, and I'm actually quite happy. I hope Liang Fuli treats her well in the future. Happy? Xing Yingzhu countered, they are a family of 3. What makes you happy? Happy because his son left you halfway through the road? How do you know? Sheng Zhao asked suspiciously. Xing Yingzhu. Xing Yingzhu realized he had let slip something, so he turned away and ignored him. Sheng Zhao was already very accustomed to his behavior. Generally speaking, at this time, just leave him alone and do your own thing. Wait until Xing Yingzhu is willing to talk, that means his mood has smoothed over. So Sheng Zhao continued to say, their attitude towards me has nothing to do with me anyway. I don't expect to live with them, as long as she is treated well. Xing Yingzhu calmed down quickly this time. He didn't turn back, but still made an unclear sound of dissatisfaction. You're quite a saint, Xing Yingzhu said. Your outdated words. Sheng Zhao habitually criticized, then explained, actually, it's not like that. Mainly, I've never expected much from them, so there are no requirements. I leave them alone, they leave me alone, we treat each other politely, meet once or twice a year, which is good enough. At first, Xing Yingzhu thought he would be self-pitying when he started talking about this matter, but hearing this, he found out that the unambitious little guy actually saw it all clearly. He didn't seem to be stuck on those trivial matters of human affection and love, existing or not existing makes no difference. He seemed not to think parental love for their children was a matter of course, so he neither resented his mother's estrangement nor considered himself as an attachment to anyone. But he wasn't an emotionless person. He planned emotions clearly, genuinely hoping Zhao Tong would have a good life. You actually. There was some subtle surprise in Xing Yingzhu's prolonged tone, have some wisdom. What's that supposed to mean? Sheng Zhao asked. Never mind, nothing. Xing Yingzhu said. Sheng Zhao blinked, stealing several glances at Xing Yingzhu. He didn't dare look straightforwardly yet, so he took the opportunity while looking at the lake water to sneakily glance at him. Under his gaze, Xing Yingzhu felt uneasy, tightening his brows impatiently, ready to warn him to behave properly, when he heard Sheng Zhao cough dryly and hesitate to ask, Boss, how long have you been alive? After Sheng Zhao asked, he seemed to feel a bit inappropriate and immediately changed his wording, I mean, how old are you? Not quite sure. Xing Yingzhu said, maybe close to 5 digits. Sheng Zhao. The world went dark before his eyes, every word completely shaken off into the 9 heavens and beyond by this one sentence, instantly full of electricity, he had nothing left to say. He realized he was too young, in the literal sense, this monster of several thousand years, probably seen all sorts of peculiarities, might see someone like him as a blank sheet of paper, where such nonsense wouldn't even rank in the top 10 bizarre humans in Xing Yingzhu's eyes. You're older than my savings. Sheng Zhao dryly said, were you already a spirit before the founding of the nation? As soon as Sheng Zhao finished speaking, he wished he could bite his tongue and swallow it instead, it was a legendary level of awkward small talk, forced matchmaking wouldn't compare. He covered his face with both hands, wishing he could dig a hole on the spot to bury himself, ending everything. At least that way, he wouldn't be forced every night before sleeping to recall this classic line of awkward chat that came without thinking, making himself restless all night. Xing Yingzhu was the kind of person who had no moral constraints. When he got bad, he'd stick the words, wicked, right on his forehead. So not only did he fail to kindly end the topic, he even nodded and said, it's fine, work a few more months, and your savings will be bigger than my age. Xing Zhao. Don't mention this again. Xing Zhao struggled to wipe his face, and after great effort pulled himself up from the ground, forcefully changing the subject. Where is this place? The suburbs of Shen City. Xing Zhao still remembered there was an independent island nearby Shen City, also part of Shen City's territory. Xing Yingzhu seemed to have a very good sense of direction. He looked around locally and said, in Poyang Lake, judging by the mountain's cape, it's likely the northern side. Xing Zhao. Just as he sat up and hadn't adjusted his posture well, he turned his head upon hearing this and stared blankly at Xing Yingzhu. His CPU, which had just rebooted, crashed again. Where? Xing Zhao exclaimed in astonishment, Jiangxi. Would I go east? Xing Yingzhu thought it strange, east is the sea. Is that the point? Xing Zhao was almost disarrayed. What speed is this? Over 600 kilometers, you're faster than high-speed rail. It's a bit faster in water than in the sky. Xing Yingzhu seemed to have rested enough. He stretched his arms and legs, stood up from the ground, then felt around in his pocket, took out a card and handed it to Xing Zhao, saying, don't chatter anymore, get up and book a flight back to Xanadu. Xing Zhao took the card from his hand and realized that this world was full of even more fantastical things than he had imagined. The non-human species in front of him, whose age was approaching 5 digits, actually had an ID card. Xing Zhao's first reaction was to feel it with his hand, then carefully examine the ID number. If the light wasn't so dim, he could have also checked the anti-counterfeit spray layer on it. What are you looking at? Xing Yingzhu said. Boss, Xing Zhao swallowed hard, cautiously glanced at his expression, and boldly stated, forging IDs is illegal. Xing Yingzhu. Once again, he sincerely wondered why he had come to save him. Was it because of how annoying he was? Chapter 22, The Population Census is Truly a Good Policy. Xing Yingzhu recited 3 times in his heart, he is a human, I cannot eat him, eating him will be punished by lightning, before he reluctantly suppressed the impulse to throw Xing Zhao back into the water. Xing Zhao had no idea how close he had come to danger just now. He looked suspiciously at the ID card in his hand, then at Xing Yingzhu, hesitating for a long while before stammering and timidly saying. In fact, boss, aren't you a great demon? Shouldn't you fly back? Xing Yingzhu. Xing Yingzhu suddenly turned around, shocked at him with a look that said, are you human? Pointing at the ground accusingly, didn't you see me spitting blood just now? Ah. Xing Zhao responded blankly. Xing Yingzhu gritted his teeth, and you still want me to fly? Xing Zhao. Indeed, it was rather insensitive. Xing Zhao earnestly reflected on himself, he could not overlook the fact that Xing Yingzhu had just fought a dragon because he saw him currently lively and energetic. The ID card is real. Xing Yingzhu said irritably, consider it a special channel. Xing Zhao understood, Xing Yingzhu must have used the green channel of blacklisted residents getting certified, he thought. The population census is truly a good policy, Xing Zhao sincerely sighed inwardly, allowing even a millennium-old great demon to stand firmly in modern society without hindrance. As long as it's not a fake ID, it makes things much easier, regardless of how much the age on the ID differs from Xing Yingzhu, as long as it can be used, it's fine. Xing Zhao unconsciously reached into his trouser pocket, intending to pull out his phone to book tickets, but belatedly realized that his phone, like his luggage, had already heroically perished earlier. It was now over 600 kilometers away. Fortunately, Xing Zhao's ID card was tucked in his pocket along with the door card, protected by a zipper, escaping unscathed. Xing Zhao quickly shook the water off himself and tried to fish the items from his pocket to assess the damage. However, when he pulled them out, he unexpectedly discovered that the door card he had carefully stored in his pocket was broken. Xing Zhao fumbled about, holding his ID card in his mouth while tenderly inspecting the door card that was now snapped into 2 pieces. The card was damaged quite mysteriously, there were no jagged edges at the break, as if it had been cleanly cut by a sharp blade. What was once an elegant card became dull gray, and when Xing Zhao lightly touched it, fine cracks appeared. Xing Zhao felt momentarily surprised and thought something seemed off. This card, which he carried day and night for several months, he knew its hardness all too well, whether through accidental touches or using it to open packages, it never showed a single scratch. By this time, Xing Yingzhu was walking towards the shore. Clutching the fragile remains of the card in his hands, Xing Zhao suddenly remembered the mysterious advice Xing Yingzhu had given him before leaving the capital. Was he worried about my safety back then? Xing Zhao wondered. That's why he told me to bring the door card. The more Xing Zhao thought about it, the more possible it seemed. He carefully recalled, while he was underwater, a strange film layer inexplicably formed around him, shielding him not only from injury but also letting him breathe underwater effortlessly. Of course, he didn't think that his body had suddenly mutated under pressure like Spider-Man and gained some biological function. So, after pondering, the conclusion was clear, Xing Yingzhu must have done something magical to protect him. Xing Zhao vaguely remembered glancing down accidentally at that time, seemed to faintly recall that glow emanated from inside his pocket. Then what exactly is this made of? In a flash, it dawned on Xing Zhao, ideas rapidly flowing through his mind like comments in a live stream. His legs went weak as he instinctively followed a few steps behind Xing Yingzhu and asked this question aloud. Xing Yingzhu paused mid-step, turned his head and raised an eyebrow at him, his gaze shifting between Xing Zhao's hand and face, seemingly surprised that Xing Zhao brought this up. But probably since Xing Yingzhu had already let Xing Zhao witness his true form, he no longer intended to hide anything further from him. It's my scale. Xing Yingzhu said. Xing Zhao inexplicably felt choked, feeling a little uneasy. What a great boss, Xing Zhao thought, concerned for my safety, providing protection, although slightly abrasive with words, yet would kindly remind me to avoid danger in advance. This surely beats those unscrupulous capitalists outside by 18,000 times. Moreover, it made sense now why Xing Yingzhu told him not to bother reapplying for the door card. It must hurt quite a bit to pluck a scale off one's own body. The more Xing Zhao thought about it, the more heartbroken he became, even feeling a tinge of affection. He was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Hastily catching up with Xing Yingzhu, Xing Zhao, filled with guilt and self-reproach, said to him, "This time, it was my fault for not listening to you, causing you to rescue me again. Don't worry, you don't need to make another door card for me. I'll leave home less in the future, it's okay. Boss, please do not harm yourself for me." What? Xing Yingzhu asked confusedly. I didn't say I won't issue a new one because last time I only changed 2 scales. Xing Zhao. Forget I said that, Xing Zhao thought. Xing Yingzhu looked at him thoughtfully for a moment, as if reminded of something. He turned back and grabbed his collar, dragging him forward. Hey, stumbling a few steps behind, Xing Zhao struggled to reach back and slap Xing Yingzhu's hand. I don't need to rest anymore, I can walk by myself. Xing Yingzhu gave him a light glance and let go of his fingers, muttering with unclear meaning. Xing Zhao, I haven't asked you yet. Xing Yingzhu said coldly, 2 hours ago, you texted me saying you were already on the way back, so this is what you call on the way. It's here, Xing Zhao thought, the belated reckoning after autumn. How did you end up there? Xing Yingzhu continued, didn't I tell you to take a detour? Xing Zhao, rubbing his neck unhappily, saw Xing Yingzhu slow down slightly from the corner of his eye. Though Xing Yingzhu didn't say anything, he still slowed his pace a little to wait for him. Admitting his own fault, Xing Zhao coughed dryly and said hesitantly, I was trying to be righteous. Xing Yingzhu paused for a moment and sincerely replied, then you might owe those 4 words an apology. Xing Zhao also knew that mentioning the phrase, see righteousness and act, in front of Xing Yingzhu sounded like playing around. However, it was true, no matter whether Zhang Kaixing is now human or ghost, he did indeed find his trace. Xing Zhao said angrily, even though I failed to act on righteousness, I did have the motive to act. Alright, Xing Yingzhu sighed, looking exhausted. He had fought a battle tonight and been irritated by Xing Zhao, feeling truly tired, now seeming somewhat lethargic, and then? Xing Zhao pondered how to start telling the story, considering carefully for quite some time before recounting everything to Xing Yingzhu from the beginning. This included encountering Zhang Kaixing on the plane, to how he discovered the next day that the man had gone missing, and eventually seeing him again on the bus. He told it all in detail without omitting any part. He even mentioned the mysterious shadow flashing across Zhang Kaixing's nape, informing Xing Yingzhu of it too. Only when hearing this did Xing Yingzhu's eyes flicker, showing a bit of reaction. You shouldn't have chased him, Xing Yingzhu said, he was baiting you, and you took the hook. Xing Zhao himself realized later about this, but it was too late. By the time he found out, he had already crashed straight into the other party's net and there was no chance to escape. But I don't understand, why was he luring me? Xing Zhao wondered puzzled, what do I have worth for him to target me specifically? You've stayed with me too long and picked up my smell, Xing Yingzhu explained. Xing Zhao. This statement was too ambiguous. In such remote wilderness, between 2 solitary men, if the boss hadn't casually said something like that, knowing he lived thousands of years and wasn't even human, Xing Zhao would have doubted harassment. How did this happen? Xing Zhao asked painfully, I didn't even touch you closely. Xing Yingzhu cast a strange look at him and asked, haven't you noticed that you haven't been bumping into accidents lately? Xing Zhao froze momentarily, realizing this seemed true. Had Xing Yingzhu not mentioned it, he himself wouldn't have paid attention. For months now, he had seen absolutely no sign of bloodlight. Not only had he not suffered any wound on his body, but even small bumps and scratches hadn't occurred. What principle is this? Xing Zhao exclaimed in surprise, as if he discovered new land. Boss, can you repel evil? Your real name is Xing Zhao, it relates to gold and knives, carrying heavy killing aura, so bloodlight naturally appears when suppressed. Xing Yingzhu explained this time without teasing him, simply stating, there's nothing in this world with heavier killing energy than me. Staying near me has naturally suppressed that killing energy within you. Had someone said this to Xing Zhao a week earlier, he definitely would have considered Xing Yingzhu superstitious nonsense. But Xing Zhao had already personally witnessed just how killing Xing Yingzhu could be, almost immediately believing him without doubt. So, because I've been with you for so long, that's why it wants to eat me? Xing Zhao questioned curiously, does it want to eat me or does it want to eat you? Xing Yingzhu paused for a moment, unsure how to explain the concept of human sacrifice to Xing Zhao in a few words. Thus, he chose to simplify it. You can understand it as a compromise between the two scenarios. What do you mean? Xing Zhao asked. Generally speaking, evil spirits wanting to do harm, those without power eat people, while powerful great demons, if they wish, can also eat lesser demons. Xing Yingzhu said. Got it, Xing Zhao self-explained, black eats black. As for what you saw in the water, if we go by your terms, it is indeed a dragon, just a deformed one, Xing Yingzhu said. 1300 years ago, there was a sorcerer in your human world who sealed it beneath Shen City. 1300 years ago, Xing Zhao calculated back and asked, the Tang dynasty? Seems so, Xing Yingzhu replied. That sorcerer might have had the surname Li. Xing Zhao wasn't very familiar with these metaphysical histories, and hearing this, he felt utterly confused. There was nothing that matched up in his mind, so all he could do was listen as Xing Yingzhu continued. It's not like ordinary demons, it's more of a demonic beast and much stronger than many great demons when it comes to power, Xing Yingzhu explained. A short while ago, the seal on it loosened somewhat, which allowed it to rise again and start wreaking havoc. Its frantic killing and search for shortcuts to absorb power is simply its attempt to break free from the seal. Chapter 23, Boss, a man of profound learning and great knowledge. Wait a moment. Xing Zhao interrupted him, utterly confused, and said, are there different categories of monsters? For some unknown reason, when Xing Yingzhu talked about such matters, he seemed more patient than usual. He didn't get angry even after being abruptly interrupted by Xing Zhao but instead provided an explanation. Among the birds and beasts you can see, they cultivate themselves to transform from ordinary animals into human form, and then seek opportunities to transcend their mortal bones and become immortals, Xing Yingzhu said almost indifferently. But demon beasts are different. They are born as demons, carrying energy in their bloodlines. They neither need to painstakingly cultivate for enlightenment nor disdain transforming into a human form. I understand, Xing Zhao said. The former is about achieving class elevation through personal effort, while the latter is about starting at a higher social level, just that in their perception, humans don't necessarily represent the top class. Yes, Xing Yingzhu replied. Xing Yingzhu realized that what Xing Zhao boasted as a materialist was nothing more than lip service to him, something that could be discarded easily. He wasn't sure whether he should commend Xing Zhao's adaptability or comment that he lacked a certain sensibility. Regardless, Xing Zhao seemed to understand these metaphysical concepts effortlessly and accepted them naturally, as if they were inherently supposed to be. Previously, Xing Yingzhu had noticed something subtle about Xing Zhao's demeanor, which seemed to naturally attract entities like demons. Thus, everyone in the apartment building, from himself down to Jiao Liyu's little weasel, treated him quite well. Perhaps it was time to look into the reasons, Xing Yingzhu thought. Over these days, every time he thought of Xing Zhao, his mind would wander, and he couldn't help but ponder over whether there was some karmic connection between them. If so, Xing Yingzhu mused, if so, no one will be able to take Xing Zhao away before he finds what he's looking for. What a pity. Xing Zhao sighed, saying, I should have sent out the message then, it might have narrowed down the search range for Zhang Kaixing's wife and children. It wouldn't have mattered. Xing Yingzhu replied cold-heartedly, dousing his enthusiasm mercilessly, even if they had gone, they still wouldn't have found Zhang Kaixing. It's not necessarily hopeless. Xing Zhao attempted to fight back, boss, you might not know, there's now something called the Tianyan system. Because he is already dead, Xing Yingzhu bluntly said. Xing Yingzhu's voice was earnest, as if he was merely stating an obvious fact. Xing Zhao. Xing Zhao opened his mouth, as if muted by someone pressing the mute button on the Tianyan remote, falling immediately silent. He only felt a strange chill creep up his back, making him shiver violently, suddenly sensing eyes all around him, hiding in the darkness. When he spoke again, Xing Zhao's voice already trembled. Boss. Xing Zhao edged closer to him, tremblingly saying, don't scare me, I'm timid. Xing Yingzhu glanced at him, seemingly fearing that Xing Zhao might faint and delay their journey. So, with great compassion, he softened his tone. Clinical death, Xing Yingzhu said, of course, biological death might just leave him with one last breath. Xing Zhao exhaled a sudden sigh of relief. To him, the difference between a person still having a bit of life yet living lively, and this person is already dead, was immense. The former could let him deceive himself a bit, convincing himself that it was some sort of metaphysical trick, while the latter would be a genuinely terrifying story, fundamentally distinct. Actually, Xing Zhao still had many questions in his heart, such as the origin of that dragon, or whether Zhang Kaixing could still be saved. But after that episode, Xing Zhao dared not ask Xing Yingzhu any more questions. It wasn't that he feared Xing Yingzhu mocking him, but rather the fear of hearing another serious ghost story meant to terrify him. In this pitch-black wilderness where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, if he really fainted, Xing Yingzhu would likely not lower himself to drag him along. If Xing Yingzhu lost his patience and left him behind, Xing Zhao shivered at just imagining the scene, involuntarily rubbing his arms, closing his mouth, content to follow Xing Yingzhu as though automatically set to follow mode, like a loyal pet. He silently resolved that anything else he wanted to ask would have to be restrained until they returned to the apartment complex, and he could find Xing Yingzhu during broad daylight, wrapped warmly in a blanket, to continue asking. Although Xing Yingzhu found it strange that he suddenly became as quiet as a fish, the silence gave his ears a break, satisfying him enough to glance at Xing Zhao encouragingly, appreciating his newfound discretion. Xing Zhao was thoroughly puzzled by that look, wondering if Xing Yingzhu was feeling proud of his own profound knowledge. Xing Zhao thought about it and reckoned that it was possible. Those two technical terms from earlier didn't seem like they could have come out of a millennium-old demon's mouth. The more he thought about it, the more sense it made to him, and he didn't notice that his perception of Xing Yingzhu had fallen into a misconception. Xing Yingzhu seemed to have been regarded as an antique who hadn't been in human society for thousands of years, completely forgetting that just 3 days ago, this man was at home sipping red bean coconut fruit milk green tea while watching the 60-minute noon news. So Xing Zhao glanced at Xing Yingzhu's expression, guessing his thoughts, and tentatively complimented Xing Yingzhu a couple of times. "Boss, well-versed in ancient and modern knowledge, learned both Chinese and Western culture," Xing Zhao said. Xing Yingzhu. Although Xing Yingzhu didn't know why Xing Zhao suddenly praised him, but presumably demons and humans didn't differ much in some respects, it was always pleasant to hear compliments. So after pondering for a moment, he generously cast an approving glance toward Xing Zhao. Xing Zhao immediately felt a boost in spirit, feeling for the first time in his life that he had grasped Xing Yingzhu's mindset. Encouraged greatly, he pushed forward even harder. "You really are incredibly knowledgeable, your erudition vast like an ocean," Xing Zhao declared. Xing Yingzhu. He lavishly praised him with all sincerity and fervor, almost as if he were in the midst of a primary school student's poetry recital contest. Even Xing Yingzhu, a creature indifferent to propriety, started to feel that it had gone too far. "That's enough," Xing Yingzhu said. "More flattery will sound fake." Satisfied that he had cheered up Xing Yingzhu, Xing Zhao relaxed a bit, thinking that Xing Yingzhu probably wouldn't leave his body out in the wilderness just because of a foul mood now. Their communication, although awkward like a conversation between chickens and ducks, unexpectedly led to mutual understanding, creating an unusually harmonious picture. As a result, the entire latter part of their journey went unusually peacefully. However, based on Xing Zhao's observation, Xing Yingzhu likely couldn't activate his mystic abilities except under special circumstances, because throughout the entire night, he kept walking Xing Zhao forward by 11-foot power, not showing any intention of using magic to cheat. The place where Xing Yingzhu came ashore was in the northern area of Poyang Lake, which was vast. Xing Zhao followed him drenched from head to toe for half the night until, when his clothes were dried halfway, they met early rising fishermen at the crack of dawn. After much persuasion, Xing Zhao managed to convince the fishermen that they were two unlucky tourists whose paddleboat had lost air on the lake. The fishermen carried them back to the village in a pickup truck. "Young people these days are reckless, how could you attempt to navigate the waters yourselves? Do you realize how vast Poyang Lake is?" The fisherman, around 40 or 50 years old, with a somewhat stern face, helped them albeit seeming quite reluctant. He complained incessantly while driving, "It's fortunate you can swim, otherwise it would have been certain death." When it came to external interactions like this, Xing Zhao dared not count on Xing Yingzhu. He chuckled nervously, humbly saying, "Yes, Weiss," and before getting off the car, he transferred 200 yuan from Xing Yingzhu's account to the fisherman as a gratuity. Thankfully, Xing Yingzhu's mobile device hadn't also perished underwater, or they would be holding up signs asking for charity at the train station now. "Lost luggage due to misfortune during tourism. Please kindly donate 200 yuan for transportation home." Unlike Xing Yingzhu who emerged from the water unaffected, Xing Zhao was soaked through and through. First, he purchased a set of dry clothes from a local village shop and changed into them. Then, using Xing Yingzhu's phone, he booked plane tickets and sat on a cross-city bus to transfer to the city center. Finally, they took a taxi to the airport. After going through so much trouble following Xing Yingzhu, Xing Zhao finally landed at the Xanadu airport just past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. By the time he got off the plane, he felt as if every inch of his body ached, each muscle demanding rebellion. With great difficulty, he climbed into a taxi. "Driver, Fuxing Road in the new development zone, BUN community," Xing Zhao said. Ever since getting into the car, Xing Yingzhu had been sitting reclined against the window of the taxi's rear seat with his arms crossed, eyes closed to rest. Xing Zhao sat in the front passenger seat, occasionally glancing back, only to see Xing Yingzhu maintaining the same posture as if asleep. The bright sunlight outside streamed onto his body, reflecting the black wool overcoat he wore to a deep brown hue. His pale face appeared like a meticulously carved cold jade under the sunlight, radiating an indescribable fragility. But Xing Zhao knew very well that this was merely the illusion created by Xing Yingzhu's looks. Once Xing Yingzhu opened his eyes and spoke, he would be lethal, capable of handling 10 opponents alone, a conservative estimate indeed. The vehicle descended from the elevated expressway connecting the Xanadu city district to the airport and gradually merged into the main streets of the city center. Upon entering the city center, the speed slowed considerably. The taxi sometimes stopped for a red light, gave way to pedestrians, or became stuck in traffic jams near the hub of central traffic, where one could see nothing but rows of red brake lights. If it were under normal circumstances, Xing Zhao would likely have asked the driver to change the route by now. However, today he remained silent and instead relished being surrounded by people. The people and vehicles around gradually increased, and in this familiar human society, Xing Zhao regained a sense of security, his mind slowly calming down. Whether it was the sunlight or the firelight, brightness inherently made people feel safe. Sheng Zhao relaxed and leaned back against the chair, letting out a long sigh of relief. If it weren't for Xing Yingzhu sitting in the back seat to remind him, Sheng Zhao might really have thought that the midnight scare from the previous night was all a dream. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance back at Xing Yingzhu again. It was strange, when looking at him in broad daylight, Sheng Zhao found it truly difficult to associate Xing Yingzhu with the massive snake from the previous night that had almost killed the demon dragon. He looked not the least bit ferocious, Sheng Zhao thought. Chapter 24, Hero Saves the Beauty. The taxi swayed back and forth, stopping and starting intermittently. Sheng Zhao was dazed by the afternoon sun, eventually dozing off inside the taxi. He woke up when Xing Yingzhu pushed him. When Sheng Zhao opened his eyes, Xing Yingzhu had already paid the fare through a QR code scan and was now impatiently waiting outside the passenger side. Sheng Zhao instinctively snapped out of his drowsy state and hurriedly got out of the car. When not resting, it wasn't noticeable, but after a short nap, Sheng Zhao felt like an old-fashioned tractor without engine oil, his joints creaking as if he were some low-level zombie from the apocalypse. He tried to find solace in humor, thinking that to others, he probably looked just as bad as Zhang Kaixing did at that moment. What irked Sheng Zhao most was that although Xing Yingzhu had been spitting blood by the riverside earlier, he now seemed completely fine, walking leisurely as though he'd only gone out to buy a pack of instant noodles from the convenience store next to their apartment complex. Meanwhile, Sheng Zhao felt like a dead dog trailing behind Xing Yingzhu with great effort for every step. If not intimidated by Xing Yingzhu's authoritative demeanor, Sheng Zhao would have preferred clinging onto him, demanding to be dragged home. It's okay, Sheng Zhao self-consoled in his mind, the long march is almost over, there are just a few more steps. Once we get home, I can take a good long nap. Holding on to this belief, Sheng Zhao forced himself forward inch by inch towards the entrance of the apartment building. However, the unpredictable twists of fate, or perhaps an unlucky year full of cascading misfortunes, shattered even this small hope. For standing not far from the entrance of the apartment building was a man who blocked the way like a modern highwayman waiting precisely for Xing Yingzhu. Sheng Zhao didn't need to possess any precognitive abilities from Xing Yingzhu to know that something was amiss. His judgment was based on one thing: this man carried an exceptionally conspicuous sword on his back. In all his years, Sheng Zhao's only understanding of such weapons came from watching elderly people practice Tai Chi sword dances in a park. But what those seniors carried were ordinary tools used for performances. In comparison, the peculiar weapon of the man in front was extraordinary indeed. This man's sword was strange. It wasn't a whole sharpened blade but rather a series of 7 palm-sized coins strung together. Connected by red strings and delicate golden chains, each coin had been honed into razor-sharp edges. Judging by its appearance, it might easily take someone's life if used properly. An unwelcome visitor. This was Sheng Zhao's first impression. As Sheng Zhao and Xing Yingzhu approached, the man was facing away from the road, apparently confronting something within the doorway. Summoning the last of his strength, Sheng Zhao stretched his neck to see, noticing a group of people crammed inside the lobby right beyond the door. Xiong Xiangsong, Lu Xing, and Hu Huan were plastered against the glass, glaring intently at the stranger blocking the entrance. Sheng Zhao. What was wrong with these people? Confused, Sheng Zhao hadn't time to further scrutinize their odd postures before Xiong Xiangsong noticed him through the glass. Xiong Xiangsong's face lit up. Sheng Zhao wasn't exaggerating when he thought, for that fleeting moment, Xiong Xiangsong saw him not as a returning property manager but a relief volunteer come to save the day. But this reaction didn't go unnoticed by the man outside either, who slightly paused and then turned sharply, his gaze colliding directly with Xing Yingzhu's who was just coming toward them. The man trembled, his expression transforming almost immediately into a sharp glare. Once the man turned, Sheng Zhao also caught a clear look at his face. He appeared very young, possibly younger than Sheng Zhao, likely around 18 to 19 years old at most. Dressed in a deep blue casual jacket with the zipper left open, Sheng Zhao noticed a bulky stack of something stuffed in his inner pocket at a glance. Also notable was a thumb-sized transparent glass vial hanging from his neck, filled with about 2/3 red powder of unknown origin. Around his wrist was a string of miniature coins identical to those strung on his sword. The whole ensemble radiated a mystical air. From Sheng Zhao's perspective, the man seemed like he couldn't wait to announce "Exorcise Demons" written across his forehead. Sheng Zhao. Walking around like that, wouldn't people mistake him for cosplay and ask for photos? Sheng Zhao puzzled. However, it seemed Sheng Zhao's jinx had not yet ended. The person in front of him was clearly no mere pretender but genuinely intent on carrying out the 4 characters of subduing demons and exorcising evil. He only exchanged a glance with Xing Yingzhu before making a sudden move, pulling out a bright yellow talisman paper from his inner pocket and swiping it swiftly with his index finger and thumb. Sheng Zhao had sharp eyes. He saw the talisman suddenly bear a red mark, and then abruptly glow, burning with a force that defied scientific logic, flying out of the youth's fingers straight towards Xing Yingzhu's face. Shit! Sheng Zhao blurted out a national curse. Before he could process this arcane situation beyond his understanding, he instinctively stepped forward, blocking in front of Xing Yingzhu. Joking aside, Sheng Zhao thought, this guy certainly wasn't just putting on a show. What if he really could subdue spirits? The fire looked ominous. He himself being an ordinary human would likely be unharmed if burned. But Xing Yingzhu was a spirit. Who knew what would happen if he got scorched? His reaction was so fast it was almost instinctive. The man opposite also froze for a moment, too late to pull back. That ball of flame crashed against Xing Zhao at an anti-gravitational speed and then directly sank into his chest. An immediate chorus of gasps rose among the onlookers in the first-floor lobby. Xing Zhao had no time to pay attention to the spectators' expressions, he reflexively clutched his chest, ready to pat out the flames. To his shock, the material of his shirt around his chest remained perfectly intact as if it hadn't even touched by a speck of ash. What are you doing in the way? The youth took a step forward, fuming furiously, accusing him, he's not human. I know. Xing Zhao responded with strength, sounding more assertive than the young man. The youth was stunned by this reply, unable to utter a word for 2 whole seconds. Xing Zhao paid no mind to him, all he could do was look in horror at his chest, still confused about what had happened that exceeded his comprehension. Dude, boss, what is this? Xing Zhao grabbed Xing Yingzhu's hand and indicated him to check his chest urgently, shaken and uneasy, am I going to have any after effects? Xing Yingzhu showed absolutely no sign of realizing he'd just been rescued like a damsel in distress. He responded coldly, no. The youth finally snapped out of his stupor, seeing Xing Zhao acting so familiar with Xing Yingzhu, which made him stomp his foot in frustration, gritting his teeth and saying, he's a monster. But you can't just attack him. Xing Zhao retorted angrily. I need to ask him questions. The youth explained. So why don't you just ask them without attacking, said Xing Zhao firmly, standing his ground like a mother hen fiercely protecting her chicks. Their voices became louder and louder, looking like roosters about to fight at the village entrance. It appeared they were about to start an argument within the next second. I. The youth seemed unfamiliar with humans who didn't understand what was good for them, his chest heaving up and down as he shook his finger at Xing Zhao in anger, saying, he has such high powers, how can I question him if I don't restrain him first? What are you afraid of? Xing Zhao said rashly, if he touches you, lightning will strike him. Xing Yingzhu could take it no longer, he deeply inhaled and decided he wouldn't let Xing Zhao embarrass him anymore. So he reached out, grabbing Xing Zhao's shoulder and pulled him back, just like lifting a chick. That's enough, my dignity is worth a lot, Xing Yingzhu said through gritted teeth. Xing Zhao stumbled backward, instantly becoming meek like a kitten, retracting all those belligerent actions and flashed him a sheepish grin while making a locking gesture over his mouth. Xing Yingzhu dragged this disgraceful entity behind him and examined the youth in front. Who are you? Xing Yingzhu asked. Hearing this, the youth subconsciously puffed out his chest, clearly proud of his own origin. I am Zhang Jian, the 66th generation successor of Mount Longhu. Xing Zhao. Do I have to witness every bizarre thing in the past 20 years within these few days? Xing Zhao puzzled, or maybe heaven still found his shattered worldview not broken enough and wanted to smash the remaining bits completely. It was understandable for Xing Yingzhu, a supernatural being, to create such mystical situations, but now this guy also turned out to be one of them, an entirely solid flesh and blood human. Yet, how could he conjure fire out of nowhere? Xing Zhao could not figure this out no matter how hard he tried. Of course, because Xing Yingzhu was still present, Xing Zhao didn't dare to ask, fearing another sentence might lose even more face in front of his elder and make him unhappy. Xing Yingzhu's expression remained calm, showing no special treatment towards the title, simply asking, Celestial Master? Zhang Jian's expression became slightly complex for a moment, puffing his chest even more conspicuously while clearing his throat and saying, Designate Celestial Master. Ah, Xing Zhao thought, internship. Then there's nothing for me to talk about with you, Xing Yingzhu said, grabbing Xing Zhao's collar and dragging him inside, seemingly not the least bit wary of Zhang Jian's peculiar equipment all over him. If you want to know anything about me, go ask your master once you get back, Xing Yingzhu added. Zhang Jian was made somewhat awkward by his almost complete disregard, instinctively retreating a step under Xing Yingzhu's pressure. Though putting on a brave face, he stammered, you. Don't be too cocky. Xing Yingzhu stopped in irritation and gave him a glance. He had always disliked dealing with these types of people, especially someone green and clueless like this little brat. But it was obvious that this little brat was much favored on the mountain. Without any hitches, he would likely become the next celestial master, someone Xing Yingzhu might have to deal with again in the future. Furrowing his brows with sour emotions bubbling up, Xing Yingzhu decided to finish the matter quickly and send him away as soon as possible. Standing firm at his spot, he asked straightforwardly, did you come to investigate the livestock killings? Chapter 25, This is Modern Society, the Human Society. Xing Zhao didn't understand how they had come to this point. At a straight-line distance of 200 meters from the BUN residential complex, the rolling shutter of the Le Fenei barbecue restaurant was half open, and only one of the 3 large lights in the room was on. The lonely and cold light illuminated a long table placed horizontally in the hall, leaving a glint on the sharp edge of a copper coin sword. Other residents of the apartment building huddled in a corner far away from the center of the hall, pitifully crowded together, looking at the central long table through half of the cold drink cabinet. By the table, Xing Yingzhu and Zhang Jian sat on either side, neither speaking first. Xing Zhao stood expressionlessly by Xing Yingzhu, his sense of value so shattered that it couldn't be pieced back together. Half an hour ago, Xing Yingzhu made a big stir, startling Zhang Jian so much that he almost jumped up from the ground, pointing at him angrily and said, you really knew about this. For some reason, Zhang Jian looked extremely angry. From Xing Zhao's perspective, it was as if he had already decided that Xing Yingzhu was the main culprit. Just when Xing Zhao thought today's scene would end with nothing less than a deadly confrontation, and he was just about to throw himself in front of Zhang Jian to let Xing Yingzhu run away, he saw Xing Yingzhu abnormally calmly release him, then reach into his pocket, pulling out a piece of paper which he waved in front of Zhang Jian. Xing Zhao wasn't exaggerating when he said that the paper was probably older than he was. It looked crumpled and slightly yellowed. Xing Yingzhu shaking it like this made him worry that it would tear apart. License. Xing Yingzhu said. Xing Zhao. What thing? Did he hear wrong? But Zhang Jian was like someone who was instantly frozen. He stared at the paper for a long time with wide eyes. He actually took a step back, released the handle of the sword, and pulled up the zipper of his coat. Although his expression was still fierce, at least it seemed like he didn't intend to fight anymore. Full of questions, Xing Zhao went around and checked the content on the paper. On it, there were densely written words, except for the top line which prominently displayed the words, residence permit, right in the middle, appearing extremely conspicuous. Xing Zhao. Moreover, at the bottom right corner of this license, a messy line pattern was hastily sketched in faded red pen, resembling some sort of signature. Perhaps due to the overload of information these past few days, Xing Zhao looked at the pattern and felt a vague familiarity. After that, the situation evolved into what it is now. So, how did you get the residency permit of Longhu Mountain? Zhang Jian asked coldly. Zhang Jian was young, his baby fat still not gone, looking like a high school student no matter how you looked at him. Even though he spoke sternly, he didn't seem very imposing, rather like a child pretending to be an adult. Xing Yingzhu clearly didn't take him too seriously. He crossed his fingers and leaned back on the chair. Apart from the residency permit, I also have an external employment permit, do you want to see it? Xing Yingzhu said, go, get me a bottle of cola. It took Xing Zhao a full 2 seconds to realize that the second half of this sentence was directed at him. Even though asking for a beverage in such a situation seemed inappropriate, but Xing Yingzhu never matched solemnity, so Xing Zhao didn't say anything else and instead looked around, heading towards the cold drinks cabinet. Xiong Xiangsong and others were still squeezed behind the small table near the cabinet. Xing Zhao found a can of cola from the upper layer of the cabinet and turned around to look at them. Aren't you guys cramped? Xing Zhao sincerely asked, can't you find a more spacious place to sit? The group behind the table immediately shook their heads like little bells ringing, perfectly synchronized and with precise frequency. No, Xiong Xiangsong replied fearfully, it's fine here. Getting any closer might hurt us with the aura. Xing Zhao. What kind of mid-adolescent disease talk is this? It won't happen, Xing Zhao said, Xing Yingzhu doesn't eat people. He didn't mean to bring it up, but after saying that, Diao Liyu's face obviously became even more terrified. She shrunk all the way under the table, only exposing her eyes, her head shaking furiously. No, Diao Liyu said, my admiration for the great sir is as endless as a river, I dare not taint the area within 3 meters around the great sir with my lowly self. Xing Zhao couldn't do anything with them, nor could he really drag them out to sit. So he could only return to the table, unscrew the cap, and handed the cola to Xing Yingzhu. Xing Yingzhu took a sip of water and looked at him curiously, why are you still standing? You didn't tell me to sit down either, Xing Zhao said, confused. Xing Yingzhu remained silent for a while, and then looked at Xing Zhao with a look of sheer exasperation before offering a friendly reminder, this is modern society, the human society. Xing Zhao. Strangely enough, he had almost forgotten. Before this, Xing Yingzhu's strange acts of bravery had shaken him to the core, causing the innate human admiration for strength to creep in and make Xing Zhao subconsciously want to obey his commands. But now, Xing Zhao thought, it was the new socialist era. There wasn't a trace of slavery left. With that thought, he seemed to suddenly rediscover himself, standing straight with newfound energy, moved a stool over, and brazenly sat down next to Xing Yingzhu. Xing Yingzhu looked at him with slight disdain, almost not wanting to acknowledge knowing this living troublemaker. The two bantered back and forth as if they'd momentarily forgotten there was another person sitting across from them. Zhang Jian remained patient. He hadn't said a word after all this time, simply waited for them to finish talking, then cleared his throat, indicating he still had something to say. Judging by his expression, Zhang Jian's wariness towards Xing Yingzhu still lingered, but oddly, his hostility had waned significantly. So, is that so-called mysterious consultant from your sect you? Zhang Jian asked. Xing Yingzhu glanced at him, remaining silent, which equated to a nod of confirmation. But this doesn't make sense, Zhang Jian muttered, looking utterly confused, mumbling further, if it's you, why would you harm people? Wait, I need to interrupt here. Xing Zhao raised his hand to break their gaze, mustering up courage to interject. Excuse me, Master Tiancher-to-be, how are you certain this is related to my boss? Let me tell you, you might have a misunderstanding, he has nothing to do with this. Well, that's not entirely true, to be honest, I was almost killed too, and it was my boss who saved me. He acted bravely in the face of injustice. Zhang Jian looked even more perplexed. But... Zhang Jian frowned, puzzled, saying, my divination pointed here. That could mean it's inaccurate, Xing Zhao said. But just as he made that random guess, Zhang Jian reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail. Impossible. Zhang Jian shouted in protest, I excel in the 64 hexagrams of plum blossom numerology. It looked like the topic was about to drift off to who knows where, forcing Xing Yingzhu to interrupt them. This isn't important, Xing Yingzhu asked, how did you find out about the appearance of a person sacrifice? Once serious matters were brought up, Zhang Jian couldn't help but take them seriously. Although Xing Zhao didn't know what exactly Xing Yingzhu's consultant title referred to, it was clearly very effective for Zhang Jian. Without even checking Xing Yingzhu's employment permit, Zhang Jian easily believed his claims. One of our clan members went missing, Zhang Jian said, a side branch's light went out. After investigating on the mountain, we discovered this matter. Wait a moment, Xing Zhao curiously said, can such masters of mysticism also be troubled by monsters? Not everyone from the Zhang family cultivates on the mountain, Zhang Jian explained kindly to Xing Zhao, only the main lineage has the right to inherit the mantle. Other branches handle mundane affairs on the mountain or lead normal lives elsewhere, going to school, working, establishing families. When thrown into a crowd, they look no different from ordinary people. Xing Zhao understood. So in the world, it was still people like him, normal individuals, who were most numerous. I followed the divination and arrived here, coincidentally discovering traces of you nearby. Zhang Jian turned to Xing Yingzhu and said, your skills are truly impressive, I actually couldn't enter that apartment building. That explained why he was stopping people at the entrance, Xing Zhao thought. It was only natural since he had initially assumed Zhang Jian deliberately blocked Xing Yingzhu, whereas he was actually being held outside. Xing Yingzhu let out a hum filled with unclear meaning. Having barely come to understand him, Xing Zhao interpreted kindly for Zhang Jian, his point is, it's too normal already, there's no need to praise him separately for this. Zhang Jian. It sounded awfully like he was mocking Zhang Jian's lack of experience, Zhang Jian thought. Your divination wasn't wrong, Xing Yingzhu said, there indeed was an incident earlier involving a person sacrifice injuring people near me. And that person sacrifice? Zhang Jian asked. It was killed, Xing Yingzhu replied. Killed? Zhang Jian exclaimed, raising his voice dramatically, that's a living soul. So what? Xing Yingzhu lazily lifted his eyelids, saying, a living soul harming lives naturally carries bad karma. Killing it isn't any big deal. Zhang Jian was left speechless and unable to argue. Don't fight, Xing Zhao hurriedly intervened, seeing that Zhang Jian was merely a mentally pure child, not yet grown up, straightforward and easily influenced. Clearly, he was naive and hadn't yet been battered by societal reality. Well. Zhang Jian reluctantly accepted this explanation temporarily, frowning as he asked, according to your previous statements, have you seen the real culprit? We've seen them, Xing Zhao nodded vigorously. What is it? Zhang Jian quickly asked, where did you discover it? In Shenzhen, Xing Zhao quickly said, at the time, I was. Xing Zhao had been itching for a chance to vent about the events that shattered his worldview, but as he began speaking, he suddenly remembered something else. What's your last name again? Xing Zhao abruptly asked. Zhang Jian replied with a look of bewilderment, I'm surnamed Zhang. Xing Zhao suddenly turned back to glance at Xing Yingzhu, only to see the other turn to look at him at the exact same moment, evidently reminded of the same thing. What's wrong? Zhang Jian, sensing the subtle change in atmosphere between them, urgently asked, what happened? Struggling to suppress the shock building inside, Xing Zhao turned back to Zhang Jian and hesitantly asked, does your family member, is he called Zhang Kaisheng? Chapter 26, when I thought about it, I was just thinking about you. There is a relevant law that states, everything in this world is interconnected in some way, and there is nothing that exists entirely independently. At least at this moment, Xing Zhao firmly believed in this idea. After all, if someone had told Xing Zhao earlier that Zhang Kaisheng leaned on an entire metaphysical sanctuary with relatives who could draw talismans by hand and set fires out of thin air, he would have definitely thought the other person was talking nonsense. But the fact is bizarrely simple. A common office worker thousands of miles away is somehow related to the teenager standing right before him, a teenager who looks anything but ordinary, demonstrating the reality of biodiversity in full force. After confirming with Zhang Jian that the missing Zhang Kaisheng was indeed his own family member, Xing Zhao spent approximately 20 minutes recounting from when he first met Zhang Jian on the plane to when he was finally entrapped by fishing law enforcement. He even unconsciously picked up the half-empty bottle of cola left behind by Xing Yingzhu and drank a couple of gulps while speaking animatedly. Xing Yingzhu. Considering he was a witness, Mr. Xing chose to endure this and did not interrupt. Zhang Jian listened very attentively, his expression growing increasingly solemn as he heard more. Finally, after listening, he furrowed his brow and asked carefully, what did he look like when you saw him? To be honest, not good, Xing Zhao shook his head truthfully and said, how should I describe it? It's like those low-budget zombie movies, the props used for special effects, they look incredibly stiff and break into pieces with a single touch. Zhang Jian's expression blanked out for a second, clearly inexperienced, and he didn't understand the essence of low-budget zombie movies. Xing Zhao immediately realized that Zhang Jian hadn't grasped it and struggled to come up with a vivid description. However, before he managed a conclusion, Xing Yingzhu interjected. His 3 souls and 7 spirits have already been corrupted, his body no longer retains any spiritual energy, his blood isn't circulating properly, and he has started to stiffen. Xing Yingzhu explained professionally and seriously, I know your kind have your own methods, if you go now, perhaps you can still save a breath of life in him. Hearing that Zhang Kaixing might still be saved, Sheng Zhao seemed even more excited than Zhang Jian. He quickly turned around, looking intently at Xing Yingzhu and asked, really? They've inherited their techniques for hundreds of years on their mountain, naturally having ways to protect themselves. Xing Yingzhu glanced at him and continued, you look pretty happy about it. Hey, every life counts. Sheng Zhao nonchalantly waved a hand, sighed, and said, besides, his wife and children seem pitiful. If we can lend a helping hand, why not? In situations like these, Zhang Jian, who was well versed compared to Sheng Zhao, appeared much steadier. Although he instinctively wanted to rush off and help, he restrained himself. Thank you for informing me, but I'd still like to inquire further about human sacrifices, Zhang Jian said, as someone who's just beginning, my knowledge of such matters is limited. Acting rashly may cause us to startle the snake in the grass. How much do you know? Xing Yingzhu countered with a question. I only know about these creatures, but not their origins or how to counter them, Zhang Jian replied, I also don't know what they look like. Human sacrifices were traditionally tools of demon races, and this method was so immoral that it had not appeared for many years. Zhang Jian being young, it was natural that he wouldn't know about them. Xing Yingzhu thought for a moment and decided to explain things from the beginning, using Jiao Liu as an example to narrate her encounter with a human sacrifice that day. The more Xing Zhao listened, the more shocked he became. He thought to himself, if Xing Yingzhu wasn't human, then the little squirrel he brought back that day couldn't possibly have been Jiao Liu's pet, but rather Jiao Liu herself. Then are there even any normal people left in this building? Xing Zhao wondered. Turning his head toward Jiao Liu, the young girl was currently crouching behind the table. Seeing Xing Zhao look her way, she sheepishly smiled, shrank her neck a little, raised 2 fingers of her right hand to make a small figure, made it walk twice on the table, then slammed it down and pretended to die. Xing Zhao. You're not a squirrel spirit, you're an ostrich spirit. Meanwhile, Xing Yingzhu's little lecture went on. Zhang Jian interrupted a couple of times with questions, which Xing Yingzhu answered patiently. Xing Zhao watched from the side, slightly feeling sour inside, thinking that Xing Yingzhu's attitude truly exuded kindness and courtesy. A human sacrifice is no longer a living soul, if you must understand, they have already been refined into a tool of demons. So. Xing Yingzhu's words suddenly paused as he unexpectedly sneezed without warning. Xing Zhao. Xing Yingzhu. A bolt of lightning flashed through Xing Zhao's inner thoughts, leaving him unsure whether he should be shocked that big demon sneezed too or feel guilty that it seems I cursed him earlier. However, Xing Yingzhu barely gave it a second thought and directly turned to ask, were you cursing me in your mind? How could that be? Sheng Zhao instantly switched to a standard smile akin to a real estate agent's customer service, fawning and said, whenever I thought of something, it was about you. Zhang Jian. What's wrong with this guy? Zhang Jian couldn't figure it out. A normal person, upon knowing that the man next to them is a demon, would be terrified at the very least or even wet themselves and run off in a panic. But Xing Zhao stood apart, not only shielding this highly accomplished big demon but also getting unusually intimate with him. It was indeed strange. Zhang Jian couldn't help but glance at Xing Zhao a few more times, marking it down mentally to ask his master once he returned to the mountain. Xing Yingzhu seemed half believing and half doubting this explanation. He furrowed his brows, suspiciously sizing up Xing Zhao for a while before looking distastefully at the standard smile. Then, Xing Yingzhu reached out, grabbing Xing Zhao's chin and turning his face towards the bottle of cola on the table. Drink water, Xing Yingzhu said. I'm not thirsty, Xing Zhao said, boss, don't worry about me. I know, Xing Yingzhu replied considerately, drink more water to keep your mouth shut. Xing Zhao. Double standards. Overpowered by Xing Yingzhu's authoritative demeanor, Xing Zhao dared not retaliate openly. Gritting his teeth, he clenched the bottle's edge and drank, grinding his molars against the plastic as if it were some sort of punishment. Zhang Jian. This pair, one human, one demon, was almost unbearable to watch. Zhang Jian believed himself to have excellent mental fortitude, yet even he felt uneasy in front of these two and longed to conclude their business swiftly to save lives. Thus, Zhang Jian forced his eyes off Xing Zhao's face and gestured, asking, so then what? Then don't go soft-hearted, Xing Yingzhu said, kill when you must. Zhang Jian remained silent for a moment, bowed slightly, and said, thanks for the advice, but our sect has its own code of conduct. There's no need to trouble yourself with unnecessary concerns. Xing Yingzhu had just been speaking offhandedly anyway, it wasn't like he actually cared whether Zhang Jian lived or died. What mattered to Zhang Jian and the success of his mission weren't related to him either. So Xing Yingzhu hummed indifferently and added, you go save your people. Don't bother coming my way unless necessary, I find it dizzying to look at you. With that, Xing Yingzhu got up, grabbed Xing Zhao by the collar, and signaled it was time to leave. As Zhang Jian watched him turn to walk away, he quickly stood up puzzled and asked, wait, you aren't coming to investigate this? Why should I care about this? Xing Yingzhu retorted. Zhang Jian was momentarily speechless and asked bewilderedly, among all the demons currently living in the mortal world, don't you rank highest? Who else will handle such matters if not you? Only now did Xing Zhao realize how crude their consultant was. Not only were job scopes unclear, but responsibility boundaries weren't defined either. I simply reside among humans and am not under your jurisdiction, Xing Yingzhu responded coolly. His tone turned colder as he stared at Zhang Jian, saying, let's give each other a little respect. Don't overreach. Taken aback by his sudden icy aura, Zhang Jian instinctively stepped back, hesitating to say anything further for the moment. Xing Zhao too was startled by Xing Yingzhu's frosty expression. Reflecting on it, Xing Zhao felt grateful that his boss had always treated him rather gently, even mocking or teasing him without truly offending him. However, hearing these words now made it seem like there was an invisible line drawn before him, separating himself from others unnaturally. After pondering, Xing Zhao concluded that he no longer envied Zhang Jian. After all, whenever Xing Yingzhu scolded him sarcastically, that stung far less than having someone define their relationship so clearly. Having come to this conclusion, Xing Zhao inexplicably cheered up, watching Xing Yingzhu with much ease, radiating contentment. Xing Yingzhu glanced oddly at him, uncertain what odd thoughts were going through his head. So. Zhang Jian tried again, but his voice was weaker now, you can't just completely ignore it. After all, it involves high-ranking demons. Even if you offer some help. I'm too lazy to bother, Xing Yingzhu said irritably, but if you feel insecure, I'll send someone to assist you. That could pass, Zhang Jian convinced himself, it's like both sides making concessions. Agreed, Zhang Jian said. Xing Yingzhu turned around and swept his gaze over the crowded little square table tucked in the corner of the room. The spectators certainly didn't expect the conflict to suddenly land on them and began to rustle uneasily. One by one, they tried to duck under the table like mischievous students attempting to avoid being called on in a high school classroom. Unfortunately, the table was tiny, and with everyone scrambling, there were inevitably one or two unlucky souls abandoned according to the principle of, rather sacrifice a Taoist companion than a commoner. Hu Huan, Xing Yingzhu calmly said, go with him. Unfortunately for Hu Huan, his unfamiliarity with the terrain compared to his three siblings resulted in him lagging behind, becoming the sole unlucky individual who failed to find refuge. Hu Huan's expression instantly crumbled, as if he had been struck by lightning. Xing Zhao glanced at him sympathetically, thinking that Hu Huan would likely regret today, why wasn't he asleep indoors instead of coming out for gossip? Curiosity not only kills people but may also kill monsters, Xing Zhao mused. The other unmentioned underachiever sighed with relief and quickly crawled out from underneath the table, giving Hu Huan a push from behind. Hu Huan was pushed out unwillingly, looking like an innocent young lady being forced into unwelcome service. Zhang Jian's expression was quite odd. He evaluated Hu Huan, then turned away, furtively doing something. After a while, he turned back, and Xing Zhao noticed him tucking something into his pocket. Based on Xing Zhao's meager life experience, it seemed to be a small mirror. Next, Zhang Jian approached with steady steps, cleared his throat formally, and spoke to Hu Huan in a tone infinitely gentler than when facing Xing Yingzhu, then, let's work together. Chapter 27, Watch Less TV Dramas. Let's be reasonable. Zhang Jian obviously isn't someone who gets along well with monsters. Xing Zhao opened the fridge door, looking inside as he spoke, if you let Hu Huan investigate cases with him, what if Hu Huan angers him and gets captured by him? Xing Yingzhu had already showered and changed clothes. He was slouching on the sofa, lazily pressing the buttons on the TV remote. Strangely, this great monster who paid no heed to human laws seemed to have a preference for news shows and legal awareness programs. No one knew where his peculiar interest originated from. Xing Yingzhu gave a lazy hum and said, do you think they capture demons like in TV dramas, drawing a talisman and pulling out a treasure to capture them? What else could it be? Xing Zhao rebutted confidently. Watch less TV dramas. Xing Yingzhu said. Boss, Xing Zhao calmly tried to reason with him, you should understand something, these kinds of matters don't fall within the general public scope of cognition. So, your tone is problematic. What problem? Xing Yingzhu asked. Just sounds like, I don't know, so it must be common knowledge. Xing Zhao closed the fridge door, justified in his statement, how should I put it? Everyone has their own expertise. You're a monster, naturally knowing more about monster affairs than me. I'm human, naturally knowing more about human things than you, just like, although you're my boss, if I were to ask you about the main contents of cost management in the company, you wouldn't know either. Cost accounting, cost analysis, cost control. Xing Yingzhu replied calmly. Xing Zhao. Let's pretend I didn't say that. The fiery passion in Xing Zhao instantly got extinguished by a burst of flame, silently grabbing a carton of yogurt from the fridge, meekly inching over to sit at the edge of the couch. Xing Yingzhu couldn't help but think, Xing Zhao was only human after all. If he were some small beast demon, his tail would likely already be tucked away by now. Xing Zhao, Xing Yingzhu said earnestly to him, if you want to test me, go cultivate for a few hundred more years. Xing Zhao angrily jabbed the straw into the yogurt carton, unwilling to talk to him. After a while, Xing Yingzhu finally found a rerun of a news program on some obscure channel and contentedly set down the remote. Zhang Jian won't do anything bad to Hu Huan. After finishing his retort, Xing Yingzhu felt better and wanted to add a few more words. Do you know Hu Huan's true form? Hearing that he intended to explain, Xing Zhao quickly turned around, eyes gleaming as he shook his head while holding the straw. It's a fox. Xing Yingzhu said. Hold on, Sheng Zhao extended his hand to stop, saying, so their last name matches their species. Xing Yingzhu nodded. Jiao Liyu's true form was a marten, Hu Huan was a fox. Sheng Zhao thought it was quite convenient, like business cards, you just exchange names to know each other's race when you meet. Sheng Zhao mentally reviewed the other residents of the building, then paused suddenly a few seconds later and looked strangely at Xing Yingzhu. Then the person surnamed Ji on the third floor. He's a chick. Xing Yingzhu said coldly. Sheng Zhao nearly sprayed the yogurt all over the coffee table, choking himself almost to death as he laughed and coughed, his face turning red. Xing Yingzhu looked at him with disdain, moved his fingers slightly, and drew a tissue from the table and handed it to him. It's fine, Sheng Zhao tried to stop laughing and waved his hands, saying, keep going, the fox, then what? The Longhu Mountain Taoists don't capture fox spirits, Xing Yingzhu said, even hundreds of years ago when they killed any monster they saw, they never targeted fox spirits. In their eyes, all monsters are divided into two categories, fox spirits and others. So biased. Sheng Zhao was curious, why? Because they have ties, Xing Yingzhu said, hundreds of years ago, a fox fairy saved their patriarch, hence they always respected foxes, even setting up a deity immortal temple at one point. Stop just wiping yourself, clean the coffee table too. Oh. Realizing what Xing Yingzhu meant, Sheng Zhao hurriedly leaned over to wipe the yogurt stains off the table. No wonder Zhang Jian was so nice to Hu Huan, Sheng Zhao thought, turns out Hu Huan has some connections. But judging by the way Hu Huan looked back regretfully as he followed Zhang Jian, there was an 80% chance he didn't know about this. Sheng Zhao, maybe because he spent too much time with Xing Yingzhu, was influenced by him. Both schadenfreude and sympathy welled up simultaneously, making it hard for him to determine which was more prominent. Still, he decided not to tell Hu Huan. It was good to let him enjoy life's little pleasures. But still, the gentleman under the ground in Shen City looks pretty intimidating. Do you think those two can handle it? Sheng Zhao asked. In fact, at this point, Sheng Zhao still cared about Zhang Kaixing a little. Sometimes human psychology is very interesting. If you just see an unfortunate event, you might sigh about it and that would be the end of it. But once the event intersects with your own life, it's an entirely different matter. Sheng Zhao indeed regretted that Zhang Kaixing had mistakenly wandered into danger, but now that he had escaped safely, Sheng Zhao couldn't help but think about this again. Who knows? Xing Yingzhu said casually, it depends on their attainments. Sheng Zhao fell silent for a moment. With his meager human experience, he could not estimate what level this attainment was. Instead, Xing Yingzhu looked him over for a while, lowered the TV volume by 2 notches, and turned to ask, do you really care? When Xing Yingzhu said this, his expression was very calm, and his tone didn't fluctuate much. Sheng Zhao was used to his sarcastic tones, so this plain ordinary tone startled him a bit, as if something displeased him. No. Sheng Zhao stammered and quickly explained, I just remembered something. Xing Yingzhu curiously hummed in acknowledgement, indicating that he was listening. The person my mom married is the contractor of the construction site in Changning district. Sheng Zhao said, that underground river was cut by him. The previous terrifying midnight experience was so intense that Sheng Zhao spent more than a day with memory lapses. He barely even thought about Li Liangfu or even his own survival. It wasn't until he returned to the apartment building, back in a place where he felt utterly safe, that his CPU slowly rebooted. He recounted what he had heard from Zhao Tong to Xing Yingzhu. At the end, he frowned with concern and said, Boss, do you think I should send Hu Huan a WeChat message and tell him about this later? Sure. Xing Yingzhu said indifferently. Having received his approval, Sheng Zhao felt a bit more at ease. Speaking of which, it's bad luck, Sheng Zhao sighed and said, if my stepfather hadn't dug up this road, there wouldn't have been this problem. It has nothing to do with him. Xing Yingzhu said, he's just a human, even if you gave him 8 extra powers, he couldn't sever the Fulong rope. The chain being broken only means there's a problem with the dragon vein under the earth used to subdue demons. Without spiritual energy sustaining the Fulong rope, the thing has become an ordinary metal, whether it's iron or gold makes no difference. Xing Yingzhu fell silent for a moment and added another sentence, but since this one broke, others will likely follow. What do you mean? Sheng Zhao was shocked as he stared at him and asked, so, there are more. Surprised? Xing Yingzhu slightly raised the corner of his lips, sketching a smile on his handsome face that could be considered captivating. Do you think all the demons in this world look like the young ones in this building? Sheng Zhao looked at him, inexplicably shivering, feeling a chill run up his spine. Swallowing hard, Sheng Zhao trembled and asked, so, the gentleman under Shen City is just average? This time Xing Yingzhu did not answer directly but said, this world is much bigger than you can imagine, therefore, don't wander around aimlessly. Sheng Zhao almost lost his life the last time he wandered around, so how could he not listen to Xing Yingzhu? He shook his head like a tambourine, decisive and sincere, almost wanting to enshrine Xing Yingzhu's words as an imperial decree. However, as Sheng Zhao shook his head, he suddenly remembered a question he had forgotten to ask. This question had crossed his mind by the Poyang Lake, but unfortunately, Xing Yingzhu always scared him with 1 out of every 3 sentences, making him too afraid to ask, and thus he kept suppressing it until now, when it flashed back to him in a fleeting moment of insight. "Boss," Xing Zhao cautiously glanced at his expression, silently moving closer and holding up one finger in front of him, whispering, "I have one more question." Unfortunately, Xing Yingzhu brand Q&A machine had already exceeded its working hours for today. He frowned impatiently and nudged Xing Zhao aside with the remote control against his shoulder. "Are you the Y-series?" Xing Yingzhu asked. "Just one." Xing Zhao shamelessly blocked his view of the TV and pleaded, "The last one." Xing Yingzhu's patience was clearly approaching a dangerous red line. His tone was unfriendly as he ordered, "Ask fast, then go to sleep." It's actually simple." Xing Zhao looked at him in confusion and asked, "I don't understand. You yourself can freely enter and exit, take things from afar, why do you need to hire an ordinary person like me to guard the door for you?" Xing Yingzhu. Before asking this question, Xing Zhao was actually prepared to be ridiculed by him, because compared to other scientific questions, this one was embarrassingly stupid. But to Xing Zhao's surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Xing Yingzhu suddenly fell silent. His eyebrows were furrowed, and the impatience on his face had mysteriously diminished, as if he was lost in thought. After a moment, Xing Yingzhu pulled himself out of that state of reminiscence and said, "I'm waiting for someone." "Who?" Xing Zhao immediately flashed through many strange and melodramatic love setups in his mind. He looked at Xing Yingzhu with an odd expression and hesitated to ask, "Like your predestined soulmate or something?" The fleeting touch of nostalgia that had just appeared on Xing Yingzhu's face was instantly erased by Xing Zhao's words. Mr. Xing calmly remained silent for a moment before delivering a surprisingly honest evaluation of Xing Zhao's guess. Watch fewer soap operas. Chapter 28, Just This Once. Xing Zhao was truly curious about his affairs, so after a moment of silence, he zipped his lips as if betraying a great secret, indicating that he wouldn't pry further. Xing Yingzhu glanced at him again, seemingly satisfied with his understanding, and continued speaking. "I once lost something important." Xing Yingzhu had no intention of elaborating, instead giving a brief explanation. "Someone told me that if I wanted to get it back, I couldn't find it on my own. I could only wait for someone to help me look for it." Xing Zhao furrowed his brows in confusion. He was now regretting keeping quiet earlier, because he obviously couldn't stop himself from asking questions while Xing Yingzhu was telling the story. So Xing Zhao resorted to attempting to convey his questions through vivid facial expressions and body language instead. Xing Yingzhu silently watched him squint and grimace for quite a while, then massaged his temples wearily and said, "Go ahead and ask." Xing Zhao immediately exhaled a breath as though he'd been holding it in for ages. "Who told you?" Xing Zhao asked with an unusually unique focus, "Is this person trustworthy?" "Trustworthy," Xing Yingzhu replied. "If anyone under the heavens knows where that thing is, it would be her." "Wow," Xing Zhao gasped. "Then why doesn't she just outright tell you the result? Why does she force you to wait around like this?" For a fleeting moment, Xing Zhao almost thought he saw Xing Yingzhu grit his molars. "Because it was her who took it away," Xing Yingzhu said. Xing Zhao. "This shouldn't be called lost, this should be called stolen," Xing Zhao thought. But to avoid enraging Xing Yingzhu to the point of being hung out to dry at the 7th floor window, Xing Zhao wisely refrained from voicing that thought. And at that very moment, a sudden surge of affection welled up within Xing Zhao. His boss may seem cruel and ruthless with sharp words, but inside, he's actually a big naive monster who's easy to deceive. "You're too honest." Xing Zhao slammed the table in frustration and exclaimed, "She already took your stuff. How would she give it back? She's probably just playing with you." "I know," Xing Yingzhu replied, sounding calmer than him. "So what?" Xing Zhao looked at Xing Yingzhu tenderly, as if looking at some young, innocent child, feeling that he was pretending to be strong. Then, Xing Zhao softened his tone and asked, "Does it mean you always find a human to guard your gate simply because you're waiting for someone?" Initially, that was the reason. But later, when Xing Yingzhu realized he had probably been tricked, he stopped caring too much about these things. However, having a human nearby did provide convenience for Xing Yingzhu at times. On one hand, his personality is rather laid back, and on the other hand, since he is not part of the human race, living in the human world sometimes ties his hands. Having a human to run errands for him avoids a lot of trouble. Thus, even though he no longer held much hope of finding the item, this habit still persisted. Yet Xing Yingzhu was too lazy to explain much more, so he merely hummed in response. Xing Zhao pondered for a moment, recalling something. After hesitating, he asked, "Then, boss, did you save me because I can help you?" As soon as Xing Zhao uttered this question, he regretted it. The phrasing felt wrong, as if it carried an undertone of self-pity, much like the questioning of whether a partner had cheated, which resembled slow sheep. Finished. Xing Zhao thought. He had just mocked Xing Yingzhu for seeming effeminate, yet now he appeared even more effeminate than Xing Yingzhu. Xing Zhao repressed that thought tenfold in his mind, praying that Xing Yingzhu wouldn't respond, otherwise, no matter if the answer was yes or no, the conversation would spiral into strange territory. However, Xing Zhao quickly realized he was overthinking. Mr. Xing probably never plays by the rules in life. Expecting warmth from him is akin to expecting the sun to swallow the earth. Based on you. Xing Yingzhu furrowed his brow, expressing his disdain earnestly, on the grounds that you were lured into a sting operation, or that you nearly became dinner for another monster. Xing Zhao. Strangely, though these words weren't polite, Xing Zhao strangely drew strength from them, instantly forgetting his embarrassment and reviving completely. It even ignited an odd competitive spirit within him, daring enough to slam the coffee table in front of Xing Yingzhu and say, "Look, how do you know I can't without trying? Tell me what you've lost, and I'll think of a way to help." Xing Yingzhu seemed to have anticipated this question all along and understood that if he didn't placate the 10,000 Ys before him, there would be no way he could relax and watch TV today. Therefore, Xing Yingzhu muted the TV, turned his head to look at Xing Zhao, and seriously said, "It's my skeleton." Xing Zhao. Xing Zhao's previous boastful words were still lingering in the air, his defiant expression had yet to fade, but then he froze on the spot like a fossil formed by wind. Xing Yingzhu was already very familiar with this behavior of his, knowing that he was probably rebooting himself mentally again. Sure enough, after a full 1 or 2 minutes, Fossil Xing finally twisted his head stiffly, forcing out a dry laugh as he asked. "What was that again? I didn't hear it clearly just now." Xing Yingzhu smirked cruelly and repeated slowly once more, "Skeleton." Xing Zhao immediately stopped breathing, swaying in place for a moment. "If you pass out right here, I'll dunk you into that bathtub behind you," Xing Yingzhu's nearly cruel voice rang beside his ear. "If you drown yourself, don't expect me to get struck by lightning." Xing Zhao gasped in cold air, forcibly clinging to his collapsing mind with sheer willpower. He almost rolled his eyes but managed to stand steady. Xing Yingzhu was amused by his effort, waving his fingers magnanimously. A shoe-changing stool came flying over through thin air, colliding at Xing Zhao's knee from behind. With a splash, Xing Zhao sat down, his face blank. "But boss," Xing Zhao asked hazily, "aren't you a snake?" Xing Yingzhu seemed rather reluctant about this topic, frowning slightly before reluctantly replying, "No." "What are you then?" Xing Zhao asked without thinking. "I am a dragon," said Xing Yingzhu. Xing Zhao. 2 days later, Xing Zhao slammed shut the book of The Classic of Mountains and Seas in his hand, letting out a long breath, finally convinced that he understood Xing Yingzhu's origin. As per Xing Yingzhu's claim, he was fundamentally different from the deformed creature lurking under the river. His so-called dragon was colossal, blocking out the sun and moon, with wings sprouting from its back, dominating both sky and water, though the last part was something Xing Zhao himself added. Curious about Xing Yingzhu's background, the latter did not seem to enjoy discussing this topic. No matter how much Xing Zhao coaxed, only 2 sentences could be extracted. However, modern college students, if nothing else, excel at Baidu searches. Xing Zhao tried all sorts of keywords, also referring to Xing Yingzhu's nearing 5-digit age, barely finding a species mentioned in The Great North Classic. Ing. It seems to indeed be this character, Xing Zhao muttered to himself. No wonder on the shore of Poyang Lake, when Xing Yingzhu spoke about that gentleman, his tone carried such disdain. Looking back now, he must truly have the qualification to look down. Still, the records of mythological ancient books were too mysterious, making it impossible for Xing Zhao to associate the species capable of calling winds and rains with the tea-loving beauty upstairs. But come to think of it, according to Xing Yingzhu, whether it is or isn't, that dragon version of him died a long time ago, his bones likely being used somewhere for who knows what. His investigation is futile, merely satisfying his own gossip curiosity, otherwise utterly useless. Nowadays, Xing Yingzhu is merely a large snake. While Xing Zhao secretly touched his hand when he was asleep, although it felt cool, there was body temperature, it wasn't some weird scene of borrowing a corpse to live again. Although he didn't know how Xing Yingzhu revived, judging from his demeanor when speaking about this topic, Xing Zhao guessed that past events should indeed be irretrievable. He was lost in thought about all these random musings when suddenly an array of doorbell sounds came from outside the building entrance. Xing Zhao hurried back to reality, shoving the books on the desk aside and stuffing the key he found amidst the mess into his pocket, shouting that he was coming. In general, Xing Yingzhu was still a decent boss, without the habit of mistreating employees. These past few days since returning from Shin City, Xing Yingzhu kindly gave him a break, no longer grabbing him to work as a chef but restoring his precious membership in the takeout service. Xing Zhao took the takeout box from the delivery man, thanking him, and then headed up to the 7th floor by pressing the elevator button without thinking twice. He knocked on the door. After dropping his guard in front of Xing Zhao, Xing Yingzhu also freed his ideals and didn't bother getting up to open the door. Every time, he opened the door through a reverse human-like technique using distance manipulation. Xing Zhao was already accustomed to it. He changed his shoes at the entrance and walked inside, but rarely did he not see Xing Yingzhu on the couch. "Boss?" Xing Zhao placed the takeout box on the coffee table and peeked curiously into the room. Right after, he heard a sudden splash of water from behind. Turning around, he saw Xing Yingzhu emerging from the bathtub surface, dripping wet with water droplets sliding off his body. Xing Zhao was startled, instinctively turning away. His heart raced wildly as he mumbled to himself that his career path was veering toward strangeness without return. On his first day of work, he had teased his boss, and now he even accidentally witnessed the boss's post-bathing scene. Fortunately, this should be an iron rice bowl, Xing Zhao thought with some self-amusement amid his distress. Xing Yingzhu probably wouldn't fire him. A moment later, not until he heard the sound of rustling footsteps from behind did Xing Zhao dare to shift his gaze away from the sofa patterns. Xing Yingzhu emerged from the bathtub, wearing a dark ink-colored silk robe. The front was loosely closed, held together only by a thin sash tied around his waist, which wasn't doing much. He didn't even glance at Xing Zhao as he walked past him, sitting on the couch and rummaging through the takeout bag. Xing Zhao sighed in relief and said, "Boss, you eat first. I'll head downstairs." Xing Yingzhu hummed in acknowledgement and then added, "Wait." Xing Zhao stopped mid-step, turning his head back with a puzzled look directed at him. Without looking up, Xing Yingzhu casually tossed something over his shoulder. A thin card landed on the coffee table with a crisp sound, sliding slightly toward Xing Zhao along the smooth surface. Xing Zhao paused for a second, startled. This card was all too familiar to him, just one glance confirmed it. It was none other than the poor access card that had met its demise just earlier. "Just this once," Xing Yingzhu stated. Chapter 29, Maybe, have you been to the museum? Xing Zhao was dumbfounded for 2 full seconds, not understanding where this card had appeared from in Xing Yingzhu's possession. He clearly remembered that Xing Yingzhu had said before that due to the limited amount of scales he had exchanged last time, his lost keycard wouldn't be reissued. So where had this one come from? Xing Zhao scratched his head and tentatively asked, "Boss, did you exchange more scales?" "No." Xing Yingzhu replied. Xing Zhao glanced at him and hesitated to ask, "Then where did this keycard?" "Don't ask so much." Xing Yingzhu's patience usually counted down by the second. He furrowed his brow slightly, reaching directly to take back the card while saying irritably, "If you don't want it, fine." "I do. I do." Xing Zhao hastily lunged towards the coffee table, kneeling on the floor, fumblingly holding the card against his chest with a distorted posture as he nodded vigorously like an old millstone grinding, "This time I'll definitely keep it safe. No more accidents." Xing Yingzhu sniffed once, which amounted to a curt, "Understood." Xing Zhao chuckled nervously at him twice, propping himself up to draw out the keycard from his hand and blew off the dust stuck to it. Xing Yingzhu found his ineptitude too tiresome to deal with and began tearing apart the packaging of his takeout meal instead. His loose cuffs slid down slightly during the movement. Inadvertently glancing at Xing Yingzhu's chest area, Xing Zhao suddenly noticed an abnormal red mark just above his boss's heart. The red mark was about the size of a fingernail, right below the collarbone, looking as if it were a scraped wound from somewhere, faintly oozing a bit of blood. Xing Zhao blinked, first being puzzled as to how a millennia-old great monster could get scraped, then abruptly realizing something, he couldn't help but glance down at the keycard in his hand. He thought he knew where this card came from now. "What are you staring at?" Seeing him standing there motionless for quite some time, Xing Yingzhu finally couldn't ignore him anymore and coldly asked, "Still expecting to scrounge a meal for me?" "No." Xing Zhao forced a smile, wiped the card clean, and stuffed the exceptionally reissued access card into his pocket. He patted the card through his clothes, suddenly experiencing again a familiar yet strange emotion. Just as on the night when Xing Zhao left Xanadu and headed for Shin City, and the intercom screen lit up downstairs from the apartment complex, that fleeting sensation passed through his mind. He once again strangely sensed a special importance emanating from his boss. Xing Yingzhu either didn't notice Xing Zhao's peculiar expression or paid little attention to it, thinking he was doing his usual daydreamy internal monologue again. Xing Zhao's mental wiring had issues, he often jumped from one thing to another. Xing Yingzhu was almost used to it. However, the naive Mr. Xing had no idea that within just those few brief seconds, Xing Zhao had already gone through an impressive mental journey behind his back. Whether he was a snake or a dragon, wasn't he still his boss? Xing Zhao thought pragmatically. The practical effect of his self-induced brainwashing technique was obviously immediately effective on Xing Zhao. He soon revived, standing upright, spirit brimming, feeling that losing bones wasn't really scary after all. After all, he had personally seen the appearance of that big snake. To him, as long as Xing Yingzhu was alive, there was nothing to fear, and as for how many lifetimes he had lived, Xing Zhao completely didn't care. With this in mind, Xing Zhao easily brushed aside the gloom that had lingered over him for 2 whole days. He touched the access card in his pocket and felt moved. In an instant, he understood those sentiments like, a scholar would willingly die for someone who truly understands them. "Actually, boss, I thought about the question you mentioned earlier." Seizing the moment, Xing Zhao quickly asked positively, "What exactly does the bone you lost look like?" Xing Yingzhu looked at him rather surprisingly. He had assumed that with Xing Zhao's nerve, not only bringing this topic up again, but even having the courage to share a meal under the same roof again would require some effort to gather his guts. Who would have thought that his level of acceptance was this good? Clearly these so-called materialists are all nonsense, Xing Yingzhu thought, they speak without any truth. Truthfully, Xing Yingzhu wasn't very willing to bring up this topic, as it always reminded him how his bones were lost. To him, it was far from a good memory experience, and could almost count as the most embarrassing incident of Mr. Xing's entire life. To Xing Yingzhu, other things didn't matter, it was the loss of face that drove him to extreme annoyance. However, Xing Yingzhu could not resist Xing Zhao's enthusiasm. Without saying much, he simply knelt by the coffee table, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Xing Yingzhu, clearly expressing, "I'm super useful, and I have great ideas," lest a word of refusal slip out from Xing Yingzhu. Boss Xing had traveled across human realms and demonic worlds for years but was repeatedly exasperated by this pathetic ordinary college student to the point of losing all patience. So much so that he developed a conditioned reflex. Seeing such an obedient side of Xing Zhao actually made him quite satisfied. This only goes to show how one's bottom line is always meant to be trampled upon. I've told you already, it's the body of a dragon with 2 wings sprouting on its back. Xing Yingzhu said unwillingly. Anyway, there's only a pile of bones left now, so what color the scales were doesn't matter much. Is it big? Xing Zhao started jotting down supplementary conditions. Decent size. Xing Yingzhu said, I'm not too sure. How can you not be sure about your own bones? Xing Zhao curiously asked, do you even know how long your body grew? If we're talking about my original form, although covering the sky might be exaggerated, circling Mount Hua 3 times wouldn't pose a problem. Xing Yingzhu said, just that I don't know what shape they might take after being taken away. Xing Zhao thought about it and indeed, Xing Yingzhu was a powerful demon whose body could be forcibly removed by some other force, probably non-human, who might have used a collection method like proportionally shrinking the entire skeletal structure. Thus, Xing Zhao temporarily let go of the topic and changed direction to start another round of interviews. So, where have you searched? Xing Zhao asked. None. Xing Yingzhu said, I've been in the human realm, but I haven't felt the presence of my bones. So, you haven't actually looked? Xing Zhao asked incredulously. Xing Yingzhu frowned slightly, as if he considered this a pointless question. Or what? Xing Yingzhu said, with the immense changes in this world over time, do you think I'd sift through every blade of grass and tree? It makes sense. Xing Zhao agreed. Xing Zhao contemplated for a moment and found Xing Yingzhu's reasoning valid. The world is vast, and apart from land, earth has water. Searching manually everywhere would be unrealistic. Nevertheless, thinking about it again, Xing Yingzhu's purely intuitive and passive search style did leave Xing Zhao speechless. He even suspected that the reason Xing Yingzhu hadn't found anything in all these years wasn't because the skeleton had been ingeniously hidden but because Boss Xing just couldn't be bothered to go out. At this realization, Xing Zhao turned off his phone screen and turned to look at Xing Yingzhu, seriously stating, since that's the case, I believe we might need to resort to some advanced external forces to focus our search for similar artifacts. Xing Yingzhu remained silent for a moment before calmly demanding, speak plainly. Xing Zhao stalled for a moment, then when he spoke again, his expression turned somewhat peculiar. Carefully and tentatively glancing at Xing Yingzhu's face, he cleared his throat. After a while, he stammered, perhaps, have you ever been to a museum? Xing Yingzhu. He withdrew his earlier opinion about Xing Zhao, he should never have expected anything sensible from him. Yet, 13 hours later, when the plane landed at Nanjing International Airport, stepping off the shuttle bus, Xing Yingzhu stood in front of the desolate highway, rarely falling into deep silence for a prolonged period. What's wrong? Xing Zhao, dragging both their suitcases, puzzledly looked at him, asking, Boss, aren't we going? Our car isn't here, it's parked in the underground parking lot downstairs. Xing Zhao. After a brief pause, Xing Yingzhu stared straight ahead at the distant streetlights and slowly opened his mouth. Did you put a curse on me? Otherwise, why had he really accepted Xing Zhao's ridiculously stupid suggestion and come running to Nanjing overnight with him? Xing Yingzhu racked his brains for answers in vain. What spell had he fallen under to so rashly agree and even feel that Xing Zhao might make sense? Xing Zhao. Xing Zhao swallowed. With careful caution, he placed the suitcase horizontally between the two of them, striving to logically explain to Xing Yingzhu, Boss, you can't say that. I'm just an ordinary person, how would I be able to put a curse on you? You'd have better luck reversing the situation. Due to Xing Zhao's interjection, Xing Yingzhu's self-doubt quickly transformed in the blink of an eye into a disdainful look toward Xing Zhao, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Xing Zhao swore that though Xing Yingzhu hadn't spoken a single word, he clearly saw the complex sarcasm of, what do I possibly stand to gain from you, on his face. As expected, Xing Yingzhu's next sentence was, me putting a curse on you? Is that cost-effective? Xing Zhao. He shouldn't have teased Xing Yingzhu with cost management last time. In the brief moment of distraction, Xing Yingzhu's fleeting self-doubt quickly vanished. He turned around and scanned his surroundings, then set off with large strides in the direction of the underground parking lot that Xing Zhao had pointed to. Xing Zhao soon caught up, pulling the suitcase while jogging. He not only didn't feel embarrassed about his previous suggestion, but also felt quite pleased with himself. His satisfaction was so overwhelming that he couldn't resist boasting to Xing Yingzhu despite the risk of being ridiculed by Boss Xing. In fact, I think my hypothesis has solid scientific grounds, Xing Zhao said, the experts and projects they have surely will be faster than the two of us blindly searching. And look, everything they find is placed together. Once you go there, it'll be as easy as flipping through a global catalog. Xing Zhao grew more spirited as he spoke, and at the peak of his enthusiasm, he even dared to pat Xing Yingzhu on the shoulder, passionately, encouraging him, so, if we don't find anything in the Nanjing Paleontological Museum, don't lose heart. We can still try the Yenqing Museum. Xing Yingzhu. Chapter 30, Take care of yourself first, Xing Xiaodao. According to Xing Zhao's idea, he should have gone to the hotel with Xing Yingzhu to drop off their luggage, then take a comfortable nap, and leisurely visit the museum after breakfast the next day. Since Xing Yingzhu had been searching for so many years without finding it, it seemed that a day or two wouldn't make any difference. However, Sheng Zhao didn't expect that Xing Yingzhu would be even more unconventional than he imagined. Boss, Sheng Zhao stood at the entrance of the Nanjing Paleontology Museum, his eyes lingering several times between the large characters on the gate and the reservation interface on his phone screen for the next day. After a long internal struggle, he finally couldn't help but say, sneaking in at night when there's no one around, are we here to look for something, or to spend 7 days in a detention center? This time, Mr. Xing seemed too lazy to even complain. He put his hand in his pocket and, upon hearing this, gave him a disdainful look filled with unclear meaning. Sheng Zhao. How dare you give me such a look? Anger arose in Sheng Zhao's heart as he thought about it. In fact, I'm risking my life to advise you against doing something foolish. It'll not only ruin your reputation as the king of demons but also get you a nice taste of jail tears. However, Xing Yingzhu was pretty unappreciative, ignoring Sheng Zhao's goodwill. Without hesitation, he stepped towards the steps. Sheng Zhao hesitated briefly for a second between, let him go crazy by himself, and, I brought him here, I must be responsible to the end, eventually opting for the latter. He sprinted a few steps to catch up with Xing Yingzhu and saw that Mr. Xing was already standing at the tightly closed museum door, reaching for the doorknob. Sheng Zhao didn't expect him to actually break in violently during the night, so he was shocked internally before he could advise him to reconsider. At that moment, the door emitted a creaking sound and floated inward gently. Sheng Zhao. The expected violent dismantling did not happen. Xing Yingzhu calmly withdrew his hand as if he had just pushed open an ordinary bedroom door instead of a highly secured National Museum door. Did the security guard forget to lock the door? Shang Zhao suspected, but this assumption clearly wasn't reliable compared to Xing Yingzhu's skeleton being placed on display inside the museum. Thus, Sheng Zhao shook his head to dispel this thought. By this point, Xing Yingzhu had already walked through the door. Sheng Zhao sharply drew in a breath of cold air, expecting the deafening alarm to sound any second, followed swiftly by the police arresting both of them. He'd even come up with tomorrow's news headline, 2 men break into Jinling Paleontological Museum late at night to steal and are arrested on the spot within 10 minutes. Would it possibly make the top 10 sand sculpture news list? But the anticipated chaotic battlefield never occurred. In fact, this vast museum was like it had suddenly collided with some kind of shielding device. There was no alarm, so quiet that even the wind sound couldn't be heard. Xing Yingzhu turned from inside the door and glanced at him, saying, "Are you not going to follow?" Sheng Zhao's feet moved faster than his brain. Almost the instant Xing Yingzhu spoke, he hurriedly caught up and followed beside him. It was clearly beyond normal human comprehension to find remains in an empty exhibition hall late at night, but fortunately, having a living house protector nearby made Sheng Zhao relatively composed. He turned on the flashlight of his phone, illuminating the path while anxiously asking Xing Yingzhu, "Boss, can you block the surveillance cameras? Otherwise, even if we aren't caught tonight, we'll still get caught tomorrow." "No such service," said Xing Yingzhu. Despair seized Sheng Zhao as he stopped his tracks, almost foreseeing his own silly and tragic future. "But the cameras can't capture us or you," Xing Yingzhu added, "there's an illusionary spell protecting us. Next time please don't speak in gasps." Sheng Zhao sincerely remarked, "Scaring people can literally scare them to death." "I'm not human," Xing Yingzhu stated confidently. "Sheng Zhao. You're right, nothing wrong with that statement." Mr. Xing nonchalantly dropped a word of truth, then disregarding Sheng Zhao, continued walking deeper into the exhibits of invertebrates alone. "Boss," Sheng Zhao caught up with him again, persistently maintaining his image as the 10,000 questions man, "why are you not worried about using supernatural abilities this time? Afraid of being struck by lightning? Is there anyone watching the surveillance later?" asked Xing Yingzhu. Sheng Zhao instinctively looked down at the time displayed on his phone and replied, "At this hour, probably not." "Isn't that settled then?" Xing Yingzhu said, "No one saw me, why would the lightning strike me?" Sheng Zhao. "That is a valid point indeed. But last time Brother Xiong told me that demons living among humans mustn't interfere with people's life trajectories," Sheng Zhao said. "Not even transforming in places where no one can see. They aren't capable of that." Xing Yingzhu replied coldly, "I, on the other hand, am different." Sheng Zhao understood then, this man was essentially a lawbreaker who intermittently followed rules based entirely on his mood. The exhibition hall of the Paleontological Museum was quite spacious. Sheng Zhao estimated that even if Xing Yingzhu's skeleton were small, it wouldn't have been minuscule. Thus, he took him straight past several halls known for smaller average volumes and directly towards the dinosaur section and the Jihou biota zone. Actually, Sheng Zhao's casual suggestion to look around the museum wasn't merely a spontaneous idea or poking fun at Xing Yingzhu. Before coming here, Sheng Zhao had done some research. He thought to himself, if Xing Yingzhu's bones were indeed lost somewhere in the human world, the chances of such an enormous skeleton going unnoticed over so many years would be nearly non-existent. So in another way, if they couldn't find anything in the museum, it meant Xing Yingzhu's bones must have ended up in some place unreachable by human hands. That, in fact, made narrowing down the possibilities easier. Deep mountains, glaciers, or the sea, it must be one of these three. However, despite Sheng Zhao having premeditated the possibility of not finding anything, there was still a sense of loss when it actually turned out empty-handed. Is this not it either? Xing Zhao asked. Xing Yingzhu shook his head again. They had already combed through the Jihou biota zone twice, and almost every time they passed a fossil, Xing Zhao would ask. Now, the artifact before them was already the last item in the hall, yet it still had nothing to do with Xing Yingzhu. Xing Zhao frowned, somewhat unwilling to give up, and said, can you really sense it? Could your radar signal weaken behind the glass case? Though it was Xing Yingzhu who lost something, Xing Zhao appeared more anxious than he did. This amused Xing Yingzhu, prompting him to shake his head once more. Xing Zhao let out a deflated sigh. What's wrong? Xing Yingzhu lifted a brow and chuckled, a thing I haven't found in thousands of years. You think you'll unearth it in just a few hours? Not really, Xing Zhao replied with a wry face, I just thought, well, maybe. This overly enthusiastic but obviously discouraged young man truly caught Xing Yingzhu off guard. With a lowered gaze, Xing Yingzhu watched him for a moment and then suddenly flicked his forehead without warning. Startled by the pain, Xing Zhao hissed in agony, covering his forehead with both hands and stumbling back a few steps. Failure is the norm, Xing Yingzhu said indifferently. And besides, whether it exists or not is still debatable. Why are you fretting so much? I guess I got too excited about what seemed like a good plan, Xing Zhao lamented, lowering his head as his confidence dwindled. He thought it best to apologize before Xing Yingzhu could open his mouth to scold him, saying, I should have come alone first. I shouldn't have dragged you all the way here late at night. The disappointment is unbearable, for both of us, though surely more for you. Xing Zhao apparently still hadn't completely given up. After pondering for a moment, he continued, no, it won't do. We should still check the previous halls, in case they're in fragments, let's go, come on. Saying so, he reached out to grab Xing Yingzhu's arm, only to be lightly dodged, followed by another flick to his forehead. Hey, Xing Zhao now clearly felt aggrieved, protesting, one more hit and I might turn stupid. You weren't smart to begin with, Xing Yingzhu said. As a bright young university student, how could Xing Zhao tolerate having his intelligence questioned? He opened his mouth to retort, boss, you. What exactly is troubling you? Xing Yingzhu asked faintly. If we find it, so what? If not, so what? Isn't this something you wanted to find? Xing Zhao thought it odd. Not me. How does what I want to find relate to you? Xing Yingzhu said. Oh, inside, Xing Zhao muttered, just look at how ungrateful that statement was. So in other words, what difference does it make to you if we find it or not? Xing Yingzhu said. I'm not nearly as anxious as you. Yes, I don't need to be worried, Xing Zhao rolled his eyes sarcastically, anyway, decades later, after both of our legs give out, you'll still remain youthful and have all the time in the world to search. If it doesn't work, you can always wait for the next unlucky guy. This sentence carried a touch of acidity, even Xing Yingzhu, a monster who didn't usually interact with others, could hear the subtle implication in it. Xing Yingzhu curled the corner of his lips, watching Xing Zhao with interest. Are you jealous, or concerned about me? Xing Yingzhu teased slyly. For a moment, Xing Zhao resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, nearly jumping up and immediately retaliating. What kind of jealousy are you talking about? Boss, you really should pay attention to your wording. I've wanted to say this for a while, why do you act so gay? Straight men in this world don't make friends like that. Ah, so you are worried about me, Xing Yingzhu said. Xing Zhao. The bald-tailed cat instantly fell silent, so busy refuting the accusation of jealousy, he had completely forgotten there was another option. As a result, his earlier foot stomping looked exactly like an attempt to cover something up. Xing Zhao now very much wished to smash the glass display cabinet beside him and crawl inside instead. Over and over again, he made a fool of himself in front of Xing Yingzhu, losing almost all his dignity. Xing Yingzhu, however, thoroughly enjoyed watching his embarrassment. His mood instantly brightened, even the faint disappointment from the failed search evaporated, leaving only the malicious pleasure of watching a comedy unfold. Xing Zhao didn't know that Xing Yingzhu had already found new amusement in him. If he did, it's unlikely he'd be helping him brainstorm or look for things. He'd probably be so angry he'd want to bite Xing Yingzhu. Xing Yingzhu snapped his fingers in front of Xing Zhao to bring him back to reality, then cheerfully pinched his chin, teasing him like a cat, casually saying, take care of yourself first, little knife Xing. I don't need your concern. Chapter 31, No, absolutely not. This is state property, you can't take it. Xing Zhao didn't speak to Xing Yingzhu for a full 20 minutes. He had realized that the old monster lacked not only a moral compass but also the concept of shame. He was not embarrassed about being gay and even flaunted it with more enthusiasm as he spoke. If facelessness could be ranked, 10 of himself combined might not equal one Xing Yingzhu. But then again, Xing Yingzhu was like a great serpent, expecting him to understand concepts like gender and romantic relationships was indeed too much to ask of him. After teasing Xing Zhao, Xing Yingzhu seemed in high spirits, his eyes twinkling with joy. When he left the museum, he even stopped at an automatic vending machine by the door to buy a can of Coke. Xing Zhao refused to acknowledge him out of stubbornness and was looking down at the route of the ride-hailing car when suddenly, he heard Xing Yingzhu call his name from behind. Human instinct generally outruns anger. Sheng Zhao turned around reflexively only to see something flying toward him, a projectile, aggressive and powerful enough to almost hit his forehead. Sheng Zhao instinctively stepped back half a step and caught it with his hand. It turned out to be a can of Wang Zai milk. Sheng Zhao. What did this mean? Sheng Zhao wondered suspiciously. Was Xing Yingzhu mocking him for being underage? Shan Yu, Shi Du Jia. But soon, he dismissed that suspicion. There's only one bottle of cola left in the machine. Xing Yingzhu approached casually, saying, so just drink this. It must have been a misperception, Sheng Zhao thought. After all, judging by Xing Yingzhu's character, he never bothered with subtle sarcasm, he usually went straight for direct mockery. If so, why don't I drink milk while you drink cola? Sheng Zhao asked somewhat indignantly. Xing Yingzhu calmly opened his can of soda, carbonated gas bursting from the cap seams with a faint hiss. Then, Xing Yingzhu gave Sheng Zhao a glance, turning away indifferently. Sheng Zhao. After spending time with the sarcastic old monster, one might naturally become overly suspicious. For a moment there, Sheng Zhao actually felt some strange mockery emanating from the hissing sound of the coke. There apparently wasn't anything in the Nanjing Paleontological Museum to grab Xing Yingzhu's interest. After checking the Baidu Encyclopedia page, Sheng Zhao sighed after a moment and crossed it off on his phone's note application. Boss, Sheng Zhao turned back from the passenger seat and asked, shall we visit the Yen City Paleontology Museum in a few days? Actually, Xing Yingzhu knew better than Sheng Zhao whether these places would be useful or not. But watching Sheng Zhao's excited manner made things interesting, so he didn't dampen his spirit and simply said, we'll see. For Sheng Zhao, in most cases, if Xing Yingzhu didn't outright reject something, it meant he'd agreed. Encouraged by this, he happily returned his attention to the reservation website for the Yen City Museum. The ride-sharing driver was an unpretentious middle-aged man who didn't find it odd picking them up at midnight outside a closed museum. He even initiated conversation enthusiastically, you two are museum enthusiasts. One might say that, Sheng Zhao smoothly took on the diplomacy work, smiling and replying, I've recently developed a sudden interest in such things. Ho ho, intellectuals both of you. The driver grinned and said, I once carried 2 college students studying history. They were full of knowledge, you couldn't get a word in edgewise. Upon hearing this, Sheng Zhao smiled politely and looked into the rearview mirror, noticing unsurprisingly that the old master was already leaning against the window, eyes closed, obviously disinterested in such insubstantial small talk. Having interest is a good thing. We're rich in history, the cheerful driver continued, and studying more can feel like returning to one's roots. Sheng Zhao paid little attention to the driver's peculiar use of words. While humoring him with MMMs and ahs, his fingers worked quickly on entering his phone number on the reservation interface. The driver seemed delighted to finally have talkative passengers late at night, keeping his chatter flowing endlessly, from museums to the major landmarks of Nanjing, and even telling a couple of widely circulated urban supernatural stories. However, knowing all too well that there was a home guardian treasure sitting right behind him, Sheng Zhao wasn't scared, instead, he found it somewhat amusing. So every year on July 15th, next to the Qinhuai River outside the city of Nanjing, there will always be. As the driver was getting excited, completely oblivious to his cold-faced passenger in the back seat who suddenly opened his eyes, piercing gaze staring through the window toward some direction outside. Stop the car. Xing Yingzhu suddenly ordered. Stop. The driver was startled, hurriedly explaining, you can't stop here, we're about to enter the elevated highway. Stop the car. Xing Yingzhu repeated. Xing Yingzhu had already grown quite impatient with his explanations, and Sheng Zhao, catching the look on his face, felt a sudden sense of dread in his chest. His hands moved faster than his brain could process, and he immediately leaned forward from the passenger seat to grab Xing Yingzhu's wrist. Sheng Zhao's chest tightened painfully from the pressure of the seatbelt, making him wince as he asked the driver, Big brother, can you stop at the next possible intersection? There's an emergency. Seeing the serious expressions on both passengers' faces, the driver quickly complied, finding the nearest spot to let them out without further questioning. Thank you, driver, Sheng Zhao said smoothly. Just charge us normally, I'll leave a 5-star review. Thanks for the trouble. While Sheng Zhao was speaking, Xing Yingzhu had already opened the car door and was striding off towards some unknown direction. The driver dared not waste more time and quickly gave a few casual parting words. You should go after your friend, the driver suggested. He seems a bit off. Sheng Zhao also wondered why Xing Yingzhu suddenly acted this way but still managed to ask while exiting the car, driver, what's over there? The man lowered his head and looked through the window towards that direction, replying, that's the Jinling Museum. Sheng Zhao was momentarily stunned. By the time Sheng Zhao caught up with Xing Yingzhu, the old master had already broken into a second museum tonight just as effortlessly as before. Sheng Zhao's moral principles and legal constraints were forced to be abandoned along with Xing Yingzhu's, repeating in his mind, it's just a quick look, it's not illegal. In contrast to Xing Yingzhu's leisurely attitude earlier, this time he seemed to have a very clear goal in mind. He walked straight through the museum as though something mysterious was guiding him. Sheng Zhao, filled with both surprise and joy, couldn't help wondering if perhaps the thing they hadn't found elsewhere had been located here instead. But life always follows a cycle of ups and downs. Where Xing Yingzhu finally came to a halt contained neither ancient fossils nor bone relics. When Xing Zhao finally caught up with him, panting heavily, he saw only a rusty suit of armor standing in front of Xing Yingzhu. I didn't expect such a mishmash place would actually have a divine artifact, Xing Yingzhu remarked. Xing Zhao was utterly confused and could see nothing particularly special about the rusted iron armor in front of him. He stepped closer, examining the exhibit information card by flashlight. This was a suit of armor from the Western Zhou dynasty, discovered last year and exhibited just the previous week. There were no engravings or designs that might signify its ownership by nobility, so the plaque could only speculate about its origin. What kind of divine artifact? Xing Zhao asked incredulously. Museums must be full of stuff like this. Xing Yingzhu showed no intention of offering an explanation and instead extended his hand directly toward the glass display cabinet. Holy shit, boss. Seeing Xing Yingzhu's actions, Xing Zhao instantly had a foreboding feeling. Without hesitation, he lunged forward and clung onto Xing Yingzhu's arm, almost hanging his entire body from him. No, absolutely not. This is state property, you can't take it. Xing Zhao insisted. Xing Yingzhu paid him no heed. Xing Zhao was nearly frantic, trying desperately to pin down Xing Yingzhu's raised hand using his weight. You broke into here illegally already, if an item goes missing tomorrow morning, that'd be even worse. You'll really be disturbing normal life then, Xing Zhao threatened frantically, trying one last scare tactic. You, watch out, you might get struck by lightning. Before Xing Zhao could finish his sentence, there came a sharp cracking sound, and visible fractures spiderwebbed across the tempered glass. Crap, Xing Zhao thought. Next, the suit of armor inside the cabinet suddenly burst free of its tempered glass cage as though it had come alive, flying directly into Xing Yingzhu's grasp. At the same time, Xing Zhao suddenly felt the ground beneath him shake violently. Losing balance, he nearly met the floor until Xing Yingzhu reacted quickly and caught him by the waist, sparing him an injury. But the tremor was unexpected and strange, even causing Xing Yingzhu himself to stumble slightly. Fortunately, it lasted only a moment before stopping abruptly. Look at what you've done. Xing Zhao accused in alarm. I told you not to touch it. Put it back now. Xing Yingzhu frowned slightly, his expression darkening as he replied curtly, it wasn't me. Xing Zhao was about to ask sarcastically who else it could be when his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. Flustered, he squirmed out of Xing Yingzhu's grip, pulled out the phone, and saw it was a call from Hu Huan. Receiving a call from Hu Huan at such an odd hour obviously wasn't for casual chit-chat, so Xing Zhao instinctively glanced at Xing Yingzhu, seeking his opinion through eye contact. Answer it, Xing Yingzhu said. Xing Zhao pressed the speakerphone button, only to hear Zhang Jian's voice coming through instead of Hu Huan's. Is he with you? Zhang Jian asked. His tone sounded somewhat frantic, and Xing Zhao had no trouble decoding the he as referring to Xing Yingzhu. Yes, Xing Zhao replied. Were the earthquakes just now you're doing? Zhang Jian asked rudely. Upon hearing this, Xing Zhao was greatly shocked. He thought about how quickly they'd been caught after making trouble. Feeling extremely guilty, Xing Zhao was about to interject when Xing Yingzhu spoke up and said, no. If not you, then who? Zhang Jian's trust in Xing Yingzhu seemed to fluctuate, as his unfriendly tone continued, who else but you could cause such peculiar seismic activity in Suzhou? Hold on, Xing Zhao suddenly realized something and said, where are you talking about? Suzhou, Zhang Jian said. But we're not in Suzhou, Xing Zhao looked at Xing Yingzhu and said strangely, we're in Jinling. Chapter 32, so you took this to blackmail someone? Zhang Jian tightly furrowed his brows. Hu Huan, sitting across from him, slowly raised a page of the Shenzhen Evening News to cover his face, refusing to make eye contact with Zhang Jian. The phone on the table was still on a video call. In the past 5 minutes, Zhang Jian had thoroughly checked the authenticity of the live video feed from Xing Zhao's side, making sure it wasn't pre-recorded. He even asked questions like, take a picture of the second tree on the left outside the museum, testing its authenticity as rigorously as if trying to catch an affair remotely. But precisely because of this, Zhang Jian felt his worldview collapsing. He looked at Xing Zhao in the video call and then glanced at the divination symbols on his desk, beginning to doubt life itself. Hu Huan hadn't heard him say anything for a long time and carefully lowered the newspaper slightly, peeking at Zhang Jian. I'll vouch for it. Hu Huan said softly, even though our landlord doesn't have the best temper, he never lies. That's true, Xing Zhao nodded from the other end of the phone, sarcastically adding, my boss always breaks laws openly when he does. Zhang Jian didn't respond, instead falling into a strange silence. His divination clearly indicated that the origin of the earthquake came from Suzhou next door, and just 30 seconds before, his phone had popped up with an earthquake warning notification. But now Xing Zhao told him they were completely unrelated to Suzhou. By comparison, what Xing Zhao confessed earlier, Xing Yingzhu took a piece of armor from the exhibition cabinet in the museum, put back a high imitation, and even repaired their glass, seemed trivial by comparison. What kind of constitution does Xing Yingzhu have? Zhang Jian exclaimed, utterly frustrated, my divinations have been wrong twice on him. Compared to the two people on the phone, Xing Zhao and Xing Yingzhu, the one sitting right across from Zhang Jian, Hu Huan, obviously witnessed the collapse of these three concepts on sight. He sat up slightly straighter, putting down his newspaper, earnestly saying, I've said before, believe in science. Don't rely so heavily on divination, it's not good. Zhang Jian gave him a look filled with nearly melancholic reproach. Hu Huan faltered momentarily and quickly changed the subject. What did you calculate just now? I calculated whether the earthquake in Suzhou has anything to do with him. Zhang Jian said. The divination symbol said yes. It may not necessarily be incorrect. Hu Huan replied, your method can only tell us yes or no, but we're unclear about the specifics of the relationship. Maybe my landlord accidentally dropped something there years ago. This could also count as a connection. Take, for instance, the incident with the underground river in Shenzhen. It turned out your divination was correct eventually. Having done live streams for years, Hu Huan knew exactly how to comfort people. Combined with his natural charm, when he smiled, his eyes curved warmly, enhancing his credibility by 1,000%. Zhang Jian evidently agreed too, looking better. Wait, what do you mean it wasn't incorrect? Sheng Zhao was stunned from the other end of the phone, waving in front of the camera, trying to capture both their attentions. What does that dragon in Shenzhen have to do with my boss? Oh, speaking of which, we were just about to tell you, Zhang Jian said, exchanging a glance with Hu Huan before continuing. The reason why you were targeted wasn't some random event but because of Xing Yingzhu. The video Xing Zhao saw this on wasn't unfamiliar. When they escaped danger in the underground river of Shenzhen, Xing Yingzhu had mentioned before that the dragon might have been attracted to him because Xing Zhao carried traces of Xing Yingzhu's scent. Xing Zhao had always thought this connection would stop here. The dragon was obviously less powerful than Xing Yingzhu, and it wouldn't make sense for it to attempt trapping Xing Yingzhu to eat him. Xing Yingzhu, who had been waiting nearby, was finally stirred by this sentence and turned his head toward the screen. Sheng Zhao considerately moved the screen closer to let them both see Zhang Jian. What do you mean? Sheng Zhao asked. Zhang Jian gestured vaguely off-screen towards Hu Huan, seemingly asking for something. After about 5 or 6 seconds, a hand appeared in the frame, passing over a small bundle wrapped in a handkerchief to Zhang Jian. On the body of the dragon in Shenzhen, there was a dragon binding rope. You know this, right? Zhang Jian asked. Sheng Zhao nodded. He'd seen a broken gold chain around the neck of the dragon and later learned from Xing Yingzhu about this term. However, the next moment, Sheng Zhao realized Zhang Jian had unfolded the cloth package, taking out that gold chain which should have been taken by Li Liangfu. Sheng Zhao, where did you get this thing? I traded it from a real estate developer in Shenzhen. Zhang Jian said, fortunately, I arrived early, otherwise, he'd have been in grave danger too. Sheng Zhao. That was a real coincidence, Sheng Zhao thought. The next time he met Zhang Jian, he would have to persuade Zhao Tong to give him an extra 500 yuan for disaster relief. Xing Yingzhu had been listening offhandedly until the moment Zhang Jian pulled out the golden chain. Xing Yingzhu's expression suddenly changed. He frowned slightly and stared intently at the fine chain in Zhang Jian's hand, his face showing an unusual hint of confusion. However, the limited pixels of the phone's front camera made it impossible to clearly see the details of the chain. Trying to make out its finer inscriptions was pure fantasy. Fortunately, Zhang Jian didn't keep them guessing for long. He stretched out his arm, waving the chain in front of the camera. There are marks on this chain. I've checked them. It's something like celestial thunder and dragon-locking talismans, nothing particularly special, Zhang Jian said. But what's strange is, I can sense your scent on this chain. Zhang Jian directed the second half of his statement specifically toward Xing Yingzhu. At that point, Xing Yingzhu's complexion completely changed. I've tested the talismans, they're the kind I could draw myself. It seems unlikely that they alone could have restrained a river dragon for over 1,000 years, Zhang Jian continued. So I'm guessing that this chain might have originally carried something else, which allowed it to serve as a seal. That's why I suspect this dragon might have intentionally tried to attract you there, Xing Yingzhu. You. Before Zhang Jian could finish, Xing Yingzhu had already snatched Xing Zhao's phone, demanding, hand this over to me. That won't work, Zhang Jian firmly refused. I still need to try whether this can be used to reseal that dragon. Xing Zhao, who had been eavesdropping all along, almost fully understood the cause and effect by now. Realizing what concerned Xing Yingzhu, Xing Zhao quickly squeezed beside him, trying to convince Zhang Jian together with Xing Yingzhu. Listen, if this thing really has any connection to my boss, we can bring it back for him to take a look, Xing Zhao suggested. If the item indeed relates to him, perhaps he can reinforce it with some sort of magical enhancement or something, making it even more useful to you when you get it back. Zhang Jian seemed to hesitate. Besides, we're not going to snatch it from you anyway. Xing Zhao lied blatantly. Just taking a peek doesn't hurt. Even so, I currently can't rush over, Zhang Jian replied. How about this? You help me out, and we'll facilitate each other's goals. Xing Yingzhu wasn't the type to agree to a straightforward trade, and just as the impatient, brigand-like monster leader was about to blurt out something unpleasant, Xing Zhao quickly covered his mouth. In an instant, Xing Zhao maneuvered himself into Xing Yingzhu's arms, blocking Zhang Jian's view with his own close-up profile. Alright, Xing Zhao agreed. What do you want us to do? I want you two to go to Suzhou for me, Zhang Jian said. I need to stay here to investigate Zhang Kaixing's situation, but after you've looked into the earthquake in Suzhou, you can meet up with me. Agreed, Xing Zhao replied without hesitation. No problem, leave it to us. See you later. As soon as he finished speaking, Xing Zhao hung up the call, giving Zhang Jian no time to respond. You really know how to commit for me, Xing Yingzhu's cold voice echoed from behind Xing Zhao's neck. Having worked under Xing Yingzhu for months, Xing Zhao had mastered nothing but dodging trouble and soothing his boss. With this in mind, he put on a radiant smile and slowly turned around, sincerely saying, "Isn't this all for your benefit?" Xing Yingzhu glared at him icily, remaining silent. "Look, don't you also suspect there's a connection between that chain and your bones?" Xing Zhao patiently explained, attempting to reason with him. Pride comes second. Finding the truth is what matters. Besides, this isn't really helping him out. It's Zhang Jian seeking your assistance because this item originally belonged to you. Xing Yingzhu. Humans were truly gifted in twisting words to justify themselves, distorting black and white. Yet, despite everything, these two sentences seemed to have smoothed over the beast's temper significantly. He sniffed lightly, turned around, and started walking towards the roadside. Xing Zhao sighed in relief. When Boss Xing opened his mouth to mock or express disdain, it usually meant he wasn't angry anymore. Xing Zhao quickly caught up with Xing Yingzhu, buying tickets to Suzhou while recalling another matter. "Boss," Xing Zhao asked, "I forgot to ask earlier, whose armor did you take from the museum?" Xing Zhao could confidently conclude that it couldn't possibly belong to Xing Yingzhu, it was clearly women's clothing. When Xing Yingzhu took the armor, those broken pieces of armor began to peel off like layers of a broken cocoon, slowly shedding from his hands. After experiencing the midnight scare, Xing Zhao's ability to accept such scenes had obviously improved a great deal. He watched with his own eyes as the armor of indiscernible form in Xing Yingzhu's hands began to take on the appearance of a divine artifact, as if it were being remade in a furnace. It was an extremely curvaceous set of armor, its texture not quite silver but similar. The entire upper part of the chest area was carved with intricate and unfamiliar patterns. Despite examining it for a long time, Xing Zhao couldn't identify what they were. "It's a phoenix," Xing Yingzhu explained to him at the time. This had absolutely no relation to Xing Yingzhu's own race, so Xing Zhao guessed that it could only belong to someone else. Perhaps it belonged to one of Xing Yingzhu's old friends, or someone he knew, or possibly even an ex-lover from the ancient monster's past. As it turned out, Xing Zhao's guess was very accurate, albeit with just a small error. "It belongs to an old enemy," Xing Yingzhu said coldly. "Xing Zhao. So you're taking this to blackmail or extort them?" Chapter 33, Teacher Xing's Mini-Science Class. The distance between Nanjing and Suzhou is too short for direct flights, so Xing Zhao had no choice but to book 2 train tickets. He and Xing Yingzhu's luggage had barely settled in the hotel before he pulled them out again, stuffing them into the trunk of a taxi headed for the train station. The earliest high-speed train from Nanjing to Suzhou departs at 4 in the morning. However, Xing Zhao, utterly exhausted, mistook the station due to his drowsiness and missed the first train. As a result, he had to settle for the second one at around 7 in the morning. The early morning train was extremely quiet, with scarcely anyone on the platform, and the first-class carriage was almost empty, giving Xing Zhao an illusion that they were riding in a private car. Xing Zhao hadn't slept a wink the previous night. He clung to his last bit of energy to find the seat number, and almost as soon as he sat down, he drifted off. His sleep was fraught with interruptions, his light slumber was disturbed repeatedly by station announcements and the footsteps of the attendants. Consequently, Xing Zhao kept waking up intermittently, unable to enjoy a solid rest. No matter how comfortable the train seats might be, they could never compare to sleeping at home. Xing Zhao slept restlessly, tossing his head about aimlessly, causing it to drop abruptly from time to time, jolting him out of any brief deep sleep. Despite all the disturbances, Xing Zhao remained asleep because he was so exhausted. He vaguely squirmed, flipping himself over in an attempt to get more comfortable and continue dozing. After several such episodes, Xing Yingzhu finally grew annoyed with Xing Zhao's restless movements. In irritation, she grabbed his head and placed it gently on her shoulder. With a small wave of her hand, she cast a slight sleep-inducing charm for him. With a stable place to rest his head, Xing Zhao instantly fell into a deeper slumber thanks to Xing Yingzhu's little trick, allowing him to sleep soundly and stop fidgeting. Xing Zhao slept soundly for over an hour, drifting through vivid dreams. When he awoke, his body and mind felt completely refreshed, as if this had been the most invigorating sleep of his life. He let out a long, contented sigh without opening his eyes, instinctively snuggling closer to the pillow next to him, showing signs of wanting to catch a few more winks. But just as he was about to slip back into sleep, a question suddenly dawned on him in his half-awake state. That texture felt off. Xing Zhao paused, then abruptly opened his eyes to find Xing Yingzhu looking right at him. "Enjoyable?" Xing Yingzhu asked with a teasing smile. "Xing Zhao." Only then did Xing Zhao realize what had happened. Instead of using a pillow, he'd been resting his head on Xing Yingzhu's shoulder, and not only that, he'd even commandeered half of her arm for added comfort. All traces of sleepiness immediately vanished from Xing Zhao, who shot up, giving Xing Yingzhu an apologetic smile. "Boss, I slept too deeply," Xing Zhao said. "It wasn't intentional." Xing Yingzhu hummed once, explaining reluctantly due to the rule of not being able to act recklessly toward humans. It was partly a courtesy to inform Xing Zhao of her actions and partly supplementary information about the procedures involved. "I know," Xing Yingzhu said. You were tossing and turning, giving me a headache, so I gave you a hand. Sheng Zhao touched his forehead, surprised. Boss, you have services like this too. As Sheng Zhao recalled the buoyant feeling in his dream, he found it fascinating and couldn't help but scoot closer to Xing Yingzhu, eagerly saying, seriously, it was pretty awesome. Boss, can you do it again? Limited supply. Xing Yingzhu sniffed, adding, watch out for addiction. Sheng Zhao wasn't too surprised when refused. Given Xing Yingzhu's personality, allowing him to sleep on her shoulder already left Sheng Zhao pleasantly astonished. Moreover, Sheng Zhao noticed that since boarding the train, Xing Yingzhu hadn't changed her posture at all, still maintaining the same position as when they boarded. And, she was holding his phone. Her phone screen was already unlocked, displaying a blurry video call screenshot. Sheng Zhao glanced at it, realizing Xing Yingzhu was studying the gold chain held by Zhang Jian. My phone has a password, Sheng Zhao said. Xing Yingzhu looked at him, her expression very puzzled, as if she had no idea why Sheng Zhao would mention this. Sheng Zhao stared at her silently for a couple seconds, deciding not to bother asking how she unlocked it. After all, given Xing Yingzhu's skills, cracking a phone lock, or even museum security, wasn't something surprising. Did you see anything unusual? Sheng Zhao asked. Any strange vibes? There's something. Xing Yingzhu also seemed confused, as if uncertain herself, but I'm not sure. Not knowing how reliable Xing Yingzhu's radar was, Sheng Zhao leaned over and zoomed further into the blurred screenshot. Boss, could it be that your skeleton has been taken apart for something else? Sheng Zhao carefully voiced his suspicion from the previous night. For instance, it was smelted into a bunch of chains used to lock dragons for fun. The one in Xincheng is just one example, there might be other dragons we haven't discovered yet. Xing Yingzhu didn't respond. Sheng Zhao wasn't sure if Xing Yingzhu thought his guess was too outlandish or if he also thought it possible but chose not to admit it. Although Sheng Zhao didn't know what had happened to Xing Yingzhu before, he could see how much Xing Yingzhu valued his skeleton. Even though Xing Yingzhu usually acted unreasonably, this time, he was willing to compromise for it. While part of the reason was Sheng Zhao's persuasion, Sheng Zhao himself realized that over the years Xing Yingzhu had been living among humans and had heard all sorts of nonsense. Yet he was swayed by only a few words, meaning that Xing Yingzhu must have already had that intention, just lacking an excuse. Guessing his main task wasn't delivering food after all, Sheng Zhao silently thought, it was about placating the boss. Xing Yingzhu probably considered something internally, then after a moment, he dimmed his phone screen and said, let's wait and see, it's not certain yet. His tone was indifferent, betraying no emotion, but Sheng Zhao, having mulled over this thoroughly in his mind, couldn't help but feel that Xing Yingzhu was forcing a smile. It wasn't easy for Xing Yingzhu, Sheng Zhao empathized, even when feeling upset, he couldn't show it, it was truly miserable. To avoid further prying into Xing Yingzhu's pain, Sheng Zhao abruptly changed the subject, speaking of which, boss, you haven't told me yet, what exactly are we going to do this time? Zhang Jian's message had merely informed them that the earthquake source was in Suzhou, without specifying any details such as the exact location, type of quake, or cause. Sheng Zhao didn't believe Zhang Jian would send them there to blindly investigate, guessing that it must be because Zhang Jian thought Xing Yingzhu was capable enough to handle it without further instructions. Sure enough, Boss Xing put his phone back into Sheng Zhao's pocket and prepared to explain. I told you last time, not all the demons in this world are like those at the building, Xing Yingzhu said. Put simply, those at the building are illegal spirits and must be under my jurisdiction. Sheng Zhao slowly raised his right hand. Xing Yingzhu hadn't expected that just as he started to enlighten him, Sheng Zhao interrupted within 2 sentences, almost making him choke on his own words. Ask, said Boss Xing with annoyance. An illegal spirit? So after the founding of the People's Republic of China, it really forbade spirits? Sheng Zhao asked, shocked. You mentioned tax collection last time and it was actually true. Sheng Zhao's tone remained calm, but his mind buzzed with 1,000 question marks. He never imagined that what they previously thought as a joke turned out to be real. This show's truths aren't always grandiose, some are downright silly. It is and isn't. Xing Yingzhu said. You can think of it like this, after the celestial ladder broke, the world lacked spiritual energy, and demons who sought to transform into human form would inevitably drain that energy from the mortal world. Hence. What's the celestial ladder? Student Xing dared to ask humbly. Teacher Xing paused for a moment before declaring authoritatively, be quiet. Xing Zhao. Student Xing had never encountered such an unethical teacher in his life, yet out of fear of his authority, he obediently shut up. So, cultivators led by Dragon Tiger Mountain made rules stating that spirits becoming refined would need to offer their abilities to replenish the human realm, you can understand it like that, Xing Yingzhu explained succinctly. In fact, throughout the realms of heaven and earth, humans, demons, ghosts, and immortals each have their respective places and don't normally interfere with each other, except for those like me who intentionally stay in the mortal realm. Most demons don't reside here. As for those at the office, since they were born from this mortal world and can't return to the demon race, they must come under my governance. Daring not to speak, Sheng Zhao hurriedly nodded, signaling his understanding. But besides those like Xiong Xiangsong who illegally linger, and me who intentionally stay here, there is another kind of demon, some of which remain in the mortal world. Xing Yingzhu paused and continued, they are the demonic beasts you saw last time in Xincheng. Sheng Zhao extended a finger, slowly drawing a question mark in midair. Xing Yingzhu effortlessly interpreted his meaning. When you were young, did you ever hear ancient legends about someone slaying a giant snake, someone trapping a divine dragon, or someone making a deal with some sacred beast? Xing Yingzhu asked. Sheng Zhao nodded. They are these kinds of beings, Xing Yingzhu said somberly. Human history has endured for thousands upon thousands of years. Beneath your feet lies a land that holds everything imaginable. Trapped dragons, suppressed fierce beasts, or perhaps divine beasts that voluntarily stayed to ward off evil, varied and wondrous, more lively than a supermarket. In the broad daylight, Sheng Zhao was left with goosebumps by what Xing Yingzhu said and involuntarily shivered. Speak, Xing Yingzhu said. Sheng Zhao let out a long breath and hastily asked, so, does that mean this trip to Suzhou might have us running into competitor number 2? Perhaps, Xing Yingzhu replied. Sheng Zhao inhaled sharply, and Xing Yingzhu watched him with interest, ready to enjoy his flustered expression. But instead, Sheng Zhao suddenly leaned back, and his first reaction was surprisingly to cover his left pocket. Can you just cast a buff on me this time? Sheng Zhao suggested. And spare my access card. Xing Yingzhu. Chapter 34, It's good to love money, and I like it very much. What do you mean, your? Xing Yingzhu said, that's mine. Sheng Zhao. Classmate Sheng looked at Xing Yingzhu in shock, not expecting this thousands of years old demon could still compete with him for this kind of verbal ownership. Clearly, being childish has nothing to do with age. Alright, it's yours, Sheng Zhao said, I'll just borrow it, is that fine? Xing Yingzhu was satisfied and didn't find anything wrong with this typical response from a straight man, showing how easily he could be appeased. Sheng Zhao originally thought their trip to Suzhou would require every step of caution and quick decisions, though not as thrilling as the day in Shanghai. However, after getting off the train, when Sheng Zhao asked Xing Yingzhu about the next arrangement, Mr. Xing appeared calm and said 3 words. Let's travel. What kind of nonsense? Sheng Zhao thought. Yet Mr. Xing seemed serious, he even grabbed a tourist map from the travel promotion booth right after leaving the station. Then, Sheng Zhao watched as Xing Yingzhu flicked the travel brochure in his hand, glanced over it indifferently, and pointed at one of the attractions. Sheng Zhao leaned in to look and found that the old man indeed understood frugality, randomly picking a place that was free to enter. Since Zhang Jian hasn't delivered any new messages yet, Sheng Zhao had no choice but to aimlessly wander with Xing Yingzhu. He still remembered what Xing Yingzhu told him on the bus about the department store theory, making him feel uncomfortable walking anywhere, fearing to accidentally tread upon some important figure. Boss, are you reliable? Sheng Zhao said with a bitter expression, if it's purely for tourism, can I apply to go back to the hotel and take a nap? No, Xing Yingzhu refused him coldly. Failing in his suggestion, Sheng Zhao could only sigh and follow Xing Yingzhu running all over the city. While they were running around, Sheng Zhao noticed something unusual. Xing Yingzhu claimed to come for tourism, but it seemed he wasn't here for admiring flowers or sightseeing. At first glance, when Sheng Zhao saw Xing Yingzhu marking several popular scenic spots, he paid no extra attention. After all, Xing Yingzhu was always spontaneous, whether coming for tourism or doing something even more outrageous, Sheng Zhao wouldn't be surprised. But although Xing Yingzhu circled a few places on the tour brochure and dragged Sheng Zhao along to each one, he didn't linger in any spot for long, strolling briefly through them before moving on. Upon calculation, the two spent more time in taxis than touring the attractions. It wasn't until they reached Shantang Street that Sheng Zhao finally confirmed that Xing Yingzhu seemed to have a purpose in mind. Boss, what are you looking for? Sheng Zhao tightened his backpack and asked, or maybe you tell me, and I can help you look. Not necessary, Xing Yingzhu didn't deny it, saying, you won't be helpful. My eyesight is great, Sheng Zhao said, there are so many people here, I'm afraid you might miss something. Seeing Sheng Zhao's persistence, Xing Yingzhu didn't say much, kindly satisfying him and answered, looking for demons. Sheng Zhao. Excuse me, Sheng Zhao thought, let me pretend I never said that. By the time they finished wandering through Shantang Street from start to end, Xing Yingzhu's expression remained indifferent throughout, making it unclear if he stayed calm without noticing anything or found nothing. But this time he didn't rush off to the next location. Instead, he chose a quiet restaurant nearby, ordered a private room, indicating an intention to rest finally. Following him since dark till dawn, missing the entire noon meal, Sheng Zhao was starving to the point where his front chest was sticking to his back. Seeing the menu felt like seeing a long-lost family member, perhaps none so dear. Boss, Sheng Zhao stared at him earnestly, asking, is this counted as official business? Xing Yingzhu sipped tea, glanced at him upon hearing this question, and clearly read all of his ulterior motives. Order, Mr. Xing generously said. Sheng Zhao awaited this one sentence and didn't hesitate to ask the server with grandeur, 2 squirrel mandarin fish please. Xing Yingzhu. So much for ambition. Mr. Xing was too lazy to bother with this unambitious little fool and focused on spreading the travel map on the table, crossing out a few places. After Xing Zhao finished ordering, seeing Xing Yingzhu busy, he naturally came closer to take a look at the marks on the paper and asked, "Are there no results at these crossed-out places?" Xing Yingzhu hummed in agreement. "Isn't it possible that the dragon has moved to this area?" Xing Zhao said, "After all, Suzhou has a well-developed water system and connects to Shanghai." "Impossible," Xing Yingzhu said, "there are territorial divisions." Xing Zhao blinked and said, "Oh." This kind of thing naturally was something Xing Yingzhu would know better. Xing Zhao had just proposed an idea, but the details were still up to him. Xing Yingzhu drew a few strokes on the paper and suddenly remembered something, turning around to look at Xing Zhao. Xing Zhao felt creeped out by his gaze, having a strange feeling that he was being targeted by some fierce beast. Chills ran down his spine. Boss. Xing Zhao gave a forced laugh. "Why are you looking at me?" "I'm just getting a feel." Xing Yingzhu said. "How am I supposed to get any kind of feel?" Xing Zhao exclaimed, "Do you take me for a radar scanning machine?" "You found Dao Liu before with your instincts," Xing Yingzhu responded, "use the same instincts now." Xing Yingzhu looked quite serious about it, laying the travel promotion booklet in front of Xing Zhao and indicating he should look closely. "This won't work." Xing Zhao chuckled nervously and said, "Boss, last time was purely accidental, I'm just an ordinary person, how can I possibly?" "I'll raise your salary by 500 each month," Boss Xing stated nonchalantly. Xing Zhao's hand shot out like lightning, hastily marking a place on the paper. Xing Yingzhu. Xing Zhao. Clearly, even Xing Zhao realized he'd switched sides too quickly, dry coughing awkwardly as if trying to make amends. This, that. "No problem," Boss Xing kindly said, "loving money is a good thing, I really like it." Seemingly to validate this statement, there was a faint smile on Xing Yingzhu's face as he benevolently patted Xing Zhao's forehead. Xing Zhao. Creeped out by Xing Yingzhu's kind eyes, he shivered involuntarily, thinking that this expression was far scarier than his cold sneering. Ever since the incident with Dao Liu, Xing Yingzhu had an unexpected trust in Xing Zhao's mysterious intuition. After dinner, without even saying they were going to check a spot, Xing Yingzhu took Xing Zhao straight back to their temporary hotel. "Aren't we supposed to check first?" Xing Zhao attempted to protest. "Not necessary, haven't you checked already?" Xing Yingzhu said, "We'll go tonight." Both Xing Zhao's face and heart were filled with bitterness as he pondered whether making a wrong guess and wasting Xing Yingzhu's time would lead to himself being drowned into the city moat right away. However, as Xing Yingzhu had said, the water-dwelling dragon in Shanghai seemed to still be in its original place. In the afternoon around 2:30, unable to sleep, Xing Zhao was idly scrolling through news on his phone in bed when a sudden alert popped up stating that Shanghai had once again been hit by torrential rain, advising nearby residents to prepare accordingly. After the previous incident, the term "sudden" triggered an immediate reaction in Xing Zhao, who almost instinctively guessed something significant was happening. He clicked to see more and discovered that from over 1 o'clock that afternoon, dark clouds had gathered above Shanghai and within an hour had turned into a heavy downpour. Curious, Xing Zhao continued reading and learned that although rain wasn't unusual, someone claimed to have spotted a dragon's form amidst the misty downpour. Though this rumor was soon debunked, explaining it as a misjudgment due to poor visibility during the storm where rainbow arches were mistaken for a dragon's figure, Xing Zhao still felt uneasy. Isn't Zhang Jian already in Shanghai? Xing Zhao thought, why has the situation worsened? He thought about it, then glanced at Xing Yingzhu lying on the other bed. The boss had his eyes closed, head tilted toward the window side, his chest rising and falling, seemingly asleep or resting somehow. Xing Zhao hesitated briefly, then looked at the continuous notifications on his phone. Finally, after some deliberation, he sat up, gently tapping Xing Yingzhu's shoulder across the bedside table. "Boss." Xing Zhao called him carefully, "Boss." Xing Yingzhu slightly moved irritably, not opening his eyes yet, when suddenly Xing Zhao's phone rang sharply. Out of instinct, Xing Zhao covered the speaker, glancing down only to find it was Hu Huan calling. Hu Huan was always with Zhang Jian, probably borrowing his phone again. Xing Zhao, considering this, quietly turned away before answering. "Hello." As soon as he spoke, Zhang Jian's urgent voice came from the other end asking, "Is he there?" Xing Zhao. How novel, Xing Zhao thought, next time he should directly give Zhang Jian Xing Yingzhu's number, saving himself the trouble of acting like a secretary relaying calls every day. Xing Zhao turned around, intending to wake Xing Yingzhu, but saw that he had already opened his eyes, glaring at the mobile phone in his hand with impatience. "You weren't asleep?" Xing Zhao was startled. "He woke me up." Xing Yingzhu responded irritably. From the other side of the call, Zhang Jian must have heard Xing Zhao conversing with Xing Yingzhu and started urging them to switch the phone. "Speaker mode," Xing Yingzhu instructed. Xing Zhao, who had just complained about being like a secretary, was now very cooperative, resembling an obedient little wife. Upon hearing this, he quickly turned on the speakerphone and considerately placed it by Xing Yingzhu's pillow. "What's the matter?" Xing Yingzhu asked. "Whether you want to or not, you're going to have to deal with this," Zhang Jian said seriously. "I can't handle this alone, I can't subdue the dragon in Xincheng. For some reason, the chain doesn't work on him anymore. That thing's already broken, how could it be of any use?" Xing Yingzhu lazily replied. "It's more than that. You two might not know yet, Zhang Jian paused momentarily, his tone heavy as he continued, there was also an earthquake in Yunnan just now, nearly causing half a mountain to slide down. Fortunately, it wasn't a tourist area, and no one seems to have been buried. Xing Yingzhu slowly furrowed his brow. Xing Yingzhu, I'm not kidding around with you, Zhang Jian said, you'd better start thinking quickly with your years of experience. Why are these things, which were previously well sealed, suddenly showing unusual activity all at once? Chapter 35, Another Reign of Flattery in Reserve. Aside from the sudden downpour in Shan City and the earthquake in Huaning County, there were also several inexplicable landslides in the Xiangxi region. Individually, these incidents didn't seem out of place, but together, they appeared highly abnormal. Sheng Zhao spent an entire afternoon meticulously investigating nearly all the extreme weather events across the land of Xia, eliminating normal occurrences while distilling these reports one by one. Based on their timing, all these irregularities had occurred within the past day or two. Combining this with Zhang Jian's statement, it was as if something had agreed to take a spring outing within this brief span of 2 days. Zhang Jian was already struggling enough in Shan City. Although Hu Huan, technically, was a fox spirit over 1,000 years old, she was nothing more than a cub in the eyes of that dragon. Any help she could provide would be minimal at best, hardly maintaining order. Sealing that dragon back in its place again was like dreaming. As Zhang Jian mentioned to Xing Yingzhu, he had already sent word back to Longhu Mountain and asked his fellow disciples to come down and assist. They would first check out these areas for any clues, but ultimately, how these situations could be resolved likely depended on Xing Yingzhu. Xing Zhao felt this wasn't unreasonable. After all, based on age alone, Xing Yingzhu was quite possibly the largest surviving supernatural creature alive. While Xing Zhao wasn't sure if transforming from a dragon to a snake had any effect on him, he was still far stronger than someone like Zhang Jian, who had only lived for 20-odd years and was merely human. Fortunately, this time after hearing the news, Xing Yingzhu didn't outright reject the request but instead hung up the phone and went back to sleep. How could Zhang Jian understand Boss Xing's character? He immediately dialed back anxiously. This time, Xing Zhao answered and consoled him a bit, saying since Xing Yingzhu hadn't refused, it meant he'd agreed. He advised Zhang Jian not to rush and wait until Xing Yingzhu finished handling things in Suzhou. Perhaps because they were both humans, or perhaps because Zhang Jian trusted Xing Zhao's influence with Xing Yingzhu greatly, after hearing those words, Zhang Jian seemed reassured and said little more. He only reminded Xing Zhao to be cautious and stay in touch. The rest of the afternoon, Xing Zhao busied himself collecting data. When the sun set and Boss Xing finally woke up from his nap, Xing Zhao had filled several notebook pages already. Xing Yingzhu first washed his face in the bathroom and hurriedly took a shower. Then, barefoot, he walked out, standing by Xing Zhao's bed and leaning down to pick up his notebook. Xing Zhao, originally wearing headphones and writing, hadn't noticed he'd woken up. Startled by having his book snatched away, he left a long streak on the paper. What is this? Xing Yingzhu asked. A list. Xing Zhao replied. These are places where extreme weather or natural disasters have happened recently. I sent them to Zhang Jian, and he marked a few spots. Now, what's left is, why aren't you wearing shoes? A trail of water extended behind Xing Yingzhu. Naturally, being accustomed to dampness, he didn't feel the cold. But Xing Zhao clearly played the role of a concerned mother, unconsciously, kicking off his slippers instinctively and jumping onto the bed as he said, wear your shoes. It's almost winter. You need to watch out for. He wanted to say, arthritis in your legs, but realizing mid-sentence that the great demon in front of him was actually a snake without legs, he quickly amended with a strained smile, your tail needs maintenance too. After all, they're both bone material, there isn't much difference between leg bones and tail bones. Xing Yingzhu raised an eyebrow, curving the corner of his lip slightly. Xing Zhao thought he would begin mocking him again, but surprisingly, Boss Xing didn't say anything and stepped directly into Xing Zhao's slippers. What did Zhang Jian say? Xing Yingzhu asked. He said, if possible, he hopes you can visit each of these places and resolve the issues as best as you can, Xing Zhao explained. Xing Yingzhu frowned unhappily. Seeing his expression, Xing Zhao immediately knew the answer was no, so he continued quickly. Of course, he doesn't insist. If you're unwilling, he just hopes you can help find some solution, Xing Zhao added. He said he lacks knowledge and skills, has no other choice but to ask for your assistance. He hopes you won't bear grudges against little ones and will lend a hand. Naturally, the latter half of the sentence was entirely embellished by Xing Zhao to persuade Xing Yingzhu. Far away in Shan City, Zhang Jian sneezed twice consecutively, mystified as he looked at Hu Huan beside him. In return, he received a tissue carrying a green tea scent. Xing Yingzhu put down the notebook page in his hand, lightly nudging Xing Zhao's dangling leg outside the blanket, saying, stop being a chatterbox, get dressed. We're leaving. Xing Zhao abruptly sat up from the bed, looking up at Xing Yingzhu perplexedly, asking, where are we going? To the place you decided on this afternoon. Xing Yingzhu replied. Xing Zhao. But that was a tourist attraction that closed at 5 in the afternoon. This thought spun around 3 times in Xing Zhao's head, but he couldn't bring himself to say it aloud. After all, Boss Xing's reputation as a reckless outlaw was already established. Once someone breaks in, they're likely to do it again. 36 hours ago, Sheng Zhao had still been a good boy who followed rules and laws strictly, but now his accumulated potential sentence due to his association with Boss Sheng was up to 6 months of detention. Breaking into one more place or not didn't make much difference anymore. Upon thinking this, even Sheng Zhao was shocked by the way his brain operated. His tolerance level could practically be described as pathological. Not only did he follow this strange boss everywhere around the country, but now, he was actually starting to be influenced by him. No, this won't do. Sheng Zhao shook his head, thinking to himself that while Xing Yingzhu might ignore human law, he didn't have that kind of ability. Better safe than sorry. The place Sheng Zhao randomly picked out earlier was a Taoist temple located on a bustling commercial street in Suzhou. They left the house a little after 8 in the evening. The street was still brightly lit, bustling with energy. Although Boss Xing didn't care about breaking in, he did mind showing his face among humans. So, with impatience written all over his expression, he dragged Sheng Zhao back and forth along the streets for several rounds, simply to pass the time. It had to be said that although Boss Xing was undeniably handsome, his perpetually debt-ridden demeanor was lethal as well. His entire being radiated signals of bad mood, so much so that pedestrians instinctively widened their paths when they saw him, leaving only Sheng Zhao walking steadfastly beside him, braving the frigid low-pressure atmosphere like an ice-capped mountain. They roamed around for another 3 full hours until all the shops were finally shut down. That's a Taoist temple, Sheng Zhao said worriedly. I checked online, this temple has been here for many years. Are you sure you'll be fine entering it? Boss Xing gave him a classic look of disdain without saying a word and pulled him inside through the side entrance. The main halls where tickets were required were already locked. Sheng Zhao anxiously glanced around, fearing that some security guard might pop out and catch them red-handed. Unexpectedly, Xing Yingzhu refrained from his usual rogue antics this time. He circled around the front of the temple and seemed content to stay outside, then walked with Sheng Zhao toward the rear instead. Other than a few worship halls, most parts of this temple were open scenic spots unguarded at night. Seeing that there was no intention to pick locks, Sheng Zhao let out a sigh of relief. However, he felt a bit weird inside, uncertain if he was disappointed or something else. Xing Yingzhu eventually stopped at a stone sculpture in the backyard of a turtle supporting a stela. This sculpture was tucked away in a corner behind the main hall, surrounded by ankle-high weeds, appearing as though rarely tended to. What is this? Sheng Zhao asked. You're asking about this sculpture? Xing Yingzhu replied, it's a bishi. Sheng Zhao examined the stone for a moment but failed to notice anything special. Is there anything special about it? Sheng Zhao asked again. This time, Xing Yingzhu didn't answer immediately. He first glanced around cautiously to ensure nobody was nearby before extending his hand and patting the steel casually, as if he were tapping an old friend on the shoulder. From Sheng Zhao's perspective, this didn't resemble touching a cold, hard stone sculpture but rather greeting an old acquaintance warmly. Sheng Zhao. I have a guess, Sheng Zhao blankly thought. And before he could ponder further, his guess came true. Under Xing Yingzhu's hand, the stone tablet suddenly started humming without warning. Even though it was evidently a heavy solid stone block, it vibrated violently in place, causing the surrounding land to shake. Caught off balance, Sheng Zhao lost his footing and stumbled backward, caught just in time by Xing Yingzhu. Take some calcium supplements. Boss Xing commented, you're quite weak for your age. Sheng Zhao. You're the weak one, your whole family is weak. While Sheng Zhao was mentally criticizing, Xing Yingzhu had already hauled him back onto his feet, pressing his shoulders to steady him. Only then did Sheng Zhao realize that a milk-white glow had inexplicably spread over the dusty stone sculpture. After a short while, this light peeled off the sculpture like a membrane and hovered downwards, shaping itself into a tall figure in midair. This manner of appearance was far gentler than what Sheng Zhao expected, so apart from astonishment, he didn't feel any fear. Of course, that may also have been because Boss Xing stood right behind him, making everything seem less threatening. The luminous aura quickly consolidated into the form of a young man. The newcomer's face was as serene and polished as jade, wearing an extremely vintage robe. He greeted them with a radiant smile, contrasting sharply with Boss Xing's sour expression. Mr. Bishi. Sheng Zhao attempted to break the tension between Boss Xing and this new entity. Hello. I am not a Bishi, I'm just temporarily residing in this stone sculpture, the young man said graciously, I'm merely a dragon turtle. You may call me Chen Wu. Sheng Zhao had never been so formally respected as Mr. in his life, and he felt dizzy with delight, unable to truly discern what was happening, so he could only tug at Xing Yingzhu's clothes from behind, signaling for him to speak up quickly. Chen Wu replied to Sheng Zhao with neither arrogance nor submissiveness, then patted his sleeves, took a step back gracefully, and bowed to Xing Yingzhu, saying, after all these years, you're still as radiant as ever. Sheng Zhao. What is this? He had just thought this guy was pretty elegant, but it turns out he was also a member of the Flattery Reserve team. Chapter 36, Who's Actually in Whom? Based on Sheng Zhao's understanding of Mr. Xing, the old man didn't have many hobbies in his life except for one, he loved hearing compliments. No matter what his original attitude was, just a few gentle words and praise could immediately improve his mood. This trick worked for Sheng Zhao every single time without fail. However, this time, Sheng Zhao's diary observations about Xing Yingzhu seemed to have a slight deviation. Mr. Xing appeared completely disinterested. He neither accepted the compliment nor became more polite after Chen Wu praised him a couple of times. On the contrary, he looked rather dissatisfied. Am I only worthy of your bow? Xing Yingzhu asked in return. Chen Wu froze for a moment, instinctively glancing at Xing Zhao. Xing Zhao felt puzzled by his look, muttering internally that if Xing Yingzhu was nitpicking at Chen Wu, why was he looking at him? It wasn't his fault that Xing Yingzhu chose to pick on Chen Wu. However, Chen Wu reacted much faster than Xing Zhao. He quickly understood the situation and, brushing off his sleeve as he stepped back, gave a deep bow to Xing Zhao as well. Peace be with you, Chen Wu said. Xing Zhao stood there, dumbfounded. The mild-mannered human Xing Zhao was shocked by the formal bow and subconsciously moved half a step closer to Xing Yingzhu, too timid to fully accept the bow. He jokingly thought, the other party might be a creature who has lived for centuries. Allowing someone like that to bow to him, would it take years off his own life? At this point, Xing Yingzhu cast a disdainful glance at Xing Zhao, grabbed the collar of his shirt and firmly held him in place. If he bows, let him bow. Why do you avoid it? Xing Yingzhu said. Upon hearing this, Chen Wu quickly turned around and completed the bow fully toward Xing Zhao. Only then did Xing Zhao realize that Xing Yingzhu was giving him face. But honestly, in his heart, the not-so-confident Xing Zhao thought, so this is what borrowing power feels like, it's kind of, pretty great. Meanwhile, Chen Wu himself also had some doubts inside. He thought, what's going on here? This young person looks like an ordinary mortal, yet Xing Yingzhu has brought him to meet me, treating him as though they're quite close. Even though Xing Yingzhu had gone from being a dragon to a snake, a significant drop in class, his age still placed him among the eldest remaining demons in the world. There wouldn't be more than a few fingers worth of demons older than him. So even though demons were ranked by race and ability, very few dared to willingly provoke him. Chen Wu inwardly decided, best not stir things up. Who knows what secrets this seemingly ordinary young man carries, being so highly regarded by Xing Yingzhu. Perhaps he's a great master undergoing a trial, or maybe he holds some mysteries concerning the demon realm. None of them sound easy to tangle with. Of course, if Xing Yingzhu could hear Chen Wu's thoughts at this moment, he'd probably be speechless for a long while before sincerely telling him, stop overthinking it, this is just an unremarkable young human. Regardless, because of this strange misunderstanding, Xing Zhao gained much social standing, at least within demon society. Only when Chen Wu finished bowing to Xing Zhao did Xing Yingzhu's expression seem to lighten slightly. He leaned back casually against the railing, setting up an interrogative posture. Do you have any important matters to discuss during your visit? Chen Wu's attitude was agreeable but tinged with a bit of difficulty. As you know, I'm here to guard Suzhou territory, so I can't leave easily. There was an earthquake in Suzhou yesterday, unlike any ordinary tremor, Xing Yingzhu frankly asked. What's the reason behind it? Chen Wu coughed awkwardly, scratching his cheek as he said, it's truly embarrassing to have disturbed you over this trivial matter. It was just a result of my drowsiness, I merely rolled over in my sleep. Not a big deal. Xing Zhao. So all their hurried investigation boiled down to a gentle-looking guy just rolling over in his sleep. Xing Zhao couldn't help feeling exasperated and wanted to turn around and vent to Xing Yingzhu. But suddenly, he noticed something, he saw Xing Yingzhu's expression more serious than expected. Xing Yingzhu generally had three mental states. When in a good mood, he was laid back and easy to talk to. If Xing Zhao hit a sore spot, he becomes somewhat impatient. And whenever he was unhappy, he'd shut others out and ignore everything around him, doing exactly as he pleased. Yet Xing Zhao rarely saw him look so genuinely serious. For this reason, Xing Zhao instinctively felt that this might not just be a misstep or simple mistake. Just by flipping over, you caused Suzhou to shake. What would happen elsewhere if there were abnormal movements? Wouldn't the heavens collapse? Xing Yingzhu came straight to the point. Explain, since you know what I'm asking, don't make me repeat myself. This time, Chen Wu did not respond hastily. He pursed his lips, as if weighing something deeply inside. After a moment, he sighed and said, actually, not just you, but even our group underground doesn't understand what has happened. Xing Yingzhu clearly didn't believe this statement much. This isn't an excuse, Chen Wu hastily said. Over the years, whether it's suppressing malevolent beasts or voluntarily guarding one area for peace like me, all of us have lived peacefully underground without much interference with the humans above. But all of you cause upheavals that shake the earth. Xing Yingzhu chuckled mockingly, or are you going to tell me that you've been peacefully catching up on sleep down there without moving at all? That's where the abnormality lies, Chen Wu responded. It's as if something is enclosing this ground layer, separating us underground from the humans. As Chen Wu spoke, he tapped his foot against the ground, continuing, this layer of soil acts like soundproof foam. No matter how much commotion we create beneath, it doesn't affect those above. Xing Zhao listened beside them, thinking that these great demons weren't completely sealed off underground, their knowledge of soundproof material suggested they occasionally surfaced for a stroll. So are you telling me now that this sensation is gone? Xing Yingzhu inquired. Judging by the circumstances, yes, Chen Wu whispered gently. But I don't know what that was, nor do I understand the issues that have arisen from its absence. So in essence, what exactly do you know? Xing Yingzhu asked. Chen Wu fell silent again, for a much longer time this time. Sheng Zhao watching nearby felt he wasn't reluctant to tell Xing Yingzhu, rather, he was apprehensive about something. You're aware, after a while, Chen Wu finally added, many years ago, she personally sealed the first dragon beneath the northern sea, so logically speaking, these things must be her arrangements. Sheng Zhao keenly grasped a keyword from this sentence. Who is she? Sheng Zhao wondered, though Chen Wu was being evasive, it appeared clear to Xing Yingzhu, apparently at this level among their kind, she referred directly to someone specific. Like Voldemort? Sheng Zhao thought whimsically, a name that couldn't be spoken. Not only Chen Wu, but Xing Yingzhu himself also fell silent. After quite some time, Xing Yingzhu seemed to give up on further questioning. He stood up from the railing and took Sheng Zhao along with him. Sheng Zhao felt like seeing the sun rise from the west. Jokingly, in his eyes, Xing Yingzhu had a personality of fearlessness towards anything, willing to take on every challenge under the heavens regardless. Yet such a casual phrase made him stop asking. However, Sheng Zhao obviously couldn't expose Xing Yingzhu's weakness before Chen Wu, so he forced himself to hold back his curiosity. It wasn't until they had walked far away that he tentatively asked, who is she? A troublesome person, Xing Yingzhu glanced down at him. Sheng Zhao. That said nothing really. But evidently, Xing Yingzhu's mood wasn't smoothing out. Prying might result in an explosion, Sheng Zhao considered and decided to gently rub Xing Yingzhu's back. For mammals, this would likely serve as an excellent soothing method. Sheng Zhao understood little about reptiles, so he tried it anyway as if treating a dead horse. Don't be angry, Sheng Zhao pleaded. We can ignore the bothersome person. Xing Yingzhu threw another glance at him. The commercial street at night was quiet, the shop doors were locked, except for a small area by the roadside illuminated by the light of lamps. With his hands in his pockets, through 2 layers of clothing, Xing Yingzhu still clearly felt Sheng Zhao's slightly warmer temperature. This warmth, similar to Sheng Zhao himself, wasn't particularly annoying. Thus, Master Xing magnanimously chose not to fuss over it. Then what? Xing Yingzhu questioned. Sheng Zhao was stunned, then what? Xing Yingzhu looked him up and down once, noting there indeed was no then. He commented, no sincerity. Sheng Zhao. Difficult to please indeed. Seemed normal enough when conversing with others, although with somewhat of a bossy air reminiscent of a stereotypical tycoon. But overall, relatively imposing. Yet as soon as the serious business was done, his intelligence apparently dropped, acting like an unreasonable child. Sheng, adult Zhao helplessly sighed in his heart and could only repeat the act of rubbing his back as earlier. Alright, don't be mad. Sheng Zhao's straight guy-style placating methods came online again, making a couple of random placatory statements. If you say he's irritating, then definitely he's bothersome. Actually, I think so too, look at how he messes everything up half-heartedly, creating seals without any shelf life. And not knowing to update the patches in time causes you to busy yourself instead. Clearly, not a good person. Sheng Zhao rattled off this entire long passage in one breath, nearly gasping for air. Xing Yingzhu was now satisfied. In his good mood, Xing Yingzhu couldn't help but give Sheng Zhao an approving glance. Then he took out a piece of caramel candy from his pocket, handing it over to him as a sign of reward. When Sheng Zhao looked down, he realized that he had seen this type of candy just a few hours ago. There was plenty of it at the hotel's front desk. What kind of nonsense is this? Sheng Zhao thought in shock. Who's patronizing whom here? Chapter 37, definitely waiting for me to come and flatter you. The leads in Suzhou were almost cut off, and Sheng Zhao was deeply worried about Xing Yingzhu. However, to his surprise, Mr. Xing seemed completely at ease, as if he didn't even know how to write the word worry. He went back, took a comfortable nap, and surprisingly woke up early the next morning, leading Sheng Zhao to enjoy a bowl of crab roe noodles costing 280 yuan. Sheng Zhao swore that if Mr. Xing hadn't promised to treat him, he would have run away the moment he saw the price list. Seriously, boss, you don't go to work all day, so where does all your money come from? Sheng Zhao asked while stirring his noodles. Could it be that Zhang Jian's family still pays you a high salary? Xing Yingzhu, cold-blooded like a reptile, showed little interest in human carbohydrate foods, ordering only a pot of iced tea. He drank while propping his head with one hand and scrolling through his phone screen, looking at something unknown. Hearing this, he lazily lifted an eyebrow and said, rent collection. Sheng Zhao. He had underestimated things. During these few days out, Sheng Zhao actually forgot that the person before him was also a hidden capitalist. It turned out that Xiong Xiangsong and others worked tirelessly day and night, yet they still had to contribute to this Zhou Bapi, truly a sorrowful story for those who heard it and tear-inducing for those who witnessed it. Hurry up and eat. Xing Yingzhu drank a sip of tea and urged, let's get on the road after finishing. Pay attention to your words, boss. Sheng Zhao couldn't help but roll his eyes, mocking, it sounds like you're going to fatten me up and eat me. Xing Yingzhu raised an eyebrow, pressing his phone screen down onto the table just as he was about to speak, only to see Sheng Zhao beat him to the punchline. I'm not even enough to get stuck between your teeth. Sheng Zhao blinked and added, right? I know. Sheng Zhao clearly felt emboldened by the 280 yuan bowl of noodles. Not only did he finish the joke, but he also slurped a mouthful of noodles, almost triumphantly writing on his face, I anticipated your move. Mr. Xing Yingzhu was magnanimous and too lazy to argue with him, slightly curling the corner of his lips without saying anything. Sheng Zhao gobbled up breakfast noisily, so full that walking became difficult. While dragging Mr. Xing outside the shop, holding onto his shirt tail, he almost really felt like he was being fattened up to be eaten. "Boss," Sheng Zhao belched, struggling to soothe his churning stomach before asking, "Where are we going now?" "Back home." Xing Yingzhu glanced at him, originally intending to mock him for getting too familiar, but upon second thought, he decided against saying it. "To Shen City, find Zhang Jian," Xing Yingzhu said, to retrieve the chain in his possession. Sheng Zhao paused slightly, suddenly remembering afterward that Xing Yingzhu's original reason for coming to Suzhou was for the item in Zhang Jian's possession. Ironically, during these days, Sheng Zhao's worldview around him had been flipped upside down overnight, and life moved like it was sped up 8 times faster. Following Xing Yingzhu around chaotically here and there, he was still dazed, often forgetting previous sentences as soon as new ones were spoken. Only now, when Xing Yingzhu mentioned it, did he abruptly recall that just 20 minutes away by car in Shen City, things were still turbulent and fraught with danger. Thinking about this, Sheng Zhao involuntarily looked up. It was morning, the outside sky was bright and clear, filled with blue skies and blazing sun. Seeing such weather, Sheng Zhao found it hard to imagine that the videos of torrential rains devastating the streets on his phone were only separated from him by a single city. For some inexplicable reason, a vague melancholy arose within Sheng Zhao, perhaps due to feeling sympathy for another creature or perhaps due to some other unnamed emotion. "Boss," Sheng Zhao suddenly asked, "in your eyes, aren't humans just very insignificant lower beings?" "What?" Xing Yingzhu said absent-mindedly, "Did you have a full meal and then decide to discuss philosophy with me?" "No," Sheng Zhao hesitated for a moment, seemingly unsure how to phrase his question. Xing Yingzhu had already become accustomed to Sheng Zhao's endless questions, so suddenly hearing him stop asking was somewhat unfamiliar. Mr. Xing lightly kicked his ankle, impatiently saying, "Speak up. I was just thinking that last night, that guy could trigger earthquakes just by casually turning over, and the one in Shen City, well, whatever it is, its movements alone can summon wind and rain." Sheng Zhao said, "You say spirits should not disturb people's lives, but none of them seem to be punished by lightning." Xing Yingzhu stopped walking. Sheng Zhao, looking down and muttering softly, didn't notice the sudden stop and crashed straight into his back. Sheng Zhao hissed in pain, immediately covering his forehead. He wondered what material the boss was made of since the collision hurt like hell. Grimacing, he massaged his face and was about to complain when he unexpectedly locked eyes with Xing Yingzhu. Then, Sheng Zhao suddenly froze. That was an extremely indifferent gaze. Xing Yingzhu's dark, handsome eyes clearly reflected his shadow, yet the look in them was both cold and distant, making Sheng Zhao shiver involuntarily. In this instant, he finally felt, after a long time, that oppressive aura from Xing Yingzhu which didn't belong to any human being. Instinctively sensing danger, Sheng Zhao's pores burst open as he felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Without thinking, he instinctively took half a step back. Such an obvious dodging movement couldn't possibly escape Xing Yingzhu's sharp eyes. Seeing this, his gaze dimmed slightly before a faint smirk curled at the corner of his lips, revealing a strikingly clear smile. At this moment, Sheng Zhao suddenly realized how restrained Xing Yingzhu had been when they talked or interacted. Despite displaying similar smiles now, Sheng Zhao didn't see an ounce of warmth on his face this time. He suddenly thought, Xing Yingzhu wasn't truly angry on ordinary days. No wonder Xiong Xiangsong and others were so afraid of him. This was Sheng Zhao's second thought. First, don't be too arrogant. The human race may live on this land, but it doesn't belong to you. Before you appeared, what you call, they, were the rightful residents here. Xing Yingzhu deliberately stressed the word, you, with a sarcastic undertone, saying, second, according to the rules, we cannot do anything to you. But if someone is just asking for lightning strikes, well, I can't control that, understand? Sheng Zhao was scared stiff, subconsciously nodding along with Xing Yingzhu's questions, indicating that he had heard him. Third, Xing Yingzhu scanned him from head to toe and said, since you are afraid of me, then go ahead. There's no need for you to follow me anyway. Xanadu also needs someone to keep an eye on it. Xing Yingzhu didn't seem interested in negotiating at all. It was more like a routine notice. Before Sheng Zhao could react, Xing Yingzhu had already turned around and was walking away decisively. As Xing Yingzhu left, the intense feeling of being watched by some dangerous creature faded significantly. Sheng Zhao stood there dumbfounded for a while, staring at Xing Yingzhu's retreating back until he noticed a problem. Xing Yingzhu was mad. This was different from every previous time. This time, Mr. Xing obviously meant business. Even disapproval was too much trouble for him, so he simply drew the line between himself and Sheng Zhao. It's easy to become accustomed to luxury after having experienced frugality, but not vice versa. In the past, Sheng Zhao merely observed the indifference Xing Yingzhu showed toward Zhang Jian and found it annoying throughout. Now, imagining himself similarly pushed away made it even worse. What happened? Sheng Zhao wondered aimlessly. What did he say wrong? Why did Xing Yingzhu get upset? Even his stupidest questions in the past hadn't caused Xing Yingzhu to show irritation, let alone anger. Today, why was he so unpredictable? Before Sheng Zhao had enough time to be dazed, Xing Yingzhu's figure had disappeared into the distance, almost blending into the crowd. Sheng Zhao's heart began to race uncontrollably. He almost didn't hesitate and discarded the option of going home entirely, chasing after the direction Xing Yingzhu went. Actually, Sheng Zhao himself wasn't quite sure why following Xing Yingzhu everywhere seemed riskier than returning to Xanadu, especially since Xing Yingzhu himself could explode without warning. As a regular college graduate, Sheng Zhao logically should have opted for safety and gone home. But inexplicably, Sheng Zhao simply couldn't bear the thought of going separate ways. The street where they stood wasn't the bustling part of town, but still filled with pedestrians. Although Xing Yingzhu walked fast with long strides due to his height, he was, after all, only a normal human. Sheng Zhao ran hard and managed to catch up with him eventually. "Boss, I'm sorry." Sheng Zhao panted heavily as he stopped in front of him and gasped for breath. "Please forgive me, I won't mention it again." Xing Yingzhu ignored him completely and kept walking. Sheng Zhao groaned inwardly, wondering how Xing Yingzhu's temper fluctuated unpredictably, sometimes good, sometimes bad, one never knew what he was really thinking. After catching his breath for a few seconds, he was about to continue chasing when something dawned on him. Perhaps Xing Yingzhu wasn't mad because of his question, Sheng Zhao thought. Lightning struck in his mind as he remembered the tone Xing Yingzhu had used earlier, sending a chill through him. "Oh no," Sheng Zhao murmured under his breath. Indeed, he had spoken wrongly. It wasn't Xing Yingzhu who decided to distance himself. Instead, subconsciously, Sheng Zhao had already divided them into you and we. Not even noticing it himself, it was a bias ingrained within him. Xing Yingzhu was merely keen enough to bring out this hidden prejudice. Thinking of this, Sheng Zhao wished he could slap himself. Xing Yingzhu hadn't been up to any mischief with those creatures, he followed the rules and even paid for his takeout. Yet, Sheng Zhao had carelessly labeled him as part of you, not that Xing Yingzhu would complain, but if it were Sheng Zhao himself, wouldn't he feel upset too? Especially when one considered what a ridiculous question Sheng Zhao had asked. Had Xing Yingzhu ever truly seen him as nothing more than an insignificant ant? If so, why would he have saved his life in Shen City, then dragged him along everywhere later on, buying him meals, introducing him to old acquaintances, giving him face? Xing Yingzhu treated him like an insider, while Sheng Zhao dismissed him as a monster. It simply didn't add up. Sheng Zhao winced slightly, feeling a pang of guilt. "Boss." Sheng Zhao, after some deep self-reflection, corrected himself within 30 seconds and, like a highwayman blocking someone's way, spread his arms wide and ran forward to block Xing Yingzhu's path. "I spoke wrongly, I'm sorry, please don't be sad." Sheng Zhao said earnestly, "I truly regret it, let me apologize." Xing Yingzhu furrowed his brow, uninterested in responding. "Move aside," Xing Yingzhu said. "No way." Sheng Zhao found his courage somehow and stood up straight, defiant and unreasonable as he declared, "I don't care. Since you didn't disappear or fly away and I've caught up with you, you must be waiting for me to comfort you." Xing Yingzhu. Chapter 38, The Thin Line Between Fear and Excitement. Xing Yingzhu was almost laughing with anger. With all these people around on the street, where could he possibly fly? And would he really ascend into the sky right in front of everyone? Fire burned in his chest, his mood foul and irritable. Now he didn't even want to acknowledge Sheng Zhao, just thinking about going around him as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, Sheng Zhao, emboldened from some unknown source, no longer feared Xing Yingzhu. He no longer cared about their superior-subordinate relationship and shamelessly blocked Xing's path, retreating step by step, clearly showing no intention of moving until Xing forgave him. By this point, the commotion had already attracted the attention of passers-by nearby. Not far away, two young girls had already pulled out their phones, quietly filming them while whispering excitedly to each other like a couple of sparrows. Xing Yingzhu, with his sharp ears, clearly heard snippets such as, "Wow, making up with his wife on the street is so sweet," and, "But I think the handsome one is the dominant partner." Ah. These words were akin to wolves tearing at his dignity. Xing Yingzhu. Balderdash. Xing Yingzhu felt terrible inside. Why did he resemble someone else's wife? Mr. Xing had no patience for further banter with this uncouth youngster standing in his way. However, unable to bypass him, his frustration grew fiercer. Sheng Zhao, apologizing until he was parched, received nothing but stony silence from Mr. Xing, who looked utterly unmoved. "Or maybe, since you're upset, you can deduct my salary," said Sheng Zhao in obvious distress, evidently having made a monumental concession. "Deduct, 500. Xing Yingzhu thought Sheng Zhao was starting to make no sense. Afraid was he, disapproving was he too. And now here he was groveling, offering trivial concessions as negotiation tactics, making it seem instead like Xing Yingzhu was bullying him. Xing Yingzhu had no interest in playing any more games of flirtation. So, he furrowed his brow and stopped firmly in place. "Are you leaving?" Xing Yingzhu asked coldly. Sheng Zhao stood tall and shook his head vigorously, refusing. Joke aside, if he walked away now, Xing boss would likely never give him a proper look again. Sheng Zhao had resolved. If necessary, he'd act disgracefully, clinging to Xing Yingzhu's leg not to let him leave. After all, Xing Yingzhu valued reputation. As long as he avoided becoming tabloid fodder, then he'd have no choice but to bring Xing along. As for whether it would irritate him even more later, well, that was tomorrow's problem. Sheng Zhao, set in his mind, considered himself clever and composed, unaware that Xing Yingzhu suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly tilted his head down toward him. Suddenly, Xing Yingzhu's pitch-black pupils began contracting, veins of red covered the whites of his eyes. In an instant, his beautiful, elegant eyes transformed into the characteristic vertical slit of a cold-blooded creature. His pupils compressed into thin lines, unyieldingly locking onto Xing Zhao. Xing Zhao was abruptly stunned. While it was a terrifying scene to see snake-like eyes on a human face, oddly enough, the first thought flashing through Xing Zhao's mind wasn't fear. Xing Yingzhu had only meant to scare Xing Zhao, hoping he'd back off. But Xing Zhao's mental circuits worked differently. Instead of being scared, he immediately remembered the moment by the underground river in Xincheng when he first encountered Xing Yingzhu in his original form. The magnificent and nimble snake's scales shimmered like jade under flowing light, his eyes ice-cold, and his sharp fangs sank deeply into the soft throat of a dragon. It had been wilder and freer than the most grotesque beast. That scene had been breathtaking. Sheng Zhao didn't understand what was wrong with his aesthetic judgment, yet inexplicably, that evening on Poyang Lake, watching Xing Yingzhu dripping water and moonlight, battling that dragon above the waters, was absolutely breathtaking. Lately, as he followed Xing Yingzhu all over every day, he hadn't noticed anything special. But now, gazing into those eyes, it was as though he'd flipped a switch, his whole body buzzed with sudden excitement. Because of this, Sheng Zhao realized something surprising. His instinctual response to those memories was not avoiding danger, it was admiration. Trouble, Sheng Zhao blankly thought. Every day I tease my boss for being gay. How come I seem to be ahead of him now? Seeing Sheng Zhao frozen in shock, Xing Yingzhu assumed he had successfully terrified him, thus feeling satisfied, turned and wanted to walk away. But as Sheng Zhao saw him leaving, his brain still rebooting, his body unconsciously moved backward several steps, intending to stop Xing Yingzhu. Just as Sheng Zhao was about to speak, there came an abrupt burst of shrill and urgent car horns behind him. Before he could react, Xing Yingzhu swiftly pulled him back, narrowly avoiding a catastrophe. And Xing Zhao, muddled as he was, only felt his collar tighten, stumbled, and then found his face buried directly into Xing Yingzhu's chest. After this series of events ended, Sheng Zhao belatedly realized that he hadn't been watching where he was going at all, and had followed Xing Yingzhu all the way back to the street corner. An SUV raced past him in a blur, narrowly missing him by inches. The profanity-laden curses from the SUV's driver hung in the air as Sheng Zhao clutched his chest, heart pounding so hard it felt like it would jump out of his throat. What? Xing Yingzhu snapped irritably. Are you trying to get hit? Or are you messing with me? Staring blankly at Xing Yingzhu, Sheng Zhao forgot to respond. Mr. Xing's eyes still hadn't fully returned to normal, they still held a faint pink hue, giving them an almost hazy look. Scared? Xing Yingzhu smirked coldly. Then leave already, before I change my mind and make you disappear from my sight. Sheng Zhao's ears finally picked up on the key phrase, and he instinctively shook his head without thinking. No, not scared, Sheng Zhao stammered. Interesting, Xing Yingzhu thought to himself, do you even believe what you just said? In his view, the human before him clearly contradicted himself. He said he wasn't scared while simultaneously stumbling over his words. However, Sheng Zhao's stubborn persistence truly took Xing Yingzhu by surprise. Thus, the boss decided against simply walking away for now, impatiently stepping further onto the sidewalk while pulling Sheng Zhao back firmly to steady him. So you're not scared? Xing Yingzhu grunted, poking his shoulder with a finger. Then why are you stuttering? Boss. I think I might be, Sheng Zhao mumbled awkwardly, experiencing the drawbridge effect. This term struck a knowledge-blind spot for Xing Yingzhu, causing Mr. Xing to furrow his brow suspiciously as he eyed Xing Zhao. Yet Xing Zhao tossed out this cryptic statement and left it hanging there, showing no intention to explain further. How could such a face-conscious person possibly ask something as stupid as, what does it mean? Instead, Mr. Xing chose to feign an expression of utter serenity, trying to appear profound despite being confused inside. As Xing Zhao blurted this sentence without thinking, regret slowly set in after saying it. Too ambiguous, Xing Zhao thought. If someone didn't know better, it sounded like he was confessing his feelings for Xing Yingzhu. Fortunately, Mr. Xing seemed unfazed, so Xing Zhao cautiously glanced at him twice and, seeing no reaction, exhaled a slight sigh of relief. Not bad, Xing Zhao figured. Good thing this boss isn't overly straight-edged either. Otherwise, given how he teased Mr. Xing on his first day of work and then publicly flirted with him here on the street, Xing Yingzhu would have fired him instantly if the sun hadn't suddenly risen in the west. Still, the boss remained silent, leaving Xing Zhao anxious about what exactly he was thinking. After much deliberation, Xing Zhao decided to wrap up his apology process. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant earlier. Steeling himself, Xing Zhao added, it's just a, metaphor when referring to us collectively, meaning it includes both you and me. Don't overthink it. Besides, see? You're just so handsome that anyone getting dizzy around you is perfectly natural. So, Mr. Boss, don't overthink it, alright? Xing Yingzhu quietly studied him. He noticed something intriguing, Xing Zhao might actually be telling the truth. Living too long and encountering too many people made it effortless for Xing Yingzhu to discern whether those before him were speaking genuinely or merely flattering him. Curiously enough, fear differed from emotions like sadness or happiness. Fear was uncontrollable, nearly impossible to hide intentionally. Yet Xing Zhao's fear earlier had been real, and so was his current calmness. Xing Yingzhu wasn't one to deny himself curiosity, so naturally, he asked about it. Startled by the question, Xing Zhao hesitated for a moment. One last chance, Xing Yingzhu declared. Convince me, and I'll forgive you. Neither of them realized how childish the idea of offering forgiveness as a reward really was. Well, fear, fundamentally, triggers a physiological response, a contracted focus, increased heartbeat, skyrocketing adrenaline, rising blood pressure, etc. Xing Zhao trailed off, his voice growing quieter. But this type of reaction doesn't exclusively indicate fear. What? Xing Yingzhu was slightly perplexed. An excitement, Xing Zhao suddenly thought. This realization stabbed into his heart like a tiny needle, causing a sudden jolt through his body. His chest tingled and itched with unfamiliar sensations. Now he understood why subconsciously, he didn't want to part ways with Xing Yingzhu. Just as some people have a natural affinity for extreme sports, Xing Zhao found a new kind of thrill in his interactions with Xing Yingzhu. He didn't just tolerate this life, it increasingly drew him closer to wanting to be part of it entirely. Xing Zhao's mind was all muddled, and he wasn't sure whether what he had said came from his own heart or if it was a lingering effect of the drawbridge effect. Not wanting to explain this to Xing Yingzhu, his subconscious led him to change the subject entirely. To avoid confrontation, Xing Zhao quickly glanced around, his gaze eventually settling on a newly opened bubble tea shop nearby. Nothing much, Xing Zhao remarked offhandedly. By the way, boss, do you drink bubble tea, maybe red bean coconut fruit green milk tea? My treat. Xing Yingzhu scrutinized him carefully for about 5 minutes, as though running a searchlight over every inch of his body. Although something still felt concealed, his apology appeared somewhat sincere. Mr. Xing hadn't expected Xing Zhao to come up with anything particularly impressive anyway, setting his expectations quite low from the start. Thus, any decent words from Xing Zhao sufficed for satisfaction. With disdain, Xing Yingzhu wiped his hands on Xing Zhao's clothes before casually glancing at the bubble tea shop in question, then paused briefly before responding, and another 500 deducted. Xing Zhao. What kind of person is this? Huang Shimin. Chapter 39, Do you know how to kill a dragon? Mr. Xing, a man of great magnanimity, reluctantly calmed down after being coaxed by a large cup of red bean coconut milk green tea. He then took Qing Zhao onto the train bound for Xincheng, leaving Qing Zhao, nicknamed Yang Bailao, to privately lament over a text message notifying him of a 500 yuan transfer. 500 yuan, Qing Zhao sadly thought, could buy 2 squirrel mandarin fish. But then he reconsidered and realized that last time it was Mr. Xing who had paid for the squirrel mandarin fish. His heart became somewhat more balanced, and he persuaded himself that it was simply an AA situation. This shows that although we can't say much about student Xing Xiaodao's other abilities, his level of self-consolation has clearly reached perfection. From Suzhou to Xincheng, the fastest high-speed rail only takes half an hour, which is less time than a one-way intercity bus ride. Qing Zhao had already searched for real-time updates using Xincheng as a keyword on various social media platforms when boarding the train, but when he got off the train, he was still startled by the local scene. Compared with the sunny and bright Suzhou, Xincheng seemed like it existed in another dimension. It was raining heavily, the dark clouds above were thick enough to cover the palm of your hand. The water accumulated on the ground was deep enough to submerge a person's calf, and the entire street was filled with brake lights, making it nearly impossible for people to stay outside. Qing Zhao glanced out and thought that Xincheng had been entirely flooded. Xing Yingzhu apparently hadn't expected this place to be messed up so badly either, his expression turned slightly sour. Unfortunately, the partially drunk cartoon version packaged milk tea in his hand made even the most serious beauty look less grave. Most of the passengers on the same train were stranded inside the railway station. Qing Zhao called for a car on a taxi app for a full 20 minutes without any success. It was unclear if the good business outside made no one willing to come to the railway station or if the traffic conditions outside had become too severe for cars to navigate. Xing Yingzhu was neither afraid of wind nor rain. He stood alone outside the open-air rain shelter at the railway station, squinting his eyes towards the cloud-covered sky. Torrential rain poured down from the edges of the rain shelter, wetting a small part of his clothes hem. In the noisy railway station, Qing Zhao struggled to shout through phone calls to Zhang Jian and then rushed over to Xing Yingzhu with a hastily grabbed transparent plastic umbrella from the station supermarket. Zhang Jian said Xincheng has already issued a typhoon warning. Qing Zhao shouted against the wind while struggling to open the umbrella. Pulling Xing Yingzhu back a little bit, he continued, "We've just caught the last high-speed train, the next one has been suspended." He added, "There aren't many cars left on the road now. Most taxis are either overloaded or not operational. He asked us to wait a bit longer, he will send a car to pick us up." The wind outside was so strong that the 10-yuan plastic umbrella worked with extreme difficulty. Xing Yingzhu finished his last sip of milk tea and stuffed the empty cup into Qing Zhao's hand, taking the umbrella from him. Interestingly, the umbrella in his hands felt as solid as steel bones, neither wobbling nor shaking, completely blocking out the raindrops above their heads. Zhang Jian's network of connections clearly surpassed Qing Zhao's imagination. Half an hour later, the car Zhang Jian sent arrived at the main entrance of the railway station to pick them up. The driver of the neatly dressed sedan was drenched to the bone. Upon seeing Xing Yingzhu, he apologized repeatedly, explaining that the road conditions were far too difficult. On the way, he encountered 4 or 5 accident scenes, causing the traffic to nearly collapse. "So where's Zhang Jian?" Cheng Zhao asked. "He's at the construction site," the man replied. "He instructed me to take the 2 masters there." Cheng Zhao. Still clutching an empty milk tea cup in his hand, Cheng Zhao awkwardly scratched his face. The true master had already boarded the car, leaning by the window with his eyes closed, resting. However, the false master was still receiving praise. Cheng Zhao seriously reflected on himself for a moment and gladly accepted the title. Having received respects from ancient demons hundreds of years old, would he be afraid of being called a master? Initially, Cheng Zhao thought that this car would drop them near the underground river in Changning district, but to his surprise, the man stopped near the edge of the development zone. "Truly sorry, masters," the driver turned around apologetically. "There's a caution tape ahead, I can't go further. Please excuse me, but you'll need to walk the rest of the way." "Ah, it's fine," Cheng Zhao glanced at Xing Yingzhu, noticing he had no objections. Thus, he nodded friendly and said, "Could you kindly point us in a direction? We'll make our way over." Xinjiang's development zone had completely shut down all operations. As far as the eye could see, most of what remained were construction materials and unfinished projects. After pointing them in the right direction, the driver watched as Xing Yingzhu led Cheng Zhao out of the car. As they approached the underground river, Cheng Zhao found the wind and rain growing stronger. With every step forward, he occasionally stumbled, caught each time by Xing Yingzhu. After several times, Mr. Xing probably grew tired of it, so he firmly held onto him and brought him closer to his side, half supporting, half carrying Cheng Zhao forward. After walking for about 10 minutes, Cheng Zhao finally realized what the driver meant by warning tape. Zhang Jian was truly resourceful, using police warning tape to encircle half of the development zone. No wonder Cheng Zhao hadn't come across any esoteric rumors. It turned out that the road was directly blocked, prohibiting entry. Zhang Jian is young, but his connections are truly terrifying, Cheng Zhao remarked with admiration. He's even managed to establish ties with the authorities. The Longhu Mountain legacy has been around for years, it's normal for them to have some powerful connections, Xing Yingzhu said. Otherwise, how do you think all those projects on the mountain got approved? Cheng Zhao. That made sense. The underground river was located at the side of the development zone. The driver had chosen the shortest route to park the car. Even though the road wasn't easy to navigate, in less than 20 minutes, Cheng Zhao saw Zhang Jian standing beside a crevice. Zhang Jian still wore the same outfit as before. Cheng Zhao couldn't help but wonder if they didn't care about the cold. Facing such heavy rain, Zhang Jian neither held an umbrella nor zipped up his jacket, standing foolishly under the rain. In his right hand, he tightly grasped the legendary, dragon-binding rope, yet unfortunately, the chain was short and its severed end pitifully hung mid-air, appearing rather insignificant amidst the torrential downpour. The copper coin sword strapped to his back glistened brightly after being soaked in the rain, water droplets flowing like threads and forming a small puddle around Zhang Jian's feet. Hu Huan stood 2 steps away from Zhang Jian, wearing a waterproof hiking jacket, struggling to shout something at him. Zhang Jian seemed to hear Hu Huan's question but chose not to answer, shaking his head slightly while keeping his gaze fixed on the enormous crevice on the ground. Cheng Zhao knew that inside the crevice wasn't anything else, it was the very same underground river that had caused him so much trouble before. Cheng Zhao. Suddenly, Xing Yingzhu spoke. Cheng Zhao always responded promptly when called, immediately turning to look at him. "What's up, boss?" Cheng Zhao originally thought Xing Yingzhu was going to assign him some errand, but unexpectedly, the topic Xing Yingzhu brought up was one he least expected. "Do you know how to kill a dragon?" Xing Yingzhu asked. Cheng Zhao. "Do I look like someone who knows?" Cheng Zhao silently thought, such advanced practical techniques should be discussed with Zhang Jian, asking me is like talking to someone completely clueless. Regardless of how many sarcastic comments popped up in his mind, Cheng Zhao obediently shook his head. Xing Yingzhu glanced sideways at him and said, "There's a dragon tendon along the dragon's back." As he spoke, Xing Yingzhu suddenly reached out to touch Cheng Zhao's spine, making him shiver uncontrollably, nearly exhausting all his willpower to keep from dodging. "It's similar to a human spine," Xing Yingzhu continued, his fingertip tracing down Cheng Zhao's spine inch by inch. "To kill a dragon, you need to find its tendon, extract it, and then that'll suffice. If it's a true dragon, you also need to break its horns, cut off its claws, and remove its scales. Only after these actions will it die completely." Cheng Zhao felt a chill run down his spine as if his own tendons were about to be extracted, imagining the sensation vividly. "This is way too bloody," Cheng Zhao exhaled, his voice trembling. "Isn't this just dismemberment?" "However, this kind of aquatic snake-like creature doesn't require such an effort," Xing Yingzhu replied. "Extracting its tendon is enough." Cheng Zhao felt absolutely no comfort from the simplified procedure. He rubbed the goosebumps on his arms, suddenly remembering something and giving Xing Yingzhu a strange look. "Boss, did you, in the past?" Cheng Zhao cautiously probed. "I wasn't," Xing Yingzhu replied without hesitation. "I was once a living soul." Cheng Zhao let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully not, thinking about that process alone sounded excruciatingly painful. But discussing this with me is useless, Sheng Zhao gently said. I wouldn't last long as its snack. I know, Xing Yingzhu glanced over him, saying, more skills can never hurt. Sheng Zhao. What a novelty, teaching someone how to kill a dragon. Xing Yingzhu completed the theoretical explanation on his own, then extended his hand under the umbrella edge, casually catching a raindrop and flicking it toward Hu Huan, calling Hu Huan's name in a calm tone. Hu Huan was startled by the raindrop, instantly reacting and turning around to see the two men. Faced with an unapproachable landlord and a clearly hostile temporary partner, Hu Huan chose the former without a second thought, quickly tightening his clothes and trotting over, greeting each person respectively. Big bro. Hu Huan greeted. Little brother Zhao. Xing Yingzhu grunted in acknowledgement, grabbing Sheng Zhao by the shoulder of his shirt and lifting him to Hu Huan's side. Both of you, stay far away, Xing Yingzhu said, and then added to Hu Huan as if still not very reassured, keep an eye on him. Hu Huan followed his instructions without hesitation, as though he had received a royal decree. He immediately nodded and put an arm around Sheng Zhao's shoulders. Boss, rest assured, I'll make sure to keep an eye on brother Zhao. Hu Huan said, I won't cause you any trouble. Xing Yingzhu grunted in acknowledgement, glanced at Sheng Zhao again, handed him the umbrella, patted his shoulder, and silently stepped out from under it, heading toward Zhang Jian's direction. Chapter 40, Zhang Jian, you'd better be sharp. Beneath Zhang Jian's feet, the underground river entrance that had collapsed was more than twice as large as the one Xing Yingzhu had seen before. The rushing underground river water roared through the crack, emitting an eerie howl, as if it weren't carrying a river but instead a rampaging flood. The shadow of the dragon couldn't be seen for now, but Xing Yingzhu could feel it was still there, not moving a single step away. Furthermore, after several days, most of the chains around its body had already broken. Its condition was even better than when Xing Yingzhu had last encountered it. However, it was clear that Zhang Jian had done everything within his power. The entrance to the underground river was densely covered with red threads. These threads were intricately intertwined and fixed along the cracks with coins from the 5 emperors. Within this web composed of red threads, almost every intersection of main lines held a yellow talisman. But due to the heavy rain, most of these talismans were soaked, clinging pitifully onto the red threads. Zhang Jian noticed Xing Yingzhu's presence. He turned his head slightly, waiting until Xing Yingzhu approached him before sighing. Over these few days, much of the pride of this gifted disciple had worn off. When he met Xing Yingzhu again, he had learned to speak calmly and humbly seek advice. I have maintained this formation for 2 days and 1 night, but alas, it's like trying to empty the ocean with a sieve. My skills are too shallow, dealing with minor demons and evil spirits is doable for me, but I cannot handle a beast of this magnitude. Zhang Jian said, but strangely, that thing clearly has the ability to escape, yet it remains trapped here, enduring its discomfort. He is injured, Xing Yingzhu said. From breaking the seal? Zhang Jian asked. The dragon's malevolent aura was too strong. Over these past days, Zhang Jian didn't dare rashly approach or closely investigate underwater. He could only use divination and magic in indirect ways to gather information from nearby, hence his knowledge remained quite limited. No, Xing Yingzhu said nonchalantly. I fought with him at one point. I bit through his throat. Zhang Jian. The rightful heir to a prestigious sect strangely fell silent for a moment, coughed awkwardly, and promptly changed the subject. What should we do now? Zhang Jian said. With this downpour, it won't be long before it escapes. Even if my master and seniors rush over, they might not make it in time. Xing Yingzhu kept his hands in his pockets. The whistling wind flapped his coat tails dramatically as he silently gazed at the crack for a while before suddenly extending a hand toward Zhang Jian. Give me the item, Xing Yingzhu said. Without needing further explanation, Zhang Jian knowingly handed over the broken golden chain in his hand. No one knew what craftsmanship went into creating this chain, buried underground for so many years and still not showing signs of decay. The carved seals on it looked brand new. Xing Yingzhu wiped the engraving lightly with his thumb and quickly understood the situation. Given the circumstances, it seemed he would have to get involved, whether he wanted to or not. He did sense something familiar about the chain. Though faint, it wasn't made from his bones, yet it captured Xing Yingzhu's attention significantly. After thousands of years, encountering even a lead was rare. If helping out could lead to some progress, Xing Yingzhu saw no reason not to agree. Having decided internally, he wrapped the chain around neatly and stuffed it casually in his pocket. The chain had half of a dragon restraining array engraved on it. Normally, such an artifact should affect a great demon like Xing Yingzhu, but surprisingly, he carried it with ease, just as though it were a common red string found on the road. Zhang Jian initially wanted to stop him but wisely refrained from saying anything when faced with the sight. I can help you with this favor, Xing Yingzhu said. But I have one condition. Name it, Zhang Jian responded. Shanghai City was no isolated mountainous area, it was one of the highest population density cities in the entire country. If the dragon beneath them broke free and caused chaos, it would be too late to negotiate under any conditions. Right now, not only was one condition fine, even 10 or 8 wouldn't leave Zhang Jian any room for negotiation, he had to comply. I remember your Mount Longhu has a trace source mirror, capable of tracing the origins of all things, Xing Yingzhu said. I want to borrow it. That object is guarded by my master, I currently can't decide this myself, Zhang Jian carefully answered. Okay, Xing Yingzhu said in a toneless manner. You've got some thinking to do then. But in times of emergency, special measures must be taken. Zhang Jian struggled to rephrase. Alright, I agree. In broad daylight, in front of the principal player, Mr. Xing effortlessly pulled off acts of extortion combined with bullying, then casually looked up at the dark clouds in the sky, asking in an offhand tone akin to, "Did you eat breakfast this morning? Have you prepared the lightning attraction method?" "No," replied Zhang Jian. "If heavenly thunder strikes, the demonic dragon will surely flee. I couldn't restrain it, allowing it to escape without resistance." "Go ahead," Yingzhu Xing said. "Your sect is a righteous legacy, summoning divine punishment would be more effective than me." Zhang Jian glanced at him, not quite understanding his meaning. "I'll restrain it first, then find a chance to back out," Yingzhu Xing explained. "Zhang Jian, you'd better be quick-witted." With that, Boss Xing unbuttoned his coat, took off the windbreaker, casually rolled it up, and threw it over to Qing Zhao who was standing nearby. Qing Zhao had already been watching him closely. He instinctively reached out and caught the clothes in his arms. Yingzhu Xing's clothing smelled like cool incense, feeling heavier after being soaked. Qing Zhao fumbled with the garment, barely preventing its hem from dragging on the ground. Before Qing Zhao could ask what Boss Xing planned to do, he saw Boss Xing bend down without hesitation, grabbing one corner of the red thread diagram as if it were a spider web, forcefully tearing an opening into it. Immediately after, Qing Zhao watched as Yingzhu Xing jumped into the tear. Qing Zhao. He almost choked on his own words, barely stopping himself from calling Boss Xing mid-action and nearly strangling himself in the process. What slightly consoled Qing Zhao was that Hu Huan, who was following Boss Xing around, seemed less composed, even more flustered than he was. How did the big shot jump down there? Hu Huan cried, panicked, grabbing onto Qing Zhao's arm. There's still Zhang Jian's demon restraining array hanging at the cave entrance. It's fine. Qing Zhao, unexpectedly, reassured someone else this time. He knows what he's doing. Hu Huan looked at him with extreme admiration, as though viewing him with greater reverence than when he initially mistook him for some grand master. However, before Mr. Qing could fully bask in this newfound respect, another roar echoed from below, causing the ground beneath their feet to tremble violently. Qing Zhao lost balance immediately, ungracefully falling flat, experiencing pain throughout his body. Hu Huan, equally occupied with his own balance, hurriedly tried to help Qing Zhao up but failed miserably due to continuous tremors. They both collapsed once more. My God! Qing Zhao, propped up by all four limbs, struggled to maintain his balance and exclaimed in shock, "What on earth is Boss Xing doing down there?" Though they had fallen in a sorry state, Zhang Jian quickly regained his composure. Hu Huan, Zhang Jian abruptly turned and yelled at him with all his might, "Hurry! The things I gave you." 5 points representing north, south, east, west, and center, each 200 meters apart. Hurry up and hold them in place. Qing Zhao couldn't make sense of these instructions, but Hu Huan appeared to understand something crucial from this disorganized order. Without further ado, he jumped up and frantically pulled open the zipper of his windbreaker, retrieving an oil paper package from inside. "What's this?" Qing Zhao asked. "Little brother Zhao, give me a hand," Hu Huan replied without any explanation, rudely ripping open the oil paper package. Without looking, he grabbed a handful of talismans and shoved them into Qing Zhao's arms. "You need to run straight back, continue until you see about 200 meters away where a peachwood stake is embedded in the ground. Stick these talismans on it, then turn right following the existing direction. 200 meters later, you will see another wooden stake, stick the talismans and turn right again, repeat this process." Hu Huan rapidly instructed, "The central point of the formation is too close to the underground river, so don't go near it. I'll return soon, once you're done, step back to the original position, stay far away from them." Qing Zhao was completely puzzled, having been unexpectedly entrusted with this serious responsibility while still bewildered. But Hu Huan, the half-baked follower, also left unclear instructions, stuffed the remaining talismans into his pocket, and rushed off in the opposite direction. "Wait," Qing Zhao shouted loudly, "how many should I stick each time?" "Stick until there's no space left." Hu Huan's voice echoed from afar. As the rain continued to intensify, Hu Huan didn't pause his running toward the first designated spot. Qing Zhao clenched his teeth, throwing his umbrella aside, and turned to run as instructed behind him. Regardless of the situation, handle first and ask questions later. Qing Zhao shrugged off whatever might happen next, deciding not to dwell on possible consequences anymore. He thought at least after living in the same building for several months, Hu Huan wouldn't do anything harmful. Following Hu Huan's directions, he located 3 peachwood stakes and, using the rainwater as adhesive, plastered layers of talismans on them. Not sparing any resources, Qing Zhao meticulously applied the talismans in thick coats, about 3 or 4 layers on each. Strangely enough, despite such heavy rainfall that made the yellow talisman paper brittle, the red inscriptions remained perfectly intact. Qing Zhao had witnessed countless bizarre phenomena already and found nothing peculiar about this minor miracle. He staggered along in circles, centering around the underground dark river entrance, eventually reuniting with Hu Huan at the last location. What exactly is this? Cheng Zhao panted heavily, asking. It's a protective barrier, Hu Huan replied. Boss and Zhang Jian are going to subdue the dragon, but the commotion will be too great. We can't let ordinary people outside see it, hence we cast this illusionary veil. As Hu Huan's words faded, Zhang Jian suddenly drew his peculiar copper coin sword from behind and held it horizontally in front of him. From Cheng Zhao's angle, all he could see was Zhang Jian's back, not realizing that the man had abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a sword piercing through the water's surface. Zhang Jian took a talisman from his pocket and slapped it onto the blade, muttering an incantation under his breath. Under the mandate of the nine heavens, mystical thunder, dragons and tigers clash, wind, rain, thunder, and fire illuminate sun and moon. All who receive this order must act upon the arrival of this talisman. To subdue evil and restore justice, any malevolent star that refuses shall be annihilated into nothingness. As he spoke, Zhang Jian held the sword with his right hand and formed an intricate gesture with his left. He smeared his middle finger against the blade, using his blood as ink to make a decisive stroke on the talisman paper. Activate. Chapter 41, Heavenly Thunder. Zhang Ruirui was crouched by the window on the balcony, silently staring at the sky outside. The heavy rain had blurred the glass of the window. The heavens grew increasingly dark and gloomy, with only a few lights flickering on in the buildings opposite. The illumination reflecting off the rain gave it an almost ethereal, faraway quality. Lu Ting was making a phone call in the bedroom, deliberately lowering her voice. Zhang Ruirui could occasionally hear her muffled sobs. Her mother had been crying for several days already. Although Lu Ting always avoided Zhang Ruirui when she cried, even young children are not completely oblivious. Zhang Ruirui had noticed something unusual about her mother's pain and sorrow, hinting at some shadowy truth. At such a tender age, she still couldn't comprehend what death meant, nor could she understand farewell. For Zhang Ruirui, Zhang Kaixing's prolonged absence from home might just be akin to missing her grandparents whom she rarely sees. It simply meant that she wouldn't see him. Semi-kneeling on a high plastic chair, the light gradually illuminating the scene outside her window also reflected in her eyes, a vast emptiness and confusion. But this time, things felt different. Zhang Ruirui thought, she missed her grandparents and longed for her maternal grandparents too, but no matter how much she wanted to see them, this wasn't like now, when it felt like a part of her heart was missing. After Lu Ting finished her call in the bedroom, she carefully composed herself before stepping out. She used a cold wet towel to press against her swollen eyes so as not to frighten Zhang Ruirui. Zhang Kaixing's whereabouts were still unknown, but Lu Ting barely held on to any hope. With a family, wife, and child, and without a trace of infidelity, he'd disappeared suddenly for this long. It seemed highly likely that misfortune had befallen him. Ruiri, Lu Ting forced a smile and called out, "Why are you there huddled at the window? Aren't you cold?" Zhang Ruirui turned her head to look at Lu Ting. In the bright, clear pupils of the child, the image of Lu Ting reflected back, beautiful and gentle, yet somewhat disheveled. "Mommy," Zhang Ruirui said in her babyish voice, "I'm watching the rain." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Ting came over, bent down, and patted her daughter's head, asking, "Do you like the rain, Ruiri?" Zhang Ruirui didn't answer immediately. Her gaze pierced through Lu Ting's shoulder, falling directly upon the glass window behind her mother. Lu Ting noticed something odd and grabbed her hand, quietly asking, "What's wrong, Ruiru?" "Daddy is back," Zhang Ruirui said suddenly. Startled, Lu Ting immediately turned around, following Zhang Ruirui's gaze toward the window outside. Torrential rain obstructed everything from view. Lu Ting experienced a fleeting illusion, feeling as though she was stranded at sea, with only a small space left to cling onto. "Ruirui, Daddy." Lu Ting paused momentarily, struggling with the question, "Where is Daddy?" Zhang Ruirui exchanged glances with Zhang Kaixing outside, displaying, for a brief second, an uncanny calm that defied her years. She neither showed wild excitement at seeing Zhang Kaixing nor expressed fear at his appearance. Silent for 2 seconds, she then answered in a melancholic tone, "Daddy is outside the window, he waved at you. The flower pot beneath the TV cabinet has 200 yuan that Daddy secretly saved." Zhang Ruirui continued softly, "He said he loves us very much, especially you." Lu Ting's lips twitched involuntarily, and tears streamed down her cheeks without warning. For the first time during these past few days, Lu Ting burst into tears right in front of Zhang Ruirui. With a thud, she knelt halfway and embraced Zhang Ruirui's shoulders tightly, sobbing pitifully, her entire frame bent into a shrimp-like shape. Zhang Ruirui still seemed confused but had already sensed an answer from Lu Ting's anguished cries. Perhaps Dad won't return, Zhang Ruirui thought. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the window. Zhang Ruirui instinctively glanced outside and saw the thunder splitting the sky open. Thunder cracked. In the development zone of Changning, beside the array they had just drawn, Hu Huan and Xing Zhao clung together, barely maintaining balance in the violent wind and rain. One was an ordinary person incapable of defending themselves, and the other was a novice fox spirit who'd taken form less than a century ago. They trembled together, their mutual shouts of encouragement proving futile. Above, thick clouds gathered ominously, weighing heavily on Xing Zhao's chest, as if the heavens themselves would fall straight down on his head any second. Compared to them, Zhang Jian, standing in the center of the array formation, appeared significantly more capable despite his young age. Like a pillar between heaven and earth, he stood firm as a movable rock. Still, the gale whipped his clothes violently, most of his talismans having blown away while the vermilion pendant hanging around his neck snapped into two halves and fell into the abyss below. It was obvious that sustaining the formation was putting enormous strain on him. Sheng Zhao anxiously observed Zhang Jian from nearby, fearing he'd get lifted up and carried away by the winds. "You, aren't you a spirit?" Sheng Zhao shouted at Hu Huan, "Why don't you go up and help?" "How can I?" Hu Huan's face fell, looking more pathetic than ever as he screamed, "That's a dragon. I'm just a fox. How dare I interfere? It would eat me whole without even using a plate. I'm not even as big as the gap between its teeth." Sheng Zhao. "Then help Zhang Jian." Sheng Zhao shouted, "Look how much effort he's putting in. Do you even know what he's trying to do?" Hu Huan gave him a shocked look, as if making an accusation. "He's trying to summon lightning." "Lightning? Heaven's thunder. If it strikes a spirit, they will be completely annihilated. Above is the thunder, below is the dragon, I wouldn't dare get near either. If it weren't for you, I would have run away already." It was obviously useless to compare who was worse at handling situations. During Sheng Zhao's 2 sentences, his mouth had filled with rainwater, forcing him to close it. The dark clouds swirled furiously, Zhang Jian's technique seemingly taking effect. A faint deep purple glow emerged from within the thunderclouds. As the cloud layers rubbed against each other, there came a deafening sound. In such a wild natural phenomenon, humans seemed so small and insignificant. Sheng Zhao's heart raced to 120 bpm, his legs shaking violently. Had Hu Huan not been holding on to him nearby, he would have fallen flat on the ground himself. Just then, Sheng Zhao suddenly heard a powerful male voice echoing through the air. "Engsub, we belong to the same origin, why do you obstruct me?" The voice boomed like a gong, and for the first time in his life, Sheng Zhao experienced the terror of a sonic attack. He was left dizzy, with chest tightness and shortness of breath. Before he could even think about where the voice had come from, a massive water column surged out from the underground river entrance he'd seen earlier. The dragon and Engsub shot out one after another, both sporting injuries. The red line formation that originally surrounded the river entrance crumbled easier than paper under the force of the dragon's charge. The bells hanging from the red lines dangled on the dragon's body, giving it an appearance eerily similar to a Christmas special edition decoration. At this moment, Engsub's voice finally echoed out softly. "Who gave you the guts to call my name directly?" Sheng Zhao had felt nauseous from the dragon's previous roar, but hearing Engsub's voice now, his energy slightly recovered. He thought bitterly, with Boss Ying's uncompromising tongue, meeting someone with a bad temper would likely result in them dying of anger without even needing to fight. "Engsub," Zhang Jian called out loudly, noticing the situation, "the lightning is about to strike. Quickly retreat." Engsub followed the sound and looked up. Above his head, the storm clouds rolled with electricity flashing occasionally. Indeed, heaven's thunder was going to strike within the next second. Though he'd made harsh comments while quarreling with Sheng Zhao before, no demon in the world truly wished to be struck by lightning. Without thinking, Engsub tightened the tail coiling around the dragon and exerted some force to slam it back down, aiming to retreat from the confrontation. However, the dragon saw the impending lightning above and decided to put up a fierce fight despite risking being shredded by Engsub. It aimed to break free from his grip at all costs. Surprisingly, Engsub hadn't expected the dragon to be so reckless, leading to it slipping out of his grasp carelessly. The dragon wasn't interested in further conflict and turned to dive back into the water. All the underground rivers in Shanghai connected to the sea outlet. While others may not have known, Engsub was well aware that if the dragon managed to escape, it might be hard to catch it again. In an instant, Engsub narrowed his eyes and swiftly twisted his body in the air, biting the dragon's tail again before it submerged back underwater, entangling with it once more. "You're insane," the dragon roared angrily, "what feud do I have with you? Or do you prefer being the lapdog of that despicable form?" Actually, the dragon hadn't entirely spoken falsely. Engsub didn't necessarily need to meddle in this mess, but since it involved his remains, he couldn't ignore it. Boss Ying usually acted selfishly and obstinately, ignoring all the negative comments he heard. However, this time, even though the dragon's insults were extremely harsh, he didn't take them personally, determined to keep the dragon in place. The thunderclouds grew louder and fiercer in the sky. Zhang Jian struggled to hold his sword, shouting hoarsely, "Engsub. If you don't leave soon, it'll be too late." Engsub said nothing. He seemed to have been angered by the dragon, spinning around and biting into its soft upper abdomen. His sharp fangs pierced into the pale flesh, creating a long, deep wound. Zhang Jian didn't expect him to lose control like this, cursing involuntarily, "Are you trying to die?" Yet, far off, Sheng Zhao finally noticed something strange. Engsub didn't seem unwilling to leave, but rather unable to leave. The dragon also showed ferocity, having the intention of a mutual destruction. It forcefully pressed its claw against Engsub's tail end, preventing him from escaping. "Wait," Sheng Zhao abruptly let go of Hu Huan and rushed towards the array center in panic. "Zhang Jian, it's not." Hu Huan was startled and instinctively lunged forward, grabbing his shoulders and pulling him back. "Are you crazy?" Hu Huan shouted loudly, "The lightning is about to strike." Zhang Jian has the legitimate heritage recognized by heaven, so it doesn't matter for him, but if you go up there, you'll lose your life. But Xing Yingzhu. Before Xing Zhao could finish his sentence, the last ray of lightning had already vanished into the thunderclouds. In the blink of an eye, a deep purple beam filled with heavenly wrath descended from the sky, striking directly on Xing Yingzhu and the dragon. A mournful scream, impossible to identify, echoed under the lightning. One after another, 3 or 4 bolts of lightning struck within the span of a breath, each one landing precisely on the 2 great demons tangled together. Xing Zhao's face went pale as a sheet. Chapter 42, Xing Zhao Dao, why are you crying? Xing Zhao didn't know whose scream had just sounded. Instinctively, he shook off Hu Huan and was about to run towards the source. Hu Huan had no idea where all that strength came from, so he crawled up hastily, wrapping his arms around Xing Zhao's waist and getting so scared that his speech was jumbled. Brother Xiao Zhao, don't rush, said Hu Huan quickly, you don't know, not all demons die when struck by lightning. Some ancient demons can survive the celestial thunder. This elder has lived for so long, he's definitely stronger than rookies like us by 10,000 times. But you absolutely can't. Xing Zhao ignored him. Dragged down by Hu Huan, each step was arduous, so he gritted his teeth and stubbornly tried to peel Hu Huan's hands off. Hu Huan hadn't expected him to be so uncooperative and couldn't help being angry. Didn't you say he knew what he was doing? Xing Zhao almost couldn't hear him. The celestial thunder that Zhang Jian had summoned was so bright it could scorch someone's eyes. Squinting through the blinding flashes, Xing Zhao persisted in looking, wanting to see Xing Yingzhu within them. Unfortunately, both the snake and dragon were enveloped by the burning lightning. From Xing Zhao's perspective, all he could see was a blurry, entangled mass. Both these great demons still seemed alive, fiercely writhing within the thick lightning bolts. Xing Zhao thought he could hear the sound of scorched skin. The roaring sounds continued endlessly, impossible to differentiate. The thunder, Xing Zhao's voice trembled, nearly biting his own tongue, when will it stop? Hu Huan had assumed earlier that he was terrified into immobility, but hearing him speak now made him breathe easier. That thunder was brought down by Zhang Jian to strike at the dragon, Hu Huan said. Once the dragon dies, the thunder will stop. When will that thing die? Thought Xing Zhao bitterly. Clearly, Zhang Jian with his orthodox methods had an easier time dealing with this compared to Xing Zhao. He wasn't afraid of the thunder at all and stood nearby while talisman stuck to his sword fluttered loudly in the air. Zhang Jian. Xing Zhao clenched his teeth and shouted, do you have to just stand there watching? Turning halfway, Zhang Jian replied irritably, I want to kill it too. But do you think I can? Xing Zhao, panicked, suddenly remembered the crash course in theoretical knowledge given by Mr. Xing some time ago. Xing Yingzhu said, killing it means pulling out its sinew, said Xing Zhao. I know that already. Zhang Jian screamed at him through gritted teeth, but how easy is that? To defeat such a huge water dragon, you either find its inner pearl or have no way of breaking through its scales and cutting its sinew. Just as Zhang Jian finished speaking, Xing Zhao's head started hurting inexplicably. Clutching his temples in pain, Xing Zhao stumbled awkwardly, nearly falling to the ground. Hu Huan was startled and immediately supported him. Brother Xiao Zhao. Hu Huan asked anxiously, are you alright? Is it because you can't endure the thunder? Xing Zhao thought to himself, I'm going to die soon. He felt as if a sharp spike was being driven through his temple into his brain, and once inside, it wouldn't stop turning. Pain surged through Xing Zhao until he felt like his head contained a ticking time bomb about to explode at any moment. Gritting his teeth through a wave of dizziness and blurred vision, he almost felt like he'd lost half of his life force. However, right at that moment, he noticed something flashing through the haze in front of him, golden light, extraordinarily dazzling. Xing Zhao wiped away the misty tears from his eyes with effort and squinted towards the midst of the lightning. One look froze him in place. It seemed like everything slowed down, even the speed at which raindrops fell. As if through Xing Zhao's eyes, the harsh lightning had been dimmed by a hazy filter. In this gray and bleak void, only one golden light stood out clearly. Following the glow, Xing Zhao saw a fingernail-sized golden pill swaying up and down as the dragon struggled violently. There. Xing Zhao mumbled to himself. What did you say, Brother Xiao Zhao? Seeing his spaced-out look, Hu Huan thought he had been overly shocked, so he slapped his face hard and said, wake up, Brother Xiao Zhao. Meanwhile, the thunderbolts grew heavier one after another. Vaguely, it even seemed that Xing Yingzhu had exhausted his power as his tail slipped off the dragon, making a distinct groan. Xing Zhao didn't know how he could identify Xing Yingzhu's sound so clearly amidst the noisy thunder and rain, but as soon as he recognized it, anxiety surged within him. There. Xing Zhao yelled hoarsely to Zhang Jian, it's on the 12th vertebra from the base of its tail upwards, slightly behind on the right side. Turning back, Zhang Jian looked at Xing Zhao with suspicion, staring at him with a completely alien expression. Zhang Jian wanted to ask how he knew, and also wanted to say this wasn't a game, but as soon as he saw Xing Zhao's eyes, he found himself unable to speak. It was a look akin to making one last stand. Xing Zhao's eyes were already red, his molars clenched tightly. He probably hadn't even noticed how disheveled he looked, only stubbornly staring at Zhang Jian with intense determination. At that moment, Zhang Jian inexplicably felt that what Xing Zhao said might be true. For someone from a prestigious orthodox lineage, listening to an outsider clearly seemed absurd. But for some reason, Zhang Jian suddenly had no doubts about the truth of Xing Zhao's words. "You'd better be right," Zhang Jian growled low, "or else, never mind Xing Yingzhu, I will finish you off myself." His words sounded like complaints, but his actions were swift and efficient. He turned his sword around, gripping it at the base of the handle, and began chanting a short spell. Then Zhang Jian swiftly wiped his hand along the blade, smearing blood onto it. His cinnabar seals had already faded, leaving him no choice but to resort to this desperate move. The copper coin sword in Zhang Jian's hand suddenly flared brightly, the edge glowing faintly silver. Zhang Jian glanced back deeply at Xing Zhao, said nothing, then bent down like an arrow released from the string, dashing into the scorched earth lit up by celestial thunder. His movements were like those of an agile monkey, timing his jump perfectly to land on the demon dragon's tail and climbing upward steadily. The dragon, almost dying under the lightning strikes, was preoccupied struggling with Xing Yingzhu to care about Zhang Jian, who was merely a small fry. But as soon as Zhang Jian moved, the lightning lost its constraint, instantly becoming far more powerful. It scattered everywhere, turning the open space into a large crater. Hu Huan, a young fox spirit, couldn't withstand such strong heavenly lightning. He staggered, nearly falling to his knees, his head pounding painfully as blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. "Hu Huan!" Xing Zhao exclaimed worriedly, "Are you all right?" "No," Hu Huan whimpered miserably, yet still stubbornly reached out a hand to clutch at the hem of Xing Zhao's clothes. "Don't leave, our master told me to keep an eye on you." However, Xing Zhao was bound to disappoint him. Biting his lips, he forcibly pushed Hu Huan's hand away and dragged him further from the center of the thunder array. Hu Huan thought Xing Zhao had come to his senses, but unexpectedly, after dragging him more than 20 meters away, Xing Zhao abruptly fumbled inside Hu Huan's arms, pulled out some remaining talismans left by Zhang Jian, and rushed off. Hu Huan instinctively tried to grab him, but his hand missed, seizing only empty air. At this point, Xing Zhao himself didn't know what he was doing. He acted purely on instinct, leaving rationality far behind. He picked up a stone from the ground and slashed it across the tip of his middle finger on his left hand, then smeared his blood onto the talisman paper. Ordinary people drawing these symbols are useless. Hu Huan shouted from behind, "Brother Xiao Zhao, drawing a talisman requires real skill." Before Hu Huan could finish, he suddenly realized something: Xing Zhao wasn't scribbling randomly. On pure instinct, he sketched a simple exorcism talisman that was supposed to restrain evil forces. Despite some wobbles due to his trembling hand, the talisman included all necessary elements. By the time this realization dawned, Xing Zhao had already run to a position near the core of the ritual circle. He could almost feel the scorching heat nearby, carrying a lethal warning of imminent danger. Xing Zhao's knees buckled, causing him to fall forward. He haphazardly slapped the talisman onto the ground. Simultaneously, Hu Huan clearly saw that the wild heavenly lightning, previously unleashed without restraint due to the absence of someone managing it, now suddenly became much calmer, as if Zhang Jian were still standing there. What kind of person was Xing Zhao? Hu Huan stared fearfully at his back, wondering aloud how an ordinary man like him could replace Zhang Jian in suppressing the array. However, Xing Zhao was completely unaware of what he had just done. Raising his head, he saw Zhang Jian climbing up the dragon's body and reaching its back. The copper coin sword in his hand flashed silver momentarily as Zhang Jian pressed it forcefully downward. The sharp blade tore through the life force source of the dragon, plunging deep into its flesh. At that moment, Xing Zhao clearly heard the sound of something breaking beneath Zhang Jian's sword. The dragon abruptly arched its body, emitting a deafening shriek, like a dying glow, suddenly throwing Xing Yingzhu off its back. Xing Yingzhu, forced to endure another high-level lightning strike alongside it, his body riddled with debuffs, lacked the vitality of the dragon. Half his snake-like form fell heavily onto the ground, his tail caught under the dragon's claw. Zhang Jian also nearly got thrown off during this motion. Clutching the sword desperately with both hands, his body swung wildly in the air like a kite, holding on by sheer grit. Xing Zhao was about to urge him when out of the corner of his eye, he caught a flicker of light. He quickly raised his head and saw brewing within the dark clouds above, a greater surge of celestial thunder ready to unleash. Xing Zhao didn't understand these matters, but in the blink of an eye, he was struck by an extremely unsettling premonition. "Zhang Jian," he suddenly called out, "you must." But it was already too late. Before Xing Zhao could finish his sentence, the pillar of lightning, carrying the wrath of heaven, had already struck down. His ears could not withstand the deafening boom, and for a brief moment, he went partially deaf. The world around him fell silent, save for the faint hiss of white noise. The blinding light left Xing Zhao's vision completely blank. He stood frozen, staring in the direction he thought Zhang Jian should be, his heart constricting tightly as if trapped under an enormous weight that he couldn't exhale. What about Xing Yingzhu? Xing Zhao numbly wondered, could he have survived such a massive strike? All coherent thoughts were abruptly ripped from Xing Zhao's mind, leaving behind a vast void where worry couldn't even take shape. Unaware of how much time passed, Xing Zhao still hadn't regained his senses when something abruptly approached him. Then, a hand reached out decisively, circling his back and shoving him forward without warning. Stumbling, Xing Zhao collided into a cool embrace, water vapor faintly tingling against his nose. A hand reached up and wiped gently beneath his eyes, and then a voice, mocking yet achingly familiar, echoed in his ear, making Xing Zhao want to cry. Xing Xiaodao, why are you crying? Chapter 43, Boss. Can I still switch to learning mysticism? Xing Zhaomu blinked blankly for a while before realizing who was speaking. When he came to, the thunder had already stopped. Zhang Jian jumped off the dragon's back, holding a bloody white long tendon in his right hand. The dragon lay on the ground, only breathing out but not in. The dark clouds in the sky were rolling, and the rain continued to fall, but it was no longer as terrifying as before. Xing Zhaomu looked up blankly towards Xing Yingzhu and saw that his clothes were slightly torn, his collar slightly open, and there seemed to be a deep purple small dragon flashing by below his left clavicle. Who's crying? Xing Zhaomu muttered, I'm not crying. Xing Yingzhu was amused by him. He withdrew his finger, flicked it casually, then touched Xing Zhaomu's face with the finger that wiped away his tears. That's quite unusual. Xing Yingzhu laughed, is it raining hot springs? Is the rain hot? After having just gone through a life-and-death situation, Xing Zhaomu's expectations of Xing Yingzhu immediately dropped to, as long as he's alive, so much so that he even felt now that Boss Xing's unbecoming and uncaring attitude was extremely approachable. Xing Zhaomu's tears and rainwater were mixed together on his face, making it indistinguishable what was what. He looked completely disheveled, like a drowned rat just pulled out of water, with red-rimmed eyes looking like a pitiful little thing. Caught red-handed by Xing Yingzhu, Xing Zhaomu stared wide-eyed at him for half a day without saying a word, finally giving up trying to explain. In resignation, he grabbed Xing Yingzhu's clothes and lowered his head so that Xing Yingzhu couldn't see his face. Xing Yingzhu clicked his tongue. In fact, Xing Yingzhu didn't really take that thunder seriously. He was thinking carelessly at the time that since the thunder wouldn't kill him, let it strike all it wanted. But inside, he indeed heard Xing Zhaomu getting anxious over him. Actually, it wasn't surprising for Xing Yingzhu to hear the commotion. The boy was shouting so loudly that anyone could tell how frantic he was. Xing Yingzhu originally thought he was just an insignificant young man, amusing though entertaining sometimes, but no different from the masses outside. After 100 years, they'd all end up as a handful of yellow earth, their connection merely this few short years living in the same building. However, just now when Xing Zhaomu was about to rush into the lightning for him, Xing Yingzhu surprisingly felt a genuine sincerity arise within him. This silly kid, Xing Yingzhu thought, hadn't grown up much, something like this still managed to make him cry. While pretending to disdain inside, his body reacted truthfully. Not only did he not push Xing Zhaomu away from himself, but he even imitated what Xing Zhaomu did earlier and patted his back affectionately. Xing Xiaodao, Zhang Jian is coming over, Xing Yingzhu reminded amicably, Hu Huan is also looking at you from behind. Xing Zhaomu. He quickly let go of Xing Yingzhu's collar, roughly wiping the water off his face. His sanity finally kicked in late. Are you okay? Xing Zhaomu asked. Fully intact. Xing Yingzhu smiled faintly and asked nonchalantly, what's wrong? I was afraid it would eat you. Xing Zhaomu said through gritted teeth. Anger surged in Xing Zhaomu, born out of fear. He suddenly didn't know why he decided impulsively to tear open Xing Yingzhu's shirt and peek inside. In a fleeting moment, he noticed that there was a palm-sized black wound on Xing Yingzhu's side waist, as if burned by lightning. This is called being okay. Xing Zhaomu said, you can sprinkle some cumin powder and you'll have a barbecue. Xing Yingzhu found Xing Zhaomu's flailing arms hilariously amusing, unable to hold back a laugh. He squinted his eyes, pinched Xing Zhaomu's chin, and swung it slightly, saying in a disdainful tone, him? I'd rather eat him. You're boasting. Emboldened by fear, Xing Zhaomu slapped away Xing Yingzhu's hand, irked, and retorted, so why don't you eat him then? Some demons are naturally attracted to lightning. Xing Yingzhu's previous sulky words were returned verbatim by Xing Zhaomu. However, Mr. Xing wasn't one to surrender easily. When it came to verbal sparring, he had never lost to anyone. Why should I help Zhang Jian subdue demons? Xing Yingzhu said confidently, I'm their consultant. Helping him a bit is enough kindness. I'm not their errand boy. Xing Zhaomu. Wow, what a ridiculous statement. If anyone else had said that, Xing Zhaomu would definitely think they had brain damage. But when Xing Yingzhu said it, he strangely felt nothing was wrong with it. Mr. Xing valued face more than anything else, preferring to get struck by lightning rather than do someone's bidding. Upon reflection, it truly was something he might do. Xing Zhaomu found it utterly speechless, immediately losing any desire to talk to him. Coincidentally, Zhang Jian had already walked over carrying the dragon tendon. He, who had managed to grab this opportunity for gain, looked far more disheveled than Xing Yingzhu and Xing Zhaomu. His clothes were tattered, his gait faltering as fine wounds covered his body. It was unclear if they were caused by the dragon's scales or something else. His left hand hung loosely, appearing to have lost all strength. Hu Huan had been watching from a distance, feeling increasingly uncomfortable at the seemingly oblivious flirting between Xing Yingzhu and Xing Zhaomu. Hardly daring to breathe, he finally spotted a savior in sight and rushed to Zhang Jian's side like escaping from confinement. What happened? What happened? Hu Huan flatteringly asked, are you injured? Zhang Jian was startled by Hu Huan's strange enthusiasm and instinctively took 3 steps backward. Hu Huan. How uncooperative. Not an ounce of team spirit. Zhang Jian obviously realized that his dodging action could be hurtful and forced himself to stop, clearing his throat awkwardly as he stammered, "No, nothing. I think I strained myself on the dragon." With Zhang Jian now present, Xing Xiaomu clearly couldn't continue clinging to Mr. Xing crying. Fortunately, it was raining so hard no one would notice if he had cried or not. Xing Xiaomu stepped out of Xing Yingzhu's embrace and turned around, wiping his eyes. He recomposed his emotions within a few short seconds and then turned to wait for Zhang Jian to approach and speak. "Thank you." Zhang Jian glanced between Xing Yingzhu and Xing Xiaomu, adding, "Both of you. Thanks for your assistance this time." Zhang Jian expresses gratitude on behalf of all beings. "Don't place me so high." Xing Yingzhu said lightly, "It's just mutual benefit." Zhang Jian hesitated momentarily, realizing perhaps Xing Yingzhu disliked being associated with any savior-like titles, wisely changing tact, of course. "As promised, Zhang Jian will not go back on my word, but please give me a few days rest until I finish tidying up matters, then we can both proceed to Longhu Mountain together." Xing Yingzhu understood that despite Zhang Jian being considered the rightful heir, ultimately Longhu Mountain wasn't under his complete control. The fact that Zhang Jian reluctantly agreed to let him use their sacred artifacts meant there would be some persuasion needed afterward to inform his master about this whole affair. "Fine," Xing Yingzhu said. Zhang Jian sighed in relief before turning to look at Xing Xiaomu. He had plenty of questions inside him. He wanted to ask how Xing Xiaomu figured out where the dragon pearl was hidden and why he could overlay other magical imprints on top of his talismans. However, Zhang Jian wasn't some reckless novice. He knew the timing wasn't right, so he suppressed his curiosity with effort and flashed a smile toward Xing Xiaomu. "Thanks to you too," Zhang Jian said, "I appreciate it." In front of Xing Yingzhu, Xing Xiaomu didn't dare to claim any credit, waving his hand dismissively, saying a few words about it being unnecessary. "There are still things to tidy up in Shanghai, I'll handle them accordingly," Zhang Jian said. "You two have had a long day, let me arrange lodging for you both." To Xing Xiaomu, Zhang Jian should be a type of figure who would leave gracefully after the job is done, hiding fame and glory, living off alms when traveling. Who would have thought that Zhang Jian would be even more generous than Boss Xing? After resolving the incident in the development zone, Zhang Jian called a car to pick them up and then booked them the penthouse suite at Platinum Heights in Lujiazui. Xing Xiaomu thought it might be a bit ostentatious, but upon inquiry, he learned that Zhang Jian and Hu Huan had already stayed in the suite across the hall for several days. "I told you before, these guys have connections." Xing Yingzhu said, "Booking a suite doesn't mean much. He probably didn't even spend a penny." "No, did you check the price?" Xing Xiaomu asked incredulously, 28,888 yuan per day, and this is during the low season. "So what?" Xing Yingzhu glanced at him disdainfully, with a tone laced with subtle mockery. "Do you know how much he charges for reading someone's feng shui once? Enough to live here for more than 2 months. Xing Xiaomu. The newly prosperous Xing Xiaomu was shocked speechless by this revelation, taking full 2 seconds before slowly muttering, "Boss. Can I still switch to learning mysticism?" Xing Yingzhu initially wanted to let him face the truth early, but when the words reached his lips, he suddenly recalled something and abruptly changed them. "Why don't you tell me first how you found the beast's core?" Xing Yingzhu said. "If it makes sense, I'll put in a good word for you and find someone to teach you." Xing Xiaomu. Xing Xiaomu inwardly thought, how would he know? He still didn't understand whether the fleeting image he saw was merely a delusion, let alone deciphering what exactly happened back then. "Never mind," Xing Xiaomu deflated, "I'd better enjoy this 28,888 yuan suite while I can." Xing Yingzhu didn't say anything. With a gesture akin to teasing a cat or dog, he poked Xing Xiaomu's chin and turned around, walking out of the elevator. Unfortunately, Xing Xiaomu didn't even get to enjoy the large bed of the suite, which cost over 20,000 yuan per night, before his phone rang. Hu Huan's name popped up on the screen, and before Xing Xiaomu could answer, he instinctively glanced at Xing Yingzhu. Xing Yingzhu paused in his steps, and only then did Xing Xiaomu press the answer button, turning slightly to listen to the call. Xing Yingzhu could only hear Xing Xiaomu mutter a few ums and ahs before he ended the call and looked back at him, saying, "Hu Huan said he needs me to head over there, he has something for me." "Then go." Xing Yingzhu raised an eyebrow and snatched the room card from Xing Xiaomu's hand, acting rather childishly as he waved it in front of him. "I'll enjoy this on your behalf first." Xing Xiaomu. Chapter 44, You Actually Had a Crush on Me. In room 8703, Hu Huan was temporarily alone. Xing Xiao knocked and poked his head in to look around the inner room, but he didn't see Zhang Jian's figure anywhere. The suite looked like a luxury version of a 2-bedroom apartment from a glance. Both bedroom doors were wide open. The balcony windows directly opposite the door were opened as well, but due to the heavy rain, the view outside was unclear. "Brother Xiao Zhao, what are you looking for?" Hu Huan asked curiously. "Nothing much, where's Zhang Jian?" Xing Xiao sat on the couch, somewhat oddly asking, "You said he had something to discuss with me. Where did he go?" "He went to deal with the dragon thing," Hu Huan replied. "He couldn't decide alone, so he decided to first throw the remains of the dragon back into the underground river and wait for his master brothers to arrive and handle it together. Also, the concealing formation near the development zone needs him to resolve. So, he may not be back until evening." This. Sheng Zhao's expression was a little subtle. Is this environmentally friendly? Won't it rot? Nope, Hu Huan smiled and said, not that easy. Those are the bones of a beast. How would they turn to dirt? Sheng Zhao hummed and nodded. In front of Xing Yingzhu, he wanted to transform into an inquisitive thousand questions cat. Now in front of Hu Huan, he seemed to have lost his curiosity suddenly. Sheng Zhao felt completely exhausted. His emotions previously were like a roller coaster ride, going up and down dramatically. Now he'd just entered the standby phase. Also, after being soaked in a heavy rain for half a day, he felt like he was drenched from inside out. He poked at his own arm, feeling like he was about to swell up. As he fell silent, Hu Huan also felt a bit awkward. Previously, when Sheng Zhao worked as a building manager in the apartment complex, Hu Huan thought of him merely as a common person who was pleasant to talk to. But within just a few days of not seeing each other, Sheng Zhao had already become very close friends with Xing Yingzhu. Xing Yingzhu has always been a person of peculiar status in their eyes, they both feared him and depended on his protection. Though they didn't dislike each other entirely, their relationship wasn't particularly warm either. Now Mr. Xing stepped down from his pedestal himself, becoming tangled with an ordinary person. In Hu Huan's eyes, this could almost be called a top-level explosive piece of gossip, shortening the distance that had existed between Mr. Xing and them, like the Mariana Trench shrinking. Hu Huan's mind was full of gossip. He wanted to ask about Sheng Zhao's relationship with Xing Yingzhu, but he also felt that Sheng Zhao was no longer the same as before. He wasn't sure how to speak to him, hesitating and ultimately not daring to say anything. Sheng Zhao didn't feel that anything had changed about himself. His self-awareness still lingered at lucky young office worker. He hadn't realized that his status had risen along with his closeness to Xing Yingzhu. So why did he ask me to come over? Sheng Zhao questioned. It's like this. He asked me to inquire about something from you. Hu Huan paused carefully and said, at the development zone, how did you identify the location of the Dragon Pearl back then? Sheng Zhao guessed he would be asked this. Sheng Zhao himself also felt quite wronged. Among the 4 people present at the time, he was the only one who knew nothing about the esoteric arts, which made his unexpected highlight operation stand out all the more. While he himself didn't realize what had happened, the other 3 had a clear understanding of it. I told him I don't know, will Zhang Jian believe it? Sheng Zhao leaned back, tilting on the sofa, speechless. If I really must say, you can consider me mutated, maybe bitten by a spider in that moment or radiated by a heavenly thunderstorm or something. Hu Huan. I'm reading too much into this. Hu Huan's face remained wooden, thinking this question was unnecessary to even bother Sheng Zhao with. Anything else? Sheng Zhao asked. Hu Huan pressed his lips together slightly. His right hand was in his pocket, inconspicuously handling a fragile thin paper slip, showing some hesitation. Actually, there was another matter, one even Zhang Jian didn't know about. During the chaos, after the thunderclouds passed, Hu Huan secretly kept the talisman drawn by Sheng Zhao. What surprised Hu Huan was that the talisman Sheng Zhao drew in haste shared the same origin as those from Zhang Jian, originating from Longhu Mountain. At first, Hu Huan thought whether Sheng Zhao might have imitated the patterns of Zhang Jian's talismans, but imitation was only skin deep without any use unless it also included the family inheritance's mystical seal and spiritual connection. The mystical seal on the talisman Sheng Zhao mimicked effortlessly covered the original seal on the paper. This meant either Sheng Zhao was a member of the same lineage as Zhang Jian from Longhu Mountain, or Sheng Zhao's personal cultivation level had far surpassed Zhang Jian, such that he regarded Zhang Jian's mystical seal lightly. But for Hu Huan, it was hard for him to associate either situation with Sheng Zhao. So, he simply kept the talisman hidden and didn't tell Zhang Jian. After all, from his perspective, either Xing Yingzhu or Sheng Zhao could be considered one of us. That's why Hu Huan secretly wanted to call Sheng Zhao over for questioning without Zhang Jian knowing, so as to resolve any inappropriate slip-ups behind closed doors. But after looking at Sheng Zhao, who seemed equally confused, Hu Huan thought better of saying anything and swallowed the question back down. Nothing else, Hu Huan smiled and said, I was just asking on his behalf. It's fine if there's nothing. Sheng Zhao didn't think much about it, assuming this was just a formality, so he nodded and said, if that's all, then I'll head home first. I'm exhausted today. Hu Huan saw him to the door, and just as Sheng Zhao was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and turned around to ask, Hu Huan, do you have any medicine? Hu Huan froze, not quite understanding what he meant. What kind of medicine? Colds. Hu Huan asked, you got sick from the rain. No, Sheng Zhao hesitated a bit before mumbling awkwardly, I might have been grazed by lightning earlier. Hu Huan immediately understood. He didn't call him out but looked troubled for a moment, chewing his lips while pondering, then turned back into the room and quickly returned with a palm-sized porcelain bottle. This belongs to Zhang Jian. Hu Huan coughed dryly, saying, he gave me some earlier, it should help. Well, actually, I'm not sure if it works. Just try it on and see. Sheng Zhao hurriedly grabbed the bottle, holding onto it tightly and stammered out a thanks, his demeanor stiff like someone in the middle of a covert operation. The sweet Zhang Jian had arranged for Sheng Zhao and Xing Yingzhu was right across from Hu Huan's, 2 doors away, with the room number 8712. When Sheng Zhao returned, he found Mr. Xing unexpectedly considerate, having left the door open for him. Sheng Zhao slipped his hand through the slightly open gap, unlocking the chain like a burglar, peeking in cautiously and glancing around. This apartment was laid out much like Hu Huan's, a spacious one-bedroom unit with both rooms appearing neatly unused. The living room was empty except for Mr. Xing's coat casually draped over the sofa. "Boss?" Sheng Zhao called tentatively, "Are you here?" Mr. Xing's voice soon came from the right-hand bedroom. Hearing that, Sheng Zhao relaxed a bit and quietly shut the door behind him. Following the sound, Sheng Zhao entered to find a light glowing faintly from a smaller room within the main bedroom. Its half-open door revealed only a narrow crack, preventing him from seeing clearly inside. Sheng Zhao stopped and knocked lightly, and Mr. Xing promptly responded. "Come in and talk," Xing Yingzhu said. Without much thought, Sheng Zhao instinctively turned the knob and walked in, then he froze. Who would even use redwood for their bathroom doors? A glass one with a warning would have been great. Instantly, countless remarks flashed through Sheng Zhao's mind as his feet rooted to the spot. He wanted neither to move forward nor retreat, hoping desperately to transform into a potted green plant that could grow roots immediately. In front of a massive floor-to-ceiling window, Xing Yingzhu was lazily lounging in a bathtub, chin resting on his hands, gazing absently outside. Only a large white towel loosely draped across his waist separated him from complete nudity, floating carelessly on the water surface, just barely covering the essential areas. Sheng Zhao. Since the first day they met, Sheng Zhao had known Xing Yingzhu was strikingly handsome. Yet every unexpected intimate scene caught him off guard, making it almost impossible to handle. Xing Yingzhu's skin carried an unhealthy pallor that became almost translucent under the soft warm glow of the bathroom lights, resembling a delicate jade artifact. His right hand lay nonchalantly on the edge of the tub, where Sheng Zhao accidentally glimpsed a few thin blue veins near his wrist bone. Sheng Zhao couldn't bear to look anymore. Seduction often leads to trouble, and Sheng Zhao feared that if he continued gawking, he'd surely lose his soul to this bewitching creature. What nonsense! Sheng Zhao internally complained, why does a snake look more attractive than Hu Huan? This doesn't fit the character expectations of ghost stories. Though Sheng Zhao's eyes darted around the room to distance himself, they couldn't resist being drawn back to Xing Yingzhu. After a few failed attempts to resist, he decided on a compromise, avoiding Xing Boss's face entirely. But when he glanced downward instead, a sudden wave of concern washed away his earlier discomfort. At the bottom of the tub, Xing Boss's long legs stretched gracefully. However, upon closer inspection of the submerged right leg, dark burn marks marred the skin from the ankle upward. Sheng Zhao didn't know what sort of creature Xing Yingzhu was made of. The injuries looked severe, with bloody streaks oozing between blackened scabs, yet Xing Yingzhu seemed completely indifferent to them, lying leisurely as though they were nothing. However, Mr. Xing didn't seem to think much of it, but Sheng Zhao was looking at him and feeling the pain on his behalf. He clicked his tongue and lost all interest in mocking the situation, quickly coming closer to grab for him out of the water. Are you insane? You're still taking a bath in this condition? Sheng Zhao was so mad he almost wanted to slap him. I joked about you being barbecue earlier, but I overestimated you. You should have been charcoal by now if you kept roasting. Aren't you feeling any pain? As Sheng Zhao ranted, just as his fingertips were about to touch the icy water, his wrist was suddenly grasped by Xing Yingzhu. Sheng Zhao instinctively turned to look at him, assuming he was about to scold him for minding his own business, and within half a second, rapidly prepared an argument to counter any unreasonable attack from Xing Yingzhu. But contrary to Sheng Zhao's expectations, there was something strange about Boss Xing's expression. Sheng Zhao, Xing Yingzhu's eyes slowly and carefully scrutinized him from head to toe, then asked with a peculiar tone, "You actually have a secret crush on me?" Sheng Zhao. What nonsense is this? Chapter 45, So, do you want to have a relationship with me? Sheng Zhao was full of question marks in his mind while feeling a strange guilt for being exposed. What's going on, Sheng Zhao thought, can Xing Yingzhu read minds? This is too scary. Student Xing's heart was beating fast, and before he could pick out a sincere response from all the complaints, he saw Xing Yingzhu slightly move his body and sit up from the bathtub. His movement touched the phone on the windowsill, the unlocked screen lit up, and Sheng Zhao instinctively glanced at it, noticing it had stopped at a search interface. Suspension bridge effect, from Baidu Encyclopedia entry. Sheng Zhao. So, this is what's been bothering you, huh? Speechless, Sheng Zhao looked at him. Mr. Xing didn't seem embarrassed at all about being caught. He nonchalantly glanced at the phone screen, waited until it went dark again without touching it once. Such nerve and composure left Sheng Zhao utterly impressed. Xing Yingzhu raised an eyebrow, his eyes scanning Sheng Zhao's hand that he had gripped, humming softly. The rising inflection in his tone clearly showed confusion. Sheng Zhao understood that he was urging for a response. To ensure a smooth career development in the future, Sheng Zhao originally intended to deny it, but when he looked at Xing Yingzhu's smug expression, he inexplicably remembered the side face under the moonlight that made his heartbeat quicken and blood pressure rise, so right before the words came out of his mouth, he inexplicably changed them. Ah. Sheng Zhao dryly emitted an ambiguous sound of agreement. What does ah mean? Xing Yingzhu feigned dissatisfaction and clicked his tongue, then released his hand, saying, be clearer. This issue, it's complicated. Sheng Zhao attempted to explain, this emotional impact may give a feeling of excitement, but it doesn't necessarily mean I've been secretly admiring. So not. Xing Yingzhu countered. Well, it can't be definitively said it isn't either. Sheng Zhao's spirit immediately dampened as he replied weakly. Xing Yingzhu smiled faintly at the corner of his lips. If Sheng Zhao still couldn't see that Xing Yingzhu was teasing him, then these 6 months of living upstairs and downstairs for Mr. Xing would be for naught. Yet for some unknown reason, today's Xing Yingzhu seemed exceptionally charming. Even though his behavior was still annoying, Sheng Zhao inexplicably felt that his smiles at the corners of his eyes and eyebrows were a little more genuine than usual, and everything about him seemed appealing. Under the warm yellow bathroom lights, against the blurry curtain of rain outside, Sheng Zhao was as if bewitched by Xing Yingzhu. He nervously licked his dry lips and fixed his gaze on him, unable to look away. Actually, it seems like it. Sheng Zhao said, a bit of secret admiration. Xing Yingzhu pursued curiously, how much? A lot. Sheng Zhao blurted out hastily, throwing caution to the wind, you're good-looking, rich, and have saved me several times. Anybody would find it hard to resist liking you, right? If I were a girl, I would have pledged myself to you by now, alright, Mr. Xing. In his urgency, Sheng Zhao even lapsed into the local dialect of Xinchen, dragging his soft tones, making him sound not only lacking in confidence but also a little cowardly when pushed to the brink. Xing Yingzhu's inner mischievous streak was stirred, almost tempted to record it there and then, so he could play it back for Sheng Zhao the next day to let him hear how amusing he sounded. He received a pleasing response, and contentedly narrowed his eyes. Sheng Zhao stared straight at him, once again sensing the illusion of being intensely watched. He blinked and finally detected a touch of the snake's aura in Mr. Xing. Dangerous, mysterious, yet filled with irresistible allure. Every time Xing Yingzhu half closed his eyes and looked at him like this, it gave Sheng Zhao a momentary illusion of being preyed upon by a wild beast. He always assumed it was a preconceived misconception about Xing Yingzhu's identity, but if Xing's student frequently watched Animal World documentaries, he would realize that his instincts were entirely correct. Xing Yingzhu's gaze toward him indeed shared similarities with how a snake looked at its prey. The after-effects of Mr. Xing's mesmerizing charm were significant. After spilling his heart out with great speed, Sheng Zhao didn't run off. Instead, a bold impulse surged within him from the depths of his heart. So, how about you? Asked Sheng Zhao. What do you think about me? He initially wanted to ask, do you feel anything for me, but the biological instinct to avoid danger forcibly turned it into a more indirect inquiry. Mr. Xing looked at him with a sly smile, blinked after a while, and said, not dislike. Based on Sheng Zhao's understanding of Xing Yingzhu, he almost instantly translated this sentence in his mind. Mr. Xing was not particularly forthright, and his mouth was sharper only when criticizing or mocking. To expect him to say something nice, well, if he managed to express it even partially, it already meant Mr. Xing was in a good mood. So, this not dislike reached Sheng Zhao's ears, almost equating to having good feelings. Sheng Zhao sharply drew in a breath of cold air, followed by an eruption of wild joy inside him. His heart started beating faster and his blood pressure rose immediately. By the time he came to his senses, his mouth had already uncontrollably lunged towards that double-edged sword. So, do you want to have a relationship with me? Sheng Zhao said. A trial would work too. Xing Yingzhu didn't seem surprised at all by this audacious question, and after hearing it, slowly narrowed his eyes, looking meaningfully at him. Sheng Zhao. Oh. Realizing what he'd done, Sheng Zhao froze on the spot, wishing desperately that he could use quantum forces to travel back 1 minute earlier and cover his own mouth. What had he just done, confessing to a big monster like Xing Yingzhu, not only confessing but also asking for affection? Would Prince P. Xing Yingzhu, with his exceptionally high standards, be so angry as to hang him out of the window on the 87th floor? Sheng Zhao rapidly thought, would it still be in time if he called Zhang Jian now to come save him? Boss, you need to understand a principle. With the days spent alongside Xing Yingzhu, survival instincts were sharpened to perfection in Sheng Zhao. His brain quickly spun trying to concoct an escape route before Xing Yingzhu reacted. For normal humans, seeing the person they like and making a confession is regular social etiquette. It represents your unmatched personal charm and doesn't imply any ulterior motives I might have towards you. Okay. Xing Yingzhu said indifferently. And besides, we're living in a law-governed era. If you hang me out of the window, the police will arrive shortly. Huh. Sheng Zhao's well-prepared defense was abruptly interrupted. He blinked woodenly, unsure if he had heard correctly. Xixian. Xing Yingzhu emphasized each word. Sheng Zhao. Successful confessions usually evoke great joy, even at their worst, there should be a sense of relief. But right now, Sheng Zhao's first reaction was there some kind of conspiracy behind Mr. Xing's consent? Xing Yingzhu, however, didn't think much about it. He had never disliked Sheng Zhao in the first place, actually finding this hapless fool quite amiable. Plus, today's Sheng Zhao truly surprised Xing Yingzhu, such that when looking at this boy again, he developed a slightly different sentiment. It wasn't enough anymore to merely keep him around for entertainment over a few years. Boss Xing thought. Earlier in the development zone, when he turned from the rainstorm to look at Sheng Zhao, the latter was discarding Hu Huan to dash towards himself. At the time, the situation was chaotic, no one except Xing Yingzhu paid attention to how Sheng Zhao acted. But Xing Yingzhu saw everything clearly. Xing Zhao's resolve then was decisive and resolute, his face bearing an air of desperate determination, as though his mind held only one single thought: I can't let him die. Xing Yingzhu had often mocked Xing Zhao for having an unusually peculiar way of thinking, one that could focus on only one thing at a time, like a one-way street. But this time, for the first time, Xing Yingzhu found something commendable about this one-way street. In all these years among humans, Xing Yingzhu had never seen someone who sincerely displayed such naive honesty like Xing Zhao. At that exact moment, a fleeting idea flashed through his mind, making him wish to hold on to Xing Zhao for a long time, wanting to extend their connection from just a few short years to the entirety of Xing Zhao's lifetime. Human lifespans are merely 100 years or so, which feels like the blink of an eye to Xing Yingzhu. To use several decades for some amusement wouldn't hurt, Xing Yingzhu figured. Do you pledge yourself entirely? Xing Yingzhu asked teasingly. Xing Zhao. Why bring up these 4 words when confessing? Xing Zhao wondered bewilderedly, feeling like he had turned into a young bride about to package herself off to Xing Yingzhu. But regardless, having a stunningly beautiful boss in front of him was extremely tempting. As for the fact that he was not human, this point Xing Zhao conveniently ignored. After all, Xing Yingzhu had never harmed him, Xing Zhao firmly thought, so monsters or no monsters, it was nothing to fear. The snake form of Xing Yingzhu he'd seen before, it was handsome and gorgeous, Xing Zhao could fully accept it. Love. Xing Zhao stammered. In modern society, marriage isn't necessary anymore, let's stay equal. The phrase, dating, was a new experience for boss Xing. Being in a good mood and finding it amusing, he willingly surrendered a bit of initiative. Thus, Xing Yingzhu amiably nodded and said, all right. Like playing house, they smoothly transformed from colleagues into a couple, devoid of any ceremony. Both were either out of sync or lacking in experience, gazing awkwardly at each other without sensing the romantic bubbles expected in love, yet more confused looks. Well, let's get out first. After a while, Xing Zhao spoke up first. You've got wounds on your legs, don't soak in water too long. Xing Yingzhu hummed, and Xing Zhao, feeling a bit embarrassed to watch his boss bathe in person, turned around to head out, intending to wait outside. But he hadn't even taken a few steps when an extremely soft sound of water came from behind, followed by something quietly approaching. Xing Zhao froze mid-step. Before he could turn back, he felt something cold wrapping around his ankle. In the blink of an eye, Xing Yingzhu had transformed into his snake form, his tail lightly coiling around Xing Zhao's legs as the whole serpent skillfully climbed up along his waistline. Xing Zhao. This was quite stimulating. Though Xing Zhao had just confessed to Mr. Xing, dating a beautifully enchanting great monster and dating a big snake were still visually very different experiences. But fortunately, it wasn't the first time Xing Zhao had seen Xing Yingzhu's true form. Familiarity bred comfort, so he wasn't frightened. However, upon such close contact, he couldn't help but feel goosebumps on the back of his neck. What's wrong? Xing Zhao asked, why did you suddenly? Xing Yingzhu clung to his waist and slowly swam upward until finally perching on his shoulder, flicking his tongue slightly to point at the medicine bottle in his hand. What? Xing Yingzhu teased, aren't you going to apply medicine to my tail? Chapter 46, What should I do if my boyfriend doesn't want to be human? Jihu question, what should I do if my boyfriend doesn't want to be human anymore? Top-rated answer, it suggested to fight fire with fire and act even less human than him. Xing Zhao. He silently deleted this question entirely, then turned off the screen. Apparently, the understanding of the general public was far from his intention, so no need to listen. Not going to look at it anymore? Xing Yingzhu asked. As for being human, humbly listen to others' opinions, there's nothing wrong with that. Not looking at it anymore. Xing Zhao chuckled dryly twice, tossing the phone away, maintaining a face full of gentleness and innocence as he said seriously, our matters are our own decisions, we don't heed others. Xing Yingzhu huffed softly and wrapped his tail tip around Xing Zhao's wrist. In Xing Zhao's eyes, he had always thought Mr. Xing was an untouchable high-altitude flower, touching more would get his hands chopped off. But who knew that Mr. Xing was actually a clingy monster? He seemed to have regarded Xing Zhao as a mobile human rack, clinging on him without coming down. Fortunately, Xing Yingzhu had intentionally reduced the size of his original form. Now, the whole snake looked no more than 10 meters long, as thick as Xing Zhao's arm. Although the burden when wrapped around wasn't light, it was still within Xing Zhao's acceptance range. Moreover, what Xing Zhao found interesting was that after Mr. Xing transformed back to his original form, his whole temperament seemed to shift more toward beast. His temper was much clearer in this form than in his human state, and sometimes he even appeared somewhat childish. For example, is this Zhang Jian's medicine? Xing Yingzhu asked. Yes, Xing Zhao replied while spreading his palm to check the medicine bottle in his hand, uncorked it and sniffed it, smelling a refreshing mint fragrance. It was given by Hu Huan. Xing Zhao continued, he said he has used it, it should be useful for demons. The big snake entwined around his body flicked its tongue unhappily, obviously not satisfied with the answer. What could be good from something someone else has used? Xing Yingzhu remarked. Let's make do, Xing Zhao sighed, weighing the porcelain bottle in his hand, saying, if you don't use this, I'll have to order erythromycin ointment via food delivery express. Xing Yingzhu. Facing the alternative medicine priced at 2 kwai and 50 fun per tube, Mr. Xing finally accepted reality and reluctantly agreed. Most of Xing Yingzhu's burns from lightning fire were concentrated on the tail part. Whether deliberately or unintentionally, his injured areas just wrapped around Xing Zhao's waist, allowing Xing Zhao to touch them whenever he lowered his head. The beautiful scales on Xing Yingzhu's body bore frightening traces of burning. Half of the luster on the scales was gone. As Xing Zhao smeared the cool light-colored ointment on them, he clicked his teeth repeatedly out of sorrow. How did you manage this? Xing Zhao rambled continuously to him, I thought you truly feared no thunderstrike. The giant snake narrowed its eyes leisurely, placing its head lazily on Xing Zhao's shoulder, and casually muttered, he stepped on my tail. By the way, your mention makes that dragon seem like a conductor. Xing Zhao commented sarcastically. Xing Zhao was afraid that the effectiveness of Zhang Jian's medicine wouldn't work, thus using it rather recklessly. The entire bottle almost got scooped clean, leaving a thick layer of ointment coated on Xing Yingzhu's wounds. Though Xing Yingzhu claimed he didn't care verbally, his body was quite cooperative indeed. After finishing coating the ointment on his tail wound, he even proactively flipped over, exposing the small burn on his waist side to Xing Zhao. Xing Zhao meticulously examined him from top to bottom to ensure no omissions before resealing the bottle cap and gently touched the area where Xing Yingzhu had the ointment applied. At the time in the underground river in Shenyang City, Xing Zhao once touched Xing Yingzhu's scales. The sensation was refreshingly smooth, slick like jade, smoother than silk, and felt incredibly good. But back then, Mr. Xing was noble and aloof, stopping Xing Zhao's touch right after one attempt, which was extremely unsatisfying. Xing Zhao became itchy inside recalling that feeling, daringly glancing at Xing Yingzhu. Seeing the other half dozing with closed eyes, he gathered his courage and reached out to stroke his tail tip. Xing Yingzhu. Mr. Xing unceremoniously flicked his tail tip against Xing Zhao's hand back. Though the force was not heavy, it was akin to being lightly hit by a curtain tassel, leaving behind only some faint red marks and no pain. Xing Zhao chuckled a couple of times, rubbing his hand back. Seeing his pitiful and foolish expression, Xing Yingzhu found it amusing and suddenly lost his temper. Does it feel good? Xing Yingzhu asked. Xing Zhao mistakenly thought Mr. Xing was offering new welfare for the newly employed boyfriend. Upholding the principle of honesty, he immediately nodded furiously. Unbeknownst to him, Mr. Xing smiled faintly, swished his tail, and slipped down from Xing Zhao's body. Then you won't be allowed to touch it anymore. Xing Yingzhu said. Xing Zhao. What stinginess. It's not like touching once will make his scales fall off. However, although Xing Zhao dared to resent inwardly, he had no guts to rashly touch against Mr. Xing's wishes and had to regrettably abandon this benefit. Just as they were about to continue their argument, the doorbell rang outside. Xing Zhao paused his thoughts of haggling with Xing Yingzhu and turned to open the door. Xing Zhao thought it was Zhang Jian or Hu Huan. But upon opening the door, he saw a young man in hotel uniform standing there, pushing a small metal trolley. The man's face was graced with a warm smile like spring breeze caressing one's face. Xing Yingzhu, Xing Zhao shouted out while leaning his head, did you call for room service? Xing Yingzhu replied from inside the bedroom. Uncertain of the current form of his elderly friend, Xing Zhao worried that letting the service staff in might scare them. After confirming with Xing Yingzhu, he took over the trolley himself and politely declined further service regarding dinner arrangement. Fortunately, by the time Xing Zhao came back in, Mr. Xing had already ended his brief escapade and transformed back into human shape, putting on a loose bathrobe. The dinner sent by the hotel was exquisite and delectable, enough for 3 or 4 people. Xing Zhao, who had been hungry all day, only realized how starved he was when he saw the dinner. He didn't bother asking questions like who paid for this and simply handed over a pair of chopsticks to Xing Yingzhu before casually sitting down, lifting the cover off the steak plate. Xing Yingzhu wasn't particularly hungry initially, but watching Xing Zhao eat stimulated his appetite somewhat, making him eat a few more carrot slices than usual. Actually, you could get a side job, Xing Yingzhu objectively commented. Ask Hu Huan, maybe they still need a food broadcaster. Xing Zhao devoured half of the dinner alone, stuffing himself to the point where he couldn't walk. He lazily slumped onto the sofa, still peeling an orange with restless hands. Forget it, Xing Zhao said listlessly, my appetite is utterly uncompetitive. I'm not going through that torture. As he spoke, he broke the orange in half and handed it to Xing Yingzhu, then stared at the collar of Xing Yingzhu's bathrobe exposed for a moment, pointing to the area below his own clavicle. That, Xing Zhao said, I remember seeing a little dragon here before, where did it go? You could see it. Xing Yingzhu seemed a bit surprised. Ah. Hearing this, Xing Zhao himself was confused and hesitantly asked, so, it's not visible to everyone? Necessarily not, Xing Yingzhu thought. 8,000 years ago, he lost his bones and had his soul forcibly extracted from his dragon body, which was subsequently stuffed into a snake's stomach. Logically speaking, this lifetime, he shouldn't be a dragon anymore. But since he was a soul fragment during that extraction, he hadn't gone through reincarnation again. Whether his skills or inner pellet, everything remained in its original state. Still logically speaking, not only should Xing Zhao not have been able to see his inner pellet clearly, even if Zhang Jian's master had come, he wouldn't necessarily have been able to recognize it. Yet strangely, this foolish kid somehow caught sight of it accurately. Xing Yingzhu felt this could hardly be called an accident. He looked at Xing Zhao thoughtfully until it made him uneasy, then asked, "What did the dragon you saw look like?" "A faint deep purple glow, it wasn't very clear." Xing Zhao hesitated and said, "But it had horns and claws. There were 2 slender wings on its back, the tail tip bore auspicious cloud patterns, and the whiskers were rather long." Xing Zhao demonstrated with his hands as he continued, "However, it vanished in a flash. Did I just imagine it?" "No." Xing Yingzhu said. "Not only wasn't it imagined, it was seen extremely clearly. I thought my eyesight was playing tricks on me back then." Xing Zhao sighed with relief and chatted idly. "Then later, I remembered you telling me that you're actually a dragon, so I recalled this matter and thought I'd ask you, what are you staring at?" Xing Yingzhu snapped out of his brief reminiscence, having missed most of what Xing Zhao said just now for a moment. "Nothing," Xing Yingzhu slowly said. "Xing Xiaodao, you might not be an ordinary person." Xing Zhao. This sentence coming out of Xing Yingzhu's mouth was terrifying. Xing Zhao feared the next line would be something like, "You're actually the son of a demonic race lost in the human world. Your father isn't your real father, your mother isn't your real mother, and your younger brother isn't your real younger brother," typical dramatic lines. "Not possible." Xing Zhao dryly said, "Could it be I'm some kind of savior descended from heaven to endure tribulations? That kind of fantasy drama protagonist, going through growth from a loser to become a wind-controlling and rain-summoning saving deity?" Xing Yingzhu. The rarely serious thoughts of Mr. Xing evaporated instantly, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh imperceptibly, seemingly drained, saying, "Watch fewer TV dramas, read fewer novels too." Xing Zhao's interruption also caused Xing Yingzhu to give up his intention to properly educate him. He pondered for a moment and stretched out his hand, lightly wiping under his collarbone with his thumb. Xing Zhao didn't know what trick he was performing with his hand, but that single light touch surprisingly left a small wound there without any reason. "Hey," Xing Zhao got alarmed, "why did you do that?" Xing Yingzhu didn't say anything. He casually wiped away a drop of blood that had seeped out and then rubbed it, holding it on his palm. Right after that, Xing Zhao saw the droplet defy all physical knowledge as it hovered in Xing Yingzhu's palm. Before he could even express his astonishment, he noticed several pale streaks of fluorescence flowing from Xing Yingzhu's fingertips towards the droplet. The droplet in Xing Yingzhu's palm appeared to transform into a solid-like substance, shimmering with a deep red luster, as if it had magically turned into a gemstone with dazzling light. This was the first time Xing Yingzhu had shown something akin to magic in front of Xing Zhao. Xing Zhao stared hard, too stunned to blink. The few streaks of fluorescence from Xing Yingzhu's fingertips wrapped around the outside of the blood droplet stone, as though coating it with a layer of shell midair. The blood droplet stone eventually landed in Xing Yingzhu's palm, from where he casually drew a strand of the remaining fluorescence, transforming it into a fine string that he threaded through the blood droplet stone. After finishing this series of actions, Xing Yingzhu hung this newly made pendant around Xing Zhao's neck. "Xing Xiaodao, let me tell you a story," Xing Yingzhu said. Chapter 47, With me here, what are you afraid of? Before today, Xing Zhao's general understanding of Chinese historical mythology stories was limited to basic common knowledge topics, at most listening to stories like Jingwei filling the sea or Quafu chasing the sun. If it weren't for Xing Yingzhu proactively bringing up the subject, he would never have been able to sort out the complicated and intertwined mythological framework. Xing Yingzhu may seem impatient in nature, but when telling stories, his words flowed clearly and made sense. Xing Zhao could almost understand everything Xing Yingzhu said without much thought. According to Xing Yingzhu, in an extremely distant primeval era, there was no distinction between gods, humans, and demons, nor were there any separations like heaven and earth. Back then, the universe was in chaos. The newborn deities materialized from the essence of heaven and earth as flesh and blood entities upon the barren and desolate land, planting the first seeds of life. In the ancient times, the classification of races was simple and brutal, essentially only divided into humans and beasts. At that time, the human race evolved into the divine and shaman clans, while the beast clan branched off into intelligent supernatural beasts like Xing Yingzhu, and ordinary mundane animals. At that time, the world was a complete chaos, without order, morality, nothing existed. Xing Yingzhu said, this situation lasted for a period of time, about a few hundred years. As someone who had grown up under scientific education, Xing Zhao couldn't quite comprehend what Xing Yingzhu meant by, a long time ago. He had a clear mental timeline of history, stretching from the Yuanmo people to the Opium Wars. During these thousands of years, it seemed impossible for there to be so many, several hundred years, gaps as casually mentioned. Moreover, according to what Xing Yingzhu said, the human race referred to beings who were born with their current form, as if they hadn't gone through any process of biological evolution. Although Xing Zhao understood himself that looking for scientific evidence within myths was a foolish thing, it wasn't easy to completely overturn over 2 decades of ingrained cognition. So he thought about it, and asked. Fortunately, Xing Yingzhu was very lenient. He didn't mock him for asking a stupid question or show impatience. That's something that happened later, Xing Yingzhu said lightly. The humans back then were different from you. How different? Xing Zhao asked. Niwa, Fuxi, Shenong, and the Queen Mother of the Kunlun Mountains. Xing Yingzhu spoke with the casualness one would use to pick out a cabbage at a market. These were all called people. Sheng Zhao oddly paused for 2 seconds before sincerely saying, "Boss, in our average person's understanding, these should be considered gods. They started being called gods after your kind came along for differentiation purposes." Xing Yingzhu didn't deny it. "However, the truth is that you guys aren't real humans, because you lack blood and flesh." Sheng Zhao. He quietly lowered his head to look at himself, then reached out and pinched his own hand, quite hard, and indeed it hurt. A red mark appeared on Sheng Zhao's hand, and Xing Yingzhu looked at him blankly, then brushed against his hand lightly. A cooling gentle breeze swept away the burning pain from Sheng Zhao's hand, even making the red mark vanish. Sheng Zhao blinked and stared at his hand, unable to fully process it. "So what are we?" Sheng Zhao asked. "We're clay." Xing Yingzhu said. "You mean that the story of Nuwa molding humans from clay is true?" Sheng Zhao reacted quickly. "So, are all our ancestors now made from earth?" "You can interpret it this way," Xing Yingzhu said. "The human race used soil to form its body and utilized spiritual essence to create life, giving rise to wisdom right from birth. But due to the instability of the soil-formed bodies, lifespans are merely around 100 years. After the soul fades and death occurs, the body turns back to soil, ultimately stemming from the same source." "I get it." Sheng Zhao surprisingly found it easy to accept this explanation without much struggle, but still instinctively translated it into modern terms, saying, "Our bodies have an expiration date." "Yes," Xing Yingzhu smiled slightly. "So, though human bodies perish after coming into existence, the souls reincarnate endlessly, never truly dying." Sheng Zhao rubbed his restored hand, accepting this completely new worldview without much inner conflict. "So then what happened next?" Sheng Zhao asked. "Next," Xing Yingzhu hesitated for a moment, clearly omitting some details intentionally, briefly summarizing them. "Next, chaos gradually separated, creating distance between heaven and earth. The god race moved to the skies where the spiritual essence was stronger, leaving the lower grounds to all you little muddlings." Sheng Zhao wasn't sure if he'd somehow developed some subtle boyfriend filter toward Xing Yingzhu, making him think for a second that Xing Yingzhu actually sounded cute when calling them little muddlings. Later, the human race developed its own order and morality, gradually forming social groups, thus breaking away from their original status as toys of the divine race and forging their own path, Xing Yingzhu said. The distance between heaven and earth grew wider, creating more complex layers, so there were immortals, demons, and ghosts, eventually leading to the structured world you know now, where each race coexists in harmony without disturbing one another. "What about the original hierarchy from the ancient times?" Sheng Zhao asked. "Like gods or magical beasts? Most have been wiped out," Xing Yingzhu said calmly. "The few survivors live in seclusion, like Qilin or Baizhe, not showing up once in 1,000 years, who knows where they live." Sheng Zhao glanced at Xing Yingzhu, thinking that he had no right to criticize others when he himself was also a rare species hiding in plain sight. But such remarks obviously couldn't be voiced aloud, or else Mr. Xing would immediately end the storytelling session, leaving Sheng Zhao yearning for more. "So, what does this have to do with me?" Sheng Zhao finally asked. Xing Yingzhu looked at the new pendant around Sheng Zhao's neck and slowly said, "So, humans are not all the same, like you." "Like me?" Sheng Zhao was confused. Just as Zhang Jian's ancestor Zhang Daoling attained enlightenment and became immortal, some people are naturally born with more spiritual energy and therefore are closer to the esoteric path, Xing Yingzhu said casually. Zhang Jian inherited the family tradition, but there is another group of people who are destined to deal with spirits, demons, gods, and monsters, even if they are materialists all their lives. One day, they might suddenly gain an unusual ability and turn towards the esoteric path, commonly referred to as talent. Sheng Zhao. He felt subtly criticized, wondering why Xing didn't just give him his ID number. But upon second thought, student Xing realized that boss Xing was far too busy to remember his ID number. Sheng Zhao understood what Xing Yingzhu meant. He recalled his reaction during the celestial thunderstorm and confirmed everything happened instinctively. Even after acting, he still wasn't clear about what he did or the consequences he caused. "Huh," Sheng Zhao awkwardly scratched his face and dryly laughed, saying, "I thought I got radiated by the thunder and mutated." Xing Yingzhu. Apparently, he could not expect any reasonable guesses from Sheng Zhao. But Sheng Zhao quickly latched onto another key point, his eyes gleaming as he said, "You mean I can become an immortal?" "No." Xing Yingzhu mercilessly shattered his fantasy. The heavenly stairway collapsed during the Song dynasty. "What's the heavenly stairway?" Sheng, 10,000 wise, Zhao subconsciously asked. "This is another story." Xing Yingzhu leaned back on the sofa, lazily saying, "and it'll cost extra. You can't just tell stories halfway." Sheng Zhao felt utterly wronged, even wanting to demand a refund right there. He straightened his body, attempting to protest through body language, "So this means you basically told me nothing." "I'm trying to tell you that this is not a good thing for you," Xing Yingzhu said coolly, "be prepared mentally." Sheng Zhao instantly became wary, asking, "What do you mean?" "Meaning, when your abilities don't match your talent, it becomes a disaster." Xing Yingzhu frightened him, saying, "Do you think that the dragon initially targeted you for nothing?" Sheng Zhao. A cold shiver ran down his spine, making him feel like a piece of braised pork waiting for anyone to take a bite. Of course, this talent may also make you more sensitive to supernatural affairs. Xing Yingzhu completely ignored Xing Zhao's stiffness, continuing unperturbed. At first, you found Yao Liu by instinct. Now, you can see my true form with the naked eye. Who knows, maybe someday a stroke of luck will open your third eye, letting you see ghosts walking on the streets. Boss, stop talking please. Xing Zhao painfully lunged forward, hugging Xing Yingzhu's leg pitifully, grimacing, this is too scary. I'd rather not have this talent. Please, sell this talent to Zhang Jian instead. Seeing that he genuinely scared Xing Zhao, Xing Yingzhu indulged in the pleasure of the prank and then, satisfied, lightly patted Xing Zhao's forehead, reprimanding him for being weak-hearted. With me here, what are you afraid of? Xing Yingzhu said cryptically, am I going to let you cry on the street? Don't make me lose face. Xing Zhao swore that these 3 words were absolutely the most wonderful 3 words he had ever heard from Xing Yingzhu, akin to celestial music, like a pillar of stability that instantly crushed half of Xing Zhao's inner panic. He half embraced Xing Yingzhu's waist, his mind flickering for a moment, so he looked up and blinked mischievously, tentatively asking, speaking of old stories. Is Xing Yingzhu your real name? Xing Yingzhu glanced down at him, seeing through his little thoughts as clear as day. Did you investigate me? Xing Yingzhu asked. Xing Zhao didn't deny it, nodding and hesitantly replying, the classic of mountains and seas says that there is only one ink dragon in the world. False. Xing Yingzhu said, don't believe it. These mythological tales are often exaggerated to some extent. He didn't refute the issue about his racial origins, so Xing Zhao had a rough idea in his mind. Mr. Xing was quite generous today, answering every question, making Xing Zhao speak more casually than usual. He pondered for a bit and joked, then which dragon are you? This is yet another story. Xing Yingzhu patted his forehead again, chuckling lightly, I won't tell you. Chapter 48, after all, myth stories always say that humans and demons cannot fall in love. When Zhang Jian returned, it was already 11:30 at night. Dealing with people apparently tired him more than dealing with demons. Zhang Jian quietly entered the door, exhausted, and threw the copper coin sword he had on him and some other bits and pieces onto the sofa. He then turned to pour himself a full glass of cold water from the bar counter. Have you just got back? A faint sigh came from his back. In the middle of the night, Zhang Jian was startled by this sound, almost dropping the glass in his hand. When Zhang Jian turned around, he saw Hu Huan standing at the doorway to the bedroom, leaning against the door frame and staring at him steadily. The light from the bedroom crept out through the gap in the door, illuminating Hu Huan's white ankle bone. Zhang Jian gulped down the remaining half mouthful of water with a glug, his face turning red instantly. Don't you walk silently? Zhang Jian looked away, muttering, why aren't you wearing shoes? Hu Huan innocently blinked, pulling at the hem of his sleeping robe and said, I'm a fox, of course foxes walk without making any sound. Zhang Jian. It seemed reasonable. Why did you take so long? Hu Huan lazily yawned and asked, was that dragon difficult to handle? Zhang Jian tugged at the hem of his clothes. He got nervous when talking alone with Hu Huan. Even after so many days, he'd merely progressed from stuttering to being able to finish a sentence. Overall, there wasn't much improvement. Not really. Zhang Jian said, after all, we have to deal with the authorities, going through approvals again and again, reporting layer upon layer, it's troublesome. Oh. Hu Huan simply wanted to start a conversation topic and didn't care much about the answers. He casually nodded and lightly asked, but with this matter over, there shouldn't be anything else that requires my involvement, right? Should, what do you mean? Zhang Jian slowly realized something and asked. No meaning, Hu Huan squinted his eyes, smiling extremely cleverly, what I mean is, if there's nothing else, I should go back to Xanadu. My live streaming time for this month isn't enough yet, I need to go back to work and pay rent. I'll pay you a salary, Zhang Jian reacted faster this time, quickly saying, just count these few days as business trip hours. Hu Huan let out a snort of laughter. Hu Huan didn't know if this young soon-to-be master hadn't been down the mountain much before, still needing cultivation in human affairs, or if he truly hadn't understood his subtle excuses and actually thought he needed money. How did you skip the previous sentence? Hu Huan laughed, look, you originally approached me for an accomplice, but now our big shot has arrived, and I can't help much anyway. It's quite redundant for me to stay here. To this extent of the conversation, even Zhang Jian understood. Are you leaving? Zhang Jian asked. Hu Huan blinked at him again, not speaking, which amounted to tacit consent. You. For some unknown reason, Zhang Jian suddenly felt wronged. He turned around and glared at Hu Huan, too angry to speak. The lightweight cap on the youth stuck to his body, with a small watermark still left dry at the collar. Hu Huan tilted his head in confusion, not expecting such a reaction. If you want to go back, then go ahead, Zhang Jian said, why ask me? It's not like you're mine. He's mad, Hu Huan confidently thought. This tone was too classic, easily qualifying for first place in the list of saying one thing but meaning another. The words clearly spelled out, I'm unhappy. With Hu Huan's emotional intelligence, even a knee could have heard it. Hu Huan thought for a moment, and smiled broadly as he walked up close to Zhang Jian. He placed one hand on the counter, slightly bending down, moving closer to Zhang Jian's face. Mad? Hu Huan softly asked. No. Zhang Jian turned his head and rigidly replied, why should I be mad? Hu Huan chuckled softly, relentlessly chasing his expression, twisting his body to demand eye contact. Lying, Hu Huan whispered, how dare you practitioners of the Tao lie to demons? Is there no heaven's law? Foxes are inherently gentle and charming creatures, and Hu Huan being young and handsome, with his wet eyes coaxing others, was incredibly persuasive. Especially since he kept his posture low, looking up at Zhang Jian's face from below. To put it plainly, regardless of other aspects, his sincerity appeared more than sufficient. Why don't you tell me what's troubling you? Hu Huan spoke compliantly. Are you upset because you don't want me to leave? Zhang Jian was both awkward and wronged, unwilling to say a word. Let me guess. Hu Huan said with a beaming smile, you think I'm ungrateful, ready to flee as soon as the big shot arrives, showing no concern for the welfare of all living things, and so you're angry, right? Not. Zhang Jian was easily deceived in front of Hu Huan, and instantly took the bait, countering, I just feel, we've worked together for these few days, and you say goodbye without any regret. There's just. Zhang Jian rambled for quite some time but failed to arrive at a conclusion. Hu Huan, on the other hand, understood well enough, silently chuckling inside his mind. He thought this young master harbored deep feelings within himself despite being merely a kid, forming battle bonds in such a short time. No, Hu Huan hastened to add, there is not a bit of regret. I am afraid you would think I get in your way, after all, when the big shot can help you exorcise spirits, I can only stand there and watch. Really? Zhang Jian asked suspiciously. Really? Hu Huan replied seriously. Foxes excel at bewitching others, even though Hu Huan was very young, he had already mastered it instinctively. The lineage of Longhu Mountain once had an old relationship with the Fox clan, and Zhang Jian naturally felt a certain level of goodwill towards Hu Huan, thus he was easily fooled by him. I don't feel that way, Zhang Jian stated sincerely, before Xing Yingzhu and Xing Zhao came, you helped me press down several times too. In that case, I won't leave, Hu Huan thought about it and said, will that do? Originally, Hu Huan didn't want to have too much to do with their Daoist cultivation group, always feeling they were different species with inevitable differences. But since this young master cherished him, why not seize the opportunity? Hu Huan gleefully considered this, and Zhang Jian's face brightened significantly upon hearing his concession. Zhang Jian wasn't stupid enough to ask why he changed his mind suddenly, coughed awkwardly, and said, by the way, did you figure out the matter of Xing Zhao clearly? Hu Huan had been waiting for this question all along. Upon hearing it, he hardly hesitated before regurgitating every word of Xing Zhao's explanation to Zhang Jian. However, such an ambiguous answer clearly wasn't what Zhang Jian wanted. His brows furrowed tightly as he bit his lower lip, still unable to get over that mental hurdle for a while. I can't let this go, Zhang Jian said, I don't believe Xing Zhao is an ordinary person without a legacy. You should definitely not, Hu Huan stopped him abruptly and said, that's under the protection of our big shot. If you offend Xing Zhao, the big shot will be unhappy. Xing Yingzhu? Zhang Jian questioned with confusion, in my sex inheritance teachings, there's a book by him which says he has a bad temper and shouldn't be disturbed unless necessary, but I've never heard that he has connections with humans. Now there is, Hu Huan slowly said in a vague and ethereal tone, I suspect, the whole human-demon diplomatic incident might hinge on brother Xiao Zhaolei. If he pushes a bit more, the two races may soon establish diplomatic relations. The inheritor from a righteous school was silent for 2 seconds, giving an accurate evaluation, nonsense. You humans don't understand, Hu Huan waved his hand and said brashly, anyway, from what I see in that gaze of the big shots, he has probably already flayed and eaten brother Xiao many times from head to toe. Zhang Jian. Right, believe me, Hu Huan confidently said, Fox clan members are emotional experts. Even though Zhang Jian couldn't discern what Hu Huan's offhand fabrication had any credibility, due to Hu Huan's strong insistence, Zhang Jian let it drop, not bringing up again about confronting Xing Zhao for clarity. Zhang Jian intended to stay in Shanghai for another 2 or 3 days. The dragon's bones were too hard, and the practitioners from Longhu Mountain could not refine them on site. Helplessly, they could only seek assistance from Xing Yingzhu once again. Early the next morning, the heavy rain that had lasted for several days in Shanghai finally stopped. Around 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Jian set out with Xing Yingzhu, leaving Xing Zhao and Hu Huan enjoying breakfast priced at 568 yuan per person in the hotel. The revolving restaurant on the 92nd floor of the hotel had glass walls on all sides. Xing Zhao was sitting by the window, able to overlook Changning Development Zone from where he sat. Things seemed to have largely returned to tranquility on that side, except for the large crater caused by lightning on the ground, revealing no other strange marks. Xing Zhao took a sip of coffee, casually brushing away the safety tips news prompt that popped up on his phone regarding how to travel safely during thunderstorms, and then nonchalantly asked, previously, Zhang Jian mentioned that after the matters here were resolved, he would take Xing Yingzhu to Mount Longhu. What would they be doing there? I don't know either, Hu Huan stuffed a piece of charcoal grilled chicken breast into his mouth and muttered through full cheeks, perhaps there's some sort of deal between them. It doesn't matter whether we follow, asking too much is futile. Xing Zhao seemed lost in deep thoughts, gazing worriedly out the window for a long time. After half a moment, he sighed and drank another sip of coffee. Seeing him sigh continuously, even if Hu Huan was somewhat slow, he also realized something wasn't right. The half-fried egg in the fox's mouth plopped onto the plate. Hu Huan hesitated for a moment, cautiously lowered his head, and after glancing around, asked, "Little brother Zhao, what's wrong with you?" "I'm thinking about something," Xing Zhao said gravely. "Do you think Xing Yingzhu will be safe going to Longhu Mountain? Will he get captured or not? What's unsafe about it?" Hu Huan thought he was overthinking it and relaxed immediately. While picking up the glass of juice and waving dismissively, he said, "Don't make their relationship with demons so bad, the big shot is still their consultant. They won't just resort to violence at the slightest provocation. It's different this time." Xing Zhao slowly turned his head, and the sorrow in his tone was almost dripping onto the table. He paused briefly, then said wistfully, "After all, even the mythology tales say that humans and demons can't fall in love." Hu Huan, ft. Chapter 49, "You're too young to understand, this is how he shows his love for me." Xing Zhao. 10 minutes later, Xing Zhao changed his clothes and sat back opposite Hu Huan. "Sorry, brother Zhao." Hu Huan said sorrowfully as he wiped the table, "I will buy you a new sweater to compensate." "Is that the point?" Xing Zhao silently watched Hu Huan's actions and thought the clean table was about to be wiped until it shone. "That's enough, if you keep wiping, the table will disappear." Xing Zhao said calmly. Hu Huan lowered his head silently and found the napkins in his hands had been rubbed into a mess. The smooth tabletop not only had no leftover juice but not even a speck of dust, clean like it had just come out from the dish cabinet. Hu Huan. He coughed dryly, crumpled up the paper towels in his hand and threw them aside. "Mainly, this news, it is simply," Hu Huan struggled to make a distressed gesture, clearly unable to accept it. "It's not whether it's surprising or not, it's extremely shocking. You understand, brother Zhao, I originally thought you would be the pioneer of diplomatic relations between humans and merfolk, but I didn't expect you to directly bypass the envoy identity and go straight for an arranged marriage." Hu Huan said, "This is simply akin to when Zhao Jun went beyond the borders or Princess Wenqing entered Tibet. Your historical status has suddenly soared. I now look at you and see halos around you. My admiration surges uncontrollably, making me quite nervous. Why must I marry him?" Xing Zhao instinctively countered, "Can't he marry me?" Hu Huan. "Brother Zhao." Hu Huan fell silent for a while before slowly saying, "I never said either of you was Princess Wenqing either." Xing Zhao. "It's fine, let's change the topic." Meanwhile, by the underground dark river near the Changning development zone, Xing Yingzhu sneezed without warning. Zhang Jian and another middle-aged man who were talking stopped simultaneously, their glances turning subtle as they turned to look at him. "A certain Xing Xiaodao, cursing me behind my back again." Xing Yingzhu muttered, pinching his nosebridge with an unpleasant expression. "You've involved an ordinary person in this kind of matter, it's already against the rules." Zhang Jian couldn't help but say, "And yet you blame others for cursing you?" Before Zhang Jian finished speaking, he himself inexplicably felt an itch in his throat and couldn't help but sneeze. "Oh, looks like Hu Huan doesn't have a good impression of you either." Xing Yingzhu mocked coldly, "It makes sense, which monster would willingly mingle with someone who practices Taoism?" Zhang Jian had completely lost face and dignity in front of Xing Yingzhu, rubbing his nose unhappily and falling silent. "Alright, it might have been an accident." The middle-aged man quickly stepped in to ease the tension, laughing and saying, "Longevity, longevity." Xing Yingzhu usually wouldn't bother to argue with people he disliked. He took a few steps forward, stood by the riverbank, looked inside briefly, and asked offhandedly, "Sealed?" "Sealed." The middle-aged man glanced at Zhang Jian and smiled, saying, "Don't worry about my younger brother, even though he's young, these matters are entirely dependable on him, there will be no mishandling." Zhang Jian's senior brother Zhang Yunfeng had just arrived in Shen City this morning. In a rush, he hadn't even managed to exchange a few words with Zhang Jian before being pulled over to the development zone. He didn't know much about Xing Yingzhu, so he quietly observed him a few times, but on the surface remained courteous. Xing Yingzhu looked around once, then walked to the entrance of the dark river and turned to say, "Step back." Since Zhang Jian had sought his help, naturally, he wouldn't fuss over such small things. Hearing the request, he didn't comment and pulled Zhang Yunfeng back more than 20 steps. The underground river exuded a foul smell that only demons could detect. The stench was unbearable, as if the river was filled with countless piles of rotten fish and shrimp blood. Xing Yingzhu wrinkled his nose in distaste, then crossed his hands and conjured up a black gold rope from the palm of his hand. The rope shimmered with a multicolored luster under the sunlight, appearing exceedingly thin, loosely wrapped around Xing Yingzhu's wrist like a decorative bracelet. Xing Yingzhu walked along the edge of the gap in the underground river and finally stopped at a location east of the river mouth. Immediately after, the chain in his hand stretched out into the air by dozens of meters, its end plunging into the water like a javelin, splashing up a bit of icy river water. Zhang Jian frowned slightly on the side. As one of the few remaining inheritors of mystical schools in human society, the Celestial and Ghostly Weapons Compendium from Dragon Tiger Mountain was perhaps the most comprehensive one left. Zhang Jian had read all similar miscellaneous books in the study before the age of 10, but he could not figure out what the chain in Xing Yingzhu's hand was. The chain rapidly unfurled from Xing Yingzhu's wrist until only one loop remained, at which point it halted before suddenly snapping taut, as if having hooked onto something heavy below. Xing Yingzhu stood casually, one hand in his pocket while the other loosely held the chain. He glanced lightly at Zhang Jian and Zhang Yunfeng, then abruptly exerted force with his wrist, pulling whatever it was entirely out of the water. After a night had passed, the flesh and blood of the dragon-like creature seemed to have been inexplicably stripped away, leaving behind nothing but an entire white skeleton. The skeleton looked like it weighed tens of tons, limply suspended by the thin chain. When Xing Yingzhu tossed this thing to the ground, the sandy earth caved in under its weight, creating a deep pit. How could it decompose so thoroughly after just one night? Zhang Jian furrowed his brows and asked. It wouldn't have happened if you hadn't thrown it into the water, Xing Yingzhu replied calmly. But since it is a dragon, all its blood and flesh would naturally dissolve once submerged. The chain in Xing Yingzhu's hand retracted back to its normal length, loosely coiling around his wrist 5 or 6 times. However, Zhang Jian attempted to inquire further but was pulled back by Zhang Yunfeng. Zhang Jian excelled in everything, highly gifted and able to master any skill instantly, capable of controlling the celestial eye since he was 4 years old. He could observe ghosts and demons effortlessly. But due to his youth, he tended to be straightforward in everything he did, and Zhang Yunfeng couldn't help but take extra care of him. Based on previous information, this beast captured human sacrifices. Zhang Yunfeng hesitated as he spoke, but now. When its inner pearl shattered, its abilities disappeared. Xing Yingzhu tapped his foot for emphasis and said, the remains of the missing people are likely still at the bottom of the river, trapped in the silt. Since the illusionary spell has been removed, you can retrieve them if you want. What about those human sacrifices? Zhang Yunfeng pressed. They're gone. Xing Yingzhu responded succinctly, I already warned you. Those aren't human nor spirits, they're merely vessels of refined life force. With their master gone, they naturally disintegrated into the universe. They cannot be retrieved. Although Zhang Jian had understood this fact earlier, hearing Xing Yingzhu say it so indifferently made him uncomfortable inside. Seeing Zhang Jian's reaction, Zhang Yunfeng turned his head toward him with a troubled expression, whispering softly, so what about Zhang Kaisheng? There's no way to save him, Zhang Jian sighed, saying, I contacted his widow and children, offering that they could move to Longhu Mountain, but Lu Ting refused. She wanted to return to her hometown with her child. There's nothing we can do about it, Zhang Yunfeng sighed as well. They aren't close relatives, so feeling incompatible with us is understandable. Xing Yingzhu wasn't interested in their discussions about trivial matters. He wiped the droplets of water off the chain and flipped his wrist to stow it away again. With the dragon-like creature vanquished, the underground river's current slowed down. Xing Yingzhu casually threw a stone into the river, and shortly afterward, they heard the sound of the stone landing on the bottom, confirming that the water level wasn't as high as before. The pale white bones of the dragon skeleton soon began glowing with a strange bluish-green hue under the sunlight. Xing Yingzhu walked over to the skeleton and let his fingertip trail along the dragon's horns, lost in thought for some moments. After a brief pause, seemingly struck by a peculiar idea, Xing Yingzhu raised an eyebrow, stepped back, and then pulled out his phone. He aimed at the large head of the dragon skeleton and took a picture. Which he sent directly to Xing Zhao. What's there to mind? I don't mind. Xing Zhao was enthusiastically lecturing Hu Huan, if I may add, seize the day, why bother whether it's a monster or not? At least the boss looks good. As the saying goes, peony. At that moment, the cell phone lying on the table emitted a short notification tone, interrupting Xing Zhao's speech right there. Xing Yingzhu's chat window popped up on the screen, and Xing Zhao gave it a glance, hesitating for a moment before deciding he'd better deal with the childish temperaments of Mr. Xing first. Xing Zhao paused his impromptu lecture mid-flow. However, Hu Huan was still engrossed and hadn't caught on yet, his eyes instinctively following Xing Zhao's movements to the phone. Xing Zhao nonchalantly swiped open the WeChat interface. Assuming Xing Yingzhu might have something urgent to instruct him, he had absolutely no guard up, opening the chat window without hesitation. Instantly, a full-sized, high-definition photo of a grotesque excavation site of white bones appeared, zoomed in close. The empty eye socket of the dragon's skull stared straight at the camera. The gaping hole, easily as big as Xing Zhao's head, loomed through the phone screen, confronting Xing Zhao face-to-face, accurately capturing his gaze. Xing Zhao. A sharp intake of breath escaped Xing Zhao as his heart skipped half a beat. He nearly fainted right there and then. Hu Huan had clearly caught sight of the shocking photo too. His expression was complicated as he looked sympathetically at Xing Zhao, filled with pity. After all, Teacher Sheng had just been boasting for a solid half hour, strutting around like a peacock flaunting its feathers, recounting his astonishing and brave courtship process, inevitably filled with resentment towards bachelors who don't get it and sprinkled with earnest advice about young people seizing opportunities. His words weren't shy about promoting Xing Yingzhu's little-known gentle side. But now, it seemed the actual situation was somewhat subtly different from what Teacher Sheng had described. A relationship with Xing Yingzhu evidently came with many challenges. I understand. Hu Huan looked at him sympathetically and said, men, when they go out, need to save face. No problem, I'll imagine that when the boss is with you, he's a tender, considerate man who secretly pulls your hand with the tip of his tail. Xing Zhao. Fortunately, Mr. Xing's second message soon popped up, this thing may not be good for much else, but its horns have been cultivated quite well. What if I saw them off and make you a bracelet? For protection. Xing Zhao. Not very appealing. Who would want to wear bones for protection? But apparently this information gave teacher Xing some confidence to continue lecturing, as he straightened his body and stubbornly declared, "You're too young, you wouldn't understand, this is how he shows his love for me." Chapter 50, I'll reward you next time. Hu Huan seemed to understand but was clearly intimidated by Xing Zhao. Instant admiration arose in him, and his eyes shone brightly when looking at Xing Zhao, as if he was no longer an ordinary human but a statue of a god flashing madly behind. Brother Xiao Zhao, Hu Huan gave him a big thumb, sincerely saying, "Amazing." Teacher Xing managed to maintain his fresh image as the head of the family in front of his only student, feeling extremely satisfied. He even sent a reply message to Xing Yingzhu while Hu Huan was present. He didn't dare to mention the bracelet and just reminded him to come back early. On the other side, Xing Yingzhu was confused and thought that Xing Zhao couldn't live without him. Therefore, he indulged himself for a while in the feeling of love, then casually replied with, "No coquetry." Both the man and the spirit had their own thoughts but indulged themselves thoroughly as the head of the family. After that, Xing Yingzhu didn't send any more messages. Xing Zhao feared that he would really come back with 2 freshly made dragon horns, so he didn't dare to provoke him. The morning passed peacefully until lunchtime when Xing Yingzhu returned to the hotel together with Zhang Jian. At that moment, Xing Zhao was sitting listlessly by the window browsing on his phone. When Xing Yingzhu entered, his steps were hurried, and he didn't even enter the bedroom. Instead, he stood in the entrance hall and called him. "Xiao Dao," Xing Yingzhu said, "pack your things and come with me." Xing Zhao had almost built up a conditioned reflex to Xing Yingzhu's words. Subconsciously stuffing his phone into his pocket, he darted into the 2 bedrooms like the wind, packed his belongings, and followed Xing Yingzhu out, asking only then, "Where to?" "To Longhu Mountain," Xing Yingzhu replied. Xing Zhao was somewhat surprised, asking, "So soon?" Xing Yingzhu hummed once, pressing the button for the elevator going down. Actually, he was also quite surprised. Based on Xing Yingzhu's understanding of the group from Longhu Mountain, he thought Zhang Jian's procedure would take at least 3 or 4 days. They'd gather the remaining few elder masters, hold a meeting, and after several rounds of discussion, reach a conclusion. However, when he and Zhang Jian were collecting the remains of the baby dragon, Zhang Jian's master suddenly called him and seemingly offered a green channel, merely stating that if it was Xing Yingzhu who borrowed it, there was no need to elaborate. He would directly take him there. The trace mirror of Longhu Mountain has been passed down for over 1,000 years. It is said that the founding ancestor Zhang Daoling discovered this treasure in Penglai Fairyland during his travels across regions. Within and beyond the mirror, despite its compact size, it can trace the origin of all things. In the past, Longhu Mountain relied on this treasure to exorcise demons and document magical occurrences, thereby establishing its name in the metaphysical world. However, as earthly spiritual energy gradually thinned, fewer and fewer members of the original clan were able to use the trace mirror, thus leading it to be slowly sealed away in forbidden areas. According to Xing Yingzhu's memory, it had been roughly unused for around 200 to 300 years. Nevertheless, to him, he cared little about why they had agreed so easily, as long as the result benefited him, one way or another, he always achieved his goal. "But I've never been to Jiangxi." Xing Zhao showed no sign of timidity, brimming with excitement like a school kid embarking on spring outing with his parents, and enthusiastically said, "I've heard the scenery there is excellent, mountains, water, and a not-so-cold climate." Xing Yingzhu stepped into the elevator ahead of him, pressed the indicator button for the first floor, and asked casually, "Do you know it well?" "I had a roommate in college who was from Jiangxi." Xing Zhao was always eager to share his life with Xing Yingzhu, explaining repeatedly, "What's funny is, after our freshman year winter break, he brought us specialty products, 4 or 5 cans, sticky and unclear what they were. Later we found out that according to customs in his area, they don't eat dumplings during the new year, but rather snake dash." The word snake soup choked in Xing Zhao's throat, and he finally realized something wrong, instinctively glancing at Xing Yingzhu's expression. Not surprisingly, Manager Xing was sidelong glancing at him, a half-smile playing on his lips. "Ah," Xing Zhao immediately covered his forehead, started whining on the spot, "I lost my memory, what did I say just now? Look, I mentioned that thunder having radiation, which messed up my brain. Is that so?" Xing Yingzhu squinted his eyes, pinched Xing Zhao's chin, and glanced left and right, coolly smiling and saying, "Such a poor thing, perhaps I should restore your health with miraculous hands." "No no no," Xing Zhao shook his head like a clapper drum, and with a cheeky move, hugged Xing Yingzhu's arm, wriggled closer, embraced his waist, and grinned foolishly, saying, "You're too busy with myriad affairs, no need to worry about my little problem. I'll be fine after a nap." Xing Yingzhu raised an eyebrow, lightly tapping his forehead and said, "No coquetry." "Hey," Xing Zhao dramatically cried out, "you stunned me." Xing Yingzhu was amused by him and faintly smiled, teasingly hooking Xing Zhao's chin with his finger. The essence of Xing Yingzhu being a cold-blooded creature meant that his fingers were always icy. That bit of coolness swept across Xing Zhao's warm flesh, leaving a tingling sensation. Xing Zhao instinctively shrank his neck, but Xing Yingzhu was slightly displeased by this evasive move and hooked him with his knuckles, pressing his thumb on his lips. Xing Zhao wasn't effeminate in appearance and would be considered quite handsome among ordinary boys. Yet his lips were soft, much like his temperament. Xing Yingzhu felt it was an excellent texture as he rubbed the dry white skin at the corner of his lips with his fingertips and gently pressed it. As a righteous man, Xing Zhao had never been teased like this in his 20-odd years, which made him uncomfortable immediately. He unconsciously stuck out his tongue to wet the dry corner of his lips. However, Mr. Xing was not done exploring such novel sensations, keeping his fingers in place and, as expected, accidentally brushing against Xing Zhao's tongue. Startled first, Xing Zhao soon realized what happened. Before Xing Yingzhu could react further, Xing Zhao stepped back half a step, his face turning red instantly. Xing Yingzhu was always one to take advantage when given any chance, and upon seeing Xing Zhao's flustered look, all his subtleties disappeared, replaced with a keen enthusiasm to tease him further. "What's wrong?" Xing Yingzhu advanced a step and asked, embarrassed. "Who's embarrassed?" Insistent on maintaining his dignity as the head of the household, Xing Zhao promptly straightened up with great momentum and declared, "I'm a worldly-wise male college student. Your little tricks mean nothing." "Why are your cheeks so red, then?" Xing Yingzhu asked. "No, they're not." Stubbornly rubbing his cheeks, Xing Zhao tried to reclaim some ground. "We haven't even held hands or kissed." "What's there, Hardly had he finished his sentence when Xing Yingzhu pinched his chin, lifting it smoothly, and leaned down to kiss his lips. Xing Zhao's brain CPU short-circuited immediately, emitting small puffs of smoke as its function ceased within 2 seconds. "It's over." In the last second before crashing, a thought suddenly popped into Xing Zhao's mind. "I forgot you can't provoke Mr. Xing." Though Xing Zhao didn't know how it feels to date a normal person, according to his current real-life experience, kissing Xing Yingzhu was nothing short of magical. Mr. Xing's appearance matched his character, sharp and exquisitely delicate. His thin lips seemed emotionless but surprisingly tasted nice when kissed. Up close, Xing Zhao could smell a faint chill scent from him, akin to the first spring rain mingled with snowflakes, cool, piercing, yet dangerously intriguing. Perhaps driven by an animal instinct, even while doing something intimate like this, Xing Yingzhu kept his eyes half lowered and focused intently on Xing Zhao as if determined to absorb every ounce of his expression. Soon enough, Xing Zhao surrendered under his blatant gaze, his eyelashes fluttering as he diverted his own gaze and dared not meet his eyes anymore. Xing Yingzhu's possessiveness and selfishness were incredibly strong, he almost wouldn't tolerate a hint of Xing Zhao's attempts to evade. He demanded complete compliance with his rhythm before being satisfied. His innate beastly possessiveness laced with danger revealed itself, and Xing Zhao felt goosebumps rise along his back. Every survival instinct in his body screamed to flee, but he remained rooted in place, unable even to reject him. Like an innocent traveler mistakenly entering the den of a wild beast, Xing Zhao realized too late that regret came too late. He could only try pleading, clutching onto Xing Yingzhu's sleeve and emitting muffled whimpers instinctively, hoping this snake spirit might show mercy and give him a way out. Xing Zhao originally thought Xing Yingzhu, living reclusively like a monster, likely lacked knowledge of human matters. But reality was crueler than imagined, as Xing Zhao belatedly discovered after enduring long kisses from him, monsters knew no boundaries of propriety, righteousness, integrity, shame, or trust. They behaved far more wildly. Miscalculated, Xing Zhao closed his eyes in pain, thinking it futile to struggle, apparently clear that the final decision lay not with Mr. Xing. Tasted thoroughly inside and out by Xing Yingzhu, Xing Zhao eventually felt as though Xing Yingzhu wasn't kissing him but swallowing him whole on the spot. After an indeterminate period, Xing Yingzhu released Xing Zhao. His eyes narrowed slightly, their whites tinged with a light red bloodshot. Satisfied, he licked his lips, looking like a just well-fed rogue. Kissed limp by him, Xing Zhao had to step back and steady himself by leaning on the elevator wall. "Now your face is red," Xing Yingzhu said with a half-smile. Xing Zhao had clearly realized that it was not the time to challenge Mr. Xing, and he didn't even have the strength to do so anyway. Xing Yingzhu's kissing skills were average, but they made up for it in wildness. Xing Zhao's head was spinning, his CPU still struggling to reboot, unable to focus on maintaining his dignity right now. Unfortunately, Mr. Xing wasn't satisfied with this dazed reaction. He bent down slightly, stared into his eyes, and persisted in asking, "I was thinking, what does it feel like to kiss?" Xing Zhao responded mechanically, evidently still savoring the taste of the moment. "Ah." Xing Yingzhu sounded like a mischievous and seductive demon, using a smooth and low voice to ask, "What feeling?" "Kind of exhilarating." Xing Zhao spoke honestly, painfully covering his face, clearly unable to accept his own corruption. "And I kind of want to do it again," Xing Zhao admitted. Xing Yingzhu emitted a muffled laugh, tilting his head to inspect him like a snake before hooking his chin and leaning forward to flick his tongue over the corner of Xing Zhao's lips, savoring the lingering moisture there. "You'll be rewarded next time," Xing Yingzhu said. Chapter 51, Actually, having you is enough for me, really. Is there anything more embarrassing than being kissed by your boyfriend in the elevator to the point of leg weakness? Xing Zhao, there is. That would be after being kissed to the point of leg weakness by your boyfriend, not only does the elevator door open, but it's also seen by someone you know. Hu Huan's originally raised right hand froze midair just as he was about to greet them, his smile frozen at a particular moment, paired with eyes wide in shocked disbelief. In that split second, Xing Zhao suddenly felt that he shouldn't be playing the part of a fox spirit anymore, he could fully embrace the role of a lucky cat instead. The image of Mr. Sheng as the master of the household, newly established in front of student Hu, collapsed in an instant. Hu Huan's gaze darted back and forth between Xing Yingzhu and Xing Zhao 3 times before he finally managed to muster up an extremely forced and awkward consoling smile. I understand, big brother Zhao. Hu Huan repeated, I understand. Xing Zhao. You don't understand a thing. Xing Zhao quickly covered his face, feeling too embarrassed to face anyone. With hurried steps, he brushed past Hu Huan, trying to flee the scene as soon as possible. Xing Yingzhu knew well that turmoil was brewing inside him at this very moment, so out of great tolerance, he let him go. Mr. Xing had both hands tucked into his pockets, casually striding out from the elevator as if strolling through a garden. His face wore a smile that could be called almost gentle, nearly stunning Hu Huan speechless. After all, such a smile appearing on Mr. Xing's face was rarer than the sun swallowing the earth. Hu Huan truly couldn't comprehend why comrade Xing Xiaozhao possessed some ultimate enchantment, capable of making Xing Yingzhu fall head over heels. Descending from his pedestal as a sought-after bachelor and lowering himself thus. As a renowned alluring race from mythological tales, Hu Huan found himself strangely plunged into self-doubt. In silence, pondering for a long while, Hu Huan eventually concluded, perhaps demons and humans do have peculiar differences in taste. Sheng Zhao fled aimlessly out of the hotel lobby, then bumped straight into Zhang Jian waiting by the entrance. Sheng Zhao, what's wrong? Zhang Jian asked curiously, looking at him, did you see a ghost in the stairwell? Sheng Zhao. What nonsense. Sheng Zhao internally complained, is this how people like you always greet each other? If at that moment Zhang Jian could hear Sheng Zhao's inner thoughts, he'd probably feel quite wronged, because Sheng Zhao's red face and hurried footsteps were akin to those of someone fleeing from a dog or chasing a cat, yet he kept glancing behind as if expecting someone to chase him. Given Zhang Jian's limited social experience, he could only come up with one possibility. Sheng Zhao was distracted by Zhang Jian's greeting, and a cool breeze outside helped ease the heat on his cheeks. He rubbed his face, trying to restart the overheated CPU in his brain. Aren't we going to Longhu Mountain? Sheng Zhao asked, how are we going? I've booked the flight tickets. We'll board in 3 hours. Zhang Jian scanned him from head to toe and asked, are you coming too? How fresh. The little Sheng who temporarily stepped away from Xing Yingzhu's sight regained some mysterious confidence. Chest puffed out, head held high, showing off his new identity, but there's no help for it. My boyfriend can't be left alone, so wherever he goes, I must accompany him. Zhang Jian. He had already heard about this from Hu Huan, the frontline gossiper. Initially, he thought Xing Yingzhu had used some means to seduce an innocent civilian. But now, it seemed, he was overly suspicious. Mr. Sheng was not only unashamed but even took pride in it, lacking any sense of fair autonomy. It was clear he had been completely overrun by pink bubbles. No hope for him, Zhang Jian thought coldly. Send him directly to Xing Yingzhu's pot. Sheng Zhao was entirely unaware of Zhang Jian's silent criticism. He grinned confidently and turned around towards the car next to Zhang Jian. It was the same type of vehicle used earlier to shuttle him and Xing Yingzhu to the development zone. Now, the 2 cars were parked side by side in front of the hotel, likely waiting for their arrival. Just as Sheng Zhao took 2 steps forward, before he could pull the car door open, a strong force tugged him from behind. Struggling futilely, Sheng Zhao turned around and saw that Boss Xing had emerged quietly from the hotel lobby. Now, he hung onto the belt at Sheng Zhao's lower back with just one finger. What? Xing Yingzhu asked with a smirk, are you leaving with Zhang Jian? Sheng Zhao blinked and quickly shook his head. Xing Yingzhu exerted a slight force, pulling Sheng Zhao back gently by the waist belt. Unable to resist, Sheng Zhao shuffled backward a few steps, almost falling into Xing Yingzhu's arms. Leaning close to Sheng Zhao's back, Xing Yingzhu slowly bent down, tilted his chin toward the right side, and said softly, the car waiting for me is over there. Boss Xing's age written as 4 digits, read as a single digit. His childishness was known to fluctuate without notice, and there was no telling when he would suddenly feel undervalued, thereby throwing a tantrum. Having spent many days traveling with him, Sheng Zhao was well versed in his ways. Hastily, he dragged his suitcase back with a whooshing sound, turned around, and planted a quick kiss on Xing Yingzhu's face while saying earnestly, oh, the side effect hasn't worn off yet, I got into the wrong car. Boss Xing narrowed his eyes, appeased thoroughly, and contentedly extended an arm around him as they walked towards another car. Onlooker Zhang Jian stood nearby speechless. Hu Huan, who had gone out the door just before and after Xing Yingzhu, remained equally stunned. The 2 of them glanced at each other slowly, seeing some complex emotions reflected in one another's eyes. I've realized it, Hu Huan said with an empty expression and a hollow tone, I've achieved full enlightenment. What? Zhang Jian asked. The 6 Degrees Collection Sutra once mentioned Buddha cutting his flesh to feed an eagle. I always thought this behavior was pretty stupid, but just now, when I saw Brother Zhao, something suddenly dawned on me. Hu Huan said earnestly. For a fox spirit to start talking about Buddhist scriptures made for quite an interesting scene. Despite the traditional tension between Buddhism and Taoism over the ages, Zhang Jian didn't give it much thought and wasn't upset either. He looked at Hu Huan somewhat surprised, thinking silently that this little fox spirit actually had quite a sharp insight. What realization? Zhang Jian asked gently. I feel like, maybe they derive joy from it. Hu Huan said. Zhang Jian. He's overthinking things again. Get in the car. Zhang Jian tried to shift topics awkwardly, unwilling to stifle Hu Huan's enthusiasm for thinking. We can drink some tea and discuss this matter further later. Zhang Yunfeng had already gone ahead to check in at the airport. The driver sent to pick up their group of 4 was arranged through Zhang Jian's local network of connections. He only knew they were notable, high-level individuals, but was unclear about their exact origins, so dared not initiate small talk randomly. This time, Xing Zhao didn't sit in the front passenger seat but joined Xing Yingzhu in the back. Boss Xing seemed to have something to say, tapping his fingers lightly after getting in the car and conjuring up a layer of water membrane between the front and rear seats. It was right then that Xing Zhao slowly began to notice, he indeed felt somehow different than before. Although he'd seen Xing Yingzhu perform magic tricks before, he was usually clueless about what was going on. If Xing Yingzhu didn't tell him, he wouldn't be able to discern what trick he had pulled. But this time was different. He suddenly discovered that if he focused her mind and paid close attention while looking, she could actually see certain unexpected things with the naked eye. For instance, the barrier Xing Yingzhu set up between the front and back seats, this substance was neither water nor non-water. It was semi-transparent and soft, flowing gently under the sunlight. However, this newfound skill of Xing Zhao's was still uncontrollable, triggered purely by chance. She had caught a glimpse of it when getting in the car but lost the ability immediately thereafter. What's wrong? Xing Zhao asked, this professional driver won't idle chat with you like a taxi driver. Xing Yingzhu glanced at him briefly without responding to the question. Only when the car started moving did he lazily take out a strand of something white from his left pocket. What else could it be but the dragon's horns? The dragon's 2 horns were sawed off at the base and carelessly tied together with a thin rope, making it look far less elegant than necessary. Fortunately, the visual impact of a piece of bone craftsmanship was worlds apart from a whole skeleton, so although Xing Zhao sucked in a cold breath, he wasn't truly frightened. You really took them? Xing Zhao couldn't believe it, pointing first at the thing, then at Xing Yingzhu, and said, are you serious about turning this into my bracelet? That's too barbaric. Is it bad? Xing Yingzhu retorted, even Zhang Jian wanted them, and I didn't give them to him. Xing Zhao. Classmate Xing fell silent for 2 seconds, hesitating between keeping boss Xing happy and being honest with his conscience. For his own future safety, he painfully chose the latter. I don't get your kind's hobby, Xing Zhao spoke frankly, does this thing even have any real significance, or do you just love collecting war trophies? Xing Yingzhu gave him a disdainful look that suggested, you're unable to appreciate it, shaking the string of dragon bones slightly as he said, these are good materials for forging artifacts. Zhang Jian's sword only needs one more evil ingredient to be perfected, he naturally wants them. In that case, just give them to him. Xing Zhao replied, seriously, having you is enough for me, really. Xing Yingzhu found his corny words too sticky sweet, snorting softly almost missing a response. Really don't want them? Xing Yingzhu asked. No thanks, Xing Zhao responded painfully, I've seen what that thing looks like alive, I'm scared I'll have nightmares if I carry it around. Xing Yingzhu regretfully put the string of dragon bones away. Not knowing whether Yingzhu Xing was upset, Xing Zhao was about to say something when he saw Xing effortlessly take his right hand out of his pocket and pull out something black from the right pocket. Xing Zhao. Are you Doraemon? This time, Yingzhu Xing didn't ask for Xing Zhao's opinion again. He slightly leaned forward and hung the thing around Xing Zhao's neck. Worried that it might be another weird material, Xing Zhao quickly looked down and found it was a black wooden plaque. Wood as a material was clearly safer than bones, so Xing Zhao let out a sigh of relief and asked, what is this? Lightning struck jujube wood, said Yingzhu Xing, there's a jujube tree in the development zone. During a lightning strike, it happened to hit that tree, and I noticed it today and chopped some off. Xing Zhao blinked, a little dumbfounded. Yingzhu Xing was very close to him, with both hands encircling his neck as he hung the plaque around it and fastened it securely. Xing Zhao had thought earlier that boss Xing was just trying to scare him with those pictures, but never expected that he truly cared about him enough to look for useful items specifically for him. He felt a strange warmth and soreness in his heart, wanting to say something like, thank you, but couldn't find the courage to do so. After hesitating for a while, he hummed quietly like a mosquito, destroying public greenery is illegal. Yingzhu Xing. Boss Xing tightened the clasp of the leather rope and proceeded to intertwine the cord from the blood drop pendant Xing Zhao wore with the cord of the jujube wood. Adjusting the positions of the 2 necklaces, one long and one short, he finally spared a moment to utter one word. Shut up. Xing Zhao obediently stopped talking. He glanced down and realized that the length of the hanging string left by boss Xing for the wooden plaque was long, making it hang loosely like a sweater chain. Together with the previous blood drop pendant, they created an elegant contrast of lengths and looked as if they were a trendy mixed design accessory. Yingzhu Xing adjusted the plaque slightly, turning the side marked with lightning strike traces outward. Watching his action, Xing Zhao suddenly had an epiphany, a thought struck him. He felt deep inside that this was actually what boss Xing wanted to give him. Xing Yingzhu, Xing Zhao coughed lightly, somewhat nervous as he asked, you didn't intend to give me that skeleton from the start, did you? Yingzhu Xing lazily raised an eyelid to glance at him, letting out a soft, ambiguous hum from his throat, which served as an acknowledgement. Chapter 52, Hey. Can I apply for another try? Seeing Mr. Xing's reaction, Xing Zhao almost confirmed his guess. This old man had a nasty personality and liked picking on others' weaknesses, but he was actually good-hearted. Xing Zhao thought, his temper really made him suffer losses. Luckily, I am an understanding young man. If it were someone with a bad temper, they wouldn't bother to delve deeper into what Xing Yingzhu was thinking about and would have been provoked long ago. But conversely speaking, Xing Zhao didn't know whether it was his love-induced filter playing tricks on him, but he always thought that Xing Yingzhu's nature, upon careful consideration, was quite cute. He said things contrary to what he truly thought and never clearly expressed what was in his mind, making people guess. And if Xing Zhao couldn't guess right, there was a high chance that Xing Yingzhu would sulk by himself. At first, Xing Zhao only thought that Xing Yingzhu was a proud big shot who loved flattery and could be happy as long as people praised and agreed with him. But after traveling back and forth between Suzhou and Shin City, he gradually discovered that it wasn't exactly like that. Whether it was Chen Wu encountered in Suzhou or Zhang Jian who had no choice but to ask for his help, Xing Yingzhu's attitude towards them was nonchalant, either throwing cold glances when he was unhappy or showing indifference when he was content. It was just like. Xing Zhao secretly glanced at Xing Yingzhu, the tear mole at the corner of his eye drawing his gaze momentarily. It felt as though touched by a tiny flame, heating up his heart passionately. Just like Mr. Xing only ate from his hand. Xing Zhao had indeed been self-satisfied a few times earlier, believing that he had accidentally hit the nail on the head regarding Mr. Xing's temperament, allowing him to be favored by Xing Yingzhu. Because of this, he had been a bit too confident recently, flaunting before Hu Huan and Zhang Jian. After all, he was also an ordinary person, having captured the Highland Flower, in other people's eyes naturally brought pride. So in front of Hu Huan, he seemed particularly concerned with saving face, mostly driven by such a bizarre psychological need to show off. But it wasn't until now that Xing Zhao suddenly realized a truth like being awakened. He didn't find any method to take control of Mr. Xing, but instead, Xing Yingzhu had deliberately or unintentionally indulged him, cooperating with him to make those tricks seem useful. Therefore, both the deliberate compliments from Chen Wu and later the courteousness of Zhang Jian had to pass through Xing Zhao before they could equally and objectively communicate with Mr. Xing. This unspoken privilege, for Xing Zhao, felt more earnest than physical intimacy. It was as if Xing Yingzhu had drawn a circle around him and only allowed him inside, letting him jump around within the limits set by him. This realization made Xing Zhao's whole body boil with excitement. His heart was filled as if someone had injected scalding sugar syrup into it, sticky and sweet, stimulating him to sweat profusely. How, too cute, Xing Zhao thought. However, obviously, such adjectives couldn't be spoken aloud. Otherwise, Mr. Xing would certainly get embarrassed and angry enough to throw him out of the car window, forcing him to cling onto the luggage rack on the roof all the way to the airport. Yet despite Xing Zhao trying to hold it back repeatedly in his mind, his eyes betrayed him, involuntarily drifting toward Xing Yingzhu's face again and again, as if carrying little hooks that made it hard for Xing Yingzhu to ignore them. What's wrong? Mr. Xing asked coolly. Is there a flower on my face? No. Before Xing Zhao finished his sentence, his eyes had already curved up into a smile. He slowly moved closer to Xing Yingzhu, holding up two fingers to form a tiny matchstick man which walked down his own thigh and climbed up to Xing Yingzhu's leg. Mr. Xing arched an eyebrow without saying a word, seemingly curious to see what trick Xing Zhao would pull next. The stick figure continued its ascent, jumping up from the boss's thighs onto his waist. Seeing that Xing Yingzhu didn't oppose, Xing Zhao felt reassured and took the opportunity to embrace Xing Yingzhu's waist. What are you doing? Xing Yingzhu, arms crossed, asked with half a smirk. How old are you? Still needing hugs. Though he voiced his disdain, he didn't push Xing Zhao away, semi-disapprovingly allowing the hug. Xing Zhao had figured out his temperament and paid it no heed. Raising his head, he gave him a mischievous grin, then shamelessly leaned in, carefully touching his right leg. I've been running around all day, Xing Zhao said in a contrived, babying tone, does your tail hurt? Xing Yingzhu glanced at his ingratiating young boyfriend and lightly flicked his forehead. If you have something to say, just say it, Xing Yingzhu stated. Stop messing around. Look at you, Xing Zhao sighed dramatically, full of grievances as he protested, caring about my new boyfriend is such a crime against heaven and reason. That's why you don't have any friends. Xing Zhao said with deep sorrow, you always think so ill of people. Xing Yingzhu reclined lazily against the backrest, watching Xing Zhao perform for quite a while. He felt as though the grievances and wrongs on Xing Xiaodao's face were practically jumping onto him, as if he truly had suffered an unimaginable injustice that snowflakes would start falling from the sky unless his kindness was soon acknowledged. Alright, I've wronged you, Xing Yingzhu curled the corner of his lips slightly and said, I shouldn't have thought so ill of people. You must purely be concerned for me, and nothing else. The boss intentionally emphasized the last four words, instantly causing the splendid expression on Xing Zhao's face to freeze. Realizing he might have overacted and exaggerated the drama. That can't be entirely true either, Xing Zhao hesitated, then stammered, who doesn't have strange motives for their boyfriend? Xing Yingzhu chuckled lightly, masterfully expressing, I knew it, in half a syllable with great subtlety. Speak your mind. Xing Yingzhu said. It's just. Xing Zhao glanced around shyly, appearing somewhat embarrassed. After some hesitation, he quietly said in a small voice, "Can I apply for another try?" Xing Yingzhu's lip curved upward slightly as he barely held back laughter. Sheng Zhao clearly realized how unambitious his request sounded. He straightened up and solemnly attempted to justify himself with a reasonable excuse. "That was my first kiss." Sheng Zhao stated boldly, "It's all Hu Huan's fault. I didn't even get to properly enjoy it before being interrupted. All I have left are memories of that money cat JPG frozen in time. I need to overwrite those memories." "Ah," Xing Yingzhu feigned sudden enlightenment, nodding magnanimously, "what will you offer in return?" "I'll treat your wound." Sheng Zhao asked tentatively. Xing Yingzhu tilted his head slightly in surprise. The half bottle of medicine swindled from Hu Huan last time had already been used up by Little Knife on him. Theoretically, there should not be any left. Did he go out and rob for me again? Boss Xing wondered in confusion. But before he could ponder further, Boss Xing watched as Xing Zhao patted his pocket, pulling out a tube of erythromycin ointment. Xing Yingzhu. How could the esteemed scales of Mr. Xing endure such low-grade human medicine costing only 2.50 per tube? He immediately flattened his mouth, filled with disdain as he leaned back, attempting to dissuade Xing Zhao from this notion. "Forget it." Xing Yingzhu said cruelly and heartlessly, "I'm going to dock you one reward." Boss Xing did not expect that in less than 2 days' time, Little Knife seemed as if he had swallowed bear's heart and leopard's gall, courage multiplying geometrically layer by layer, and it now appeared a label reading, "Daringly Reckless," had been attached to his previous, unambitious, tag. Before Boss Xing could finish speaking, Sheng Zhao acted as if prepared in advance, throwing aside the erythromycin ointment and leaping forward to capture him in a kiss. Sheng Zhao intended to regain the upper hand within an equal household status, acting swiftly with acute precision that pushed the concept of a sudden attack to its peak. Xing Yingzhu unexpectedly showed no anger but instead developed genuine interest, merely wanting to see what performance Little Knife would give. Unfortunately, Sheng Zhao, as a newly kissed youth, was severely lacking in experience, not well versed in the art at all. Leaning solely on his limited knowledge gained previously meant making slow progress without Xing Yingzhu's cooperation. Xing Yingzhu maintained patient perseverance, neither resisting nor cooperating. Finally, Sheng Zhao could no longer hold back and grew red-faced with embarrassment. "Open your mouth," Sheng Zhao said. This marked a phase of victory. Little Zhao's premature surrender evidently brought a good mood to Mr. Xing, who was glad to give the other party a little favor. Boss Xing's eyebrows and eyes slightly bent downward, emitting a stifling laugh from his throat. He slightly loosened his jaw, allowing Sheng Zhao to rush forward like a greenhorn and press down on his shoulders. Thanks to the boundary Xing Yingzhu had set since they got into the car, Sheng Zhao's actions were unusually bold. However, Xing Yingzhu was clearly not of a personality willing to remain beneath others. Practically as soon as Sheng Zhao tried to push further, Xing Yingzhu turned and took back control decisively. Xing Yingzhu discovered for himself that Sheng Zhao had a peculiar attraction for him, leading to a non-rejection of the other's proximity but rather an enjoyment of it. If it were an ordinary person encountering such abnormal circumstances, they would most likely ponder if there was some kind of conspiracy involved. Unfortunately, Boss Xing was not an ordinary person. Not only did he not find this matter worth considering, but he even seemed to consider it as natural and logical. As if Sheng Zhao was naturally born to be his, needing to listen to him and stay by his side. Compared to the impromptu kiss in the elevator, this time's long-planned move evidently struck a sore spot for Boss Xing, compelling him to slightly punish his audacious young boyfriend so as to remind him of his proper place in the family. "No." Sheng Zhao managed to catch his breath from the punishment, desperately leaning back and begging for mercy through every available gap. "That's enough, the memory has been successfully overwritten." "Not quite." Xing Yingzhu firmly held Sheng Zhao's waist to prevent any escape attempts, smirking faintly upon hearing his plea. He said, "There are still 20 minutes left before we arrive at the airport. I'll help you solidify it." Chapter 53 Honesty is indeed a virtue. When he got out of the car, Sheng Zhao was dazed, and his feet felt light. Right in front of Zhang Jian and Hu Huan, he banged his head against the glass wall at the entrance of the airport hall. Xing Yingzhu, who got out of the car one step after him. Mr. Xing took a sharp intake of breath, wanting nothing more than to turn around and leave. It was too embarrassing, he had never been so embarrassed in all his life. But despite his 1,000 complaints and 10,000 dissatisfactions in his heart, his feet were rooted to the spot, unable to move. After a long while, he sighed as if admitting defeat, closed the car door, stepped forward, pulled the muddled Xing Xiaodao over, and pressed him into his own arms. "I'll give you 10 seconds. Xing Yingzhu said darkly, "If you don't snap out of it by then, I won't take you." These words acted like agent, instantly awakening Xing Zhao. His whole body shuddered, he raised his head from Xing Yingzhu's chest, and straightened up with a whoosh. "Awake now, awake now." Xing Zhao wiped his face and tried to explain, "The air inside the car wasn't good, I was lacking oxygen." Xing Yingzhu's gaze flicked pointedly over his moist lips, drew out an ill-intentioned elongated tone, and slowly said, "Indeed, the space was too small, making it easy to lack oxygen." Hu Huan. Zhang Jian. "Gentlemen," Zhang Jian said with difficulty, "time is running out. It suggested we continue this discussion on the plane." Sheng Zhao didn't have skin as thick as scales like Mr. Xing did, after all, he still had a sense of shame. He scrambled to disentangle himself from Xing Yingzhu's embrace and took 2 steps back to cover up. Exactly, time is tight, there's still security check. Xing Zhao nodded calmly, not forgetting to beckon the remaining 3 people, let's go. He spoke, straightened his chest, held his head high, turned around bravely, and started walking, but before he had taken 2 steps, he heard Xing Yingzhu calling his name from behind. Xing Xiaodao, Xing Yingzhu said calmly, you're going the wrong way. Xing Zhao. Xing Zhao changed direction without hesitation, walked confidently with no sign of embarrassment. Xing Yingzhu sighed again but couldn't help but curl the corner of his lip into a smile. Zhang Jian was generous and hadn't cared about these numbers either, booking first-class tickets for all of them. From Shan City to Longhu Mountain required several twists and turns. They would fly to Hong City, the provincial capital of Jiangxi province, then take the train to Yingtan in Daodu, and finally transfer to a local shuttle bus to Longhu Mountain. Initially, Xing Zhao was brimming with interest and looked forward to this esoteric holy site. However, after being jostled on the road for a full dozen or so hours, he eventually conceded. Zhang Jian, Xing Zhao lay limp on Xing Yingzhu's shoulder and whispered faintly, when will we arrive? Soon, Zhang Jian looked down at the navigation system in his hand and said, less than 20 kilometers left. Help me, Xing Zhao, in agony, grabbed Xing Yingzhu's collar and pleaded, if we pick a deserted place, can't we just fly there, or even swim there? With your puny physique, you'd freeze solid in less than 10 seconds once you get up there, Xing Boss said cold-heartedly, bear with it. Fortunately, Zhang Yunfeng didn't drive slowly, finally reaching the mountain gate of Longhu Mountain right when Xing Zhao reached the limits of his patience. In recent years, although the Longhu Mountain was still inhabited by the Zhang family, part of it had been converted into a public tourist attraction, according to Zhang Jian's statement, for income generation. However, it seemed like this famous Taoist scenic area had closed its gates specifically to welcome Xing Yingzhu. The tourist area was shut down under the guise of maintenance, disallowing any casual visitors. Mr. Xing had considerable influence, but having Zhang Jian lead the way was not enough. Upon arriving at the second gate, they found that someone was waiting in line to greet them. The leading person among the group was a white-bearded, white-haired elder. That man was draped in a wide robe, looking much younger than his actual age, with benevolent features, the kind of person you'd think was very approachable just by their appearance. For some reason, Xing Zhao felt an immediate sense of intimacy when he saw the elder, as if they had met somewhere before. Since passing through the second gate, Xing Yingzhu had stopped in his tracks and did not move forward. Hu Huan humbly stood behind him, devoid of the usual loudness she exhibited on the road. Xing Zhao looked left and right, unsure if it was some rule he didn't know about, so he also stopped beside Xing Yingzhu. It was Zhang Jian and Zhang Yunfeng who stepped forward instead, bowing respectfully to the old man. Master, Zhang Jian said. The old man smiled, stroking his hair with his hand, praising, you handled things well this time. Master flatters me, it's all thanks to, Zhang Jian hesitated, not quite sure how to address it, carefully saying, it's all thanks to Mr. Xing advisor's efforts. The old man nodded with a contented smile, thanked Zhang Yunfeng for his hard work, and only then leisurely dusted off his sleeves, adjusted his clothes, and approached Xing Yingzhu. Perhaps because he knew the identity of Xing Yingzhu as a monster, Xing Zhao always felt inexplicably nervous. Zhang Jian was already an extremely capable existence in his eyes. Now that they were meeting Zhang Jian's master, Xing Zhao worried that with Xing Yingzhu's temper, it would take no more than 2 sentences to provoke someone and start an intense battle. Xing Zhao was so tense he had already mentally planned out scenarios like, if their numbers overwhelm Xing Yingzhu, how will I save him? As his mind wandered, the old man had already approached, courteously folding his hands inside his sleeves and bowing half respectfully to Xing Yingzhu. The 65th generation celestial master of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Qingde, pays my respects to Sir. With Xing Yingzhu's age, let alone an elderly man near 70, even if the person's age were tripled, it would still be more than enough for them to pay their respect to Xing Yingzhu. So the Mr. Xing boss accepted this bow with utmost ease, emitting a light humph as acknowledgement. Despite Zhang Qingde's advanced age, he carried none of the airs often associated with elders. Smiling and straightening up, he said gently, it has been 3 generations on Longhu Mountain since we last saw you, sir, your visit today brings glory to our sect. This temperance was too good, thought Xing Zhao in astonishment. After all, Zhang Qingde was a prestigious headmaster who could walk anywhere without restraint, why was he treating Xing Yingzhu with such courtesy? It seemed like his shock was too evident on his face, as Zhang Qingde turned halfway and smiled while giving an explanation. Mr. Xing once captured Wu Zhiqi and apprehended Xiang Lu, bringing great merit to humanity. Zhang Qingde stated, besides, as guardian of the Yangtze and Han rivers, according to both sentiment and reason, our school should accord him respectful treatment. Xing Zhao blinked, recalling that he had read about this incident when researching before. Were you helping Great Yu in flood control? Xing Zhao turned to ask Xing Yingzhu. False, I had no idea anyone was following me around picking up the pieces at the time, Xing Yingzhu blurted out straightforwardly, completely immune to the notion of embarrassment. I simply didn't like the looks of those two, why kill them if they looked ugly and still insisted on challenging me? Kill them if you don't, right? Xing Zhao. At this point, Xing Yingzhu seemed not only unsatisfied but also wrinkled his brow with an evidently disapproving expression. Daring to try to manipulate me? Xing Yingzhu said, if I hadn't discovered that myth until after that person had died, I'd have made them eat every word of that record. Xing Zhao. Honesty indeed is a virtue, but couldn't you, elder, refrain from being so honest at this moment? The grand and majestic image in the mythology shattered instantly in Xing Zhao's mind. He instinctively looked towards Zhang Qingde, fearing that he might feel disillusioned and the filter of respect towards Xing Yingzhu would shatter. However, obviously, the leader of this sect had much better acceptance and psychological endurance than Xing Zhao. The words criticizing Xing Yingzhu were twisted into praise for his true character. Xing Zhao couldn't help but admire. But continuing to dwell on past events wasn't wise. Zhang Qingde smoothly deflected the topic. Having esteemed guests stand outside the door isn't proper hospitality. Zhang Qingde adjusted his clothes properly, saying, "Please step inside, sir." Xing Zhao suddenly realized that this wasn't intentional arrogance from Xing Yingzhu before, it seemed more like some unspoken rule under the premise of not disturbing each other. Because it wasn't until Zhang Qingde finished speaking that Xing Yingzhu slightly nodded and took steps forward. Since this is ultimately another's territory, by saying this phrase, it means he invited the senior here, thereby eliminating any offense of sudden intrusion. Hu Huan whispered close to Xing Zhao's ear, explaining, even though the senior has no fear of Longhu Mountain's protective mountain array, everyone lives among humans and should give each other mutual respect. The mountain protection formation. Xing Zhao appeared rather out of touch, turning his head back and asking, where is it? There are 2 layers in total. Hu Huan patiently explained, one is around the outer mountain, one is within the inner mountain. Remember, you just walked through the outer part, didn't you? It's where the navigation system failed at the foot of the mountain. After Hu Huan mentioned it, Xing Zhao suddenly remembered that when they ascended the mountain via the winding road earlier, there was indeed a stretch of road where the navigation failed. Even though the road ahead was clear, the navigation stubbornly indicated a need to turn back. Those winding roads have been newly constructed, Hu Huan continued. In ancient times, without such convenient roads, no matter what compasses people used, they'd fail at this place. Anyone who ventured here would merely end up circling at the base of the mountain. What's the principle behind this? Xing Zhao asked with some curiosity. Hu Huan thought for a bit, shook her head, and said, I don't know either. It's nothing special. Xing Yingzhu overheard their murmuring conversation and commented casually, a little bit of 8-trigram mysticism modified by successive patriarchs. Xing Zhao, hearing his tone, which seemed as familiar with it as one would be with a child's toy, couldn't help but become interested. He quickened his steps to catch up and asked, can you do it? I'm a monster, Xing Yingzhu replied with an incredulous look, as if baffled by such a silly question. Why would I need to know how to do this? Xing Zhao, then why do you act like you know so much about it? I indeed know a lot about it, Xing Yingzhu said, because I always crashed through them head-on. Xing Zhao. Chapter 54, Business Trip. The hospitality of a century-old sect was evidently quite reliable. Apart from Xing Yingzhu, even Hu Huan, who was just a young fox cub, and Xing Zhao, who was clearly the token participant, were treated very well. Much to Xing Zhao's surprise, the usually self-willed boss Xing was this time unusually patient online, didn't rush into business straight away, but rather followed the entire reception process of welcoming, treating to dinner, and chatting about family affairs. Long Tiger Mountain had few direct disciples in its lineage, less than 20 altogether. The oldest looked around 40 years old, and the youngest was Zhang Jian. On the way, Xing Zhao heard them chatting on and off, and he discovered that Zhang Jian and Zhang Qingde were actually grandfather and grandson. No wonder Zhang Jian was so young and yet already predetermined as heir. Too normal, Hu Huan shook his head and said, young brother Zhao, you don't know. Disciples of other sects inherit knowledge from their masters, but it's not the same at his place. In addition to being master and disciple, there is also family inheritance, so every generation of celestial masters in his house is from the direct line of the Zhang family. So does that count as using backdoor channels? Xing Zhao whispered in Hu Huan's ear, do others not feel it's unfair? Nope. Hu Huan said, because in his family only the direct descendants can learn the orthodox transmission. In other words, some magic arts can only be used by the direct descendants, so naturally only this line can become the inheritor. Can Taoist metaphysics have such restrictions? Xing Zhao was surprised and said, I thought all these depended on talent, you know, people with good talent learn fast and all. It's like this for other families, but not for his. Hu Huan quietly said, during the Shanghai Development Zone event, didn't you hear Zhang Jian chanting a spell? Xing Zhao recalled and indeed remembered vaguely. At that time, Zhang Jian recited a long and awkward thing, which Xing Zhao did not hear too clearly. Hu Huan blinked and looked around, seeing no one paying attention to them, then stealthily waved at Xing Zhao. Xing Zhao slightly bent over and leaned closer to him. Hu Huan, mysteriously shielding himself with an arm, rubbed his right hand against the cover and conjured up a golden coin out of thin air. Xing Zhao was shocked beyond belief. Hu Huan preened like a peacock displaying its feathers, winking at him exaggeratedly for a while, then rubbing both hands together, turned the gold back into a small stone. Transmuting stones into gold, Hu Huan said, we beasts perform such little tricks simply by using our beast magic. But those cultivation people like Zhang Jian aren't. Whether big tasks like subduing demons or minor ones like dispelling evil and exorcising ghosts, they need to borrow divine power from heaven. Such mini-science lessons were always welcome to Xing Zhao, so he asked eagerly, how do they borrow? Using spells or talismans, Hu Huan said, each sect borrows from different entities. Mostly they are either their own ancestors or the celestial beings they revere. Do you know whose ancestor the Zhang family worships? Zhang's celestial master. Xing Zhao guessed. Hu Huan gave him an approving look, then added, in terms of generations, that ancient patriarch is grand ancestor of Zhang Jian. Xing Zhao instantly understood, no wonder only the direct line qualifies, because within the family, things are naturally more convenient. Back behind, the two were whispering like magpies that had attained magical powers. Although Xing Yingzhu has sharp hearing, despite the two voices being suppressed to the lowest possible levels, Boss Xing still heard everything clearly. Xing Yingzhu could multitask, walking towards the inner courtyard on the back mountain with Zhang Qingde while keeping half an ear on what Xing Zhao was saying. Occasionally, when he heard something amusing, a smile would curl on his lips. Long Tiger Mountain divides into Front Mountain and Back Mountain. Front Mountain is a national-level open tourist attraction, while Back Mountain is their private domain, forbidden to others. The juniors originally following Zhang Qingde to welcome Xing Yingzhu gradually stopped along the way, until boarding the cable car going to Back Mountain, leaving only Zhang Jian accompanying Zhang Qingde. It was evident that although Zhang Jian was young, he had quite a high status in the mountain. Along the way, whenever they occasionally met some outer disciples dressed in cloth clothing, most of them would stop and greet him. The reinforced cable linking the front and back mountains hung only a single extra long and wide cable car for internal use. Xing Zhao felt somewhat disillusioned as he boarded the cable car with Xing Yingzhu. In his impression, places full of Taoist mysticism should have flying directly via a magic sword instead of resorting to a cable car, which seemed to lack the mystical charm. Regarding this, Boss Xing's response was, less TV shows. This phrase had almost grown on Xing Zhao's ears to the point of immunity, filtering it straight through without much effect. But Zhang Qingde chuckled and commented, young friend sure has a rich imagination, alas common human flesh is too heavy, incapable of flight by swordplay. Xing Zhao didn't mind losing face in front of Xing Yingzhu, but it was a bit embarrassing to do so in front of outsiders. He chuckled awkwardly in response and muddled through. Who knew what had gotten into Boss Xing? At this moment, he just had to be the one to grab the spotlight. Maybe because he saw Xing Zhao looking listless, assuming he was feeling down about something trivial, he sighed impatiently and flicked his chin. It's not entirely impossible, Xing Yingzhu said. If you want, I could take you to try it sometime. Xing Zhao hadn't really cared about the matter until Xing Yingzhu said this. Then he became electrified with interest, forgetting whether or not someone was watching, and clung to Boss Xing's arm with bright eyes, excitedly saying, are you going to let me experience the feeling of flying? Xing Yingzhu enjoyed this look of wholehearted admiration more than anything. Though he couldn't help but lift the corner of his lips upon hearing it, he still made an effort to look reluctant as if it were the most unwilling thing. He glanced at Xing Zhao and said nonchalantly, that depends on your performance. Xing Zhao smiled, his eyes curving, and bashfully massaged Xing Yingzhu's shoulders. Understood, understood. Xing Zhao said seriously, I still have erythromycin ointment in my pocket. Xing Yingzhu. Boss Xing frowned, clearly ready to snap. Since Xing Zhao dared to provoke him on such a sensitive point, of course, he prepared a comeback. Seeing this, he hurriedly patted his clothing pocket and added, of course, I also brought you several milk tea packs. Xing Yingzhu frowned unhappily, weighing the two, and finally let out an unpleased hum while pulling Xing Zhao's hand off his shoulder. Xing Zhao, who was playing a dangerous game, found poking him quite entertaining and didn't notice that Hu Huan had already gradually moved to a corner of the cable car, trying to stay as far away from him as possible. However, Boss Xing's bark was bigger than his bite, though he was obviously 100% unhappy, he didn't really explode. Not even bothering to say a standard threatening line to Xing Zhao. Hu Huan nervously witnessed the entire process of Xing Zhao pulling teeth from a snake's mouth yet escaping unscathed, and instantly felt immense admiration for him. From now on, whoever says Brother Xiao is an ordinary person who knows nothing will make him furious, Hu Huan thought. Just based on this courage to deliberately find death, he suggested Brother Xiao might surpass Xiong Xiangsong by 6 streets. As for Zhang Jian, he had already seen the affection between these two men during their time in Shin City. Now he remained calm and composed, showing good acceptance, displaying a kind of unperturbed elegance despite turmoil around him. It was Zhang Qingde who gave Xing Zhao a thoughtful glance, but in the end, said nothing, quietly sitting in his place, almost unnoticed unless carefully observed. 20 minutes later, the cable car stopped on the other side of the ropeway, and Xing Zhao wobbled as he jumped off, stabilizing himself by grabbing onto Xing Yingzhu's arm. Little Jian. Zhang Qingde suddenly spoke after being silent all the way. Zhang Jian jumped off the cable car, walked to Zhang Qingde, bowed, and responded, Master. Today's weather is fine, and since we're here rarely, why don't you take our esteemed guests for a stroll in the mountain, Zhang Qingde said. Make sure they are not neglected. Zhang Qingde was directing this towards Hu Huan and Xing Zhao, clearly intending to have a private conversation with Xing Yingzhu. Xing Zhao hadn't expected to separate from Xing Yingzhu just after entering someone else's domain. Subconsciously, he felt a little uneasy and turned to look at Xing Yingzhu. I have something to discuss with him. Xing Yingzhu lifted the mother and child chain hanging around Xing Zhao's neck, unusually offering some reassurance, don't worry, go play with Zhang Jian. The tone sounded too much like pacifying a child, making Xing Zhao uncomfortable. Originally wanting to protest, the words reached his lips before he nodded without comment. The two of you please follow me. Zhang Jian gestured. Xing Yingzhu walked east with Zhang Qingde, while Hu Huan and Xing Zhao followed Zhang Jian along the small western path. Compared to the flamboyant style of the tourist attraction at Front Mountain, Long Tiger Mountain's Back Mountain could arguably be described as understated luxury. The pavilions and buildings in the mountains were all present, but they looked ancient, rustic, yet intricate, completely different from the flashy modern gold-laden styles of the Front Mountain. Over the past few days, Xing Zhao had almost gotten used to coming and going with Xing Yingzhu. Suddenly separating made him feel a little odd, instinctively turning his head frequently, searching within his sight range for Xing Yingzhu's figure. Xing Yingzhu probably hasn't set foot on Long Tiger Mountain for 300 years, Zhang Jian said. He is a guest here, just chatting, there's no need to worry. I'm not worried, Xing Zhao coughed dryly, stubbornly insisting, I was just looking, the building behind looks pretty nice. In a way, Zhang Jian was pretty straightforward. He turned his head in the direction Xing Zhao pointed to, and not far away, in the hollow of the mountain, half of a grayish roof faintly came into view. The place was extremely secluded, with most of the building blocked by trees. It was impressive that Xing Zhao, with his keen eyesight, had spotted the structure at a glance. That place. Zhang Jian hesitated for a moment, glancing subconsciously at Hu Huan before saying, that's the Fox Fairy Shrine. Chapter 55, What If I Insist? Inside the inner reception room of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Qingde dismissed his two apprentices who were doing odd jobs nearby. He personally took a small purple clay cup from the teapot and placed it in front of Xing Yingzhu. The aroma of Liuan melon seed tea is light. Zhang Qingde shook the fairness cup, pouring tea for Xing Yingzhu as a gesture of hospitality. Xing Yingzhu didn't say anything. He glanced down at the steaming cup of tea before him, then looked away and gazed out of the window. The interior of Longhu Mountain was quite different from its exterior. Most of the buildings here had been passed down through the centuries, and hardly any traces of modernity could be seen with a glance. The temperature in the mountain was cooler than that in the cities outside. Yet, the trees outside were still lush and green. Surrounded by mountains, it was easy to get the illusion of being lost in time. Xing Yingzhu's expression remained calm as he observed the view for a moment. Zhang Qingde did not urge him but quietly poured himself another cup of tea and added half a kettle of boiling water to the pot for brewing more tea. After a while, Xing Yingzhu withdrew his gaze and placed his right hand, originally hidden in his pocket, on the table surface. He gently tapped the tabletop with his knuckles. Zhang Qingde instinctively noticed this sound, glancing toward his hand only to see Xing Yingzhu flip his right hand to reveal a gold bead the size of a fingernail floating above his palm. This bead was full of cracks, its luster darkened, with several large and small chips visible, far from dignified. This belongs to you. Xing Yingzhu said, whether you want to confine it or erase it, or simply throw it into the furnace to forge spirit weapons, that's your decision, I don't care. Zhang Qingde looked at the bead, not fully understanding why Xing Yingzhu would voluntarily give it up. A demon cultivator needs an internal core, Dan Tian. After 100 years, demons' cores become white, after 1,000 years, they become deep purple. The ones emitting golden light are either descendants of divine beasts or demons capable of becoming immortals. Take the dragon in Shanghai as an example. Even though it was struck by lightning until flesh and bones were scattered, if the golden core remained intact, there was still a faint hope of survival. Xing Yingzhu agreeing to help suppress the monster had already surprised Zhang Qingde beyond expectation, let alone being so generous as to offer something like this. According to regulations, that dragon isn't an ordinary monster, it should be dealt with by master. Zhang Qingde said. I'm too lazy to deal with it. Xing Yingzhu casually lifted a hand, tossing the golden core to Zhang Qingde like a marble and casually saying, Longhu Mountain has done plenty of similar things when subduing demons and binding spirits in past decades, you're experienced, do as you please. Since Xing Yingzhu had put it this way, Zhang Qingde no longer rejected, smiling slightly as he placed the bead into his own sleeve. Seeing that Zhang Qingde made no polite refusal, Xing Yingzhu's expression eased somewhat. He adjusted his cuffs, then picked up his teacup for a sip, showing a more relaxed attitude. What do you need from me? Xing Yingzhu asked, go ahead and speak. Zhang Qingde patiently refilled his teacup halfway and then slowly pulled out a small silk scroll from his sleeve. Junior Jian told me about the incidents in Shanghai. Zhang Qingde spoke slowly, yet without irritating anyone, calmly adding, but apart from that, Longhu Mountain has also received some other messages these past few days. This is a list. As Zhang Qingde mentioned, he unfurled the silk scroll in front of Xing Yingzhu and turned it for him to review. Xing Yingzhu quickly skimmed through the content and found most of it familiar. When he was in Suzhou, Cheng Zhao once gave him a list of recent abnormal celestial phenomena. Most items overlapped with the current list Zhang Qingde presented, except for some missing parts, which were likely due to Cheng Zhao being uncertain about what qualified as abnormal. Xing Yingzhu quickly scanned through the list. Noticing details for the first time, he realized that such abnormalities had already occurred more than 20 times during this period. Most of these haven't caused significant disruptions locally. Zhang Qingde said, they are usually floods, earthquakes, or mountain collapses, events resembling natural accidents. Only the Shanghai dragon actually emerged from beneath the ground, making trouble in front of humans. That's because its seal was artificially destroyed. Xing Yingzhu replied offhandedly, if not exposed to sunlight, the dragon-binding chains might have lasted at least another 2 or 3 years. You're right. Zhang Qingde smiled, twirling his beard and negotiated, however, master must know that the world today is different from the past. Everywhere is under construction, and one cannot predict what will be dug up any time. Although our sect can slowly investigate the weakening seals underground, plans often change suddenly. If something unexpected happens, we may find it difficult to cope. Just tell me what you really need to say. Xing Yingzhu stated directly. Since master is willing to lend a hand this time, it shows your great generosity. But if there's an accident later, we wouldn't want to trouble you repeatedly, Zhang Qingde frankly said. Therefore, what we'd like is for you to make a list of the locations of beasts so my disciples will have some preparation while investigating. Xing Yingzhu lazily flicked his eyelids, glancing at him and said, are you trying to pry information out of me? Zhang Qingde smiled but remained silent. Xing Yingzhu narrowed his eyes, interlacing his fingers and leaning back in his chair. He studied Zhang Qingde for a moment as if evaluating the man's abilities. In the age without divine laws, no ordinary person could ever ascend to immortality. Even the current most orthodox sect's leaders only borrow power from the heavens when they pass on their techniques, and are unable to rely purely on physical cultivation anymore. Zhang Qingde was approaching his 70s yet still in good health. He had probably been raised around the previous heavenly master since childhood, hence he possessed an aura of gentleness, devoid of the cold arrogance one would expect from a transcendental person, more resembling a slow-paced grandfatherly figure. Years ago, Xing Yingzhu had dealt with Longhu Mountain several times. Ever since Zhang Tianshi's time, Longhu Mountain has always been the sect most engaged with handling demons. During those days when his family was aggressively pursuing Taoist cultivation, countless demon races fell under their hands. Thus, many members of his family were like Zhang Jian, overconfident with a natural air of pride. On the contrary, Zhang Qingde's kind was rather uncommon. However, Xing Yingzhu never viewed demon races as possessions, hence he did not interfere with their feuds. His attitude toward Longhu Mountain was neither warm nor cold, just like any other sect in the world. Plainly speaking, neither close nor indifferent, but he rarely bothered to engage. If it were a few years earlier, had Zhang Qingde made such a request, Xing Yingzhu would definitely have rejected it outright. Despite being in the human realm for so long, and recently bearing the title of managing unruly demons, he had genuinely gotten involved in very few affairs, probably countable on one hand. But now things were different. Xing Yingzhu's eyes darkened slightly as an image of Sheng Zhao flashed through his mind unbidden. He suddenly recalled last night when his newly developed little boyfriend wasn't very well behaved. Clad in a bedsheet, he crept into Xing Yingzhu's room, demanding they have a heart-to-heart talk. Sheng Zhao was still brimming with excitement from the joy of finding a partner, hyperactive even in the dead of night, more energetic than Xing Yingzhu who was used to being nocturnal. Xing Yingzhu originally wanted to ignore him, but Sheng Zhao pestered and flattered him, clinging to his leg and insisting on mutual understanding with tantrums. Tempted by his sweet talk yet utterly disapproving of his lack of dignity, Xing Yingzhu eventually didn't kick him out. You don't want to tell me about your past. Then talking about something else should be fine, right? Sheng Zhao said generously then, let's chat casually. About what? After a day of fatigue and getting struck by lightning, Xing Yingzhu wanted nothing more than to soak in water before sleeping. Indifferently responding, are you going to ask me some mythical trivia again? Hey! Is that important? Annoyed and embarrassed, Sheng Zhao retorted, why can't we discuss some real issues? Even though Sheng Zhao chattered incessantly all night like a sparrow without saying a single, real issue, amidst his meaningless chatter, Xing Yingzhu noticed one sentence. Something occurred to me. Sheng Zhao was asking Xing Yingzhu if there were circulating currencies 8,000 years ago a moment ago, then abruptly straightened up, solemnly questioning, you're in a relationship with me, but you won't age. What if I'm full of wrinkles 40 or 50 years from now, and you're still young, what then? At the time, Xing Yingzhu was half asleep, responding lightly, what to do? Isn't it natural that I remain youthful? Though Xing Yingzhu was nearly asleep, he vividly remembered that after this statement, Sheng Zhao was silent for 2 seconds. During those 2 seconds, Sheng Zhao might not have thought much, but the next day, when Xing Yingzhu recalled this matter, it unintentionally led him to ponder some other thoughts. Sheng Zhao is probably just overthinking, Xing Yingzhu thought maliciously at the time, not even having lived through this moment yet thinking about matters 40 or 50 years later. Based on his nature, he ought to mock Sheng Zhao regarding this incident. However, after inwardly ridiculing him, a new idea inexplicably surfaced. Does he really want to spend the rest of his life with me? Xing Yingzhu wondered. Sheng Zhao's 2 seconds of silence granted Xing Yingzhu boundless room for imagination, making him feel dubious whenever he thought of it now. Does he truly care about this matter? Xing Yingzhu wondered. This fleeting thought quickly swayed one of his decisions. Fine, Xing Yingzhu thought, I'll settle accounts with Xing Xiao when I get back. Thus, Xing Xiao unknowingly incurred another debt to boss Xing, and it was extremely unjust and tyrannical, almost like a victim of a dictatorial clause. If you want me to help, you'll have to offer something in exchange. Xing Yingzhu said slowly. Zhang Qingde was mentally prepared for this. Upon hearing it, he asked, Master, please specify. I remember that Longhu Mountain has an ultimate technique, commonly known as the Wheel of Reincarnation, Xing Yingzhu said. It is embedded on wood spirits with magic methods, able to trace one's past life and present life, guiding the soul. Send me one to play with, and I might consider your request. Almost instantly, Zhang Qingde thought of the young-looking boy who was with Xing Yingzhu. Forgive me for asking more, Zhang Qingde didn't immediately agree or deny but asked, is the reason you want this artifact related to the young man accompanying you? Xing Yingzhu raised an eyebrow, didn't answer, but judging from his attitude, he obviously accepted it by default. Please forgive my straightforwardness, Zhang Qingde solemnly said. Humans and demons take different paths, encountering in this life is fate, but there's no need to go against heaven's will and forcefully pursue future connections. If there's sincerity, treating each other well in this life is sufficient. Xing Yingzhu didn't elaborate further, just cast a look at Zhang Qingde, his face devoid of ripples. What if I insist on pursuing? Chapter 56, can this still be considered blackmail? On the other side, Sheng Zhao didn't quite fancy tagging along with Hu Huan to the Fox Immortal Temple for the commotion, so he temporarily detached from the tour group, claiming he wanted to wander around casually nearby, waiting for them. Zhang Jian was always unable to refuse Hu Huan's requests and hesitated between the two of them for a brief moment before half-heartedly agreeing with Sheng Zhao's suggestion. The back mountain hasn't been overly developed, most of it consists of rugged mountain paths. Be careful, Zhang Jian reminded him. You can go anywhere around here, but be careful not to get lost. All right, Sheng Zhao said with a smile, waving his hand. I'm not a minor anymore, there's no need to worry. If you don't see me when you're done, just call me. This was one of the conveniences of modern society, the excellent technology level. Zhang Jian nodded after hearing this, not giving it too much thought. In Zhang Jian's eyes, Sheng Zhao was far easier to deal with than Xing Yingzhu. He was modestly clever, never arrogant, and never reckless. Always humble and courteous, he didn't comment on things he didn't know about, showing good judgment, a very decent young man. Zhang Jian wasn't at all worried about Sheng Zhao wandering off. In the inner mountains of Mount Longhu, except for forbidden areas, most important places were guarded by formations or illusions. Even inner sect disciples needed to seek the Patriarch's edict first to enter, let alone an ordinary tourist like Sheng Zhao. Well, we'll go ahead then. Hu Huan had already grown impatient, grabbing Zhang Jian and saying casually, Brother Zhao, don't go too far. Sheng Zhao smiled, standing still as he waved goodbye to them and turned to walk in another direction. If it were under normal circumstances, Sheng Zhao wouldn't rashly run off in such a peculiar place without Xing Yingzhu around. However, for some reason, ever since entering Mount Longhu, Sheng Zhao had inexplicably felt an affinity toward this place, keeping his mood at a strangely subtle level of joy, making him slightly more energetic than usual. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Sheng Zhao followed a stone slab path downhill. He also noticed the subtle change in his emotions, pondering it for a while and concluding that it might have something to do with the possibility Xing Yingzhu had mentioned before. Mr. Xing had already given him a forewarning, stating that from now on, Sheng Zhao would only grow closer to metaphysical matters. After thinking about it, Sheng Zhao felt that this sudden familiarity could fall within the scope of growing closer. The climate of Mount Longhu was pleasant, lush with abundant vegetation. Sheng Zhao walked along the small road for 10 or so minutes before becoming unclear about his location. After all, this was an undeveloped natural attraction, and fearing losing his way by aimlessly wandering, he roughly estimated the time and decided to turn back. Just as he took out his phone, however, he suddenly heard a faint tinkling sound. Ding-ling. The sound was crisp and resonant, barely there, not seeming to come from nearby, rather as if it came from another shore. With only a single note, Sheng Zhao found himself unable to take another step. Ding-ling. Mixed with the soft wind, the bell sound seemed to twist into invisible threads in midair, quietly yet subtly binding him without his awareness. Ding-ling. A strange leap occurred in Sheng Zhao's chest. He felt incredibly familiar with this bell sound, as if he had heard it somewhere before, maybe hundreds or even thousands of times. It was strange and mysterious to hear a bell ringing deep in the forest, but curiously, Sheng Zhao couldn't feel any fear at the sight of danger. Instead, he only felt the profound familiarity. Instinctively, he turned his steps away from the original downward stone stairs, heading towards a narrow path. The tinkle was light and soothing, never breaking. Guided by instinct, Sheng Zhao wandered for about 20 minutes, crossing a narrow winding bridge, before noticing the ethereal quality in the sound disappearing significantly. Without interference from mountain echoes, Sheng Zhao gradually began to identify the direction. Mountain roads were rugged, but Sheng Zhao's steps remained steady. At every fork in the road, there was no hesitation. Strangely enough, he felt this road was somehow deeply familiar to him. Without time to think, his feet instinctively chose the right route every time. About 10 more minutes later, following the bell sounds to its end, Sheng Zhao discovered the source to be a tiny gray ancient building. The building was only 3 stories high, resembling both a tower and a house, tightly shut but unlocked. A few rustic copper bells hung from its eaves, chiming softly whenever the wind blew. Standing in front of the building, Sheng Zhao looked up at it, and a complicated emotion welled up inside him. It wasn't pure joy, interwoven with a touch of almost imperceptible hesitation and doubt. What amazed Sheng Zhao most was that being here now filled him with a very clear sensation of coming home. What kind of place is this? Sheng Zhao wondered inexplicably. He wanted to ask Zhang Jian, but his body seemed unresponsive as he stood there, with conflicting emotions of tension and relaxation swirling in his mind. For a long time, he just stood in front of the building, bewildered. Unknowingly, after an indeterminate amount of time had passed, a cluster of low shrubs beside the building rustled. Startled by the sound, Xing Zhao snapped out of his daze, his whole body jolting back to life. He turned to look at the bushes and saw a snow-white fluffy ball struggling to wiggle its way out, exerting effort until it finally squeezed through a gap in the foliage. It was a little red-eyed rabbit. The rabbit was only as big as Xing Zhao's fist, with long ears and pink veins visible beneath its snowy fur, along with a few dry leaves stuck to it. It looked amusingly cute. Longhu Mountain had vast biodiversity, and seeing various animals wasn't uncommon. Xing Zhao couldn't help but tilt his head and observe the fluffy little ball for quite a while. The rabbit seemed not to notice him, sitting down and brushing off the dead leaves on itself, then lifting its head and rubbing its ears gently. Such motions from a fuzzy mammal were undeniably adorable, and Xing Zhao watched with softened features, even laughing slightly. Hearing Xing Zhao's laugh, the rabbit finally noticed him and turned around, locking eyes with him. Then, like being startled, it hopped backward twice, sat up on its hind legs, lifted its forepaws, and bowed to Xing Zhao in midair. It appeared, as if it were paying respect. Xing Zhao froze, unsure whether he should marvel at how sentient animals could be at a Taoist sanctuary or why this one specifically felt the need to bow to him. However, having spent a considerable amount of time with Xing Yingzhu, Xing Zhao's tolerance for such anomalies had increased significantly. He tilted his head, pointing at himself and then at the rabbit, making a gesture that implied confusion. Oh, the irony, Xing Zhao, a materialist born under the red flag in the new era, had been so shaped by Xing Yingzhu that instead of panicking or pulling out his phone to film and post to social media, his first instinct was to try to communicate with the rabbit. This demonstrated just how easily habits can reshape one's perception. Most absurd of all, the rabbit seemingly understood Xing Zhao's gestures, nodded, folded its paws again, and paid homage to him. Xing Zhao. Xing Zhao was completely puzzled, wondering why any creature would treat him like a high-ranking official. After glancing at himself, he concluded it might be due to the pendant hanging from his neck. Xing Yingzhu must have earned high status, possibly imbued meaning into his blood, which made such sentient creatures respect him. It wasn't far-fetched. Finding solace in this logical explanation, Xing Zhao relaxed, rolling his eyes and slipping the pendant back inside his shirt collar before slapping his chest in front of the rabbit. To his surprise, the rabbit looked confused. Thinking Xing Zhao was dissatisfied, it hesitated and bowed once more. Xing Zhao. A question mark slowly formed on Xing Zhao's forehead as he began to realize something was clearly amiss. Trying to stop the little rabbit to ask some questions, but who knew that the timid thing bolted faster than an arrow, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only trembling dry shrubs. Feeling like he'd hit a brick wall, the question marks on Xing Zhao's forehead multiplied instead of diminished, drowning him in confusion. Before he could think further, a gust of wind blew past, causing the wind chimes at the corner of the nearby small building to ring melodiously. However, this time, Xing Zhao heard something unusual within the bell sounds. He perceived fragments of an incomplete melody. Not entirely a melody though, it rather resembled a brief refrain, barely consisting of a couple of phrases. If fully hummed, it wouldn't exceed 3 to 5 seconds. The tune wasn't produced by a string or bamboo instrument, originating instead from something slow and deep. Although Xing Zhao couldn't identify it, it seemed eerily familiar. Turning to look at the building again, he realized the originally tightly closed entrance now sported a narrow crack, revealing a pitch-black glimpse inside, almost inviting him with the bold letters, "Come in quickly." Xing Zhao. Xing Zhao slowly emerged from the earlier emotional haze, regaining rational control. "I'd better not," Xing Zhao formally said towards the door gap. "My boyfriend doesn't want me running around recklessly, thank you, goodbye." Joking aside, Xing Zhao thought to himself, if only people who drowned knew how to swim and those who argued to the death would shut up once in a while. All horror movies stemmed from protagonists having no common sense, running around aimlessly to trigger terrifying plots when they should not. He was just an average office worker, it would be wise to value his life more. With that thought, Xing Zhao turned around and left, walking away crisply without looking back. But alas, man's plans can never rival fate's will. Just as he took 2 steps, he suddenly felt a massive tremor underfoot, causing the entire mountaintop to shake violently and throwing him backward several steps. Xing Zhao didn't have time to react. Instinctively, he flailed his arms, trying to grab onto something to regain his balance. Unfortunately, his right hand swung wildly and landed directly on the wooden door of the small building. In the next instant, Xing Zhao watched with wide eyes as the door seemed to glow with sudden light, followed by a soft, emerald green shine flickering outside the little building. Startled, Xing Zhao instinctively looked away from the glaring brightness. In the haze, all he could hear were bursts of delicate giggles echoing in his ears. At the very last second before the sight vanished in front of him, a single thought flashed through Xing Zhao's mind. Is this place rigged to play tricks on visitors? Chapter 57, Wensheng. Wensheng. Who called me? Wensheng, it's almost time for the evening lessons. If you don't get up soon, you'll be punished. Sheng Zhao was half asleep, and in his drowsy state, all he could hear was a cacophony of voices, the wind, the rain, and various other small sounds mixed together, causing his headache. He didn't understand why he suddenly felt so lethargic. It took considerable effort to barely open his eyes. It was drizzling lightly outside. The window facing the corridor was half open, letting the light fall into the little house where tiny dust particles floated in the air. Wen Sheng, wake up. That voice sounded again in his ear, evidently tinged with impatience. Didn't you hear that? The evening bell has rung twice already. I heard it, Sheng Zhao thought vaguely, just stop calling, your yelling is going to take my last ounce of consciousness. He tried to emerge from the deep slumber but could only manage to move his fingers slightly, struggling to regain control of his body. Trouble. Trouble. The voice continued incessantly. And I am telling you this time, I won't copy scriptures for you anymore. Last time. The noise had been grating on Sheng Zhao's ears. Finally unable to bear it any longer, just as he was about to counter, he heard a faint creak behind him. A streak of sunlight streamed in through the half-open door, bringing a fresh and humid breeze. Don't call him anymore. A soft female voice said, it's just the evening lesson. Missing it wouldn't matter. If anyone asks, just say he's helping me clean the altar. Ah, thank goodness, sister is covering for you, the person seemed relieved and then added, otherwise, you'd have had a rough day today. Sheng Zhao was too exhausted to open his eyes, and upon hearing those words, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over him. Before he knew it, his head drooped, and he fell back asleep. This time he slept soundly for an undetermined amount of time until he woke up, still in a haze. The sky appeared clear. Scorching sunlight fell on him, warming him thoroughly. He closed his eyes, the bright glow seeping through his eyelids, giving an impression of warmth. Sheng Zhao felt as though something heavy pressed against his chest, making it hard to breathe. What? He managed to speak laboriously, trying to reach for his chest only to feel something fluffy there. Sheng Zhao opened his puzzled eyes to find an enormously fat rabbit sprawled across his chest. Sheng Zhao. Now it made sense why he felt like a ton of weight pressing down on him, any moment now he might throw up blood. Oh no, don't give me that look when you open your eyes. The rabbit began speaking human words immediately, shaking its head while saying, even if you did fall asleep while sweeping the yard, I won't mock you. Who told you that the carrot you brought last time wasn't exceptionally sweet? The rabbit seemed entirely unconscious of its weight. Sheng Zhao used every bit of his strength to draw a breath and weakly stretched out his hand, lifting the rabbit off him. You're going to kill me, Sheng Zhao breathed faintly, when did I ever bring you carrots? Ah, don't deny it. The chubby rabbit winked at him, saying, there's no one else here anyway. That little cat spirit is watching outside for you. If your master comes, he will come running in to notify you. Sheng Zhao was utterly confused. He hadn't fully awakened from his slumber, and his first reaction was, what master? Which master? Sitting up from bed, he looked down at his own hands. He realized he was wearing a plain dark blue robe, slightly short at the cuffs, revealing white underclothes underneath when he moved his arms. His long stockings were somewhat loose due to prolonged sleep, the tie on his left foot was partly undone, the sock sliding halfway down his calf, exposing delicate legs. Sheng Zhao gazed blankly at his hands for a while before instinctively feeling his face and head. He touched nothing else except pulling out a wooden hairpin from his scalp. With the hairpin removed, the neatly tied knot of long hair unraveled instantly, spilling down over his shoulder. Sheng Zhao. Staring at the object in his hand, he felt deeply bewildered, as if he had slept for countless millennia, waking up completely disoriented, not even realizing where he was. What's wrong with you? The chubby rabbit asked anxiously, softly saying, did you oversleep yourself into confusion? Sheng Zhao ignored him. Staring at the wooden hairpin in his hand, a strange sensation flashed through his mind, sensing that something was not quite right with the current situation. However, before he could think more about it, a gentle tinkling sound came from outside the courtyard. Soon after, a female voice, tender and familiar, rang out. Wen Sheng. Sheng Zhao responded unconsciously. He stood up from the bed, and in a casual turn of his body, the strange sensation that had just lingered in his heart disappeared as quickly as it came. Hey, sister is here, the chubby rabbit hopped twice on the ground and happily patted Sheng Zhao's calf with its little short hand, saying, you don't have to worry anymore. Even if your master scolds you again, sister will back you up. Don't talk nonsense, Sheng Zhao quietly rebutted, master only has my best interest at heart. With that said, he stood up, shouting out to wait a moment first. Then deftly, he scooped a ladle of cool water from a barrel in the corner of the yard and splashed it on his face. Finally, he let down his long hair, rebundling it into a neat chignon and securing it with a wooden pin. After finishing all this, he brushed off his clothes, ran to the door, and pulled open the wooden latch. Standing outside was a young woman with a beautiful countenance. She wore a pale pink long dress, her long hair half-tied and half-flowing, her smile gentle. If one were to ignore the fluffy fox ears on her head and the lush, furry tail behind her, she could perhaps be considered a fresh and elegant beauty that would leave a pleasant impression. Wen Sheng, were you dozing off in the yard again? The woman said while tapping on the doorframe and winking playfully, they say a day in the mountain feels like 1,000 years in the world. In just this short while, you've kept me waiting for decades outside your door. When she raised her hand, her sleeve slipped, revealing a silver ring engraved with a magical symbol on her right wrist. Sheng Zhao's eyes inadvertently lingered there for a moment before realizing and turning away. There's no such thing, Sister Yun. Sheng Zhao managed a faint smile and hastily stepped aside to invite her in, saying, please come in. Sister Yun straightened her thin veil and stepped into the courtyard. It was deep autumn now, and the yard was scattered with ginkgo leaves. Only a small part of them had been swept together, piled neatly in one corner of the yard. The chubby rabbit was holding a broom taller than itself, panting hard in an attempt to sweep the scattered leaves back to the pile. Don't bother showing off your diligence in front of sister. Sheng Zhao hurriedly snatched the broom from him and whispered, if you stop helping next time, I won't bring anything either. Really? The chubby rabbit lit up immediately, waving its short hands, we've got a deal. We've got a deal. Sheng Zhao said. Upon hearing this, without another word, the chubby rabbit shoved the broom into Sheng Zhao's arms, turned around, and rapidly hopped over a few times, jumping onto Sister Yun's lap by following the hem of her dress. Sheng Zhao chuckled helplessly, shaking his head. Meanwhile, Sister Yun walked to the stone table and chairs in the corner of the yard herself and sat down casually after brushing off the leaves covering the surface. Sheng Zhao put the broom back under the eaves of the house. For some unknown reason, the strange feeling resurfaced, clinging to him like an elusive shadow that wouldn't go away, causing him a sudden wave of panic. Sister Yun seemed to have noticed his discomfort and called his name softly, Wensheng. Sheng Zhao turned at the sound, assuming she came for personal matters, and preemptively spoke before she could open her mouth, I remember the time to clean the temple, so you can rest assured. It's not about that. There seemed to be a trace of concern flashing through Sister Yun's eyebrows. Looking at Sheng Zhao, she worriedly said, Wensheng, you're not quite yourself today. Sheng Zhao was startled when he heard this, instinctively touching his face but remained silent. Actually, even without Sister Yun pointing it out, he had already noticed it himself, everything in the yard was familiar to him, and the days had passed one after another just like always. But inexplicably, he felt that something was amiss. The little courtyard that required daily sweeping clearly looked the same as ever, yet since waking up, he could no longer feel a sense of belonging from it. His every move felt alienated, as if he were an outsider. It was as if he had been away for a long time. I'm not sure what's wrong with me, Sheng Zhao walked back to Sister Yun and honestly admitted, since I woke up today, I've felt everything is off, and things seem strange everywhere. Sister Yun petted the rabbit, then pulled his hand and gave it a pat. With her finger as a brush, she started drawing a pattern on his hand, seemingly attempting to sketch some kind of design. Maybe you were haunted by a nightmare, Sister Yun said. No. This thought arose abruptly and inexplicably, and before Sheng Zhao realized it, he subconsciously withdrew his hand. Sister Yun's hand hovered in midair, and Sheng Zhao himself also froze for a moment, unsure why he reacted so strongly. She mustn't draw, Sheng Zhao thought, someone would get angry. I just wanted to draw a calming charm for you, Sister Yun provided him with an easy out, explaining proactively. I know. Sheng Zhao stammered, putting his hand behind his back and awkwardly smiling at her, but it's unnecessary. Sister Yun scanned him up and down, her eyes revealing a knowing smile. I understand, you're worried they'll get angry, aren't you? Sister Yun said. Sheng Zhao was somewhat surprised, because the thought that had just crossed his mind made absolutely no sense, and he couldn't figure out how Yun Feng managed to guess it before he even did. Regardless of why, she wasn't wrong. Sheng Zhao nervously rubbed his fingers, about to nod when he heard Yun Feng continue, but you don't need to worry too much. After all, I am different from them. Even if they see my mark on you, neither your master nor your brothers would say anything. Sheng Zhao's head, which was halfway through a nod, suddenly paused, his chin awkwardly caught in the collar as another unexplained notion surfaced in his mind for the second time. Not, Sheng Zhao thought, it's not that I'm worried about them. Chapter 58, Sheng Zhao, how dare you follow it? Sheng Zhao wanted to argue back but didn't know where to start. Yun Feng saw the troubled look on his face, realizing she had struck a chord, so she kindly refrained from further questioning. She smiled, lightly flicking her fingertips. Sheng Zhao felt in a daze as a fresh scent of bamboo leaves brushed by, instantly bringing clarity and sobriety to his mind. The hazy and blurred impressions re-entered his mind, and he pinched his brow, the previous feeling of emptiness and detachment dissipating immediately. It was as if his feet finally touched solid ground again, steadying him. That's right, he thought, he was the third-generation external disciple of Longhu Mountain, Wentian. Today, he was originally sweeping fallen leaves in the courtyard when he fell asleep due to staying up all night being punished by copying scriptures in the ancestral hall the previous night. And the reason for his punishment, it was exactly as the rabbit mentioned before, because he violated the rules by bringing them items meant for offerings. Within Longhu Mountain, the hierarchy was clearly defined. External disciples were distinct from the internal ones belonging to the Zhang family. They couldn't practice advanced sorcery like the internal disciples, most could only learn some basic talisman magic. Their daily life revolved around doing morning and evening prayers, copying scriptures, lighting incense, and meditating. External disciples weren't allowed into the inner courtyard and mostly did menial tasks outside. The clever ones handled welcomes and farewells while those with average talents were assigned to cleaning duties. Wentian was assigned to manage the demon lock tower on this desolate mountain peak in the second year after entering, having been here for 7 years already. This wasn't a good job, since everyone knew that if all the Daoist sects in the world were grouped, the one that has an enmity against demons would be Longhu Mountain. The founding master of Longhu Mountain achieved enlightenment through killing demons, and ever since stepping into the mortal world, it's been about killing every demon they encounter, from the evil ones causing chaos to newly enlightened spirits, almost never letting any go. It wasn't entirely wrong. Demons have unpredictable natures, uncontrolled, often eccentric and ferocious, frequently absorbing human essence and indiscriminately killing innocents. Countless humans died at their hands. Plus, they're different from our race, their minds must differ. Hence, he gained great renown and virtue in 20 years. At first, everyone thought he had one foot on the heavenly ladder, yet for some unknown reason, after that lifetime ended, he didn't ascend. Afterward, Longhu Mountain mysteriously changed its ways. Instead of killing all demons encountered, they started capturing them and imprisoning them all in the demon lock tower, attempting to enlighten them daily. This abrupt change baffled Wentian at first. It wasn't until later, spending more time at the demon lock tower and developing bonds with the demons inside, that he learned the truth from their mouths. Because he killed too much. A little cat demon held a small floral garland in its mouth, wagging its tail and gloating. Heavenly Tao rejected him, thus sending him back to start over. However, you're different from those annoying Taoists, so I'm giving you this garland to thank you for last time when you let us out. It was the 3rd year since Wentian entered the demon lock tower. He hesitated for a moment after receiving the garland and quietly said, "You shouldn't thank me, I've already been punished for it, and I won't do it next time." The sleek-furred little cat demon jumped onto the window, stretching lazily in the sunlight. Hearing this, it wagged its tail and glanced at him. "You're different from them." The little cat demon's emerald green eyes were crystal clear, staring fixedly at him as if able to suck his soul away. "You are destined to stand with us." Just then, a breeze blew past, and Wentian shivered, breaking out in goosebumps from what it had said. But what the little cat demon predicted came true. In the following 4 full years, he broke countless rules for the sake of the 765 demons inside this tower. Longhu Mountain disliked demonic creatures, so naturally, they didn't have good attitudes towards them. But even as his master and senior brothers warned him repeatedly not to get too close to these demons, he still secretly carried offering items to keep them happy. Only later, when the Fox Fairy Temple was built on the mountain, and a beautiful fox sister moved in, did his days improve somewhat. "Seeing you appear muddled today, do you have any new insights?" Yunfeng suddenly asked. Sheng Zhao hastily snapped back to reality, scratching his hair sheepishly as he softly replied, "How could I possibly have any insights? It's nothing more than playing around with everyone, trying not to be punished." He sighed as he spoke, with a trace of melancholy in his eyes. "I have no roots, no foundation, and no talent to speak of. Learning any magic arts comes slowly to me. I've spent 3 years studying the 8 characters and still don't understand it. Perhaps I lack insight," Sheng Zhao said. "And my daily life is just mingling with all of you, bringing me no progress in cultivation. Now, I can only focus on doing what's expected of me and not think about anything else." He was honest but didn't realize that his words inadvertently criticized the 2 people in front of him as well. Fortunately, the fat rabbit had known him for a long time and understood his nature, so he paid no attention to it. "That's not how things should be said," Yunfeng slowly said. "You're simply walking a different path than they are. You have a kind heart and can empathize with the love and hatred of the demon races, and that has its own merit. What good does this do?" Sheng Zhao bitterly smiled. "Cultivation is cultivation, and this has nothing to do with cultivation." "How can it not?" Yunfeng placed the rabbit on the desk and smiled at him meaningfully. "Who can clearly define what cultivation truly is? Exterminating evil and upholding justice is cultivation, but who says that soothing the hearts of demons isn't also a form of cultivation?" Sheng Zhao failed to grasp her meaning. "All people are born for a reason," Yunfeng said. "They have their paths, and you have yours. I can see it, you were born to stand alongside the demons." This sentence sounded too familiar, causing Sheng Zhao to hesitate for a moment, instinctively wanting to ask for clarity. "Sister, I don't understand." "You've done the demons a favor in this life," Yunfeng interrupted, slowly saying. "They remember your kindness. Though I cannot see your past or future clearly, I can tell that you will have great blessings ahead." After speaking, she didn't wait for Sheng Zhao to ask any more questions and stood up by herself, turning her head and walking out of the courtyard. Sheng Zhao subconsciously wanted to chase after her, but as he took a couple of steps, he felt something cool land on his face. He slowly raised his hand to touch it, and when he looked up, he realized it was actually raining. The large raindrops fell onto his hands, giving a slightly cool sensation. Sheng Zhao looked at the cloudy sky and, for some unknown reason, suddenly became lost again. Thunder is coming, he suddenly thought. The thunderclouds in the mountains were terrifying. In a flash, the rain began to fall heavier and the dark, rolling thunderclouds nearly reached his head. The fat rabbit was startled. Seeing that Sheng Zhao was still dazed, it jumped down from the table and bit his pant leg, trying to drag him inside. "Wen Sheng. Are you dumb?" the rabbit muttered. "Hurry up and come inside, the rain's about to start pouring. You don't want to get soaked." But Xing Zhao seemed like he didn't hear a word, just standing there motionlessly with his hand reaching out to catch the rain, deep in thought. I always feel, Xing Zhao murmured to himself. This rain feels familiar. Aren't rain and thunderstorms always the same? The fat rabbit got anxious, exclaiming, you see hundreds of rains a year, of course, it's familiar. Still, Xing Zhao didn't move. He had a subtle feeling in his heart, telling him the rabbit was wrong. He'd seen this scene once before, etched deeply into his memory, unforgettable forever. Which time was it? As the sky began to sprinkle sporadically, the rabbit saw Xing Zhao zoning out and decided to bite his calf hard. The sudden pain shocked Xing Zhao back to reality. When he looked down, the rabbit was already several steps away, wildly jumping around, yelling. Faster, 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 the rabbit urged repeatedly. I don't want to get soaked with you. My fur's so shiny, and if it gets dirty from the rain. Xing Zhao wiped the raindrops off his hand onto his robe, responded once, and turned his steps to follow the rabbit inside. However, before he could take even half a step, suddenly a furious shout came from behind him, piercing through the rumbling thunderclouds. Xing Zhao, how dare you follow it? This angry shout echoed like a bell ringing, instantly following the thunder and hammering down. Xing Zhao felt his whole body tremble as if an electric current struck him from his celestial sense, waking him up immediately. Ah yes, Xing Zhao thought blankly, what's going on with me? He looked down at his own hands, pulling at the sleeves of his long robe. It was as if he finally tore through a layer of fog and discovered the root of the strangeness. This isn't my damn clothes. Xing Zhao realized in shock. The previously isolated memories and senses rushed back to his body all at once. Looking at the quaint little building in front of him, Xing Zhao finally recalled everything leading up to this point. He'd been lured here by the sound of a bell. Hu Huan and Zhang Jian were still waiting for him on the mountain. As soon as Xing Zhao realized what had happened, he didn't dare to enter the house and instinctively took 2 steps back. Just as he was about to turn around to see the source of that earlier furious shout, something suddenly darted out from the side and encircled his waist. Before Xing Zhao could even react or struggle, the other party pulled with great force, causing him to fall backward without any resistance. In that split second, all he managed to see was the ominous sky filled with dark clouds above, a flash of lightning leaking from the clouds, exuding an aura of imminent danger. At this very moment, the last fragment of memory that had been missing in his mind finally returned. Xing Zhao's heart sank. He thought to himself that he was now in deep trouble. How would he explain this situation to Mr. Xing, who was so particular, knowing that not only had someone taken advantage of him, but also that he'd been touched by another fox sister? This was certainly going to be hard to justify. Chapter 59, We can't let this little family break apart so soon after it's formed, can we? Xing Zhao's mind flashed with countless thoughts in an instant, all of which were fraught with thorns and difficulties. No matter where he looked, almost every path led to the same destination. The household essential laundry board. He was pulled back forcefully, and in a flash, everything before his eyes seemed distorted and blurred. To him, it felt like stepping into a kaleidoscope. The scenery around him turned bizarre and surreal. The only thing that remained clear was a faint, yet continuous soft laughter near his ear. Stop laughing, Xing Zhao thought desolately, if our relationship is so good now, why don't you cry for me so I won't feel lonely on my way? Bitter and frightened at the same time, his thoughts lingered in an unconscious daze. The kaleidoscopic patterns before his eyes disappeared all of a sudden. Then, a drop of icy rain fell on his face, making him shiver. Like waking up from a great dream, Xing Zhao trembled violently and realized the previous building stood quietly just 10 steps away from him. The door seam was closed again, leaving a subtle burn mark horizontally across the entrance as if something had been split right through the waist. Zhang Jian and Hu Huan stood together, looking worriedly at him. Zhang Jian appeared visibly regretful for having left him alone. Xing Zhao felt uncomfortable under her, I'm really sorry about this, look, and was about to laugh nervously to ease the awkward atmosphere when another raindrop hit his forehead, slid down his cheek, and dropped onto his hand. What's wrong? Xing Zhao wondered belatedly. Why did it suddenly start raining when the sky was clear when I came here earlier and there was no cloudy weather forecast? However, Xing Zhao discovered the problem almost instantly. Something wrapped around his waist tightened slightly. Slightly out of breath from the constriction, Xing Zhao instinctively lowered his head to see what it was. As soon as his gaze shifted downwards, he froze. The black scales glistening with water droplets, it couldn't be anything but Xing Yingzhu's tail. Xing Zhao. Hu Huan reminded him faintly, you don't know, you made such a big commotion, the boss was really worried. But at this moment, Xing Zhao could no longer hear what Hu Huan was saying. Slowly and hesitantly, he turned around, not even fully turning when a huge shadow descended in front of him. Xing Yingzhu's true form was large, very large, a fact that Xing Zhao had known from the start. However, watching from afar by the other side of the lake and actually coming into close contact certainly gave incomparable impressions. Xing Zhao took a deep intake of breath, his heart pounding furiously. The giant snake raised its upper body upright, its head slightly lowered, slowly approaching Xing Zhao with obvious aggression. I can explain, Xing Zhao said bitterly, this is an accident, please listen to my explanation. Based on Xing Bo's usual reactions, after Xing Zhao caused such a big disaster, the least that would happen would be for him to mock and sneer a few times. Moreover, Xing Zhao had already braced himself to be publicly scolded. But unexpectedly, Xing Bo seemed truly angered by him this time and didn't say a word for half a day. So close to him, Xing Zhao even thought he saw the man's chest rise and fall unevenly in a haze. Is he really angry? Xing Zhao wondered guiltily. Or am I just imagining things? The reptile's eyes were narrow and cold. Xing Zhao was scrutinized by him for a while, feeling more and more uneasy inside. At least give me a chance to explain. Xing Zhao said timidly, trying to negotiate. We can't let this little family break apart so soon after it's formed, can we? If Xing Zhao hadn't said anything, it might have been better. But once he opened his mouth, Xing Yingzhu's anger surged, making him seethe with rage until his vision went dark. Is this the key point? He was going crazy with anger, and Xing Zhao's first reaction was still about the family breaking apart. Xing Boss was utterly furious. In his mind, if you continue to provoke him, your boyfriend will be the one who breaks apart first. Xing Zhao had no idea which sentence of his upset Xing Yingzhu. All he felt was that the red in Xing Yingzhu's eyes became darker and the tail wrapped around his body grew tighter. It's over. Xing Zhao thought. If I get strangled and vomit right here, can I still soothe him? While he ranted internally, he dared not irritate the greatly infuriated great monster verbally. Thus, he quickly raised both hands, signaling surrender. I'll confess. Xing Zhao said, I swear that aside from touching a rabbit and being touched by Ms. Fox's hand in there, I didn't. Before he finished his sentence, the huge snake in front of him suddenly seemed unable to bear it anymore, grinding its teeth, swiftly diving forward and opening its enormous mouth, revealing rows of sharp white fangs towards him. Xing Zhao. Could it get worse than this? Xing Zhao was frozen by the icy breath coming toward him, not daring to make even the slightest movement. In the blink of an eye, Xing Yingzhu had already lowered his head and nipped Xing Zhao's left shoulder with sharp fangs lightly pressing against the bone from both sides, hovering there just short of touching. Bone-chilling cold seeped through the thin fabric into Xing Zhao's very marrow as if it would only take a slight movement on Xing Yingzhu's part for those fangs to pierce straight into his bones. A shiver ran down Xing Zhao's spine, sending goosebumps all over his body. But before Xing Zhao could fully comprehend the situation and conjure up fear, an angry shout came from behind him. Xing Yingzhu. It was Zhang Jian's voice. Do not harm him. In the next second, Xing Zhao heard a faint sound behind him, like the clash of metal, crisp and brief. What the? Xing Zhao was shocked at the thought, is someone drawing a sword? With Xing Yingzhu biting his shoulder and his tail coiling around his waist, Xing Zhao was entirely in the boss's grasp and couldn't even glance back to check the situation. Desperately, he took a step forward and abruptly raised his hand to embrace the snake's neck. And then not. Xing Zhao hurriedly shouted, he didn't hurt me. He's just playing around. Xing Yingzhu. The boss hadn't expected this foolish young man to act so recklessly, paying no regard to his own situation. If Xing Yingzhu hadn't retracted his fangs fast enough just now, Xing Zhao's shoulder might have been pierced clean through. When transformed into his original form, Xing Yingzhu's way of thinking was simpler than usual, still furious, and not particularly pleased about being hugged, he shook his head impatiently, struggling. How can I let my boyfriend slip away now? Xing Zhao quickly stroked the scales on Xing Yingzhu's neck and smiled flatteringly. Zhang Jian. I shouldn't have interfered with this matter, he thought numbly, holding his sword. Beside them, after staying silent for quite some time, Zhang Qingde suddenly smiled and stepped forward, pulling Zhang Jian back. Unexpected, Zhang Qingde said smiling, nodding at Xing Zhao and adding, that you have such deep connections with our sect. Xing Zhao patted Xing Yingzhu's neck roughly while awkwardly tilting his body under constraint, giving Zhang Qingde an uncomfortable smile. Indeed, before following Xing Yingzhu to Dragon Tiger Mountain, no matter how many scenarios he imagined, Xing Zhao never dreamed that he used to belong to the mountain. Although only as an outer disciple, but still, he'd guarded the Demon Lock Tower for years. Though much of what happened in the illusion was hazy and unclear, Xing Zhao distinctly remembered that innate feeling. His past life had definitely lived here for many years. Even though the things he recalled were limited to that fleeting moment within the illusion, it was more than enough to allow him to make a judgment. Xing Zhao himself struggled to describe this sensation. Logically, it might very well have been some deceptive scam designed to confuse him. But having experienced the ebb and flow of the illusory world, Xing Zhao instead felt calm and secure. When he looked at Zhang Qingde again, it was as if everything became crystal clear. Now I see why he seemed familiar. The connection from your past life, meeting again in this life is destiny. Zhang Qingde slowly scrutinized Xing Zhao for a moment before saying, since you've returned, why not re-enter the sect, thus continuing your karmic bond? What do you say? Xing Zhao hadn't expected Zhang Qingde to present such an offer outright and wasn't sure how to respond, instinctively dumbfounded. But Xing Yingzhu reacted as though this sentence hit a sore spot, unleashing uncontrollable anger. Loosening his tail grip on Xing Zhao, he slid off and transformed into human form, turning around and walking away. Instinctively, Xing Zhao wanted to chase after him, but when he turned around, he realized something was off with Xing Boss. The elegant strides concealed steady droplets of blood landing wherever he stepped. Startled, Sheng Zhao subconsciously touched his waist, realizing his coat was stained with blood too. The Demon Lock Tower just had some strange occurrences, and the boss immediately transformed and rushed here to find you. Hu Huan whispered from behind Zhang Jian, pointing towards the hill they had come from. Before Hu Huan finished speaking, Sheng Zhao had already set off running in pursuit. Boss, Sheng Zhao called out, Xing Yingzhu. Xing Yingzhu acted as if he didn't hear. Sheng Zhao felt heartbroken, thinking silently how he knew all along that burns from thunder fire weren't easily healed, ignoring them earlier was one thing. But now, this great monster had wreaked havoc on Taoist grounds, anyone could tell how badly it would hurt. You, just wait a bit, Sheng Zhao sprinted a few steps and stood in front of Xing Yingzhu, panting hard, don't walk anymore. Like before, turn back into a snake, shrink a little smaller, and I'll carry you. Xing Yingzhu didn't want to deal with him and circumvented him without hesitation, striding further up the mountain. Sheng Zhao knew exactly how the boss operated and naturally understood what kind of mood he was in. Without any delay, he caught up again, following closely behind Xing Yingzhu, explaining earnestly. What's got you so angry? I wasn't planning to agree with him. Sheng Zhao said softly, I just didn't expect him to bring it up suddenly, so I froze for a moment. I have a job and I have you, why would I go up the mountain with him? Before Sheng Zhao had even finished speaking, Xing Yingzhu suddenly stopped in front of him and turned around. Sheng Zhao, in a hurry to chase after him, hadn't anticipated the sudden stop and didn't have time to brake, smashing his head right into Xing Yingzhu's chest. Ow, why did you suddenly stop? Sheng Zhao hadn't even finished his complaint when he felt Xing Yingzhu's hand come over, pinching his chin and lifting his face. You're not allowed to space out either. Xing Yingzhu said coolly with half-closed eyes, you belong to me. Chapter 60, Oily-tongued little thing. Sheng Zhao had known that Mr. Xing had a strong sense of possession, but he didn't expect it to be so unreasonable. That said, Xing Yingzhu wasn't really a reasonable person anyway. Fortunately, Sheng Zhao always fell for his tricks hook, line, and sinker. Whenever he cajoled him, it was done with sincerity, not an ounce of reluctance. If one were to dig deeper for the reason, it might just be. Sheng Zhao could find in this dynamic a subtle illusion of being the master of the house. After all, why should Xing Yingzhu be petty? Sheng Zhao thought magnanimously, in a relationship, there always needed to be a broad-minded mature man who could tolerate the other's flaws. In his heart, that mature man was definitely none other than himself, expecting Mr. Xing to grow up. That would probably take another 8,000 years. And Sheng Zhao had always enjoyed the feeling of pacifying Xing Yingzhu. Every time he watched Mr. Xing reluctantly climb down from his pedestal, Sheng Zhao could always feel the satisfaction of being specially favored. Thus, it seemed, regardless of whether someone was human or otherwise, having compatible personalities was indeed the most important. Fine, it's yours, Sheng Zhao said through laughter, stretching out his arms to give a gentle hook around Xing Yingzhu's waist and whispered, I haven't said anything about running, so what's with your temper? What's wrong with my temper? Xing Yingzhu retorted. Nothing, I like it, Sheng Zhao sincerely altered his tone, saying, you don't know, ever since I was young, my dream has been to find a boyfriend with your kind of temper, then spend each day inventing new ways to cajole you for fun, how entertaining life could be. Xing Yingzhu. Oily-tongued little thing. Xing Yingzhu let go of Sheng Zhao, brushing his hands on the other's shoulder. His face still hung with disdain, yet deep inside, there stirred an elusive joy. This guy sure knows how to talk, Mr. Xing mused. Let go, Xing Yingzhu said, be careful, they'll catch up soon. Whatever, Sheng Zhao said with a devil-may-care attitude, I'm hugging my boyfriend, not anyone else's. Is that even illegal? Mr. Xing was nearly amused into laughing by his shameless behavior. Xing Yingzhu had been angry before because old Zhang Qingda had told him future bonds must not be pursued, and then turned around and tried to poach people right in front of him, without showing any sign of restraint when he talked about things that cannot be pursued. And Sheng Zhao stood there woodenly, clearly not knowing to outright refuse until Xing Yingzhu finally started getting irritated. But Xing Yingzhu lowered his eyes and glanced at Sheng Zhao. This oily-tongued little thing, with both smiles and flattery, although a bit foolish, his attitude was rather respectful and reactions weren't too bad. After some reflection, Xing Yingzhu felt less discomfort in his chest than before, and thus, with a scoff, grabbed Sheng Zhao's collar in a manner that showed distaste. No next time. Xing Yingzhu said. Got it, Sheng Zhao smiled and said, next time, I'll carry our labor contract with me, and anyone trying to steal me away gets slapped in the face. Xing Yingzhu finally chuckled despite himself, his lips unconsciously curling up slightly, and the ferocity around his eyebrows dissipated significantly. As soon as Sheng Zhao saw him smile, the breath he'd been holding relaxed somewhat, tentatively pulling him closer, asking, are you not mad anymore? Xing Yingzhu gave him a glance and let out a light humph. Then you, Sheng Zhao clapped his hands and said, turn into a snake and let me hold you, no need to walk. Just as Xing Yingzhu was about to reject, claiming it wasn't necessary to be embarrassing to that extent, Sheng Zhao quickly interrupted him. It's because I want to hold you, Sheng Zhao earnestly said, didn't get enough earlier. Xing Yingzhu's prepared response got stuck in his throat, perhaps not expecting Sheng Zhao to come at him from a different angle, not following the usual script. Such subtle thoughts barely counted as scheming in Xing Boss's eyes. He knew exactly what Xing Zhao was thinking just by looking at him. It was almost like reading a blank sheet of paper. Still, the words of refusal made their way around his mouth several times but ultimately remained unsaid, and he merely regarded Xing Zhao with a half-smile. Xing Zhao originally thought that based on Mr. Xing's level of dignity, such an unreasonable request likely wouldn't work, but unexpectedly, after staring at him for a while, Xing Yingzhu silently reached over, gently rubbed his arm, and transformed into his original form, coiling up. He turned out smaller this time compared to the last time in the hotel in Shenzhen. The entire snake was only as thick as a child's arm. It smoothly slithered into Xing Zhao's right-hand sleeve, wrapping itself 4 or 5 times around his arm, its head resting right on the raised wrist bone. Good at being coy, Mr. Xing partially emerged from Xing Zhao's cuff, turning his head to look at him, shaking it side to side while saying, "Only this once, don't touch him properly." Xing Zhao's intentions were crystal clear to Xing Yingzhu, who easily discerned whether the other party was being mischievous or well-meaning. With everything understood, Mr. Xing had no intention of feigning ignorance but was simply reluctant to say it outright and chose instead to let this serve as a playful way to indulge a simple-minded lad. As Mr. Xing expected, Xing Zhao was indeed quite delighted. Happily pulling his sleeve down slightly to cover most of Xing Yingzhu's body, he then stared at him enviously for half a day before finally giving in to temptation and swiftly patting his head. Xing Yingzhu. Mr. Xing narrowed his eyes and immediately clamped down on the outer side of Xing Zhao's palm with sharp teeth pressing against delicate skin, clearly displaying a message that screamed threat. Within a second, the warped smile vanished from Xing Zhao's face, who promptly drew back his hand and ceased further inappropriate touch. "Let's head back first," Xing Zhao said. "Once we're back, ask Zhang Jian if he can find some more medicine to apply." This matter was an urgent red alert in Xing Zhao's mind. The moment Mr. Xing turned into a snake and dived into his sleeve, Xing Zhao hadn't even had a chance to examine his tail. Still, one could guess, it was probably bleeding again, the wound must have cracked open. With scales so stunning on Mr. Xing, any potential aftermath would be regrettable. While Xing Zhao pondered over these thoughts, it seemed like Mr. Xing himself wasn't overly concerned about it. Circling around Xing Zhao's wrist, he stared at the back of his hand, focusing evidently on something else. After a while, Xing Yingzhu suddenly spoke up. "This hand?" Xing Zhao was momentarily caught off guard by the question, not comprehending immediately. Subconsciously, he asked, "What do you mean, this hand?" Xing Yingzhu didn't respond, merely gazing at him impassively. Only then did Xing Zhao fully grasp the implication. "No post-event settlement," Xing Zhao whispered. "I didn't let her touch me. I stopped in time. I may have lost my memory, but my unwavering loyalty towards you has always been intact." Before Xing Zhao could finish his last word, Xing Yingzhu slightly lifted his body and flicked his tongue, licking the back of Xing Zhao's hand. "Xing Zhao." The cool and thin snake's tongue startled Xing Zhao, almost causing him to break out in goosebumps all over. "I'll leave you with a mark," Mr. Xing sniffed, tilting his head to inspect Xing Zhao's hand back, appearing satisfied after a moment. Then, he arrogantly slithered back into Xing Zhao's sleeve, tugging his cuff downward to conceal his entire body, including his head. Unable to help but laugh and cry at the same time, Xing Zhao mused inwardly that Mr. Xing's mental maturity perhaps changed with his form. Just a while ago, finding fault in such a manner, his temperament resembled that of a rebellious teenager. Now it was plummeting, seemingly nearing single-digit years. Yet despite Xing Zhao's internal grumbling, a faint joy bubbled inside, unable to suppress a small remark, "Immature." However, Mr. Xing, known for acute hearing, didn't instantly jump out to bicker with him. Instead, Xing Zhao cautiously pulled his sleeve aside and discovered Xing Yingzhu leaning his head against his wrist, seemingly asleep. Looking back, Xing Zhao realized it was oddly stormy when he exited the illusion. Rain had already begun to fall, yet within moments of speaking, the strange rainfall had ceased. Lowering his gaze to Mr. Xing on his hand, he began forming a vague suspicion but dared not voice it. In the past few days, they had barely paused, and Mr. Xing undertook countless hard labors. Though pride prevented him from showing it, he was likely exhausted. Feeling pity, Xing Zhao refrained from disturbing the restful Mr. Xing. Standing still for a while, he retraced his steps along the path to regroup with Zhang Jian. Coincidentally, the others were ascending. After wandering only 3 to 5 minutes, Xing Zhao spotted them. Hu Huan trailed behind the group, clearly lighting up upon seeing him. In quick strides, she climbed the steps, reaching Xing Zhao's side. "Are you alright?" Hu Huan asked. "What should happen to me?" "Nothing." Xing Zhao shook his head, saying, "It was, just like an Alice in Wonderland experience." "That's good, nothing beats having a person safe and sound." Hu Huan scanned around and inquired, "Where's the big man?" Xing Zhao guessed that Mr. Xing probably didn't want anyone to know that he had shrunk into a mini version currently sleeping on his boyfriend's arm, so he chuckled nervously to cover it up. He went ahead, "I couldn't catch up." Hu Huan, apparently familiar with Xing Yingzhu's personality, sympathetically glanced at Xing Zhao for a bit before patting his shoulder. "I'm fine," Hu Huan whispered softly in comfort. "The master cares for you deeply. Once he calms down, everything will be alright. You don't know, just now when the demon locking tower shook, how worried the master was. He transformed into his original form right in front of Master Zhang Jian. It nearly scared me to death, afraid they might fight." Before Hu Huan mentioned this, Xing Zhao hadn't thought about it, but now, he remembered to ask. Didn't you say earlier that there was some unusual activity here? Xing Zhao asked, what kind of unusual activity? All I remember is accidentally touching the door panel, and all I saw was a beam of light. I didn't feel anything else. Hu Huan. You mean, you don't know either? Hu Huan asked. Xing Zhao felt even more confused, thinking to himself, what could I possibly know? The only thing that came back to him were fragmented memories from his fantastical journey. The demon-locking tower of Dragon Tiger Mountain has been dormant for nearly 600 years, Hu Huan said quietly, but just now, when you entered, the seals inside almost completely shattered. Xing Zhao. Did I really have that much power? Chapter 61, This job is actually a life tenure. Even Xing Zhao himself only learned the full story of Wansheng and its connection to Longhu Mountain later from Zhang Qingde. After exiting the demon-locking tower, Zhang Qingde invited them all into the inner courtyard. He replaced the tea set with a new one, smiled, and then asked about Xing Zhao's birth date and time, also known as the 8 characters. One's 8 characters are usually the most private information, equivalent to a second life or death for those who practice mysticism. Xing Yingzhu had once warned Xing Zhao not to casually disclose his 8 characters to outsiders. However, because Xing Zhao inherently held goodwill towards Longhu Mountain, he didn't hesitate much and disclosed it. Previously, Xing Zhao thought that people like Zhang Jian would only perform daily rituals like drawing talismans or reciting spells, akin to pulling tricks out of a magician's hat. Little did he know their forte wasn't subduing demons but fortune-telling. Other than his birth details, Zhang Qingde barely asked Xing Zhao anything else. With his left hand making calculations and right hand writing a few words on paper, Zhang Qingde spoke clearly about everything significant in Xing Zhao's life from his childhood. At what age his family split apart, at what age he lost his support, and at which age he became a guest in another home. If these things weren't even known to Zhang Jian, Xing Zhao almost assumed Zhang Qingde had received external assistance in cheating. No wonder Xing Yingzhu repeatedly urged him to guard his 8 characters so carefully. Xing Zhao mused silently, questioning how such numbers could indeed calculate someone's destiny so accurately. The 4 pillars and 8 characters, the Ziwei Doshu astrology chart, the wisdom left by our ancestors still holds true. Zhang Qingde put down the pen and paper, smiling while extending his hand, saying, young friend, would you care to accompany me in burning some incense? Xing Zhao paused, instinctively glancing at Hu Huan, somewhat hesitant. Xing Yingzhu was still lying under his sleeve, having been quietly asleep this whole time, probably not yet awake. Thus, Xing Zhao could rely solely on Hu Huan. Unfortunately, young Hu Huan was equally inexperienced in climbing mountains for the first time. After hesitating for a moment, Hu Huan suggested. Or you give it a try. To Xing Zhao, fortune-telling, and burning incense, were entirely 2 different matters. The former was something available everywhere under the overpass where fortune-tellers existed, differing from Zhang Qingde's merely in terms of accuracy. But the latter made Xing Zhao feel somewhat uneasy. From the perspective of an outsider, whether the burning incense Zhang Qingde mentioned was literal or implied participation in a form of sorcery, he couldn't be sure. Frankly speaking, ever since arriving at Longhu Mountain and unraveling a corner of his past life during the illusion, Xing Zhao's good impression of this place soared to unprecedented heights. If it weren't for Xing Yingzhu's presence, he might have actually agreed to become a disciple here and rekindle ties with this place. However, given his promise to Xing Yingzhu, regardless of how fond he was of this place, he hadn't planned on reneging. Therefore, minimizing entanglement with Longhu Mountain was actually the best decision. Hesitating for a mere 2 seconds, Zhang Qingde already discerned his concerns. He stroked his beard lightly, alleviating the situation. Since the young friend has a bond with my sect and mistakenly entered our demon-locking tower, it's better to clarify the matter thoroughly, isn't it? Since Zhang Qingde had said so, Xing Zhao naturally couldn't refute. Obediently standing up, he followed Zhang Qingde into the inner chamber. Passing through a side room, Xing Zhao discovered that inside was an incense altar and offering table. On the table hung a painting that appeared to have some history, with the seal of Longhu Mountain marked in the bottom right corner. After going around the illusory realm, Xing Zhao's mind gained some memories akin to instincts. It reminded him of the talisman he mysteriously drew by the underground river in Shin City, which indeed originated from Longhu Mountain. Would events from the previous life resurface in this one? Xing Zhao contemplated aimlessly. If that's the case, would Menpa soup still be effective? Zhang Qingde guided Xing Zhao to the edge of the table. Initially, Xing Zhao thought Zhang Qingde intended for him to burn the incense. He inwardly hesitated, pondering that kneeling and bowing himself wouldn't matter, but Master Xing was still resting on him. If the elder found out that he bowed and kowtowed to others while sleeping, it might very well result in the destruction of the mountain. The more Xing Zhao considered it, the more absurd it seemed. Hastily shaking his head, he began thinking about how to politely decline Zhang Qingde's offer. Young friend. Zhang Qingde's hesitant voice interrupted Xing Zhao's wandering thoughts. Turning around, Xing Zhao realized that Zhang Qingde had already lit the incense himself, performing a respectful salute at the altar, meticulously completing the entire ritual. Xing Zhao. Apparently, he had overthought it. Upon catching his gaze, Zhang Qingde assumed he yearned to take action personally and apologized. Forgive me, young friend. Though there's a bond from the previous life, in this one we're still outsiders, thus making it inappropriate. No, no, Xing Zhao appeared magnanimous, waving his hand several times as he said, please go ahead. Zhang Qingde rose from the cushion, turned around, and examined Xing Zhao for a moment before saying, young friend, please close your eyes for a moment. All right. Xing Zhao felt he was being very mysterious, unsure of what Zhang Qingde had in mind, so he complied. When vision is blocked, other senses become sharper. Xing Zhao heard the faint rustle of fabric, followed by Zhang Qingde whispering something under his breath and shaking a small bell on the offering table. Xing Zhao felt something cool touch his forehead, making him momentarily dazed. The sensation was incredibly profound. Xing Zhao couldn't describe it himself. It felt as if he were immersed in chaos, yet also exceptionally clear-headed. In his brief haze, it seemed like thousands of things flashed through his mind. Though he remembered nothing, his heart carried the feeling of having endured countless hardships. It felt like an instant, yet also like a lifetime. Young friend, Zhang Qingde's voice came from nearby, that will do. Xing Zhao opened his eyes and saw Zhang Qingde still maintaining the same posture but now holding a roll of pure watercolored fabric. Xing Zhao noticed there was no writing on it. How do you feel, young friend? Zhang Qingde asked. Xing Zhao touched his forehead, honestly replying, very fleeting, it feels like I had a dream, but also like I didn't. Zhang Qingde smiled knowingly, made an inviting gesture, and guided him to sit at a nearby table. Shall we talk here? Xing Zhao was somewhat surprised, not back where we started. There's only you and me here. Zhang Qingde said, matters of the previous life are ultimately personal to you, and it wouldn't be proper to discuss them in front of others. Fair enough, Xing Zhao thought, they who practice mysticism truly cared about privacy. To be honest, when the demon locking tower had its abnormality, I didn't expect it to make such a big noise. Zhang Qingde continued, to be perfectly honest, I initially thought it was because Mr. Xing transformed into his true form, so the surrounding demonic entities reacted unusually. But later, I found out it was me, Xing Zhao cut in, voicing his confusion. Hu Huan whispered to me earlier that when I entered, the tower's seal almost failed, but, how could I possibly have such power? This connection between the incident and you might seem far-fetched, but to say it's unrelated isn't accurate either. Zhang Qingde hesitated briefly, choosing gentle words, simply put, the demons missed you too much, and seeing you return caused them excitement, hence. Xing Zhao. Xing Zhao understood. This feeling was similar to how a whole class of elementary students might react upon realizing their art teacher had walked in after the bell rang, too excited, which easily triggers local tremors. He chuckled bitterly, thinking it indeed made sense. From what he saw in the illusion, he was practically the community management mom for demonkind in his past life. Wait. Xing Zhao suddenly paused, saddened by the realization that this life wasn't much better than the last. He'd merely gone from being a community administrator to a building administrator. If calculated carefully, his jurisdiction had actually shrunk. Comrade Xing Xiaodao slowly covered his face, lamenting inwardly that this job was actually a life tenure. Please continue. Xing Zhao said. Next, Zhang Qingde spent about half an hour filling in the gaps of what Xing Zhao only partially grasped about his so-called previous life. It matched what Xing Zhao saw in the illusion. According to Zhang Qingde, Wenxing of the previous life went up the mountain as a child with average talent, an honest personality, and middling abilities, neither clever nor foolish, just the type of person who would get lost in a crowd. But precisely because of his honesty, he was assigned to guard the demon-locking tower. Coincidence or destiny, the disciples who previously guarded the demon-locking tower could last at most 3 years before succumbing to temptation. They would then be moved far away. But Wenxing stayed for over 60 years until his natural death. At that time, malevolent spirits ran rampant in the human realm, committing heinous acts, while Longhu Mountain was at its peak, eliminating countless demons. Both sides viewed each other as enemies. Yet strangely, Wenxing emerged as an exception. Not only did he get along well with the demons, but he would secretly bring offerings for them to enjoy. The sect penalized Wenxing many times for this behavior and attempted to relocate him several times. However, every time he left, the demons would create disturbances. Eventually, they had no choice but to let Wenxing remain in his post until he died of old age. This story seemed rather uneventful, like the life of an ordinary shut-in. If one disregarded the fixed factor of the demon-locking tower, it would sound completely devoid of any excitement. What Xing Zhao didn't realize was that within his sleeve, Xing Yingzhu had already awakened from a nap and quietly rested on his arm, listening attentively to the entire account. No wonder the whole building had such a good reception toward Xing Zhao, to the point that even he himself couldn't help but pay more attention to this foolish young man. This hidden connection from his past life explained it all, Xing Yingzhu thought secretly. Mr. Xing had an intimate knowledge of the events of those years, and after hearing this much, he had already pieced together the sequence of events. But Xing Zhao was utterly in the dark about these esoteric secrets, so he had no choice but to ask further. But Xing Zhao hesitated before speaking. In the illusion, the fox spirit referred to me as someone who has a favor among the demon kind. If merely acting like a community manager responsible for keeping them company amounted to having a favor, then wouldn't that be stretching it too far? Zhang Qingde appeared to have anticipated this question, as he calmly took a sip of water before looking at Xing Zhao with gentle eyes. She's right, you've indeed done them a favor, and a great one, Zhang Qingde said slowly. You saved their lives. Chapter 62, let's play with you first now. Some gossips, if not personally told by someone who knows the inside story, would be almost impossible for outsiders to figure out the truth no matter how hard they try. At least that's what Xing Zhao thought right now. Before coming to Longhu Mountain, whether it was from Xing Yingzhu's mouth or from Baidu Encyclopedia, he had roughly understood the Zhang family factions. He knew about his family's history of making wealth and had read quite a number of esoteric gossips on public accounts. But what Xing Zhao never expected was that the founding patriarch of the Zhang family who ascended to immortality was not, as described in esoteric gossips, someone who learned heavenly arts from the hands of the heavenly way, then spectacularly slayed demons to become immortal, but instead went through 3 lifetimes before finally comprehending the ultimate fruit and ascending the heavenly ladder. The visual effect of being a child selected by heaven and working hard for 3 lifetimes is completely different. Xing Zhao's gaze unconsciously passed over Zhang Qingda's shoulder and looked towards the portrait inside the room, wondering why such an accomplished person could fail for 2 whole lifetimes. Because the patriarch took the wrong path at the beginning, Zhang Qingda said, in his first life, when he slayed demons and killed every demon he encountered, he was only 1 step away from achieving immortality when he was informed by heaven that his hands were too soaked with blood, making him unworthy of becoming immortal. I remember this incident, Xing Zhao said, so in my previous life, I locked all the demons into the demon locking tower. You only know half of the story, not the full picture, Zhang Qingda said. In the second life of the patriarch, he indeed changed his methods. He stopped indiscriminate killing and tried to enlighten them. If he met any spirit, regardless of whether they were good or evil, he caught them and detained them on Longhu Mountain for daily lessons and enlightenment. Enlightenment, what? Xing Zhao asked in confusion. Enlightening demonic energy, Zhang Qingda explained, wishing they abandon evil, remove their demonic bones, and thus ascend to the righteous path. Xing Zhao. I probably don't have much enlightenment in this lifetime, Xing Zhao thought. I can't fully understand this concept. Did it succeed? Xing Zhao couldn't help but ask. No, Zhang Qingda answered frankly. It should not succeed, Xing Zhao thought in his heart. Essentially speaking, those demons were beasts from birth, and after acquiring intelligence, they became demons. No matter how enlightened, they can never turn into humans. Even if we look at it conversely, let alone turning demons into humans, even if you catch a person and chant scriptures to them every day, they won't turn into demons either. Zhang Qingda didn't notice Xing Zhao's wild commentary in his mind and continued on his own, and in this life, the patriarch did not recklessly create killing karmas, yet he still failed at the moment of his ascension. Why? Xing Zhao asked. This question he asked sincerely, filled with doubts. If killing lives doesn't work, it violates the path of compassion, so he cannot become immortal, which he could somewhat understand. Why didn't abstaining from killing also work? This time Zhang Qingda did not answer directly, but smiled slightly and looked deeply at Xing Zhao with meaning. At that time, the patriarch was also confused, practicing enlightenment every day, yet unable to decipher its mysteries. Zhang Qingda said, and the answer to this was revealed by you in your previous life just before death. Me? Xing Zhao pointed to himself, completely bewildered by his words this time. There are 2 kinds of demons in the demon locking tower, some good, some evil, some harmful to humans, and some who just transformed and know nothing, messy and mixed together, Zhang Qingda said. However, you got along well with all of them. Xing Zhao gave a dry laugh, responded vaguely with some polite words like, good relationship. But on the day your end was approaching, you brought a roster and sought out the patriarch, Zhang Qingda said. You told him you wanted him to promise you one last request. When Zhang Qingda said this, Xing Zhao suddenly felt a strange pain in his chest. A sense of desolation almost instantly enveloped him, making him instinctively feel that the next words wouldn't be good. Sure enough, Zhang Qingda continued, the roster in your hand listed some of the demons from the demon locking tower. You asked the patriarch to kill those demons according to this roster after your death. Xing Zhao. Almost instantly, Xing Zhao remembered the little rabbit demon in the illusion. Not knowing if it was among them, Xing Zhao thought. Actually, when Zhang Qingda reached this point, Xing Zhao roughly understood that the roster he held in his past life must have listed those demons that committed evil. Killing in retribution for murder, imprisonment for committing crimes, treating good and evil equally was inherently wrong. As for those evils, some may have been murderers and arsonists, others might have just been demons who made mistakes. Xing Zhao himself wasn't a listener to sounds and did not know what his criteria were. But judging solely from his fleeting glimpse in the illusion, the demons in that tower trusted him and liked him. Whether the names on the roster were written down, to them, it was a betrayal. Xing Zhao didn't understand what was called repaying a kindness. He only wanted to understand this, but as soon as he did, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and heartache. In an instant, he asked himself introspectively if the past life version of himself had also felt such pain when he carried the roster to seek out Zhang Daoling. Xing Zhao did not inquire further about the subsequent events from Zhang Qingda because, based on his implications, since that ancestor resolved the confusion this way, it must have been done. And then in his third life, he became immortal. Xing Zhao closed his eyes briefly, unable to listen further. All the messy doubts in his heart vanished instantly, leaving behind nothing but shame. If he hadn't had that fleeting thought by the demon tower, even if Zhang Qingda explicitly told him that Wen Sheng was his past self, Xing Zhao could have treated it like any other unrelated story. But precisely because of that mysterious encounter at the demon locking tower, everything changed. The illusion may have been fake, yet the glimpse into his past life's mindset was undeniably real. Sheng Zhao's curiosity towards gossips waned significantly, and all he could manage was a stiff plastic smile for Zhang Qingde without asking anything more. Seeing that he wasn't in good condition and didn't want to hear more, Zhang Qingde considerately stopped talking and invited him to stand up and walk outside together. These things, young friend, you've heard them, there's no need to dwell on them, Zhang Qingde said. What matters is living well in this life. Sheng Zhao knew Zhang Qingde was comforting him, and he very much wanted to accept that comfort, but emotionally, he found it difficult. Thank you, Master Tian, Sheng Zhao said. But I just want to walk around alone for now. Is that okay? It's fine, Zhang Qingde replied. Young friend, please do as you wish. Sighing heavily, Sheng Zhao hung his head dejectedly like a wilted rooster and aimlessly wandered around. Eventually, he ended up at the edge of a cliff. The scenery in the mountains was beautiful, though the weather was misty, the air was fresh. Just standing outside refreshed one's mind and widened their perspective. Although Sheng Zhao wasn't to the point of doubting himself over something from his past life, his mood certainly wasn't good, so much so that he almost forgot to ask Zhang Qingde what that saving grace truly meant. Fortunately, apart from Zhang Qingde, he still had another walking history book beside him. Are you upset? Snapping out of his daze, Sheng Zhao realized Mr. Sheng had awakened at some point and emerged from his sleeve to now stand beside him. You heard? Sheng Zhao was somewhat surprised. I thought you were resting. I woke up long ago, Xing Yingzhu said with a composed expression, turning his head slightly and looking at him while raising his hand to pinch Sheng Zhao's cheek mockingly. Look, your corners are drooping all the way to the ground. Sheng Zhao forced a laugh. Though he often acted silly in front of Boss Xing, he didn't quite want to appear overly whiny. So he averted his gaze and said, I was just thinking that neither killing nor keeping them all is correct. Different situations should be handled according to actual conditions. This simple truth, why couldn't someone so capable see it? Haven't you heard the saying, 3 cobblers pooling their wits can equal zhuge liang? Xing Yingzhu said. Capable people tend to be arrogant, which is why they acted on whims during their first life. But when that failed, in their second life, they got stuck in the dilemma of, what won't work? Achieving enlightenment is often about seeing through things clearly, people easily fall into logical traps, and once they break free, that's when they gain understanding. That's true, Sheng Zhao said. It makes sense. How could Boss Xing fail to detect his insincerity? Slightly narrowing his eyes, he applied a bit more force underhand and pinched Sheng Zhao's chin forcefully, demanding that he face him directly. Tell me everything, Xing Yingzhu said. As soon as their eyes met, Sheng Zhao crumbled. He always felt that Xing Yingzhu saw right through him, making lying before him almost impossible, and even before speaking, his tone revealed his uncertainty. Hesitating for a moment, Sheng Zhao decided to tell the truth. Not really. I just feel this act isn't quite right. Though it makes sense logically, it doesn't seem right emotionally, Sheng Zhao hurriedly added, fearing that Xing Yingzhu would think he was being picky. It's hard to explain, suddenly, I feel a little guilty. Guilty about what? Xing Yingzhu countered. Do they dislike you or miss you? Stunned by the question, Sheng Zhao hesitated. Do you see how delighted those kids are when they see you, and you still feel guilty? Xing Yingzhu humphed with laughter, continuing, besides, who knows what happened hundreds of years ago? Zhang Qingde probably knows little. To learn these matters, asking him is less helpful than asking me. Sheng Zhao brightened immediately. Exactly. When it comes to gossip and secrets, Mr. Xing obviously has more authority. So tell me, Sheng Zhao said, why did my past self betray the team, yet they don't blame me? However, Mr. Xing's random lectures were sporadic and unpredictable. He scanned Sheng Zhao up and down, clearly having no intention of telling a story now. The mountain breeze swept through the ravine, rustling the leaves softly. What Sheng Zhao didn't notice was that a touch of red had begun to creep into Xing Yingzhu's scara. I'll tell you this story later, Xing Yingzhu said. Then what about now? Before Sheng Zhao could ask what they should do now in their idle time, he saw Xing Yingzhu suddenly hook his waistband with no warning at all, yanking him hard back into himself. Taken by surprise, Sheng Zhao stumbled and collided straight into Xing Yingzhu's arms. With one arm around Sheng Zhao's waist, Xing Yingzhu used his strength from the waist and legs to swiftly retreat several steps backward. Before Sheng Zhao had time to resist, Xing Yingzhu already pulled him to the edge of the cliff. Then, in the next moment, Sheng Zhao missed a step and fell off the cliff. The inertia carried him downward rapidly, making Sheng Zhao's breath catch in his throat. Before he even managed to let out a scream, he felt the hand around his waist tighten abruptly. He'd been pulled back by Xing Yingzhu. However, half a second's pause was just enough for Sheng Zhao to belatedly realize the meaning of fear. Instinctively, he clung to the only lifeline beside him, wrapping his hands tightly around Xing Yingzhu's neck as he shakily turned his head to look at him, unable to utter a complete sentence. Though frightened, once that instinctive panic passed, Sheng Zhao quickly realized that Mr. Xing would never actually throw him off the cliff. Xing Yingzhu's hair and sleeves were fluttered slightly by the wind. Holding Sheng Zhao with one hand, he couldn't help but laugh cheerfully, amused either by Sheng Zhao's pitiful appearance or something else. Now. Using his free hand, Xing Yingzhu pinched Xing Zhao's chin, turning his face and leaning in close before planting a kiss on his cheek, chuckling lightly, "Now, I'm teasing you." Chapter 63, The dating experience was great, just a little life-consuming. Although Xing Zhao had indeed mentioned more than once wanting to try this completely new experience, it was obvious that Mr. Xing was such a face-conscious person, so if you wanted him to willingly be a tool, the sun might as well rise from the north. But now, the sun really did come out from the north. In the cold and biting mountain wind, the only sensation Xing Zhao could feel clearly was the hand encircling his waist. He realized fully that at least in this moment, his fortune and life were entirely dependent on Mr. Xing's whim. However, under such a dangerous state akin to walking on a tightrope, apart from instinctual fear, the dangerous element within Xing Zhao began to stir. His heart was racing fast, yet his mind remained focused. Despite the howling winds around his ears, he could still hear the faint breathing of Xing Yingzhu beside him. The undulation of his chest was minimal, and he still looked like someone who had everything planned out perfectly, maintaining an aloof demeanor even when lazily lowering his eyes, no different from watching the evening news on the couch at home. Yet Xing Zhao has never been able to resist his laid-back appearance. From the very beginning, he was bewitched by the mysterious and dangerous aura around Xing Yingzhu, thus stepping onto a path of no return and gradually drifting away from ordinary life. Actually, Xing Zhao had privately thought about whether he acted on impulse, whether he insisted on continuing down this road further and further, or whether he had already made the decision to overturn the first half of his life. At this moment, all hesitation and doubts instantly disappeared without a trace, leaving Xing Zhao with only one thought. No problem, this is decided. After all, even though Mr. Xing would impulsively do something terrifying like this, Xing Zhao's first reaction wasn't to slap him but rather think, this is exactly what Xing Yingzhu would do. Clutching his teeth, Xing Zhao forced himself to ignore the persistent sensation of falling, attaching himself to Xing Yingzhu's shoulder in this pose and quietly asked, "Do you remember what I said offhandedly?" Offhandedly? Xing Yingzhu chuckled lightly, mercilessly exposing him. "From the moment you confessed to me until now, you've mentioned at least 3 times overtly or covertly that you want to fly in the sky. If this is called offhandedly, then your memory must be pretty bad." Xing Zhao. The juvenile spirit within his heart was shattered by Mr. Xing's finger, leaving Xing Zhao angry and embarrassed, instinctively wanting to cover his mouth but not daring to loosen his hand wrapped around his neck. With clenched teeth, he resorted to a desperate plan that would harm himself as much as it would harm the enemy. Xing Yingzhu always accepted whatever he offered voluntarily, even going so far as to have a wicked idea, deliberately loosening some strength as his tongue pried open Xing Zhao's tightly closed lips, allowing him to fall slightly. Xing Zhao predictably tensed for a moment, subconsciously tightening his arms around Xing Yingzhu's arms, delivering himself right into the hands of his captor, being thoroughly taken advantage of. "Are you comforting me?" After a while, Xing Zhao complained, his ear tips red, "You're comforting yourself." Xing Yingzhu laughed lowly and embraced him while lifting him up a bit. Xing Zhao's feeding oneself to the snake behavior obviously pleased this big monster, so he cheerfully wiped away a trace of moisture left on the corner of Xing Zhao's lips with his thumb, kindly reminding him, "All right, but you need to hold on tight." Before he finished speaking, his figure had already transformed back into that beautiful big snake. Mr. Xing valued face and didn't want to be someone's mount, so he only coiled his snake body around Xing Zhao. Yet, Mr. Xing's harsh words concealed a tender heart. After transforming, he became even more considerate than in human form, not only pulling him closely but also, because of worrying about hurting his waist, added extra coils around his chest and thighs. For some unknown reason, Xing Yingzhu still consciously controlled the size of his true form, looking to be merely a few dozen meters long, with his snake body only as thick as Xing Zhao's thigh. Xing Zhao curled up inside his body, equivalent to lying on Xing Yingzhu's body. Every part of him was supported, significantly alleviating the fear of losing footing. Curious, he looked down at the mist-covered halfway point of the mountain, feeling a heavy breath expelled from his chest, becoming refreshingly clear-headed, joyously soaring high. This experience could be bragged about for a lifetime. Xing Yingzhu seemed to indeed intend to play with him, circling the peaks of Tianmen Mountain several times with Xing Zhao, splashing through the clouds at the midway point of the mountain, allowing Xing Zhao to fully enjoy the sensation of touching the clouds with his hands. The adrenaline rush from extreme sports was absolute, and Xing Zhao quickly forgot what fear felt like, his mind filled only with the word excitement. As he enjoyed himself, compliments flowed endlessly, left and right, "How amazing are you," or "I truly adore you." Occasionally, when the flying got exhilarating, he would impulsively hug Xing Yingzhu and give him a kiss, where exactly, he didn't pay too much attention. Whether Xing Yingzhu had been infected by Xing Zhao's excitement or not, he certainly became in a better mood, even developing a subtle sense of showing off. Even when given an occasional command by Xing Zhao, Xing Yingzhu didn't take offense and very generously fulfilled the young man's whims. Xing Zhao's hair was completely disheveled by the wind, but his enthusiasm never diminished. Though Mr. Xing had initially issued some stern warnings, once they ascended, Xing Zhao wasn't actually frozen. Except for a slight chill due to the wind, most of Xing Zhao's body was protected by Xing Yingzhu, sparing him any hardship. Xing Zhao sought novelty, while Xing Yingzhu himself was also someone who would let go of everything during play, not knowing how many years it had been since he last romped about so freely in the clouds. The entire snake brimmed with high spirits, practically on par with Xing Zhao. They played in the sky for over 20 minutes before Xing Yingzhu finally turned around and looked at Xing Zhao with a smile. Before Xing Zhao could ponder the meaning behind that look, he suddenly felt the support beneath him vanish as he rapidly plummeted down. At first, Xing Zhao's heart leaped into his throat, but then he realized Xing Yingzhu hadn't released him, he was falling together with him. Amusingly enough, perhaps due to a few life-saving moments between them, Xing Zhao's trust in Xing Yingzhu had reached absurd levels. He didn't even react with fear as his first thought was, what trick is he up to this time? In free fall, the distance of several hundred meters seemed insignificant, all Xing Zhao noticed were the fleeting views flashing by in his peripheral vision, with the blue sky remaining constant above. Halfway down, an eagle even soared past in the sky. As they approached landing, Xing Yingzhu slowed down a bit. Xing Zhao just felt momentarily held before the two of them plunged with a splash into the water. The weight of Mr. Xing, uncalculated by Xing Zhao, was substantial. Falling from such a high mountain gorge, be it one man and one snake, or even a mere stone, would have caused a tremendous splash, nearly capable of creating a huge wave. Fortunately, Mr. Xing reined in his momentum just in time, otherwise, they would have cracked through the bottom of the pond. After entering the water, Xing Yingzhu released Xing Zhao, who got splashed in the face with water and choked involuntarily, flailing helplessly underwater. But unable to exert force properly, he couldn't control his descent. Luckily, Xing Yingzhu didn't let him wait long. In no time, Xing Yingzhu's tail wrapped around Xing Zhao's waist and effortlessly pulled him to the shore. Xing Zhao lay like a fish caught by Xing Yingzhu, face down on the edge of the water. His upper body was drenched and lying on the bank, while his waist and below were still submerged in the water. Not far away, the deafening roar of water gushed forth, prompting Xing Zhao to open his eyes with great difficulty, only now noticing the situation through a light layer of mist. It turned out Xing Yingzhu had brought him into the deep pool beneath the waterfall. Still bewildered, unsure of Xing Yingzhu's intentions, Xing Zhao attempted to get up and ask, but another forceful push came upon his shoulders. Xing Yingzhu pressed him back onto the shore, refusing to let him stand. This time Xing Zhao was certain, it was deliberate. Xing Yingzhu remained in his original form but had grown significantly larger than before, his snake body now as thick as Xing Zhao's waist. Dripping with water, he affectionately approached Xing Zhao from behind, gliding tightly along his back as if swimming upward. Xing Zhao found the sensation of being brushed by his scales ticklish, laughing as he shrank his neck slightly and quietly asked sideways, "Isn't it problematic for us to be so conspicuous in someone else's home?" The big snake twisted its body, turning its head to gaze at Xing Zhao, dissatisfiedly flicking its tongue, saying, "Who dares to question me?" Indeed, Xing Zhao thought, I shouldn't have asked. The climate of Dragon Tiger Mountain was mild, warm in winter and cool in summer. Even immersed in the water, there was no chilling discomfort. Just coming down from that intense thrill, Xing Zhao's heart still pounded in his chest, yet his limbs felt weak. So he simply decided to relax, wiping the water droplets from his face and stretching his arm out to rest it on Xing Yingzhu, taking the chance to touch the scales on his body. "Why do I love you so much?" Xing Zhao sighed as if talking to himself, asking, "What kind of medicine have you given me?" Xing Yingzhu squinted his eyes, lightly humming, "Flatterer." Xing Zhao had already seen through him thoroughly, knowing that while Xing Yingzhu verbally expressed disdain, his heart was probably blooming with joy. Xing Yingzhu had indeed given him many surprises today. Taking him for a few exhilarating flights was secondary, what most struck Xing Zhao was that he had thought Mr. Xing had a childlike temperament, only caring about himself and needing to be coaxed and indulged. Yet unexpectedly, Xing Yingzhu had actually taken to heart his small wish spoken offhandedly. "There isn't," Xing Zhao sincerely said, "I really feel like you've put some sort of spell on me." Xing Yingzhu, hoping to hear more flattery. Xing Zhao could easily imagine how speechless Xing Yingzhu's expression must be just by looking at the big snake's head, which made him chuckle as he hugged Xing Yingzhu's neck and planted a kiss. "I'm just teasing you," Xing Zhao whispered, "I like you so much." While Xing Yingzhu remained silent, his tail tip twitched slightly, secretly hooking around Xing Zhao's ankle underwater. Chapter 64, It's Not Like I Like Them Anyway. Xing Zhao hadn't noticed Mr. Xing's fumbling little movements. After flying around the sky for a bit, he was also exhausted, so he simply sprawled on the shore, closing his eyes as Xing Yingzhu usually did, and let out a soft tsk. "Do you think I look like a mermaid?" Xing Zhao, whose imagination knew no bounds, asked enthusiastically, "Do you get that vibe?" "Mermaids are sold by the tail," Mr. Xing corrected. "You have no sense of humor whatsoever," Xing Zhao remarked. Xing Yingzhu smiled faintly but didn't argue with him about this matter. He appeared somewhat distracted, swaying to either side of Xing Zhao, his gaze scanning the smooth lines of the other's back several times. Xing Zhao heard no response from him for a long while and felt somewhat surprised. Instinctively, he reached out to touch his scales and asked casually, "What are you thinking about?" "How much do you like me?" Xing Yingzhu suddenly asked. Xing Zhao didn't expect him to open with that question, so he couldn't help but find it amusing inside, thinking Xing Yingzhu really was the opposite of his age and mental maturity, always fixated on these few trivial things. He took it as another instance of Xing boss acting coquettish, wanting to hear some flattering words to satiate his vanity, so he blurted out, "Super duper." It's a kind of liking that has never existed before and will never exist again in the future. Xing Yingzhu slowly tightened the tail wrapped around his ankle and asked softly, "Really? Really?" Xing Zhao assumed he was just coaxing his wife, effortlessly spewing earnest yet charming words. Look, you're beautiful, considerate, good to me. Who wouldn't like you if put in my shoes? Xing Yingzhu seemed to laugh lightly, leaning close to Xing Zhao's back, placing his head affectionately on Xing's shoulder. Would you do anything I ask? Xing Yingzhu asked. What's there to refuse? Xing Zhao tilted his head in confusion, saying, whenever have I not gone along with your requests? Whether going outside or handling household affairs, I can truly handle both high society and kitchen chores. Where else could you possibly find such a filial and virtuous husband like me, who follows the 24 filial exemplars? Xing Yingzhu got his satisfactory answer, contentedly rubbing against Xing Zhao's cheek. As for the term, husband, Mr. Xing conveniently ignored it. Xing Zhao was extremely confident in his professional skill of coaxing Xing Yingzhu. He smiled smugly and was about to add a few more reinforcing remarks when he heard a splash of water behind him. That sound was akin to Xing Yingzhu splashing around in the water. Confused, Xing was just about to turn around and take a look when he was pushed by Xing onto the water's edge. The icy, smooth snake tail wound around one of Xing Zhao's thighs, its scales brushing gently against his skin through a thin layer of cloth. If Xing Zhao could have turned around at that moment, he would have noticed how the faint redness in Xing Yingzhu's scara had deepened, now resembling blood red. However, even in this posture, Xing Zhao gradually became aware of something subtly off. His survival instinct reasserted itself amidst the enchantment caused by Xing Yingzhu's charm, allowing him to notice something amiss within 2 short seconds. Boss. Before Xing Zhao could finish his sentence, Xing Yingzhu had already approached from behind. His sharp fangs, moving upward effortlessly, tore apart Xing Zhao's clothes, causing large pieces of fabric to fall into the water, exposing a vast expanse of pale shoulders and back skin underneath. As a homebody, Xing Zhao had an average physique, neither too muscular nor too frail, with a complexion slightly whiter than average, now dotted with droplets of water, looking much like porcelain freshly retrieved from the water. Xing Yingzhu narrowed his eyes, finding it rather satisfactory. At this point, Xing Zhao could no longer mistake Xing tearing his clothes for mere horseplay. Goosebumps spread across his back, and his thigh wrapped by the snake tail instinctively struggled. Alas, not only did he fail to shake him off, but he also incurred Xing Yingzhu's discontent, which tightened the grip further. Yingzhu. Xing Zhao gave a dry laugh and said, in the middle of nowhere, you surely aren't, The cool forked tongue glided along the curve below his shoulder blade, extending all the way to behind his ear where it gave a light flick and touched the crimson earring dangling from Xing Zhao's lobe. Just that slight contact made Xing Zhao's back immediately weaken. The places touched by Xing Yingzhu's tongue tingled with prickles, irritating him to scratch anxiously. Yingzhu, stop. Xing Zhao struggled weakly, clinging to the pool's edge and trying hard to twist his waist away in the confined space. His voice was soft and low, begging for mercy, you can't suddenly start here. Xing Yingzhu paid no attention to what he said. The great serpent, having caught its excitement, looked highly aroused. Its serpentine body alternately loosened and tightened against Xing Zhao's leg, and the pointed fangs danced menacingly in front of his eyes, apparently eager to find a place to bite down. Xing Zhao was in great distress, thinking that it turned out Mr. Xing wasn't here to be coaxed earlier but to demand an explanation. If only he had waited until they were ashore to answer him. What Xing Zhao couldn't accept the most was, no matter how unruly Mr. Xing got, at the end of the day, he was still a fully functional adult man. Being teased by Xing Yingzhu like this, only a ghost wouldn't feel anything. But this is someone else's house. Xing Zhao sounded like a loyal official making a desperate last plea in the imperial court, trying with utmost anguish to persuade the foolish emperor before him, I am, after all, human. You're already asking for a wild coupling from the get-go, I just can't get over this hurdle. But I'm a snake, Xing Yingzhu said with perfect righteousness. Xing Zhao. That made sense. Ever since becoming involved with Mr. Xing, Xing Zhao had thought countless times about their different races. But never did he expect that his and Xing Yingzhu's first major species discrepancy would arise in this very situation. This would embarrass anyone who heard about it. And now, Mr. Xing boldly admitted everything, no longer claiming to be a dragon, shedding any previous pretenses, and readily accepting his identity as a snake, without any hint of disdain for his serpentine form from before. Clearly, no matter the species, men were fundamentally the same, they'd say anything when worked up. Xing Yingzhu's snake body had already wound around the root of Xing Zhao's thigh, and its icy scales carried a firmness that could not be ignored. Xing arched his back and trembled, trying to crawl onto the shore but was dragged back by Xing Yingzhu. Let's negotiate, Xing Zhao's voice shook slightly, we're supposed to be handling important matters. Xing Yingzhu paid him no heed. Just as a scale brushed past the base of Xing Zhao's leg, he gasped loudly, nearly unable to speak. In a fit of panic, Xing Zhao suddenly grabbed the snake's neck, pulling him forcefully into view as he pleaded, we're on someone else's territory. I keep feeling like we're being watched. When we get home, then we can, okay? Alright? Xing Yingzhu clearly wasn't pleased with this suggestion. He came closer, licking Xing Zhao's chin. Unsure of what this implied, Xing feared kissing his original form might make him lose sanity points, so he appeasingly flashed him a smile, tilting his head to kiss Xing's cheek. Think about it, we go home and do it on our own turf, wouldn't that be even better? Sheng Zhao said whatever popped into his mind, otherwise, there are other fairies or spirits lurking in these mountains. If one of them spies on us, isn't that a loss for you? This sentence struck a chord with Xing Yingzhu. He viewed Xing Zhao as entirely his own property, and he never allowed anyone else to covet him, not willing for others to have even a single glance. Still, having gotten himself excited, asking him to stop right away didn't seem too appealing either to Xing Yingzhu. I like the water here, Xing Yingzhu muttered, discontented. Our place has a big bathtub too. In desperation, Sheng Zhao said anything that came to mind. If you don't like the commercial tap water at home, there's also a newly opened hot spring club in the suburbs of the city. Private hot pools, independent open-air rooms surrounded by little forests. Xing Yingzhu idly swirled the tip of his tail in the water, saying nothing. Seeing this, Sheng Zhao felt things were going his way and quickly added, it'll be like a vacation. We can stay there for a couple of days. Xing Yingzhu reluctantly conceded a little but put forth another condition, then, I'll want to do this next time. Sheng Zhao. Choosing between dying now or facing worse consequences later, Sheng Zhao instinctively chose the latter. Gritting his teeth, he said, all right. After extending the high-interest loan, Xing boss's mood improved somewhat, and he affectionately nuzzled Xing again. I need some interest first. Xing Yingzhu said. Upon hearing this, Sheng Zhao immediately became anxious, fearing that Xing boss would play word games and press him down halfway. What? Sheng Zhao asked shakily. After coming all this way to Longhu Mountain, it can't be wasted. Xing Yingzhu said, tomorrow, register with Zhangqingda, and once we return, I'll transfer your position to a long-term contract. Sheng Zhao was startled, apparently a little taken aback. Long-term? Before you, all the warden's jobs had a limited duration. Although Xing Yingzhu had promised Sheng Zhao, he still clung to him for a while, maintaining this pose as he said, at least a year, at most 3 to 5 years. What about a permanent employee? Sheng Zhao asked. Xing Yingzhu tilted his head and looked at him, his tone half laughing, half serious, a lifetime. Sheng Zhao's heart skipped a beat. The 3 words, a lifetime, spoken by Xing Yingzhu seemed to hold some inexplicable magic, as if time itself were stretched into a visible line, extending endlessly into an unseen future. Only a few years wouldn't suffice, Xing Yingzhu thought, at least, he wanted to keep Sheng Zhao for this entire lifetime. Don't want to? Xing Yingzhu asked. Not, unwilling. Sheng Zhao repeated again, willing. Xing Yingzhu hummed, and as if rewarding him, he licked the water droplets sliding from his hair, saying, very obedient. His voice was low and hoarse, carrying a bit of characteristic laughter. At that moment, Sheng Zhao's entire being was set alight, muddle-headed and nodding affirmatively, his attitude so enthusiastic that it seemed he was about to package himself and sell to the other side. But Sheng Zhao hesitated for a moment and still asked, then, did none of those people before do long-term? No. Xing Yingzhu replied with an offhand and matter-of-fact tone, I didn't like them anyway. Chapter 65, Illusion. Although Sheng Zhao understood that Mr. Xing's liking was probably just a literal meaning, he still couldn't help but feel delighted from such ambiguous words. After all, since the passing of his grandparents, it had been a long time since anyone treated him as something special. Be with me, live in my building, Xing Yingzhu said gently, almost hypnotically, and help me manage those tax-evading little sprite brats until the end of your life. Xing Yingzhu paused after speaking, making sure Sheng Zhao was listening attentively before finally asking, are you willing? Sheng Zhao could only nod in response for a moment. He didn't know what to say. Clearly, Xing Yingzhu was a great demon who had lived for thousands of years, human life's mere 100 years were nothing but a blink of an eye to him. Yet, when he asked this question so solemnly, it made Sheng Zhao feel that Xing Yingzhu did not treat him like some insignificant trinket. He is serious, thought Sheng Zhao. Whether or not Mr. Xing himself admits it, at least in this moment, in this lifetime, he is serious about me. However, every time Xing classmate felt moved inside, his train of thought always veered off to some strange tangent. Carrying a full heart of warmth, Sheng Zhao stared at Xing Yingzhu for a while with tears welling up in his eyes and then blurted out, am I considered someone on payroll now? Xing Yingzhu. Is this the point? The snake's tail slapped the water surface unhappily, irritably saying, you wish. Mr. Xing was provoked by him. Sheng Zhao's conditioned reflex against crises immediately took over his confusion and awkwardness, and his sharp wit reclaimed the upper hand. I'm willing whether or not there's official status. Sheng Zhao quickly said, I do, exceptionally do. Xing Yingzhu. Mr. Xing was nearly amused to anger. Xing Yingzhu even thought that if Sheng Zhao kept developing this skill to annoy people endlessly, he would soon be able to benefit the public using another method. By then, Long Tiger Mountain will certainly award him a giant banner inscribed with the 4 big characters, Light of Humanity. The large snake twisted its body and slid into the water slightly. Sheng Zhao wiped the water droplets splashed on his face and noticed that the elder had finally transformed back into human form, revealing as a handsome beauty. This visual effect was far better than before. Sheng Zhao hesitated for a bit but ultimately could not resist the lustful desires within, inching closer to Xing Yingzhu and giving him a kiss. Xing Yingzhu pushed his shoulder away with a look of disdain and said, get off me, you're killing me with frustration. That can't happen. Xing Zhao said, if you die, I'll become a widower. Xing Yingzhu. What a shameless little thing. The two had been out for quite some time, not only lost in their playfulness, but also completely drenched. It didn't matter to Xing Yingzhu, as his clothes dried automatically upon stepping ashore, leaving no trace of wetness in less than 2 seconds. However, Xing Zhao, being an ordinary human, was thoroughly soaked. Not only that, but a good half of his clothing had been torn apart. In the end, he had no choice but to temporarily use Xing Yingzhu's windbreaker coat. Xing Yingzhu teleported them to the Qinyan waterfall behind Tianmen Mountain, where neither village nor inn was around. The cliff was at least 700 or 800 meters high. Fortunately, Mr. Xing didn't let his pride stop him from giving Xing Zhao a ride home kindly. However, even though Xing Yingzhu accompanied him, Xing Zhao's appearance as a drowned rat was still quite conspicuous. Besides the windbreaker coat providing some shelter from the elements, it almost solely highlighted the fact that things weren't done properly between them. Under these circumstances, Xing Zhao couldn't bring himself to parade through the city openly, so he stubbornly coaxed Xing Yingzhu to walk a desolate mountain path, circumventing the back mountain to return to the guest house where they stayed. Thankfully, Zhang Qingde knew that Xing Yingzhu was with him, and feigned deafness all afternoon, preventing Zhang Jian and Hu Huan from finding them, managing to preserve their dignity barely. Xing Zhao and Xing Yingzhu disappeared for a whole day until dinner time when Hu Huan finally saw her long-lost relative again. What are you staring at me for? Xing Zhao returned to the table holding his bowl of rice, glancing curiously at Hu Huan twice. Xing Yingzhu and Zhang Qingde weren't eating in this room. They both seemed mysterious somehow, and at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Qingde sent a junior disciple to summon Xing Yingzhu. Initially, Xing Zhao had concerns about Xing Yingzhu's injury on his tail and didn't want him to leave. But he was silenced by one phrase from Xing Yingzhu, very obedient. Having no choice, Xing Zhao could only obediently be a virtuous boyfriend, since the words were out of his own mouth, slapping himself would not be appropriate. Zhang Tianshi said that this afternoon you went to contemplate the essence of life, Hu Huan said while chewing on her chopsticks, swinging her head and saying, so, brother Zhaoyang, what did you ponder out? Xing Zhao thought to himself, how would I know what I've pondered out? Zhang Qingde was just pulling your leg, and you actually believed him. Didn't say much, just talked about my past life. Xing Zhao said as he pushed a dish of green beans towards Hu Huan, leaving himself enough space for a bowl of rice. He sat down at the table and grabbed a pair of chopsticks. Hu Huan, this little busybody, wouldn't stop after hearing his words. She blinked her eyes, looked at Xing Zhao with both expectation and curiosity, and asked, so, brother Zhaoyang, did you remember anything about your past life? No. Xing Zhao replied. Although Zhang Qingde had mentioned that this was his privacy, Xing Zhao didn't think there was anything to hide. After pondering for a while, he decided to tell Hu Huan the story of Wen Sheng as an entertaining tale. Additionally, on their way back from Qinyan Waterfall, Mr. Xing didn't keep secrets anymore and supplemented the remaining part of the story. In the past, Wen Sheng once handed over a list of names secretly, but according to what Mr. Xing said, demons also have their own rules, some good ones, some bad ones. At that time, Long Tiger Mountain indiscriminately locked up all demons together, causing demon energy to surge in the mountains behind Long Tiger Mountain, with resentment not dispersing. If it wasn't addressed promptly, in 100 years or so, calamity would fall upon them. At that point, every demon would be wiped out without exception. So Wen Sheng's act of compiling the roster back then was akin to removing corruption for the demon clan. It could even be said that he saved the lives of those demons. Moreover, which line or world doesn't have its own set of rules? Mr. Xing said indifferently, there are quite a few demons who don't wish to harm others. Your actions back then woke up Long Tiger Mountain, indirectly establishing rules for the demon clan. Otherwise, achieving peaceful coexistence between humans and demons would take another 100 or 200 years. And more importantly, you shouldn't feel guilty about it yourself. Mr. Xing continued, I can sense it, there are still hundreds of prisoners left in the demon locking tower of Long Tiger Mountain. The list you compiled in your previous life probably only included those with blood on their hands. Initially, Xing Zhao felt uneasy about doing such a thing, but after hearing Mr. Xing's explanation, he felt significantly better. Although removing decay was painful, doing so enabled regeneration. Moreover, compensating for life taken made perfect sense. With just a few words from Mr. Xing, Xing Zhao was revitalized, and when he brought up the matter again later, he carried much more confidence. Hu Huan is a demon herself, and apparently shared the same mindset as Mr. Xing. After listening to the whole story, she nodded in approval and clapped twice while holding her chopsticks. You were right, absolutely correct, Hu Huan said, Big Brother Zhao, I never would have guessed that you've been a friend to demons since your previous life. Xing Zhao. Why did that sound so strange, as if you were just like any neighborhood elder? It's no wonder I feel so close to you whenever I see you, Hu Huan said, look, all the demons in our building like you. I was puzzled before, but now I understand, it's because you carry a friend to demons buff. But talking about this. Xing Zhao tilted his head and said, will the events from my past life affect me? Of course they will, Hu Huan said seriously, karma doesn't depend on physical form but on the soul. So it accumulates. For instance, every person you encounter in this life with whom you share unforgettable experiences must have interacted with you in your past life. The depth and quality of the bond may vary. Xing Zhao's thoughts flickered slightly. So in fact, if I encounter something deep in this life, I might be subconsciously drawn in the next life to meet someone again? Xing Zhao asked. The principle is something like that. Hu Huan nodded and said, there are rules governing this kind of connection. For example, people with profound connections like your biological parents would inevitably have a bond with you in your past life, whereas acquaintances in this life may not necessarily follow the same pattern. Then. What? Hu Huan asked. Xing Zhao originally wanted to ask about lovers, but after a moment of thought, he decided against saying it aloud. Mr. Xing is a great demon, he's different from him. Xing Zhao didn't want to make himself look like an inexperienced youth, obsessing over love and constantly binding the other person to themselves at all times. Thus, he swallowed the question without voicing it. Never mind, Xing Zhao said, let's eat. Zhang Jian opposite lifted his eyes and glanced at him but said nothing. However, at this moment, in the second side room of the inner courtyard of Long Tiger Mountain, Zhang Qingde had just opened an ancient cabinet, taking out a wooden box from inside. Xing Yingzhu stood leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed, watching Zhang Qingde pull out a palm-sized block of dark wood. The piece of wood was approximately an inch thick, round on top and square at the bottom, with a red sand array diagram painted on its back. This object seemed to have been placed aside for a long time, even the patterns on it had begun to fade. Is this it? Xing Yingzhu asked. Zhang Qingde wiped off the floating dust on the piece of wood and handed it over to Xing Yingzhu. This is the item, Zhang Qingde said. If you want to use it, take a strand of hair and a drop of blood from the user, and let them drip into the dish together. With this, even if someone goes through reincarnation, they can still be drawn back by the reincarnation plate. Xing Yingzhu touched the block of wood and suddenly smirked with an ambiguous smile. Why, didn't you refuse to give it to me before? But now in just half a day, you've changed your mind? Xing Yingzhu asked. In the end, this matter depends on young Master Xing's own opinion. Zhang Qingde replied ambiguously, if he wants to agree with you, then I don't have much of a stance to interfere. Xing Yingzhu made no comment about this answer. He casually threw the block of wood up into the air and then put it back into his pocket without saying whether or not he'd use it. Then, he turned around and walked away. Zhang Qingde looked at his retreating figure and rarely felt somewhat confused. He did not tell Xing Yingzhu the truth. The reason why he changed his mind was because he cast a divination for Xing Zhao again in the afternoon. In their eyes, the fortune-telling patterns for ordinary people are always as clear as silk veins. However, only Xing Zhao's pattern changed dramatically in a span of 2 hours. It became shrouded in foggy uncertainty, making his future unclear, like a road severed at its base, which was impossible to see any further. Chapter 66, Do you want to go back with me to meet my mom? Mr. Xing was usually fond of indulging in food, but as a well-practiced great demon, skipping a meal meant nothing to him. He didn't bother to join those young ones outside making noise, instead returning to his room on his own. The sky outside was gradually darkening, but most ghosthouses within the Longhu Mountain still used candlelight for illumination. Xing Yingzhu got lazy and didn't even flick his fingers to light a lamp, he simply lay down on his bed dressed in the heavy night. Half leaning against the pile of quilts at the head of the bed, he took out that reincarnation disc from his pocket and looked at it under the faint moonlight streaming through the window. The magical artifacts of Longhu Mountain were undeniably effective. If he could only snag a strand of hair from that foolish youth and wrap it around this disc, no matter where he reincarnated next life, he would obediently return to him, continuing as his administrator. And perhaps, given Xing Zhao's current infatuation with him, he wouldn't need to offer any special favor, Xing would just agree without hesitation, handing over his next life willingly too. But Xing Yingzhu caressed a corner chipped off from the vermilion mark on the wooden artifact, his eyes slightly dimming. Having lived so long, seeing more than others could ever imagine, he knew all too well what kind of shape a person takes after they are reborn. Once reincarnated, the frail human body made of earth turns into ashes, either rotting underground or dispersing like dust in the air. Both identity and appearance change along with the decay of the body. Even if Xing Zhao found his way back in the next life, he would not be the same person now. He won't be called Xing Xiaodao anymore, and his personality might also change. Just as now, he doesn't remember the origins of Wen Sheng. At that time, the next life's Xing Zhao likely wouldn't remember him either. Though he may still feel drawn to him, that sensation will be different. After all, Xing Xiaodao's somewhat simple yet occasionally reliable character is truly rare. Xing Yingzhu felt increasingly annoyed, almost believing old man Zhang deliberately threw the choice back at him knowing his uncompromising nature. Inadvertently, Xing Yingzhu nearly forgot the original purpose behind establishing this position. The concern of Xing Xiaodao's future temporarily pushed some bones unknown somewhere to second place among Xing boss's worries. Who knows what he'll look like in the next life, thought Xing Yingzhu furiously, what if he comes back as an ugly person? That would make him utterly repelled. The more Mr. Xing imagined this scenario, the worse his mood became. This preemptive aversion did little to alleviate his irritation, instead, it heightened his frustration. Reluctantly, Xing Yingzhu couldn't admit he'd become inexplicably unable to let go of a mere mortal, but now things had come to this point. To deny it would leave him only with self-deception. Nevertheless, being someone who values face as much as Mr. Xing, he immediately chose denial without hesitation. I need to think about it, Xing Yingzhu muttered to himself while fiddling with a piece of wood. If your next life makes you ugly and useless, then I won't want you. Just as he finished speaking, there came a slight creak from the door, and Xing Zhao peeked inside cautiously through a small gap he opened. Rarely feeling caught red-handed, Xing Yingzhu hastily stuffed the reincarnation disc back into his pocket and preemptively accused, "Why do you walk without sound?" Xing Zhao assumed he was resting since the room was dark and didn't expect him to suddenly speak up, which almost startled him. "I thought you were sleeping," Xing Zhao exhaled deeply in relief, closing the door behind him as he walked further inside, saying, "I was even contemplating whether to take off my shoes before entering." The quality of Mr. Xing's sleep was a mystery. In Xing Zhao's experience, it seemed normal enough when they were together. But once other people or creatures nearby caused the slightest disturbance, even the buzzing of a mosquito, it was enough to wake the elder man. Totally ridiculous and unreasonable. Upon observing his expression closely, Xing Yingzhu deduced that Xing Zhao probably hadn't heard his mumbling. Moreover, since he'd already hidden away the reincarnation disc, his unease dissipated. Yingzhu fidgeted slightly against the bedding, shifting lazily into a more comfortable position. As he stared at Xing Zhao approaching the bed, he finally asked, "What do you have in your hands?" "It's medicine." Xing Zhao held the medicine bottle up before him, swaying it as he said, "Borrowed it from Zhang Jian." Aware of how much the foolish youth worried about this matter, unusually, Mr. Xing refrained from mocking comments. Without a word, he even adjusted his posture to cooperate, placing his right leg on Xing Zhao's thigh. Xing Zhao rolled up his pant leg above the knee, raising the medicine bottle but hesitating for an inexplicable reason. A questioning sound emerged from Xing Yingzhu. "Can we light the lamp?" Xing Zhao suggested. Xing Yingzhu sighed heavily. So hard to please. Xing Yingzhu glanced around and saw a candlestick not too far on the table. He flicked his fingertip, sending a spark flying to light the wick. "I just asked Zhang Jian," Xing Zhao began as he often muttered while working, carefully applying ointment into the charred wound seams as he continued. "He said that your kind of demons with high cultivation should recover quickly from injuries." Xing Yingzhu. Here was a grand old demon thousands of years old, being called fragile by a mortal too timid to kill a chicken. This was absolutely unbearable. "It's from being struck by lightning," Xing Yingzhu said coldly. "If you admire Zhang Jian so much, why don't you call him over? I can summon lightning to strike him and see if he survives." Xing Zhao. "Never mind," Xing Zhao swallowed hard, saying, "There's no need for that." To avoid Mr. Xing getting upset and really going to duel Zhang Jian, Xing Zhao hastily changed the subject. "I'm pondering something," Xing Zhao said. "What?" Xing Yingzhu asked absent-mindedly. Xing Zhao thought, how would I know, it's just a way to change the topic so he doesn't focus on Zhang Jian anymore, ultimately aiming to maintain peace and friendship between humans and demons. As for what exactly he'd say after changing the topic, Xing Zhao hadn't thought it through yet. But then Xing Yingzhu's gaze had already shifted towards him, prepared to listen. When Xing Zhao looked up and unintentionally met his eyes, his brain momentarily went haywire, causing all the excuses he painstakingly devised to vanish instantly, replaced instead by an utterly unexpected peculiar idea. Xing Zhao impulsively blurted out without thinking, "Would you like to go back with me to meet my mom?" Xing Yingzhu. Xing Zhao. What am I saying? Xing Zhao thought in shock. Zhang Jian should award him an honorary medal. For the safety of the general public, he was practically risking both face and life. Xing Yingzhu was also stunned by the question, thinking that this little thing was getting bolder each day and might soon be stepping all over him. After speaking, Xing Zhao himself felt it wasn't a good idea, secretly blaming himself for becoming overly complacent lately. No matter how much Xing Yingzhu doted on him or whether he maintained the bearing and danger of a great demon, logically and sentimentally, Xing Zhao shouldn't treat him like an ordinary boyfriend. Let alone if Xing Yingzhu could even understand the significance behind meeting parents in a relationship, given that Xing Yingzhu himself didn't know where he came from, mentioning parents in front of him wasn't quite appropriate. "My brain isn't functioning properly," Xing Zhao said blankly, "pretend I never said that." Xing Yingzhu originally wanted to tease him further about random nonsense, but seeing how Xing Xiaodao took the words back himself, it left him with nothing more to say. However, it might have been due to Xing Zhao's sudden mention of meeting the parents that at night, Xing Yingzhu had a rare dream. For someone like Xing Yingzhu, calling it a dream wouldn't entirely fit. It was more akin to inadvertently entering a mysterious realm, catching a glimpse into a fragment of his past life. In the dream, he mistakenly wandered into an endless maze. A thick white fog made visibility almost non-existent, the ground beneath his feet soft and dense, sinking deeply with every step. Occasionally amidst the fog came some agonizing screams, sounding neither beast nor human, incredibly mournful. If one listened closely, the sound of fabric tearing could be heard intermingled within. Xing Yingzhu knew this was the sound of peeling dragon skin alive. He remained expressionless, seeming completely unfazed by the tragedy unfolding mere steps away, continuing forward with steadfastness. At the end of the mist lay a mountain ablaze with roaring flames, the intense heat warping the air around the edges of the mist forest into distorted waves. Molten lava trickled down along the black fissures of the mountain, slowly flowing into the winding river at its base. Seemingly weary from walking, Xing Yingzhu let out a slow sigh and rested there. The double wings attached to his back folded neatly along his spine, and his long dragon tail flicked inward, coiling around the peak several times. The immense dragon body blocked out the sky, dark glossy scales gleaming resiliently under the molten glow. The cries of suffering in the fog carried on endlessly, overlapping one after another without ceasing. Zhu, boo. From the misty forest came intermittent weeping sounds, unintelligible and fragmented. Xing Yingzhu paid no heed, resting his head atop the mountain peak as he gently swept away a pile of falling rocks at the mountain foot with the tip of his tail. The golden pupils of the giant dragon contracted slightly, and Xing Yingzhu closed his eyes amidst the cries of agony, sinking deeply into slumber just as dusk enveloped the world. He had slept for several hundred years, during which the world had undergone tremendous changes. The fierce plough mound surrounded by the tomb had been transformed into a vast sea after introducing water sources at some unknown point. The mountain that once blazed beneath his feet had long since quieted, its flames extinguished without a trace. Now, all that remained was a grayish-black peak resembling charred coal. When he opened his eyes again, a young woman stood before him. She was clad in dark armor, gripping a fiery golden spear in her hand. "Your father's clan and your mother's clan are both dead," the woman said. "You're the last dragon left on earth." Back then, Xing Yingzhu was still young, arrogant, brimming with vigor, and full of pride. Even knowing the woman's identity didn't make him take her seriously. Lazily stepping up from the mountainside, he scanned her with his golden pupils and gave a dismissive snort. "What does it have to do with me?" Xing Yingzhu asked. If they weren't strong enough, they deserved their fate. Instead of being angered by his attitude, the woman only smiled softly, her eyes crinkling at the corners. 800 years have passed, the woman said calmly. "Now, it's your turn to die. I've come to kill you." "Fine." Xing Yingzhu flicked his tail nonchalantly and replied, "Of course, if I eat you, I hope the heavenly way doesn't interfere unfairly." "All right," the woman responded gently. Back then, the young dragon was arrogant and conceited, relying solely on his lineage and abilities. He never put anyone else in high regard, refusing advice or believing in misfortune. He thought himself greater than heaven itself, until one misstep cost him dearly, causing him to fall and never rise again. Being young and headstrong, his temper short, when pinned down by the woman who grabbed him by his vital points, Xing Yingzhu still resisted stubbornly, gnashing his teeth as he struggled against her, attempting to weasel out. "Why should I be the one to die?" the young dragon shouted, voice loud and indignant. "Who decided this rule?" "Everyone must die," the woman answered simply. Enraged, the young dragon thrashed even more fiercely, cursing under his breath, "Why don't you go and die then?" "Xing Yingzhu," the woman called his name gently, her tone soft yet tinged with sorrow. She countered, "Do you think I'm still alive?" Chapter 67, Could that thing be from Xing Yingzhu? Xing Yingzhu opened his eyes. The night was already deep outside. The bright moonlight outlined the dark, heavy furniture inside the room. The wick of the oil lamp on the table had long been extinguished, fallen into the lamp oil. The window opposite the bed wasn't fully closed before sleep. A cool breeze seeped in through the window frame. Xing Zhao was sleeping soundly. His sleep posture was usually bad. He had taken away a large part of the quilt, wrinkling it into a ball. One leg was astride the quilt, and both hands were holding one of Xing Yingzhu's arms tightly, acting quite casually. Xing Yingzhu glanced at him sideways and disdainfully grabbed his arm to pull his right hand that had been appropriated out of Xing Zhao's embrace. Xing Zhao slept extremely well. He remained asleep despite Xing Yingzhu's rough handling and only subconsciously padded around beside him. Xing Yingzhu stuffed a pillow into his arms as a makeshift replacement. Fortunately, Xing Zhao didn't notice the difference and simply changed his position before falling back to sleep. Xing Yingzhu looked at him, then like an unruly child, pulled at the pillow in Xing Zhao's embrace. In his sleep, Xing Zhao frowned with dissatisfaction, boldly reaching out to slap Xing Yingzhu's hand, hugging the pillow tighter. Mr. Xing arched an eyebrow slightly, let out a soft laugh, pressed the pillow further into his arms, then turned and got off the bed. He walked barefoot to the outer room window, shut the swaying wooden frame tightly, and then looked up at the moon for today. Today just happened to be the 15th day of the lunar month. The stars were sparse against the bright moon, high and round in the sky, looking just like a freshly steamed, perfectly round pot, type of flatbread. Xing Yingzhu used his thumb to rub below his collarbone. He could clearly feel a faint heat radiating there, with the deep purple dragon mark flickering faintly. Back then, for Xing Yingzhu, this term probably referred to about 8,000 years ago. Though Xing Yingzhu himself wouldn't admit it, those were indeed some embarrassing moments in his life. But to be honest, he truly thought he was dead back then. As for why that woman didn't strip his skin and pulverize his dragon pearl but instead inserted his soul and dragon pearl into a female snake's belly, allowing him to reincarnate as a snake alive until today, Xing Yingzhu still hadn't figured it out. "You'll understand when you grow up," the woman said while kneeling on the ground half-squatting, fiddling with his dragon pearl and laughing, "when you think it through, I'll give your bones back." Bullshit, the mature snake Xing Yingzhu, now tens of thousands of years old, once again rudely thought, "Your divine race dies out because you overthink everything." He gently wiped under his collarbone, concealing the dragon mark. Just as he was planning to go back inside and continue sleeping, after stepping back half a step, he sensed something flash by near the bushes outside the window, as if it was secretly watching him. Xing Yingzhu noticed earlier that a bunch of little ones had gathered nearby, most of them land creatures, interspersed with a few aquatic beings. At first, he thought they had come to see Xing Zhao, so he ignored them. However, since they were now staring at him, his irascible temper began to flare up. He shifted his steps, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. Under the moonlight, several small heads of various types appeared sporadically from the grass, the leader being a young wolf demon. Judging by appearance, he seemed to have cultivated nearly 2,000 years and transformed into a young human boy of about 14 or 15 years old. Among the surrounding bushes squatted a few smaller ones, whose transformations took the shape of 6 or 7-year-old children. Their cultivation levels varied greatly, the eldest among them didn't exceed 1,200 years, and they were probably all here following that young wolf. Upon seeing Xing Yingzhu emerge, the youngsters became excited, darting in and out of the bushes, making rustling sounds as leaves moved. Master, the young wolf demon was audacious, grinning as he leaned on the low bushes and said, "We like that person in your room. Why don't you leave him to us? We can find you a better assistant." Xing Yingzhu slowly raised an eyebrow. If Xing Zhao had been awake now, he could easily detect from Xing Yingzhu's expression some ominous signs. Although Mr. Xing often ignored people normally, such cases generally weren't concerning. Usually, coaxing him would fix it. But whenever he stayed silent and smiled cheerfully, then that meant he was genuinely angry. "Is that so?" Xing Yingzhu asked in a gentle voice. That young wolf demon thought he could negotiate terms, confidently patting his chest, boasting, "Yes, he's just a mere human helper. Whatever type of companion you prefer, master, we can arrange it." "We." His words cut off abruptly, as a black gold iron chain extended from Xing Yingzhu's hand, coiling tightly around the young wolf demon's neck, tightening severely. That young wolf immediately turned red in the face and neck, struggling to pry open the chain. Seeing this, Xing Yingzhu gave a cold laugh and flicked his wrist, dragging the wolf toward him like a dog on a leash, then stepped on the back of his neck. The surrounding group of little demons let out successive cries of surprise, instinctively retreating 5 or 6 meters away. "I see you've been locked up too long on Dragon Tiger Mountain to know your place," Xing Yingzhu said with a light chuckle, questioning in return, "You want to contest me for him, do you?" His tone slightly rose at the end, soft yet lingering, as if it carried a little hook that sent shivers down the spine. But the young wolf demon wouldn't mistake Xing Yingzhu for an easy target. The foot pressing down on the back of his neck felt heavy as 1,000 caddies, icy and cold, it looked like it might snap his neck. The young wolf tried to use magic to escape, but he couldn't figure out what material the chain was made of, there was no strength he could muster against it. The black gold chain tightened around his neck, nearly choking him. "You." The wolf's claws scratched helplessly on the ground, leaving deep grooves in the soil. He struggled to say, "I haven't done anything wrong. You can't kill me." Xing Yingzhu laughed again. Beings of demonic origin were animals first, always adept at reading situations. Seeing that Xing Yingzhu wouldn't be dissuaded, the young wolf quickly changed tactics and started to plead. "Ma. Master." Gasping for air, enduring the maddening feeling of being strangled, the wolf managed to choke out a few words from his throat, "I'm sorry. Spare me." Before he could finish pleading for mercy, Xing Yingzhu lost his patience. He tightened his grip slightly, embedding the black gold chain deeply into the wolf's neck. Before the wolf could get another word out, Xing Yingzhu crushed him into nothing but a wisp of smoke. Most demons imprisoned on Dragon Tiger Mountain did not have physical forms, they were spirits. So once killed, there would be no chance of revival, no traces left behind. The other little demons who had been nervously spectating were now frightened out of their wits. They dared not run but were equally afraid of staying lest this ruthless man decided to grab another victim at will. "To any of you who dare covet those close to me," Xing Yingzhu curved his lips upward mockingly and said coldly, "Measure your powers carefully, now go." As the tree shadows swayed, all the little ones scattered like frightened birds, fleeing completely without hesitation. Xing Yingzhu coiled the black gold chain back onto his hand. When he turned to head back inside, he found Xing Zhao still sleeping soundly, entirely unaware of the tragic incident outside. Frowning slightly, Xing Yingzhu wasn't pleased. Why should I have nightmares while he sleeps so peacefully? The thought annoyed him. With mounting anger, Xing Yingzhu intended to reach out and spoil Xing Zhao's sweet dreams. However, just as his fingertip was about to touch Xing Zhao's forehead, the latter shifted, rubbing his cheek against the pillow. He must have been dreaming something pleasant because he let out a silly chuckle and called out, "Yingzhu." "Xing Yingzhu." He abruptly changed his mind, pulling back his hand with an air of disdain. Though pretending to feel disdain, he couldn't help but smile faintly at the corner of his lips. Unaware of how narrowly he'd avoided trouble, Xing Zhao slept blissfully. His dream was so peaceful that it seemed he didn't want to wake up. It wasn't until noon when Hu Huan came looking for him that he finally woke up. "Big brother Zhao," Hu Huan said, "don't sleep anymore, it's time to attend to business." Dazed and confused, Xing Zhao was dragged out by Hu Huan and only understood after a moment that today was the day to visit the tracing source mirror. Xing Yingzhu and Zhang Qingde had already gone, leaving him still asleep indoors. "Why didn't Xing Yingzhu call me?" Xing Zhao asked. "Said to let you sleep a little longer." Hu Huan wore an oddly subtle expression. "This morning, you were having some nice dream he couldn't wake you from. Xing Zhao. Really? Doubt crept over him as he questioned himself internally and began to suspect his own situation. The tracing source mirror was located on the north peak of Heavenly Gate Mountain, a forbidden area where ordinary people shouldn't tread without permission. When Hu Huan brought Xing Zhao up there, Zhang Jian was already waiting at the entrance to the forbidden zone. Don't look around once we go in, Zhang Jian advised, the tracing source mirror is a divine artifact. It's best if you keep your distance. Hu Huan nodded, and Xing Zhao followed suit, thinking to himself that even if he were told to get closer, he wouldn't dare. Calling it a forbidden area might seem grand, but it was actually just a small patch of mountaintop. Up close, Xing Zhao finally saw what exactly this tracing source mirror was. It wasn't really a mirror but rather a large stone split in half. The cross-section of the stone wasn't jade but resembled a flowing liquid, defying physical laws as it moved along the vertical fracture, emitting a faint glow. Xing Yingzhu and Zhang Qingde were already standing beside the stone. Xing Yingzhu held the golden chain in his hand, slowly feeding it into the tracing source mirror. His face was calm, showing no sign that he noticed their arrival. Xing Zhao didn't dare to disturb him and pulled Hu Huan to stand aside. The tracing source mirror readily accepted the chain, and just as Xing Zhao was wondering about how it worked, a very fine strand of golden thread extended from the mirror, gently winding around Xing Yingzhu's wrist. Immediately after, Xing Yingzhu and Zhang Qingde both froze for a moment. Did this chain come from the big boss? Hu Huan lowered his voice, puzzled. It shouldn't be like that. Hearing this, Xing Zhao also froze. He had discussed this matter with Xing Yingzhu for a long time, whether it was possible that this could be part of his skeleton. Back then, Xing Yingzhu was extremely sure. While he did sense a faint trace of presence on it, it absolutely had nothing to do with him, otherwise, he would not have failed to recognize it. Xing Yingzhu obviously thought so too. He frowned, gazed at the gold chain for a while, seemed to recall something, and reached into his pocket, pulling out a transparent bottle the size of a thumb. Inside the bottle was a crinkly object that looked like an insect's discarded skin. The sacrificial victim in Xanadu City had been used by Xing Yingzhu to replenish Jiao Liyu's body, but there remained a layer of its pupil skin in Xing Yingzhu's possession. After pondering for a bit, he opened the box cover and, before Zhang Qingde could stop him, tossed the item into the tracing source mirror. Almost instantly upon its entry into the mirror, another strand of golden thread extended from the tracing source mirror, unwaveringly coiling around Xing Yingzhu's hand. Xing Yingzhu's expression darkened immediately. Chapter 68, You're not going to hibernate, are you? What do you mean? Xing Zhao tugged Hu Huan and whispered, Does that thing have anything to do with Xing Yingzhu? Hu Huan didn't dare to nod now. Kidding aside, even if he had 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to say Xing Yingzhu was the mastermind behind the creation of human sacrifices. Besides Xing Yingzhu, the expressions of Zhang Qingde and his disciple were also not good. The origin mirror always traces the origin. If the golden line wraps around something, it means its origin is linked to someone. As for the golden chains binding dragons, that could be disregarded. Perhaps over 1,000 years ago, Xing Yingzhu left some kind of magic tool unknowingly. However, human sacrifices could mean something big or small. If they were indeed made by Xing Yingzhu, regardless of how profound his magic was, today's scene couldn't continue peacefully. Xing Zhao. Xing Yingzhu suddenly said, Come here. Xing Zhao paused in surprise, not understanding why he suddenly called him, but instinctively started walking and jogged to his side. Zhang Jian wanted to stop him, but he saw Xing Zhao wave at him and ran towards Xing Yingzhu with an innocent look on his face, as if saying, How could Xing Yingzhu harm me? Zhang Jian. Drowning in water skills and dying from stubborn arguments, sooner or later you will regret being in Xing Yingzhu's hands. What's wrong? Xing Zhao asked, Why did you call me? Xing Yingzhu's face was grim as water. He turned and looked at Xing Zhao twice before his hand shot out like lightning, grabbing Xing Zhao's right wrist and sending it towards the origin mirror. Xing Zhao jumped in fright, not yet having time to pull his hand back. His fingertips already touched the surface of the origin mirror. The surface felt extremely delicate, both soft and slippery, as if touching a pool of elastic water. It felt slightly cool, but still bearable within limits. He was about to ask what Xing Yingzhu was trying to do when he noticed another golden line emerging from the mirror. This was the third time it wrapped around Xing Yingzhu's wrist. At this moment, it wasn't just Xing Zhao who was baffled, the expressions of the other three became peculiar as well. Is this thing broken? Hu Huan, full of question marks, was the first to question, Why does everything keep wrapping around our great lord? Good buddy, Xing Zhao thought inwardly, you said what I dared not say. It's impossible. Zhang Qingde hadn't spoken yet when Zhang Jian immediately contradicted, the origin mirror is a powerful artifact of Longhu Mountain, and over all these years, it has never made any mistakes. But it can't wrap everything around Xing Yingzhu, Xing Zhao muttered quietly, living long is such a disadvantage. Zhang Jian was momentarily speechless after hearing him, and subconsciously turned to look at Zhang Qingde. However, no matter how authoritative Zhang Qingde was as the family head, he himself was only a mortal, with limited knowledge, and thus dared not decisively determine whether the human sacrifice came from Xing Yingzhu or whether the origin mirror had its own standards known to ordinary people. That's simple then. Hu Huan stood there confused, stepped forward, and said, If I try it too, won't it solve? Before he could reach the mirror, Zhang Jian firmly grasped his wrist. Not possible, Zhang Jian said. Once opened, the origin mirror can only be used 3 times. To use it again, we must wait until the next day. When is the next day? Xing Zhao asked. In 3 years, Zhang Jian replied. Xing Zhao, what poor work efficiency. Xing Yingzhu released Xing Zhao, who withdrew his hand, checked, found he was still intact, then contentedly touched his palm and glanced at Xing Yingzhu's hand. Since Xing Zhao had moved away, the golden thread related to him disappeared as well. Why not? Zhang Qingde suggested appropriately, please accompany me to the inner mountain first, where there should be techniques in the library that could trace origins. There's no need, Xing Yingzhu cut him off. It seemed Xing Yingzhu did not intend to explain much. He turned and walked away while calling out for Xing Zhao. We're leaving, Xing Yingzhu said, going home. Going home? Xing Zhao asked in confusion, aren't you investigating your own business? They cannot find out anything, Xing Yingzhu responded blandly, there's no point anymore. Xing Zhao. These words, spoken in front of the hosts, were truly disrespectful. So you're just leaving? Zhang Jian incredulously asked, but what about the strange phenomena everywhere? The seals in various places can last for at least 2 more years, Xing Yingzhu replied without turning back, figure it out yourselves, don't bother me unnecessarily. You. Zhang Qingde stopped Zhang Jian's hand and shook his head lightly toward him. Hu Huan stood in place, glanced around, spent 2 seconds choosing between Zhang Jian and Xing Yingzhu, and followed Xing Yingzhu with excitement. Still, the Hu clan was more emotionally intelligent than cold-blooded animals. Before running after Xing Yingzhu, Hu Huan didn't forget to slip a little note with a phone number written on it into Zhang Jian's hand. See you some other day, Hu Huan grinned and winked, welcome to watch my live stream. Xing Zhao happened to hear this remark ahead and thought to himself that Hu Huan's boss had made a very worthy acquisition. Even at a time like this, Hu Huan didn't forget to promote himself, his professional spirit was truly commendable. Xing Yingzhu came to Longhu Mountain originally to investigate the whereabouts of some bones, but not only did he fail to find them, he ended up with more questions than before. Watching him, Xing Zhao felt genuinely concerned on his behalf. What's the problem? Xing Yingzhu lazily lifted his eyelids, looking at him with an ambiguous smile, pinching Xing Zhao's chin as if he were some dissolute young lord seeking amusement, casually saying, isn't this just reaping the boyfriend? Xing Zhao. Help, Xing Zhao thought, why was he so smooth now? Who taught him all these ways of flirting? Hu Huan, who was operating the counter at that moment, sneezed for no reason. In contrast, Xing Yingzhu's mental state seemed far better than Xing Zhao's. He was like someone on holiday, going out once then coming back, still calm and collected, without any sense of disappointment. He must have wasted countless efforts over the years. As a considerate and thoughtful boyfriend, Xing Zhao certainly wouldn't run around scratching Mr. Xing's wounds, yet secretly, he was still scheming. Not only did he book online VR visits for 6 museums upon returning, he also bought a bunch of ancient books online, determined to catch up on historical knowledge related to esoteric studies. However, Xing Yingzhu wasn't too clear about these yet, because he was currently facing another pressing unexpected event. Say it again, Xing Yingzhu said expressionlessly, what are you going to do? Xing Zhao held boss Xing's midday food allowance in one hand, leaning against the doorframe, chest puffed out, speaking righteously, if we're legal lovers, what's wrong with cohabiting? Watch more legal channels. Xing Yingzhu couldn't help retorting, being lovers isn't something legally recognized. Xing Zhao choked for a moment, feeling humiliated, and blurted, then just take my meaning. Even Xing Zhao knew that although he and Xing Yingzhu had started dating, their decision to be together was hasty and dramatic, not to mention how short their relationship had been, not even having passed the probation period. Discussing cohabitation was definitely premature. But he simply couldn't help it. Perhaps it was due to that video call during the time when Xing Zhao took leave and went to Shanghai. Xing Zhao harbored a deep obsession with acquiring a home of his own. If it were with Xing Yingzhu, this desire intensified twofold. So much so that, though he clearly knew this might not be ideal, his patience resembled a reckless young man's. Think it over, Xing Zhao shamelessly promoted himself, I have nowhere I'm bad, I'm warm and can cook well. During these past days, Xing Zhao vaguely discovered some aspects of Xing Yingzhu's living habits, he liked moisture but disliked cold. If they slept together at night, he would instinctively gravitate toward a heat source. Brother Sheng, so is your salary for me meant for wooing your boss? Xing Yingzhu said slowly. Xing Zhao. Sheng, work slave, Zhao suddenly remembered his forgotten professional identity and visibly appeared guilty for a moment. This doesn't hinder anything, Xing Zhao feigned composure, I'll work during the day and live together at night. What's wrong with that? You never mentioned prohibiting office romances during my interview. Boss Xing sighed for the second time, feeling a headache coming on. He almost foresaw his future. Comrade Brother Sheng was full of energy, chattering incessantly every day like a walking encyclopedia of 10,000 whys. Having him nearby both day and night would surely make him livelier than sparrows outside the window. But fragile human kids were emotionally sensitive. If he refused, there was a high probability Sheng would be sorrowfully heartbroken behind his back. Boss Xing considered himself a generous boyfriend, so after convincing himself, he reluctantly made a little concession. Come here. Xing Yingzhu said. Xing Zhao eagerly went over, sitting down on the carpet beside the sofa. Xing Yingzhu squinted slightly, pinching his chin and examining him left and right, clicking his tongue teasingly. What advantages can you give me? Xing Zhao laughed foolishly, flatteringly holding his fist and lightly punching Xing Yingzhu's leg. I'll cook for you, Xing Zhao said. And if I don't agree, you won't cook for me anymore? Xing Yingzhu asked. Not really, Xing Zhao tried reasoning stubbornly. Maybe the meals will taste of love after we start living together. Xing Yingzhu curled his lips. Alright, Xing Yingzhu said, let me taste this so-called love flavor of yours, and if I can't taste it, your double salary at year-end will be cancelled. Xing Zhao. This Huang Shiren. Is there anyone who deducts their boyfriend's salary without proper justification? Xing Zhao was just about to make a justified stand for his year-end bonus when he saw Xing Yingzhu release his chin, then feel around on the coffee table, apparently searching for a remote control. His movements were somewhat slow, and Xing Zhao tilted his head to look at him for a while, feeling that something was off. Are you not feeling well? Xing Zhao edged forward a bit, holding his face and examining it from side to side. Why is your complexion so pale? Xing Yingzhu first squinted his eyes slightly, as if processing Xing Zhao's words before lightly brushing his hand away and denying it with a short reply. Really? Or not? Xing Zhao wasn't entirely convinced. You haven't argued with me all day today. It feels like you've been low on energy. Xing Yingzhu. How unusual, someone actually chasing after trouble. A little tired. Xing Yingzhu gave a concise response. It's getting cold. Xing Zhao initially looked bewildered, then suddenly his expression turned peculiar as he glanced oddly at Xing Yingzhu, hesitating for a moment before stammering out, You're not going to hibernate, are you? Chapter 69, Is it because life is too peaceful? Xing Yingzhu. He felt that he should give Xing Zhao a class on the physiology and hygiene of the demon race, so that Xing wouldn't keep comparing him to those wild snakes outside that haven't awakened their intelligence. Right, Xing Yingzhu gave a sinister smile, speaking sarcastically, Do you want to hibernate with me? Xing Zhao's spirit was invigorated by this familiar tone. He thought yes, this was the flavor, this was Boss Xing. Not, Xing Zhao laughed nervously while patting his leg, If I hibernate with you, there's a good chance I'll be dead asleep. You're exhausting yourself unnecessarily, you should apply to Dian society, your talents are wasted here. Xing Yingzhu pushed his shoulders, Move, I'm watching TV. Not wasting talent at all, Xing Zhao said earnestly, Am I not helping my boyfriend's business? A couple running a shop together, how great is that? Where could you find someone as proper and diligent as me? So does the diligent one even know if I hibernate in winter or not? Xing Yingzhu countered. This isn't a common sense question in the normal sense, I refuse to answer. Xing Zhao glanced at his face again, hesitating before saying, So, do you really hibernate? Before Xing Yingzhu could speak, Xing Zhao quickly cut in, Hey, I respect your species' habits. But generally, how long do you hibernate? Several months. If you find a tree hole to sleep in, won't I be unable to see my boyfriend for several months? That would be so lonely. Xing Yingzhu. Why did I have to say anything more? Xing Yingzhu asked himself, was it to make life too peaceful? Moreover, I have no experience raising reptiles. Xing Zhao actually looked serious and troubled. Or we could do this, you tell me the precautions before you go into hibernation, and I'll jot them down. I'm not sleeping. Xing Yingzhu curtly interrupted, I don't hibernate either, little knife, what time is it? Shouldn't you be heading downstairs to work? Avoiding being forced to live apart from his boyfriend during the honeymoon phase seemed to let Xing Zhao sigh in relief. Carefully moving a little further away, he tentatively asked, Then what I just said. But I need an afternoon nap. As Xing Yingzhu said this, he pulled the blanket over his body, leaning back half-closed eyes on the sofa cushion, lazily saying, If you're coming, after 6:30 p.m. Ah. Xing Zhao was instantly reinvigorated, joyfully lunging forward to kiss him on the lips, then taking out his lunch and placing it beside him, fawningly said, Don't forget to eat, tonight I'll steam you an egg. While speaking, Xing Zhao walked toward the door, not forgetting to turn around to remind Xing Yingzhu. On his way to the door, he almost tripped over the shoe-changing bench at the entrance due to not looking where he was going. Stumbling a few steps, falling and staggering out the door, he still managed to look back and grin foolishly at Xing Yingzhu, trying to cover up his embarrassment. Boss Xing, wrapped in the blanket, smiled slightly without a trace, muttering internally, What a fool. Xing Zhao having sorted out his difficult-to-handle boyfriend made him feel suddenly full of springtime charm, feeling so elated he didn't know what to do. While waiting for the elevator, he took out his phone and browsed Taobao, buying a pair of electric toothbrushes without thinking twice based on the homepage recommendations. Whether Boss Xing would use a light pink electric toothbrush with hearts wasn't within Xing Zhao's consideration range. The property management office on the first floor had its door open, with a large splice table facing the main gate. Hu Huan and the bear siblings were sitting around it in a circle, each holding a handful of nuts. A small pile of nutshells lay scattered on the table, indicating that the tea chat had been going on for a while. How come it took you so long? Xiong Xiangsong stretched his neck to peek towards the elevator side and boisterously said, Did the boss really detain you? Hu Huan coolly peeled an almond nut, tossing it into his mouth and shaking his head casually, saying, What's your hurry? Everything in this world happens according to fate. A bit early or late, the outcome is bound to be the same. Jiao Liu threw a handful of melon seeds at him, cursing, "Speak plainly." Hu Huan said, "It's definitely me who wins the bet. You three wait to cough up the money." "I don't think it's certain." Lu Heng slowly said, "How long can a person live? Whether they date or not, it's probably just a verbal agreement that the boss made offhand. Hard to believe it seriously, isn't it?" "That makes brother Zhao too pitiful then," Jiao Liu worriedly said. "He must have confessed out of infatuation, and if he finds out he was merely regarded as a toy, wow, what to do now brother?" Xiong Xiangsong got dizzy from Jiao Liu's shaking, struggling free from her grasp and changing places to sit next to Hu Huan. "What do you know?" Xiong Xiangsong said, "Unless you have a way." The three siblings from the Daxing Anling were sincerely worried about Xing Zhao's future, but Hu Huan shook his head, sighing with a sense of, "All are drunk except me," lamenting the ignorance of the world. Jokingly, Hu Huan thought to himself, was brother Xiao an ordinary person? He was someone who could wind golden threads with a big shot in Thiyu and Mirror. As the T-chat session's key issues drifted further away, the elevator in the corridor suddenly dinged as it arrived, and the four reputable demons inside immediately and instinctively threw their dried fruits back onto the table. They sat up straight, eyes shining as they stared at the elevator door. Xing Zhao stepped out of the door and nearly jumped back into the elevator when confronted by 8 pairs of eyes. "What's going on?" Xing Zhao asked, utterly confused. "Am I glowing?" The trio from Daxing Anling frantically shook their heads, looking more like they had accidentally wandered into a rattle-drum exhibition. Hu Huan cracked a sunflower seed and inspected him from head to toe. Seeing that he carried a beaming smile, a raised corner of his lips, and steps light enough to almost fly, Hu Huan had a pretty good idea what was happening. Sure enough, Xing Zhao didn't even pause after walking in. He greeted them and rushed into the room, beginning to rummage through things with a clatter. Xiong Xiangsong looked puzzled, stretching his neck and shouting, "Little brother Zhao, what are you looking for?" Xing Zhao pulled a suitcase out of the wardrobe and extended his neck saying, "Looking for a suitcase, to pack some stuff. I'll be staying upstairs tonight, so I'm taking everything together, saving myself from multiple trips." The Daxing Anling trio. Hu Huan chuckled audibly, tapped his finger on the table, and solemnly said, "Accept your losses willingly, come, hand over the money." Xiong Xiangsong. Big and burly brother Xiong struggled and painfully pulled out his wallet, tremblingly taking out 2 slightly worn banknotes, reluctantly handing them over to Hu Huan with 1,000 regrets. Hearing the commotion in this room, Xing Zhao walked out brushing the dust off his hands, curiously asking, "What bet are you guys talking about?" Hu Huan took 200 yuan from each of their hands, satisfactorily flicked them, and generously handed 200 to Xing Zhao. "Nothing special, no betting anything, here, everyone gets a share." "I don't need it," Xing Zhao pushed back his hand, casually saying, "Boss Xing isn't withholding my salary." He wasn't, Xiong Xiangsong thought internally, within a few days, he'd likely become Boss Xing's wife anyway. Xiong Xiangsong couldn't quite grasp it. If Xing Zhao temporarily lost his mind over Boss Xing's looks, Xiong Xiangsong wouldn't find it strange. After all, lust leads one to danger, being charmed by beauty is a common thing. But for Xing Yingzhu to return that interest and seriously want to date Xing Zhao? That baffled Xiong Xiangsong greatly. For what? For the old demon eating tender grass? "Brother, you wouldn't understand." Jiao Liu lowered her voice, watching Xing Zhao's back turn while tidying up things, and said with a mystical tone, "Love, this thing, can surpass any obstacle." Perhaps it was love at first sight. Look at our brother Xiao Zhao, he's obviously economical and practical. Lu Heng's face showed a hint of discomfort, slowly scooting his but farther away from Jiao Liu. Instead, Xiong Xiangsong charged ahead recklessly, shamelessly asking if there was any such possibility. "Read more books." Jiao Liu said, "Books naturally contain treasures of gold." "What book talks about this?" Xiong Xiangsong asked. "Big Brother." Lu Heng covered his face, groaning in pain, "Don't ask anymore, those books she reads aren't suitable for us males." Xiong Xiangsong. Jiao Liu. Although Xing Zhao hadn't lived here for long, as a single young man, he overall had very few personal belongings. Aside from toiletries and clothes, there wasn't much else to pack usefully. It took him an hour to cram those things into the suitcase, yet he still felt his excitement couldn't subside. So, after pacing around the room twice, he stripped the sheets and duvet covers to wash them thoroughly. Jiao Liu, upon seeing this, followed him around excitedly for a couple rounds. After a while, she shyly and modestly asked him if, feeling he hadn't worked enough, he could help paint her closet a new color. Xing Zhao. Fortunately, Lu Heng appeared just in time, dragging Jiao Liu by the back of her collar back into the house. He gave Xing Zhao an elegant smile, explaining politely, "Ignore her, her closet needs repainting every month 3 times. With Jiao Liu dragged away, Xing Zhao behaved like a high-spirited kid, tidying the room until it looked like a model home. Packed with excitement, he joined the chit-chat army outside. Hu Huan handed him a handful of sunflower seeds and casually asked how exactly he managed to persuade Xing Yingzhu. "Nothing much," Xing Zhao said, maintaining the demeanor of a family patriarch with a calm expression. "Oh, you guys wouldn't understand, basically, it's that he can't live without me, but he's too embarrassed to say so." I just had to give him an easy way out. The sunflower seeds in Xiong Xiangsong's hand scattered all over the table with a splash. Jiao Liu's face was full of shock, and Lu Heng almost knocked the teacup off the table. The entire room fell silent for a moment, only Hu Huan remained composed as if the words from Xing Zhao were no different than asking, "What should we eat for lunch?" Spare me, Hu Huan thought. You lot are such sheltered demons. Chapter 70, There's no turning back. Life became much more relaxed after returning from Dragon Tiger Mountain. Jiao Liu had quit her job and hadn't found a new one yet. She spent all her time rearranging the soft furnishings in her room, moving the bed to 3 different spots already. Xiong Xiangsong and Lu Xing were thoroughly exhausted by her efforts, and it seemed like she was on her way to becoming a teenage soft furnishings designer. Hu Huan returned to work too, but he owed so many hours of live streaming that recently he had been frantically trying to catch up, glued to his computer day and night to make up the hours. Xing Zhao occasionally saw him in the corridor and thought his complexion was pale and his steps unsteady, as if he were a ghost risen from underground. Xing Yingzhu's leg wounds from the thunder fire healed completely 10 days later without leaving any scars, which resolved one of Xing Zhao's concerns. However, Xing Yingzhu had grown accustomed to Xing Zhao applying ointment every night, and after his wounds healed, he developed another subtle quirk. He would often latch onto Xing Zhao and force him to apply essential oils. For this, Xing Zhao inwardly criticized him quite a bit, thinking how an immortal-like creature could be so enthusiastic about skincare. It was almost another month since they returned home. Initially, Xing Zhao always felt like they left something unfinished, wondering when Zhang Jian might come knocking again. But after more than a month at home, the other side remained quiet, seemingly following Xing Yingzhu's advice to figure things out themselves. Even more surprisingly, within just a month, Zhang Jian managed to climb to the top 10 on Hu Huan's live stream tipping list, with even higher rankings on the horizon, showing that he had more leisure time than Xing Zhao imagined. The thrilling adventures of before felt like a dream now. When eyes opened, life reverted to its usual routine of cooking rice, chopping vegetables, and adding seasonings. But to say life is exactly the same as before, there was indeed a difference. Foremost among them, Xing Yingzhu did as he said, converting Xing Zhao's contractual work to long-term employment. That day, the weather was pleasant, with warm sunlight. It was rare for Boss Xing not to be slouched on the sofa like a dead body, but today he rose with grace and moved around. Xing Zhao sat upright at the corner of the sofa like a student waiting for class to begin, twisting his neck into an extremely awkward position as he secretly glanced at Xing Yingzhu's silhouette. Xing Yingzhu held a cup of bubble tea in his hand, sucking on the straw while concentrating on searching for something in the bedroom. After about 10 minutes, he finally dug out what he was looking for from some obscure corner. Xing Zhao originally assumed that this so-called long-term contract would simply involve taking back his 3-year labor contract and replacing it with one lasting 30 or 50 years, just going through the motions. However, the long-term worker idea under Boss Xing turned out to be special, signing not a labor contract but some kind of peculiar ritual pact. A human can't stay with a demon for long, Xing Yingzhu said. Your bodies made of earth are too fragile. If you stay too long, you'll easily be tainted by evil energy. If I don't boost your defenses, you won't last 3 years living in this building. What Xing Yingzhu brought out was a pouch made of animal hide, tied with a tattered thin rope, approximately the length of a forearm, looking loose and worn. So this is the long-term contract? Xing Zhao asked curiously. Xing Yingzhu grunted in agreement. Actually, the blood drop pendant he originally gave to Xing Zhao was enough to ward off evil influences. However, Xing Zhao was unlike others, he had no sense of danger in his mind. Instead of avoiding Xing Yingzhu, he chased after him, staying together day and night. Without formalizing their arrangement, Xing Zhao would truly start to fade. This was the first time Xing Zhao had seen Xing Yingzhu bring out such a strange object, and his curiosity was piqued, though he didn't dare push. So, he scooted closer to the side of the sofa, giving Xing Yingzhu space, subtly implying, stop pacing around and hurry over here. His little tricks couldn't possibly escape Boss Xing's eyes. Xing Yingzhu glanced at him lightly, took another lap around the room to gather everything he needed, then slowly sat beside Xing Zhao. Xing Yingzhu pushed aside the clutter on the coffee table and placed the animal hide pouch there, undoing the ties. Only then did Xing Zhao realize what was inside, an extremely strange item. It was an irregular block about the size of a palm, jet black, and it wasn't clear what material it was made of. Some strange patterns were carved onto the surface. Xing Zhao tilted his head slightly, sensing that the carvings resembled ancient totems he had seen in old texts. What is this? Xing Zhao asked. Xing Yingzhu didn't answer directly. Instead, he picked up a small paper box next to him, opened it, dumped its contents out, and threw it to Xing Zhao. Xing Zhao fumbled to catch it, only to find that it was a tiny medical lancet needle. Xing Zhao. I have a bad feeling about this, Xing Zhao thought. Sure enough, Xing Yingzhu's next words were, do it yourself. Xing Zhao. Faced with difficulty, Xing Zhao looked at the lancet needle in his hand, imagining the scene of himself driving the shiny needle tip into his fingertip, and he felt goosebumps all over, like his sand value had plummeted to the ground. Must it be done in such a bloody way? Xing Zhao tried to persuade Xing Yingzhu, can we do something gentler? For example, just change the 3 years in my labor contract to 60. Are you sure? Xing Yingzhu replied with a smirk. If it's a labor contract, I can always regret and fire you. Sheng Zhao keenly extracted a key point from this sentence. His eyes brightened as he pursued, what do you mean, if we do this, you won't be able to go back on it. As Sheng Zhao said this, he made exaggerated gestures that almost knocked the tissue box on the table to the floor. Xing Yingzhu, worried that Sheng Zhao's excitement would lead him to slap his arm onto his face, couldn't help but move back a bit, leaning against the soft cushion. He stretched his long arms, resting them on the back of the sofa, casually pinching the nape of Sheng Zhao's neck while giving a light affirmative grunt. Although Xing Yingzhu was usually harsh-tongued and cruel-hearted, there was one virtue about him, never telling lies. Any promise he made, he kept. Sheng Zhao suddenly became exhilarated, finding the blood lancet needle in his hand less hideous than before. With Xing Yingzhu's promise sealed by spitting out nails, if it was for life, then it would indeed be for life. From an employee's perspective, this job was better than any golden rice bowl. Although the monthly salary wasn't high, there was no need to worry about food or accommodation. And from Sheng Zhao's standpoint, frankly speaking, the fact that, you can't take it back, was quite appealing to him. This implied that no matter what, for the rest of his life, he would be bound to Xing Yingzhu. Even disregarding love entirely, this relationship was already tight and secure, unbreakable unless Xing Yingzhu went back on his own words. Virtually nothing could sever this bond. Bond. This word inexplicably popped into Sheng Zhao's mind, making him slightly dazed, and he subconsciously tightened his grip on the lancet needle. This word meant something too wonderful for him, hard, solid, and unique. He no longer had to worry about being displaced one day, living alone again. Neither did he have to fear one day becoming an outsider in this home. This realization made him come alive, his heart pounding violently within his chest. In a fleeting moment, he instinctively experienced a soul-shaking sensation. So, Sheng Zhao tried not to seem overly eager, forcefully suppressing the corner of his mouth that wanted to curve upwards, putting on a serious air, all right, okay then. Yet Xing Yingzhu, sharp-eyed, could see right through this insignificant fellow who was almost hopping with joy. Xing Yingzhu had never considered that Sheng Zhao might reject him. When Sheng Zhao had told him about his family background, Xing Yingzhu realized that this little thing was meant to be his alone. Whether it was his biological father serving life imprisonment in prison or his mother who had formed another family, they probably didn't mean as much to Sheng Zhao at this moment as Xing Yingzhu did. Just as Xing Yingzhu had foreseen, Sheng Zhao didn't even ask stupid questions like, what if I regret later? His chest heaved sharply twice, his hands slightly trembling. Xing Yingzhu curled the corner of his lips, laughing lightly. However, pricking himself clearly still made Sheng Zhao somewhat hesitant. He turned his head and glanced at Xing Yingzhu, whispering softly, I can't bring myself to do it, will you, do it instead? Really? Xing Yingzhu arched an eyebrow, I may not be able to control my strength. Don't be afraid of pain. No problem. Armed with a mental readiness akin to martyrdom, Sheng Zhao handed over his right hand and a lancet needle to Xing Yingzhu, then turned away and closed his eyes tightly, stammering, be careful. Before Sheng Zhao finished his sentence, he felt Xing Yingzhu parting his fingers and taking the needle. Sheng Zhao subconsciously tensed up, preparing for the rough handling. But then, he felt something soft and slightly cool touching his right index finger. Sheng Zhao paused slightly and turned his head to find that Xing Yingzhu had tossed the needle onto the coffee table and was now gently sucking his fingertip. Boss Xing's unexpected act completely took Sheng Zhao by surprise. It was as if he had been ignited in an instant, feeling tingling sensations from his fingertips all the way to his forearm. Xing Yingzhu nibbled lightly on Sheng Zhao's fingertip, and in a fleeting moment, Sheng Zhao only felt a ticklish prick of pain. Before he reacted, Xing Yingzhu had already let go. Next, Xing Yingzhu moved Sheng Zhao's finger to the black object, applying gentle pressure and squeezing a few drops of blood into it. Then Xing Yingzhu also cut his fingertip, dropping a drop of his blood, allowing their 2 drops of blood to blend together in the cavity of the block, slowly flowing into the nearby patterns. Is that it? Sheng Zhao asked woodenly. Xing Yingzhu licked a speck of blood residue from the corner of his lips and let out a soft snort. Sheng Zhao wasn't sure if this sound meant affirmation or mockery of his ignorance, so he wisely refrained from asking further. The blood in the cube slowly filled all the patterns. A moment later, the object suddenly began to heat up, and Sheng Zhao could feel it even from over a meter away. What's happening? Before Sheng Zhao could ask more, 2 black gold lines abruptly shot out from the block without warning, extending to the left and right. Almost simultaneously, they coiled around both Sheng Zhao's and Xing Yingzhu's wrists. What is this thing? Stunned, Sheng Zhao tentatively touched it only to find that it had no physical form. And just as quickly as it appeared, it vanished between their wrists. A thing to bind you, Xing Yingzhu squinted his eyes mischievously, scaring him by saying, I'll turn you into a human sacrifice, forever at my beck and call. Chapter 71, isn't this just like marking territory? Oh, Sheng Zhao said calmly, I'm so scared. Xing Yingzhu. Mr. Xing was suddenly displeased. That's too perfunctory, Xing Yingzhu threw his hand away and said unhappily, are you teasing kids? Look at you, Sheng Zhao wiped the blood off his hands with a tissue, leaned over and hugged Xing Yingzhu's neck, kissed him from above and said while shaking his head, isn't it good that I trust you? Do I have to be terrified all the time, thinking that you're going to harm me every day? Xing Yingzhu embraced his waist with one hand, squinted his eyes, thought about it following Xing Zhao's words, and felt that it made sense. If Xing Zhao really believed in such nonsense, he would probably be angrier. The difficult-to-please Mr. Xing reluctantly accepted this explanation in his heart, but his expression was still not very happy, obviously feeling somewhat embarrassed. Xing Zhao thought he was just too amusing, having a childlike mentality. So after pondering for a moment, he decided to go along with it. Ah. Xing Zhao said, headache, chest pain. Have you taken the chance to drug me? Xing Yingzhu. Mr. Xing wanted to laugh angrily at this, thinking how rigid his act was. Wasn't he treating Xing Yingzhu as if his IQ was equivalent to that of a 6-year-old? But after giving it some thought, Xing Yingzhu concluded that Xing Xiaodao was quite dramatic. If they didn't continue with the charade, who knew what nonsense might come next? So Xing Yingzhu sighed in his heart, convincing himself and reluctantly stooping to comply. Yes, so will you listen from now on? Yes, yes, yes. Xing Zhao smiled with crescent-shaped eyes. I'll listen to everything you say. You'll manage our money at home from now on. Both of them thought they were playing with a child. The atmosphere became harmonious, lowering the average maturity level of the entire room by more than 20 years. The traces of the long-term contract had disappeared, yet Xing Zhao's psychological effects hadn't passed yet. He always felt a cool sensation on his wrist. From time to time, his gaze would flicker to Xing Yingzhu's wrist, raising his corners of his mouth higher and higher until he was dumbly laughing endlessly. Each time Xing Yingzhu saw his less sophisticated appearance, he found it entertaining. Thus, he stretched out his arm to embrace his waist, pulled him closer, and had Xing Zhao sit on his lap. What? Xing Yingzhu asked, are you this happy? Xing Zhao dumbly laughed for a while and then felt shy to explain, so he could only nod slightly with pursed lips. So how do you repay me? Xing Yingzhu asked. Xing Zhao thought inside, how else could he repay him when he already belonged to him body and soul, clearly embodying Huang Shuren's character. I have nothing left, Xing Zhao gave up completely, so I can only pledge myself to you. A slight curve appeared in Xing Yingzhu's eye corner. He pinched Xing Zhao's chin and pulled him over for a kiss, then whispered something in his ear. Before he finished, Xing Zhao sprang off Xing Yingzhu's lap like a frightened rabbit, retreating several steps back, blushing even to his ears. Amused by this reaction, Xing Yingzhu couldn't help laughing aloud, reclining on the sofa non-stop. Xing Zhao, cheeks burning, grumbled under his breath about being a dirty old man. Any trace of previous sentiment vanished without a shred left behind. Xing Yingzhu looked at him with an undulating gaze, his voice tinged with laughter, asking gently, what did you say? Even a great devil is a great devil. No matter how annoying he may be normally, once he puts up this posture, it's a double enhancement of looks and charm, appearing as though casting a spell. Xing Zhao felt covered in goosebumps upon meeting his gaze, fearing that he would fall prey again, instinctively stepping back another 2 steps. I need to go downstairs for work, Xing Zhao stammered, what do you want to eat tonight? Seeing that Xing Xiaodao teapot was almost boiling, Xing Yingzhu finally stopped teasing him out of mercy. He shifted to a more comfortable semi-reclining position on the sofa, grabbed a blanket, shook it off and draped it around himself, casually replying, whatever you decide. So boiled meat slices, chicken claw pot, and teriyaki chicken. Xing Zhao negotiated, don't drink bubble tea tonight. The honey lemonade I pickled yesterday can be consumed now. All fine, Xing Yingzhu agreed. In no time, Xing Yingzhu started feeling sleepy again. Lazily, he yawned, pulled the blanket up to his chin, closed his eyes contentedly, and dozed off. After observing him for a bit, Xing Zhao realized that Mr. Xing seemed ready to dream with Duke Zhou again, so he couldn't help sighing and detour to close the curtains for him. Still not hibernating. Xing Zhao complained inwardly. The only difference was that snakes sleep for 3 months, and he sleeps for a whole day. Moreover, Xing Zhao mysteriously discovered that Boss Xing owned the entire 7th floor, but had a particular preference for the living room, only willing to sleep on the sofa. As long as it was daytime, 9 out of 10 times he would be napping on this small piece of furniture. This habit did not align with his usual picky nature of everything has to be the best. Xing Zhao pondered about this for a while, secretly investigating the survival habits of snakes in secret, and concluded that Xing Yingzhu probably regarded the sofa as his nest. Fortunately, Xing Yingzhu didn't have the bad habit of reading minds daily, otherwise with Xing Zhao's self-supplementing ability, Xing Yingzhu would have been driven mad long ago. Xing Zhao walked around the house, drew the curtains tight, turned off the small lamp on the shaded side of the room, and just before leaving, noticed that Xing Yingzhu had already fallen sound asleep. Xing Zhao didn't dare disturb him, quietly picked up the door key from the entrance, slipped it into his pocket, carefully closed the door behind him, and went downstairs. His daily work required him to make rounds on all floors to check basic fire protection facilities, etc. This was one of the few tasks he had left, so even though he knew there wasn't a single human being in the building except himself, he still continued doing this job. Because Jiao Liu was temporarily unemployed, the burden of supporting the group of 3 from Daxing Anling fell entirely on Xiong Xiangsong's shoulders, making him more diligent recently in running his store. Lu Xing and Jiao Liu would help Xiong Xiangsong during the day, generally not staying in the building, while Hu Huan was still catching up on his live streaming hours and seldom appeared. Sheng Zhao originally planned to do a perfunctory round on each floor, then go downstairs to fill out the patrol form before heading out to buy groceries. However, as soon as he reached the 4th floor, he happened to run into Hu Huan stepping out of his room. Hu Huan, a cunning fox spirit, now floated with unstable steps, pale complexion, dark circles under his eyes, his entire demeanor dazedly lurching forward, causing Sheng Zhao a fright at first glance. Anyone who didn't know better might assume he had been taken as a human offering. Wow, Sheng Zhao quickly blocked Hu Huan, worry etched across his face as he waved his hand in front of Hu Huan. What's wrong with you? Hu Huan's pupils moved slowly, sluggishly focusing on Sheng Zhao's face, seemingly recognizing him at last. He immediately grimaced and clutched onto Sheng Zhao like someone who had seen liberation troops in an occupied zone, deeply gasping before trying to speak. Sheng Zhao startled, intending to remind Hu Huan that men should keep proper distance, when Hu Huan suddenly let go and jumped back several steps, eyeing him warily. Sheng Zhao. Sheng Zhao, puzzled, asked, Hu Huan, are you confused after waking up? I'm not. Hu Huan wiped his face, coming alive from his zombie-like state, trembling as he clung to his doorframe while staring at Sheng Zhao. Little brother Zhao, what did you do upstairs? I haven't done anything. Sheng Zhao glanced down at himself and casually replied, oh, right. In the morning, didn't Xing Yingzhu insist on exercising my metaphysical talent? It's not that. Hu Huan frowned and said, why do I smell like you've reeked of the big boss? You almost scared me to death earlier. Sheng Zhao was genuinely perplexed by now. He lifted his hand to sniff but couldn't detect any Xing Yingzhu smell, after a while, struggling hard only to realize he might have caught a bit of Xing Yingzhu's shampoo scent. Only hugging briefly, Sheng Zhao mumbled in thought, was the fox spirit's nose really this sharp? What kind of nose is this? Sheng Zhao remarked, I don't smell anything unusual. It's not the scent. Hu Huan hesitated. Among demons, there are methods to identify each other. One can instantly recognize their cultivation, age, and race with a whiff. The big boss has too much cultivation power, so I usually can't perceive his information, but when you came down just now, I could. Sheng Zhao instantly understood. It was likely due to the aftermath of that long-term contract. The thing blended both his blood and Xing Yingzhu's, possibly binding them with some unknown pact that created a connection between him and Xing Yingzhu. Therefore, Hu Huan could detect the scent of Xing Yingzhu on him. Even though this little fox spirit couldn't discern Xing Yingzhu's specifics, it could tell that they were from the same circle. So, Sheng Zhao contemplated a possibility, his expression turning subtle as he asked, does that mean every demon who sees me now knows that I'm related to Xing Yingzhu? Hu Huan slowly nodded. Sheng Zhao immediately felt his face burn red, thinking it was akin to marking territory. It seemed that Mr. Xing looked unruffled, but in fact, he truly was childish. Cough, Sheng Zhao cleared his throat awkwardly, feeling embarrassed to delve further into this issue with Hu Huan, so he forced a topic change. What were you doing just now? You look like a wandering soul, scaring me to death. Me? Sheng Zhao's reminder made Hu Huan recall why he had come looking for him. Our live streaming platform has recently launched a new event to thank the big spenders on the tip list. Hu Huan's face became even more distressed. They want us to invite these bigwigs to attend the platform's annual gathering. Every host must invite their top one in the live streaming room, regardless of gender. And coincidentally, this event is taking place right here in Xanadu City. There's no way for me to decline. And, said Hu Huan indignantly, if it was an internal announcement, I could have just said that my top supporter declined. But it's a public welfare announcement prominently displayed on the homepage of the live streaming platform, which caused someone from my live stream to already ask me about it last night. This sounds like a good thing, go play. Sheng Zhao couldn't understand why Hu Huan had such a gloomy expression and asked curiously, what's wrong? Is your number one a girl? Are you trying to avoid suspicion? What kind of girl? Hu Huan angrily stomped his foot, it's Zhang Jian. Sheng Zhao. Chapter 72, Stick to your spouse to secure your mating rights. 10 minutes later, in the first floor duty room, Sheng Zhao poured a cup of hot water from the water dispenser and handed it to Hu Huan, then sat down opposite him. The two of them were silent. Sheng Zhao was inscrutable while Hu Huan appeared disoriented. After a long pause, Sheng Zhao finally broke the silence slowly. Hu Huan, Sheng Zhao said, I think he might be trying to flirt with you. Hu Huan. If the person sitting opposite wasn't his devoted Xiao Zhao brother, or someone close to his big boss, Hu Huan might have been tempted to throw this cup of water at him. Xiao Zhao brother, Hu Huan said solemnly, you can't assume that just because you're gay, everyone else is too. Bullshit. Sheng Zhao naturally could not tolerate such accusations since he had gone straight and was now accused of being gay, and thus retorted angrily, this is a normal guess based on actual circumstances. Otherwise, tell me, Zhang Jian, a future successor of the Celestial Master title, has nothing better to do and comes to tip you? Throws away hundreds of thousands without even getting what he wants in return. After being pointed out by Sheng Zhao about something that bothered him, Hu Huan's confidence dwindled greatly, sighing helplessly, and fell silent. The little fox pup looked grievously wronged. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Sheng Zhao even thought he saw the fox ears drooping on Hu Huan. So let him come, Sheng Zhao also sighed, said, what's there to worry about? Just play along, didn't you two get along fine before, are you scared of him? Not really. Hu Huan shook his head and said, I've heard about the history between the Fox tribe and them. Then why are you so worried? Sheng Zhao couldn't understand, asked, judging from your expression, anyone who doesn't know would think Zhang Jian is some kind of monster. Hu Huan found it hard to explain. How could he put into words that Zhang Jian has been frequenting his live streaming room recently? Although he hasn't spoken a word, just throwing money around, Hu Huan's sharp instincts as a member of the Fox tribe still saw through the implications behind this unusual behavior. I don't understand what he wants to do, Hu Huan complained bitterly, he's a celestial master, I'm a demon, we're not particularly acquainted. Why does he always stick around for no reason? I think you don't need to be so afraid, relax a bit, Sheng Zhao consoled very generously, maybe he's just here to flirt with you. Hu Huan. No comfort at all, thank you. As a fox spirit who has thrived for years among humans, Hu Huan has an extremely profound understanding of the treachery of humanity. He didn't bother to listen to the nonsense spouted by the average human sitting opposite him. After thinking carefully for a long time, he came up with a plausible guess. I think he's here to monitor me, Hu Huan said. Pfft. Sheng Zhao almost spat water all over the table, confused as to how Hu Huan suddenly veered the conversation onto such a baffling topic. Could it be that Hu Huan suffers from delusions of persecution? Sheng Zhao doubted. He must be worried that I'm causing harm, thinking that I use my demon powers to enchant people, hence the high viewership on the live stream. The more Hu Huan explained, the more possible it seemed, leading to resentment. How could he think this of me? This is purely due to my racial advantage. Sheng Zhao didn't want to talk to him anymore. Based on his limited understanding of Zhang Jian, he believed the other to be a straightforward person. If he deemed a certain demon harmful, he'd rather act directly instead of using such a circuitous method, as he had done with Xing Yingzhu in the past. But clearly, Hu Huan, immersed in his social anxiety at the moment, wasn't listening to any advice. Therefore, Sheng Zhao could only feign agreement with a few hums and suggest, if that's the case, you might as well skip it and take leave. No. Hu Huan, having conjured up God knows what ideas in his mind, abruptly stood up in anger, declaring, I need to prove my innocence. If he wants to come, let him come. Sheng Zhao. Alright, knowing full well that danger lies ahead yet choosing to walk straight into it. Such scheming indeed befits a race known for its cunning and deviousness, Sheng Zhao thought blankly. Of course, to preserve Hu Huan's fragile self-esteem, Sheng Zhao didn't dare voice this mocking criticism. Hu Huan's live streaming platform set the annual meeting on Christmas Day. Due to Xing Yingzhu's bizarre door policy, Hu Huan had already informed the platform earlier to decline the evening banquet, stating that he would only participate in the daytime part of the year-end meeting. Initially, Sheng Zhao was very curious about this private meeting between him and Zhang Jian, and snickered several times underhandedly. He initially wanted to leverage Hu Huan's connections to get an invitation and tag along for some fun. However, when the time came, he was unexpectedly tied up and had to regrettably give up the opportunity to closely encounter some gossip. The reason was simple, currently, Xing Yingzhu was rather difficult to leave alone. The boasts that Sheng Zhao had previously made to the other monsters in the building had inexplicably come true, proving that the concept of verbal karma did indeed have merit. After the onset of winter, while Xing Yingzhu vehemently denied he would be as confined by his nature as regular snakes, he had nonetheless become lazier, lounging around indoors and moving less. Out of every 24 hours, a significant portion was spent sleeping, waking briefly for meals, then promptly falling back asleep. This wasn't an issue. Sheng Zhao worked downstairs during the day, allowing Xing Yingzhu to catch up on rest, becoming more alert in the evenings, a schedule that originally aligned perfectly. But as it turned out, the colder weather made Xing Yingzhu increasingly clingy. In early December, a heavy snowfall blanketed Chengdu city overnight, accumulating to ankle height by morning. From this point onward, temperatures in Chengdu plummeted, officially marking the end of autumn and the beginning of the harsh winter winds. Though none of the inhabitants of Xing Yingzhu's building were human, the building still somehow had central heating, but the warmth seemed insufficient against the cold, especially for a great monster like Xing Yingzhu who hailed from a natural climate. He strictly followed the rules of seasonal change, growing increasingly drowsy as if his heating bill had been wasted entirely. At first, Sheng Zhao found Xing Yingzhu's behavior unbearably cute, a rare display of compliance that often led to him sneaking touches or even a kiss while Xing Yingzhu slept, emboldened by his pet-like demeanor. However, gradually, Sheng Zhao noticed things taking an unexpected turn. Sheng Zhao couldn't determine whether Xing Yingzhu was simply seeking warmth or if his possessiveness exploded particularly in this special period, but regardless, after the second snowfall, Mr. Xing stripped Sheng Zhao of his work responsibilities, prohibiting him from going downstairs. Xing Yingzhu behaved like a colossal black dragon guarding its treasure, closely watching Sheng Zhao every moment. Aside from necessary trips to buy groceries or airing out, he wouldn't let Sheng Zhao leave the house, dragging him wherever he went. Even when lying on the sofa listening to legal news, he insisted on using Sheng Zhao's legs as a pillow. Although Mr. Xing usually lacked reason and had terrifying possessiveness, he had never exhibited such extreme behavior before. While Sheng Zhao felt joy at this new side, he also harbored concern, fearing something might be wrong with Xing Yingzhu's health. After 2 restless days, he furtively opened a certain shopping app on his phone, chose a reptile store, and purchased half an hour of consulting service from the shop owner. Of course, Sheng Zhao wasn't foolish enough to reveal the truth to the unfortunate store owner. He pondered for a moment, subtly altering the narrative, referring to Xing Yingzhu as a pet snake and himself as the new female snake bought for Little Black. As those words appeared in the chat window, a wave of discomfort washed over Xing Zhao, lamenting internally how much he was sacrificing for Xing Yingzhu, able to accept such bizarre setups involving himself. Fortunately, Xing Yingzhu was sound asleep, completely oblivious to Xing Zhao's embarrassing escapade. Otherwise, he'd probably forego sleep altogether just to hang Xing Zhao out the window for 3 days and nights. Different pets may exhibit different habits depending on their circumstances, explained the diligent reptile store owner, unaware of who exactly was on the other end of the conversation. It could be due to low metabolism, resulting in abnormal behaviors, which would vary based on each pet's specific situation. Lowering his eyes toward Xing Yingzhu resting on his knees, Xing Zhao typed solemnly into the chat box, "Is it normal for him to constantly cling to his mate, unable to bear losing sight of them for a moment?" The well-meaning reptile store owner, not catching the odd use of him, replied earnestly, "It's normal. Some animals lose a degree of basic security during these periods, so they stick to their spouse to secure their mating rights." Xing Zhao's gaze flickered over the words, mating rights, causing a sudden heat to rise in his ears. Flustered, he hastily thanked the store owner and turned off his phone, screen down on the coffee table, raising a hand to cover his face. The rerun on the TV ended, switching to a little-known channel, whereupon a loud gunfight scene began. Worried about disturbing Xing Yingzhu, Xing Zhao fumbled for the remote and lowered the volume a couple of notches. Mr. Xing's physiological traits seemed very selective depending on whom they suited. Occasionally, when needed, he remained fully awake for entire days without napping, stepping out in sub-zero temperatures cheerfully, showing no signs of being cold-blooded. But once there was nothing urgent at home, he reverted to his true form, bundled up in blankets and curled on the couch, frequently dozing off while embracing Xing Zhao. This occurrence left Xing Zhao wondering many times if he should wake him up and ask, truly sleepy or merely pretending. Overall, Mr. Xing in his semi-hibernation state was fairly easy to please. He generally took 3 naps a day, woke up for lunch and dinner as usual, and remained alert for a while after dinner, often lasting until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. During this time, he was mentally sound, except for being slightly more clingy than usual, showing no signs of anything amiss. However, during his daytime sleep periods, he occasionally became a little confused. Perhaps because he let down his guard around Xing Zhao, Xing Yingzhu rarely felt the need to be vigilant. Regardless of whatever racket Xing Zhao accidentally made, he continued to sleep soundly without interruption. On one occasion, Xing Zhao was even surprised to discover that during the hazy period when Xing Yingzhu woke from his slumber, he sometimes couldn't tell whether he was human or snake. Chapter 73, Acting as the head of the household makes you the head of the household. Regarding Xing Yingzhu's confused state of mind, Xing Zhao actually discovered it by accident. That day happened to be Christmas Eve, and while Mr. Xing was soaking in the bath, Xing Zhao went downstairs to give out some apples, which symbolize peace, to the various tenants in the building. Hu Huan was behind closed doors figuring out how to intimidate Zhang Jian with his presence the next day. Xing Zhao dared not approach him for fear of getting caught up in a bloodbath. Xiong Xiangsong, perhaps following some biological law, had rarely come out lately, and the barbecue shop was being managed by Lu Xing and Diao Liu. When Xing Zhao visited, he didn't answer the door, so Xing Zhao just left the apple at the entrance and left. After winter began, Mr. Xing almost never allowed Xing Zhao to leave his sight for more than half an hour. So after just walking around from upstairs to downstairs, Xing Zhao locked the main door of the first-floor management office, posted a notice on the door that said, "Contact me via WeChat if there's anything," and then returned to the 7th floor. When Xing Zhao came back, Xing Yingzhu was already tightly wrapped in a blanket lying on the sofa, half asleep, lazily pressing the remote control every now and then purely because he was waiting for Xing Zhao to return. There were still some leftovers in the plate on the coffee table. Mr. Xing hadn't been eating much recently, probably because he wasn't very active. Xing Zhao made a slight noise upon entering, causing Xing Yingzhu to lazily raise his eyelids and glance at him. Once assured that Xing Zhao had returned, he threw the remote control onto the coffee table without a word, tightened the blanket a little more around himself, turned over, and closed his eyes again. Lately, he had been doing this often. Xing Zhao didn't disturb him but quietly changed shoes, took off his coat, collected the bowls and plates on the coffee table into the dishwasher, then walked back to the side of the sofa. He carefully extracted the cushion supporting Xing Yingzhu and sat beside him so that Xing Yingzhu could comfortably lie on his lap. This had almost become Xing Zhao's routine for tending to reptiles. After completing all these actions, Xing Zhao comfortably leaned against a spare cushion with his left hand, picked up the remote control, and changed channels. In the past, Mr. Xing would sleep deeply. No matter how loud Xing Zhao got, unless the boss slept long enough, nothing would wake him. But today, for some reason, Xing Yingzhu seemed to not have fallen into a deep sleep. Despite Xing Zhao's quiet movements, he was woken up anyway. While sleeping deeply, Xing Yingzhu subconsciously furrowed his brows, used his knees to push against the sofa cushion, sliding upward instinctively like swimming until he climbed onto Xing Zhao's chest. Wrapping his arms around Xing Zhao's neck, he tilted his head to rest it on Xing Zhao's shoulder. He found a comfortable position under Xing Zhao's clavicle. The furrowed brows loosened slightly, and he fell back asleep. Xing Zhao. Xing Zhao stared at him in shock, as if he'd seen a ghost. Maintaining a comical pose, with hands raised high, body stiff, he trembled slightly as he observed Xing Yingzhu for a while before confirming that the older man had merely changed sleeping positions. Usually, no matter how clingy Xing Yingzhu might seem, due to dignity issues, he would never openly act that way. Not to mention casually leaning onto someone. So, for the next full 5 minutes, Xing Zhao remained shocked, frozen stiffly like a stone sculpture, hesitant to lower his hands, fearing that if Xing Yingzhu woke up, he might get furious and kick him out. The basketball game replay on TV moved into the second quarter when the coach's sharp whistle startled Xing Zhao awake from his trance. Instinctively, he grabbed the remote control and pressed the mute button. Xing Yingzhu wasn't awakened by the sound. His arm slid down from Xing Zhao's shoulders and landed softly on the couch cushion instead. Xing Zhao looked down at him again, slowly recovering from his previous shock, realizing this pose wasn't entirely unfamiliar. When Mr. Xing was a snake, he would also climb onto him frequently, either out of racial habit or simply to conserve effort. Realizing this, Xing Zhao couldn't help but press his lips together, trying to hide a mischievous smile. He thought drowsy Xing Yingzhu was truly adorable, much cuter and less sharp-edged than usual. Xing Zhao sneaked another glance at Xing Yingzhu and, seeing that he was sleeping peacefully, suddenly had a daring idea pop into his head. Carefully, he increased the volume of the TV slightly but kept it low enough not to wake the other man. Then, he quietly pulled the slipping blanket back over Xing Yingzhu's back. Once sure that Mr. Xing showed no signs of waking, Xing Zhao felt immense excitement. With careful movements, he lightly embraced Xing Yingzhu's back through the blanket and then reached for his phone, snapping a photo. The angle he chose was quite clever. Mr. Xing's half-face was buried in the blanket, his eye corners slightly raised, emphasizing the tear mole at the corner of his eye, giving an impression of subtle fragility. Xing Zhao encircled his back, and from this angle, it looked as if he were hugging Xing Yingzhu. It was too satisfying. Xing Zhao saved the photo secretly with tears welling up in his eyes, feeling an unparalleled sense of ease. This is what being the head of the household means, Xing Zhao thought. Even though he could only get his satisfaction during these times, Xing Zhao was very understanding. He set the photo as the lock screen for a private app, then contentedly pondered whether he should coax Xing Yingzhu to settle down in northeast China in the future. Xing Yingzhu had no idea about the ill intentions harbored by the person beside him. He slept comfortably until the evening, waking up when it was already dark outside. The evening news on TV had just finished broadcasting. Xing Zhao was half reclining against a pillow, one hand resting on the edge of the blanket. The kitchen emitted a sweet aroma of rice products, while he was resting his head on Xing Zhao's right knee. Xing Zhao probably made some new dishes that night, there was a faint scent of lemon lingering on his body. Xing Yingzhu took 2 or 3 seconds to fully wake up, then sat up and pinched the bridge of his nose. "What time is it?" Xing Yingzhu asked with a hoarse voice. At moments like this, when he was willing to talk, it meant he was fully awake and wouldn't lie down to go back to sleep for a while. Usually, after idling all day without anyone to talk to, Xing Zhao would have been unable to bear the loneliness and rushed over to chatter endlessly about something or other. But today, for some reason, Xing Zhao didn't respond immediately. Xing Yingzhu turned around curiously and found Xing Zhao holding his phone, looking at something with an enigmatic smile. The light from the phone screen reflected on his face, making his expression seem somewhat strange. Xing Yingzhu. Had he gone crazy? Mr. Xing wondered. Xing Yingzhu reached out to pat Xing Zhao's forehead. At this moment, Xing Zhao seemed to notice he had woken up, suddenly jerking his whole body. His first reaction was to turn off the lock screen, then fumblingly straightened his body, even dropping the phone from his hands. Xing Yingzhu. Something was off. What are you watching? Xing Yingzhu narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Do you really need to hide it from me?" Xing Yingzhu's voice carried a hint of hoarseness from just waking up. The tone was gentle, but the self-appointed head of the household who felt guilty couldn't help but break out in cold sweat upon hearing it. "That must be because," Xing Zhao thought, "if you discover I secretly took pictures of you, you might eat me alive." Now was not the time to tell the truth. Xing Zhao chuckled dryly twice, dug out the phone from the sofa crack, and slapped it face down on the sofa, saying seriously, "How could I? You see, I spend every day and night with you. How could there be anything hidden?" Xing Yingzhu looked at him suspiciously for a while before reluctantly accepting his explanation. He pushed away the heavy blanket and walked barefoot to the window, looking outside. Xing Zhao was just about to tell him to put on his shoes, but he noticed that snowflakes were falling again at some point outside, flurrying down, indicating another heavy snowfall. "It's snowing again," Xing Zhao said. "The weather forecast tonight says that the temperature will drop again in 2 days. Will you feel uncomfortable?" Xing Yingzhu did not answer him. He fixed his gaze outside for a while. Snowflakes fell from the shadow of the street lamp, floating gently on the ground, accumulating into a thin layer in no time. "It shouldn't be snowing today," Xing Yingzhu said suddenly. Xing Zhao laughed, ready to comment on how weather forecasts weren't always accurate, but halfway through his sentence, he suddenly paused. With the recent easy life, he had almost forgotten that abnormal weather might imply something more significant to Xing Yingzhu and his people. "What do you mean?" Xing Zhao asked, this time genuinely concerned. "Does it mean something is going to happen again?" Xing Yingzhu turned around and walked back to the living room. Upon seeing this, he arched an eyebrow, bent down, pinched Cheng Zhao's chin, slightly curling the corners of his mouth into a teasing smile. What kind of expression is this? Are you afraid? Xing Yingzhu teased. No. Cheng Zhao clasped his fingers with both hands, rubbing Xing Yingzhu's cold fingertips softly and murmured, I'm worried they'll come to make you work again. Xing Yingzhu squinted his eyes, allowing Cheng Zhao to playfully caress his fingers. What does it have to do with me? Xing Yingzhu said, let them display their abilities. Why should they command me? True, Cheng Zhao recalled something, looking much more relaxed and smiling, I guess we won't be that busy either. Zhang Jian still has time to run around everywhere. It's likely nothing major. Zhang Jian. Xing Yingzhu, who had recently been somewhat detached from the outside world, was startled for a moment, his eyes turning dangerous. He said coolly, are you still in touch with him? Trouble, Cheng Zhao thought. He forgot that Xing Yingzhu's metabolism hadn't been stable lately, and he had relatively high demands for his partner's fidelity. No. Cheng Zhao quickly defended himself, completely shifting the responsibility, how could I be in touch with him? It's Hu Huan. Those two made an appointment to attend the annual meeting tomorrow. Hu Huan told me about it last month, and I just suddenly remembered. Xing Yingzhu. Because of a slight subtle deviation in Cheng Zhao's retelling, this sentence that reached Xing Yingzhu's ears almost equated to Hu Huan inviting Zhang Jian out. As a result, Cheng Zhao watched as Xing Yingzhu's expression slowly became strange. Chapter 74, What is a Real Fox Spirit? December 25th, Christmas Day. The annual meeting of the live streaming platform was scheduled to start at 10:30 a.m. Zhang Jian's flight landed at 9:20 a.m., but Hu Huan got up extremely early, promptly defying his body clock and crawling out of bed at 6 o'clock. With a grotesque expression, he pulled open the wardrobe, starting to pick out an outfit. As one of the top 100 celebrities on the live streaming platform, although Hu Huan usually neglects his appearance and behaves carefree, occasions like this call for him to occasionally demonstrate the charm befitting a mainstay of the platform, grooming himself to look better. Besides, he had been nursing a desire to prove his personal charisma in front of Zhang Jian, so he gritted his teeth and searched through his closet until he felt it upside down, still unsatisfied. He then rushed over to Chao Liu with a pile of clothes, waking her up from her beauty sleep, dragging her out of bed to help him choose an outfit. Poor Chao Liu had been binge-watching shows until 3:30 a.m. and was sound asleep when Hu Huan called her like a haunting ghost. She floated unsteadily on her feet, eyes vacant, and stumbled to the door, still dazed, resembling a wandering soul. When Chao Liu opened the door in a stupor, she found outside stood a dapper Hu Huan, already neatly made up with foundation applied. Instantly stunned, she swiftly slammed the door shut. Hu Huan was just about to step in when he nearly got hit by the door, hastily covering his nose in pain while retreating a step, angrily starting to knock. What? Hu Huan shouted with his neck stretched out, are you trying to murder me? If my beauty bothers you, just say it. I haven't even washed my face, brushed my teeth, made my bed, or put on makeup. Chao Liu screamed from behind the door, give me 10 minutes. What nonsense. Hu Huan thought it was utterly unreasonable, who are we kidding? I've seen you without makeup, and worse. That's different. Chao Liu, spinning like a top, quickly tidied up the blanket in several rooms, before rushing into the bathroom with a toothbrush in her mouth and the hairdryer turned on. You need to respect my privacy, she yelled incoherently. Hu Huan. Alright, go keep your privacy. Chao Liu acted fast, her time management was exquisite, a true skill honed from her days of precisely timing her departures for work. 10 minutes later, Chao Liu opened the door, dressed impeccably from head to toe. Leaning against the doorframe, she flashed Hu Huan a standard smile. Here we go, brother Huan, Chao Liu winked and sent him a flirtatious glance, asking, how do I look? It was only then that Hu Huan noticed she had managed to squeeze in changing into a milky white sweater adorned with a little cat pattern. He gave her a casual nod, brushing aside her arm as he nonchalantly walked inside. Good, very nice. Hu Huan said, but that's not the point. What's the point then? Chao Liu looked puzzled, aren't you here to compete with me? Hu Huan. He wanted to fling the bundle of clothes right at Chao Liu's head. Who told you I'm doing this? Hu Huan ground out through clenched teeth, I came to ask you to help me pick an outfit. Chao Liu, full of questions, took 5 more minutes to hear the entire story, and her expression became very intricate. A slight, barely noticeable curve tugged at her lips, as if suppressing laughter. Why are you laughing? Hu Huan's irritation grew. Let me tell you, brother Huan, this approach won't work. Chao Liu cleared her throat, forcibly holding back her laughter as she said seriously, you can't intimidate him just by looks alone. So what should I rely on? Hu Huan asked humbly. You already said it yourself, rely on personal charm. Chao Liu said, just focusing on looks is too superficial, you need to make him realize where your charm lies, so you can prove you're likable regardless of any enchantments. Sitting by the dining table, Hu Huan held the colorful pile of clothes in deep thought for 2 seconds, then suddenly enlightened, smacked his palm, and exclaimed, you're right. Feeling convinced, Hu Huan now saw Chao Liu as if she were a lifelong mentor. So how should I display this charm? Hu Huan asked. Easy, Chao Liu shrugged and said, since you're a fox spirit with naturally great character anyway, why don't you act normally, don't treat him like a master-in-waiting. Treat him like a wealthy patron instead. Huh? Hu Huan replied, is it really that simple? Of course. You could adjust the pace and deepen your strategy a bit. Chao Liu's eyes darted around, waving at him and spoke enigmatically, come closer, lean in. Hu Huan, half believing, leaned in, and Chao Liu whispered something close to his ear. 2 hours later, Hu Huan, clad in a light gray leisure suit, appeared at Xanadu International Airport. He scrounged a pair of onyx cufflinks from Lu Xing, wore a classic starry diamond watch on his left wrist, and primped himself to look dignified and tall, standing in the arrival hall with a smile as if basking in a gentle breeze. Occasionally, he glanced at the watch on his wrist. Hu Huan had been blessed with good looks. Even when he was a fox, he had fine features. After transforming into human form, he looked even better, his eyes curving at the ends. When he wasn't smiling, it was bearable, but once he added a hint of amusement to his face, he appeared extremely likable. The airport bustled with people, and his dashing figure drew attention. Occasionally, some thought he was a minor celebrity and secretly took pictures with their phones from afar. As Hu Huan politely declined another wave of girls asking for autographs, Zhang Jian's flight landed right on time. Being an early morning flight, there weren't many passengers. Hu Huan only waited a short while before seeing Zhang Jian come out. It had grown colder, yet Zhang Jian was dressed rather thinly, wearing just a light sweater coat and carrying a small backpack, with one shoulder strap dangling loosely as it slid back and forth with his movements. Perfect, Hu Huan thought. Zhang Jian still clutched the ticket stub, spotting Hu Huan from afar looking as vibrant as a peacock displaying its plumage. He instantly froze, his feet rooted to the ground, staring ahead blankly, unable to take another step. Hu Huan felt a surge of self-satisfaction as if he'd just noticed Zhang Jian. First came the surprised widening of his eyes, followed by a natural downward bend of the corners, revealing a sweet smile. It was as though Zhang Jian's appearance made him incredibly happy. Why are you dressed so lightly? Hu Huan approached Zhang Jian, magically pulling out a cup of hot cocoa from behind his back and handing it over, saying naturally, I haven't seen you drink coffee outside, not sure if you're used to it, so I bought you this drink. Zhang Jian had never seen such an extravagant display of kindness. Instantly, he froze, his earlobes flushing slightly red, almost forgetting to thank him. During their previous adventures, Hu Huan dressed similarly to him and hadn't been so deliberately thoughtful. Naturally, Zhang Jian had no way of knowing that Hu Huan was putting his charm on full display today, making him feel completely overwhelmed and stunned by this series of actions. Mu, Zhang Jian stammered, thank you very much. You're welcome, Hu Huan said with twinkling eyes, it's what I should do. Zhang Jian's hand trembled slightly, nearly spilling the entire cup of hot cocoa onto his feet. Panicking, he averted his gaze, subconsciously tightening his fingers, sinking them into the soft paper cup. See? Hu Huan thought smugly, how considerate and obedient I am, how could anyone dislike me? Worried Zhang Jian would stand there until the end of time, Hu Huan, thoughtfully, gave him an excuse and said, although the annual meeting today doesn't require formal attire, your current outfit is still too thin. We still have time, let's go to the mall and get you a proper set. Zhang Jian responded, no need to bother. Before Zhang Jian finished his last ba sound, Hu Huan had already taken the initiative, linking arms with him, taking over his backpack, and half dragging, half pulling Zhang Jian out of the airport. It happened to be Sunday on Christmas Day, and Xing Zhao neither needed to patrol downstairs nor wake up early. He comfortably slept until almost noon with Mr. Xing, before climbing out of bed. Xing Zhao woke up feeling bone-meltingly relaxed and refreshed, but he couldn't forget the lively events he'd missed. The first thing he did upon opening his eyes was reach for his phone and open WeChat, casually sending Hu Huan a message asking, how was your day today? There was no response from Hu Huan after a long while, and just as Xing Zhao prepared to check the live streaming platform for any ongoing broadcasts, Mr. Xing stretched his hand from the other side of the bed, closed his eyes, patted around for a bit, and slapped Xing Zhao's phone out of his hand. Xing Zhao narrowly avoided being hit square on by the flying phone. Subconsciously swatting Mr. Xing's hand, he asked why. Though recently emboldened by catching Mr. Xing off guard due to his slow reactions, the latter's temper remained unchanged despite his delayed responses. Mr. Xing tilted his head half-closed, biting down on Xing Zhao's collarbone. Xing Zhao gasped, realizing his grumpy companion was upset. Quickly trying to make amends, he caught Mr. Xing's hand and rubbed his hand back. I'm sorry, Xing Zhao said, who made you suddenly slap me? You scared me. Mr. Xing snorted faintly, licking the bite mark on Xing Zhao's collarbone as if reconciling with him. I want fish today, Mr. Xing said. Alright, Xing Zhao agreed, let's make Sichuan pickled cabbage fish then, using the black fish we bought yesterday. No, Mr. Xing lazily replied, I want it hot pot style. Xing Zhao. So hard to please. Xingyang Bai Lao Zhao had no choice but to grudgingly get up and go into the kitchen to deal with Director Xing's order. By the time he was done, several more hours had passed since he last thought of Hu Huan. Hu Huan still hadn't replied to his message. Xing Zhao didn't know whether Hu Huan was lost in some romantic indulgence or otherwise occupied, so he stopped asking and instead absent-mindedly clicked into Hu Huan's live streaming platform to check. Yet, he wasn't prepared for what he found. Before even checking properly, Xing Zhao froze. Hu Huan's live room was completely empty, still showing an offline status, yet it was flooded with people. The chat messages were streaming endlessly on screen after screen. Confused, Xing Zhao scrolled up a bit and immediately uncovered the source of the commotion. 3 minutes ago, Zhang Jian splurged, gifting Hu Huan over 300,000 yuan worth of virtual presents in one breath. Xing Zhao. This is what a real fox spirit is like, Xing Zhao mused. Now this is one. Chapter 75, Very Obedient. As for what happened on Christmas Day, Xing Zhao knew nothing about it, and even thought that this matter had the potential to become a mystery in the building. Hu Huan returned that day just as the curfew imposed by Xing Yingzhu was about to start. When he entered, he coincidentally met Xing Zhao, who was going out to throw garbage. Xing Zhao originally wanted to gossipingly ask him about the 30,000 yuan, but unexpectedly, Hu Huan looked as if his soul had left his body. With a face expressing the collapse of his 3 views, he entered from outside, directly passed by Xing Zhao, didn't press the elevator button anymore, and turned into the stairwell. He looked lost in thought, as if his body had come back but his spirit had flown somewhere else. What's wrong? Xing Zhao looked at his back suspiciously and wondered, did Zhang Jian confess his feelings to him? It shouldn't be like that. Hu Huan, as a fox spirit, should be used to such matters. Moreover, there lived a pair of gay lovers in his building, so it doesn't seem like he should have been shocked to this extent. The curiosity in Xing Zhao's heart rose sharply, and he instantly lost interest in throwing away the garbage. He put the garbage bag in front of the building and rushed back to the elevator, hurrying to find Xing Yingzhu for gossip. Boss Xing was very clear-headed in the evening, and was a bit surprised to see Xing Zhao return after leaving within 3 minutes. Hu Huan has returned. Xing Zhao mysteriously whispered, I saw him looking like an idiot. Boss Xing was quite shocked and did not expect one day such sarcasm would appear from Xing Zhao. For a moment, he did not know whether he should sarcastically comment first on Xing Zhao's inaccurate self-cognition or criticize Hu Huan. I'm serious. Xing Zhao didn't notice his strangeness and kept babbling, do you think Zhang Jian really came to flirt with Hu Huan? Do you prohibit gay relationships? Xing Yingzhu's attention was quickly diverted by Xing Zhao. He snorted slightly, patted his forehead, and countered, then how did you get here? Xing Zhao rubbed his forehead, thinking in his heart that how could I know you, maybe you only allow officials to set fire but forbid commoners to light lamps, anyway, this kind of thing is very common on you. However, he didn't dare to voice his criticism after all. After all, Boss Xing now had ample energy and wasn't in the easily bullied state of being half asleep. Provoking his taboo could be risky. Their issues will be resolved between the two of them. Outsiders can't intervene, Xing Yingzhu lazily said. Why are you concerned? Xing Zhao slightly froze and acutely extracted some vague deep meaning from these words. What do you mean? Xing Zhao mysteriously followed up, lowering his voice and making a gesture with his thumbs, do they have some sort of history? Xing Yingzhu smiled but didn't say anything. His attitude obviously meant affirmation. In Xing Zhao's eyes, it was equivalent to having his face full of, I know but I don't want to tell you. Look at you, Xing Zhao clicked his tongue and laughed, what, next you're going to charge me for the story? Xing Yingzhu fished a strawberry from the coffee table and stuffed it into his mouth, saying, you have time to worry about Hu Huan's affairs instead of checking your phone, it rang twice during the few minutes you were gone. Ah. Xing Zhao slightly froze, hurriedly climbed off the sofa, anxiously went to the kitchen to look for his phone, and asked casually, is it the courier? Why didn't you answer? Unwilling to move. Xing Yingzhu said. Xing Zhao. All right. Xing Yingzhu watched Xing Zhao rush busily into the kitchen, lightly curled the corner of his lips. He didn't respond to Xing Zhao's previous statement because he knew who was on the other side of the call, and could also roughly guess what the intention of this call might be. Xing Yingzhu sat up, picked up an orange from the coffee table. His original form was a snake, and he usually disliked eating these troublesome small fruits, but since Xing Zhao moved in, he often liked to add things to their home, and gradually, he started to eat a couple bites too. Xing Yingzhu peeled the skin absent-mindedly and paid attention to the sounds coming from the kitchen. Xing Zhao initially thought it was the courier call he missed. He bought a new garment steamer online last week, calculating the days, it should have arrived by now. Otherwise, it could be the broadband customer service asking if he wanted to upgrade his package. But when he flipped open his phone, he realized that the caller was neither a courier nor customer service, but Zhao Tong. Xing Zhao stared at the missed call, genuinely dumbfounded for 2 seconds, momentarily not reacting to why Zhao Tong would be calling. After returning from the wedding in Shen City, Zhao Tong had only contacted him twice. The relationship between mother and son was awkward, with little to say to each other. They greeted each other politely like plastic friends and then simultaneously fell silent except when Xing Zhao asked more questions about Li Liangfu's recent situation due to human spirit matters. There was nothing else significant. Speaking of which, it was funny. Back on Dragon Tiger Mountain, Xing Zhao blurted out and told Xing Yingzhu to meet his parents, but it turned out that he himself hadn't stayed in close contact with his parents. If he calculated from the last contact, Zhao Tong hadn't called for about 3 months. Xing Zhao subconsciously looked back towards the living room and saw Xing Yingzhu focusing on a legal program, seemingly unaware of him. Thus, Sheng Zhao felt reassured and half-closed the bedroom door to return Zhao Tong's call. The other side answered very quickly, as if they had been holding the phone all along. Hello. Zhao Tong's voice came from the other end of the line. Sheng Zhao glanced back at the living room again, smiled, and called her mom. What's up? Sheng Zhao said, I was just downstairs throwing out the garbage and didn't have my phone with me. Nothing much. Zhao Tong hesitated for a moment, as if uncertain how to start. After some awkward coughs, she finally said, rather unnaturally, since it's almost Spring Festival, I thought I'd ask you, do you want to come over to Shin City for the holiday? You could be with your uncle and younger brother, it'd be nice to have some company. Sheng Zhao slightly froze, obviously surprised. Ever since his grandparents passed away, every winter and summer break, Sheng Zhao mostly chose to stay in school. Zhao Tong worked hard in Shin City and never brought up inviting Sheng Zhao to spend the holidays due to the lack of formal recognition in their family status. Both mother and son understood each other without needing words, one did not invite, the other did not inquire, only exchanging a phone call on New Year's Eve, carrying on this way for years. This year, perhaps because Zhao Tong had finally entered Li Liangfu's inner circle and felt she now had a bit more clout as the lady of the house, that she finally broached the topic. In the past, Sheng Zhao would probably have agreed 80% of the time. After all, he didn't resent Zhao Tong too much, if spending the holidays together could let her enjoy the happiness of family reunion, he actually had no objection. But now. Sheng Zhao paused silently for a while, then quietly said, it's still better not, Mom. I need to work overtime during the Spring Festival. Who works on New Year's Eve? Zhao Tong thought this was just an excuse. Despite feeling uncomfortable, she tried to push a little harder, is it because you're not used to coming over? Don't worry about that. There's no need for you to visit relatives, and your younger brother doesn't like visiting others either. We can just stay home together. Not that, but really, overtime. Sheng Zhao smiled and said, someone needs to stay in the company over the holiday and work the shifts, with triple pay for holidays. I've signed up. In the living room, Xing Yingzhu threw the orange peel into the fruit plate, and the arc at the corner of his lips tilted a bit higher. Very obedient, Xing Yingzhu thought. So I won't go this year, Sheng Zhao continued, if there's nothing next year, I'll go to visit uncle for the new year. Whether Zhao Tong believed his overtime theory or not, her tone clearly dropped, making it evident she also felt that her previous indifference was too extreme. She had no confidence left to further invite Sheng Zhao after he explicitly refused. In that case, take care of yourself where you are, Zhao Tong said, remember to eat dumplings during the Spring Festival. Sure thing, got it, Sheng Zhao replied very gently, take care of yourselves too. Zhao Tong made a sound of acknowledgement on the other side of the phone. The two were once again engulfed in familiar silence. Having spent years apart, the topics they had to discuss were indeed few, and Sheng Zhao didn't feel like trying to make meaningless small talk anymore. Therefore, after saying a few more things like, we'll see you when the festival is over, he hung up. Sheng Zhao turned off the screen lock and saw that Xing Yingzhu was still sitting in the same position watching TV. Feeling somewhat relieved inside, he stuck his phone in his pocket and walked out. It's nothing major. Sheng Zhao started, it's. Come here. Xing Yingzhu interrupted him. Huh? Sheng Zhao was taken aback, perplexed, and walked over, asking casually, what's? Before he finished his question, Xing Yingzhu reached out and hooked his collar. His slender fingers slipped into Sheng Zhao's neck, the coolness making Sheng Zhao shrink his neck. Sheng Zhao pursed his lips, ready to laugh, but Xing Yingzhu exerted a slight force, pulling him closer in that pose. Sheng Zhao's knee hit Xing Yingzhu's leg, causing him to lose balance and lurch forward, only to be immediately caught in Xing Yingzhu's embrace. Mr. Xing always acted spontaneously, often coming up with ideas on the spot. Just as Sheng Zhao was about to ask what he was up to, Xing Yingzhu reached out to pinch his chin, tilting his face up, and scrutinized it for 2 seconds. Xing Yingzhu's eyebrows bent down slightly, his lips curved into a faint smile, and he appeared unexpectedly cheerful. You've been very good, Xing Yingzhu said. Sheng Zhao was full of questions, unsure where this compliment came from. Just as he was about to ask for clarification, he saw Xing Yingzhu lean down, lightly brushing his finger against his lips. And then, Xing Yingzhu kissed him. Since winter began, although Mr. Xing had been clinging to him a lot, this kind of deliberate intimacy had decreased significantly. Sheng Zhao hadn't enjoyed such treatment in a long time, rendering him completely defenseless within just a few short dozen seconds, as Xing Yingzhu kissed him senseless until his head was a complete mess. Xing Yingzhu pried open his lips, invading like a conqueror, only slowing down after a thorough search, gently teasing Sheng Zhao's tongue. Sheng Zhao, starved of oxygen, flushed red and frowned slightly in discomfort, yet unwilling to push him away, looking pitiful. Not a speck of chivalry existed in Xing Yingzhu's mind. He savored Sheng Zhao from the inside out before reluctantly letting go, wiping the corner of his lips with his fingertips. Your reward, Xing Yingzhu said. Chapter 76, Old Foe. Every big monster in the entire building didn't give a damn about Chinese New Year. Xiong Xiangsong hibernated more earnestly than Xing Yingzhu, and after winter began, Sheng Zhao hadn't seen him leave the house. Hu Huan seemed to have been shocked after returning from the last year's annual meeting. She hung a week-long vacation notice in her live streaming room and only recently returned to broadcasting, with no atmosphere of celebrating the new year at all. Xing Yingzhu himself had no habit of celebrating the new year, lacking enthusiasm to the point that he even fell asleep on Sheng Zhao's shoulder after not finishing watching the Spring Festival Gala. After the midnight bell rang, Sheng Zhao went into the kitchen to guard the pot of dumplings and made a call to Zhao Tong, paying respects to her and Li Liangfu from afar. After hanging up, he received a WeChat red envelope of 200 yuan from Zhao Tong and muddled through the new year like that. After the new year, the weather gradually warmed up. Xing Yingzhu was awake for longer periods and no longer had a disordered sleep schedule. His watch over Sheng Zhao also loosened significantly, occasionally allowing him to work in the office for several hours. This half-day work system continued until awakening of insects when Xing Yingzhu's physiological responses finally returned to normal. The first Sunday after the awakening of insects happened to be a sunny day. Sheng Zhao descended to the office, wandering aimlessly, intending to perform a major cleanup, but before picking up the broom, the courier called, saying there was a package left at the station that they only noticed while taking inventory that day. Sheng Zhao had spent the winter indoors with Xing Yingzhu, rarely stepping out as if almost isolated from the world, so collecting packages always involved getting them all at once. Usually on rest days, everyone in the building didn't go out much. Therefore, Sheng Zhao decided to lock the door and head out to retrieve the package. The courier station was shared with the front neighborhood, and it took less than 10 minutes round trip by foot. Sheng Zhao leisurely walked out to get the package and even bought 10 yuan worth of strawberries from an old woman selling spring strawberries at the entrance of the residential area. To return from the courier station to the small building, one must pass through a narrow path between buildings. Sheng Zhao held the package box in one hand and picked a strawberry to pop into his mouth with the other. He had just crossed the small path, yet before swallowing the berry in his mouth, he suddenly felt something was off. Recently, Xing Yingzhu occasionally practiced his gifts, making Sheng Zhao increasingly sensitive to intangible, mysterious things. Instinctively slowing down his steps, he swallowed the strawberry with a gulp and looked around cautiously. The weather remained clear, with a cool breeze occasionally passing by, rustling the leaves of evergreen shrubs. Everything appeared normal at a glance, yet Sheng Zhao frowned, unsure whether the strange unease he sensed might be a figment of his imagination. Taking a few more steps forward, suddenly enlightenment struck him as he abruptly stopped and looked toward the nearby trees. He had found where the problem lay. The area had good greenery. Considering that the nearby building housed a bunch of monsters, this place often saw small animals appear. Stray cats and dogs aside, birds were certainly no exception. Almost every time Sheng Zhao stepped out, he would encounter sparrows flying about chirping away cheerfully. But now, those chirping sounds strangely disappeared, as if erased by a giant hand without leaving any trace. It was still shortly after the awakening of insects, and the leaves on the roadside trees hadn't fully unfurled yet. Sheng Zhao scanned around and was startled to find that the birds weren't gone. They were obediently standing on different branches, their feathers folded neatly, heads bowed, appearing like specimens that wouldn't move. The scene was undeniably eerie. Sheng Zhao became alarmingly sensitive to these anomalies and immediately quickened his pace, intending to inform Xing Yingzhu upon his return. However, before he could get back to the building, he encountered another strange occurrence. From halfway down the street, Sheng Zhao suddenly noticed that in front of the usually unvisited building except by couriers and food delivery personnel, stood a woman. Perhaps because he had mixed too long with a group of monsters, Sheng Zhao now harbored a very subtle sense of trust towards people. At the first glance, his instinctive reaction was, is she really human? From Sheng Zhao's angle, he roughly caught sight of her side face. She was a very young woman, wearing a bright red windbreaker, with one hand tucked into her pocket. Her long hair was tucked behind her ears, exposing refined facial features. Sheng Zhao hesitated but couldn't return home either, so he secretly encouraged himself within his mind and advanced a few more steps. That woman, seemingly aware of his presence, slightly turned sideways, locking her eyes precisely onto Sheng Zhao. Their eyes met, and inexplicably, Sheng Zhao felt a sudden void in his chest and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Perhaps it was her demeanor or something else, but the woman had a sharp gaze, her eyes deep and piercing. Sheng Zhao only needed to look at her once, and it felt like falling into an unfathomable cold pond, making him shiver unconsciously. But quickly, the woman slightly curved her eyes and gave a very kind smile. "Are you someone from this building?" she asked. Her voice was pleasant, not as clear as a young girl's, but with a unique warmth. When she smiled, all that oppressive feeling around her instantly disappeared. Sheng Zhao exhaled a breath of stale air slowly and only then realized there was a beautiful little green sparrow perched on her shoulder. "Ah, yes," Sheng Zhao replied, "excuse me. I'm here to look for someone," the woman said. "I've heard there's an extraordinary person on your 7th floor, so I've come to meet." Sheng Zhao, hearing her vague response, assumed she belonged to some faction in the human world. He smiled kindly and nodded at the woman, brushed past her, swiped his card to enter, then blocked the door apologetically, saying, "You might have come to the wrong place. The residents on the 7th floor never see people." The woman curved her eyes and tilted her head, examining Sheng Zhao. Smiling, she said, "Are you his little friend?" "Ah." Sheng Zhao hesitated momentarily. The woman slightly narrowed her eyes and said, "Someone called Sheng Zhao, right?" Xing Zhao froze completely. How do you know? Xing Zhao asked. The woman smiled enigmatically and said, I know everything. After finishing, the woman nonchalantly patted Xing Zhao's wrist. Dazed, Xing Zhao only felt a tingling sensation on his hand, and before he knew it, the woman had already passed by him and walked inside the building. Xing Zhao blurted out, hey. He wanted to chase after her to stop her, but she had already entered the elevator first. Still friendly, she extended a hand to hold the elevator door, allowing Xing Zhao to also catch up. Confused, Xing Zhao followed her into the elevator silently, until it stopped on the 7th floor when he suddenly noticed something was amiss. I was supposed to stop her, thought Xing Zhao bewilderingly, how did I end up coming up with her? Worriedly thinking, he recalled how Xing Yingzhu didn't like meeting outsiders and wondered what mess Xing would throw at him later for bringing a woman in unknowingly. However, just as he stepped out of the elevator, he found Xing Yingzhu's door wide open. The elderly gentleman was neatly dressed, sitting on the sofa. The coffee table was clean, and there was even a stool placed opposite, as if prepared to receive guests. Xing Zhao glanced at the woman next to him, then looked up at Xing Yingzhu in the room, momentarily feeling like he had missed an episode. Hadn't he just gone out to pick up a package? It seemed the world had changed completely in his absence. Still standing there. Xing Yingzhu said in a low voice. Xing Zhao's legs moved faster than his brain. Hearing the sound, he ran and stumbled past the woman to be the first one entering. Near Xing Yingzhu, the drained sense of safety started returning slowly. Xing Zhao went around the sofa and sat beside Xing Yingzhu, cautiously lifting his eyes to take a peek at the woman. He leaned closer to Xing Yingzhu and whispered softly. Who is she? Coincidentally, the woman freely entered without permission and seemed to have overheard the whisper. She looked up and smiled at him. A colleague. The old enemy. That woman and Xing Yingzhu spoke simultaneously. Xing Zhao. It was beyond his comprehension, thought Xing Zhao dumbly. Once colleagues for some time, doesn't mean we're not old enemies, the woman said. Back in our youth, we were always impulsive, weren't we? Who's always impulsive? Xing Yingzhu retorted sarcastically, it's you being impulsive. Young and reckless, correct, the woman interrupted. Xing Yingzhu. Xing Zhao was as if seeing a ghost. How could such a presence make their boss, who usually dominated every verbal sparring match, suffer a loss? Involuntarily, he took another glance at the woman, noticing how casually she had seated herself across from Xing Yingzhu, reaching for a piece of candy on the coffee table. And the typically short-tempered Xing Yingzhu not only didn't show any dissatisfaction but also appeared to have quietly consented under restrained breaths. He merely furrowed his brows slightly and leaned back against the couch cushion, his face displaying nothing but disdain. What brings you here? Xing Yingzhu snapped irritably, do you think my current skeleton looks unpleasant again, and you've come to take it away? At these words, Xing Zhao finally connected the phrase, old enemy, with a particular event. In a rare flash of intelligence, he immediately realized who she was. His mind raced hotly. Swishing forward, he stood in front of Xing Yingzhu, using all the courage he possessed to question, you. Who are you? Xing Yingzhu. This foolish boy. The woman couldn't help but laugh, clapping her hands. Her eyes darted between Xing Zhao and Xing Yingzhu before casting an amused glance at Xing Yingzhu. Yingzhu, the woman teased, this little friend seems very protective of you. Of course my person protects me, Xing Yingzhu said irritably. Are you envious? As Xing Yingzhu pulled Xing Zhao's arm and dragged him back, he gave an unwillingly quiet reminder, little knife, don't provoke her. Xing Zhao's gaze darted between the two of them for a moment before finally realizing something. Though Xing Yingzhu had called her an old enemy, deep down he seemed to not dislike her. After all, Xing Yingzhu's temperament was predictable. If he truly disliked someone, he wouldn't even bother engaging in verbal spars with that person. Chapter 77, Is this really the time to flaunt affection? But to be honest, it's been a while since someone asked me who I am, it feels kinda fresh. The woman shook her head and said leisurely, since you've asked, little buddy, let me tell you, my last name is. Call her your highness of the 7th house. Xing Yingzhu interrupted her, saying to Xing Zhao, you won't regret it. Xing Zhao blinked in confusion, slowly piecing things together in his mind, and he picked up a peculiar feeling from Xing Yingzhu's attitude. Xing's old acquaintance held an exalted position in the metaphysical world. If the skeleton incident were true, she might even surpass Xing Yingzhu in power. Several keywords converged in Xing Zhao's brain, causing him to shiver involuntarily as he instinctively looked again at the woman whom boss Xing called 7th princess. She popped a sunflower seed into her parrot's mouth and lazily glanced at Xing Zhao. Her eyes seemed to flicker with amusement, making her look friendly and approachable. But Xing Zhao felt inexplicably chilled to the bone. This sensation was rather peculiar. Even though Xing Zhao himself was generally carefree, when he had seen Xing Boss conjure a snake right before his eyes previously, he never felt this explicit sense of danger. But now, facing this seemingly ordinary young girl, he somehow thought, she could probably kill me without needing a knife. This feeling was contradictory. Xing Zhao's rationality couldn't discern anything terrifying about the person before him, but his body constantly warned him with alarms. You're awfully protective, Yingzhu. The woman said while brushing off the crumbled shells from her fingertips. Her parrot jumped from her left shoulder to the right, affectionately rubbing against her face. Haven't you already got something that belongs to me? The woman opened her palms, asking, could you return it to me now? You want it back just like that? Xing Yingzhu replied, all right then, exchange it for something of mine. The woman didn't get upset by his rebuttal, she chuckled softly with twinkling eyes, still keeping her hand extended halfway, appearing very amicable yet resolute in an unquestionable way. Xing Yingzhu remained silent, and Xing Zhao kept glancing between them, noticing the temperature inside immediately dropped 2 degrees, sending chills down his spine. Is it that set of armor? Xing Zhao stammered quickly, attempting to mediate so they wouldn't suddenly break out into a fight. Boss Yingzhu wouldn't take others' things arbitrarily, maybe you made a mistake, what if it isn't yours? Little Sheng. Xing Yingzhu addressed him. But the woman appeared amused as if she'd heard something humorous, turning her head and smiling brightly at Xing Zhao. Young man, everything under the heavens, I know, she said softly, for example, right at this moment, Tianmu Lake has experienced its first spring rain of the year, in the western sea, a vat of heavenly liquor has overturned, creating tumultuous waves across the ocean, 20 miles west of Kunlun Mountain, a small stream has begun to thaw, a piece of shattered ice fell into the water just moments ago. The woman spoke gently, as if telling a bedtime story. Yet, Xing Zhao listened intently, hair standing on end, covered in goosebumps. Oh, she murmured softly, that 326-year-old ginseng atop Mount Ishan has just been plucked by a young person. What a pity. Unconsciously, Xing Zhao turned to glance at Xing Yingzhu, seeking confirmation that all of it was merely fabricated nonsense meant to scare him. However, Xing Yingzhu kept his eyes half closed, unusually quiet, not uttering a word. A knot formed in Xing Zhao's heart, the truth was evident in Xing Yingzhu's reaction. There was an 80% chance it was real, otherwise, Xing Boss would have long unleashed his sarcastic wit. Xing Zhao realized his own naivety, to know everything sounded so easy on paper, but just through those few sentences, Xing Zhao had already grasped its sheer horror. He couldn't even imagine how terrifyingly efficient a CPU must be to handle information concentration in such a manner. So, let's assume it's true, Xing Zhao blurted out hesitantly, but that thing has been in the museum for so many years, and you never came to retrieve it. It should not be urgent, right? The smile on the woman's face faded slightly as she studied Xing Zhao carefully with half-lidded eyes, which made Xing Zhao feel restless and fidgety. After some time, she suddenly burst into laughter and said to Xing Yingzhu, this kid you've got has quite a bit of courage. He'll rush into any situation for your sake. Xing Yingzhu lightly curled the corners of his lips and chuckled softly, stretching his legs backward and leaning onto the couch's backrest while pulling Xing Zhao closer to him. There's no point envying. Xing Yingzhu said, this one is already mine. Xing Zhao. How could he lack such awareness? The master of the household silently seethed, is this really the time to flaunt affection? Don't joke with me anymore, this little buddy of yours is quite clever. The woman said, I'm here this time because I need you to do something. What? Xing Yingzhu asked. There's a disturbance in the abyss of the Forbidden Sea, the woman said. I can't go there myself, so I need you to make the trip for me. No. Xing Yingzhu flatly refused, saying, why should I do things for you? The woman's smile waned slightly, and her eyes grew somewhat colder. Xing Zhao's heart sank as he knew that Xing Yingzhu always had this kind of temper. But when facing someone of unknown origin who was seemingly very capable, Xing Zhao was a little afraid that Xing might provoke her and end up regretting it. If they fought, Xing Zhao even doubted that he could beat the bird on her shoulder. Who knows what that thing's real power is? I think. Xing Zhao quickly grabbed Xing Yingzhu and forced himself to mediate, let's handle this peacefully. If you want my boss to do something, we should all compromise. Return his item, resentment is better resolved than left lingering, isn't it? It'll be easier for you to ask him to do something if you settle things well. This statement rushed out so fast as though if he hesitated even a moment, he wouldn't dare say it at all. Internally, he felt extremely bitter, feeling like he could immediately serve as the United Nations peace ambassador right here. I'm really worried about Xing Yingzhu, thought Xing Zhao. But unexpectedly, the woman raised an eyebrow and said, who told you our feud is because of something I stole from him? Xing Zhao blinked in slight shock. I did steal, but ask him. Did he hate me because of it? The woman continued. Confused with a head full of questions, Xing Zhao turned back to look at Xing Yingzhu, only to be pulled back by Boss Xing. Boy, you're too simple-minded. Xing Yingzhu sighed, looking exasperated, and said, you truly are. This was one of the rare occasions where Boss Xing didn't voice out his usual sarcastic comments. Xing Zhao blinked, inexplicably sensing some sort of warmth in his gaze. Xing Yingzhu looked at Xing Zhao with a mix of frustration and amusement, as if having thousands of words wanting to express, yet finally condensing everything into a mere sigh. You're stupid, Xing Yingzhu said. Xing Zhao. What kind of person is this? No gratitude at all. In ancient times, the weak preyed upon by the strong, it was simply natural. Xing Yingzhu crossed his arms, coldly saying, back then, if you weren't good enough, death was inevitable. There's no point holding grudges against anyone. Xing Zhao got more and more confused, that. Had he never told you about his origins? That woman glanced at Xing Yingzhu, teasingly said, in ancient times, there were 2 dragons. Yinglong was the ruler of all beasts in the world, Zhulong governed all immortals, the two clans intermarried, and the last little dragon born just happened to coincide with. Are you done yet? Xing Yingzhu coldly cut her off, pursing his lips unwillingly, saying, no, go away. Really not going? The woman taunted. New. Before Xing Yingzhu finished rejecting her, she suddenly uttered something strange. Her tone was quite unusual, neither like dialects nor any foreign language Xing Zhao had ever heard. It sounded more like some kind of ancient language, carrying a sense of ethereality, as if breaking through the veil of a distant history, landing here. Xing Zhao couldn't understand this cryptic remark, but he saw Xing Yingzhu suddenly hesitate for a moment. After saying that, the woman appeared certain that this meeting was drawing to a close. Thus, she stood up without waiting for Xing Yingzhu's response and walked towards the door herself. Xing Zhao still retained the notion of maintaining good relations with a big shot under any circumstances, subconsciously rising to his feet and following her a few steps out, seeing her off. Stop here, young man. The woman smiled and said, it seems you worry that I might cause harm to him. Xing Zhao nodded and frankly replied, a bit. The woman made no explanation or further remarks about herself. She stared deeply at Xing Zhao, her eyes devoid of joy or sorrow but filled with something indescribable. At that instant, Xing Zhao felt as though, in this single glance, he had been completely seen through in every aspect of his life. This world needs balance. People have their rules, spirits have theirs. Such rules ensure the equilibrium, the woman said, as long as this equilibrium isn't disturbed, I won't intervene in anything. From her words, Xing Zhao deduced a hidden implication: if either he or Xing Yingzhu violated these rules and disrupted the balance, then she wouldn't be so tolerant. But everything in this world can be exchanged for another thing. The woman's tone shifted, saying, as long as the price can be paid, anything is possible. Xing Zhao slightly startled, uncertain whether he was being presumptuous or not, but somehow, he felt as if she were hinting at something for him. Of course, Yingzhu's temperament does indeed need some adjustments. The woman shrugged helplessly, saying, back when I was young, today. The woman pressed her lips together and gave an apologetic smile, swallowing the unpleasant words she had wanted to say. She pushed the elevator button to light it up. Xing Zhao hesitated in his mind for a while. He wasn't sure if it was her good temper that made him slightly relax. His hidden curiosity for gossip began to subtly rise again. So. Yingzhu said you're his old nemesis. Xing Zhao whispered, Yinglong and Zhulong, may I ask which clan are you enemies with? As the woman stepped her foot into the elevator, upon hearing this, she turned her head back and gave him a very modest smile. With my limited abilities, I have feuds with both. Chapter 78, at Longhu Mountain, what did you promise me? Good grief, Xing Zhao thought with a straight face. I shouldn't have asked. Since he got this job, in more than half a year, the only truth Xing Zhao had learned was, don't ask questions you shouldn't. Xing Zhao watched the elevator doors close and turned back to the room. Xing Yingzhu had already returned to normal from his daze. His clothes were scattered on the floor, and he had already soaked himself in the pool, leaning against the wall of the pool, his back to Xing Zhao. After knowing that his true form was a snake, Xing Zhao became much more accustomed to Xing Yingzhu's habit of soaking in cold water from time to time, without being surprised, bending down to pick up his clothes like a snail girl. Xing Zhao folded Xing Yingzhu's coat and placed it on the sofa, suddenly remembering something, quickly walked over and pushed the window open. This living room window faced outward, away from the building. Since he lived high, he could see far, all the way along the road out of the community until the end. Xing Zhao looked out the window for more than 5 minutes but still didn't see the woman's figure. He turned back toward the door, noticing the number on the elevator indicator panel in the corridor still hadn't moved, still lingering at 7 floors. As if, the woman had disappeared into thin air. What are you looking at? Xing Yingzhu suddenly opened his mouth to ask. I'm seeing if she left, Xing Zhao said. Xing Zhao just replied casually, and Xing Yingzhu didn't say anything else, seemingly asking just as an afterthought. Xing Zhao didn't pay attention, leaning on the door frame peeking around, extremely eager to press the elevator button and check if it was empty. But such suicidal behavior only flashed through his mind once before he dismissed it, kidding, not seeing can still deceive oneself. If he did see, how would he convince himself? A splash of water came from behind, and Xing Zhao thought Xing Yingzhu must have finished soaking and was about to get out. Just as he was turning around to ask if he needed a bathrobe, before he even turned completely, he felt a tightening around his waist. Something had wrapped around him. Xing Zhao was pulled forward entirely, stumbling backward for several steps, letting out a few ouchs without any chance to resist, getting pulled into the pool by Xing Yingzhu. Boss Xing's habit of dragging people whenever his eye twitched was something Xing Zhao had almost gotten used to. He splashed out of the pool flustered, wiping the water off his face, accusingly saying, "What is this? Are you pouting?" As Xing Zhao spoke, he casually flicked his hair backward, not only having no sense of the situation but also carefree enough to ask offhandedly, How come your pool switched to warm water? Xing Yingzhu retracted the black gold chain coiled around Xing Zhao's waist, slowly winding it back onto his wrist, his eyes somewhat darkened. Was she pretty? Xing Yingzhu asked coolly. Who? Sheng Zhao instinctively froze, then realized it immediately and said with exasperation, "Why are you jealous of everything? How dare I even glance at her more? What if she gets mad and gouges my eyeballs out?" "I'm not jealous," Xing Yingzhu said. Sheng Zhao thought internally, "I believe you when pigs fly. If you're not jealous, then what is this now? My clothes have been soaked by you. But I don't like you looking at her," Xing Yingzhu said matter-of-factly. "So I need to punish you." "What?" Before Sheng Zhao could ask what, he was flipped over and pinned against the edge of the pool. Next, Boss Xing pressed closely from behind, grabbing Sheng Zhao's wrist and pressing him against the side of the pool, gently licking his earlobe. Sheng Zhao's heart jumped, feeling something icy and hard wrapping around his right ankle underwater. "At Longhu Mountain, what did you promise me?" Xing Yingzhu asked softly. Sheng Zhao. Shit. How could he forget this? When spring comes and everything awakens, he knew early that Boss Xing would wake up too. He'd rather die than take another glance at the seventh princess. The 3 signs of start of insects awaken include the blooming of peach blossoms, the singing of orioles, and the transformation of hawks into doves, Xing Yingzhu said with a smile. "Do you know how the monthly orders describes the start of insects awaken?" "No." Sheng Zhao stammered. "I don't know. The thunder shakes the soil, and all insects emerge," Xing Yingzhu said. "This is called start of insects awaken. But it hasn't thundered yet." Sheng Zhao tried one last desperate struggle. "This doesn't count." "It will be soon." Xing Yingzhu stretched out a hand to lift his chin, leaned closer and lightly bit his neck, muttering unclearly, "It's going to rain soon." Right as Xing Yingzhu finished speaking, a sudden flash of bright light outside the window caught Sheng Zhao's unconscious attention as he turned to look. But a loud peal of thunder broke, and the first drop of spring rain fell on Xing Yingzhu's window. It rained. Xing Yingzhu. Shoo. Xing Yingzhu's fingers twitched, and he grabbed a short scarf from the entrance cabinet that hadn't been put away yet. He used it to cover Sheng Zhao's eyes. "What are you doing, blindfolding me?" Sheng Zhao asked. Sheng Zhao's heart rate increased, unsure whether he was scared or something else, just feeling his blood rushing to his head, completely panicking. Instinctively, he tried to crawl back to the shore, but as soon as he moved, whatever was wrapped around his right ankle tightened, squeezing him in pain. Judging by Sheng Zhao's understanding, that must be Xing Yingzhu's tail. Xing Yingzhu chuckled softly, then kissed him again with evident satisfaction, saying, "You'll be afraid." Sheng Zhao immediately sensed something amiss. Water kept splashing in his ears while Xing Yingzhu briefly released his hands. "It's normal," Xing Yingzhu continued. "But if you run away, I'll get upset, so I have to blindfold you." The words were spoken in a low and deep voice. Sheng Zhao shuddered, almost foreseeing what would come next. As expected, he soon felt something cool and slippery touch his back. Through the soaked sleepwear, it sent clear sensations straight to Sheng Zhao's brain. So much so, Sheng Zhao could vividly imagine the scales on Xing Yingzhu's body. Being an adult male at home, behind closed doors, with his boyfriend behind him, Sheng Zhao immediately recognized his predicament. There was no escape now. Spring rain came fast and heavy. After a few loud thunderclaps, the sound of rain outside grew stronger, splashing loudly and close to his ear. Sheng Zhao couldn't tell if it was the cold or fear causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. His teeth clicked audibly as he attempted to keep calm, though failing utterly. No matter what, whenever Xing Yingzhu turned into his snake form, Sheng Zhao could always face him honestly because he knew Xing Yingzhu wasn't an irrational beast, but... "Sheng Xiaodao," Xing Yingzhu suddenly said, "if you can resist running away, I'll give you a reward." Sheng Zhao was about to ask what kind of reward when he merely opened his mouth and lost all ability to speak. Xing Yingzhu's serpent form wrapped around his right leg for several circles. The icy scales brushed against him between his legs ever so lightly, eliciting a sharp gasp from Sheng Zhao, who instinctively wanted to rip the scarf off his eyes. But before his hand reached halfway, he felt something binding his wrists tightly. The subtle pressure from the thin chain made Sheng Zhao lose control, falling forward involuntarily as his arms were pulled toward the front. Xing Yingzhu collected his debts meticulously, reminding Sheng Zhao greatly of the scene under the Longhu Mountain waterfall. It even had the same pose. He didn't know how Xing Yingzhu looked now, nor did he understand what exactly awaited in this repayment of high-interest loan. All Sheng Zhao could feel was his heart racing as if about to burst out, dizziness setting in, and his limbs growing numb. It crossed his mind to flee to the shore. In a haze, he only realized how cool his body had grown. Xing Yingzhu simply and violently tore apart his clothes. The great serpent tilted its head thoughtfully, licking away Sheng Zhao's tears and sweat, then let out a low chuckle, seemingly responding to his previous comment of a sweet treat. "Sheng Xiaodao," Xing Yingzhu said, "I like you quite a lot." The thunder outside intensified, and in his state, Sheng Zhao could almost feel the ground shake beneath his feet as if the thunder really moved the soil. "I never break my promises," Xing Yingzhu whispered near his ear, with amusement, "your life is mine now. If you wish, even the next life, you can return to me." "Did you not find your thing?" Sheng Zhao asked, annoyed. Xing Yingzhu remained silent this time. He chuckled softly, then approached Sheng Zhao, biting the nape of his neck with sharp fangs. Only the thin layer of skin stood between those sharp teeth and his artery, causing Xing Zhao's hair to stand up. He suddenly dared not breathe any louder. The rain fell heavier outside, darkening the sky rapidly, turning day into night within moments. Every lightning flash illuminated both Xing Zhao and the large snake coiled around him. Eventually, Xing Zhao barely remembered what else he might have said or done. Vaguely, it seemed like he had cursed Xing Yingzhu out of anger. Yet after satisfying himself, Boss Xing showed no anger but laughed instead. His once cold scales had warmed due to Xing Zhao's body heat. As Xing Zhao ran a hand across them, they felt smooth and warm. Additionally, his hand encountered some sticky substance. Xing Zhao didn't want to bother figuring out what that sticky thing was. His entire body burned hot, his limbs weak. Before passing out, his last conscious thought was, if Xing Yingzhu kills me this way, will he get struck by lightning? Fortunately, Boss Xing had been a people person for so many years and still had a pretty good grasp of the situation, so he pulled Xing Zhao out of the pool before he completely lost consciousness. He cradled Xing Zhao in his arms, laid him on the sofa, wrapped him up with a blanket, then pinched his chin to study him for a moment before planting a satisfied kiss on his lips. "I've figured it out," Xing Zhao mumbled in a daze. "All your ghostly jealousy was just an excuse, you simply wanted to collect your debt." Xing Yingzhu chuckled softly, giving his chin another pinch as if confirming the accusation. "You." Too exhausted to keep his eyes open, Xing Zhao struggled for a suitable word but came up empty after much effort, finally cursing with resentment, "You're like Huang Shiren." Chapter 79, Do You Dare to Ask Her? I'm going to be jealous. The first rain after the awakening of insects poured down dramatically for half a day. Lightning flashed and thunder roared outside. Xing Zhao, utterly exhausted, fell into a deep sleep on top of Xing Yingzhu. Xing Yingzhu wrapped him snugly in a blanket, hugging him contentedly as if embracing a giant towel roll. The newly mated snake was in an exceptionally good mood with an extremely satisfied mental state. From time to time, he would lower his head to glance at Xing Zhao and lick his lips in satisfaction. Xing Zhao, asleep, had no idea that Mr. Xing had scrutinized him from head to toe several times already. His waist and legs were sore, and in his dreams, he was still running after Mr. Xing. He didn't know how long he slept until he vaguely felt someone pinching his chin and lifting his face. This position wasn't comfortable, and Xing Zhao struggled to breathe. In his daze, he frowned slightly and just wanted to move away when he suddenly felt something come close and cover his lips. A soft tongue gently pried open his lips. Xing Zhao let out a muffled sound, realizing that the other party had passed him some liquid. It was a cold fluid, not like water, but more like the juice of something, bitter to the extreme. Xing Zhao furrowed his brows tightly, immediately waking up from the bitterness. He was about to struggle when Xing Yingzhu leaned in again, this time, feeding him a warm cup of milk tea. The warmth and rich aroma of milk chased away the unbearable bitterness, making Xing Zhao hum softly and quiet down once more. Lazily licking his lips, he boldly demanded, "One more sip." Xing Yingzhu chuckled at him, pinched his cheek, and said, "Little knife Xing, your attitude sure is growing." "You're Huang Shiren," Xing Zhao said weakly. "You've already consumed me completely. What's wrong with drinking a bit of your milk tea?" The master of the house, feeling full and content, wasn't bothered by this small act of taking advantage. Laughing twice, he picked up the milk tea cup and tapped Xing Zhao's lips with the straw. Xing Zhao sucked on the straw, discovering it was true to Mr. Xing's style, timeless red bean coconut pearl green milk tea, fully sweetened, hot. After having something warm settle his stomach, Xing Zhao felt much better. He moved slightly, closed his eyes for a while to shake off the haze of just waking up, and then opened them. Outside, it was pitch black, but the rain hadn't stopped, it had merely shifted from a thunderstorm to moderate rain. The living room lights were off, and Xing Zhao didn't know what time it was until he glanced at the TV. The midnight theater revealed it was late in the night. Mr. Xing, a cold-blooded reptile species, turned out to be unexpectedly comfortable to hold. Xing Zhao, who had been tossed around like a pancake by Mr. Xing for half the day, now snuggled in his arms without reservation, deeming it rightful and justified. Xing Yingzhu looked down at him, seeming to have read his mind, smiled lightly, and pinched his chin. "I haven't woken up yet, who ordered takeout?" Xing Zhao asked. "The delivery guy left it outside the door," Xing Yingzhu replied. Xing Zhao nodded, no longer asking. After all, telekinesis was a minor matter for Mr. Xing, easier than eating him. The bitter medicinal broth that Xing Yingzhu fed him must have been made of unknown ingredients. When Xing Zhao first woke up, he had backaches, leg cramps, and arm spasms. But in a few short sentences, he had improved significantly. He only felt as though some warmth had flowed into his blood vessels, warming his entire body. Leaning against Xing Yingzhu for a rest, Xing Zhao finally managed to muster all his willpower to pull back the blanket a little. "I didn't get a chance to ask you earlier," Xing Zhao said. "That seventh princess, who is she? Do you dare to ask her?" Xing Yingzhu teased him half-heartedly. "I'm going to be jealous." "Then go ahead and kill me," Xing Zhao, throwing caution to the wind, twisted his neck, rolled his eyes, stuck out his tongue, and truly embodied the phrase, "die unavenged." Xing Yingzhu curled the corner of his lips and lightly tapped his forehead with a finger. "Haven't you bought a stack of books to read?" Xing Yingzhu mercilessly exposed him. The classic of mountains and seas, the Huainanzi, N. Though the pursuit of knowledge was inherently a good thing, for some reason, these words coming from Xing Yingzhu sounded different, filled with a subtle mockery. In anger and embarrassment, Xing Zhao sprang up in one swift motion and lunged to cover his mouth. "Weren't those your words?" Xing Zhao said. "Just reading them is fine, don't take them seriously." "And you even mentioned the misunderstanding that's far-fetched," added Xing Zhao. Xing Yingzhu didn't resist, instead, his eyes curved slightly as if he were smiling. His lower face was blocked, making his eyes appear extremely bright. Xing Zhao only glanced at him and felt a tremor in his heart, not daring to look more, as if he had been captivated by the arc at the tail of his eyes. Truly a demon, Xing Zhao thought bitterly. More bewitching than Hu Huan. He lowered his hand and his gaze wandered aimlessly as he said, "I've finished reading those books, but she is the granddaughter of the Qingyang family." Xing Yingzhu said. "Ah." Xing Zhao paused, this clan name hit his blind spot of knowledge. He racked his brain through all the mythological systems he'd read for a long time and eventually found a shadowy trace. Is it called Emperor Ji? Xing Yingzhu's initial explanation was interrupted, and he helplessly sighed, saying, "That goes back how many generations ago?" "The books you've read may call him Xiaohao or Xianxiao." Xing Yingzhu said. These two names were much more familiar to Xing Zhao, who nodded, signaling Xing Yingzhu to continue. "The Your Highness who came today is the youngest granddaughter of Xiaohao, ranked 7th in this generation," Xing Yingzhu said. "The reason I don't want you to ask her name is because her name carries too much weight, you're unworthy to hear it. Even if you do hear it, it shouldn't be from her directly." Xing Zhao obediently nodded, understanding their theories about mysticism. He certainly didn't want to listen to a name that could cut his lifespan short, so he didn't feel any discomfort being held back by Mr. Xing. "So, does that mean she is truly a human being with blood and flesh?" Xing Zhao asked. Xing Yingzhu slightly nodded, confirming. "But," Xing Zhao looked troubled, lowering his voice, "didn't you tell me before that they were all dead? The ancient gods fell, those destined for earth returned to mankind, none of them remain now," Xing Yingzhu said. "In this world, she's the only one left." Well, Xing Zhao looked at Xing Yingzhu in shock, thinking to himself that this guy is indeed a powerhouse. If he appeared in an online novel, he'd definitely be a top-tier boss. Relying on years of internet instincts, Xing Zhao realized that he should stop at the cliff's edge. However, his curiosity got the better of him, compelling him to hear the entire story. "Oh, to be precise, it's not just her alone," Xing Yingzhu said. "If I haven't forgotten, she also has an older brother, though he long fell from the position of god, probably managing some water territory, somewhere near the Luo River." This status sounded like there was a world of difference. Xing Zhao's first reaction was very conspiratorial. Xing Yingzhu seemed to have read his mind and slowly said, "You needn't view her as either a good person or a bad person. The reason I say she has a grudge against me is because all 687 members of the dual dragon race were killed off by her, except me." Xing Zhao abruptly sat up, shocked, saying, "So she isn't evil then?" "I once hated her too," Xing Yingzhu continued. "Though I wasn't close with my clan and whether they lived or died didn't concern me much, I really did hate her for taking my bones, killing me without even letting me die easily." Xing Yingzhu stared into Xing Zhao's eyes, his own calm and steady. Xing Zhao, influenced by his steady gaze, found that the sudden anger in his heart mysteriously diminished. "But after 800 more years," Xing Yingzhu said, "I finally understood her intentions. Because, apart from me, all the ancient mythical beasts, those born from the spirit of heaven and earth except ones like Baizhe and Qilin, which exist uniquely per species every 1,000 years, were exterminated entirely." "All?" Xing Zhao woodenly asked. "All." Xing Yingzhu said, "Not a single survivor, all of them died tragically. It was complete genocide." Xing Zhao's heart chilled. Xing Yingzhu had once said that in the distant ancient times, people had no moral restraints and no sense of rules or order. They acted purely out of instinct, where bullying the weak was the norm, and phrases like, "you deserve to die," were their everyday life reality. Still, despite all that, when Xing Yingzhu spoke so casually about genocide, Xing Zhao still felt chills running down his back. Humans are already insignificant enough. Xing Zhao couldn't comprehend how such powerful races that could summon wind and rain, whose tails could break mountains, disappeared altogether. "It's like dinosaurs going extinct," Xing Yingzhu said casually. "Any race that reaches a certain height will eventually walk down the path of extinction. Gods and mythical beasts alike." Xing Zhao seemed to grasp something intuitively. "So, when she killed you, she essentially swapped you out," Xing Zhao said. "From dragon to snake, thus this targeted extermination sweep passed over you?" Xing Zhao suddenly remembered the sixth brother Xing Yingzhu had mentioned earlier, who transformed from a god into a local immortal, seemingly losing much status, but it was also, in another sense, an act of replacement. "So why did she only save you?" Xing Zhao didn't quite understand. If this method could fool everyone, then couldn't she have saved all of them? Not everyone deserved to be saved. Xing Yingzhu said, "They." Xing Yingzhu hesitated for a moment, as if uncertain how to phrase his next words. He remained silent for 2 seconds, before coming up with the most concise explanation: they all deserve to die. Just like when Xing requested Zhang Daoling to exterminate demons by submitting a list back then, rotten flesh must be cut away or it will fester into sores. The extinction of their race wasn't because they were strong and thus should die, but because their power made them crave what they shouldn't. I was young at the time and didn't know any better, so I survived. But those beasts and fallen deities, they'd crossed a line in terms of what they did and wanted, Xing Yingzhu explained. Hence, they had to perish. That's a pretty ruthless lady. Xing Zhao remarked, tongue-tied. Wen Xing once killed only a few demons indirectly, yet suffered immense pain in the process. This young lady, however, apparently wiped out over 600 dragons without hesitation. It spoke volumes about her mental fortitude. And judging by the look on Xing Yingzhu's face, Xing Zhao could almost imagine that her masterpieces went far beyond this one incident. Indeed, Xing Yingzhu agreed with a nod and added, when she was young, she was absolutely terrifying, a demon feared even by spirits. Saying heartless and ruthless is almost an insult to those 4 words. Xing Zhao. This level of criticism seemed uncalled for. Xing Zhao thought anxiously that given the capabilities of this goddess, there was no doubt she could hear every word he said about her. I remember when she was still young and hadn't taken over yet, during a trip along the Wei River, she was intercepted and harassed by a local dragon. That dragon didn't recognize her and forcibly tried to make her its bride-to-be, attempting to assault her. Xing Yingzhu recounted. In retaliation, she pinned him down on the riverbank, chopped off his claws, extracted his tendons, scraped off his scales and discarded them, then carved off his meat and roasted it, all without even bothering to dismember him properly. Xing Zhao. Truly an unstoppable force, Xing Zhao thought. But she's much worse off than me, Xing Yingzhu chuckled smugly. Every time I think about that, my heart feels lighter. She's lived for such a long time and remains the sole surviving member of the ancient gods, moving unseen while effortlessly flaunting her abilities in front of me, a mere mortal, who can only collect rent here on earth. Xing Zhao couldn't help but retort sarcastically, so who exactly has it worse again? Xing Yingzhu gave him a casual glance, surprisingly without getting angry. Instead, he flicked Xing Zhao's forehead lightly with a finger. Idiot boy, Xing Yingzhu replied. Do you think she did this willingly? Chapter 80, Are you seeing another snake behind my back? Xing Yingzhu did not elaborate to Xing Zhao on how exactly the 7th prince was unwilling. Judging from Xing Yingzhu's expression, this was evidently not a pleasant story. Xing Zhao had enough self-awareness. He knew that he was just an ordinary young salaryman, lost in a crowd. Even if he racked his brains, he could not truly empathize with the mindset of someone so powerful and influential. Moreover, judging by that 7th prince's CPU-like processing capability, her vision and the scope of her responsibilities were probably beyond what Xing Zhao could ever comprehend in a lifetime. Such a person, Xing Zhao admitted, he had no right to judge her rights and wrongs. Of course, it wasn't even his place to criticize. Also, did you see the green bird on her shoulder? Xing Yingzhu lowered his eyes and lazily said, that's not a bird, that's a phoenix. Xing Zhao. Well played, he thought in shock. He originally thought it was some kind of super beast, but as soon as Mr. Xing spoke, it placed the other party within orthodox ranks. A phoenix, so small? Xing Zhao asked laboriously. Small. Mr. Xing raised an eyebrow and said, if it didn't follow who knows who out, it could be bigger than the dragon in the underground river of Shen City. Xing Zhao was dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss whether to ask, why is it so small, or why would divine beasts willingly become someone else's pet? But weren't all the ancient divine beasts extinct? Xing Zhao asked. Birds don't count, Xing Yingzhu replied, birds have the phoenix as their leader, under her protection. Birds, each one from the roots, have been obedient, unaffected by that great upheaval. As for that green bird on her shoulder, that's her attendant, the leader of the Qingyuan clan. Xing Yingzhu explained, the Qingyang family manages the phoenix and commands all birds, they always have. Aside from Qingyuan, there are also the phoenix, the swan goose, and the Chongming bird. After her grandfather and father died, these naturally fell to her, and besides. Xing Yingzhu suddenly stopped speaking, realizing too late that the things after, besides, were not suitable bedtime stories. He coughed dryly and ended the topic there. So you know now, Xing Yingzhu said, if we don't meet them again, fine. If we do, don't provoke her. Xing Zhao obediently nodded. In fact, even if Xing Yingzhu hadn't said this, considering his personality, he wouldn't dare recklessly provoke strangers. But what did she mean by that? See? Xing Zhao hesitated, what does it mean? Normally answer all. Mr. Xing paused silently for 2 seconds, seemingly pondering how to explain this situation. Because this place was, for them, common knowledge, and Xing Zhao's question actually caught Xing Yingzhu off guard. Even if anyone older appeared before them, most knew about that place. Some older demons likely knew its origins, while younger, less experienced little demon spirits knew to avoid that area entirely, never getting close. In the 3 realms and 6 paths, everyone has their respective places, like humans living in the human world, demons in the demon realm, ghosts endlessly cycling through reincarnation. Wherever there is existence, it lies within these 3 realms and 6 paths, except for 2 places. One is the Tian where the seventh prince resides, the other is the Forbidden Sea Abyss. This place is older than the seventh prince herself, an abyss in the sea that was originally called Beihai Abyss. But later, successive generations of deities used the place as a detention center, sealing many vicious monster beasts within it. Over time, its name shifted to Forbidden Sea Abyss. The Forbidden Sea Abyss was critical. For years, it was overseen by the divine race. Even when the divine race declined and immortals began replacing gods in the mortal world, they still couldn't meddle in its affairs. Xing Yingzhu himself did not know the intent behind her asking him to check out that place. Nevertheless, despite their differences over the years, he generally understood her well. Her orders usually had valid reasons. If you must understand, then it's sort of like a re-education camp, Xing Yingzhu said. A question mark slowly formed on Xing Zhao's forehead. The origin of that place was incredibly complicated, involving many events from ancient times. Various ancient myths and convoluted timelines intertwined together. If explained from the beginning, it might take 3 days and 3 nights to finish. Mr. Xing's rare patience had been exhausted throughout the long night, and once again, he reverted to being the heartless, great beast. He draped the blanket around Xing Zhao and abruptly ended the topic. All inside are the big demons like me, now, you can sleep. What kind of stuff is that? Xing Zhao squirmed out from under the blanket and complained, whose bedtime story ends halfway. If you do this, I will have nightmares. Xing Yingzhu frowned impatiently and was about to snap back, but then he noticed a hickey on Xing Zhao's neck and forced himself to swallow his words. Never mind, Xing Yingzhu thought generously, Xing Zhao is already my person. As a mature male, he should be more tolerant. That's a place for imprisoning demon beasts, Xing Yingzhu said. Most of them locked inside were imprisoned since ancient times. Since they were serving their sentences during the purge, they were also spared and did not die with their clansmen. So when the seventh prince said there were anomalies in that place, does that mean the prisoners inside were restless? Xing Zhao's brain worked quickly as he asked, so were last year's strange celestial phenomena also related to this? It might be. Xing Yingzhu said nonchalantly. How could she let you check it out? Xing Zhao exclaimed anxiously. You've just said they were imprisoned since ancient times. They must at least match your level from your previous life, and if they come in groups, making you go over there now would only put you at risk. Xing Yingzhu gave him a sardonic look and said, she wasn't wrong. What, would you protest for anything on my behalf? What are you talking about? Xing Zhao found him irrational, saying, you're my boyfriend, if not for you, who else should I side with? Then what if she deliberately made it difficult for me, intending for me to die? Xing Yingzhu laughed as he asked, what would you do then? I couldn't do much. Xing Zhao lost his momentum, muttering, I couldn't beat her anyway. If she insists irrationally without listening, I'd insistently dissuade her. If she gets angry and decides to kill me, then we'll both become wandering ghosts together. This made Xing Yingzhu laugh out loud. Whether Xing Zhao was serious or impulsive, recognizing the weight of the sentence or not, Xing Yingzhu found himself amused. Chuckling, he pinched Xing Zhao's face affectionately, comforting him greatly. I won't fight with them, Xing Yingzhu said. The seal on top of the abyssal sea is a long spear used by her during a war once before, with divine artifact as its seal. I cannot even enter. Xing Zhao seemed to want to say something but was cut off by Xing Yingzhu. Moreover, I'm just going to see the situation, Xing Yingzhu said. I'll be back within a couple of days. You can play some games with Hu Huan, take a nap, and it'll all be over. What do you mean? Xing Zhao felt something was off. Aren't you bringing me along this time? Why should I bring you? Xing Yingzhu furrowed his brows slightly. Isn't that place beyond where you can go? This doesn't make sense. Xing Zhao protested. You took me along whenever you encountered demons before, so why not this time? Mr. Xing, the master of the household, lost his temper altogether, not even bothering to explain. He unilaterally decided, not taking you. In the past, taking him along wouldn't have mattered much, but now that young Mr. Sheng had become his intimate partner, there was naturally more responsibility involved. He couldn't throw him into danger so recklessly. Besides, going to the abyssal sea required passing through the vicinity of the South China Sea, too far for Xing Zhao to get close to anyway, so there was no point in dragging him along. Xing Zhao. Unfortunately, young Mr. Sheng didn't appreciate this kindness much. He threw off the blanket and pounced onto Xing Yingzhu, kneeling on either side of his knees, daringly challenging the authority of the head of the house. As he held down Xing Yingzhu's shoulders, he spoke confidently, I want to go. You took me before, so you can't skip me this time. Since you yourself said you can't enter, and it's just checking out the situation without any danger, why wouldn't you take me? Straightening up, Xing Zhao tried to boost his own courage, gathering his strength and speaking firmly, if you don't take me, I'll suspect whether there's another snake outside. Xing Yingzhu. Any trace of sentimentality from earlier disappeared instantly, almost leaving Xing Yingzhu laughing in frustration. Indeed, young Mr. Sheng was predictable. He may be obedient and caring, but he was also the one who annoyed him most. And having other snakes outside, how could that insult his taste? There were thousands of wild snakes out there, but was he the kind of person who'd be lured? Furious, Xing Yingzhu pinched Xing Zhao's waist, almost tempted to press him right there again, so he'd understand once and for all whether he truly had another snake outside. Xing Zhao hissed softly in pain, shamelessly throwing himself onto Xing Yingzhu, whispering, "Take me along. I won't feel at ease staying home without you." "And why aren't you at ease?" Xing Yingzhu asked in irritation, "Staying at home and missing me, then sneaking out to find other little demons." "No, this is about your safety," Xing Zhao flattered with a smile as he kissed his cheek and softly murmured, "I've thought about it. There must be no signal in that place, so I wouldn't be able to reach you by phone or text. And after hearing the story you told, I'll worry about you endlessly. Without any news from you, I won't eat well, won't sleep well, and will only have nightmares when I do fall asleep." For heaven's sake, Xing Yingzhu clicked his tongue, thinking how this silly lad could chatter on like the monks lecturing in the West Heaven, yet his voice was too soft, droning incessantly in his ear until his head began to ache. What an adept flatterer, Xing Yingzhu thought. Chapter 81, Talent Training Miniclass. This passionate debate ultimately ended with Xing Zhao emerging victorious, though it was a victory he unilaterally declared. Regardless, at the very least, Xing Yingzhu finally agreed to let him tag along. Xing Zhao thought this was the first step of a long journey, a milestone for a phase victory. As for Xing Yingzhu, he simply couldn't be bothered by Xing Zhao's persistence any longer. Here was this fragile human, impossible to hit or curse at, who wouldn't listen, and there was no way he could skin him like other demons and make a carpet out of him. After much deliberation, all Xing Yingzhu could do was let him be, out of sight, out of mind. Fine, Xing Yingzhu magnanimously thought, if he insists on being so clingy that he can't bear to leave my side for a moment, then so be it. Xing Zhao had originally thought that the seventh prince's coming and going in such haste meant the matter was quite urgent, but after waiting 2 or 3 days, there was still no sign of Xing Yingzhu making any preparations to depart. He continued living leisurely as ever. Bathing during the day and watching TV, occasionally teasing Xing Zhao at night, while intermittently replying to messages from Mount Longhu, behaving as if the seventh prince had never come at all. After waiting a week, Xing Zhao began to grow curious about why Xing Yingzhu seemed so unhurried. He suspected perhaps Xing Yingzhu didn't really want to take him along and was employing a dragging strategy. In response, Xing Yingzhu remarked, "Do you think I need to drag if I don't want to take you?" Xing Zhao. Indeed, Xing Zhao had to admit that Mr. Xing could simply vanish right before his eyes, leaving not even a shadow behind. "Do you think the abyssal ban is something to enter lightly?" Xing Yingzhu chuckled softly. "Just wait." "For what?" Xing Zhao asked. "The right moment." Xing Yingzhu replied. Xing Zhao. Which was exactly the same as saying nothing at all. However, since Xing Yingzhu wasn't rushing, Xing Zhao also set his worries aside. Anyway, as long as Xing Yingzhu knew what he was doing, when they would go, how they would go, and what they would do once they got there, Xing Zhao didn't pay too much attention. Rather, Xing Yingzhu didn't quite want Xing Zhao to be completely ignorant, a cheerleader in training for everything. In their idle time these past few days, he often pulled Xing Zhao over to start training his talent. Xing Zhao couldn't help but be confused. If Teacher Xing were to teach him some esoteric techniques, he wouldn't have been surprised, but Xing Yingzhu's teaching method was extremely unconventional. "What about this one?" Xing Yingzhu said. As he spoke, he placed a deck of shuffle playing cards face down in a small stack on the table. Most of the other cards had already been flipped over and were scattered across the coffee table, showing both reds and blacks with various suits. On the coffee table to Xing Zhao's left sat 2 small dishes, one filled with sugar cubes, the other with bitter pennywort leaves. "Red?" Xing Zhao guessed uncertainly. "Are you sure?" Xing Yingzhu asked. No. Glancing at his expression, Xing Zhao hesitantly suggested, "Black?" Xing Yingzhu furrowed his brow slightly and demanded, "Give me a definitive answer." "Black." Xing Zhao said, more firmly. "It's black." This time, Xing Yingzhu didn't ask again, instead, he flipped the top card over, a 5 of hearts. Xing Zhao immediately looked crestfallen, and Xing Yingzhu arched an eyebrow, gesturing toward the card with a nod. He then wiped away the card and tossed it onto the coffee table. Reluctantly, Xing Zhao plucked a pennywort leaf from the dish and popped it into his mouth. The bitterness made him wince, but he quickly swallowed it down. Teacher Xing, if placed in a school setting, would be the kind of teacher complained to the Education Bureau by parents at least 8 times a day. His teaching methods were simple and brutal, guessing red or black on a poker card. A correct guess earned a sugar cube and a kiss, an incorrect guess, a bitter pennywort leaf. According to Xing Yingzhu, anyway, eating pennywort won't kill anyone, and it helps clear heat and reduce fire, not harmful at all. Come on, did this sound like something reasonable? This is a probability problem. Xing Zhao couldn't hold back any longer, attempting to overthrow this tyranny, resisting on the spot. No matter how we guess, theoretically, the probabilities of getting red or black are the same. Xing Yingzhu glanced up at him, and Little Knife stood proudly, exuding defiance, appearing just like those peasant rebels in history books. Xing Yingzhu didn't get angry or flustered, instead, he pinched his chin, pulling him closer, leaning in for a kiss. Xing Zhao. How shameless for this old demon to use beauty as a trap. Yet despite muttering complaints inside his heart, Xing Zhao honestly calmed down, returning unwillingly to his seat. How well behaved you are today, Xing Zhao remarked, you didn't argue with me. If I argue with you now, you'd either be defiant, or try to act cute to skip class, Xing Yingzhu said with a sly smirk. That would only affect your emotional stability, which wouldn't be helpful for your training. Do you think I don't see through your little tricks? Finish studying first. Xing Zhao. Indeed, this was a demon who had lived for thousands of years, his wits were sharp as ever. But this thing relies purely on guessing, Xing Zhao said. What exactly do you want me to train for? Don't guess, go by your feelings, Xing Yingzhu replied as he deftly shuffled the cards, slicing them while continuing, you've guessed right several times before only to change your answer at the last moment, haven't you? Xing Zhao blinked and realized it was true. Your gut instincts were always right, but once you overthought it, things went wrong, Xing Yingzhu explained. Sensing is about grabbing that intangible gut instinct. Once you're accustomed to it, you'll be able to perceive more information. Like how you found Jiao Liu in the heavy rain, try again. Even though Xing Yingzhu made it sound profound, Xing Zhao still didn't understand. Xing Yingzhu sighed and said, close your eyes. Xing Zhao complied. Xing Yingzhu reached out and took off the two necklaces, one long, one short, from Xing Zhao's neck, then casually asked, when you encountered Zhang Kaixing in Shin City, was the traffic light red or green? Red, Xing Zhao replied. He remembered clearly, it was because the car stopped, and he unintentionally glanced outside, seeing Zhang Kaixing. When you passed through the first grove on your way to the Devil-Locking Tower at Mount Longhu, was it a pine forest or a locust tree forest? Xing Yingzhu asked again. His pace quickened slightly, and before Xing Zhao could hesitate, Xing Yingzhu's voice turned colder, don't remember. Without thinking, Xing Zhao blurted, pine. Because he suddenly recalled a tiny memory, when he walked through the forest, he bent down and stepped on a pine cone. Xing Yingzhu's tone picked up speed again as he asked more relaxed questions. What did you eat last night? Huangmen chicken, Xing Zhao answered. Xing Yingzhu let out an inquisitive sound, his tone dropping several degrees as if he'd been interrupted mid-thought. He asked casually, who's that downstairs? Luxing, Xing Zhao said matter-of-factly. Xing Yingzhu chuckled lightly. Xing Zhao opened his eyes, startled. There sat Xing Yingzhu, leaning against the sofa, watching him silently. Seeing Xing Zhao's shock, he kindly tilted his head and indicated toward the windowsill. Flustered, Xing Zhao tumbled off the sofa and rushed to the window, sticking his head out. Below, Luxing was holding a bag of groceries, just walking up the small path leading to the door to go inside. I told you already, Xing Yingzhu murmured softly. Trust your gut instinct, it's your biggest weapon. Xing Zhao still couldn't fully believe it. In his mind, it was hard for him to view guessing, something so random, as a skill. All things in this world possess spirit. If you can communicate with them, you'll naturally learn many things, Xing Yingzhu said. The stronger you become, the more you can probe. So, does the seventh prince use the same method? Xing Zhao paused briefly, then whispered, do you? The principle is similar, but not everyone operates that way, Xing Yingzhu replied. If other demons or celestial beings were to reach her level, they'd explode from the effort. Why is she fine? Xing Zhao asked. She is chosen by the mountains and rivers of this land. Things pass through her mind as easily as what you see before your eyes, Xing Yingzhu explained. But if others wanted to achieve the same, they'd have to concentrate their minds and techniques. The further and more detailed they try to see, the more mental energy they expend, which makes all the difference. What about you? Xing Zhao asked. I can hear water, but I cannot see mountains, Xing Yingzhu said nonchalantly. Now stop slacking off, come here. Xing Zhao looked at the dish of pennywort and reluctantly shuffled back to sit across from Xing Yingzhu, his face sour. At first, Xing Zhao thought Mr. Xing was speaking without effort, judging him by the standards of a demon. But after 3 days of guessing poker cards with Xing Yingzhu, he began to sense something subtle, improving his accuracy considerably. Once he could guess the color of the cards without obstacle, Xing Yingzhu moved on to asking about suits. And when Xing Zhao became proficient at guessing suits, the old man began asking about numbers or jokers. Xing Zhao spent nearly a month playing poker with Xing Yingzhu, guessing until his eyes sparkled golden and dreaming of nothing but poker cards. However, he discovered that Xing Yingzhu's teaching method actually worked. He had improved his instincts significantly, making them more controllable. Still, he could only handle simple A or B choice questions. Aside from extremely familiar elements, when asked anything slightly more complex, he failed to give answers. Faced with this limitation, Xing Zhao lamented, too bad. It would have been great if I could sense next week's lottery number. You can give it a try, Xing Yingzhu said with a smirk, his voice taking on the chilling tone of a horror movie as he continued, of course, accepting ill-gotten gains comes at the cost of your lifespan. Xing Zhao felt goosebumps all over his back and shivered twice, wishing he could clamp his hand over Mr. Xing's mouth. As a human, this is pretty much your limit, Xing Yingzhu remarked. But it's enough. We don't expect you to do anything else. When trouble comes, if you can sense whether it's dangerous or beneficial and know when to run, that's all we need. Chapter 82, Xing Zhao, Danger.jpg. Finally, Teacher Xing's talent training class had come to an end, but Xing Zhao himself hadn't noticed any changes in his daily life. To him, this skill was only useful for letting him eat a few more candies during classroom tests and seemed to have no other practical application. It couldn't attack nor defend, overall it wasn't very useful. Xing Yingzhu, on the other hand, neither explained nor provided any science behind it. He arbitrarily started and ended the class, leaving behind one bewildered student. Fortunately, Sheng Zhao was already accustomed to following Xing Yingzhu's orders in such matters, so he didn't feel any imbalance in his heart, and life continued as usual. It was Zhang Jian who seemed to have taken some wrong medication. He appeared to genuinely fancy Hu Huan. He would visit Xanadu City once a month on average, always coming up with strange excuses just to go out with Hu Huan. Even worse, 3 days ago, he, the legitimate heir of a proper sect, went so far as to show up at the door to borrow Hu Huan away. Are you really okay with letting Hu Huan run around outside with him? Xing Zhao was somewhat worried. Hu Huan is after all a demon. If they don't get along later or have some disagreements, what if he bullies Hu Huan? What are you afraid of? Xing Yingzhu retorted without even lifting his head. Anyway, they have an ancestral instruction not to harm fox demons. But Hu Huan doesn't seem too willing. Xing Zhao tried to gently advise this tyrant. Shouldn't you consider his opinion? I feel like he's a little scared of Zhang Jian. What is he scared of? Xing Yingzhu sneered. He's just feeling guilty. Sheng Zhao blinked, sensing there was a story here. What do you mean? Sheng Zhao leapt towards Xing Yingzhu, gathering beside him with curiosity, asking, any juicy gossip? None. Xing Yingzhu shoved his head aside with impatience, saying, if you ask me, why not go and ask Hu Huan himself? Him. Sheng Zhao snorted derisively, that fool. What could he possibly know? Xing Yingzhu turned his head, scrutinizing Sheng Zhao up and down with a curious gaze as if he were an extraterrestrial creature, his voice echoing with disbelief, little Xing Dao, I never thought you'd say that about someone else one day. Xing Zhao. Is it illegal to kill my boyfriend? And if the other party is a monster, how many years would I be sentenced? Besides, since Zhang Jian has borrowed Hu Huan, that saves me from being bothered twice, it's a fair deal. Xing Yingzhu adjusted the TV to a local channel, muttering offhandedly, moreover, their business should be resolved between them, aren't you supposed to buy eggs? Why aren't you going? Oh, almost forgot, Sheng Zhao slapped his forehead, casually saying, just now, Hu Huan sent me a WeChat message, bitterly complaining about Zhang Jian acting as if he'd taken the wrong medicine. The topic got sidetracked. Sheng Zhao had promised Mr. Xing earlier to steam an egg custard for dinner, but when it came time to cook, he realized that the last egg in the house had proudly been used for a hot spring egg that morning, leaving no inventory. Although Mr. Xing eventually agreed to be appeased with a plate of cola chicken wings, he still yearned for the egg custard and insisted it be moved to breakfast the next morning. Fortunately, the fresh produce supermarket outside the community didn't close until 9:30 p.m., so there was still time to go. Sheng Zhao, thinking about one thing or another, quickly forgot about his comrade-in-arms still in deep trouble. He rushed into the bedroom, grabbing his coat, stuffing his keys and phone carelessly into his pocket, putting on shoes while saying, what else besides eggs do you want to eat? Nothing, Xing Yingzhu casually replied, just make sure you come back intact. Right. Sheng Zhao chuckled, saying, how could I possibly lose? The sound of his final tone had barely faded when Sheng Zhao had already bolted out the door. Xing Yingzhu helplessly shook his head and sighed. The fresh produce supermarket outside the neighborhood was right outside the main gate of the Buyuan community. It took Xing Zhao about 10 minutes to walk through the complex to reach it. It was almost 9 o'clock now. The fresh produce supermarket was quite deserted, with only one cashier on duty leaning against the counter scrolling through their phone. Sheng Zhao confidently picked up a basket, walked in, selected 2 boxes of eggs, pondered for a moment, and also grabbed a box of beef shank. At this time, most counters in the supermarket had already turned off their lights. Sheng Zhao skimmed through the aisles, ensuring there was nothing else he wanted to buy, before heading to the counter to pay. As he exited, he saw that the fruit stall outside the supermarket was closing down. A young man carrying an empty basket came out from a side road, greeting him as he entered the supermarket. So late to buy groceries. I was working overtime today, Sheng Zhao replied absent-mindedly. Sheng Zhao passed by the young man, catching a whiff of fresh pineapple fragrance from him. It smelled nice. Sheng Zhao casually thought, maybe tomorrow he would also come out and buy one to eat. As Sheng Zhao was pondering what to eat the next day, a fleeting flash of something caught his peripheral vision. His heart leapt, instinctively he stopped and turned his head to look at the nearby alley. The narrow alley behind the supermarket was used for disposing of expired food, with no streetlights. Only the entrance was illuminated by a dim light from outside. In just a moment, Sheng Zhao glimpsed a stooped silhouette flicker under the lamp, apparently an elderly person. He hesitated for a second but stepped forward into the alley. Behind the supermarket's roller shutter were 2 tall plastic bins, beside them casually dumped were 2 old square blue plastic baskets filled with some rotten oranges and bananas. An elderly woman with white hair bent over, struggling to pick up fruits from the basket. Her movements were strange, stiff and clumsy, as if bending down itself was difficult. After much effort, she finally grabbed an orange from the basket, only for it to slip from her grasp and fall back to the ground. For some reason, she seemed unable to lift any of the fruits. A partially rotten orange rolled toward Sheng Zhao's feet, hitting his shoe. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, Sheng Zhao bent down to pick up the orange and called out to the elder. "Ma'am, what are you doing here?" Sheng Zhao asked, "Do you want these fruits?" Upon being addressed, the old woman's body shook violently for a moment. Instinctively, Sheng Zhao stepped forward intending to support her, fearing that she might lose balance and fall. But although she looked as fragile as a piece of paper, she was resilient. She steadied herself and turned around. Up close, Sheng Zhao could see that this woman appeared to be in her late 80s or early 90s, with completely white hair and such cloudy eyes that her pupils were almost indistinguishable. She wore an old-fashioned dark blue jacket with slanted lapels, her pants had dust-streaked marks, and on her feet were worn embroidered cloth shoes. She looked like a lonely elderly person, Sheng Zhao thought. Her clothing style was outdated, probably belonging to his grandmother's generation, perhaps untouched for years. "I am looking for some fruit to eat," the old woman said. "I'm hungry, but I can't pick these up." Her voice was slow, the pitch low, giving the impression of lacking vitality. Instantly moved by compassion, Sheng Zhao already regarded her as one of the neglected elderly in the vicinity. He hesitated for a moment then spoke, "Ma'am, stop picking these. Wait a moment, let me buy you some." "What would you like?" "Really?" the old woman asked, trembling. "Would you bring it to me?" "Sure," Sheng Zhao responded. "What do you want?" The old woman was kind-hearted, seeing no sign of greed, she simply pointed at the scattered oranges and bananas beside her. "All right," Sheng Zhao readily agreed. "Wait here a moment, ma'am, I'll be right back." With that, Sheng Zhao took 2 steps back, turned around, exited the alley, and went towards the adjacent supermarket. The old woman followed him a few steps, shakily waving her hand. The supermarket was closing soon, and Sheng Zhao rushed inside. With the salesperson eyeing him curiously, he picked out a couple pounds of oranges and a bunch of bananas haphazardly. "Did you forget to buy those earlier?" the salesperson asked while scanning the items. "Not exactly, I saw an elderly woman scavenging outside your store," Sheng Zhao explained. "She looked pitiful, so I decided to help her." The salesperson handed the fruits over to him, then cast a glance outside through the door with a puzzled expression, seemingly about to say something but ended up saying nothing. Sheng Zhao paid little attention to the fleeting abnormality of the other party. Lifting the plastic bag, he exited and turned into the adjacent alley. He intended to give the fruits to the old woman when he suddenly realized she wasn't there anymore. The dark alley was empty. The decayed orange that had previously rolled to Sheng Zhao's foot still lay where it was, but the white-haired elderly woman had vanished without a trace. Confused, Sheng Zhao looked around the alley and the surroundings but couldn't find any trace of the old woman. He wondered silently whether pride had compelled her to run away rather than accept his charity. Yet, from entering to leaving the supermarket, it took no more than a couple minutes. Given her frail condition, it should not have allowed her to move away so quickly. Though bewildered, Sheng Zhao didn't know what else to do. Looking at the 2 plastic bags in his hands, he sighed helplessly and turned in another direction to head home. When Sheng Zhao walked in the door, Mr. Sheng was selecting nuts from the fruit platter on the coffee table. A sound rang from the living room's doorway as the lock was turned halfway. Xing Yingzhu, alertly, raised his head and tilted it towards the door. Sheng Zhao was completely unaware as he twisted the door lock and stepped inside, intending to casually place the fruit bags on the entranceway. That's when he felt a chain flying toward him, wrapping around his wrist. "Wait there." Xing Yingzhu looked at him with an almost amused expression and said, "The stuff for someone else, how did it end up back home with you?" "Huh. Oh right, how do you know?" Sheng Zhao asked curiously. "I met an old woman. But when I came back after buying the fruits, she was already gone. The perfectly good fruits couldn't just be thrown away, so of course, I brought them back." "Sheng Xiaodao," Xing Yingzhu said, "are you sure she was just an old woman?" Sheng Zhao furrowed his brows and asked, "What do you mean? Didn't you look carefully?" Xing Yingzhu asked mockingly, "Did she even have a shadow under her feet?" Sheng Zhao. Chapter 83, weren't you not coming? In the past minute, Sheng Zhao's mind raced with countless thoughts. Those chaotic ideas flashed through his mind, and only one was captured. Xing Yingzhu seemed not to be joking with him. Immediately after, Sheng Zhao mentally reviewed everything from when he left the supermarket until the old woman disappeared, ultimately having to sadly admit that Xing Yingzhu really wasn't trying to scare him on purpose. Xing Yingzhu watched as his face kept changing, now green, now white, laughing so hard that he leaned against the sofa cushion, nearly losing his breath from laughter. "You're still gloating." Sheng Zhao looked like he was about to cry as he accused, "What's going on? What are we going to do?" "It's just because your spiritual awareness has increased recently, it's normal that you can see these things." Xing Yingzhu couldn't stop laughing, speaking intermittently, "Don't worry." "What do you mean don't worry?" Sheng Zhao stood by the door, unable to come in or go back, his face grim as if he'd eaten gall. "If I had known this, I wouldn't have helped you practice that talent for nothing. How can this be my fault? It's obviously also good for you." Xing Yingzhu protested innocently. If Sheng Zhao could enter the room right now, he would definitely rush to Xing Yingzhu, making the other party physically experience the intense anger he felt inside. "Good. Good you." Sheng Zhao gritted his teeth and swallowed the last word, holding up the fruit bag in his hand, almost crying in frustration. Didn't you say that wearing these things wards off evil spirits? Sheng Zhao pointed at the 2 pendants of different lengths hanging around his neck. It wards off evil spirits. Xing Yingzhu said leisurely, these things won't come near you. So if you see them, just pretend you didn't. Sheng Zhao. How big does his heart need to be, Sheng Zhao thought sorrowfully, and if he could calmly identify whether everyone he met was a human or a ghost, then he wouldn't be afraid of this either. What should I do now? Sheng Zhao asked. Simple. Xing Yingzhu retrieved the chain, wound it around his hand, lifted his chin, and said, go make a roadside offering, send what needs to be sent to whom it belongs, and fulfill your promises. Otherwise, you'll bear the karmic consequences. Sheng Zhao hesitated a little, how do I send it? Wherever you encountered them, go there and make the offering. There happens to be some incense in the kitchen cabinet. Though I'm not sure how long it's been there, it should still be usable. Xing Yingzhu said, for the specific procedures, ask Zhang Jian. He will tell you about such small matters. Sheng Zhao glanced outside at the pitch-black sky, hesitated for a moment, and somewhat pitifully said, can you accompany me? Me go. Xing Yingzhu raised an eyebrow and said, if I go, would they even dare to appear? Sheng Zhao was silenced, and upon careful consideration, it made sense too. The killing aura surrounding Mr. Xing was so strong that not only ghosts but even demons stayed away. However, regardless of whether the other party intended harm or not, Sheng Zhao's courage was there for all to see, and it would take borrowing 10,000 of his braveries for him to dare to perform a roadside offering, alone in the dark. Fortunately, Mr. Xing did not insist on driving him out alone, and after scrutinizing Sheng Zhao from head to toe, he opened a loophole for him. The smallest person in this building is Jiao Liu. Xing Yingzhu said lazily, ask her to accompany you. Tell her that accompanying you doesn't break any vows. Although not equipped with the live bodyguard qualities of Xing Yingzhu, at least Jiao Liu, a demon who had practiced cultivation for hundreds or thousands of years, was better than nothing for Sheng Zhao, albeit with mixed feelings. Compared to Mr. Xing, who was only interested in rejoicing over his misfortune, Zhang Jian and Jiao Liu were evidently the last flicker of warmth in this bleak world. After Sheng Zhao explained his intentions, Jiao Liu immediately put on a coat without hesitation and followed him out the door. Zhang Jian on the phone did not withhold any information either. While he did not tell him any secret arts, he clearly explained the process of performing a roadside offering. But remember, Sheng Zhao, Zhang Jian said, after performing the offering, go straight home, and don't look back under any circumstances. Also, be careful while doing it and don't step into any circles. Okay, Sheng Zhao agreed and said, I understand. Anyway, since you don't know who the other party is or their birth date or family name, just write down the time when you encountered them. Zhang Jian was still concerned and said, under no circumstances should you include your own birthday. No way, Sheng Zhao hurriedly responded, rest assured. Zhang Jian seemed to want to give more instructions, but then remembered that the person on the other end of the line had once been a disciple of Long Tiger Mountain in a past life, thus becoming much more at ease. He gave a few common-sense reminders and then hung up the phone. Sheng Zhao gave excellent verbal responses and remembered the theoretical knowledge firmly, but his mental state was still uneasy. Almost every 3 seconds a thought of, maybe I should go back, would pop into his mind. Jiao Liu, you don't need to be afraid, Jiao Liu tightened her coat collar, whispering gently, there's nothing to fear with me around. They can't harm you. I know, and I'm not afraid of that, Sheng Zhao said. He wasn't putting up a front in front of Jiao Liu. He was well aware that he wore the pendant given by Xing Yingzhu, along with Xing Yingzhu's long-term contract, so many buffs layered together that it was impossible for some stray ghost to whisk him away and devour him. But, somehow, having been a materialist for over 20 years, he still found such rituals hard to accept. There's just this hurdle I can't get past in my mind, Sheng Zhao smiled bitterly. I always feel that the scene might get out of control at any second, and turn into a horror movie right before my eyes. Oh no, don't worry about that, Jiao Liu shook her head dismissively. Although there are indeed some ugly deaths, decapitations, lost limbs and all, they're not necessarily something you'll witness. Sheng Zhao. Thanks, that didn't console me at all. And, Brother Zhao, you shouldn't be this scared, Jiao Liu turned around and said earnestly, although I am a demon, demons and ghosts walk different paths. But I've heard from my clan's elders that performing funeral rites is actually an act that earns great merit. Huh? Sheng Zhao asked curiously, isn't it said that involving yourself in funerals easily brings bad luck? It depends, Jiao Liu explained, for example, these road offerings. If you help a neglected old lady who has no one to support her, that counts as your merit. And the spirits were people too in their lifetimes. As long as you don't have bad intentions, you don't have to be afraid of them. Everyone goes on their own path and doesn't bother each other, and that's good. In fact, even if you develop celestial vision in the future, you will discover that horror films aren't true. Most ghosts or demons won't trouble you unnecessarily, it only reduces their power instead. Reluctantly persuaded by her argument, Sheng Zhao also understood that since the words had already been spoken, regretting now would be too late. Moreover, after considering carefully, if he were placed in that same scenario again, watching an elderly woman picking through spoiled fruits, he doubted he could remain completely unmoved and indifferent. Fine, Sheng Zhao thought, since I'm here, I may as well get used to it, most likely, these kinds of things won't stop occurring in the future. Before he knew it, the fresh produce supermarket where he'd first encountered the situation had closed its doors. The street was dark, lit by only faint side lighting from dim streetlights. Jiao Liu pulled her coat tighter and took out her phone to serve as a flashlight for him. Kneeling half-bent on the ground, Sheng Zhao followed Zhang Jian's instructions, picking up twigs to draw a circle and then dumping the bag of fruits inside. As it was his first time doing something like this, Sheng Zhao was clearly inexperienced. He realized he'd forgotten a step after lighting the incense, so in a panic, he handed the incense to Jiao Liu and rushed to peel the fruit skins. "Oh come on, take it easy," Jiao Liu said, "Brother Zhao, don't fret. It's alright to change the sequence slightly." Despite appearing calm on the outside, his mind was racing. By the end, he was practically acting out of instinct, terrified that the old woman would suddenly reappear and frighten him. Thankfully, the anticipated scary scenes did not happen. Following the steps methodically, he burned the incense, wrote down the time, peeled a little bit of each fruit skin, sprinkled the ash on top, and the small alleyway remained eerily quiet. Uncertain if the process was complete, Sheng Zhao turned around to ask Jiao Liu, "Is this all?" "That's it," Jiao Liu confirmed. "Let's go, and make sure not to look back after turning around." "Okay." Doubtful yet believing, Sheng Zhao tentatively left the wooden stick outside the drawn circle, stood up, and bowed deeply. Just as he was about to turn around, he noticed a flicker of shadow in his peripheral vision. The old woman seemed to have appeared again, shakily bowing towards him. Sheng Zhao unconsciously wanted to look back clearly, but remembered the instruction of not to turn around, and forced himself to suppress the urge. "Hey!" Jiao Liu let out an unexpected exclamation, and as Sheng Zhao turned around to ask what happened, both froze momentarily. Not more than 10 paces behind Sheng Zhao, under the roadside tree, Xing Yingzhu stood dressed in black, arms crossed, looking at him with a smile tinged with mockery, standing there silently for an unknown amount of time. The night wind stirred his clothing lightly, and Xing Yingzhu's hair tips were wet, water droplets soaking a small patch of fabric darker on his shoulder. Sheng Zhao, slightly stunned, stepped forward unconsciously, and asked, weren't you not coming?" Xing Yingzhu first nodded to Jiao Liu, signaling her to go ahead, then reached up to pat Sheng Zhao's hair, smiling as he said, "If I didn't come, you'd probably be scared to tears. And if the scent of me on you freaked you out so much that you ran around the streets, wouldn't that be embarrassing for me?" The tone of his words, Sheng Zhao tightly pressed his lips, trying to look angry, but no matter how hard he tried, the corners of his mouth refused to stop curling upward. For all the boss's cold and heartless talk, wasn't he just like a parent following their child to kindergarten, tagging along eagerly? "Then did you see?" Sheng Zhao challenged, hands on his hips, "Did I embarrass you?" "Not at all," Xing Yingzhu approvingly said, "you did well. You deserve a reward." Chapter 84, Could it be that I lost my memory? Sheng Zhao coughed dryly and asked hopefully yet shyly, "What reward?" Xing Yingzhu. He knew from Sheng Zhao's expression exactly what was on his mind, no doubt those gooey little rewards again. This fool didn't care for fame or profit but ate up this kind of treatment. Unambitious. Xing Yingzhu flicked his forehead and said, "You're just thinking about nonsense." Caught red-handed, Sheng Zhao felt quite embarrassed and rushed to make excuses. "What am I thinking? Don't project your own dirty thoughts onto me." He spoke with such righteous indignation that it seemed even he had fallen for the act. "So you tell me, what reward are you going to give me?" Sheng Zhao asked. Xing Yingzhu laughed, reached out to grab his shoulder, and spun him around as if intending to turn him away. Hey, Sheng Zhao resisted, flailing and saying, "Zhang Jian said, don't look back. He said not to look back because after a road ritual, there's a risk of being followed by these things," Xing Yingzhu explained. "But with me here, do you really think they can follow you home?" Sheng Zhao thought about it and realized that with Xing Yingzhu around, such an intimidating presence, it wasn't really anything to worry about. He always trusted Xing Yingzhu in a peculiar way, so upon seeing him, all fears and anxieties disappeared. He obediently let himself be turned around and looked once more at the alleyway. Sheng Zhao's mystical radar was still unreliable, its practical effect akin to Duan Yu's six-pulse divine sword technique, essentially random use by fate. So Xing Yingzhu kindly added a buff, lightly tapping between his eyebrows to briefly open his spiritual sight. Sheng Zhao blinked and found something flashing before his eyes. Everything in his view seemed to have been covered with a gray film, as if the world were only composed of black, white, and gray. The old lady he had seen earlier in the alley slowly came out of the passage and moved toward the pile of fruits. With the upgraded version of the celestial vision, Sheng Zhao easily noticed something odd about the scene. Around where he had drawn the circle earlier, there were several pitch-black shadows loitering, neither quite human nor non-human. Occasionally, they would reach out toward the pile of fruits, but every time their hands touched the edge, they were stopped by some invisible force. It wasn't until the old lady stepped into the circle, gathering the fruit soiled with incense ash into her coat, that the shadows dissipated. "You saw?" Xing Yingzhu asked. "Yeah." Sheng Zhao puckered his lips and quietly responded, "She does seem pretty pitiful." Seeing it once is enough, Xing Yingzhu wiped his hand over Sheng Zhao's eyes, dispelling the gray mist, restoring the entrance of the alleyway to its original appearance. The ghosts disappeared from sight. "Did you learn your lesson?" Xing Yingzhu chuckled and said, "Next time you see something like this, just ignore it. Sheng Zhao hesitated, recalling the sad image of the old lady squatting alone beside a garbage pile, picking through it. He couldn't bear it. It's not quite like that. Sheng Zhao murmured, if every encounter is similar to today's, helping out doesn't lose anything. Might as well lend a hand. Xing Yingzhu glanced at him sideways, coolly saying, just you being benevolent. Sheng Zhao recognized that tone, sensing dissatisfaction lurking somewhere. Though he didn't know why Mr. Xing was sulking suddenly, comforting him wouldn't hurt. Let's not talk about this anymore, Sheng Zhao deflected hastily, saying, I've been wondering, why couldn't she take the fruits others threw away, but could accept them if I offered them? Xing Yingzhu frowned, seemingly unsatisfied with his clumsy deflection, and wanted to continue discussing the previous topic. But before words left his mouth, Sheng Zhao stealthily tugged at the hem of his clothes, shaking it lightly and grinning at him mischievously. Xing Yingzhu. Fine, Xing Yingzhu thought. Why bother telling him these things anyway? If he weren't so naively compassionate, last life wouldn't have gotten tangled up with those spirits. Because those items belonged to the living and weren't meant for her, thus, she couldn't collect them, Xing Yingzhu explained, this world has plenty of wandering spirits who don't receive offerings. They end up destitute, waiting for others' offerings nearby, hoping to catch stray yellow papers or something falling out of the circle. So tragic. Sheng Zhao frowned and said, why don't they reincarnate? Do you think it's so easy to be reborn? Xing Yingzhu raised an eyebrow and said, first, you have to wait in line. If you've committed too many evil deeds in life, you also have to atone for your sins. Some extremely wicked people don't dare to go down, so they just float around in the human world. Moreover, even if someone was a good person in life, there are so many people waiting in line to be reborn that naturally only the great benevolent ones and the rich get to go first, while those without money or connections can only keep waiting. Sheng Zhao. You're talking about the underworld, aren't you? Sheng Zhao thought, and if you didn't know better, it might as well be some corrupt secondary department. Ever since he'd been following Xing Yingzhu, Sheng Zhao's worldview had been shaken up countless times. First, there was the revelation that spirits becoming demons required paying taxes, and then the discovery that reincarnation demanded bribes. Sheng Zhao blinked numbly, feeling like nothing would surprise him anymore now. That is truly terrible, showing how important posthumous matters are, Sheng Zhao sighed. Xing Yingzhu looked at him with a hint of surprise, seemingly not expecting him to suddenly say something so melancholy. So if I die, old man, you must remember to burn plenty of paper offerings for me, Sheng Zhao continued. My family doesn't believe in this stuff, and if you don't burn it for me, I'll end up broke even after death. Xing Yingzhu. Didn't I want to comfort him just now? Xing Yingzhu wondered perplexed. Why bother? Just as Xing Yingzhu was about to mock him for being so young and thinking about these things, Sheng Zhao's phone rang. Sheng Zhao gestured to Xing Yingzhu and took out his phone, only to see it was Zhang Jian calling. How's it going? Zhang Jian seemed uneasy, calling to ask if there were any unresolved issues. Have you encountered anything you can't handle? No. Sheng Zhao smiled, glancing at Xing Yingzhu and whispering, Yingzhu came over too. There's no problem, everything's settled. Zhang Jian. He called in good faith to help but instead received a mouthful of dog food, leaving him speechless as he hung up, thinking he should mind his own business. I told you there was no need to worry, Hu Huan said. How could the master let brother Xiao Zhao go alone to ferry ghosts? After hanging up, Zhang Jian turned to him. Before Xing Zhao called, the two of them were walking on the street, preparing to check the feng shui of a haunted villa when Xing Zhao interrupted them with a call, temporarily pausing them in a small park by the roadside. Rows of night market stalls lined up outside the entrance to the park, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of spices. Hu Huan sat on the edge of a flower bed about a meter high, his legs crossed at the ankles, gently swaying. As a fox spirit, Hu Huan wasn't very afraid of the cold, wearing only a thin casual shirt paired with light-colored jeans and canvas shoes barefoot. The cuffs of his jeans were rolled up twice, revealing a section of his pale ankle, the slightly protruding ankle bone glowing faint pink, rising and falling as he moved. Occasionally, the heel of his shoe hit the marble edge of the flower bed, creating a slight sound. In the hustle and bustle of the snack stalls with their occasional shouts, this light noise went unnoticed, blending instantly into the air mixed with the scent of spices, yet Zhang Jian somehow noticed it. This fox was different from the ones he'd seen on the mountain. Since he was very young, he'd met countless demonic beings. On Mount Longhu, although most fox spirits had gained some spiritual intelligence, they were all disciplined, diligently practicing in their designated territories, almost always sitting still cultivating their energy. They weren't like Hu Huan who was grounded and had a live-streaming job, inexplicably enjoying stinky tofu. Xing Yingzhu is indeed more approachable than I imagined, Zhang Jian said lightly. It seems like he and Xing Zhao get along pretty well. Of course. Hu Huan smiled and said, speaking of brother Xiao Zhao, he's truly exceptional. He's got the big boss smiling every day, and the atmosphere in the building has improved significantly. That's his ability, his karmic connection. Others can't envy it, Zhang Jian said. Let's go, the client is waiting. As Zhang Jian spoke and turned to leave, Hu Huan jumped down from the flower bed, hands behind his back, and quickly walked a few steps to catch up with Zhang Jian, his eyes darting around before casually stealing a glance at Zhang Jian. Hu Huan had a question nagging at him for days without finding a good opportunity to ask. Now that the topic brought up Xing Yingzhu and Xing Zhao, it stirred up his doubts once again. Humph, indeed, regardless of whether it's a demon or a human, if they share a karmic bond, things naturally happen between them, Hu Huan nonchalantly said. I wonder why the boss ever found brother Xiao Zhao attractive. But come to think of it, we seem the same way, mysteriously ending up together time and again. Zhang Jian wasn't nearly as circuitous in his thinking, and he subconsciously replied, it wasn't out of nowhere. It's because. He wanted to say that it was because he had borrowed Hu Huan from Xing Yingzhu, but as the words reached his lips, he suddenly felt too embarrassed to say it aloud. He hadn't questioned Hu Huan at first, instead directly contacting Xing Yingzhu. He wasn't clear about what Xing Yingzhu had told Hu Huan, so he found himself at a loss for words. Hu Huan didn't care much about what Zhang Jian was going to say next. Instead, he latched onto this opening with seeming nonchalance, so does that mean we have some kind of fated connection? Zhang Jian hesitated mid-step, turned his head toward Hu Huan, and asked curiously, you're asking me if we have a karmic bond? Hu Huan. His original intention was to pry a little information out of Zhang Jian, but no matter how he calculated, he never expected Zhang Jian to throw such a question back at him, leaving him momentarily stunned. And judging by Zhang Jian's tone, it seemed like he had already assumed that Hu Huan knew exactly what kind of karmic bond existed between them. What bond? Hu Huan thought, startled. Could I have lost my memory or something? Chapter 85, Seawater. However, under the circumstances, pressing for answers clearly wasn't practical. Although Hu Huan was filled with questions, she couldn't really ask something as dumb as, what kind of bond? Thus, she could only quickly smile and divert the topic with some small talk. This is how I test you, said Hu Huan. Zhang Jian seemed not to have raised any suspicion. He smiled with his lips pursed, then shoved a piece of milk candy into Hu Huan's hand. Right after that, he appeared somewhat embarrassed and hastily left with the words, there are still customers waiting, then turned around and walked away first. Hu Huan looked heavily at the little figure of milk on the wrapper in her hand, feeling a very bad premonition. Something's wrong, Hu Huan thought, there might be a big problem. Hu Huan didn't know what exactly was in Zhang Jian's cognition, but from just these two sentences, she had already guessed many things about him. Foxes have a good memory, and Hu Huan's life experience was indeed very scarce. Aside from staying here with Xing Yingzhu after transforming, during the previous days when she was a fox, she almost always stayed hidden in the mountains, venturing out a countable number of times, let alone seeing people. Zhang Jian hadn't reached 20 years old yet, and these dozen or so years, he hadn't been outside the Longhu Mountain, nor had she left within a 20-kilometer radius of Xing Yingzhu, so they definitely couldn't have met before. But if it were from a past life? A direct disciple of Longhu Mountain, someone with such a prestigious identity, in a past life, would surely have earned merit, impossible to be an ordinary plant or animal, but possibly also a human. But even though Hu Huan racked her brains over 10,000 times, she still couldn't think of anywhere where she had crossed paths with this person. In a flash, Hu Huan had figured it out. He might have mistaken something, Hu Huan thought, or mistook me for someone else. This was hard to handle, Hu Huan inwardly lamented. She wanted to explain the matter clearly to Zhang Jian, but since the other party didn't bring it up, she couldn't barge forward without seeming rude. Moreover, if it were misunderstanding on his part, their relationship might become irreconcilable in the future. As a demon, Hu Huan certainly didn't want to unnecessarily offend the legitimate successor and create trouble for herself. But if one day Zhang Jian himself discovers that he mistook the person, would he get furious from embarrassment and boil her skin off? Hu Huan was frightened by her own imagination and shivered in chill, quickly shaking her head, trying to shake off those censored bloody scenes from her mind. Thus, within an instant, she made a decision, regardless of who was who, since it was his mistake and he didn't say anything, she would act like she doesn't know. It wasn't her responsibility anyway. At worst, when the time comes, she would run to Longhu Mountain to worship the Fox Immortal, and see if Zhang Jian dare lay a finger on him. After finding the bottom line for herself mentally, Hu Huan felt relaxed. She decided to throw all her troubles and messy worries into a corner and conveniently forgot this tangled memory, ceasing to dwell on it. She stepped forward to catch up with Zhang Jian's steps, behaving as if nothing happened just now. The place Zhang Jian was heading to this time was a private boss's villa. The specific identity of the other party wasn't disclosed by Zhang Jian, only that it was a rather low-key CEO but quite wealthy, preparing to take his company public. The villa was bought in a locally famous rich area, each house cost over 60 million yuan, private doors and courtyards, high-end decoration, with rumors of a dedicated housekeeper. For this, Hu Huan expressed that she truly couldn't imagine the lives of the rich. As for why the other party approached Zhang Jian this time, according to Zhang Jian, it was because the other party found his newly purchased house haunted. His family had lived there for 3 days, terrified, so they had no choice but to ask around until they eventually reached Longhu Mountain and asked for a master to check his home. Although Zhang Jian was young, he had already built a reputation following Zhang Qingda in the circle, so no one dared to look down on him. They arrived at the villa area right around 10 p.m. Outside the main gate of the complex, hovered a middle-aged man nearing 50. He wore a set of light gray sports casual wear, but obviously exuded a fine temperament and decent upbringing. Hu Huan guessed that this must be Zhang Jian's so-called client. Sure enough, upon seeing Zhang Jian, the man brightened immediately, warmly welcoming him and shaking his hand a bit. "Young master, thank you for taking the trouble to come all the way here." The man said, "It's late at night, troubling you to come once more." "Not troublesome at all, it's my duty, you can call me by my name." Zhang Jian glanced back and gestured towards Hu Huan, saying, "This is my assistant, surname Hu." "Hu Huan," added Zhang Jian quietly, "this is Director Sunday." "Director Sun, nice to meet you," Hu Huan said. If discussing social skills and tact, 3 Zhang Jians couldn't match 1 Hu Huan. Indeed, Hu Huan slightly curved her eyes and smiled, greeting the director kindly but not overly formal, then obediently stood half a step behind Zhang Jian, without overstepping any bounds. "Everyone here is talented," Sun Wenqing said politely, "you're young and promising. My master didn't tell me much about the situation before he left. He just mentioned that there seemed to be some issue with the house." Zhang Jian went straight to the point. "Can you tell me more specifically which part seems inappropriate?" Sun Wenqing glanced around discreetly, seemingly reluctant to discuss this matter in public, so he gestured invitingly and said, "My villa is the last one inside. Let's go in first, we can talk as we walk." "Alright," Zhang Jian agreed. This villa complex was newly developed 3 years ago, still a new project locally, and only about half of the villas had been sold. From where they stood, they could see lights off in about half of the houses. "I bought this house 2 years ago, but I never moved in," Sun Wenqing explained. "My wife and I have always lived in Yen City because my company is there, it's more convenient for everything. This house has been vacant for a long time. We only started renovating it last year, originally planning to bring both sets of our parents to live together. But after the renovation finished just a month ago, my wife, children, and I came back to tidy up and organize, then things went wrong." "Wrong?" Zhang Jian asked, "What exactly happened? Did you see anything unusual?" Sun Wenqing instinctively shrank a little, paused, and didn't say a word. Not sure whether Sun Wenqing was scared or didn't know how to start, Zhang Jian waited a couple of seconds before kindly saying, "There's no need to be afraid. We've seen all kinds of strange situations, nothing is too bizarre for us. Just let me know what you find odd, and I'll make a judgment based on that." Hu Huan thought. The conversation felt incredibly unsympathetic, Hu Huan thought. Anyone who didn't know better might think he was deliberately scaring the client. He realized now why Zhang Jian could command consultation fees in the tens of thousands without hesitation, his talent was real. Otherwise, with such customer communication skills, he'd have probably been pushed out of this profession long ago. Sun Wenqing obviously felt quite embarrassed too. He chuckled awkwardly, wiped cold sweat from his head, and said reluctantly, "Well, to be honest, we haven't actually seen anything. But strangely enough, starting at 11 o'clock every night, the ceiling begins to seep water. At first, it was just a study room, but later, the water kept spreading larger until it reached the master bedroom." Zhang Jian exchanged glances with Hu Huan. This problem sounded peculiar even by their standards. The family hadn't experienced any misfortune or witnessed anything paranormal at midnight yet, and simply because of water stains, they were hiring a feng shui master. It seemed a bit like seeing danger everywhere. "Even though the consulting fee you've offered is substantial, I still cannot deceive you unethically." Zhang Jian said seriously, "Have you considered possible construction issues with the building in this situation?" "Of course I've already considered that," Sun Wenqing sighed helplessly. "I've called more than 10 construction teams, but none of them could find any leaks. Moreover, ours is a detached villa, with no one living above us, so there's no chance that the water would come from soaking above. What's most important is that the water only appears after 11 p.m., and it disappears again before 3 a.m. It follows an exact time pattern, which indeed made it seem unusual, Zhang Jian thought. And initially, it was just water stains appearing, but later, the water began to drip. Sun Wenqing clearly remained haunted by this memory. "One time, my wife and I were asleep in the bedroom when water droplets landed on our faces. It smelled fishy and bitter. I touched it, and it seemed like seawater." "Seawater?" Zhang Jian asked, puzzled. "It should be. I'm not entirely sure," Sun Wenqing replied, "but it smelled very much like it. We've arrived." By the time he finished speaking, they had walked up to the entrance of a villa. The villa was dark, with no lights lit inside. Sun Wenqing pressed his fingerprint lock while explaining, "This thing is really eerie. My wife and kids are scared, so they temporarily moved out. I stayed because I was waiting for your arrival, otherwise, would have moved out too." Moving out promptly was the right choice, Zhang Jian consoled him. When something like this happens, ordinary people can't handle it themselves. Staying away is the safest option. "You're absolutely right," Sun Wenqing laughed bitterly. As he spoke, Sun Wenqing guided the two into the house and turned on the lights. This villa designed in a recent style featured 3 stories. Each floor had significant space, with the first floor almost entirely opened into a flat level, divided only into several zones as separate rooms, creating an impression of loftiness upstairs. The second floor appeared to be guest reception areas or working spaces like a study, while the third floor likely housed the master bedroom. Zhang Jian couldn't help but examine the entire house. Despite the exterior being normal, inside it felt significantly colder and darker, with gusts of chilly wind making him break out in goosebumps. Being an ordinary person, Sun Wenqing didn't sense anything out of the ordinary, nor did he seem affected. However, he remained anxious about the inexplicable appearance of seawater and continuously scanned the surroundings subconsciously. As soon as Hu Huan stepped inside, he frowned deeply. He glanced around, instinctively covering his nose, and revealed an expression of discomfort. "What's wrong?" Zhang Jian noticed his abnormal behavior and asked, "Do you feel unwell? Didn't you smell it?" Hu Huan leaned to his ear and whispered quietly, "There's a smell of something dead here." Being a demon, Hu Huan had much sharper senses than Zhang Jian. Without giving it much thought, Zhang Jian believed his judgment and casually inquired, "Could you be more specific?" "It's just a smell I don't like," Hu Huan said. "Besides the smell of death, there are sutras that make me uneasy." Chapter 86, What place is that? Sun Wensheng, leading the way ahead, seemed to have overheard their whispered conversation. He turned around and asked, "Is there anything wrong?" "We still need to check more," Zhang Jian said. It was still a while before midnight at 11 o'clock. Zhang Jian had walked around this villa up and down but didn't find any obvious abnormalities for now. Thus, he simply sat in the living room with Sun Wensheng, chatting and waiting for 11 o'clock. Even though Zhang Jian was present, Sun Wensheng still remained wary of those strange happenings, almost turning on all the lights within sight. "To be honest, young master, I have also contacted a few other feng shui masters before you," Sun Wensheng sighed and said, "but it's useless. After all their research, they couldn't find anything. They just told me that it might be due to water seepage issues in the house and couldn't say anything else." Hu Huan thought inwardly that it's natural, if they don't attribute this problem to house quality, wouldn't it expose their incompetence? But on the other hand, this specific time-related and strange source of water leakage, attributing it to broken pipes would require some boldness. Hu Huan actually admired the audacity of these people. "But I know what's going on," Sun Wensheng sighed. "This house is becoming creepier day by day. Every day when I come back, I can't close my eyes, always worried that something will snatch my life in my dreams. Fortunately, after my wife and child moved out, they said there are no weird incidents in the hotel, otherwise, I would have gone crazy." Zhang Jian stayed silent for a moment and didn't reply. Hu Huan's gaze wavered between them, unsure whether she should butt in or not. Reasonably speaking, Zhang Jian should offer a few words to ease the atmosphere and comfort the client, but it seemed like Zhang Jian had no such intention and just let his words fall flat. Hu Huan had been in the live streaming industry for a long time, and reading people's moods as well as handling social niceties had become second nature to her. Just watching the current scene made her feel uncomfortable, wanting to pull Zhang Jian aside and take his place. "Mr. Sun, please calm down," Hu Huan smiled faintly and quietly lent Zhang Jian a helping hand, saying, "Since he has come, I believe he will figure out a solution. Don't worry too much." With this excuse, Sun Wensheng's complexion improved slightly, about to politely converse with Zhang Jian once again, but Hu Huan swiftly cut in. "I see that your villa decoration is quite nice, full of style and a lot of unique artworks," Hu Huan said. "It must have taken quite a bit of thought, right?" "Yes, most were managed by my wife," Sun Wensheng said. "I am busy with work, but she loves to buy peculiar things outside, so the interior design is handled by her." Hearing this, Hu Huan smiled slightly, nodding slightly, then exchanged a few polite words with Sun Wensheng, gradually reducing the talk. Interrupted by her, Sun Wensheng forgot what he intended to say to Zhang Jian and paused his thoughts for now, remaining silent. Hu Huan silently sighed in her heart, adding another credit to her imaginary account book. Joking aside, Zhang Jian clearly had no intention of chatting idly. If she let Sun Wensheng approach with an open attitude only to meet indifference, the atmosphere in the room would probably hit rock bottom within 2 sentences. "Mr. Sun," after about 10 minutes, Zhang Jian said solemnly, "we have to follow a proper procedure to avoid taking unnecessary detours. So, I'd like to ask you a few questions, hoping you'll answer honestly. Of course, if any part is offensive, please accept my apologies." "Go ahead, speak freely," Sun Wensheng said. "Have you ever made any enemies, or done anything against morality?" Zhang Jian questioned bluntly, "Or perhaps indirectly caused someone's death?" "No," Sun Wensheng hurried to deny, "absolutely not. Rest assured, I run my business diligently and meticulously, and I have never encountered any problems, not even accidents on construction sites." "I understand, it's just a random question to eliminate other possibilities," Zhang Jian said. "You don't need to." Before he finished, suddenly a very light dripping sound was heard. Zhang Jian's expression immediately became serious, and he turned his head toward the direction of the second floor. Seeing him abruptly stop talking mid-sentence, Sun Wensheng was startled and followed his gaze upward. Upon looking up, Sun Wensheng himself froze in fear. The time had barely passed 11 o'clock, but the water stain on the ceiling had already spread rapidly, moist water vapor condensing into droplets hanging precariously from above. Hu Huan already covered her nose, frowning deeply, mumbling. "Unpleasant." That smell of dead objects noticed since entering had become increasingly stronger. It carried a mix of fishy rotten sea odors akin to deep-sea decayed fish and shrimp, the blended smell being overwhelmingly repulsive. Hu Huan had an acute sense of smell, and after sniffing the odor for just a moment, she felt it hit her head like a wave. It was so pungent that she became dizzy. But even if it was only a bad smell, that wouldn't have been the issue. The real problem lay in the fact that this odor contained a trace of extremely pure Buddhist golden seal essence. This pure aura of the Buddhist gold seal strangely mingled within the eerie decaying scent, making it all the more absurd. Bothered by this conflicting mix of auras, Hu Huan's headache worsened. Her vision blurred, and she swayed unsteadily on her feet, nearly falling into Zhang Jian's arms. Hu Huan. Zhang Jian was startled, immediately supporting her waist with one arm and gently patting her face as he asked, "What's wrong?" "There's something," Hu Huan groaned softly, clutching her forehead while burying herself closer to Zhang Jian's neck. She whispered faintly, "There seems to be some kind of ritual seal." Zhang Jian understood at once. Whether it was Taoist talismans or Buddhist seals, these usually had little impact on ordinary humans. One might not even feel their presence unless they concentrated closely. However, the effect was entirely different for demons. In the demon realm, Hu Huan was merely a young fox who had transformed only recently. He could move freely around Mount Longhu only because of special favors shown to the Fox clan. If such seals were involved, discomfort was inevitable. "What happened to your young friend?" Sun Wenqing asked hesitantly. "It's nothing, low blood sugar," Zhang Jian casually replied to him. Then he leaned close to Hu Huan's ear, whispering soothing words. He fished out a blank talisman paper from his pocket, drawing a few quick strokes with his finger acting as a pen. With her still supported in his embrace, he slipped the talisman quietly into Hu Huan's pocket. Can't handle it." Hu Huan furrowed her brows painfully and muttered weakly, still nauseous. Seeing that his measures hadn't worked, Zhang Jian briefly hesitated before decisively picking up a fruit knife from Sun Wenqing's coffee table. He made a shallow cut on his own middle finger, smearing the resulting blood onto Hu Huan's lips. In a dazed stupor due to her intense headache, Hu Huan instinctively licked her lips, tasting a slightly metallic tang. Apparently, the blood of a true successor worked wonders but wasn't to be wasted frivolously. Hu Huan blinked slightly in shock, unconsciously turning her gaze toward Zhang Jian. "Are you feeling better?" Zhang Jian maintained a natural demeanor as he slid his hand back into his pocket and said, "Let's go upstairs then and check things out." By now, Sun Wenqing had observed everything silently with wide eyes. He longed to ask questions but feared offending any taboos held sacred by these adepts. He suffered inwardly in silence. At that exact moment, water droplets began dripping heavily from the ceiling, with one splashing directly onto Sun Wenqing's forehead, jolting him out of his trance with an audible yelp. Little master." Sun Wenqing stammered, pointing upward, "Look, today the water is dripping far too quickly." Zhang Jian ignored him, forming a hand seal casually while reusing the earlier wound on his hand. He squeezed out more blood and smeared it between his eyebrows. He closed his eyes momentarily to steady himself, quietly reciting a mantra. Then he abruptly opened his eyes again, a flash of cold light appearing in his pupils overlaid with a faint golden hue. Through his altered perception, the villa underwent a startling transformation. It appeared as though heaven and earth had inverted. The room suddenly darkened dramatically. Waves surged across the ceiling, thick seaweed-like plants hanging down densely, intertwining ceaselessly. They almost transformed the entire space into a watery grotto. On those pieces of seaweed hung bits of putrid flesh exuding a foul odor as if remnants left behind by decayed creatures. With a tight scowl, Zhang Jian looked carefully around before sharply glancing backward. He noticed Sun Wenqing was already entangled by those hideous algae. From his arms, waist, thighs, practically every joint of Sun Wenqing's body was encased by one or more of these wretched seaweed patches. Another particularly sinister patch hovered right before Sun Wenqing's eyes, moving slowly, attempting to wrap around his neck. However, Sun Wenqing remained completely oblivious to this predicament. His bewildered expression fixed on Zhang Jian, his mouth opening and closing as if trying to say something. From Zhang Jian's perspective, the seaweed coiled tightly into Sun Wenqing's skin. The deep green algae bore prominent veins underneath its exterior, pulsing in tandem with Sun Wenqing's chest rising and falling. Gradually, streams of dark red liquid leaked out of Sun Wenqing's body, flowing along these vein-like structures up to the water-filled domain above. It seemed as if these entities were feeding on Sun Wenqing's blood and flesh. This situation was much worse than expected. Zhang Jian thought solemnly. As a regular human, Sun Wenqing couldn't possibly comprehend what filthy entity had latched onto him. Normally, if there were wandering spirits present, they would retreat when faced with his presence, let alone dare come out openly in front of him and harm others. Yet if it wasn't ghosts. Out of instinct, Zhang Jian glanced toward Hu Huan and whispered lowly, "Is it a demon?" Hu Huan frowned deeply, evidently puzzled by this question. After a moment of hesitation, she shook her head. Upon hearing her denial, Zhang Jian's heart sank. An ominous premonition stirred within him. Since his youth, he had opened his celestial eye, and whether it was a demon or a ghost, he could always figure out their nature. Yet in the face of this situation, he was momentarily at a loss as to the origin of the entity. Zhang Jian took a talisman from his pocket and slapped it casually onto Sun Wenqing's chest under his puzzled gaze, then turned away and began ascending the stairs slowly to check out the second and third floors. His eyes scanned across two pitch-black doorways before finally catching a glimmer of weak golden light seeping through the crack of the last half-door. "What is behind that door?" Zhang Jian asked coldly, pointing at it. Chapter 87, Isn't this timing a little too last minute? The golden-lit room on the second floor, according to Sun Wenqing, was his study. But despite being called a study, because this villa was not their main residence, it now looked more like a treasure trove than an office. This room wasn't particularly large or small. Zhang Jian roughly estimated it to be about 50 square meters. There were two antique shelves on either side of the wall by the door, one displaying porcelain and the other some strange crafts. It was tolerable for some root-carving woodwork to be there, but in a large grid near the back of the room, there was actually a deer head bigger than a person's. The deer head had slightly closed eyes and lifelike fur. It was clear at a glance that it was not a common imitation, but a real specimen. Hu Huan immediately frowned upon seeing that thing and cast a rather unhappy glance at Sun Wensheng. Being a spirit himself, he couldn't stand such animals with spirits being mistreated. Zhang Jian also knew he was likely discontented, so subconsciously took a step forward to block his view. "What's inside there?" Zhang Jian asked, gesturing with her chin toward a wooden cabinet in the corner of the room. Zhang Jian had noticed as soon as she entered that the golden glow in the room came from that wooden cabinet, but what puzzled Zhang Jian was that the seaweed and water vapor in this entire room seemed most concentrated around that cabinet. Those tangled algae hung down, almost completely wrapping the cabinet tightly, so much that even though Zhang Jian clearly detected the presence of Buddhist seals inside, she could only glimpse a bit of faint gold through the cracks of the algae. What evil thing could be so powerful? Zhang Jian's heart raced in anticipation. She formed a hand sign in her palm and tried to see through the moisture and putrid smell, but after much effort, she still only managed to make out a tiny outline of gold. "Inside there?" Sun Wensheng hesitated and said, "Oh. There's a Buddha statue inside." "A Buddha statue?" Zhang Jian asked, "Has it been consecrated?" "My wife invited it, I think it has." Sun Wensheng replied, "Not very sure." As soon as Zhang Jian heard his hesitant tone, she wanted to frown, but she patiently asked again, "Do you believe in Buddhism?" "No," Sun Wensheng shook his head honestly, "this Buddha statue was invited by my wife. I don't know much about it. Apparently, it's quite efficacious, and many locals invite it. Last year, my business was not going well, so my wife got this statue for me to worship." Zhang Jian. The words, reckless behavior, turned over in his mouth, but he forced himself to swallow them. Nowadays, people just don't know what to avoid, leading to all sorts of troubles. Seeking divine blessings is no trivial matter. How can someone make decisions so lightly? Besides, if they just sought a mental placebo effect by inviting an image, that would be one thing, but inviting a consecrated Buddha statue without properly offering reverence, it's really. If Sun Wensheng hadn't paid such a high consultation fee, Zhang Jian wouldn't have held back from scolding him. Zhang Jian asked patiently, "Can I take a look inside?" "Yes, yes." Sun Wensheng hurriedly said, "Please do." With his permission, Zhang Jian no longer hesitated, grabbing Hu Huan's arm and stepped forward towards the wooden cabinet beside the window. The seaweed entwined around it wriggled and thrashed, as if threatening, yet Zhang Jian remained unfazed, acting like these disgusting things weren't even in front of his eyes. He calmly extended his hand to unlock the cabinet latch, applying a little force, pulling open the cabinet door. That seaweed was merely a malevolent spirit, able only to secretly siphon off life force and luck, without having materialized into a physical form. Thus, with a light sweep from Zhang Jian, those things slid off the cabinet. The cabinet fully opened, revealing the unobstructed golden radiance inside, piercing through the darkness like needles. Zhang Jian instinctively tilted her head, nearly getting pierced by the brightness straight on. "Ho, how?" Sun Wensheng, unable to see the malevolent scene and naturally unable to perceive the Buddha's radiance, was startled by Zhang Jian's sudden dodge, asking, "Is there anything wrong with this object?" "No." Zhang Jian replied, "It's just that the object emanates strong Buddhist energy, which I am not used to yet." Even though Sun Wensheng didn't understand such mystical matters, he could tell it was something good, unconsciously letting out a sigh of relief. Zhang Jian took a moment to recover, then turned her head to look inside the cabinet. She saw a jade-white Buddha statue sitting there serenely. On its lotus throne rested a young monk with a refined appearance, wearing a kasaya, his eyes half closed, looking benevolently compassionate. Even with just a quick glance, one could sense an air of mercy radiating from him. A fine item, Zhang Jian wondered, why did it attract such evil presence? "Zhang Jian, what kind of Buddha is this?" Just as Zhang Jian was pondering, she felt Hu Huan leaning in next to her, peeking in while resting his shoulder against hers. The young fox, nourished by Zhang Jian's spurt of blood, was now lively and full of energy. His headache gone, he no longer feared the Buddha's radiance and watched the scene with great interest. Tilting his head slightly, he carefully scrutinized the statue inside, asking with a perplexed tone, "Isn't it too youthful? It doesn't resemble any of the 18 Luohans. Who does this figure represent?" This question caught Zhang Jian off guard. She had been pondering this since earlier. Generally speaking, individuals privately venerate either Guanyin or Maitreya, figures that are typically easy to identify within orthodox traditions. But the statue here in Sun Wensheng's home, though serene with compassionate eyes and glowing with Buddhist light, remained inexplicable to Zhang Jian, and she could not reconcile it with any known orthodox deities. Zhang Jian turned back, instinctively wanting to ask Sun Wensheng if he had any knowledge, but seeing the confused expression on his face, she immediately realized he likely didn't know anything either, so asking would be pointless. Thus, Zhang Jian switched her inquiry, "Mr. Sun, do you know where this Buddha statue was invited from?" "Yes, yes." Sun Wensheng answered quickly this time, "It was during my wife's trip to Beihai. She found it in a seaside village, famous for its miraculous efficacy." Many surrounding large cities regularly send pilgrims there to burn incense. Instinctively, Zhang Jian glanced at Hu Huan. Beihai. Sheng Zhao poked his head out of the bathroom door, puzzled, interjecting, now. Yes, Xing Yingzhu replied, look it up. Sheng Zhao was thoroughly confused, unsure what all this fuss was about in the middle of the night. However, while questioning inwardly, he moved swiftly, wiping his hands and stepping out of the bathroom, reaching for his phone. Let me double-check first. Sheng Zhao said as he opened the weather app, we're sure we're talking about the same Beihai, right? The city of Beihai. Xing Yingzhu frowned, clearly annoyed by his detailed approach, silently taking the phone from his hand and manipulating it himself. Sheng Zhao wasn't bothered, leaning over the back of the couch with one hand, tilting forward to see what Xing Yingzhu was doing. First, the elder checked the recent weather in Beihai, then reviewed a perpetual calendar of the last few days, and finally launched a compass application. He adjusted it left and right, aligning coordinates until even Xing Zhao felt dizzy and lost in clouds, before Xing Yingzhu tossed the phone back into his arms. Pack your things, Xing Yingzhu said. What? Pack what? Sheng Zhao was still somewhat disconnected, dazedly asking, the clothes washed this afternoon. They're already packed. As they conversed, Boss Xing had already risen, shedding his sleep robe casually onto the sofa, only to pull a t-shirt from the dryer to wear. He tilted his head, glancing at Sheng Zhao with a smirk-like smile, teasing him, you're not coming. Should I leave without you? Stunned in place for 2 seconds, Sheng Zhao suddenly understood what Xing Yingzhu meant, hastily shouting, and rushing back into the bedroom, fishing a suitcase out of the wardrobe. How could I have guessed this sudden decision? Sheng Zhao grumbled loudly, didn't you say we should wait for the right moment? The moment has come, Xing Yingzhu responded. You were just watching Legal Focus. How could we tell when the moment has come? While hurriedly changing clothes and tossing fresh clothes haphazardly into the suitcase, Sheng Zhao rushed like a spinning top, occasionally throwing in comments criticizing Boss Xing, this timing feels really last minute, doesn't it? Boss Xing had already leisurely changed into fresh clothing, lounging against the doorframe with nonchalant grace, observing Sheng Zhao as he stuffed socks into the suitcase with a half-smile on his face. Didn't you hear? Boss Xing questioned. Hear what? Sheng Zhao replied absent-mindedly without turning his head. Busy pondering whether to bring toothpaste for personal hygiene or buy it upon arrival, his response seemed perfunctory. Boss Xing wasn't pleased. Approaching, he grabbed the little spinning top, gripping his chin irritably and forcing him straight. You're not packing properly, disturbing my progress. Boss Xing sighed. Speaking so fast without even breathing, weren't you worried about getting winded? Before Sheng Zhao could finish his retort, Boss Xing leaned in and kissed him lightly. Sheng Zhao's mind went blank and instantly quieted. Trickery. This was definitely a trick. Boss Xing always pulled this card. It was so childish. Though mentally condemning this crafty old demon, Sheng Zhao involuntarily calmed down a bit, unconsciously licking his lips afterward. Look at me, Xing Yingzhu commanded. Of course, how could I not look at you? Sheng Zhao inwardly sighed, thinking to himself that this boss's intermittent explosive possessiveness was flaring up again. A little while ago, heaven above sent us a message. Didn't you hear? Xing Yingzhu laughed gently. Sheng Zhao stood there speechless. He had just been mentally criticizing Xing Yingzhu for being childish, and now he was chilled to the bone by a single sentence from the other party, his hair standing on end. Sheng Zhao shakily looked at Xing Yingzhu, slowly asking, just now, was there a voice? Yes. Xing Yingzhu slightly narrowed his eyes, imitating a serious and solemn tone, the abyss of the Forbidden Sea is near. The time has come. Do not delay. Sheng Zhao felt an involuntary chill run down his spine at the sound of those words, as if his trust in this world was about to collapse. Unexpectedly, after observing Sheng Zhao's reaction for a while, Xing Yingzhu suddenly burst into laughter, leaning over and resting his head on Sheng Zhao's shoulder, laughing so hard he couldn't straighten up. Sheng Zhao was momentarily stunned by his laughter, taking 2 full seconds before he realized, this childish person was tricking him again. Chapter 88, You Wish. The Abyss of the Forbidden Sea, a legendary place rumored to be the secret location beyond the 3 realms and 6 paths, is protected by divine miracles and cannot be entered or exited without divine approval. Legend has it that beneath the abyss of the Forbidden Sea lie 3,333 primordial beasts of chaos, their seals extending from the abyss's mouth all the way to the summit of the northern sea. It was said that during the ancient battle among gods, the abyss of the Forbidden Sea stirred, causing waves 33 zhang tall in the northern sea. The beasts almost broke free, nearly leading to a human catastrophe. In the end, the 7th prince managed to avert disaster, using 1 set of armor and a spear to reinforce the seal, forcefully subduing these rebellious beasts. Thousands upon thousands of years have passed since then, and now most of the creatures are either dead or injured, with only a fraction remaining. However, each of them remains an old enemy of the 7th prince. The rumors about the abyss of the Forbidden Sea were rampant, and no matter whether you were demon, ghost, immortal, or monster, everyone avoided passing nearby, yet those who truly understood the secrets of this place were few. Even Xing Yingzhu, who had lived so long, knew only a little about the abyss of the Forbidden Sea. He had never set foot there, much less seen it with his own eyes. According to legends, the seabed of the Forbidden Sea concealed a massive chasm. Its surface was murky and black, turbulent for 10,000 years without ever calming down. Where sea meets sky, endless night reigned over this place. At the center of the abyss of the Forbidden Sea stood a towering celestial pillar, once the support point for a segment of the heavenly staircase. As for whether this celestial pillar still existed today, even Xing Yingzhu didn't know. From any perspective, this wasn't a pleasant place for travel. If possible, Xing Yingzhu wouldn't want to get involved in this mess, much less make the trip. Had it not been for that person dangling promises before him, Xing Yingzhu would never have changed his mind. But Xing Yingzhu's gaze fell on Xing Zhao ahead, who was wearing a thin jacket, holding sunglasses like a naive child who had never been downtown. He ran around on the beach, flailing and yelling enthusiastically, shouting at the distant sea surface. Boss Xing objectively felt that the wolves howling under the moon in the deep mountains were far more dignified than Xing Zhao. He couldn't figure out what Xing Zhao found so exciting, wondering if he had simply come for a vacation. Before his internal grumbling could finish, that naive child had already run back after circling around. Out of breath, cheeks slightly flushed, he excitedly grabbed Xing Yingzhu's hand. "What are you standing here for?" Xing Zhao asked, "Don't you want to walk around the beach? I saw some coastal entertainment projects over there." Xing Zhao pointed to a small amusement area near the beach, his face clearly expressing his hope that Xing Yingzhu would join him right away. Xing Yingzhu. In a certain sense, Xing Yingzhu also admired Xing Zhao's blind optimism and his ability to entertain himself. He began to doubt whether Xing Zhao's insistence on coming was really because he cared or purely out of a desire for a paid vacation. This thought circled in Xing Yingzhu's mind for a moment but was quickly erased by him. Some things shouldn't be analyzed too deeply, it's better to leave oneself some room for maneuver. Otherwise, if the answer isn't what he wants, how embarrassing that would be, Boss Xing thought apathetically. "I'm not going," Xing Yingzhu said, "go if you want to." "A man can't refuse the sea," Xing Zhao declared solemnly. "Anyway, didn't you say we need to wait for the right time? You won't be able to handle anything in these next few days anyway. What's wrong with thinking of it as a vacation?" With a firm chest, Xing Zhao justified confidently, "We haven't gone on our honeymoon yet." Xing Yingzhu. This shameless kid really says everything aloud. "I've checked it out," Xing Zhao mused eagerly, "there are activities for entering the water over there, but it's closed because of the cold weather. But we could sneak down and play," Xing Zhao suggested, "nobody will see whether you're a man or a snake underwater, so let's just go." "I might as well take you for a dive and swim towards the deep sea," Xing Yingzhu responded coolly, "then I'll show you coral reefs, sharks, and ancient sunken ships, finally catching a whale for you to ride. How does that sound?" Xing Zhao hadn't expected Boss Xing to be so agreeable, his eyes lighting up immediately, almost blurting out something along the lines of, "Your concubine knows your heart so well." But being mature meant being a little restrained. Embarrassed, Xing Zhao didn't nod furiously like a chick pecking rice. Instead, he tried to suppress his growing smile and formally responded, "Isn't that a bit improper? But if you're interested, I could accompany you." Xing Yingzhu smacked his forehead with his palm, sneering coldly, "You wish." Xing Zhao. Xing Xiaodao straightened his body from the slap, instantly waking up from the dream of a fantastic deep-sea trip. He regretfully glanced at Xing Yingzhu's expression, thinking that he was still so devoid of sentiment. Xing Yingzhu glanced at him, wiped his hand on his clothes somewhat disdainfully, and walked towards the beach. Xing Zhao blinked, mistaking his indifference for concealed affection, and happily followed again. But Mr. Xing seemed uninterested in those flashy tourist attractions. He stopped by the seaside, gazing into the distance at the far-off sea surface. This was a small town along the northern sea coast. The scale of the town was average, but the conditions were good, with newly opened chain hotels in town. Xing Zhao checked the local conditions while booking the hotel, discovering that this town included several different fishing villages relying on the sea, achieving self-sufficiency. Xing Yingzhu had told him before coming that the matter of the Forbidden Sea abyss was no trivial thing. At home, if Xing Zhao really wanted to do something, he could always cajole and persuade Xing Yingzhu into agreeing after some negotiation. However, it was absolutely impossible to bring him along for matters related to the Forbidden Sea abyss. So, even though Xing Zhao came with him, when the day the Forbidden Sea abyss opened arrived, he would have to stay by the coast waiting for Xing Yingzhu's return. Even though Xing Zhao's courage around Mr. Xing grew more each time, he understood the gravity of the situation and didn't dare to be capricious, so let everything be arranged accordingly. They set out at dawn, took an early flight, transferred to a train, then switched to a bus, arriving at this small town by evening. The twilight spilled onto the sea, the calm water gleaming ripples, looking gentle and harmless. It was hard to imagine the countless things below it that could end a person's life in mere moments. Xing Yingzhu had once told him that under this vast expanse of land, there lay traces of millions of years of changes in time. Besides the abyss of the Forbidden Sea, even the small road Xing Zhao treaded daily might hide the corpses of demons or ghosts. It wasn't peak tourist season now, so the tourists here were few already, plus the dusk approaching, all the stalls on the beach saw they weren't planning to make any purchases and thus packed up early, heading home ahead of time. The sea remained placid, waves occasionally rolling up to the beach, but most only reached Xing Yingzhu's feet before receding. Xing Yingzhu stood from dusk until dusk fell completely. Sheng Zhao didn't know what he was looking at and dared not interrupt him recklessly. After massaging his calves, he sat down on the ground beside him and waited. Only when it was pitch black and there were only 2 people left alive on the entire stretch of beach did Sheng Zhao suddenly notice a faint light appearing at the horizon where the sky met the sea. The sun had long since set. Sheng Zhao could see the stars in the sky. In this scenario, the glow rising from the horizon looked particularly bizarre, especially because it was not warm-colored but emitted a cool, smooth blue glow. Soon, however, the brightness became more intense, as if rapidly approaching from the other side of the horizon. Gradually, the shape of the glow started to show, making Sheng Zhao clearly discern its form through his naked eye. It was an incredibly large green bird. Or rather, Sheng Zhao thought, calling it just a green bird might belittle its majesty. Seen from afar, the bird obscured the sky and moon, its neck fine and elongated, eyes bright and spirited, its whole body covered with a radiant silver sheen. Its long tail feathers trailed behind, rapidly skimming over the sea surface, leaving a streak of luminous trails. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Staring dumbfounded at the sight, Sheng Zhao's mind went blank, with only the word stunning reverberating inside. The bird gracefully spread its gorgeous wings, occasionally flicking them lightly, and crossed half the sea surface effortlessly. In a blink of an eye, it flew across the sea, extending its neck and giving a loud cry before it descended from midair, transforming into a pretty young woman of about 18 or 19 years old. Sheng Zhao, encountering such a scene for the first time, stared entranced for quite a while, remaining immobile. It wasn't until Xing Yingzhu nudged his leg with his toe in disapproval that Sheng Zhao managed to snap back to reality. "Haven't you seen her before?" Xing Yingzhu asked coolly. "How come you don't remember?" "Yingzhu, your temper is still as bad. You'll scare the children." That woman seemed very familiar with Xing Yingzhu. Her tone was amiable, glancing at Sheng Zhao with a smile. "My name is Qin Jing." "Ah, hello, hello." Sheng Zhao hurriedly got up from the ground, his eyes scanning her figure before matching her image to someone else he'd previously seen. When the 7th prince visited the small tower, there seemed to be a little sparrow with extremely similar feather patterns perched on his shoulder. But even though Sheng Zhao had done psychological preparation 10,000 times over in an attempt to convince himself, he still couldn't equate the tiny sparrow no bigger than the palm of a hand with the beautiful young woman standing before him. Fortunately, Xing Yingzhu was prompt to give him a reference nearby. "Qin Wan." Xing Yingzhu called out distantly, his tone indifferent as he asked, "When do we go in, and how?" Qin Jing stood upright with her hands folded neatly, answering earnestly, "My master has decreed that the abyss of the Forbidden Sea will open. Travel 300 miles west from the peak of the northern sea, enter at exactly 3 inches and 3/10 into the rootless water." "Understood," said Xing Yingzhu. "Before then, I shall remain temporarily in the mortal realm," Qin Jing added. "If there are any unforeseen circumstances, I will stay behind to assist you." Chapter 89, Little Thing, Your Mouth is Getting Sweeter. As night fell, lights came on in a standalone courtyard inn at the far eastern edge of shallow water town in Beihai City. A woman of about 27 or so emerged from a room on the right side of the small yard, stepped outside, and flipped the hanging wooden sign at the door, changing the word vacant to full. Afterward, Lien Yinyu reached her hand back, tilted her head to inspect the wooden sign for a moment, and couldn't help but adjust it slightly to ensure it was straight. Shallow water town had a sparse population. Though it was a coastal town, families engaged in fishing had long since moved to villages closer to the aquaculture areas. Most of the remaining households were small workshops and factories processing seafood. By evening, more than half the town went dark, giving it a somewhat desolate appearance. Lien Yinyu wiped off the thin layer of dust on her hands, turned around, and entered the yard. From an old well in the corner of the yard, she drew a basin of water to wash her hands. After tidying up her collar and clothes, she entered a smaller, nested courtyard on the left. This standalone courtyard covered quite a bit of area. At the entrance stood a sign over a meter tall. Inside, facing the gate, was a 3-story villa that appeared to have been remodeled from an old homestead site. To the right was a row of 3 single-story rooms, their windows covered with thick curtains, which served as Lien Yinyu's personal quarters. Moreover, to the left of the courtyard, there was another smaller enclosed yard, covering about half the size of the main courtyard. In this small yard stood an old house made of green tiles and red bricks, looking like a relic of the last century, with a palm-sized copper lock hanging on the door. Lien Yinyu pulled out a key from a cloth bag tied around her waist, carefully unlocked the lock, then gently pushed the door open and entered. Inside, the old house contained just one room. Once inside, the entire room was immediately visible. Lien Yinyu casually placed the copper lock on a small wooden table next to the door and bent down to retrieve a round cushion from underneath it. The layout of this old house resembled both a Buddhist hall and a family shrine. Right in the middle of the room sat a large altar, atop which rested an elegant white jade Buddha statue. Before the Buddha statue, the altar offered everything from fruits to incense. The flame of the ever-burning lamp flickered, and the stick of incense in the incense burner was halfway burned down, while the candle beneath only showed a slight layer melted. It was clear that someone regularly visited to take care of things. Lien Yinyu closed the door behind her, first lit the incense, and then knelt on the cushion, performing 3 prostrations and 9 bows. With her eyes partially closed and her hands clasped together in prayer, she muttered something softly. Her lips moved, almost inaudible, as if not exactly praying but rather talking to herself. After a brief pause, she opened her eyes, crawled forward on her knees for a few steps, and took down from the altar a somewhat old copy of the Lotus Sutra. The edges of the sutra had developed some frayed tips, its binding partly broken and held together by a cotton string. Clearly, it had been read countless times. With ease, Lien Yinyu opened a page and began to read quietly. Smoke curled gently from the incense burner, drops of wax from the eternal lamp falling onto the surrounding copper tray. Occasionally, the flame wavered, stretching Lien Yinyu's long shadow across the floor, distorting it. Sitting on her knees on the cushion, Lien Yinyu spent about half an hour reading the day's assigned portion, then put the book down and gazed at the Buddha statue on the altar. All people suffer, crossing oneself over is meaningless, Lien Yinyu murmured softly. No movement, no harm, no pain. One can ferry others without much suffering, but to ferry oneself through myriad difficulties is hard. Under the warm light of the candle, the white jade Buddha statue seemed to glow with a gentle light, its compassionate face lowering its gaze. A point of light illuminated under its eyes, resembling a newly formed tear mark. Lien Yinyu let out a soft sigh and said, "You always say that all attachment is an illusion, so now, why don't you let me ferry you instead?" The long-burning lamp before the altar flickered slightly, shifting the bright spot, leaving half of the Buddha statue's face in the darkness. Only the lowered eyes remained visible, silently locking gazes with Lien Yinyu. After a short period of silence, Lien Yinyu bowed once more, stood up, and turned around to leave. About 2 or 3 minutes later, she came in holding a bronze basin, removing and replacing the fruits and incense burner in front of the altar. Then, she took out a clean soft cloth from her sleeve and began meticulously cleaning. Lien Yinyu worked thoroughly. Not only did she clean the tabletop but also carefully wiped down the Buddha statue itself, removing every trace of floating dust. It took her fully half an hour to thoroughly clean the entire old house. Finally, she replaced the offerings with fresh fruits, restored the incense burner and the long-burning lamp to the table. Having finished all these tasks, Lien Yinyu picked up the bronze basin to leave. But when she reached the door, she paused, thought for a moment, set down the basin again, and turned around. She rotated both the incense burner and the lamp a little, ensuring their patterns faced forward. It was only at this point that she felt completely satisfied. She tossed the small things she had brought into the basin, locked the door again, and then left. 10 minutes later, the light in the single-story house on the right side of the yard came on, revealing a shadowy figure behind the curtain, which quickly disappeared. At exactly 8 p.m., the call bell at the entrance to the inn was rung, prompting Lien Yinyu to put down her book and step out with a thick flashlight. Upon noticing 2 men standing at the door, she walked closer to get a better look at them. The 2 didn't appear very old, one looked particularly young, like he could pass for a high school student. The other man had a striking appearance, his eyes curving into an almost bewitching arc when he smiled. "Is this the Lianxin Inn?" asked the slightly older of the 2 men. "Yes." Lien Yinyu stepped to the doorway, draped in her coat as she sized them up briefly. "We booked a room in advance, we're really sorry we're 2 hours late," Hu Huan apologized. "We mainly got on the wrong bus coming from the city, which caused the delay." "No problem," Lien Yinyu replied, lowering her gaze before unlocking the gate and letting them in. "The room is already reserved for you." Lien Yinyu pointed to the 3-story villa directly opposite the yard entrance and explained, "I see you reserved the whole building online, so it's been thoroughly prepared for your arrival. The keys are on the coffee table on the 1st floor, but isn't reserving the entire villa wasteful for just 2 people? There are 4 bedrooms in that house." "That's very thoughtful," Hu Huan laughed, "but we prefer privacy. Thank you for waiting until this late hour for us, it's such a bother." As Hu Huan spoke, he nudged Zhang Jian with his elbow and whispered, "You go ahead and clean up, we'll need to wake up early tomorrow." Zhang Jian, who had spent the whole day traveling and now felt dazed and disoriented, vaguely nodded his head before dragging both their luggage inside, leaving Hu Huan outside to discuss other living arrangements with Lien Yinyu. "There aren't many other points of attention," Lien Yinyu said. "Feel free to cook, but please don't break anything. If you'd like meals provided, let me know the day before." "Alright, we'll need breakfast prepared tomorrow," Hu Huan requested. "Thank you for the trouble." "Not at all." Lien Yinyu paused suddenly, as if remembering something, and added, "Oh, there is one more thing." "What is it?" Hu Huan asked. "Shallow Water Town has a rule, and since you're newcomers, it's probably best you know about it," Lien Yinyu warned. "After 10 p.m., under no circumstances should you go anywhere near the sea." This caught Hu Huan's attention, and he followed up, "Why?" "There's no reason to ask why," Lien Yinyu replied calmly. "Shallow Water Town has a legend, it claims the sea here eats people." At this exact moment, on the beach rumored to eat people, Sheng Zhao stood unaware, absent-mindedly pinching a piece of blue feather between his fingers, his expression somewhat peculiar. "This must be considered divine power, right?" Sheng Zhao mused. "She gave it to us so easily." 10 minutes earlier, a Jing had patiently handed over one of her tail feathers to Sheng Zhao amidst Cui Yingzhu's sarcastic remark questioning her help, followed by a casual suggestion, "If he doesn't want it, you can take it instead, and ignore him." Before disappearing, she left behind only the pale blue glowing footprints along the shore and the feather itself to prove that the previous conversation wasn't Sheng Zhao's imagination. What kind of divine power is this? Xing Yingzhu scoffed, saying, if I plucked a scale off my body and gave it to you, it'd have the same effect. The moment Xing Zhao heard Xing Yingzhu's words, he knew what was coming next and swiftly interjected, no way, plucking scales would hurt too much. Other people may do it casually, but not you, I care about your pain. Xing Yingzhu remained silent, momentarily struck speechless. Little thing, your mouth gets sweeter every day. Xing Yingzhu dropped the idea of making him discard the tail feather and turned towards the direction of the town, saying casually, let's go back and sleep. Xing Zhao responded with an, oh, and stuffed the feather into his pocket before hurriedly catching up to his pace, asking, what did Qing Wan mean earlier by saying, water without roots? What does 3 inches and 3/10 mean? It means wait for the rain, Xing Yingzhu summarized succinctly. When the rainfall reaches 3 inches and 3/10, it'll be possible to enter the abyss of Forbidden Sea. Right, Xing Zhao asked hesitantly, didn't you say before that we just needed to take a look? Why do we have to go inside now? Xing Yingzhu glanced sideways at him, tapping his forehead lightly with his finger, and replied, the abyss of Forbidden Sea spans an entire sea region, but the sealed beast's location is deep below it. Stop worrying about me so much, unless you'd rather spend time deciding what you'll eat tomorrow morning. But, Xing Zhao complained, frowning. However, it's good that you've accepted her gift, Xing Yingzhu continued without acknowledging his protests, even though I don't need her, should anything happen and I'm not around, at least you'll have something to exchange for Qing Wan's favor. What could possibly happen to me? Xing Zhao waved his hand and said, I'm not going with you anyway. If there's danger, it'll be your problem. Do you think the 7th princess is a good person? Xing Yingzhu suddenly asked. Xing Zhao. How am I supposed to respond to that, Xing Zhao thought. She's your enemy, if I praise her, you definitely won't be happy, but if I don't, what if she hears it, how will that turn out? Fortunately, Xing Yingzhu didn't insist on hearing his answer and continued, I told you before, she isn't a bad person, but she's also absolutely not someone who's considerate or eager to help others. Xing Zhao nodded. In that case, Xing Yingzhu said indifferently, have you ever wondered, if she's already come to me about the abyss of Forbidden Sea, why did she send her attendant to help instead? Chapter 90, Little Brother Xing Zhao, is that you, Brother Xing Zhao? The rain that Xing Yingzhu had been waiting for came quite punctually. Xing Zhao stayed with him in this town for 2 days. On the morning of the 3rd day, as soon as they got up, they saw dark clouds pressing down outside, with rolling thunder in the clouds, which clearly indicated the arrival of a storm. Xing Yingzhu woke up a little earlier than him. When Xing Zhao opened his eyes, the old man was already fully dressed and standing by the window. Xing Zhao had just woken up from a deep sleep. Still dazed, he instinctively reached out towards him but grabbed nothing, realizing that Xing Yingzhu was looking at the clouds outside. Dark rain clouds were heavily pressing down, carrying heavy moisture, making the air feel thin and hard to breathe. Xing Zhao took a deep breath and felt like he had swallowed a mouthful of wet water vapor. Is it going to rain? Xing Zhao asked with a hoarse voice. Xing Yingzhu hummed in agreement. Xing Zhao suddenly noticed that today Xing Yingzhu was wearing all black clothes from head to toe. His coat was neatly buttoned up to the collar, and only around the neck could be seen a touch of dark gold decoration. Boss Xing was never particular about small details, always dressing however comfortable, but Xing Zhao suddenly seeing him so formally dressed made him feel a bit peculiar inside. His gaze shifted to the window, staring blankly at the surging dark clouds outside for several seconds before remembering the reason why Boss Xing got up so early in the morning to come here and watch the scenery. Has the time arrived? Xing Zhao said. Yes, replied Xing Yingzhu, I'll be leaving right now. This sentence from Boss Xing was said very plainly, casual and ordinary, sounding no different from going out on an errand any other day. But for some reason, perhaps due to the weather conditions, Xing Zhao felt there was something strange about these words, causing discomfort throughout his body. Xing Zhao scratched his head, viewing this strange feeling as a delusion stemming from their brief separation, then threw off the covers, slipped into his slippers, got out of bed, and hugged Xing Yingzhu from behind, rubbing his face against his back with sleepy eyes. He slightly squinted his eyes, not knowing if he had caught something from Xing Yingzhu, appearing lethargic, and at first glance, even sharing some similarity with Boss Xing's occasional expressions. What's wrong? Xing Yingzhu arched an eyebrow, teasing him, you're being clingy again. Xing Zhao, feeling drowsy and dozy, leaned half asleep against him, mumbling, then how many days will you be gone? That's uncertain. Xing Yingzhu's tone carried a light smile as he said, although the forbidden abyss is not far from the mortal world, it is still in the divine domain, haven't you heard the saying, 1 day in heaven equals 1 year on earth? Huh, there's even a time difference. Xing Zhao grumbled dissatisfiedly, then if you're gone for a whole day, wouldn't that mean I wouldn't see you for a year? For a moment, Xing Yingzhu didn't respond, just letting out a scoff, half smiling and half sneering, why are you so clingy? Can't I be clingy to you? Xing Zhao defiantly argued unreasonably, it's not illegal to be clingy to my boyfriend, thank you. This comment made Xing Yingzhu laugh out loud. The time difference isn't as long as you imagine, besides, I'm just checking the situation, how long can I stay? Xing Yingzhu added while nudging Xing Zhao's arm, trying to get him to let go, casually saying, Tisk, you're so old, stop holding on to me. I won't let go. Sheng Zhao tightened his arms, sticking stubbornly to him, daringly insisting on prying an exact answer from his lips, muttering discontentedly, "How many days will you be gone, at least?" "At most a week, okay." The boss's patience ran out, and he began to act physically. Lowering his head, he pried open Sheng Zhao's hands and finally managed to break free from this clingy creature. "What if you don't return after a week?" Sheng Zhao asked. "Then consider yourself widowed," Xing Yingzhu, busy leaving, casually answered, "All my inheritance will be left to you. All right, look at how you've smeared my clothes." Pft, pft, pft. Sheng Zhao immediately woke up from his stupor, quickly saying, "What are you talking about? Saying this before going on a long trip, is it auspicious or what? What do I have to fear?" Xing Yingzhu arched his eyebrows, coldly snorting, "I fear nothing." Sheng Zhao. All right, Sheng Zhao thought, "You old monster has capabilities, all right." Before Sheng Zhao finished grumbling inwardly, there came a rumble of thunder from outside, followed by a drop of rain falling on the window, meandering downwards, leaving a trail of water. "All right," Xing Yingzhu absent-mindedly ruffled Sheng Zhao's hair, saying, "I'm leaving." As Xing Yingzhu turned and walked towards the door, Sheng Zhao watched him walk to the entrance. He didn't know why, but a sudden wave of uneasiness surged within him, subconsciously taking a few steps forward, shouting, "1 week, you better keep your word." Xing Yingzhu paused in his step, humorously turning to look at him and pointing at him from afar. "Don't be such a baby," Xing Yingzhu said. After finishing, Xing Yingzhu turned and left. Sheng Zhao went to the door, looked out, and saw his figure had already disappeared in the corridor, thus knowing he had already set off to handle business. Since following Xing Yingzhu, Sheng Zhao was for the first time left behind on the home front and truly didn't feel very accustomed. He walked a few rounds inside the room and realized he neither knew what to do, nor could he fall back asleep, even lost interest in scrolling through social media apps. Everything seemed so dull. This won't do, Sheng Zhao reflected seriously, life can't be just about romance, one must have their own pursuits too. Sheng Zhao mulled it over and thought it made perfect sense. With determination, he abruptly got up from bed, grabbed an umbrella, and decided to take a stroll outside to ease the discomfort of being apart from Xing Yingzhu. Because of the impending downpour, today dawned later than usual. The entire town was mostly closed except for breakfast stalls. Sheng Zhao went downstairs and bought 2 buttery cakes, munching on them as he wandered aimlessly, contemplating whether to head to the beach. After all, the Forbidden Abyss was far removed from Beihai, and going to the beach shouldn't pose any issues. Having made up his mind, Sheng Zhao cheerfully took a bite out of the oil cake and changed course, preparing to cut through a small alley towards the beach. But before he could even take a step, someone suddenly called out to him. "Little brother Zhao, is that you, brother Zhao?" Startled slightly, Sheng Zhao instinctively turned around only to see Hu Huan darting out of a nearby alleyway, glaring intensely at him. Encountering Hu Huan here already shocked Sheng Zhao, but what stunned him even more was how disheveled this individual, who always valued personal appearance immensely, now appeared. Hu Huan's jeans were rolled up unevenly, making the legs appear different lengths, looking rather ridiculous. He had no umbrella and evidently got caught in the rain for some time, with his clothes and hair drenched, plastered to his body. His white sneakers were splattered with mud. My God, Sheng Zhao sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly approached Hu Huan, bringing him under the umbrella and offering him a warm butter cake to warm his hands. "What happened to you?" Sheng Zhao asked, shocked, "Did you run away? Is Zhang Jian after you?" Hu Huan couldn't answer the barrage of questions right away. Instead, he desperately grabbed onto Sheng Zhao's hand and blurted out, "Is the boss here? Is he with you?" Sheng Zhao. Seeing this wretched boy, Sheng Zhao thought, nothing beats fresh news. "If you had asked half an hour ago, I would have said yes." Sheng Zhao told him bluntly, "But Yingzhu just left. I don't expect him back for several days." The flicker of hope that had momentarily lit up on Hu Huan's face immediately dimmed. He swayed slightly, dropping the butter cake in his hand with a soft thud. What happened? Concerned by his abnormal state, Sheng Zhao immediately gripped his stiff fingers and rubbed them, asking, "What's wrong?" Brother Zhao, Hu Huan looked up at him with moist eyes, despairingly and fearfully said, "Zhang Jian has gone missing." Stunned, Sheng Zhao blurted out, "Ah." 300 miles westward from the summit of Beihai lies the entrance to the Forbidden Abyss. Amid the inclement weather, the sea itself became restless. Just observing the tumultuous waves on the surface revealed the immense turmoil underneath. Between heaven and earth, humans often felt extremely insignificant, yet from childhood, Xing Yingzhu had seen all sorts of calamities. It wasn't the mere churning of the sea waves that troubled him, not even the flood of the Milky Way or the collapse of mountains would faze him. Indeed, he had survived them. Hanging in the air above the sea's surface, his robes flapped violently with the strong winds. Raindrops fell like needles, yet upon reaching him, they seemed to be repelled by some invisible barrier. For 3 minutes, the boss stood there without a speck of wetness reaching even his clothing hems. As the rain grew heavier, the sea level rose slightly, and the air in front of Xing Yingzhu started distorting, as if roasted by high heat, producing ripple-like patterns out of nowhere. Something in his right pocket began vibrating softly. Lowering his gaze, Xing Yingzhu knew it was time. In the little house on that day, the other party hadn't taken the armor off him, and Xing Yingzhu had understood then, it was a key left by the other side for him to pass through this protective layer. The stronger the rainfall, the clearer the seal became until Xing Yingzhu could easily discern the phoenix pattern embedded within it. Then, casually brushing off imaginary dust from his sleeves, he stepped forward and pressed his hand against the ripple. Immediately, he felt the smooth, fluid sensation creep upward along his forearm. This protective seal, erected by divine forces, had openly welcomed him. When half his body entered the forbidden abyss, the mobile phone tucked in his pocket rang abruptly. Instinctively lowering his gaze, Xing Yingzhu didn't get a chance to react before he had already stepped fully into the forbidden abyss. Worldly objects from the mortal realm cannot penetrate the seal, so it fell from his pocket, humming as it plunged into the fathomless depths of the sea, soon falling silent. In the shallow water town, Sheng Zhao's call was abruptly cut off, leaving behind only a series of cold, mechanical beeps. He turned off the speaker and ended the call, instinctively raising his eyes to meet Hu Huan's gaze, and in the other's eyes, he saw an utter stillness, like the extinguishing of all hope. Chapter 91, Even if the parents aren't home, we can't break the pots at home. Xing Yingzhu went missing, but Sheng Zhao couldn't leave Hu Huan alone. He considered himself as Xing Yingzhu's partner, and also half a guardian of the house. Seeing Hu Huan so flustered, regardless of anything else, a strong sense of responsibility arose in his heart. Sheng Zhao thought for a moment, packed up the half-eaten buttery pancake in a plastic bag, shoved it into his pocket, held the umbrella handle with his shoulder, and roughly patted Hu Huan's shoulder. He used a lot of force, and Hu Huan winced in pain, subconsciously frowning and regaining some composure. What happened? Explain it clearly, Sheng Zhao said. Where did such a big person go? Hu Huan shook his head. He seemed to be wary of something and insisted on asking, where is the master? Can he not come back? No. Sheng Zhao bluntly replied, he went to the abyss of forbidden seas, although I'm not quite sure what it is, but most likely there's no signal. Sheng Zhao had realized that the term abyss of forbidden seas for creatures like Hu Huan was almost equivalent to Voldemort. Hu Huan unconsciously shivered, ultimately not daring to pursue further questions about what Xing Yingzhu was doing. At this point, Hu Huan had to accept one fact, the only capable physical force in the house would definitely not return in the short term. But to let Hu Huan cling to a dying horse as though it were still alive and regard Xing Zhao as a lifeline. Hu Huan couldn't bring himself to do such an embarrassing thing. Hu Huan gritted his teeth and said, then I'll think of another way. Don't worry, brother Xiao. Don't say don't worry. Sheng Zhao became anxious, pushed Hu Huan's shoulder and said, tell me quickly, what exactly happened? Hu Huan hesitated for a while, he indeed had no other ways now. Zhang Jian disappeared, and he couldn't contact the people from Dragon Tiger Mountain either. His mind was already a mess, and now being urged by Xing Zhao, he spilled everything out. Sheng Zhao pulled him under the nearby awning, spending a full half hour to figure out why Hu Huan and Zhang Jian came to the shallow water town. Earlier, Zhang Jian accepted Sun Wenqing's commission to investigate a haunting incident at his villa. Instead of finding any ghost or demon, he found a strange Buddha statue instead. The Buddha statue emitted vibrant Buddha light, yet evil creatures often lingered nearby, feeding off the life essence and luck of Sun Wenqing's family, as if utterly unafraid of that light. Zhang Jian felt that something wasn't right, so he temporarily asked Sun Wenqing's family to move out of the villa and provided them with protective talismans for self-defense. Then, he traced the origin of the Buddha statue from Sun Wenqing, which led him to a small fishing village below the shallow water town. According to Sun Wenqing's wife, the village had an ancient temple, rumored to be at least 200 years old, existing since the Qing dynasty era. It enshrined Buddhist objects, said to be very effective. People within 10 miles of incense-burning distance frequented it, seeking prosperity and wealth accurately. Even those from a few big cities nearby came to worship it in its famous reputation. Sun Wenqing's family, who were in business, rather believed in these things just in case. Right when Sun Wenqing's business encountered difficulties, his wife decided to spend a large sum to invite an enlightened Buddha statue from the temple. Businesses like ancient temples are common, and Sun Wenqing's family didn't find it suspicious. They brought it home to enshrine it, but they got involved in such a troublesome problem. Zhang Jian asked the address from Sun Wenqing's wife, confirmed it was a long-term operation, and felt it was a serious issue, so he had to investigate the temple. Then, Sheng Zhao asked, how did the person get lost? That temple does have a thriving incense offering, emitting vibrant Buddha light. I felt uncomfortable as soon as I got close. Hu Huan said, so Zhang Jian let me wait outside, and he went in himself. Actually, I disagreed at first. I said that if there was trouble inside, no one would be available to rescue him. But Zhang Jian said he saw it through his celestial eyes, and confirmed it was a proper place, without demons or ghosts, or even those evil creatures. So I believed him. And then he got lost? Sheng Zhao was somewhat incredulous. If you say that, isn't that place an open tourist spot? Hu Huan nodded and said, after he went in, he never came out again. I even reported it to the police, but when the police came in and looked around, they didn't find him. There were too many tourists coming in and out of the temple every day. Everyone said it might be because he left through a side door. But if Zhang Jian had come out, there's no way he wouldn't have looked for me, and it's impossible for him to vanish without a sound. Sheng Zhao felt his heart sink. Others may not know, but Xing Zhao could tell a little. Although he didn't know why Zhang Jian cared so much about Hu Huan, in their limited number of encounters, Zhang Jian seemed to always have an unusual attention towards Hu Huan. If you say he left without considering Hu Huan, Xing Zhao couldn't believe it. Moreover, having followed Xing Yingzhu for so long, Xing Zhao's line of thought was no longer an ordinary materialist. His first reaction was that Zhang Jian might have been caught by some metaphysical means. But Zhang Jian was originally the indisputable successor as the master Taoist of Long Tiger Mountain. What black magic could actually trap him? There's nothing. Xing Zhao tried his best to console. You should know, even the dragon in Shan City back then didn't do anything to Zhang Jian, and this is just a public tourist spot. What could possibly happen? Little brother Zhao, you don't understand, Hu Huan said, the evil creatures in Sun Wenqing's home before used to feed off human essence and fortune. Normally, only demons do such things, they feast on humans, gaining immense power in the short term, then what? Hu Huan didn't continue speaking, but Xing Zhao understood clearly. He was worried that Zhang Jian had been abducted by a great demon, stripped and eaten, becoming someone else's meal. Over these past few days, Xing Yingzhu had also told Xing Zhao about many affairs concerning demonic beings. Xing Zhao naturally knew that for those unrighteous demons, Zhang Jian, with his divine powers and merits, was no different from a plate of braised pork. No wonder Hu Huan asked about Xing Yingzhu right away. I'm not worried about his life, worry furrowed Hu Huan's brows as he whispered, but if he stays too long in such a place, gets messed around with, I fear his lifelong cultivation would be destroyed. Xing Zhao, hearing this, became anxious himself. Though he wasn't particularly close friends with Zhang Jian, they were somewhat half-elder brothers, and there was still some camaraderie between them. Subconsciously, he reached into his pocket and touched something soft. It was the feather given to him by Qinghuan. This was the feather Xing Yingzhu mentioned that Qinghuan came here not to help Xing Yingzhu. Was it for this matter? Xing Zhao wasn't very sure. His thumb moved back and forth across the feather 4 or 5 times, his heart racing. He didn't know whether he should snap the feather and ask for her assistance. Theoretically, since Xing Yingzhu wasn't around, he and Hu Huan, as rookies, calling upon Qinghuan, such a mythical bird, should be the most appropriate choice. However, there was only one feather, and therefore only one chance. Xing Zhao gritted his teeth and forced himself to remove his hand from the feather. Ha! He clenched his teeth and thought sarcastically, without seeing the boss, using the ultimate move right now would be like slaughtering chickens with ox knives. In his mind, Xing Zhao repeated, a man must take responsibility, and, without Xing Yingzhu, I'm the guardian, 3 times, and then forcibly patted Hu Huan's shoulder. No problem. Xing Zhao said, where's the temple? Let me check. You check. Hu Huan looked at him in horror, shaking his head like a drum, and said, no, I can't let you go inside. A person like Zhang Jian got lost, if anything happens to you, the boss will definitely tear me apart. Don't overthink it, Xing Zhao comforted him earnestly, you think from another angle, you're a demon, Zhang Jian is a feng shui master, but I'm just an ordinary person, there are so many people burning incense in the temple every day, they can't all disappear, right? I'll just go as a normal tourist, look around, and come back immediately. What trouble could there possibly be? Hu Huan was stunned for a moment, as if he hadn't considered this possibility at all. You guys have too much of a target, easily causing trouble, but I'm fine, Xing Zhao said. This way, I'll just go inside, burn some incense, and wander around, see if I can find Zhang Jian. If I don't find him, I'll come out right away, Xing Yingzhu said he'd be back in a week. If it doesn't work, we can wait for him. Hu Huan seemed slightly convinced, hesitantly nodding. Well then, the problem is solved. Xing Zhao shoved the umbrella into Hu Huan's hands, patted his shoulder, and said, now tell me where the temple is. Even if the guardians aren't home, we can't break the pots at home, right? Thousands of miles away, the much-expected guardian, who had just crossed the seal of the Abyss of Forbidden Seas landed dizzily on the surface of the sea. The Abyss of Forbidden Seas was a divine realm. All living beings entering it, be it demons, fairies, or devils, would be weakened universally, just like belonging to an unspecified social class inferior to deities. If Xing Yingzhu was still the young dragon from years ago, things might be okay, but now he was merely a snake demon. As soon as he entered such a place, he felt like shackles weighed down his entire body, sinking heavily downwards. He hadn't felt this kind of bodily heaviness for countless years. Instantly, his mood turned extremely sour, only wanting a quick solution to finish his task and leave, unwilling to waste time in such a miserable place. Moreover, the Abyss of Forbidden Seas was filled with chaotic time streams. Spending just one day here might mean 4 or 5 days had passed outside. He had previously promised Xing Zhao that he would return within a week, breaking his word wouldn't be ideal. Unfortunately, this despicable place was even more disordered than he had imagined. What that person said was correct, there were indeed unusual disturbances here. Under the eternal night, the pitch-black sea surged and roared wildly as Xing Yingzhu took a step on its surface, nearly hearing the thunderous rumble beneath. Familiar yet strange cries infiltrated his ears faintly through the air, causing Xing Yingzhu's expression to darken slightly. In an instant, it felt as if he had been violently pulled back 10,000 years by some temporal force. Chapter 92, The Abyss of the Forbidden Sea. Xing Yingzhu stood on the water's surface, defying gravity and creating ripples with his steps. Within the abyss of the Forbidden Sea, fierce winds surged, and chaotic spacetime currents swirled everywhere. With every step Xing Yingzhu took, in the blink of an eye, the scenery before him changed dramatically. Just a second ago, he saw flames from the dawn of creation falling, yet in the next instant, the view had shifted to a river flowing backward, swallowing countless mountains and rivers. Xing Yingzhu had wandered the mortal world for 8,000 years. Apart from that dream on Dragon Tiger Mountain which was incomplete, it had been ages since he revisited those past events, which felt like another lifetime. A sudden glimpse left him somewhat estranged. The ancient races that had long vanished from spacetime began to reappear, accompanied by their shrill or mournful wails. In a momentary daze, Xing Yingzhu thought he had returned 10,000 years to that primeval age when everyone would fight upon meeting. Yet Xing, having been immersed in modern civilization for many years, deemed himself much more civilized than them. Unaccustomed to such a nostalgic barbaric environment, he frowned slightly and silently criticized it in his mind. It was as if the abyss of the Forbidden Sea had been transformed into a museum of ancient races, complete with VR explanation projections. To the ancient demon clans, the abyss of the Forbidden Sea might as well be described as a jailhouse. Usually, under the weight of its seal, no one visits for tens of millions of years. The last time someone came here was 10,000 years ago, when the seventh prince had just ascended to reinforce the seal. No sooner had Xing Yingzhu stepped into this ominous place than those troublesome inmates beneath immediately sensed his presence. At once, powerful gales churned the sea, and a sharp wind brushed past him, tearing a long rip in his clothes. These ghostly things seemed restless, probably because they had been imprisoned for too long without any form of entertainment. Now seeing Xing Yingzhu, they immediately became unruly. Xing watched with cold eyes, seeing how the depths of the abyss stirred and roiled. Under the surface of the sea, faint laughter echoed, occasionally interspersed with voices calling his name. These high-pitched voices layered upon each other like a choir of 10,000 people singing in unison. Irritated, Xing Yingzhu wrinkled his brow and kicked the water. "You calling spirits?" Xing Yingzhu grumbled unhappily. The eerie laughter gradually subsided, consolidating until it finally formed a deep male voice, becoming much clearer. "Yingzhu," the voice said, "you called her down here too." "Bullshit." Xing Yingzhu arched an eyebrow and responded rudely, "Do you take me for one of your wastes?" The voice scattered again into a series of murmurs. Xing Yingzhu couldn't hear clearly, nor did he care to listen to their chatter. He only vaguely caught phrases like, "This little dragon has quite a temper," or "Even the young dragons dare to act recklessly." "So why are you here?" The deep voice opened up again, with a trace of sarcastic amusement. It continued slowly, "You don't know that once inside the Forbidden Sea abyss, there's no way out." Xing Yingzhu obviously couldn't say that he'd already joined the system, after all, where would that leave his dignity? So he paid no attention to these prisoners and simply strode forward on his own. But that voice persisted, doggedly nagging at him. "It seems this little dragon has also been tricked by her." That voice laughed mockingly, "What excuse did she use to deceive you? Let me guess, was it about restoring your status, or helping revitalize the dragon race?" Xing Yingzhu inwardly mocked, suggesting that one should get out more often and watch some news. "The Qing dynasty has fallen, and you're still trying to restore your race, don't you feel ashamed? Or maybe, you have something incriminating in her hands." That voice, like a specter, continued incessantly. "Oh. I smell it now, there's a human scent on you. Did she find some interesting toy for you?" The voice raised its tone, seeming to have found something amusing. It softly chuckled, "Young dragon, you'd better be careful. Didn't the Howda clan perish because she lured one of their kind with a mountain ghost, causing them to commit a great error and leading to their downfall? She always uses such tactics to manipulate others' hearts. You must not." Before the speaker could finish, a sharp voice cut through the air, giggling uncontrollably, "You've come, so you won't be able to leave." Xing Yingzhu didn't even bother to respond. After taking fewer than 10 steps, he suddenly heard a flash of light explode behind him. A water column over a dozen meters high surged upwards, with a shadowy figure flickering within it, instantly captured by Xing Yingzhu's peripheral vision. Without thinking, Xing Yingzhu twisted his body to dodge, unleashing a jet-black chain from his wrist. Like a steel whip, it struck the water shadow, scattering it into droplets of water spray. The surrounding layers of laughter abruptly grew louder. His sharp ears also detected among them comments such as, "So easy to provoke." Xing Yingzhu slowly coiled the chain back onto his wrist, glancing down at the sea surface beneath his feet. A smirk played on his lips as he mocked, "If you have time to come and tease me, you might as well save some energy for yourself, otherwise, be careful that before your sentence is even done, someone else eats you up. It's hard to say whether I should call you stupid or waste." Those prisoners were struck by Xing Yingzhu's words, immediately flaring up in anger. They squirmed below, twisting the iron chains around their bodies and creating a grating sound. Xing Yingzhu didn't care to argue with them. He was here only because he had been commissioned to make a trip, and all he needed to do was inspect the condition of the seal. Talking too much with these creatures would be useless. If it weren't for her using the location of his skeleton to control him, he'd die before coming to help her run such an errand. As Xing Yingzhu stayed longer in the abyss of the Forbidden Sea, influenced by this surrounding environment, the part of his nature that was demon began to gradually reveal itself. The dragon mark below his collarbone started heating up, deep purple marks vaguely showing a contour. His neck became covered with scales, and red streaks appeared unconsciously at the corners of his eyes, with a few snake scales dotted under them, perfectly concealing his mole of tears. Xing Yingzhu's patience began to dwindle, his irritation growing. Yingzhu. Xing Yingzhu twitched an eyelid, instantly feeling infuriated. He violently yanked the black golden chain backward, but before touching anything, it was caught midair. A young woman dressed in light armor slightly raised her eyebrows, gazing at him with a half-smiling expression. Xing Yingzhu hesitated for a moment and subconsciously said, "Bye." He was about to ask why she had come as well when, without uttering a word, he instinctively shook his wrist to retract the black golden chain, just in time to watch her vanish into ashes floating in the air. It wasn't real, it was just a spirit consciousness. Before Xing Yingzhu could understand why she would leave a fragment of her consciousness in the abyss of the Forbidden Sea, there was suddenly a thunderous roar behind him. Turning around, he barely managed not to stumble from a gust of wind rushing towards him. Xing Yingzhu abruptly opened his eyes and discovered that the abyss of the Forbidden Sea had changed its appearance almost instantaneously. The annoying scoffing in his ears vanished, replaced by tens of thousands of nearly berserk roars. These roars were far more powerful than what he had heard earlier, and Xing Yingzhu even distinctly heard the cry of the Ying dragon amidst them. But the Ying dragon clan had been completely wiped out long ago, Xing Yingzhu thought absently. Suddenly, a flame surged over the surface of the abyss, and even Xing Yingzhu, a descendant of dragonkind who feared neither water nor fire, felt the scorching heat. He instinctively stepped back several paces, finally realizing something was off. This wasn't where he had come. It was an illusion. A gentle breeze brushed past his ear, drawing his attention back. Xing Yingzhu narrowed his eyes slightly, firmly planting himself amidst the raging flames, instinctively looking toward the sky pillar of the Forbidden Sea first. Sure enough, the originally damaged sky pillar now rose majestically high into the clouds, and on the narrow point supporting the long celestial ladder, stood another person. The young woman clad in silver armor and holding a long spear stood in the middle of the abyss of the Forbidden Sea, right on the tall sky pillar connecting heaven and earth, her cloak billowing fiercely. The sky pillar at the center of the Forbidden Sea was the support point for the celestial ladder, towering so high that even with his sharp eyesight, Xing Yingzhu could only discern a vague outline. This was Xing Yingzhu's first visit to the abyss of the Forbidden Sea, and he did not know if such an illusion was common or intentionally created for him to see. Since the ancient era, Xing Yingzhu has known no fear, he hadn't even pleaded mercy after being killed and having his soul and dragon pearl extracted. Not to mention that an illusion like this couldn't possibly sway him. With a cold laugh, he chose not to dodge, coldly watching to see what kind of interesting greeting they had prepared for him. This vision was too chaotic, it was practically shattered, like a puppet show segment that someone had arbitrarily cut and stitched together again, chapter after chapter didn't match. The woman seemed full of murderous intent, her aura cold like a sharp blade. In front of her were two blurry black shadows, separated by a vast ravine. Xing Yingzhu observed coldly for a while, initially thinking the scene looked familiar. But when the woman engaged in combat with the two shadows, he suddenly realized he also remembered this event. 10,000 years ago, after the seventh prince ascended the throne, he suppressed rebellion in the abyss of the Forbidden Sea, slaying the Devil King and Demon King. But Xing Yingzhu did not understand why she had shown him this recording. The woman fought alone against two opponents, and above the Forbidden Sea, the eternal night was ripped apart by a blaze of firelight. Her crimson cape merged into the flames, making it unclear whether she was controlling the fire, or if the roaring phoenix fire had completely engulfed her fragile body. This battle must have lasted a long time. Xing Yingzhu speculated it to be at least 7 days and 7 nights. When the turmoil finally subsided, the sea surface of the Forbidden Sea had been scorched by the flames until it was scalding hot. He lifted his head, and the air was heavy with the thick scent of blood. The woman stood with her back to him, a fiery blaze roaring behind her. Leaning on her spear with one hand, she stared intently at the abyss beneath the Forbidden Sea, only closing her eyes with a soft chuckle after the two ravines slowly resealed. Xing Yingzhu seemed to sense something. Moments later, his pupils suddenly contracted as he realized that the woman had already fallen from the sky pillar. She plummeted swiftly, her tattered cloak billowing in front of her, obscuring Xing Yingzhu's view entirely. Chapter 93, The Great Rescue Mission. Zhang Jian was enveloped in a haze of chaos. His 5 senses were severed, his ears couldn't hear, his eyes couldn't see. The only thing left functioning was his brain. He had no idea where he was, nor how much time had passed outside. A miscalculation, Zhang Jian sighed inwardly. He had thought that the self-varying temple, with its flourishing Buddha light, radiated no aura of evil at all, so he let down his guard and ventured inside alone. However, he barely completed half a circuit before falling into a trap, landing himself in this desolate situation where neither heaven nor earth could hear his cries for help. Moreover, he hadn't even realized what sort of trickery had ensnared him, he never caught a glimpse of whoever was behind it all. By the time he comprehended the situation, all his senses were gone, leaving him just enough time to sit cross-legged before everything else escaped his thoughts. But Zhang Jian wasn't overly panicked. There were merely a few sects specializing in techniques under the heavens, after all. If they wanted to confine someone, it would either be through an array or an illusion, a physical confinement or a mental one. No matter how many new tricks they might employ, that was the extent of it. Ultimately, he wasn't unduly concerned, the mastermind behind this couldn't imprison him forever. Whether it was intending to kill him amidst this confusion or extract his vital essence and cultivation, the other party would eventually have to reveal some clue. If the other party showed themselves, with Zhang Jian's capabilities, he could surely cause mutual destruction. However, if they refused to appear, any within this confusion would ultimately be futile. Fortunately, Zhang Jian had practiced meditation since childhood. As long as he remained calm, sitting still for 2 or 3 days wasn't a problem. As a direct disciple of Longhu Mountain, naturally his talent was different from others. Even when deeply immersed in perilous situations, Zhang Jian didn't feel anxious. With slightly closed eyes, he sat cross-legged, hands forming a gesture to calm the mind, entering deep meditation without further ado. Though he was in danger, his heart was vast. What started as simple breathing regulation and quiet reflection soon unexpectedly brought vivid imagery to his mind's eye. In the lush forests of midsummer, trees flourished with ceaseless cicada calls. Rabbits and chickens darted about as a boy, roughly 11 or 12 years old, lay face down on a large rock beside a brook, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on a bug atop a stone across the stream. Zhang Jian first paused in surprise, then realized, he had entered his soul via his heart and glimpsed something from his past life. Those who practiced cultivation began by opening their heavenly eyes, and if successful, could gradually perceive previous lives and divine the mysteries of fate. Zhang Jian opened his heavenly eye early, seeing spirits and ghosts frequently from a young age, and had glimpsed fragments of his previous life. However, at that time, being young and inexperienced, his mind unstable, his thinking simplistic, upon suddenly seeing events from his past life, he couldn't distinguish between lifetimes, confusing them with his current one, living in a state of bewilderment day by day, almost going astray and succumbing to illusion. Therefore, his master later sealed his intelligence related to this aspect, allowing him to grow peacefully until now. How did he see again now? Zhang Jian wondered. Could it be that his cultivation has improved? The young figure before him was dressed elegantly, wearing a jade-inlaid golden longevity lock around his neck, and a long tassel of green jade hanging from his waist. The tassel was evidently too long for him, almost dragging on the ground near his feet, quite cumbersome. Stepping through certain thresholds revealed many things. Despite the child in front looking nothing like Zhang Jian, he instantly recognized him as his younger self from a past life. Zhang Jian had seen these scenes a few times during his childhood. However, his childhood memories were fragmented, like a jigsaw puzzle missing pieces, only now did he manage to connect those pieces together to form a line. He had followed his parents to visit relatives in the nearby countryside, but out of playfulness, ran into the forest alone to catch insects. The peculiar jade tassel around his waist, which was clearly mismatched, was something he recently won from his older cousin in a bet. Unfortunately, being not particularly good at keeping treasures, the jade ornament got lost somewhere in the mountains. Now grown up, having achieved minor success in cultivation, Zhang Jian wasn't as engrossed in such illusory past life affairs as he used to be, remaining relatively rational. In his past life, he was a spoilt and unruly little monster, born into wealth and simplicity. Ignorant of discretion regarding wealth, he extravagantly spent gold coins with his cousin in town, buying anything that caught his fancy. His small purse bulged with golden pearls, drawing attention before he even reached halfway down the street. There were often bandits lurking in the nearby mountains. Upon sighting such a wealthy young lord, they couldn't resist, and cruelly abducted both children. Upon reaching this point in memory, Zhang Jian frowned slightly. It may have been from his past life, but even now, the stupidity of it made him somewhat unable to accept it. In his past life, he didn't live very long, yet the subsequent plot points were clear even without revisiting them. The bandit sent a letter to his family demanding ransom and, to prevent the two children from running away, they were separated and kept in different places. The little young master foolishly waited for his family to come and rescue him. However, deep into the night, the bandit camp was engulfed in flames. In the chaos, shouts could be heard outside cursing one of the little brats who had escaped from the guard post and set fire to the bandit camp. The cousin's escape not only caused damage but also resulted in the deaths of 2 or 3 bandits in their sleep. Enraged, the remaining bandits disregarded the value of the ransom and dragged the young master out of the woodshed, killing him with a single slash. Zhang Jian. What a reckless death, Zhang Jian thought inwardly. However, this time it was different from last time. The death of the little young master should have ended it all, but unknown to Zhang Jian, he seemed to be inadvertently pulled by the spirit from his past life and glimpsed more, a fleeting shadow escaping from the bandit camp, desperately running down a mountain path, faintly followed by a shadow at its feet. On his waist hung the lost green jade pendant that Zhang Jian had misplaced. Now it was snagged on some roadside shrubs. Zhang Jian was slightly stunned. At the same moment, 200 meters away at the open-air parking lot restroom outside Self-Varying Temple, Xing Zhao had already changed into a new outfit from head to toe. Hu Huan and Xing Zhao's great rescue mission was apparently more grounded, practical even. They must have spent all day discussing because after all their chatter, they collectively decided that, to avoid being noticed by whoever is behind this, we need to hide in plain sight like regular tourists. But Hu Huan, Xing Zhao said gravely, is this really hiding in plain sight? I feel like I'm sticking out more, like some overdone pheasant. Sheng Zhao was wearing a garish large t-shirt, his hair deliberately tousled and messy. He tucked the talismanic mother-child chain around his neck inside his shirt and hung a DSLR camera outside as a disguise. This entire look was arranged by Hu Huan. His denim pants had 2 or 3 tiers, and a long metal belt chain hung loosely from his waist. On his feet were canvas shoes with hand-drawn Martian language designs. At first glance, one might call him an artistic youth, but bluntly speaking, it looked like he had some issues. It's the 21st century. Sheng Zhao said, young people in their 20s don't dress like this anymore. You don't understand, little Zhao brother, Hu Huan said. The goal is to look like you've got some brain problem so that the other side won't notice you. After all, who knows what kind of people they're targeting. If they go for those who look smart, capable, and responsible, wouldn't you be at a disadvantage? Sheng Zhao. Strangely charmed by Hu Huan's string of flattery, Sheng Zhao felt himself getting swept up and even nodded along, saying, you're right. Little Zhao brother, you must take care of yourself. If anything happens, don't panic. You've got the Great Lord's chain and contract. No matter how big the monster, none would dare touch you. Hu Huan clung to Sheng Zhao's hand, chattering on like a mother sending her son off to school. Even if you find Zhang Jian, don't try to save him. Get yourself out first. Otherwise, not only will you fail to save others, but you'll get yourself stuck too. Sheng Zhao. Are fox spirits always this naggy? Sheng Zhao wondered. Or did Zhang Jian flip some strange switch in Hu Huan? Alright, I know, Sheng Zhao said. You think about what to do out there, don't just worry here. I know, Hu Huan said, shoving a small walkie-talkie into Sheng Zhao's pant pocket while anxiously adding, so even if you find nothing, get out in half an hour. We'll figure things out again then. What can be done in half an hour? Sheng Zhao rolled his eyes and said, I'm supposed to be just a tourist. Can't you play your role better? No, little Zhao brother, I'm still afraid, Hu Huan said, his face crumpled like he was about to cry. If something happens to you, the Lord will skin me alive and make a welcome mat out of my hide. Sheng Zhao. Goodness gracious, Xing Yingzhu, the vicious snake spirit, had truly terrified the child. Not happening, Sheng Zhao placated him. Leave him alone, alright? Trust the authority of the household head. But. Hu Huan wanted to add more but was silenced by a glare from Sheng Zhao. If you keep dragging this out, it'll soon get dark, Sheng Zhao warned, then when the temple gets quiet, I'll be even more dangerous. Hu Huan was scared silent, covering his mouth quickly with both hands, not daring to utter a word. Satisfied, Sheng Zhao patted his shoulder and declared he was off. Self-varying temple opened its doors at unpredictable times. Sometimes as late as 7:30 p.m., other times before dawn. But the closing hours were regular, locking the gates precisely at 5:30 p.m. Even if the richest corporate boss came, they'd miss the evening incense service. When Sheng Zhao arrived at 2:30 in the afternoon, the parking lot was still packed with cars. First, he went to the ticket booth and bought a tourist pass, then paused at the entrance, watching as people came and went inside. Only after feeling reassured did he finally step in. In front of Hu Huan, Sheng Zhao pretended to be cool and collected, but in reality, he was a little nervous. Before stepping in, he subconsciously touched his chest, making sure that Xing Yingzhu's pendant was still hanging around his neck. With that confirmed, he steeled himself and walked in. The self-varying temple had 3 halls in the front and back. As soon as Sheng Zhao entered, a young woman approached him. Hello, the woman greeted with a smile, glancing over him casually. She naturally took the ticket from his hand, tearing off a corner before speaking softly, are you here to burn incense? Sheng Zhao blinked and responded, yeah. The woman smiled kindly, gesturing for him to follow her, then please come with me. Sheng Zhao scratched his head, finding it odd why a woman would be guarding the temple gate. However, if Hu Huan were present, he would have instantly recognized the woman not as anyone else, but the owner of the homestay he and Zhang Jian had booked. Chapter 94, Is it too late to regret now? Perhaps due to his connection with the Taoist sect in his previous life, Sheng Zhao didn't visit many Buddhist temples from childhood, knowing little about the corresponding rituals. Apart from buying some incense at the entrance along with the crowd, he knew nothing. But Sheng Zhao observed carefully that most of the others who came here were very familiar with the procedures, neatly and orderly offering incense and making offerings. At a glance, it seemed like he was the only one there for tourism. Hu Huan, you little fox cub. Sheng Zhao sighed inwardly, thinking that he was really unreliable, no wonder Zhang Jian got lost right under his nose. With no choice, he could only follow the woman in front of him. Lian Yin led him to the entrance of the main hall, gestured invitingly, and smiled, saying, please enter. This is the main hall. If there's anything you wish to pray for, kneel 3 times, bow 9 times, and silently recite your prayer. Sheng Zhao's sense of strangeness intensified. He had not prayed or worshipped much, but he didn't know if every temple had such diligent guides. Regardless, shouldn't people dealing in mysticism maintain a certain dignity instead of spouting such fortune-teller-like phrases? Strange to say, since entering, he had felt a bit uncomfortable. These days, he had been undergoing intensive training at home by Mr. Xing, achieving quite a bit in sensing matters. Sometimes, when distracted, he would unintentionally see otherworldly things and gradually learn to distinguish between ghosts and spirits. His intuition of danger had increased several times over compared to before. In theory, if there were issues elsewhere, his foreboding of escape was always 100% accurate. Yet, Zidu Temple clearly had something suspicious, and even Zhang Jian fell prey to it, but he merely felt slightly uneasy, without any significant sense of impending crisis. What a rotten place, Sheng Zhao thought privately, feeling everything was off. As he walked into the hall, he reflected on his feelings. After rummaging through his limited vocabulary for quite some time, he finally picked out a word to describe how he currently felt. Upside down. The moment these two words appeared in his mind, Sheng Zhao seized them. Just as Hu Huan had previously mentioned, demons have their own scent, and naturally, ghosts also have theirs. If someone can glimpse into the true path, they would immediately notice the difference. Just like how Zhang Jian naturally carried a faint aroma of burning incense, as if it had completely permeated him, no matter how Hu Huan concealed himself, there was always a hint of a beast's presence. However, this Buddhist temple, though its incense was thriving and its divine light widespread, gave Sheng Zhao absolutely no sense of belonging to the righteous path since he entered. This indeed was not a good place. Sheng Zhao lowered his eyes, stepped across the threshold, and entered the door of the main hall. Zidu Temple had already been around for a long time. Though its incense was prosperous, it was not built particularly grandiosely. Sheng Zhao initially mistook it for someone's ancestral shrine upon entry. The area of the main hall was less than 30 square meters, with a lotus throne placed directly opposite the main gate. In front of the altar stood a few Buddhist ritual instruments, covered with bright red wax oil. In front of Sheng Zhao, there were still a few people earnestly kneeling on the mats in worship. There were both men and women among the group, all dressed cleanly, though it wasn't apparent what brands they wore. It seemed Lian Yin noticed his bewilderment and stepped inside from outside, lightly tapping his arm. "Come take some incense here." Lian Yin pointed upward with her hand, indicating an inconspicuous small table behind the altar. A bundle of loose stick incense lay on it, looking dusty and drab, almost blending entirely with the old wooden table. "Ah. Okay." Sheng Zhao chuckled dryly, moving his feet awkwardly towards it. Without choosing, he hurriedly grabbed 3 sticks of incense. Lian Yin looked at him thoughtfully for a moment, her gaze pausing momentarily on his chest before imperceptibly shifting away. She casually asked, "You're so young, what do you come here to burn incense and worship Buddha for? Family safety, or academic success?" Sheng Zhao faltered, thinking to himself that he had no idea why he came here. He was just looking for someone. If it weren't for his guardian being absent, he wouldn't come to this wretched place. However, since he wasn't clear about the temperament of the temple, he didn't dare to rashly say that he was just looking around. What if they only hosted potential customers for their business expansion services? If he said he was just sightseeing, they might throw him out. Lian Yin urged him gently. "I've come to pray for love." Sheng Zhao, prompted by her, blurted out instinctively. "Sheng Zhao." After speaking, Sheng Zhao regretted it himself. He thought about the poor excuse he used and was grateful that Xing Yingzhu was already out of town, otherwise hearing this phrase, he'd surely get angry again. An ancient snake demon of several thousand years old throwing a tantrum is no joke, perhaps pressing him down in the pool once again to toss him back and forth. As he was racking his brain with random thoughts, he suddenly slammed on the brakes in his mind and belatedly realized that he was stepping on Buddhist sacred ground, yet all he could think about were dirty words and lustful thoughts, truly disrespectful. Fortunately, no one knew. Otherwise, they'd likely chase him out with big sticks. Lian Yin saw his unusual expression and assumed he was just embarrassed, so she didn't overthink it, instead gently consoling him, "It doesn't matter what you pray for. Buddha helps all kinds of suffering, regardless of its nature, it's your turn." Sheng Zhao turned at her voice and realized the line had already reached him. Instinctively, he glanced at Lian Yin once before slowly shuffling to the altar and lighting incense, then kneeling down on the mat. To be honest, Sheng Zhao's act of kneeling was extremely insincere. After mixing with Xing Yingzhu for so long, he'd inevitably picked up some of the other man's carefree attitude. Feeling he had no needs to request from the cold, stiff statue before him, kneeling made him feel awkward, as if he'd wronged himself somehow. Never mind, Sheng Zhao gritted his teeth, trying to convince himself, just pretend I'm enduring insults for Zhang Jian's sake. Sheng Zhao perfunctorily knocked his head a few times, and just as he was about to get up, he opened his eyes straight into the lotus throne statue. Earlier when he was standing, the curtains around the altar mostly blocked the view of the statue. Now, kneeling, he could clearly see its entire appearance. But which Buddha is this? Sheng Zhao paused slightly, feeling like the Buddha statue seemed too young, and it was carved too exquisitely and beautifully, looking almost exactly like a real person. The warm glow of candlelight reflected off its white jade face, casting a sense of life into the figure. At first glance, Sheng Zhao thought he saw a live person. His vision blurred momentarily, and he even thought the thing faintly took a breath. Sheng Zhao. Instantly, the hairs on his back stood up, sweat poured down his back, and his limbs went numb. Sheng Zhao forced himself to bite his tongue and looked again. But this time, the statue appeared normal, showing no signs of anything amiss. It seemed the momentary illusion earlier was nothing more than a flicker of the candle flames. Sheng Zhao wasn't sure whether he should be relieved or make a run for it. Still wobbling as he stood up by bracing himself with his hands on the floor, he heard a nearby strange man exclaim. "Young brother, today you've really had good fortune." Sheng Zhao took a second to realize the stranger was talking to him and asked bewilderedly, "What?" The man got up from the prayer mat, patted the dust off his knees, and nodded toward the incense burner, saying, "Look at your incense." Sheng Zhao followed his gaze and found that among the incense he'd offered, one stick had broken and fallen into the incense burner. Sheng Zhao. "You don't have to fool me with that," Sheng Zhao thought sullenly. Any fool knows that if an incense breaks during a worship ceremony, it's considered extremely unlucky. How did it become a sign of good luck in your mouth? Meanwhile, Lien Yin heard the noise and looked over here, immediately brightening up and walking over with a smile. "Exactly as this sir said, our rules are different from elsewhere. You needn't worry." Lien Yin smiled. "If an incense stick breaks, it indicates you're someone special and should stay a while longer to go to the rear courtyard to meet our abbot for guidance." Sheng Zhao. Just hearing the word, "stay," set off his alarm bells. Hadn't Zhang Jian gone in and never come out? Who knows how they meant to stay? However, what intrigued Sheng Zhao was that this seemed to be a tacit rule within the temple. Aside from Lien Yin and the man beside him, several others in the room also glanced over at him, envy evident in their eyes. So based on this, it probably wasn't the reason behind Zhang Jian's disappearance. If everyone who met the abbot vanished, the temple would have surely faced trouble by now. After considering for a bit, Sheng Zhao figured this was most likely some kind of sales strategy, similar to what Hu Huan had described about Sun Wensheng, an arbitrary selection process targeting tourists and drawing them into individual rooms for personalized sales pitches, whether promoting consecration services or selling Buddhist statues. That seemed much more reasonable. If that's true, Sheng Zhao wasn't overly worried. After all, he feared no scam. Worst case scenario, he'd lose some money to avoid trouble. And if he could visit the rear courtyard to take a look, even better, what if Zhang Jian was there? Alright, Sheng Zhao scratched his head and said, "How should I proceed?" Lien Yin smiled, came over, and grabbed his hand warmly, pulling him toward the back door. "Follow me." Lien Yin whispered softly as she led him. Lien Yin brought Sheng Zhao through a side gate into another quieter courtyard. She pushed open the door and gestured toward the main house. "It's right there, just go ahead." Lien Yin said, "You can ask our abbot 3 questions, any questions you want answered." "Everything?" Sheng Zhao hesitated for a moment and asked, "Anything at all?" "Anything at all." Lien Yin's voice suddenly seemed somewhat distant, except questions of life and death. Sheng Zhao unconsciously shivered. Was it too late to back out now? Sheng Zhao suddenly wondered if he should wait for Xing Yingzhu to come back before doing anything. But no matter how anxious Sheng Zhao was inside, he couldn't just turn around and walk out now, he could only grit his teeth and follow the instructions. He clenched his teeth silently in his mind, mentally preparing himself thousands of times, and with a heart full of tragic determination, he forced himself to take steps towards the door and pushed it open. Sitting cross-legged on the earthen bed inside was a young man dressed plainly as a monk, whose appearance could be described as handsome. He was sitting in meditation with his hands pressed together. However, as soon as Sheng Zhao glanced at him, he felt goosebumps rise all over his body, as though his heart had skipped a beat. The reason was simple, this man looked exactly like the white jade Buddha statue in the front courtyard. Chapter 95, Master, aren't you asking me where your companion has gone? At a roadside snack stall 100 meters outside the Zidu temple gate, 2 young women were sitting. One of them was older, about 24 or 25 years old. She wore a casual thin jacket with the embroidered character Li on the collar. The other girl appeared to be much younger, around 16 or 17. She wore an uncommon green dress. At first glance, the two looked like a pair of sisters. "Stop eating," the older woman said to the little girl across from her. After a long pause, she sighed and said, "In this short while, you've eaten 3 plates of peach crumble already, and the boss is secretly looking at you. The peach crumbles here smell delicious." The little girl, protecting her food, pulled the half-full plate closer, wrapped her arms around it, and quietly said, "All the 5 spice sunflower seeds I bought last time were eaten by you, my master. Now that I finally come across something you don't like, I can't even get some leftovers for myself." The older woman helplessly shook her head and sighed, then casually placed the white jade pendant she'd been playing with on the table. The jade had its front side facing up, with a square design that looked very plain, only in the center was a crookedly drawn charm. No one knew what it was for. Ai Qing stuffed another piece of peach crumble into her mouth, her cheeks bulging like those of a little hamster. She blinked and peeked toward the opposite direction of the food stall, softly saying, "Master, that fox cub is still over there." "I know." Bai Li replied nonchalantly, "Sheng Zhao and Zhang Jian are both in the temple. If he's not there, where else could he go? The 2 people you just mentioned will soon be like 2 peas in a pod." Ai Qing pouted, saying, "Who would have thought Yingzhu would be so stubborn? I told him long ago he could ask me for help, but he refused. Sooner or later, when he gets caught, it'll still be up to me to sneak the little fox inside." "You see." Bai Li leisurely grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds from the dish and said indifferently, "Why can't you learn from me and keep calm?" Ai Qing. "Your way of keeping calm, your majesty, is simply impossible for normal people to imitate." Bai Li cracked a couple of sunflower seeds, then seemingly sensing something, turned her head toward Zidu Temple. Ai Qing had been observing her expression all along. Seeing this, she quickly pushed away the plate of peach crumble, gossiped as she leaned over the table, and asked Bai Li closely, "What happened?" "What happened?" "Nothing much," Bai Li said. She brushed the broken shells off her hands and casually flicked through the air, actually pulling out a very thin light blue silk thread from nowhere. This thread extended outward from her fingertips. Looking at it, there seemed to be no end in sight, one didn't know where it led to. Unlike the limitations imposed upon ordinary people by Xing Yingzhu and others, Princess Seven carried out this kind of trick without any reservation. Fortunately, this thread was too thin and too inconspicuous, otherwise within 10 minutes, she would probably be trending locally under the topic #streetperformer hashtag. That line quickly flickered in her hand, and Bai Li raised her eyebrows in surprise, praising, "Yingzhu's moves are pretty fast after all." Ai Qing. Well, who would randomly take the Abyssal Sea as a vacation spot? However, this thought crossed Ai Qing's mind for merely a second, she definitely did not dare to voice it aloud. Nevertheless, Ai Qing accompanied Bai Li wherever she went, running errands across the land, developing a lively nature despite being typically quiet. She couldn't remain still for even a minute. She twisted her body slightly and made a soft cough, pretending it was unintentional. Bai Li gave her a sidelong glance and smiled faintly, remaining silent. "Hey." Ai Qing murmured, "Master, it's fine if you set traps for Yingzhu, but why do you also trap Zhang Jian? He's the genuine gem of talent." Bai Li didn't answer immediately. Leisurely cracking 2 more sunflower seeds, she smiled and asked, "Do you think I am very immoral?" Ai Qing. This question was too difficult to answer. Ai Qing thought, honestly touching her conscience, there was absolutely no way she could say no. So Ai Qing slowly nodded. "I also feel that I'm quite immoral, but it can't be helped," Bai Li explained matter-of-factly. "Yingzhu is the greatest among humans and demons currently in this realm. In the future, if nothing unexpected happens, these left behind will all be handed over to him for management. Zhang Jian has accumulated enough merits over the years, in the future, he will most likely stay permanently on Longhu Mountain every life, vanquishing demons and preserving righteousness. If I don't train them now, how will they shoulder their responsibilities alone later? Isn't all this your job?" Ai Qing criticized, "Controlling the world's mountains and seas, responsible for the balance of the 9 realms. A she-sister is always trying to drag you up to heaven and down to earth just hoping you'll handle official matters, yet here you are, starting a secondary manager operation instead. You've already mentioned the 9 realms," Bai Li waved her hand dismissively and said, "Earth is such a small place. What's wrong with me appointing a secondary manager to share my worries?" A Qing remained silent for a full minute before sharply and straightforwardly exposing the other party's pretentious lie. "You're just trying to slack off and retire early," A Qing said. "Better my fellow Taoist dies than I," Bai Li retorted with an air of righteousness. "What's wrong with me wanting to retire? Are there living beings in this world that don't want to retire?" A Qing. It seemed there was truly no way to counter that. "If you're only setting traps for Yingzhu and Zhang Jian, then it's fine since they're exceptional," A Qing said, hands on her hips, "but Xing Zhao is just an ordinary person. Why are you targeting him as well?" Upon hearing this, Bai Li blinked, paused for a moment, then revealed a mysterious smile. "Little girl, try to guess yourself," she said. The poor person involved knew nothing of this conversation. Xing Zhao was currently bracing against the door panel, facing the abbot who looked exactly like a Buddha statue, his legs twitching nervously. The moment he stepped in, the door behind him inexplicably closed automatically. Xing Zhao intended to run, but he was afraid of alarming the person in front of him. In this deadlock, he ended up standing still. The room was exceptionally dim, with only a beam of daylight seeping through the window cracks, passing through the floating dust inside, and landing on Xing Zhao's feet. The man on the earthen bed seemed to have been startled by the sound, slowly opening his eyes and looking at Xing Zhao. Xing Zhao gulped down saliva, his face uglier than crying. Xing Zhao realized by now that Zhang Jian must not have met this monk, otherwise, no matter what excuses he might come up with, he couldn't have claimed that there isn't even a trace of demonic energy here. This man looked quite enough like a demon. It wasn't evident when he was closing his eyes in deep meditation earlier, but now that he had opened them, a pair of gray eyes became visible. Xing Zhao had to look hard for a long time just to catch a glimpse of their pupil's outline. This monk had handsome features, a slight smile at the corner of his lips, and faint red streaks around the corners of his eyes, giving off a first impression more resembling a devil or an evil spirit rather than a religious man. Not to mention how criminal boss Sheng appeared relatively normal on non-official occasions compared to this man. "Master." The monk gestured toward a wooden stool in front of the earthen bed, saying softly, "Seeing each other is fate, please sit." To be fair, the monk's voice was very pleasant, like pearls dropping onto a jade plate, calm and unhurried. If one didn't see this face, there would indeed be a hint of the image of an accomplished high monk. But Xing Zhao was too fixated on his prior assumptions, always feeling that this person wasn't trustworthy, and thus, could never let his guard down. He hesitated every step forward, unwillingly took 2 steps closer. At the moment of sitting on the stool, he instinctively touched the pendant hanging on his chest. The sensation of the mother-child chain pressing into his hand gave Xing Zhao a little comfort. But soon thereafter came his greater confusion. Before a demon, it was hard for supernatural beings to conceal themselves, especially with the power of Boss Xing's amulet combined with Xing Zhao's current keen sight and intuition. He was almost always right in differentiating between demons. Ghosts, on the other hand, feared Thunderwood wands, unable to approach within 3 meters without his permission. However, this monk stayed calm under these dual effects, acting as if he belonged to neither side. Could he really be a living person? Xing Zhao was shocked to think a human could be so. After pondering for a long while in his heart, he still couldn't come up with an appropriate adjective. Meanwhile, the monk smiled lightly and glanced at him, lowering his eyes slightly and chanting a Buddhist sutra. My Dharma name is Wudu. Since you have entered the temple, we are bound by fate. You may ask me 3 questions, Wudu slowly said, as long as I know, I will answer truthfully without reservation. Xing Zhao felt that the man in front of him resembled some kind of villain hiding a conspiracy. It seemed as though any words coming out of his mouth would trap him instantly. European dark magic stories were all written this way, Xing Zhao thought confidently. Demons would sign pacts with humans, then use hidden terms to snatch their lives, which were certainly no longer news. I don't have anything to ask, Xing Zhao forced a dry laugh and said, I'm just here for tourism, accidentally. Oh. Is that so? Wu Du, while speaking, gazed at Xing Zhao, his eyes seeming even without focus, blankly directed at his general direction. Did you not come here to ask where your companion has gone? Wu Du asked slowly. Xing Zhao's mind jolted, and with a whoosh, he jumped back 2 steps, nearly overturning the stool. This question shall count as one, and I will answer it shortly. Wu Du's expression remained as still as ancient water, tone steady without much fluctuation. Then he calmly continued, think about the 2 remaining questions, master. Xing Zhao gritted his teeth, his inner thoughts swinging back and forth. On one hand, he wasn't sure what the other party was planning and thus didn't dare make a rash move. On the other hand, he truly worried about Zhang Jian's safety. This left him in a temporary bind, uncertain which path to choose. However, the months of Xing Yingzhu's warnings did prove somewhat useful, and Xing Zhao steeled himself not to fall for the bait. I have nothing to ask, Xing Zhao replied coldly. Oh, it seems that the benefactor still cannot see into his own heart. Wu Du placed his hands together in a prayer pose and chanted another Buddhist sutra before continuing. If that is the case, then perhaps I may help the benefactor resolve one of the most pressing concerns in his mind. Xing Zhao was just about to decline, but the monk continued speaking without pause. Perhaps the benefactor would like to inquire something about the ancient great demon you face every day. What exactly does it consider you? Chapter 96, Being a knowledgeable ghost isn't necessarily bad. Xing Zhao was utterly stunned. For a moment, he didn't know whether to be shocked that this monk knew about Xing Yingzhu's origins or that he could see through the relationship between himself and Xing Yingzhu. Moreover, Xing Zhao had some doubts in his own mind, unsure of the intention behind his second question. Xing Zhao had never doubted Xing Yingzhu's intentions. After all, given Xing Boss's awful temper, if Xing himself wasn't willing, even killing him wouldn't make him act subserviently, let alone towards someone like him, who couldn't accomplish much. However, with things at this point, these 2 sentences spoken were enough to already put Xing Zhao on guard against this monk. Was this guy telepathic? Xing Zhao wondered in confusion. The moment this thought popped into his head, Xing Zhao shook it off and forced himself to think about trivial unrelated matters, so as not to have his thoughts read again. While aimlessly counting the flavors of fried yogurt in his head, Xing Zhao cautiously kept an eye on Wu Du, occasionally glancing sideways at the tightly shut door, caught in a battle within himself, wavering between rushing out and reasoning properly. Sure enough, one cannot undertake delicate work without proper tools, Xing Zhao sorrowfully thought. There's a reason Xing Boss became the leader. Although he usually lazily did no work, when needed, he really got things done. So when exactly would the leader return? Xing Zhao lamented in deep despair. There is a third question, Wu Du said humbly, speaking softly. Would you like to choose it yourself, or shall I choose for you? Xing Zhao clenched his teeth, thinking either way it was death, either having his head chopped off with a blade, or slowly being boiled in warm water. Both were roughly the same. Once his spirit flared up, a fiery anger rose in his heart, instantly overcoming his original wariness and fear. What choice? Xing Zhao snapped, I don't want to choose or listen. Xing Zhao's harsh words came quickly, but the man himself was very pragmatic. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed straight toward the door to push it open. Who knew, however, that the old-style wooden door, which looked brittle as paper, seemed as though it had been embedded together. Despite Xing Zhao's desperate shove, it remained completely immovable, impenetrable like a copper wall. After his initial strike failed, Xing Zhao feared that the monk might attack from behind, so instinctively turned around, his back pressing tightly against the doorframe, keeping a sharp eye on Wu Du. But Wu Du did not make any move to attack. He maintained his calm demeanor, looking gentle and understanding, and softly consoled, the 3 questions are not yet over, my connection with you has not ended. What connection do I have with you? Xing Zhao was furious now and no longer afraid. With a flick of his foot, he pulled the overturned chair to sit near the door without any regard, sneering coldly, don't try to associate yourself with me. If anyone related to me were here and heard you speak this way, you'd be left with nothing but bone dust. Perhaps because Xing Yingzhu had been mentioned, Xing Zhao felt much more assured. His strange single-track mind re-engaged, and for a moment, he forgot what fear was. Alright, you insist on finishing, right? Sheng Zhao said, go ahead. I want to see what other questions you can come up with. Wu Du glanced at him faintly, a shadow of subtle dark light flashing in his grey eyes. Since the benefactor wishes for me to choose, I will comply as instructed. Wu Du softly spoke, or else, the benefactor's third question should ask me, who am I? Sheng Zhao slightly furrowed his brow. This monk looked evil from head to toe inside and out, uttering such ominous and profound words, as if declaring, I'm problematic, right across his face. But when Sheng Zhao was in panic earlier, he didn't notice much. Now as he gradually calmed down, the intuition trained by Xing Boss began to take effect. He simultaneously felt this man dangerous but couldn't bring himself to dislike or distrust him. Just like Zeta Temple itself, the person before him appeared wicked, yet each movement exuded true compassion, incredibly confusing. If Sheng Zhao wasn't sure he wasn't dreaming, he'd think he wandered into some reversed world American sci-fi movie. The first question, seeing he wasn't responding, Wu Du continued on his own. The benefactor wished to know where his companion was. Allow me to tell you, he is right here. As he said this, Wu Du pointed a finger, gesturing to the area behind himself. Sheng Zhao followed his gaze, unsure whether he meant there was a hidden room behind or something else entirely. I think your cultivation has made you forget that the Criminal Code Amendment has reached number 11. Folding his arms, Sheng Zhao set himself in a defensive posture and said, illegal detention is illegal. Regardless of whether you're a recluse or not, you still need to go to the police station. Wu Du let out a soft sigh and said, all forms are illusory. The benefactor clings too much to the matters at hand, which may confine his mind and prevent transcendence. Thank you, but I'm doing fine. I'm in my prime, no need for me to transcend anything, Sheng Zhao said. Zhang Jian is from a Taoist sect anyway, he doesn't need your help to transcend. All dharmas arise from conditions, all cease due to those conditions as well. Wu Du closed his eyes and clasped his hands together in prayer. This poor monk has done nothing to him. It's only that Mr. Zhang suffers within his heart, leading himself into delusions. If he could find his way across the sea of suffering by himself, then naturally he would transcend all troubles. Sheng Zhao. What sutra was this monk reciting? Sheng Zhao thought perplexedly. In the chaotic realm within the inner courtyard of Zeta Temple, Zhang Jian, deep in meditation, slightly furrowed his eyebrows, a drop of cold sweat sliding down his cheek. His hands resting on his knees trembled faintly. A normal person peeking at their past lives usually just learns who they were in their previous life, what they did, and any major karmic ties involved. For powerful practitioners like Zhang Jian, at most, they might experience it vividly as if watching a movie. However, after Zhang Jian saw his past life, not only was his spiritual wisdom drawn in, but his soul followed into the underworld. Probing into matters of life and death for practitioners is an incredibly crucial matter. A single loss of control can lead to the risk of cultivating a malevolent heart. Not to mention Zhang Jian, even Zhang Qingde himself never probed into how exactly he died in his past life. Ever since Zhang Jian caught sight of his eldest cousin's figure in the mountains, he had sensed something was amiss. He wanted to end this state of deep meditation, but his spiritual awareness had already sunk too deep to be easily awakened. Panic-stricken, Zhang Jian didn't dare forcibly awaken himself for fear that besides possibly giving birth to a malevolent heart, he would also lose half his cultivation. But being submerged in his past life, he wandered aimlessly for 3 whole years, nearly losing his wits and dissipating his mental defenses, until he was finally greeted by the black and white impermanence. At the time, Zhang Jian barely retained a shred of consciousness, bursting with countless questions. He thought, upon death, one must report to the local city god, get the clearance papers before going to the underworld, so why was he given such special treatment that required the black and white impermanence to personally escort him? But Zhang Jian had spent 3 years wandering as a lost soul in another world, his thoughts hazy and unclear. This fleeting thought disappeared almost instantly, overwhelmed by deeper stupor. In a daze, Zhang Jian followed the black and white impermanence on their journey, casting a final glance at the towns of the mortal world, where he saw a wealthy household celebrating a wedding in the town. Zhang Jian barely managed to steal a glance before the black and white impermanence yanked him into the underworld, leaving no time to turn around and identify the handsome groom seated on a high horse. It was his eldest cousin. The black and white impermanence dragged him through the Yellow Spring Road but surprisingly bypassed the Nostalgia Terrace, directly locking him up with chains and bringing him before the king of the underworld. Even traversing the Yellow Spring Road once could dull the wits of a good man. Zhang Jian felt confused and bewildered, forgetting the causes of his current life, mistakenly thinking he was truly the young master from his past life. Clumsily pulled up the steps, he pondered silently, what wrongs have I committed in this life that warrant a trial? Inside the terrifying underworld filled with the peculiar scent of otherworldly flowers, Zhang Jian dragged his heavy chain step by step across the bluestone floor. It seemed unreasonably vast, he exerted tremendous effort yet hadn't even reached the middle of the grand hall. On the farthest platform in the vast hall, the solemn-faced lord of the earth sat behind a writing desk, twirling a fine wolf-hair brush while holding a slim blue-covered notebook. Catching sight of Zhang Jian arriving, the lord marked something in the book. After great hardship reaching the exalted seat, Zhang Jian wiped his sleeve and knelt down, bowing deeply. I wonder if there are any offenses on my part, would you kindly clarify? Zhang Jian asked. You haven't committed any offenses. The Earth God continued scribbling in the blue notebook while occasionally glancing at him and replied, "It's simply that your lifespan wasn't up yet, so when your soul was reaped, they forgot about you, causing you to wander in the human world for 3 years. Ahem, you've accumulated many virtues across generations, you're a good person, it should have been arranged earlier to bring you here, our underworld department made a mistake." Zhang Jian looked up questioningly at the speaker. "If so, the underworld has decided to accommodate you," the Earth God said. "You don't have to queue up, we'll arrange someone shortly to take you for reincarnation. Since your lifespan fell short in this life, and you lingered unnecessarily in the human world, we will compensate you with some wealth and honor in your next life." Zhang Jian remained silent, his brain feeling rusted. He couldn't think of what to say or how to respond. 3 years as a wandering spirit erased most impressions from his worldly existence, to the point where when he tried to recall his former self, all that came to mind was an overly long green jade pendant and a small fox he had saved in the wilderness. Seeing his confused state and lack of response, the Earth Lord made a decision on his own, jotting down some notes in the blue-covered book before tossing it aside and summoning a ghost attendant to lead Zhang Jian to reincarnate. The chains on Zhang Jian's hands were removed, and he followed the ghost attendant woodenly towards the exit. Just as they reached the door of the hall, a sudden thought struck him, forcing him to halt. Lord of the Earth. Zhang Jian turned his head back toward the vague, towering figure at the other end of the hall, suddenly asking, "How could my lifespan have been insufficient?" Someone took over your lifeline," the Earth Lord casually replied. "By an error of fate, you two swapped lives. Originally, the other one was supposed to die young, but instead, he lived while you perished." "What would my original lifeline have been?" Zhang Jian persisted. The Earth Lord pondered for a moment and decided to give him this much. After all, he'd drink from the forgetfulness soup before rebirth anyway, there was no harm in knowing clearly now. The sound of rustling pages came from the far end of the grand hall, then the voice of the Earth Lord sounded again after a pause. "Your original lifespan was meant to be 98 years long, filled with acts of kindness and good fortune without worry. There was also a special karmic connection in your destiny that would have benefited both parties, but since it never came to fruition, it truly is a pity." Chapter 97, How did kelp become an essence? In the chaotic realm, a crack was forcibly created. A streak of glaring sunlight pierced through from behind a silhouette, casting a thin line on the cold floor tiles beneath. Though Zhang Jian still could not see, his exposed skin at least felt a gentle breeze. It wasn't until the young master dove into the reincarnation platform that Zhang Jian struggled to break free from a deep dream. He was half surprised and half angry, his chest heaving dramatically as pain pricked at his temples like needles. His ears rang incessantly, uncertain whether it was due to being immersed in the past life for too long or being caught up in illusions. Zhang Jian panted heavily for a long time before gradually regaining his lost senses. With effort, he opened his eyes towards the direction of the wind and saw a shadowy figure standing not far away, bathed in backlight, with a tall stature but unrecognizable features. Zhang Jian's vision was filled with fragmented colors, causing him great distress as he closed his eyes again and took a few breaths while turning his head. "Lian Yinyu," he called out her name. Lian Yinyu took a step forward upon hearing her name, accepting it silently. "Zhang Jian, right?" Lian Yinyu said with a deep sigh, "Did you see? You and I are the same kind of people. Since you can't let go either, you probably understand my mindset. Why must you insist on being the villain?" Zhang Jian's ears continued to ring as he heard Lian Yinyu speak as if through clouds, indistinctly. He barely managed to pick out a few keywords from her long sentence and sneered after guessing the rest. "Who is like you?" Zhang Jian coldly laughed, "You use wicked sorcery to drain others' energy and fortune by extracting those destined with great fates. For what purpose?" Before Lian Yinyu could reply, Zhang Jian continued, "This year, you're also over 200 years old. You're neither ghost nor demon, you retain human form yet live forever because of your extraction of others, correct?" Having been exposed by Zhang Jian, Lian Yinyu showed no anger or irritation, merely sighing softly and looking at him with a sympathetic gaze. As soon as Zhang Jian opened his eyes, he felt dizzy, but found that looked to be as tangible as reality, feeling it like pinpricks against his skin, making him uneasy. "I fell in love with someone I shouldn't have," Lian Yinyu said quietly, "just like you." Zhang Jian thought her words were absurd. Exhausted and unwilling to entertain such nonsense, he instinctively gripped the fabric over his heart tightly and gasped for breath. "You don't understand," Lian Yinyu sighed, "perhaps you refuse to admit it, or perhaps you simply haven't realized your own heart, but I've already said it, you and I are the same. The thing I cling to is also the obstacle in your heart. Don't spout nonsense to mislead others," Zhang Jian sternly said, "I come from a righteous lineage, carrying the will of heaven above and protecting the people below. I certainly do not have the habit of harming innocents for longevity. I didn't take the energy from those people," Lian Yinyu said, "whether you believe me or not, I survive only because there are things I still need to complete. If I finish them, this mortal shell can be discarded without hesitation." Zhang Jian furrowed his brows in confusion, just about to question her when Lian Yinyu's expression suddenly changed. Her originally peaceful and sympathetic demeanor was replaced by an intense rage, and she abruptly turned around, letting out an inhuman growl from the back of her throat. She seemed stimulated by something unknown, revealing a violent anger so overwhelming that she rushed out of the room without another thought, leaving Zhang Jian behind. Startled by the sound, Zhang Jian subconsciously wanted to follow her and dash out of the door. However, his body lacked strength, and he collapsed back halfway through standing. Only now did Zhang Jian belatedly realize he was confined in a shabby little tile-roofed house, measuring no more than 3 meters square front to back. On the roof, countless dark lines intricately wove together to form a complex and indiscernible formation. The residual effects from his journey through the underworld lingered stubbornly. Despite wanting to rise and leave the house, he tried twice and failed both times. Finally, unable to endure, he knelt, gritting his teeth, crawling bit by bit toward a corner of the room and gripping the wall tightly, shaking and struggling to prop himself up. He was preparing to make another effort to step outside when a sudden scream erupted from nearby in the outer courtyard. "Brother Xiao Zhao!" Zhang Jian was startled. In front of the tiled house in the backyard, Hu Huan had charged through the air like a massive nuclear bomb unleashed, almost crashing through the entrance of the hosting chamber with tremendous force. Sheng Zhao had been sitting against the doorframe near the entrance, facing off against Wu Du. Unbeknownst to him, a surprise attack came from behind, pushing him violently forward, causing sharp pains in his lower back and legs, nearly toppling him onto Wu Du. Sheng Zhao. As for Wu Du, who earlier displayed a dignified composure akin to a Buddha seated serenely on a lotus throne, now moved with unexpected agility. Supporting himself with one hand on the edge of the bed, he flipped smoothly onto the ground, his monk robes sweeping gracefully across an overturned stool. Sheng Zhao, however, landed squarely on the earthen bed with a hard thud to his belly, causing him to grimace in pain. "What an idiot, Hu Huan! Little brother Zhao!" Hu Huan burst through the door with eyes closed, flailing wildly and shouting, "Are you okay?" "Almost not okay because of you." Sheng Zhao shouted back. "How did you get in here?" Hu Huan, upon hearing Sheng Zhao's voice, opened her eyes and immediately took a fighting stance toward Wu Du, stammering, I. "Qinglan helped me come in." "Oh," thought Sheng Zhao. "So that's where the favor went. But you." Before Sheng Zhao could finish asking why she had arrived now, an ominous sense of panic suddenly enveloped him. Instinctively, he pulled Hu Huan backward just as white smoke began rising from where she had stood moments before. That thing didn't look good at all, and Sheng Zhao froze in shock when he caught sight of a menacing figure darting toward Hu Huan. A curse instinctively flew out of Sheng Zhao's mouth. His first reaction was to dodge, but the monk who had earlier looked so serene suddenly transformed. The red marks near his eyes stretched outward, and his grayish irises glowed with bloodlight as he lunged forward, reaching for Sheng Zhao's chest. Over the recent days, Xing Yingzhu had only trained Sheng Zhao's mystical talents without any practical combat experience. As Wu Du seized the collar of his shirt, Sheng Zhao tried to evade, but his hands were slower than his brain, and he was grabbed firmly. Only when Sheng Zhao struggled reflexively did he notice that his pendant chain had been pulled out during the collision and was now swinging left and right in front of him. Wu Du seemed both wary and yearning for Xing Yingzhu's blood, his gaze flickering between fear and desire. He looked at Sheng Zhao like a piece of wriggling braised pork. "Shit," thought Sheng Zhao in shock, "does this thing want to eat me?" To confirm his guess, Wu Du suddenly tightened his grip and slammed him onto the earthen bed. Dizzy and disoriented, Sheng Zhao instinctively held onto Wu Du's hand, struggling for dear life. Fortunately, the monk appeared more demonic but still remained within the bounds of human strength. Struggling mightily, Sheng Zhao managed to hold his ground. Before Sheng Zhao's brain could process their current predicament fully, a scream pierced the air nearby. "Help! Save me!" Sheng Zhao turned involuntarily. But what he saw nearly made him retch everything he'd eaten last night. Lien Yin had somehow transformed into half-human, half-monster, with her body sprouting layers of algae-like tendrils tangled together, fiercely combating Hu Huan. "God damn it," thought Sheng Zhao in disbelief. "This is straight-up Cthulhu-level weirdness, and I feel my sanity slipping away fast." But fortunately, though Hu Huan looked inept, she wasn't completely useless and managed to hold her own against the grotesque hybrid being. The reason she screamed for help? She was utterly repulsed. These algae tentacles were covered in living human flesh, which crumbled and fell off with each touch. Blood and slime mixed together, making it unclear what was what. In no time, Hu Huan was almost submerged in the mass of algae, as if about to be swallowed whole. From Sheng Zhao's perspective, the scene was terrifying enough to give anyone nightmares for a week, rivaling the sea monster films he'd watched as a child. "I don't understand." Hu Huan wailed. "How did kelp become an essence?" Sheng Zhao. Biting his teeth, Sheng Zhao gave Wu Du a fierce kick to his side, using all his strength to throw him off and pin him down on the earthen bed. "At a time like this, stop clowning around." Sheng Zhao snapped irritably amidst the chaos. In the midst of their struggle, neither man nor demon noticed a sudden black golden filament appearing on Sheng Zhao's left wrist. It flashed briefly, then disappeared into the surrounding air. At the same moment, Xing Yingzhu, far away in the prohibited sea abyss, suddenly felt heat in his right wrist. Looking down, he saw the thread formed by their contract circled his wrist before vanishing quickly. "What in the world is that foolish kid doing?" wondered Xing Yingzhu, puzzled. This was the first time Xing Yingzhu had used a demon blood pact. Originally, there was a half-roll-long manual for this thing, but Mr. Xing had found the text too small and dizzying to read, so he only skimmed through the introduction before tossing it aside. He wasn't very clear about its practical uses. Now, seeing that the thing had just flashed briefly, he didn't pay too much attention. Is that it? Xing Yingzhu weighed the object in his hand, turned to the woman opposite him, and continued the conversation they had been having earlier. You really won't come yourself? Bai Li shook her head slightly and said, No, I'm busy drinking in Penglai. Xing Yingzhu. He didn't feel like talking more with her and, having received a definitive response, turned around and took a few steps forward, reaching the edge of the celestial pillar. The celestial pillar of the Forbidden Sea abyss soared into the clouds. From this angle, the abyss of the Forbidden Sea appeared as nothing more than a grain of sand in the vast ocean, looking particularly insignificant. Just as Xing Yingzhu was about to toss the artifact in his hand into the sea, Bai Li abruptly called out to stop him. Yingzhu, Bai Li said with a casual tone, as if reminiscing with an old friend, after all these years, with your cultivation level, you could have cultivated your way to becoming a dragon even if you hadn't insisted on clinging to your original form. Why be so stubborn? Chapter 98, Beware of the Instruction Manual. Xing Yingzhu understood her meaning. Ever since the day when she chose a snake's belly for him to reside in, rather than some other oddly shaped beast, Xing Yingzhu had comprehended her unspoken intentions. But understanding was one thing, acceptance was another. The snake's body could not endure the cultivation level of an ancient divine dragon, nor could it bear the true dragon seal. Xing Yingzhu had endured this large snake's shell for so many years, inevitably feeling within himself. But even so, he had never thought about manipulating the situation regarding this snake. He'd rather carry a weakening buff permanently than acknowledge that this was his current state. This isn't my real body. Xing Yingzhu said coldly. Sooner or later, I will retrieve my original bones. You say it like. Bai Li licked her lips and said, if people didn't know better, they might think you're worried that I've taken not your skeleton, but your son. Xing Yingzhu. Too lazy to talk with her. This person couldn't utter 3 sentences properly, so Xing Yingzhu decided to ignore her as he gripped tightly onto the fiery red flame in his hand and took another step forward. Gravel beneath his feet tumbled down into the vast sea and disappeared instantly. Bai Li's trace of consciousness remaining at the bottom of the prohibited sea gradually faded away, her shadow half disappearing from the air. Xing Yingzhu did not look back, thus missing the extremely complicated look she gave him just before vanishing completely. The incident at the prohibited sea's abyss wasn't particularly major but certainly wasn't trivial. Over these years, with humanity's strength increasing, the original 9 realms were reshuffled. Ghosts, humans, and immortals became the pillars of the 3 realms, and the prohibited sea's abyss consequently became a forbidden area, rarely visited by anyone. However, time passed quickly, and 10,000 years went by in the blink of an eye. The Earth experienced great changes, yet below the abyss, these old companions continued their endless battles. Eventually, the prolonged struggle accidentally caused an infinitesimally small crack in the seal of the prohibited sea's abyss. Although this crack wasn't big enough for them to escape, the turbid energy deep within the prohibited sea inevitably leaked out little by little, causing unrest in the seas. No wonder Bai Li hadn't come personally. Xing Yingzhu smirked inwardly, thinking indeed, such a petty matter could be resolved easily by finding someone to add a little soil inside. But as the errand boy, Mr. Xing's mood wasn't bright at all. He simply wanted to finish the task quickly and go home to claim his reward from the foreman. Huge waves surged on the surface of the prohibited sea. Xing Yingzhu extended his hand, and the crimson fire in his palm nearly slipped from his fingertips. Mr. Xing relaxed his mind, ready to leave, but suddenly, the black gold thread around his wrist rebelled, glowing fiercely and tightening around his thin wrist as if it were burning. Caught off guard, Xing Yingzhu felt everything turn dark before him, followed by excruciating pain in his spirit. It was as though, just like many years ago, someone forcibly tore him out of his dragon body. This powerful force dragged him forcefully to the side. More stones tumbled from the celestial pillar. In just a few breaths' time, Xing Yingzhu momentarily lost consciousness and staggered, falling from the celestial pillar. Brother Zhao. Hu Huan from Du Temple was shocked, instinctively trying to lunge forward to grab Sheng Zhao's wrist, but unexpectedly, the monk possessed his own abilities, and a golden seal of Buddhist law landed on Hu Huan's arm, nearly smashing him to pieces. 3 minutes ago, Sheng Zhao managed to gain a brief upper hand against Wudu in their fierce battle. Instinctively, he raised the wooden stool intending to knock Wudu unconscious. Unexpectedly, Lien Yinyu, whose eyes seemed glued to Wudu like pearls, flew into a rage, her entire body expanding by more than half, almost losing her human form entirely. Though young, Hu Huan could handle magical combat quite well, but subduing demons was another matter, requesting mercy would have been quicker. He failed to hold back Lien Yinyu and saw that woman charging straight at Sheng Zhao. Curiously coincidental events unfolded, the pendant around his collar gifted by Xing Yingzhu was broken by Wudu, leaving only half hanging now. The pendant itself had long rolled to some forgotten corner of the room. Sheng Zhao trembled like an ordinary person struggling with fights, let alone a duel with Lien Yinyu. Almost without any chance to resist, he was dragged away by her. Hu Huan was petrified with fear, his heart pounding wildly. Desperately wanting to help Sheng Zhao, his lack of skill showed as a single magic seal from Wudu paralyzed him on the spot. Helplessly, he witnessed Sheng Zhao being swallowed by Lien Yinyu. In that instant, Hu Huan hadn't even considered the wrath of Xing Yingzhu. The innocent little fox who hadn't suffered much in life stared at the fallen necklace cord on the floor and felt regret for the first time. I shouldn't have asked Brother Zhao for help, Hu Huan blankly thought. Now, I've cost him his life. In that instant, Xing Zhao actually didn't think much. The unexpected happened too quickly and urgently. His fear emotion hadn't even entered his brain before it was interrupted by another astonishment. He only felt himself falling rapidly downward and then landing in a soft place. It went dark in front of his eyes for a moment, but suddenly many strange scenes popped up in his mind out of nowhere. Fiery flames were burning brightly in the sky, and a huge hole broke open at the horizon's edge. Water and fire oddly intertwined together, pouring down through that enormous crack. The ground was full of dry cracks left by flowing magma, and heavenly river water surged along these cracks, flooding the shore and swallowing the people on the shore with tattered clothes into the rushing river. It seemed as if the world was instantly filled with just two colors, black and red. Xing Zhao felt like he was falling into hell, where the air was scorched by the heavenly fire and turned scorching hot. His perspective was quite odd, neither on the ground nor in the sky, as if he were hanging in midair. The scattered people on the ground cried and fled in panic, either being swept away by the flood or burned to dry corpses, their cries of agony echoing endlessly. Xing Zhao instinctively wanted to cover his ears to avoid listening to these sounds. People on the ground scattered chaotically, but the heavens didn't seem safe either. In the distance, two men of similar age were standing still and facing each other silently in midair. Their clothing was exquisite, though the patterns adorning their eyebrows were slightly different. Zhuanyu, one of the men said calmly, "Let's make our move." Xing Zhao suddenly froze. He could not recognize the strange-shaped races mentioned by Xing Yingzhu, nor understand the ancient mythology system well. But regarding this name, he was extremely familiar with it. But wait, Xing Zhao thought bewilderedly, wasn't it written in history books that this great man was a human? Moreover, the tone of voice didn't belong to any language Xing Zhao had ever heard. Yet inexplicably, Xing Zhao somehow understood it, as if someone had embedded a language translation system in his brain. However, regardless of the circumstances, at this point, Xing Zhao finally realized what had happened. He didn't know how, but he somehow ended up in the ancient past, experiencing firsthand the childhood environment of Xing Yingzhu. Instinctively wanting to get up and take a look around, Xing Zhao had yet to act when he felt the perspective suddenly swirl violently. Then, Xing Zhao heard a very faint shout. "Yingzhu!" If Xing Yingzhu were still conscious now, he would certainly feel that the most rash decision he made in the first half of his life was not checking the instructions manual of the demon contract carefully enough. If he had known earlier that this thing could exchange feelings between the bonded parties in times of crisis, he would have thrown it into the sea immediately and never used it again. Unfortunately, it's hard to regret once the situation is irreversible, and Mr. Xing's business has flipped its second vehicle in his supernatural life. In the abyss of the prohibited sea, demons are originally disadvantaged. Xing Yingzhu had endured the burden while wandering there for such a long time that his neck was covered with snake scales, and the dragon seal below his clavicle could no longer be hidden. Although Xing Zhao causing trouble outside was unimportant, the innocent boss Xing was also dragged into this mess, manually linking them together in shared hardship. Xing Yingzhu was dazed and confused, unable to open his eyes. His soul felt as if it had been shattered into pieces with excruciating pain. He rapidly fell from the celestial pillar, almost feeling the wind tearing across his cheeks. Just a moment ago, he was mocking Bailey for falling from here when young. He hadn't expected the wheel of fortune to turn so quickly, and it was his turn now. The chaotic currents in the abyss of the prohibited sea were quite numerous. Xing Yingzhu, in his unclear state, saw things intermittently. He glimpsed the situation of Xing Zhao and the appearance of Lien Yinyu vaguely. Xing Yingzhu naturally had more knowledge than Xing Zhao and Hu Huan combined. After a quick glance, he realized the origin of this entity right away. This creature was neither human nor demon but rather something in between, an ordinary person polluted by demon energy. Mr. Xing furrowed his brow even in his semi-conscious state, sparing some thoughts amidst his busy condition to judge the situation. It was likely the masterpiece of the leakage of demon energy from the abyss of the prohibited sea. This thought formed and disappeared within a few short breaths. Before Xing Yingzhu had time to thoroughly consider their situation and the solution, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back, nearly being shattered bone and blood into pieces. The fall of Xing Yingzhu into the abyss of the prohibited sea caused immense waves, forcing him to vomit blood uncontrollably and be swept into the deeper sea by the massive waves. Above and below the forbidden sea was entirely two different worlds. The sea surface was governed by the divine race, but underneath the sea was the prison of ferociously wicked beings. As soon as Xing Yingzhu plunged into the sea, he heard the chattering noise beside his ear abruptly increase. Those sinister grins filled with ill intent were fragmented and overwhelming, leaving no place untouched. The ancient demonic aura, unseen for 10,000 years, was so thick that it seemed about to coagulate into ink. Suddenly, the deliberately twisted male voice from before rang out again, saying indifferently, "You see, didn't I tell you?" Xing Yingzhu wasn't interested in their conversation. His mind was in chaos, as if a sharp blade were stirring it up. One moment he saw Lien Yinyu standing before Xing Zhao, and the next, fragments of trivial childhood memories from when he woke up beneath the Buzhou mountain flashed through his mind. It was as if he had been split into two pieces, dazed and disoriented, unsure whether he existed in the past or present. All he felt was a headache along with aches in every bone of his body. Out of nowhere, Xing Yingzhu thought he heard a song playing softly in his ears, sung in the ancient language of primordial times. Its tone was gentle and soft, its lingering aftertones seeming to traverse timeless ages before finally reaching his ears now. He opened his eyes blankly underwater. In his peripheral vision, the dim patches of color resembled silent ferocious beasts with gaping mouths, waiting for him to walk straight into their trap. That was truly the abyss of the prohibited sea. Chapter 99, What is Hero Saving Beauty Anyway? In Xing Zhao's impression, Mr. Xing has always been laid back and worry-free, yet he could easily resolve any major issues, serving as the pillar of a parental figure. He had always thought that Mr. Xing was born fearless and unafraid of anything, never considering that he too had grown up overcoming countless challenges. Xing Zhao saw things intermittently, like a random series of scenes here and there. Each one would only last for a few minutes before jumping to another scene, similar to watching an old VHS tape. Despite this, he gradually understood that Mr. Xing wasn't a good-tempered person since young. Even when he was just a little dragon a few dozen meters long, he acted arrogantly, thinking that no one was greater than him. Over the years, he suffered many setbacks but still retained his stubborn nature. No matter which famous demon bullied him, they couldn't get the better of him. He killed people and demons, burned mountains, and split rivers. His temper couldn't be described as just bad. Even so, Xing Zhao found it hard to associate him with the big monster at home who told him stories. Time is truly a great changer. Taking a short rest from his busy schedule, Xing Zhao felt relieved that this reckless demon leader had changed from a man of action to someone using threats more peacefully. Xing Yingzhu grew up fighting in this vast land. His dragon claws became sharper, and his double wings strong and resilient. Gradually, fewer beasts dared to challenge him, making his life increasingly boring. He often slept for centuries, and when he woke up, the world had already changed. This boring life continued until the day when a huge hole appeared in the sky, lava and river water poured down, and the god race fought an internal war, plunging heaven and earth into darkness. Xing Zhao originally thought that with Mr. Xing's violent nature disliking noise and chaos, he would at least intervene irrationally, but unexpectedly, he reacted differently this time. He quietly watched from afar on a mountain peak without even caring when others collided and collapsed the mountain he stood on. With a flick of his tail, he lazily stood up as if ready to leave. Without a determined heaven emperor and a separated human emperor, you're leaving just like that? A male voice suddenly called out from somewhere and said, "You're not staying to make a choice." No. Xing Yingzhu lazily swung his tail and muttered two words, boring. All this was very boring. Xing Zhao inexplicably heard Xing Yingzhu's inner voice. The then young dragon scoffed mentally and muttered to himself, "What fun is ruling these lumps of mud? A group of fools." Xing Zhao. For some reason, after those words were spoken, Xing Zhao suddenly felt a light tremble in his heart. It seemed he had unknowingly touched upon some subtle point, and a strange idea popped into his mind. That sentence was the reason Xing Yingzhu escaped that trail hunt. Perhaps back then Xing Yingzhu made a decision by mistake, or perhaps he truly didn't care about this struggle for power. Regardless, he indeed chose to step away from the war. In a flash, Xing Zhao suddenly found the answer from those fragmentary words. Those ancient demon beasts might have been dragged into this divine race conflict one by one, which resulted in their entire clan being wiped out. Their greed for power led them to want to establish order before the new races formed, thus disrupting the original balance of development across the 9 realms, leading to their catastrophic disaster. When Xing Yingzhu spoke of the past events of being rescued, he mentioned it vaguely, unclear even to himself. But Xing Zhao now understood, it wasn't a sudden whim of Prince 7, but rather because Xing Yingzhu had simply forgotten this optional episode after living too long. But why look at this right now? Xing Zhao wondered perplexedly, why did Xing Yingzhu suddenly think of this? However, before Xing Zhao could carefully ponder the crux of the issue, he felt himself plummeting, the sea surface rapidly receding as he saw Xing Yingzhu appearing confused, seemingly about to fall into an endless abyss. Down below, in the dark abyss of forbidden seas, malicious shadows swayed. The enormous bodies of ancient demon beasts were restrained by iron chains, yet they struggled with all their might to lift their heads, green-gray eyes glimmering cunningly deep under the sea. In that instant, Xing Zhao even detected something akin to greed on those bizarre faces. It seemed like they were waiting for Xing Yingzhu to completely fall, and then devour him piece by piece. Xing Zhao's heart skipped a beat, fear and aftershocks previously forgotten now surged back like waves. Instinctively, he thrashed around violently, yelling with all his might. Xing Yingzhu! Xing Yingzhu suddenly snapped out of his trance. That yell sounded like Xing Zhao's soul was calling, as if he was shouting at the top of his lungs. Xing Yingzhu was already suffering from a splitting headache, but after he tried his method of fighting poison with poison, it actually felt a bit better. Aside from the buzzing in his ears, he was much clearer-headed. I told you not to say ominous words for no reason. Look at you now, nothing seems to go right for you. Now, I'm really going to be a young widow. Xing Yingzhu. Xing Yingzhu's ears were starting to hurt from her incessant chatter, and he inwardly groaned about how nagging this young widow could be. I can't die. Xing Yingzhu dimly regained consciousness amidst the excruciating pain and thought that if he died here, there really would be no one to save that dimwit young widow. Even Xing Yingzhu himself hadn't noticed that when he found himself in this dire situation where neither heaven nor earth answered his calls, his first reaction wasn't, my face is more important than anything, but rather that the young widow would have no one to save her. Habits truly are terrifying. However, his snake body was as fragile as paper compared to those steel and iron-boned ancient godlike forms. He had always known that. If only. If only. Xing Yingzhu resented it deep down, his brows furrowed tightly as an inner battle waged. Just a few seconds later, he angrily noted another mark against Xing Zhao in his mental ledger. I'll deal with that young widow when I get back, Xing Yingzhu thought. As soon as the thought arose, he no longer suppressed himself, and the dragon mark beneath his collar suddenly shone brightly. The deep purple dragon mark seemed on the verge of breaking through the thin layer of skin, slicing sharp wounds into his flesh. The bruised mark appeared nearly black beneath the skin. Xing Yingzhu couldn't maintain his human form any longer. His serpent body was massive and slender, even larger by 2 or 3 times compared to the largest one Xing Zhao had seen earlier. The abyssal depths were perilously close, and Xing Yingzhu barely managed to twist his body without falling straight into them. The dragon mark's color deepened further, its edges faintly gleaming with gold. Xing Yingzhu felt as if every bone in his body had been broken at their joints and then forcibly stretched inch by inch. His snake body couldn't keep up with the speed of his bones growing. Horrifying horizontal tears appeared at his joints, and Xing Yingzhu's tail whipped out painfully, slamming hard into the abyssal fracture with a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The jeering laughter that had previously surrounded him somewhere disappeared without a trace. The eyes within the abyss cautiously retreated, avoiding the blood that dripped down into the sea below. Delicate, tightly packed dragon scales began spreading upward from his tail end. Xing Yingzhu's original fine scales peeled away, replaced by much harder ones. By the end, his tail extended even longer, and a beautiful cloud-like pattern emerged at the tip. Was Bai Li deliberately doing this? Xing Yingzhu suddenly wondered. Just 5 minutes ago, he had confidently declared on the celestial pillar that, this isn't my body, but now, he had no choice but to do exactly this. Perhaps Bai Li had seen through him from the start, or maybe it was just an offhand remark. But either way, Xing Yingzhu didn't care anymore, he was in unimaginable pain everywhere. Dimly, he caught a final glimpse of the demonic contract. A blood moon hung high in the sky, casting a misty light across the land. His gaze flitted briefly past a tall mountain nearby, where a magnificent dragon coiled itself. It seemed like himself. Back in Duhu Temple, Xing Zhao had inexplicably lost the connection with Xing Yingzhu ever since the incident. After letting out that shout, he no longer felt Xing Yingzhu's presence, and panic gripped his heart. Worrying over Mr. Xing's safety while belatedly realizing his own predicament made his situation even more urgent. It seemed like he'd been consumed by that seaweed spirit just now. For some reason, however, it hadn't digested him. Without the interference of information from Xing Boss, Xing Zhao could clearly hear sounds from outside. Apparently, he hadn't been transported to some strange world. Lien Yinyu was still in the same room. Hu Huan's breathing was coarse, possibly indicating an injury. Wu Du's voice occasionally rang out, saying things that were almost unintelligible. Yet evidently, whatever it was having a fatal impact on Hu Huan. In just these few minutes, his heavy breathing became shallower and lighter, almost imperceptible now. Xing Zhao immediately grew alarmed, thinking they couldn't be like the 7 brothers saving Grandpa and fail one by one. He attempted to break out of Lien Yinyu's body, but even a slight movement caused the nauseating seaweeds to wrap around him even tighter, binding his hands and feet, covering his mouth and nose. That thing smelled absolutely repulsive, and the struggle almost made Xing Zhao vomit. A heavy thud came from outside, causing Xing Zhao's heart to leap. He wasn't sure if it was from Hu Huan. Thankfully, at this critical moment, the door burst open with a loud crash, followed by a fierce roar. Evil demon! I won't let you harm people right under my nose today. It was Zhang Jian's voice. Xing Zhao's heart greatly relaxed. Almost at the same moment, he suddenly felt something wrap around his waist. Immediately after, he was flung backwards by a great force. The seaweeds seemed to want to pursue him but were cut off at the waist by something else. Xing Zhao stumbled backward, his vision went dark then bright again. Before he could wipe the foul-smelling slime from his face, he felt a hand dragging him from behind. Xing Zhao thought, Brother Zhang Jian sure is a good buddy. It's already troublesome enough that I have to rely on him to save himself, and now he has to save me too, it's really. While marveling at this, he turned his head, with words of gratitude almost spilling out, but as soon as he looked back, they froze in his throat, unable to come out. It took Xing Zhao a full 3 minutes before he finally stammered like he'd seen a ghost, Yingzhu. Chapter 100, Who's your significant other? Haven't you already become a little widow? In Xing Zhao's eyes, the man who was just life or death unknown and whereabouts unclear, Xing Yingzhu, had appeared out of nowhere without any forewarning. Before his overwhelming joy could arise, his heart naturally casted a shadow of doubt. Perhaps it's an illusion, he thought. But immediately afterward, he dispelled this notion himself, judging by the strength and angle of the hand that just pulled him, it definitely was the real person. Xing Yingzhu looked no different from when he left, only his face seemed a bit paler. His left hand was always tucked in his coat pocket, and on his right wrist hung a loose chain made of black gold. Counting the days on his fingers, Xing Zhao realized that even though it hadn't been more than a few days since their separation, seeing his parent return so suddenly brought about a feeling akin to being apart for what felt like months. He, like a little child suffering outside from grievances, embraced Xing Yingzhu's waist tightly once someone finally saw him. Xing Yingzhu had just survived a sudden tribulation, rushing back hastily from the forbidden sea abyss with a whole body full of deep wounds beneath his black robe. Embraced tightly like that, a sharp pain caused him to suck in a cold breath. After hesitating for a short while, instead of tearing this clinging little widow off his person, Xing Yingzhu instead lightly flicked his forehead. "Very good," said Xing Yingzhu coolly. "You're the type to seek trouble where there is none." Xing Zhao. It was all too familiar, making Xing Zhao choke up with tears, longing for Mr. Xing to curse him some more so that he might have hugged his legs and whined. "It's not my fault," argued Xing Zhao fervently, "I acted bravely out of justice." Sure, Xing Yingzhu said half smiling, "Isn't this what you said before regarding the underground river in Shin City?" Xing Zhao. The little widow was unexpectedly reminded of her past, leaving her speechless momentarily. He sheepishly smiled towards Xing Yingzhu, 2 fingers slowly ascending up his back as he shamelessly massaged it for him. Afraid of touching bloodied hands, Xing Yingzhu pulled his wrists down and waved them around threateningly, saying, "Just wait until I deal with you when we get home." Unconsciously startled, several synonyms for "deal with" flashed through Xing Zhao's mind, and his face flushed red immediately. "Gentlemen," Zhang Jian spoke weakly, "can matters concerning love be reserved for resolution at home?" "Thank you." Xing Zhao. He was completely done for. The appearance of Xing Yingzhu was akin to the descent of a celestial deity, drawing away all of his attention, to the extent that he completely forgot about Zhang Jian and Hu Huan. Besides these 2 teammates, there was also a huge Cthulhu seaweed monster in the room. Realizing it subconsciously upon turning his head, Xing Zhao found that Hu Huan had already been pulled behind Zhang Jian by him for protection, while Lien Yinyu cowered in the corner. Wu Du, on the other hand, seemed to have already returned to normal. Standing in the center of the hall with his palms together, his eyes were slightly closed. No matter how you looked at the scene, it was bizarre. Of course, Xing Zhao wouldn't think that these 2 would back down just because they met Xing Yingzhu. After all, the monk had previously tried to snatch his necklace, showing absolutely no fear of Mr. Xing back then. Holding Xing Zhao with one hand and pulling him behind him, Xing Yingzhu took a glance around the room and smirked disdainfully. "What dirty thing," Xing Yingzhu sneered. "Half man half demon, unworthy to come to light. You're not even worthy to be used in crafting tools." Xing Zhao obediently hid behind him, tugging on his sleeve while peeking shyly. Hearing this, he found himself emboldened, chest puffing proudly as he pointed at Lien Yinyu. "See that? My boyfriend has returned. Call him." "Who's your boyfriend?" Xing Yingzhu coolly retorted. "Aren't you already a little widow?" At that moment, Xing Zhao nearly heard the gears turning inside his head. "So you prefer this kind of vibe?" Xing Zhao earnestly said, "Then are you going to sneak into a widow's house tonight?" With a mischievous smile filled with both shyness and anticipation, Xing Zhao teased, "Oh dear, this isn't right, how could you have such hobbies?" Xing Yingzhu. This shameless little widow. Mr. Xing was choked with anger, unable to let it rise or fall, infuriated until his chest hurt. He mentally berated himself for never learning from his mistakes and worried unnecessarily about Xing Xiaodao all day long. With such a lively demeanor, did he really need saving? Given the throbbing pain throughout his entire skeletal structure, his complexion immediately turned 2 shades whiter. Xing Zhao initially intended to cheer him up, but seeing his reaction panicked him instantly. He assumed he truly angered Mr. Xing and promptly patted his back to calm him down. "I was joking," Xing Zhao said. I mean. He thought to himself, "I just wanted to have some fun, didn't expect you to be so conservative." "Then never mind, no more of that." But the words didn't make it out of his mouth. Instead, he swallowed them and said inwardly that if he really said this, Mr. Xing might hang him in front of the temple gate. Unexpectedly, Xing Yingzhu glanced at him, impatiently interrupting, "Did she hit you?" Saying this, he pointed at Lien Yinyu. Xing Zhao instinctively looked at the seaweed monster, then nodded. Xing Yingzhu released his hand and walked over to Lien Yinyu. Lien Yinyu, either having regained a bit of her sanity or being naturally afraid of big demons like Xing Yingzhu, let out a shrill scream and turned to dash toward the solid wall, seemingly panicking as if fleeing without considering the consequences. Zhang Jian stepped forward subconsciously, already pulling out the talismans from his hands, but saw Mr. Xing casually stretch one hand out, grabbing onto one tentacle of the seaweed monster, dragging her right in front of his eyes forcefully. "Xing Yingzhu!" Zhang Jian called out. "She's half demon, half human, essentially still humankind, you can't." Zhang Jian was kindly reminding him about the rules, intending to let him handle this person. However, who would have known that Mr. Xing, a somewhat unprincipled individual, didn't stop after hearing this, but even stomped on Lien Yinyu's throat with one foot. Zhang Jian grew anxious. "Xing Yingzhu. She bullied my person," Xing Yingzhu murmured darkly. "Is she assuming I'm dead?" Xing Zhao. "Shit," Xing Zhao simply and coarsely thought, "how cool is that? Can there be any boyfriend cooler than him?" He asked himself earnestly, and soon found the answer, none. Riding on someone else's prestige was truly exhilarating, especially when your tiger was both smart and capable. However, although letting others take revenge was definitely mentally and physically pleasing, Xing Zhao also feared that Xing Yingzhu might lose control and do something he shouldn't. After all, getting struck by lightning wasn't something anyone would enjoy. Yingzhu. Xing Zhao quickly tried to mediate. Let it go, she's a human. You might. I cannot deal with the human part, but the demon part is still within my control. Facing Xing Zhao, Xing Yingzhu rarely added a few words. Move back. Xing Zhao's legs moved faster than his brain reacted, and unconsciously, he took 2 steps backward. Then, he heard a very sharp howl from Lien Yinyu, sounding halfway between crying and shouting, almost deafening his ears. Xing Zhao snapped back into awareness, noticing that Mr. Xing was holding 2 limp strands of seaweed, blood dripping down ceaselessly. In moments, a pool had formed beneath Xing Yingzhu's feet. Xing Zhao. Xing Yingzhu had literally torn the seaweed straight off Lien Yinyu's body. Xing Yingzhu. Zhang Jian hadn't anticipated such brutality, immediately becoming upset. You're going to kill her this way. What does that have to do with me? Xing Yingzhu slightly turned his head to look at Zhang Jian, his lips appearing to curl slightly upward, but his gaze was icy cold. I'm only handling the demon portion, how I deal with it, and whether I deal well or not, are my own business. Xing Yingzhu spoke coldly. If she dies due to her insistence on allowing herself to be parasitized by demonic energy, then that's her choice and has nothing to do with me. A large section of Lien Yinyu's back was torn apart and bloody, those seaweeds seemingly rooted deeply within her body, forcibly pulled out, tearing away a chunk of her flesh with them. Xing Zhao gasped audibly, first feeling the pain for Lien Yinyu. But unexpectedly, Wu Du, who had been standing quietly as if made of stone, suddenly moved. He lifted his eyes, taking a step toward Lien Yinyu. Xing Zhao tensed momentarily, not knowing where this person came from, feeling he might suddenly attack Mr. Xing. But surprisingly, Xing Yingzhu didn't seem overly concerned, instead tilting his head to inspect Wu Du briefly, flicking Lien Yinyu's neck with the tip of his foot. How deep-seated is your grudge against this man? Xing Yingzhu said with an almost smirk-like smile. This Buddha of 7 lifetimes, possessing a perfect vessel capable of refining relics, why did you ruin him to this extent? Raising an eyebrow, Xing Yingzhu didn't rush to kill Lien Yinyu, instead teasing her like a cat playing with a mouse, occasionally leaving her some breath. So what, did he kill your husband, or strangle your child? Xing Yingzhu taunted mercilessly, hitting hard on immoral points. Why do you hold such resentment against him, refusing to let him die peacefully, forbidding his reincarnation, cutting off his path of cultivation entirely? Xing Zhao hesitated slightly, instinctively sensing something amiss. Mr. Xing's temper usually involved minding his own business regardless of others. Even if Lien Yinyu had some sort of feud with this monk, he would most likely be indifferent rather than sympathize with the monk. Moreover, now, clearly harboring significant anger towards Lien Yinyu, his actions and words were precisely aimed at poking at her sore spots. He certainly wouldn't hint that he wants to hear any defense from her. And leaving all that aside, wasn't that monk supposed to be a good guy? Staring blankly at the young monk exuding demonic aura, Xing Zhao froze involuntarily. He had always prejudged the other party as some sort of calamity-causing demon monk who didn't practice righteous cultivation but instead resorted to methods. However, after hearing Xing Yingzhu's insinuations earlier, this figure was actually an extremely rare good person. So what about now? Xing Zhao's conjecture halted abruptly in his mind. In the span of a few breaths, Wu Du had already moved beside Lien Yinyu. He joined his palms in a reverent gesture, softly intoned a Buddha chant, and then knelt down on one knee, extending his hand towards the wound on Lien Yinyu's back. Xing Zhao originally thought he was going to save his own teammate, but unexpectedly, Wu Du struck like lightning, being mercilessly ruthless. With a palm-shaped hand, he thrust it into Lien Yinyu's wound, forcibly ripping out a piece of bloody flesh the size of half a palm. Subsequently, right before everyone's eyes, he stuffed the chunk of flesh into his own mouth, chewed, and swallowed it. Chapter 101, Who isn't indulging in illusions? Who isn't clinging to the past? Xing Zhao's throat tightened, and he nearly threw up on the spot. Hu Huan limped over to Xing Zhao's side, his face contorted with misery. His hands covered his mouth, and his features were scrunched together so tightly that he looked even worse off than Xing Zhao. Zhang Jian didn't look much better either. He wasn't sure if he was injured or what, but his face was ashen, and he swayed unsteadily, looking more pitiful by the moment. The only thing keeping him from vomiting was some shred of dignity. Xing Yingzhu, however, seemed unfazed by all this, as though he'd expected it. He casually kicked Lien Yinyu's shoulder with his toe, flipping her over like a turtle, and smirked derisively. This doesn't count as me acting, said Xing Yingzhu. The piece of seaweed Xing Yingzhu had torn off seemed to be her weak point. In no time, the remaining tentacles on Lien Yinyu's body retreated back into her. She returned to her normal human form, young and frail-looking once again. Lien Yinyu had regained her consciousness, but the gaping hole in her back remained. She lay flat on the ground, her mouth overflowing with blood and chunks of flesh, turning the whole room reek of blood. Growing up in a peaceful era, Xing Zhao couldn't bear the sight of such a brutal massacre scene. Overcome by physiological disgust, he instinctively turned away, unable to witness any more. Lien Yinyu could no longer speak, but she kept choking on her own blood, coughing and spitting out more of it incessantly. Yet her gaze remained stubbornly fixed on Wu Du, unwilling to tear away even for a moment. Wu Du appeared unruffled, showing no sign of pity as he gently wiped the corner of his lips with his thumb, muttering softly, "Thank you." With all her strength, Lien Yinyu managed to stretch out a trembling hand toward Wu Du, eventually grabbing the edge of his robes. "You." Blood bubbled out uncontrollably from her mouth every time she tried to speak. It took her 3 deep breaths to barely finish the question, "Do you hate me?" Wu Du tilted his head slightly, seemingly puzzled by the question, but responded nonetheless. "I don't." Wu Du said calmly, "Since the layperson has sorrow within, those of us who practice cultivation must naturally extend a helping hand." Xing Zhao. Good grief, is this physical deliverance? Xing Zhao thought that perhaps his psychological resilience wasn't up to par. He truly couldn't endure such a bloody exchange of heartfelt emotions. After holding it in for a long while, he finally gave in and turned away to retch twice. When Xing Yingzhu heard his sound, he also temporarily stopped caring about Lien Yinyu. Out of habit, he turned around and took 2 steps towards Xing Zhao, pressing against his lips to shove a piece of candy into his mouth. Xing Zhao tasted a bit of mint rush with the tip of his tongue. It was no surprise that Boss Xing had probably snatched it from a complimentary basket outside a hotel door. That was timely. Clinging to Xing Yingzhu's arm, Xing Zhao gasped faintly, otherwise, would have thrown up breakfast here. "Hey." Xing Yingzhu mocked gleefully, "I haven't checked the night lock yet. Is this little widow pregnant with a posthumous child?" Xing Zhao. What kind of widow? He fumed inwardly, so annoyed that he forgot to throw up altogether. Out of anger, he stomped hard on Xing Yingzhu's foot. "You're the one pregnant with a posthumous child." Xing Zhao yelled. Xing Yingzhu hissed very lightly and grasped his hand, quietly admonishing, "Don't move recklessly." As these two bickered, across the room, Lien Yinyu had somehow rallied herself. The remaining demonic aura clung to the wound, just barely leaving her with a last thread of life. She gazed at Wu Du for a long time, tears trickling down the corners of her eyes. Wu Du, expressionless as ever, stared at her for a brief moment before unexpectedly extending his hand and wiping away the tear from the corner of her eye. This simple gesture struck Lien Yinyu like a burning flame. Her eyes brimmed with even more tears, and she clutched Wu Du's garment even tighter. Immediately after, Xing Zhao heard her muffled sobs. The sound was completely different from the bewitching tone she'd previously used. It was raw, pure, and filled with grievance, like she had suffered some unimaginable wrong. How unfair. Xing Zhao thought. She had caused harm to so many people, yet now she felt wronged. Lien Yinyu sobbed, her shoulders shaking. A streak of blood hung from the corner of her lips as she persisted stubbornly asking Wu Du, "If I die, what will you do?" Wu Du did not answer her directly, but rather gazed deeply into her eyes and countered, "What do you wish me to do?" "I hope you forget about me," Lien Yinyu said between half smiles and tears. "Turn away immediately, distance yourself from me, stand at the corner of the room and never look back." Wu Du looked at her for a moment before quietly answering, "All right." Immediately after, he truly stood up without a hint of hesitation, just as Lien Yinyu had said, turned around, and walked to the corner of the room. He faced away, crossed his hands in prayer, and quietly recited something. "He won't return." Lien Yinyu suddenly said, "I was wrong." Xing Zhao's hearing was sharp. Upon hearing this sentence, he paused, feeling that it carried an immense amount of meaning. Xing Yingzhu brushed back his sweat-drenched hair and said, "Haven't you noticed? That's a puppet." Xing Zhao froze, instinctively glancing at the monk standing in the corner. No matter how you looked at him, he appeared to be a living person who breathed and had warmth. "He died long ago," Xing Yingzhu smirked coldly, saying, "For all these years, he's been kept alive by drinking human blood." In European black magic legends, there was a belief that, using the blood of 100 virgins can grant eternal youth, and also stories claiming that, extracting 99 fresh hearts could resurrect the dead. Regardless, Xing Zhao had never really connected these notions with actual practice until now. After being prompted by Xing Yingzhu, he suddenly understood the source of the strange sensation within the temple. The monk in front of them indeed appeared compassionate, surrounded by divine light as if grieving for the suffering masses, but the eerie vibes coming from him were genuine, because for so many years, he had relied on feeding off human flesh and blood to maintain a thread of life. And judging by his behavior and expression, it seemed likely that his sanity wasn't entirely intact either. Wasn't he pretty much like a puppet, then? No wonder the people in this room had been acting blindly, each one diving headfirst into danger like characters in a tale of sacrifice. One was a human contaminated by demonic energy, the other a corpse sustained by blood, and weren't both essentially monsters. Tears mixed with blood trickled down Lien Yinyu's face as she painfully flipped herself over, extending her hand toward Wu Du amidst the blood-stained floor. "Do you remember when you saved me by the sea?" Lien Yinyu appeared somewhat disoriented, muttering absently, "Back then, I asked you. Can you, alone, ferry all the countless suffering people across?" As she spoke, Lien Yinyu shakily rose to her feet. Every movement from the wound on her back caused fresh bleeding, yet she paid no heed, fixating her gaze firmly on Wu Du's silhouette. "You told me back then." Blood once again surged forth from Lien Yinyu's mouth, interrupting her speech. She couldn't stop coughing, but decided not to continue speaking. Her tear stain still visible, she seemed far more delirious now, shaking as she straightened up and laughed aloud twice to the sky. You, Lien Yin, you pointed her finger accusingly at Zhang Jian, eyes bloodshot. And you. Her finger shifted towards Xing Yingzhu. You are all just like me. Lien Yinyu's laughter wouldn't cease. Her words felt like a curse delivered by a dying witch, poisonous and unsettling. Who isn't indulging in illusions? Who isn't clinging to the past? Who isn't tightly grasping onto their own obsessions? The survival of the fittest is the law of heaven and earth. If it can happen, why isn't it part of heaven's will? Before her words had fully finished, Xing Yingzhu already gripped his chain made of black gold. Since his trip to the Forbidden Abyss, Mr. Xing had harbored a great deal of pent-up anger. How could he tolerate such insidious rhetoric spouted by this half-human, half-demon creature? In a fit of rage, he completely disregarded the rule against harming mortals. With a flick of his chain, it whistled through the air aggressively aimed directly at Lien Yinyu. This chain of Xing bosses was no joke, it wasn't just for humans. A single strike could leave even a dragon's scales deeply gashed, exposing its bone beneath. Were it to hit Lien Yinyu, suffocating her would be too merciful, a soul-shattering, flesh-tearing blow was inevitable. Sheng Zhao jumped slightly, wanting to stop him but ultimately being too slow. Finished, thought Sheng Zhao. If Xing Yingzhu kills this tainted suspect, would lightning strike him? Before this thought even fully formed in his mind, the sound of steel cutting into bone resounded. Instinctively, Sheng Zhao covered his ears and hunched his shoulders, fearing the heavens would open up at any moment and rain down judgment. After 2 seconds of anticipation, the sky remained unchanged. The deathly quiet room only echoed with the dripping of blood. Then, unexpectedly, it was Lien Yinyu who spoke. You. At that time, this poor monk said that the world's sorrows are endless, but if I ferry even one more person across, those sorrows will decrease fractionally. Wu Du's voice sounded very calm, laced with a trace of a smile. Yet ferrying others and ferrying oneself are the same. Over the years, while I've ferried countless others, I have also been using them to sustain myself. Miss Lien, it's you who has become attached to your image. Sheng Zhao blinked, opening his eyes to see the puppet monk had somehow dashed forward, standing between Xing Yingzhu and Lien Yinyu. Xing Yingzhu's chain of black gold pierced from his shoulder down to his waist, leaving a deep bloody groove. The monk's originally foggy eyes gradually became clear, revealing the dark outline of his pupils. A streak of blood adorned his lips, but he smiled as he finished speaking, offering Xing Yingzhu a slight bow in respect. This matter is ultimately caused by this poor monk, said the monk. If it causes more karmic debt for you, this poor monk would feel very uneasy. Xing Yingzhu let out a cold snort, flicking his wrist and shaking the chain off from the monk's body. Wu Du swayed slightly due to the force but still managed to stand upright. He seemed not to know what pain was, and after bowing to each of them in turn, he turned around and walked toward Lien Yinyu. Unexpectedly, Lien Yinyu no longer had the crazed spirit she had just displayed. She stumbled and fell to the ground, retreating step by step. Don't, she futilely covered her face, saying, don't come closer, don't look at me. Oh, man. Xing Zhao was completely confused. He pointed at the monk, then glanced at Xing Yingzhu, his face clearly written with the 2 words, shocked. What is he? The demonic energy on that woman isn't something from the mortal realm, Xing Yingzhu explained indifferently, this monk just consumed some intelligent blood and flesh earlier, which temporarily awakened his soul. Have you heard of the punishment of dunking in a pig cage? Even if Xing Yingzhu didn't explain, Sheng Zhao wouldn't consider Wu Du as a living person. The reason is simple, these two are just too beyond human limits. Despite having a large hole torn in her back, Lien Yinyu managed to stay firm while Wu Du had an even bigger wound on his chest. Sheng Zhao glanced at them briefly and felt he could almost see their black, rotting innards. Lien Yinyu's retreat was too obvious, so Wu Du ceased pushing her further and stopped, standing 2 steps away from her. Lotus Xian has caused you trouble, Wu Du said slowly, turning his back to them, she just couldn't bear to part with me. With difficulty, Lien Yinyu covered her face with her forearm, not daring to look into Wu Du's eyes. She wanted to say that she wasn't called Lotus Xian anymore and that she was no longer the person he used to know. But her lips moved helplessly, and ultimately, not a single word escaped her mouth. In her midnight dreams, Lien Yinyu had countless times pondered what would happen when one day he consumed enough blood and flesh to regain sanity. Each time she thought about it, she woke up in nightmares, shaking with unease, drenched in cold sweat all over her body. He must hate me, Lien Yinyu thought countless times. This cannot be entirely blamed on Lotus Xian, Wu Du's voice remained calm, he slightly crouched down, kneeling halfway, speaking gently, I know that over these years, she has endured much pain inside. Wu Du's words seemed to be addressed towards Xing Yingzhu and the others. From Sheng Zhao's perspective, all he could see was the thin and emaciated back figure of the man, making it hard for him to imagine his current emotions by merely his tone. To be honest, if it were himself waking up only to discover he hadn't died but instead was turned into an undead being sustained by blood and flesh, Sheng Zhao wasn't sure what he would do, perhaps collapse completely. Yet, Wu Du appeared very calm, even after Xing Yingzhu clearly pronounced that he had once been the embodiment of the true Buddha, he didn't seem angry at Lien Yinyu for forcing him into this fallen state. Instead, he argued on Lian Yinyu's behalf in front of Xing Yingzhu. Ultimately, I should be held responsible. Wu Du said, more than 200 years ago, it was I who. It was my mistake. Lian Yinyu suddenly cut him off sharply. In her disheveled state, she sobbed and said, kill me, or do whatever you wish with me. He was supposed to be a shining and virtuous true Buddha, but due to misfortune of meeting her, he fell into hell, splashed with filthy blood, losing all his past radiance. Over these more than 200 years, Lian Yinyu experienced sleepless nights filled with dreams almost every night. She dreamt about the night when she first met Wu Du. Back then, Lotus Xian was still a young girl, barely 13 years old. At that time, the shallow water town was still a small fishing village. Adults often went out to sea for fishing, sometimes staying away for several days. The children stayed at home doing trivial tasks like drying fish and making shrimp paste. It was on the night of the ghost festival when Lotus Xian found herself trapped in a ghost wall while returning home alone from the beach. She wandered endlessly without finding a way out, feeling utterly hopeless, until she heard a light cough from behind her. Young layperson, the sound of the voice was beautiful, are you encountering some trouble? At that moment, Lotus Xian assumed she saw a ghost, so frightened she almost lost her mind, until the warm hand of Wu Du placed gently on her shoulder, allowing her to gradually come back to her senses. To put it mildly, at that instant, Wu Du dressed in plain clothes was indeed no different from a real Buddha in heaven to Lotus Xian. He was handsome, calm, and spoke with perfect propriety, never offending. His hands dispersed all the terrifying illusions before her eyes, letting her instantly glimpse the faint lights of the fishing village just a little distance behind him. This brief encounter was short like a fleeting dream yet etched deeply in Lotus Xian's heart for over 200 years, never fading. A month after that, Lotus Xian learned from an elderly woman in the same village that Wu Du actually lived in a nearby temple, known far and wide as the living Bodhisattva. That temple wasn't named Zidu Temple back then. For Lotus Xian, her impression of Wu Du was solely based on that one sight during the ghost festival. Children typically aren't particularly interested in gods and ghosts, but whether it was due to that fleeting glance haunting her or something else, Lotus Xian began inexplicably caring for Wu Du. Their second meeting happened when she accompanied the elderly woman of the same village to burn incense at the temple. That day was a bright, clear day. Lotus Xian held a small basket containing red-shelled eggs and incense sticks. Walking through the doors of the temple, amidst the thick smell of incense, she raised her head and saw the handsome monk sitting behind the desk facing the temple gate, clothed plainly. Coincidentally, he had just finished explaining a section of scripture and smiled, lifting his gaze exactly to meet Lotus Xian's. Their eyes met directly. The young girl was taken aback, her cheeks flushed red, and instinctively she wanted to avoid that gaze. But before she could dodge it, she heard him speak. Little layperson, Wu Du said. We meet again. He still remembers me, Lian Xian thought. Later events were already unclear in Lian Xian's memory, she couldn't remember when exactly her feelings for Wu Du began to change. At first, she just came often to offer incense. Gradually, she started wanting to talk more with Wu Du. Even though he always spoke about Buddhist scriptures, she still listened with joy. In the rear courtyard of the temple, there stood a peach tree. Wu Du often lectured her under this tree. Most of the Buddha's true words went over Lian Xian's head, most of the time, she would just daydream, either looking at Wu Du's face or watching the peach blossoms falling from his shoulder. Wu Du treated her well, almost fulfilling all her requests. Each time Lian Xian came running to talk to him, no matter how contrived her excuses were, he would always make time for her. Later on, Lian Xian started disliking others interrupting them in the temple, especially when some female devotees who came to pray for children chatted with Wu Du, making her unhappy. Lian Xian had subtly complained about this to Wu Du, but each time, he just smiled tolerantly. As for what he actually said, Lian Xian had forgotten, but it was likely something like, all beings are suffering. Poor monk will not kill you. Wu Du continued. I've already said, this isn't solely your fault. If we examine closely, it's actually all due to this poor monk. If I had handled your affection properly back then, perhaps none of these things would have happened afterward. What do you mean? Sheng Zhao, who didn't quite follow yet was curious anyway, peeked from over Xing Yingzhu's shoulder, exposing only his eyes, and quietly asked, Abbot, are you implying? If one were to delve into details, it spanned an entire 5 years, over 1800 days and nights. But to recount, it could be summarized in just a few sentences. Sheng Zhao wondered if cultivation practitioners simply had different brain wiring than ordinary people. As a monk, Wu Du talked about such things so calmly, as though being the object of someone's desire wasn't even a big deal. I actually noticed your feelings back then. Wu Du addressed this remark specifically to Lian Yinyu. But at the time, my cultivation was insufficient, my understanding shallow. Not knowing how to refuse you, nor wishing to harm my practice, I pretended ignorance day after day regarding your intentions. Well, Sheng Zhao was inwardly shocked, thinking to himself that gossip was everywhere, but this year seemed particularly plentiful, and it wouldn't be surprising if these stories found their way into the strange tales from a Chinese studio. So. Sheng Zhao interjected awkwardly, this lady, did you fail to achieve what you desired? Not exactly. Before Lian Yinyu could reply, Wu Du placed his hands together in prayer and sighed deeply. This poor monk has already mentioned that she is also. Wudu's sentence hadn't finished when Lien Yin Yu suddenly let out an odd laugh. Unknowingly, she had backed herself against the wall, her spine pressed against the cold bricks, one hand covering half her face. Tears mixed with dirty blood trickled through her fingers, exuding a chilling sadness. "It's not as good as you imagine," Lien Yin Yu revealed her fiery eye through the cracks of her fingers. Her voice was raspy, and she laughed brokenly, seemingly having given up on everything. "Have you heard of dunking in a pig cage?" Xing Zhao was stunned by her question. In a flash, a highly absurd idea crossed Xing Zhao's mind. Forgetting to grab onto Xing Yingzhu's clothes, he unconsciously turned his shocked gaze toward Lien Yin Yu. "They said I, an unmarried girl, went to seduce a monk, which was vulgar and immoral," Lien Yin Yu said bitterly. "They condemned me as a disgrace to my family, ruining its reputation, willingly debasing myself. They never taught me such lowliness." Xing Zhao never expected the story to take such a drastic turn. Looking at Lien Yin Yu, he was speechless for a long time. At first, he merely thought she was hateful, but now, he found her pitiable. "So they decided to dump me in the pig cage," Lien Yin Yu murmured. "Said they would throw me into the sea to drown, let fish and shrimp eat my bones, let—" "Stop it," Hu Huan interrupted her, having been silent all this while. He knew of such outdated practices from hundreds of years ago. Any good family girl caught talking too freely with outside men, or showing any signs of affection, would be branded self-degraded and dishonoring family dignity. A young girl like Lien Xian, if truly fond of Wudu, would find it impossible to hide her feelings entirely. With so many visitors coming and going daily in the temple, it was inevitable that her conversations with Wudu would spark gossip. It took only a few whispers behind her back to ruin her life, strip her of her dignity. "Why should I stop?" Lien Yin Yu laughed darkly. "Didn't I survive? Were you infected by demon energy during that time?" Zhang Jian asked. Lien Yin Yu glanced at him, seeming not surprised by his heart of stone. "No," Lien Yin Yu said. "Then why do you?" "It's this poor monk's fault," Wudu said softly. Zhang Jian was suddenly cut off before he could react. Xing Zhao, however, seemed struck by sudden inspiration and instantly understood something. "You mean?" Xing Zhao pointed at Wudu, then at Lien Yin Yu, stammering as he asked, "Back then, you—" "He saved me a second time," Lien Yin Yu said. By the seaside, facing hundreds of villagers, he stood in front of my pig cage and told them, "Since this matter started because of me, I bear full responsibility. If you must dunk her, you might as well kill this poor monk to appease everyone." Chapter 103, You Are Not You, and I Am Not Me. It was Lien Yin Yu's nightmare for a lifetime. At that time, she cried and begged, the sharp broken edges of the bamboo cage cutting her hands until the flesh hung open, bleeding profusely, but to no avail. Those people stood far away coldly, looking at them with disdainful eyes as if they were watching filth. Initially, some tried to persuade Wudu, but later when they saw Wudu's determination, their attitudes gradually changed. At first, it was unknown who shouted, "We originally thought this little slut was just being one-sided, but now it appears they are an adulterous pair," then others chimed in agreement. Within a few words, Wudu and Lien Xian were labeled as shameless dogs. Rotten vegetable leaves were thrown onto Wudu throughout, he kept his eyes lowered, motionless. He was like a majestic Buddha statue, stubbornly standing in front of Lien Xian, leaving her only with his thin and clean back. The crowd cursed maliciously ahead, Lien Xian cried and pleaded desperately from behind, but neither seemed to touch Wudu's rock-hard heart. He appeared oblivious to fear or retreat, he was simply obstinate and determined to save Lien Xian. By the end, even Lien Xian herself wasn't clear whether his saving her was because, in his eyes, all things could be redeemed, or if there had been even a trace of affection moved within him towards her. At the time, Lien Xian thought both would die here, filled with despair and regret, pitifully asking, "Do you like me?" This was the first time she asked Wudu so directly. At that moment, Wudu's shoulders trembled slightly, and he turned his head to avoid her gaze, offering no reply. Then, Lien Yin Yu slowly said, "They killed him right in front of me." Xing Zhao sharply sucked in a breath of cool air. "They beat him to death with clubs, his blood mixed with flesh." Lien Yin Yu spoke very slowly, her fingers slowly tightening, nails digging into her disheveled hair, looking somewhat disheveled. The first blow landed on his shoulder, the second on his knees. Lien Yin Yu said, "The strike that made him fall came from a middle-aged man whom Wudu once saved. He used a shovel to smash Wudu's spine." Xing Zhao found it hard to imagine how gruesome the scene was. Group crime can easily cause someone to lose their sense of morality and guilt, and more, the violence might trigger the hidden brutality inside one's heart. Because everyone got their hands dirty, even if someone dies, it may not have been entirely my doing, thus cannot completely be blamed on me. Such thoughts deeply root themselves in the human mind, similar to self-avoidance, making everyone utterly without scruple. In this current moment, Xing Zhao actually began to admire Wudu somewhat. As an ordinary person, he truly couldn't comprehend the actions of a true Buddha. If placed in Wudu's situation, he admitted to himself he wouldn't be able to be so selflessly devoted, giving up his life just to save another. No wonder the man could become a Buddha, Xing Zhao muttered to himself. Then I jumped into the sea. Lien Yin Yu said, "I couldn't accept such an outcome, so I didn't want to live either." She did not know where she found the strength, using her hands and teeth to tear a gap in the pig cage, crawling out, covered in blood all over. At the time, Lien Xian lacked the courage to even glance at Wu Du's bloody corpse, unable to face the reality that this unrecognizable mass of gore was once her bright-hearted lover. She couldn't even stand to linger a second longer in this world, fearing that any delay would force her to confront the truth that, he died for me. Lien Xian plunged into the sea, only thinking that going with Wu Du wouldn't hurt, ending it all for good. Later, he would ascend to heaven to become his true Buddha, while she became a speck of dust on earth, never meeting again. But unexpectedly, she didn't die. Under the moonlit night, she crawled back out of the fetid sea, resembling an evil ghost returned from the netherworld. That malevolent energy continuously roamed through her limbs, extinguishing her vitality and wiping out the human part of her. When she climbed ashore drenched, Wu Du's body still remained by the coast. All of his bones were shattered, his prayer beads broken and scattered, only 2 beads still gripped in his hand. His beautiful eyes were tightly closed, vast pools of blood beneath him soaked into the sandy beach, indistinguishable. Lien Yin knelt in the soft sand, holding Wu Du's body in her arms. She tried to look closely at his features as she used to, but after much effort, she couldn't find any trace of familiarity. She only felt soft, rotten flesh, like touching the shell of a stuffed doll without its core. At that instant, Lien Yi's hatred overwhelmed all her fears and love. She held Wu Du's lifeless body and walked back to the village under the cover of night. She then pushed open the door and stabbed to death in their sleep each person whose face was etched into her memory with fury. At the time, Lien Yin was like a person possessed, consumed only by thoughts of revenge. Little did she know that as those people died, their blood and flesh flowed down from the dirt bed, splashing onto Wu Du's body and strangely healing his wounds. In that instant, Lien Yin spontaneously became a true demon. I must bring him back to life, she thought crazily. She took Wu Du back to that temple and renamed the place Zi-Du-Si, Self-Redemption Temple. As a demon, she could effortlessly cast illusions, making everyone who entered the temple forget the absurd and disgraceful story. Afterward, Lien Yin cried daily and pleaded night after night, worshipping Wu Du like a Buddha, yet she dared not even hope for him to open his eyes and look at her again. She had long decided that when Wu Du truly came back to life, she would then retire from the world to die without regret, whether it meant descending into the 18 levels of hell for redemption or her soul dissipating forever without rebirth. Murder demands repayment, and since they had killed her, she also killed them. So she killed others, and similarly, she had no hope of meeting a good end herself. What Lien Yin hadn't expected was that this day would come so suddenly, so hastily, leaving her unprepared to leave without saying goodbye. Instead, she once again faced Wu Du in an even more ragged and defiled manner than before. It's my selfishness, I know, Lien Yin whispered softly. Things have reached this point now, and it seemed Lien Yin had opened up, or perhaps given up entirely. She slightly tilted her head against the wall behind her, where the gaping blood-soaked hole never ceased to ooze blood. She recounted all the stories from these past years, explaining the origins and developments, as if shedding some invisible burden from her shoulders. Whether these people pitied her misfortune or despised her merciless killings, she didn't care anymore. Lien Yin's last flicker of will to live vanished, her complexion quickly turned grayish, hanging on by a thread. Sorry, Lien Yin said to Wu Du, you should hate me, everything happened because of me. If I had not been so infatuated back then, maybe many things wouldn't have become such a mess. The poor monk has said it, and does not hate you, neither before nor ever will in the future. Wu Du quietly listened for a while before finally opening his mouth. The poor monk's dharma name is Wu Du, not meaning, no crossing, but rather, nothing cannot be crossed. More than 200 years ago, the poor monk once told you, the layman is suffering. The poor monk, being one practicing cultivation, naturally should help ferry you across the ocean of suffering. Wu Du paused and continued, in the previous life, the poor monk was willing to sacrifice his physical form and life to help ferry you, and in this life, it's the same. If the layman can eventually reach great enlightenment, putting down your obsession, what worth would there be for the poor monk in preserving several lifetimes of cultivation? Damn, Sheng Zhao was astonished at the idea, this is some sort of ultimate altruism. He had thought the story of the Buddha cutting off his own flesh to feed the eagle was just a religious indoctrination tale, but today he actually encountered a living version of it. Why must you save me? Lien Yin chuckled in a dazed tone, there are plenty of people in this world smarter than me, even more unfortunate ones. Perhaps it's fate, or perhaps it's simply because the poor monk chanced upon the layman. Wu Du replied, everything in this world is thus, to the poor monk, all beings are the same. But I killed so many people, Lien Yin said, I am a wicked person. The poor monk shall take full responsibility for these sins. Wu Du did not hesitate in the slightest, saying, the poor monk is willing to endure further cultivation for 800 years, resolving karmic retributions and repaying grievances, dedicating all cultivated merits to those who have passed away, to resolve your karmic debt in this life. Lien Yin laughed softly, lowering her hand and looking at Wu Du with a lingering gaze full of nostalgia and yearning. She whispered softly, but what if I tell you I can't let go? Wu Du was slightly startled. What if I tell you, all my obsessions in this life revolve around you, wanting you to show emotion, demanding a kiss from you, only then can I release my attachment and attain tranquility through insight. Lien Yin pressed on relentlessly. Agreed, Wu Du responded. Without hesitation for a moment, Wu Du readily agreed, clean and straightforward. Xing Zhao. My admiration earlier came too soon, he thought to himself, this monk is really, truly. Xing Zhao struggled in his mind for half a day and couldn't think of a single adjective to describe it. If one called him overly kind-hearted, he isn't. It's clear he understands principles, with pride and determination in assuming responsibility, without any trace of hypocrisy. On one side, he is determined to save Lien Yinyu, but on the other, he hasn't erased her sins. Instead, he genuinely wishes to ferry her ashore with his own strength. He is like a clay Buddha harboring a jewel heart, unable to even protect himself, yet using that heart to hold up a blade of floating seaweed from sinking. A real Buddha, Xing Zhao could only think, this monk indeed lives up to Boss Xing's evaluation of being able to burn and produce relics. Lien Yinyu remained silent for a long time. Wu Du thought she was waiting for him to take the initiative, so he stood up with a forthright demeanor and walked to Lien Yinyu's side. He knelt down and leaned forward toward her. Just as Wu Du was about to touch Lien Yinyu's lips, she suddenly moved, raising her hand to stop his motion. I understand now. Lien Yinyu said abruptly. Wu Du regarded her calmly without any ripples in his expression. It was ironic that something Lien Yinyu hadn't grasped in 200 years became clear to her in an instant just then. You're no longer who you once were, Lien Yinyu whispered softly, the past life and this one are, after all, different. In the previous life, she had stubbornly clung on for such a long time but got nothing. Now, he agreed without hesitation to something he had once avoided and feigned ignorance about, precisely proving that he had already understood it all and let go, no longer treating it like some terrifying calamity. In his eyes, whether it be friendship or life, as long as it could ferry her across her suffering, he would give anything. 200 years ago, by the northern coastline, the monk Wu Du briefly moved at the sight of lotus benevolence. But now the real Buddha before me shows only openness and no sentiment. As soon as these words left her lips, Lien Yinyu felt as if she had been enlightened like never before. Never had she so clearly realized that 200 years ago, the moment when Wu Du evaded her was truly the fleeting glimpse of his actual. In ancient times, there was the lock-bone bodhisattva who used her body to ferry others, and today there is the true Buddha being selflessly sincere for me. Lien Yinyu licked her lips and suddenly smiled, but time flows, the vast sea turns into mulberry fields, and ultimately, things have changed. Wu Du slowly blinked once. As if tearing away the mist before her eyes, Lien Yinyu had never been happier, or more in pain, at any other moment. Her body curled up in anguish, yet her face still carried a smile. She slowly pushed Wu Du away slightly with her own hands, looking at his eyes one last time. These 200+ years, thank you, Lien Yinyu suddenly laughed. My deeds were evil, but over these many years, I've never regretted them or wanted to escape. The sins to come will naturally fall on me alone, and I won't bother the true Buddha anymore. Even if thrown into boiling oil or rolling over nails, it shall also be a form of practice. As soon as Lien Yinyu finished speaking, she struck like lightning, using her hand as a blade to plunge it into her own chest. She acted so swiftly that even Wu Du, standing just within arm's reach, couldn't react in time. She had already crushed her own heart. On her deathbed, her warm and vital blood dripped to the ground. As Lien Yinyu looked at Wu Du, the intense obsession and adoration in her eyes had completely faded, leaving only a sense of desolation. You're no longer you, and I am no longer me, she said. Chapter 104, Nowadays, the young widow is getting harder and harder to fool. Wu Du's outstretched hand still hung stiffly in midair, but Lien Yinyu had already closed her eyes without any lingering. She departed quietly and openly, as if she had truly awakened from a long-lasting dream of Nank, leaving with perfect clarity and great acceptance. Even though Lien Yinyu was clearly suffering from such painful wounds, there was still a trace of a smile on her lips. Not just Wu Du, even Zhang Jian and Xing Zhao, these two ordinary people with universal values, were stunned. Zhang Jian had prepared to uphold the way of righteousness at the cost of mutual destruction, but in the next second, the criminal committed suicide. But Xing Yingzhu seemed to be lost in thought and gave Lien Yinyu one more look. He had been dissatisfied with her half-human, half-demon body since he first met Lien Yinyu. Moreover, what Lien Yinyu was obsessed with was nothing more than a joke to Xing Yingzhu. Therefore, no matter whether Xing Zhao felt sorry or sighed for her, Xing Yingzhu always remained as cold-hearted as stone, showing no ripples at all and not taking her words seriously. However, only this last sentence, like a flower leaf falling into water, left a little ripple in Xing Yingzhu's heart. He inexplicably felt that this sentence was somewhat familiar and made him feel uneasy. But this emotion passed in an instant. Xing Yingzhu himself did not figure out what it was before it disappeared. As for Wu Du, he gazed at Lien Yinyu for a while in a daze, unsure of what thoughts were swirling around in his mind, and then he actually smiled as well. Xing Zhao. Was he insane? Xing Zhao suspiciously thought, or because they failed to save Lien Yinyu through 2 lifetimes, did he develop a demon in his heart? Xing Zhao was constantly pondering, but soon, he realized that his value system was indeed not at the same level as others. Because Wu Du actually sat cross-legged with his hands clasped together, his eyes slightly closed. The ground was covered with Lien Yinyu's blood. The blood was still warm and formed a thick puddle on the ground, continuing to spread outward. As Wu Du sat down like this, his monk robe was thoroughly stained with blood. Xing Zhao sucked in a breath, finding this scene somehow cruel. It was as if those stains of blood profaned him without cause. Who would have known that Wu Du did not care at all? He extended his hand and held Lien Yinyu's cold wrist with one hand, softly reciting a section of the scriptures for her liberation. After Wu Du finished, he withdrew his hand, his body slightly bowed forward, bowing respectfully to Lien Yinyu's body. "This time, thank you, good sir," said Wu Du. "She ruined your 7 lifetimes of cultivation, and yet you thank her?" asked Zhang Jian. After all, Buddhism and Taoism are 2 different sects, so Zhang Jian couldn't understand and questioned curiously. "Besides, you didn't save her either." "I am ashamed, it wasn't until just now that I understood that all this suffering of karma was caused by her own crossing." Wu Du let out a light sigh and said, "She also crossed me." "What?" asked Zhang Jian. Wu Du did not explain further, his eyes slightly closed, he softly recited something under his breath. "All dharmas are empty appearances, neither born nor perished, neither impure nor pure, neither increasing nor decreasing." Wu Du said, "I understand." Just as he spoke, Xing Yingzhu suddenly took a step back, grabbing both Xing Zhao and Hu Huan, pulling them simultaneously behind him. Xing Zhao was still fine, stepping back 2 steps, holding onto Xing Yingzhu's arm to stabilize himself. But Hu Huan didn't have that kind of luck. Unable to withstand Xing Yingzhu's push, he stumbled back several steps, nearly collapsing to sit on the ground, being enveloped by Xing Yingzhu's shadow. Xing Zhao paused, just about to ask why Xing Yingzhu did that, when he suddenly noticed a flash of gold emanating from Wu Du out of the corner of his eye. Zhang Jian was struck speechless, as if overwhelmed by disbelief. "He's going to become a Buddha," murmured Zhang Jian. Xing Zhao originally did not know the reason, but upon hearing this, he too was shocked. Instinctively turning his head toward Wu Du, he saw the red streak beneath his eyes inexplicably vanish, a golden dharma seal flashed across his brow, and the bloodstains on his body and lips disappeared as if wiped away by an invisible hand. That golden light radiated from his body, drawing a circle within a 1-meter radius around him. An ancient bell sound came from somewhere in the shabby small house, heavy and profound, like a strike that resonated deeply in the hearts of everyone present. Xing Zhao became instantly alert, feeling inexplicably uplifted in spirit. In contrast, Hu Huan was greatly shaken by this resonance, letting out a pitiful whimper, and spitting out a mouthful of blood while tilting his head. Fortunately, Xing Yingzhu had pulled him ahead of time, otherwise, this little fox cub standing outside would have been scorched by this Buddha light peeling off a layer of his skin. Hu Huan trembled, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, instinctively shrinking further into Xing Yingzhu's shadow, wanting nothing more than to engrave, weak, helpless, and pitiable, on his face. The bell continued to ring, and the chanting of scriptures arose again. Xing Zhao felt as if he were lost in clouds and mists. Clearly, his feet were still stepping on blue bricks, but for some inexplicable reason, he saw the 9-heaven lotus terrace shrouded in rain and mist. Next, Wu Du closed his eyes with a smile, and thus entered into nirvana right there where he sat. Xing Zhao was instantly bewildered. What did he comprehend? Xing Yingzhu, who always gave answers about such matters, remained silent this time. His gaze fell on a spot inside the room, unusually looking somewhat distracted. Not getting a response after asking, Xing Zhao habitually turned back to look at him. This glance wasn't important, but Xing Zhao noticed that Xing Yingzhu's complexion was even paler than before. Cold sweat seeped from his temple, and there was a hint of suspicious red marks on his collar. "What's wrong?" Xing Zhao worriedly asked. "Did you get hurt?" Xing Yingzhu quickly came to his senses and reassured him with a press on his hand, saying it was fine. "Such Buddha light is nothing." Xing Yingzhu said, "Back when I went in and out of Ling Mountain 3 times, their ancestors hadn't even started practicing there yet." Xing Zhao frowned, still not entirely reassured. When Xing Yingzhu saw his expression, he thought to himself how the young widow these days was really hard to fool. He wondered if it was because they had been around each other too long. Proximity breeds intelligence, seemingly raising one's IQ a bit. If Xing Zhao could hear Mr. Xing's thoughts at that moment, he would have surely recorded this line in his phone's notes, intending later to mix it with Xing Yingzhu's golden sentences and famous sayings, into an anthology. But for now, he temporarily had no time to worry about those things. He carefully examined Xing Yingzhu's complexion, growing increasingly uneasy with each look. "You're not fooling me," Xing Zhao said. "Even when you were struck by lightning in Shin City, your complexion was better than now." As Xing Zhao spoke, his concern deepened, and he attempted to pull down Xing Yingzhu's collar to inspect him further, all the while pressing him. "What's truly wrong? Your complexion has been off since we returned." All right, good, listen up." Xing Yingzhu grasped Xing Zhao's hand firmly, showing a face that said he didn't know what to do with him. With a sigh, he covered Xing Zhao's eyes with his hand. Unaware of his intentions, Xing Zhao blinked, feeling a ticklish sensation as his eyelashes brushed against the palm of Xing Yingzhu's hand. Those cracks from the Prohibition Sea abyss kept bleeding. In his rush to return and save someone, then standing there for so long, Xing Yingzhu indeed began to feel dizzy, unable to support himself anymore. "I got slightly injured in the Prohibition Sea abyss." Xing Yingzhu whispered softly in Xing Zhao's ear, "Don't be afraid. No matter what happens next, it'll be good for me, and I'll wake up after a few days of sleep." Xing Zhao's heart clenched tightly. Before he could ask how bad or how the injury occurred, he suddenly felt a void in front of him, the hand covering his eyes disappeared. By the time he opened his eyes, Mr. Xing had already transformed into a very thin little snake, coiled around his wrist. With no clothing to cover his injuries, the wounds became unavoidable, and even just a slight movement left a blood trail on Xing Zhao's hand. Xing Zhao sharply inhaled a breath of cold air, his eyes immediately turning red. Mr. Xing, however, glanced at his expression, lazily swam another half circle, and lightly bit Xing Zhao's wrist bone, leaving a tooth mark that didn't bleed. Xing Zhao. Realizing this was Xing Yingzhu's threatening comfort, Xing Zhao forced himself to hold back his words for a long while, managing to suppress whatever he was about to say. Satisfied with this, Xing Yingzhu seemed more content, leaning his head listlessly onto Xing Zhao's wrist and falling asleep. Xing Zhao had now completely lost any inclination for gossip. If he had known Xing Yingzhu was injured, he wouldn't have allowed watching the whole scene play out, come hell or high water. He carefully supported Xing Yingzhu's tail, forgetting to even bid farewell as he prepared to turn and leave. His only thought was to take Xing Yingzhu somewhere quiet and clean to rest and recuperate. Whether or not they achieved enlightenment or whether they saved others were temporarily not concerns of his. But unexpectedly, before he stepped out of the door, he was called from behind. "Kind sir." It was Wudu's voice. Xing Zhao froze, turned around, and saw that beside Wudu's corpse, a new Wudu had already stood there. His appearance and features resembled the old Wudu, except for a faint Buddhist seal between his eyebrows. Dressed in plain monk robes, holding a string of prayer beads. His gaze rested on the palm of Xing Zhao's hand. After a moment, he respectfully bowed towards Xing Yingzhu. "You." Xing Zhao wasn't quite sure what to call him now. The radiant Buddha light behind him was strong, obviously indicating that he had transcended his mortal form and was no longer an ordinary monk. Thus, Xing Zhao could only vaguely ask, "Why did you call me?" "My bond with kind sir is not yet fulfilled," Wudu smiled gently and said, "however, at that time my cultivation was still shallow, my vision obscured. I failed to recognize the identity of the Yinglong, thus nearly divulging celestial secrets." Celestial secrets? Xing Zhao was startled, instinctively recalling those two unanswered questions. "What does it mean?" Xing Zhao pursued, asking. "The answers to those two questions, kind sir need not dwell upon them. One day in the future, you shall naturally come to know. The time has not yet arrived." Wudu said, "Kind sir may choose two other questions. Once answered, this poor monk can sever his worldly ties and return to his rightful place." Xing Zhao actually had nothing he wished to ask. He neither sought wealth nor indulged in lust, the one regrettable thing in his life had been compensated for by Xing Yingzhu. Aside from the two questions that Wudu had alluded to, there was indeed nothing else on his mind. "I would like to ask, about Yingzhu." Xing Zhao licked his lips and asked, "Can we get his things back? I mean, within the span of this lifetime?" "Yes." Wudu smiled kindly and said, "Now for the second question." "The second one." Xing Zhao clenched his teeth. If Wudu hadn't reminded him, he might have let it slide. But now that Wudu brought it up again, he could not help but think about those two questions once more. After a moment's hesitation, Xing Zhao felt genuinely compelled to inquire further. "When will the time you spoke of come?" Xing Zhao asked. Wudu looked at him directly in the eyes, fiddled with the beads in his hand, and recited a sutra. The answer to this question surpasses the reach of this poor monk's cultivation. "I dare not make an unwarranted judgment," Wudu said, "but if I must say, perhaps within 1,000 days. Chapter 105, In your past life, didn't you meet anyone on Mount Tianmu? 2 li north of the coast near Zidu Temple, Bai Li extended her hand and caught a splash of water. A little green sparrow sat neatly on her shoulder, smoothing its feathers dampened by seawater. Behind her came faint and slow footsteps. Bai Li wiped her fingers dry, waited until the person drew closer, then turned her head slightly to glance at the source of the sound. Wudu stood 3 paces away from her, giving a slight nod and speaking softly, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your assistance. Otherwise, over 100 tourists inside and outside Zidu Temple would have been affected." "It's nothing, it's all good." Bai Li narrowed her eyes slightly and said, "After all, it's also my duty. If common people witness such metaphysical matters, wouldn't it just turn into my problem eventually? It might be better if we move everything together, making things cleaner and simpler." "That is indeed true," Wudu replied. He added, "Speaking of which, it has been 9,000 years since our last meeting at Ling Mountain. Back then I was young and inexperienced, listening to the scriptures felt boring, and accidentally overturned the Buddha's lotus platform." Bai Li chuckled lightly with her hands behind her back. "Now that I think about it, I really feel embarrassed." Though Bai Li mouthed the word embarrassed, there wasn't a single trace of embarrassment on her face. The little green sparrow on her shoulder ducked its head suspiciously and shook a couple of times. Fortunately, the personal disciple of the Buddha was a calm individual who did not get angry upon hearing these words but politely smiled instead. "Even though Your Majesty was young back then, you had a great understanding. As for me, I'm ashamed, it took several thousand years in this mundane world before I finally comprehended the essentials," Wudu said. Moreover, this final enlightenment was bestowed by Lien. She used to be a 1,000-line lotus flower on Ishan Mountain. When you passed through Ishan Mountain years ago, you also met her briefly. Bailey continued, later, she transcended the spirit bones and became human, experiencing 3,000 years in the cycle of reincarnation. Now seeing you again, though neither of you recalls the prior causes, it can be considered a complete journey with fulfillment of wishes. Amitabha, everything is cause and effect, Wudu sighed and said, I thought I could save her from suffering, but in the end, she reached the shore by herself. Killing is salvation, compassion is also salvation. There is no high or low, merely differing methods, Bailey said. But ultimately, whether one is a demon or a god, one can only save oneself. Wudu closed his eyes briefly and sighed softly, muttering agreement. 9,000 years ago during the scripture lectures at Ling Mountain, this young princess was bored and irritable, standing up in frustration under everyone's gaze to directly accuse the Buddha of biased speech, limited views, and inability to see unwavering chaos. At the time, her single statement stirred thousands of waves, turning what was supposed to be a scripture lecture into a philosophical debate between opposing viewpoints. That philosophical discussion was profound, leaving Wudu bewildered throughout. He understood every word but still could not fully enlighten. Afterward, the young princess happily finished teaching and walked away carefree, but Wudu's heart bore many lingering doubts. It seemed as if he had entered a dead-end alley, unable to find the profundity of the Dharma anymore. In the end, Wudu realized that he had hit a plateau and sought resignation from the Buddha, stating his intention to train hard among mortals to understand Buddhism. Until today. It wasn't until the moment Lien Yinyu died before his eyes that he experienced a sudden enlightenment. True or false, clean or dirty, they were all products measured by human standards. The so-called non-birth and non-death, non-dirt and non-cleanliness, were truly just a dreamlike illusion. Your Majesty, thank you very much, Wudu said sincerely. He gave Bailey a humble bow, hands clasped together forming a ritual sign, then transformed his entire body into a beam of golden light, disappearing toward the west heaven. Bailey looked back once more toward the direction of Shallow Water Town and then casually stepped onto the sea surface as if she arrived, leaving silently once more. Inside Zidu Temple, Xing Zhao had already lost patience, leading Xing Yingzhu away earlier. He claimed that they needed to return to the hotel to recuperate, leaving Zhang Jian and Hu Huan alone in the temple facing the two cold corpses. Outside, the sky grew dark, and the scent of incense and candle wax in the air gradually faded, revealing an inexplicable desolate atmosphere. Hu Huan sat on the ground, rubbing his aching chest, taking a while to regain some strength before looking over at Zhang Jian nearby. These events happened too quickly and unexpectedly. When Zhang Jian and Xing Yingzhu entered simultaneously, his attention naturally shifted toward his own side. Only now did he remember that Zhang Jian had succeeded in saving himself. From Hu Huan's perspective, he could only see Zhang Jian's profile. Half of Zhang Jian's figure was obscured by deep darkness, his eyes staring listlessly towards Lien Yinyu, his lips pale, his complexion not good either. Accustomed to having Zhang Jian around day and night, Hu Huan felt a genuine sense of missing him after their short separation, as if a day without seeing each other feels like 3 autumns. He got up from the ground, carelessly brushed off the dust on his body, and walked over to Zhang Jian's side, patting him on the shoulder. Snap out of it, Hu Huan said. What's wrong with you, daydreaming for so long? Zhang Jian had wandered in a grand dream of his past life for over 3 years, and now his head still ached. The images from his past life and present life intertwined chaotically in his mind, bouncing around without any order. The only thing that hadn't changed was the fox in front of him. I was thinking about what Lien Yinyu said earlier, Zhang Jian murmured. As soon as he spoke, the string of tension inside him loosened slightly, his body swayed, and he instinctively leaned against the table to steady himself. What did she say? Hu Huan asked casually. Don't listen to her. She was stuck in an obsession from a previous life, that's why she went crazy. You don't have any lingering karmic ties. Why worry about this? Hu Huan's words were just casual comfort, no different from how he used to placate Zhang Jian before. However, unexpectedly, this time Zhang Jian wasn't so easy to dismiss. After hearing those words, he turned his head toward Hu Huan, his gaze piercing like needles. Isn't there anything? Zhang Jian countered. What is there? Hu Huan was confused by the question, asking back aimlessly, wait. Are you saying that even a proper inheritor like you has some unresolved karma from a previous life? Zhang Jian fell silent, seemingly realizing something unsettling that he had deliberately ignored before. He subconsciously took a step backward and bumped into a nearby table. The candlestick on the table was knocked over by the force, rolling along the tabletop and falling to the ground with a faint clatter. In your past life, on Mount Tianmu. Zhang Jian fixed his eyes on Hu Huan and asked clearly, word by word, didn't you meet anyone? Hu Huan was taken aback, finally sensing that Zhang Jian's state was unusual. Frowning slightly, he didn't know why Zhang Jian would ask such a question. On Mount Tianmu? Hu Huan asked perplexedly. Who are you talking about? Beside a clear stream at the back of Mount Tianmu, Zhang Jian pressed on, speaking more rapidly than usual. When you injured your hind leg, didn't someone save you? Hu Huan was startled for a moment and followed the train of thought, digging deep into his memories until he uncovered a hint of it. There indeed was such an incident, he thought. Back then, he had only awakened to his spiritual intelligence but had not yet cultivated into human form. While playing in the mountains, he accidentally fell into a hunter's trap. Although he managed to break free with great effort, his hind leg was badly injured, and he still carried a scar mark on his leg today. There was someone. Hu Huan was just about to admit this when Zhang Jian interrupted him. Did you repay the favor? Zhang Jian asked. Hu Huan felt annoyed. He couldn't figure out why Zhang Jian seemed so agitated today, as if he had swallowed a whole bunch of gunpowder. His tone was harsh, and his face looked like it could eat someone alive. In everyday situations, although Zhang Jian often spouted phrases like exterminating demons and safeguarding the righteous, with a somewhat intimidating demeanor, he had never been so disrespectful. Hu Huan grew irritable immediately, furrowing his brows slightly, taking an imperceptible half-step back, and speaking impatiently, I already repaid the favor. So what? Zhang Jian opened his mouth, trying to speak, but a lump formed in his throat, preventing him from uttering a single word. Hu Huan had no idea what was bothering Zhang Jian. He had just coughed up blood, felt unwell, and anger simmered within him. Thus, his words lacked courtesy. It's in our nature as foxes to repay debts, don't worry about me. I've remembered every single favor and dared not owe anything, Hu Huan said. Zhang Jian deeply inhaled, exerting all his strength to squeeze out a few words from his throat. You. Repaid whom? Zhang Jian asked. Hu Huan had reached his limit of patience. Although he didn't know how Zhang Jian learned about this trifling detail of his past, being of beast origin, he possessed a wild temperament in his bones and couldn't be pushed further like this. Of course, I repaid my benefactor, Hu Huan replied. At the time, the person left a jade tassel near me. When I woke up, I traced the scent and found them, only to see they were tied up in a bandit hideout. So I helped them escape, repaying the healing grace with a life-saving debt. Didn't I do enough, young celestial master Zhang? Hu Huan pronounced the last few words with exaggerated intonation, sounding sarcastic. Unexpectedly, instead of becoming angry, Zhang Jian slumped as if his spine had been pulled out, collapsing onto the edge of the table. His complexion turned deathly pale instantly, and his lips began trembling involuntarily. Hu Huan had repaid the wrong person. Zhang Jian realized this sooner than Hu Huan himself. It turned out that what he saw in his past life was not an illusion after all. The shadow trailing behind his elder cousin's foot at the time was none other than Hu Huan in his fox form back then. In that instant, Zhang Jian suddenly found himself somewhat amused. Since he had awakened to spiritual intelligence early in this life, when he first glimpsed into his past life, the first thing he saw was Hu Huan covered in blood from the waist down. That image had remained vivid in his mind even after Zhang Qingde sealed off his connection to his past life. So from the moment he saw Hu Huan, Zhang Jian recognized him immediately. His ever-present demon-detecting mirror clearly revealed Hu Huan's true form, confirming to Zhang Jian that this was the very little fox he had seen in his previous life. Thus, Zhang Jian had always assumed that Hu Huan followed him because of their shared karmic ties from the previous life. Even if Hu Huan might have been too young to remember, some mysterious bond between them surely existed. But who would have thought that Hu Huan had repaid the wrong person entirely? Not only had he mistakenly saved Zhang Jian's cousin from the bandit lair, but in doing so, had also caused the young man to die at the hands of those ferocious bandits. The same sense of emptiness and despair from wandering in the illusion of his past life returned again, overwhelming Zhang Jian. Clutching his head in agony, he forced out a sentence through gritted teeth. That jade tassel. It was won by my cousin in a bet just moments before. Chapter 106, I shouldn't take advantage of a kindness, especially one from my previous life. Hu Huan never imagined that he had mistakenly repaid a favor back then, and even less expected that the overturned brazier he accidentally kicked would lead to the death of Zhang Jian in his previous life. The arrogance he had just accumulated quickly faded, his shoulders slumped as he cautiously glanced at Zhang Jian's expression. Although Hu Huan was a fox who had cultivated into a demon, if put among the demon races, he was still an inexperienced youth. He suddenly felt panicked and guilty, not knowing how to face Zhang Jian this victim, nor how to make amends. His heart was filled with unease, and because of his beastly instincts, for a moment he hadn't decided how to apologize but instead instinctively wanted to escape danger. This. Hu Huan stammered, it's something from the last life, you can't dig up old accounts. Hu Huan's initial intention was simply to suggest that Zhang Jian let bygones be bygones, all grudges and grievances from the previous life should pass, at worst, he could repay him again in this life. However, these words reached Zhang Jian's ears as if they carried some other meaning. Zhang Jian paused slightly after hearing this, stopping for a good 2 seconds before barely managing to pull the corners of his mouth into a grin that looked worse than crying. Also true, said Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian lowered his head to wipe his face, it was unclear whether he wiped away sweat or something else. He didn't know why he ended up revealing everything about his previous life to Hu Huan, maybe he wanted him to understand that he had mistakenly repaid the kindness, or perhaps it was just his own dissatisfaction. But Lian Yin was right, Zhang Jian thought, the matters of the previous life were already over. Drink the soup of forgetfulness, all past lives are forgotten, and the body is renewed from inside out, so why worry about the life and death affairs of the previous life? Yet, the words of Di Jun still echoed in his ears. Zhang Jian longed to convince himself that matters of his previous life were behind him, but he couldn't get past that mental barrier. Upon introspection, Zhang Jian did not hate Hu Huan. He simply didn't know how to face the other person. Revisiting many past events now, they all became mistaken misunderstandings, harboring secret feelings in his heart, misinterpreting much while naively thinking that Hu Huan was willing to follow him. Now looking back, it was indeed a joke. Considering this, Zhang Jian couldn't stay any longer. Hastily adjusting his clothing, he passed Hu Huan and stepped toward the door to leave. How could Hu Huan let him go? In that brief moment, Zhang Jian's expression was almost identical to heartbroken. Seeing him so sorrowful, even Hu Huan seemed to feel the heaviness, his heart burdened like a rain cloud pressing down, painfully heavy. Zhang Jian. Hu Huan hurriedly pursued, saying, then I'll make up for it. Whatever wish you have, I can. Before Hu Huan could reach Zhang Jian's shoulder with his hand, he was stopped by a turn of Zhang Jian's shoulder. Somewhere along the line, Zhang Jian must have cut his palm, warm blood flowed along the lines of his hand, the fox demon shuddered as the blood of the quasi-tincture scorched him, prompting him to instinctively retreat a couple steps. Not necessary, Zhang Jian said, you're right, I shouldn't use kindness to seek repayment, especially one from the previous life. I'm not. Hu Huan tried futilely to explain, but Zhang Jian had turned cleanly and walked away. For the first time ever, Hu Huan was left alone by Zhang Jian, quite at a loss. He wanted to chase after Zhang Jian, but also believed the latter might not want to see him in a fit of anger. If Xing Zhao were here, Hu Huan could have asked someone for advice, but Xing Zhao was currently with Xing Yingzhu, and Hu Huan didn't dare disturb him. After careful consideration, the opportunity had been missed, Zhang Jian had completely departed. Hu Huan was left alone in Zidu Temple. Standing at the doorway, he looked up at the moon hanging high in the sky, then turned back to look at the two bodies sitting opposite each other inside, finally sighing heavily, and resignedly found a rusty lock nearby to secure the room. After following Zhang Jian around outside for such a long time, Hu Huan roughly understood how they handled things. By tomorrow, official personnel would likely arrive at Zidu Temple to take over, so there was no need for them to tie up loose ends themselves. Hu Huan, resembling a night watchman, circled the front and back of the house, locking doors that seemed suspicious before slowly walking away. Lian Yin died, Wudu returned to its original place, this spiritual temple lost its former glory in an instant, becoming nothing more than an ordinary ancient temple. The joss sticks and yuanbao in the incense burner in the front courtyard had long since burned out, leaving only a scorching pile of ash. The eternal lamp next to it had only a small piece left, but it wouldn't last much longer either. Standing in the empty front courtyard, Hu Huan inexplicably felt a sense of confusion. When Zhang Jian abruptly left him, it wasn't so much the lack of habit that was bothering him, but over these days he had become accustomed to entering and exiting with Zhang Jian. Now that they had suddenly fallen out, Hu Huan actually didn't know where he should go. Hu Huan's limited life experience was not enough to help him think through such a complex issue, nor did it tell him what he should do now. Reason told him that he should book a ticket back to Xanadu, return home and make up the hours for his live streams, but his emotions rebelled fiercely against this idea, dragging his steps along the direction Zhang Jian had departed. Zhang Jian, however, hadn't gone anywhere. He neither left Beihai overnight, nor deliberately avoided Hu Huan by hiding somewhere else. Instead, he returned to Lian Yin's homestay. With Lian Yin dead, this homestay naturally no longer had an owner. Yet, Zhang Jian didn't hesitate too much. He simply took the key, unlocked the door, found his previous bedroom effortlessly, and without even taking off his clothes, threw himself onto the bed. The soft mattress still carried a faint trace of sandalwood fragrance. Zhang Jian furrowed his brows slightly, and almost instantly fell asleep. He was just too exhausted. Putting aside his identity as a quasi-tincture, Zhang Jian was after all just a young man. No matter how strong his mortal body might be, it couldn't endure the joys and sorrows of 2 lifetimes. Besides, he had wandered as a wandering soul for 3 years and entered the underworld. His vital energy was almost drained dry, but fortunately, his determination kept him from generating any heart demons that could have harmed his cultivation. At this moment, Zhang Jian was simply too lazy to think about anything. He seemed like a traveler who had just emerged from the desert, every part of his body felt uncomfortable, yet he didn't want to pay any attention to the protests from his body. He closed his eyes heavily, falling into another deep dream without resistance. The scenes in his dreams were chaotic and tangled, flickering between the tragic death of the young master from his previous life and the day he opened his spiritual senses in this life. Zhang Jian still remembered clearly that day, when a light rain fell on Longhu Mountain. The air was filled with the fresh scent of rain-soaked earth. From within his own consciousness, he caught sight of the beautiful but disheveled little fox, and his first reaction was joy. As for why he was happy, even now, he still didn't understand. Perhaps he was happy about advancing his cultivation, or perhaps it was something else. If it were 2 days ago, Zhang Jian might have been interested in exploring this question, but at this point, even thinking a bit more about it made him feel tired. Zhang Jian slept deeply, not knowing for how long, until he faintly heard a very soft opening door sound nearby. Then, light footsteps cautiously approached him, stopping beside his bed. In a shallow sleep, Zhang Jian vaguely sensed that someone was watching him. That gaze was straightforward yet hesitant, lingering at the bedside for a long time before bending down closer. Then, something cold touched his forehead. Zhang Jian guessed that the person was Hu Huan, but he didn't have the strength to wake up and refuse, so he merely wrinkled his eyebrows and fell back asleep. Hu Huan used a wet towel to wipe away the sweat on Zhang Jian's face, removed his shoes, covered him with a blanket, and stood by the bed hesitating for a long time before ultimately daring not to sit down. He resembled a pet dog that had been abandoned, withdrawing from Zhang Jian's room with disappointment, then moving a chair to sit opposite the room, an angle where Zhang Jian would immediately see him once he opened the door. Then, Hu Huan took out his phone, found the contact of the livestream platform's personnel, and deleted and rewrote text in the chat box for a long time before finally sending out a message. I need to take a long leave. Could you calculate the breach of contract penalty for my missed live stream hours? The reply came quickly, you've already taken a lot of leaves these past few months. It will be difficult. My body has a problem, Hu Huan lied, I need surgery and recovery, which might take a long time. If the leave request isn't approved, I'll have to resign. The liaison personnel didn't expect him to so easily say, resign, engaging in a tug-of-war negotiation with him for half the day before reluctantly agreeing, only requesting him to upload a sick leave certificate afterward. Hu Huan himself didn't know why he was asking for leave, but during his journey back, his mind had repeatedly thought about many things, almost all related to Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian must be angry with me, Hu Huan understandingly thought. This was understandable since my mistake led to his early death in his previous life. Him being angry is justified. During the trip back, Hu Huan had thought of several ways to apologize. As a member of the Fox clan, they had a natural advantage of making others feel good, and Zhang Jian particularly reacted well to this. After all, no matter what topic was discussed, whether or not he was truly paying attention, as long as he slightly focused and coaxed Zhang Jian a bit, the other would always improve his mood. This time would probably be no different, right? Hu Huan thought. Or he could spend a great deal of time seeing what Zhang Jian needed and what unfinished wishes he had. By the time he repaid his debt, Zhang Jian should be better by then, right? After pondering this idea, Hu Huan felt it was quite well thought out. Unknowingly, he leaned against the wall and drifted off to sleep. In a half-asleep, half-awake state, he still mulled over how tomorrow, when Zhang Jian woke up, he would rush in to apologize first, and then subtly ask if there was anything he needed in terms of repayment. But Hu Huan didn't anticipate that when he woke up from his nap, the room was already empty, leaving behind only a neatly made bed and a desolate, vacant room. Zhang Jian's suitcase, which had originally been in the corner of the room, was gone. And Hu Huan hadn't even noticed when he left. Chapter 107, So Reluctant to Let Me Go. Xing Yingzhu slept for a whole 7 days straight. On the day they returned from Zeta Temple, Xing Zhao first took him back to the hotel, went out to buy some daily necessities for both of them. When he came back, Xing Yingzhu had already transformed back into human form. When Xing Yingzhu was a little snake, Xing Zhao had examined his injuries, but at that time his body was too small, just a touch made him shiver. Afraid of causing him pain, Xing Zhao didn't dare to examine carefully. Later, when removing his clothes to apply medicine, Xing Zhao discovered many deep cuts on his body, especially severe around the joints. Xing Zhao's heart ached as he clicked his teeth repeatedly, unable to understand how Xing Yingzhu ended up in such a state after going to the Forbidden Sea abyss. At first, he barely dared to touch Xing Yingzhu's wounds, just undressing him made Xing Zhao sweat profusely, fearing any heavy movement might worsen Xing Yingzhu's condition. But Mr. Xing appeared to have the resilience of iron, enduring all of Xing Zhao's ministrations without waking up, occasionally frowning in his restless sleep. His injuries bled profusely, and Xing Zhao dared not take him to the hospital. With no other choice, he dealt with the situation himself, using 3 large packages of bandages and ruining 3 bed sheets from the hotel. In the end, the bandages were crooked and messy, uglier than mummification. Hopefully, Mr. Xing would refrain from caring about appearances at this moment. Previously, Xing Yingzhu had mentioned it was normal for him to sleep for several days, yet Xing Zhao's heart remained uneasy. He often wondered if their definitions of several days aligned or if there was a time difference involved. If Xing Yingzhu slept for several years, how would he transport him back? With nothing else to do all day, Xing Zhao divided his time into 2 main categories, one half worrying about Xing Yingzhu's health, and the other half pondering random thoughts. Indeed, he was somewhat scared. Sometimes at night, he would suddenly wake up from dreams, then quietly approach Xing Yingzhu to listen to his heartbeat. Meanwhile, Xing Yingzhu was submerged in a deep dream. In the Forbidden Sea abyss, he rarely recalled certain trivial matters from his previous life. Moreover, through the demonic pact, he glimpsed a vision of his past self via Xing Zhao. In that instant, an unexpected guess surfaced in Xing Yingzhu's mind, perhaps Xing Zhao had seen him in an even more distant previous life, one neither of them fully understood. But under the blood moon hanging high, the entire world enveloped in red, Xing Yingzhu thought for a long while and couldn't recall any specific time or event. Therefore, he couldn't confirm whether his conjecture was true or false. As for Xing Zhao, it was even less likely for him to know. Asking him might be as futile as questioning the 200-year-old staff at Zeta Temple. These disordered thoughts wandered around Xing Yingzhu's mind, fleeting like passing clouds. Finding no answers, he stopped thinking altogether. Overwhelmed by blood loss, Xing Yingzhu drifted in deep slumber for several days. When he finally regained a hint of consciousness from a light sleep, he vaguely heard a tune. It was an ancient melody originating from the banks of the Yellow River in prehistoric times, a tune Xing Yingzhu had only ever heard once in his lifetime, yet remembered with perfect clarity. However, the tune playing now was intermittent and incomplete, with only fragmented verses repeating endlessly. To Xing Yingzhu, it sounded like a single song stuck on repeat due to a faulty cassette tape. Xing Yingzhu. In the end, Xing Yingzhu struggled to determine whether he woke up naturally after sleeping enough, or if it was the bizarre music that roused him. When he woke up, it was already evening, with the sky outside so dark that it was hard to estimate the exact hour. However, it had started raining sometime, the rain tapping against the glass window creating soothing white noise ideal for sleep. Only the bedside lamp was lit, and Xing Zhao wasn't by the bed. Xing Yingzhu closed his eyes for a while to adjust. It had been a long time since he last experienced the heavy sensation of having a mountain of stones pressing down on his body. For a brief period, he found himself very unaccustomed, feeling as though no part of his body worked properly. After a short pause, his sense of smell was the first to recover, not because of anything extraordinary, but due to the overwhelming stench of sour and spicy noodles permeating the room. Xing Yingzhu accidentally inhaled a breath of spicy post-rain oxygen, and instantly gasped, choking violently in the darkness. Xing Zhao, who had been sitting away from the bed, suddenly startled, tossing aside his chopsticks and rushing back to the bedside. His eyes sparkled as he joyfully exclaimed, "You're awake." Xing Yingzhu. Not yet accustomed to the external brightness, his vision was filled with large patches of warm light. As Xing Zhao surged towards him, carrying the aroma of sour and spicy flavor, Xing Yingzhu momentarily thought that a spirit of sour and spicy noodles had rushed toward him instead. Xing Yingzhu couldn't stop coughing, and the pain from his injuries surged through him. Confused and disoriented, he weakly pushed Xing Zhao away. His first thought in this dazed state was actually about how this ungrateful little thing still has time to eat sour and spicy noodles. It wasn't until then that Xing Zhao realized the problem, quickly turning on the air conditioner's exhaust fan, scrambling to throw the sour and spicy noodles into the toilet, shedding his own coat into the sink, and only then rushing back to the bedside to gently pat Xing Yingzhu's back. "You've finally woken up," Xing Zhao softly said. "You scared me half to death. I thought you'd sleep for several years." Xing Yingzhu. To be honest, he didn't notice any change. Xing Yingzhu quietly coughed once more, but the complaint swirling around in his mind never made it out of his lips. Xing Zhao gave him a sip of water, his concern evident as he leaned against the headboard watching Xing Yingzhu. Despite being awake, Xing Yingzhu's complexion hadn't improved much, he appeared listless, eyelids drooping slightly, as if ready to fall back asleep at any moment. "Do you even have time to eat sour and spicy noodles?" Xing Yingzhu murmured under his breath. Xing Zhao blinked and explained, "Well, I didn't feel like eating anything, so I just wanted to have some sour and spicy flavor." Xing Yingzhu let out a soft scoff, disapproving, twisted reasoning. His voice was gentle yet obviously lacking energy. Xing Zhao felt a lump in his throat, wishing that Xing Yingzhu would go back to teasing and frightening him like before instead of looking half dead. Xing Yingzhu, however, found himself not overly worried. He had slept enough and now, having woken up, felt fine. The rest of his healing was just a matter of nurturing his body, merely skin-deep wounds anyway, no big deal. He slowly moved a little higher, finding a comfortable position leaning against the pillow, waiting for Xing Zhao to start his usual interrogation. Unexpectedly, Xing Zhao remained silent for a moment, secretly climbing onto the bed, pulling the blanket aside, creeping over like a thief, and lightly wrapping his arms around Xing Yingzhu's waist. Xing Zhao's movements were extremely delicate, it wasn't even a real hug so much as just a slight touch, as if afraid to hurt him by pressing too hard. Xing Yingzhu glanced down at him without saying a word. Taking the cup from the nightstand, Xing Yingzhu slowly sipped half a glass of water, waiting for Xing Zhao to speak first. After hesitating for a bit, Xing Zhao cautiously edged closer and whispered, "Can you also get me something like what Lian Yin you had? Maybe grafted?" Xing Yingzhu didn't expect this to be Xing Zhao's opening statement, surprised for a moment. "I see no side effects either. And it helps you not grow old. Don't talk nonsense." Xing Yingzhu croaked, cutting him off sharply. "What kind of ghostly thing is that? You're perfectly fine, don't waste your thoughts on such cheap tricks." Perhaps because he refused, and didn't want Xing Zhao to think too much, Xing Yingzhu's tone was unusually gentle. Xing Zhao retracted a little. If Xing Boss were fully awake now, even with 8 lives Xing Zhao wouldn't dare say such a thing. Yet, the lethargic Xing Yingzhu wasn't easy to fool either, and had shot him down straight away. Xing Yingzhu sighed. Probably due to physical discomfort, even great monsters tend to become a bit sentimental when feeling unwell. He set the cup down on the nightstand and tugged at Xing Zhao's arm. Puzzled, Xing Zhao looked at him. Xing Yingzhu didn't say anything but pulled him closer, upward, indicating what he wanted. Following Xing Yingzhu's lead, Xing Zhao moved closer, kneeling on both sides of Xing Yingzhu's body and leaning forward slightly, letting out a questioning single-syllable sound. Xing Yingzhu patted his waist and ordered, "Sit." Xing Zhao attempted to resist, "You're injured." Before Xing Zhao could finish speaking, Xing Yingzhu already firmly pressed him down, placing him on his thighs. Next, Xing Yingzhu grabbed his wrist and pulled him forward a bit. Caught off balance, Xing Zhao immediately fell forward, landing face down on Xing Yingzhu's chest. The strong scent of medicine filled his nose. Xing Yingzhu's upper body was bare, and the bandages brushed against Xing Zhao's cheek, causing a faint ticklish sensation. Xing Yingzhu understood why Xing Zhao suddenly brought up this topic. Lien Yingyu's abilities must have left an impact, making Xing Zhao already uneasy about their eventual separation and the long span of time between them. Gently stroking Xing Zhao's hair, Xing Yingzhu softly patted his back. Xing Zhao initially believed he was coping quite well. But with this light pat, a mere hint of frustration inside him unexpectedly exploded. Blinking his eyes rapidly, his eye rims instantly turned red, and a tear streamed down his face and soaked into Xing Yingzhu's bandage. Xing Zhao quickly wiped it away. Back inside Lien Yingyu's body, Xing Zhao had glimpsed a past incarnation of Xing Yingzhu, someone who, feeling bored, could simply sleep for hundreds of years. To that Xing Yingzhu, time was merely a measuring tool, completely devoid of meaning. During these days when Xing Yingzhu lay unconscious, he was truly terrified. It didn't matter if Xing Yingzhu slept for a decade or two, but for him, those years would feel like a huge chunk of his life. He had never felt, even for a single moment as he had in these days, the sheer unfairness of time so clearly. In every second that passed, the meaning of time was completely different for him than it was for Xing Yingzhu. Xing Yingzhu gently combed Xing Zhao's hair a few times and tucked the slightly long strands behind his ear. Then, with a sigh, he lightly tapped the wet traces of tears at the corner of Xing Zhao's eye with his knuckles. After a long pause, Xing Yingzhu finally spoke, "Are you really that reluctant to let me go?" Chapter 108, it was the second time Xing Yingzhu had said this sentence. Xing Zhao was so angry that he wanted to hit him. But after thinking about it, he felt reluctant. After all, Mr. Xing was now as fragile as a piece of paper, his wounds had only just stopped bleeding, and if one punch sent him back to the beginning, it would be too costly. Moreover, Mr. Xing was overly gentle today. It wasn't clear whether it was because he had no strength in his body or for some other reason, but his movements were light and slow. He didn't mock Xing Zhao and occasionally patted his back, as if comforting a child. Xing Zhao had originally been fuming with, but after being consoled by being touched and patted, his anger dissipated first. He awkwardly sniffed and huffed, taking it as a response. Xing Yingzhu, lowering his gaze, looked at Xing Zhao's profile under the dim yellow bedside lamp. His tear stains were still there, the corner of his eyes slightly red, looking pitiful. Next life. A sudden thought flashed into Xing Yingzhu's mind. Would next life Xing Zhao still be Xing Zhao? Xing Yingzhu wondered. Even someone like Lien Yu, who from beginning to end never died, became a different person after rebirth, let alone ordinary people walking the cycle of reincarnation again on the Nether Bridge. The idea that had emerged before on Long Tiger Mountain once again dominated Xing Yingzhu's thoughts. He tried to imagine, if in the next life, Xing Zhao turned into another shape, perhaps a happy family man, perhaps with off-the-charts intelligence, or perhaps a metaphysical genius, no matter which, could he treat that person as he did with this current foolhardy Xiao Dao? Maybe yes, maybe no. Xing Yingzhu understood himself, he was a person who didn't compromise in anything, and his life motto was, never to hurt oneself. If Xing Zhao turned into someone completely different in the next life, he couldn't guarantee he'd love that person with disregard for everything else like some faithful shrine. Xing Zhao quietly lay on his chest, and Xing Yingzhu watched him, blinking slowly after a while. Come closer. Xing Yingzhu said. Xing Zhao lifted his head and glanced at him, cautiously moving forward a bit, coming closer, and softly asked, "What's wrong?" Xing Yingzhu's gaze fell upon his dry, cracked lips. He used his thumb to touch Xing Zhao's lip corners and asked, "How will you feel when parting?" Xing Zhao. This wretched great fiend, Xing Zhao complained silently inside, he loves hearing these mushy sweet words, not sure where such a bad taste comes from. However, despite his silent complaint, Xing Zhao subconsciously bit his lip corner and still told the truth. I just think that, even if I can find you in the next life, that is still a thing of the next life. Xing Zhao was a bit embarrassed. He coughed dryly, scratched his face, and said. Continuing previous relationships sounds meaningful and romantic, but I can't remember those things myself, so after considering it, I always feel shortchanged. Xing Yingzhu curled his lips slightly and smiled gently. Xing Zhao thought he found himself childish, and hastily added, mainly, it makes me feel like I'm cheating on myself, which seems, Before Xing Zhao finished speaking, Xing Yingzhu had already gripped his chin and pushed him forward a bit. Then, Xing Zhao felt something cold stick to his lips, and he instinctively opened his mouth and accepted it. When it landed on his tongue, he took a sip, realizing it was a cool mint candy. The mint candy dispelled the original flavor of spicy noodles, and Xing Zhao tasted the sugar, recognizing a familiar taste. The ring-shaped candy was the kind commonly provided at the hotel front desk, with a strong mint flavor that tinged the tip of the tongue with a subtle pain sensation, requiring great effort to taste any sweetness. Xing Zhao blinked questioningly, just wanting to ask why Xing Yingzhu suddenly gave him a candy, but then saw Xing Yingzhu lean slightly up and kiss his lips. Mr. Xing was adept at surprise attacks. Xing Zhao stumbled, almost losing his footing point. His whole body flopped onto him, landing snugly. Xing Zhao mumbled twice, wanting to ask if he hit him painfully, when he felt a tightening around his waist. It was Xing Yingzhu naturally wrapping his arms around his waist. The soft tip of Xing Bao's tongue swept over Xing Zhao's parched lips, patiently moistening some of his cracks. Then, he murmured, Xing Xiao Dao, open your mouth. Dazed by his kisses, Sheng Zhao subconsciously followed the order. Xing Yingzhu firmly grabbed the back of his head, and the arm around his waist tightened a little more. Sheng Zhao didn't know what medication went wrong with him. Before he could take an extra breath, Xing Boss forcibly pulled him into a rhythm akin to bestiality. Sheng Zhao had originally thought that Xing Yingzhu was as fragile as a piece of paper, but unexpectedly in the matter of taking advantage, Xing Yingzhu still did not lag behind at all. He entangled with Sheng Zhao like he was conquering some fortifications for half a day. When he finally let go, Sheng Zhao almost thought he was about to faint due to lack of oxygen. The mint candy disappeared inside Sheng Zhao's stomach sometime unnoticed, and his whole body went limp from Xing Yingzhu's kisses, his ears and neck red all over. He unconsciously retreated a little to distance himself from Xing Yingzhu. However, before he could get up, he was pulled back by Xing Boss, who hugged him around the waist. "Look at you." Sheng Zhao accused him first. "You start flirting just after 3 sentences. Xing Yingzhu looked like he had received a mysterious dose of vitality. Suddenly, he was no longer sleepy and brimming with spirit. He emitted a disdainful chuckle and wiped a water stain off the corner of Sheng Zhao's mouth with his thumb, lazily questioning. His chest vibrated slightly. Sheng Zhao blushed, and wanted to avoid talking to him even more. Sheng Zhao thrashed like an octopus, wanting to stand up on the bed away from Xing Yingzhu. But before any action, Xing Yingzhu gave a disapproving noise and turned his face by pinching his chin. "Sheng Xiaodao," Xing Yingzhu raised an eyebrow and said, "With me here, what are you afraid of?" Sheng Zhao slightly blinked in surprise. In his memory, it was the second time Xing Yingzhu had said this sentence. For some unknown reason, this phrase coming out of his mouth sounded like a stabilizing anchor, immediately nailing Sheng Zhao's wavering heart in place. It was as if there was no need for Sheng Zhao to explain those grievances and concerns in detail, because Xing Yingzhu seemed to understand everything already. Sheng Zhao hesitated between wanting to be happy and fearing misunderstanding his words, so he could only blink his eyes, helplessly gazing at Xing Yingzhu. "Is what you said what I think it means?" Sheng Zhao asked hopefully. Who knew that the warm version of Mr. Xing had expired at just the right moment? Xing Yingzhu curled his lips and smiled at him, deliberately leaving the explanation ambiguous. He nudged him against the shoulder and pushed him away slightly with disdain, saying, "Go take a shower. The sour and spicy rice noodle smell on you is almost soaking into your skin. Do you really think taking off your coat will make it disappear?" Since Xing Yingzhu stopped speaking halfway, of course Sheng Zhao would not comply. He forgot how embarrassed he felt just now about wanting to dig a hole and hide, beginning to shamelessly cling to Xing Yingzhu. "You can't stop speaking halfway." Sheng Zhao carefully embraced one of his arms and complained, "Couples cannot live their lives depending on guesses, things should be spoken clearly. Otherwise, resentment will build up eventually." Xing Yingzhu remained stoic and coldly replied, "Oh. Sheng Zhao. What an unrelenting big demon." Yet, if Sheng Zhao were so easily deterred by him, he wouldn't have been able to woo this high and mighty flower. He simply ignored Xing Yingzhu's response, bonelessly sliding down along the edge of the bed, clinging onto his arm firmly. "I'm telling you. This is a serious problem." Sheng Zhao said solemnly, "If you keep acting like this, I won't feel secure. Always guessing whether we're on the same wavelength would lead to anxiety over time. If I get anxious, then..." Sheng Zhao choked on his words mid-sentence, unable to conclude anything. Xing Yingzhu leisurely watched him, waiting to see what ridiculous thing he might blurt out next. "My cooking will lose its love flavor," Sheng Zhao declared firmly. Xing Yingzhu. Could I expect him to say something earth-shattering? Xing Yingzhu reflected upon himself sincerely. Does little knife Xing have greater potential? No, Xing Boss rigorously answered himself mentally, 80% of his capabilities have gone toward seducing me. Get up, Xing Yingzhu scoffed, are you not ashamed? At home, one mustn't care about saving face. Sheng Zhao responded with a tone akin to swearing loyalty, a good man at home must be flexible and adaptable. Xing Yingzhu. For a moment, Xing Yingzhu wanted to swallow his own previous words back. He was worn down by Sheng Zhao's persistence, with no other options, and could only try to pull his arm free while muttering, all right, I'll think of a way. Having secured his promise, Sheng Zhao's energy was fully restored instantly. He happily grabbed a towel from the chair back and cheerfully bounced off to the bathroom to take a bath. Of course, beforehand I must say. Xing Yingzhu coolly splashed water on his enthusiasm. After all, humans are made of mud, extremely fragile, and I might not be able to come up with a solution. Anything goes. Sheng Zhao poked his head out from the bathroom, smiling with bent eyes, as long as you are willing to think of a way. Xing Yingzhu. Pretty optimistic, quite skilled at comforting oneself. Indeed, Sheng Zhao wasn't lying, he was genuinely quite delighted. For Xing Yingzhu, deciding to think of a way meant, in some sense, the old master also cherished him. Moreover, Sheng Zhao had a blind trust in Xing Yingzhu, always feeling that since he had promised this way, he would definitely care more about it than himself. Also, I must say something unpleasant beforehand. Xing Yingzhu crossed his arms and sneered as he said, I can think of ways for you, but if after I've thought of a plan, you regret it yourself, then. Then what? Sheng Zhao looked at him with a mix of shyness and anticipation, excitedly asking, are you going to force your love on me? A dark room? Tied up. Punishing me day after day and only letting me see you every day, and gouging out anyone's eyes if I look at someone else. Xing Yingzhu. Boss Xing got choked by the breath caught in his throat. The threatening words he had planned were immediately forgotten, causing a sharp pain in his wound. You wish. Xing Yingzhu said furiously. Chapter 109, Boss Xing is clearly the best big monster in the world. Xing Zhao took a half-hour shower in the bathroom, using 3 layers of shower gel, successfully transforming himself from a spicy and sour rice noodle essence into a lemon milk essence. By the time he emerged from the bathroom toweling his hair, Xing Yingzhu had already gotten up from bed. At some point, he had opened the curtains, and cold wind was blowing in strongly through the wide-open window. The town of Shallow Waters was near the sea, with the coast of the northern sea just beyond the window. A full moon hung in the sky, highlighting Boss Xing's thin, solitary silhouette, giving it a rather desolate feeling. As Xing Zhao slowly stopped drying his hair, blinking his eyes, he wasn't sure whether or not to interrupt Xing Yingzhu. What if the elder was grieving over spring and pondering sorrowful thoughts? Xing Zhao thoughtfully lightened his steps, but before he could approach, he realized he'd overthought things. Boss Xing showed no sign of self-pity, he was busy trying to remove the gauze bandages from his body. He clearly wasn't used to the bandaged wounds on his body, now struggling awkwardly to untie the knot tied at his side waist. Hey, Xing Zhao threw the towel over his head, rushing forward to stop his hands, saying, don't remove it, don't remove it. I worked hard to stop your bleeding, and if you take it off, the medicine will have been for nothing. Medicine? Xing Yingzhu glanced at him, assuming that Little Knife Xing must have bought another 2 yuan 50 for an erythromycin ointment as a placebo. Just then, there was still some ointment on his collarbone that hadn't been wiped clean. Xing Yingzhu wiped a little bit with his fingertip, sniffed it, and looked at Xing Zhao somewhat surprised. Who gave you the medicine? Xing Yingzhu asked. Qing Wan, Xing Zhao honestly replied, on the second morning after you fainted, she came knocking on the door, and gave me 3 bottles of medicine. My instinct told me this was good stuff, so I accepted it. Xing Yingzhu said softly, wiping the dried ointment flakes from his fingertips without making any comment. Xing Zhao was somewhat worried that he would be angry for taking initiative, especially given Xing Yingzhu's attitude. It seemed they weren't mortal enemies, but they certainly couldn't say they saw eye to eye. Xing Zhao coughed dryly, attempting to explain, you wouldn't know how frightening you looked back then, the wound wouldn't stop bleeding, your face turned pale and bluish, you worried me. Xing Yingzhu subconsciously responded before regaining awareness. Only then did he realize what Xing Zhao was fretting about. He nodded, turned around, leaned against the windowsill, pulled Xing Zhao closer, and flicked his slightly damp hair tip. It's fine, it's a good thing, Xing Yingzhu considered for a moment, seemingly feeling it wasn't enough, and thus added, if she gives it to you, take it, it's a bargain not to be missed. Xing Zhao. That wasn't very Xing Yingzhu-like, one could tell that Boss Xing made an effort to make those words come out naturally. Unfortunately, Boss Xing's comfort was too rigid, it felt like those forced commercials during television drama breaks. Xing Zhao endured it for half a day but finally burst out laughing uncontrollably. Xing Yingzhu. Boss Xing tried hard to understand and comfort his spouse only to end up being laughed at upon the first attempt, losing face instantly, frowned deeply, and shoved Xing Zhao away by the shoulder at a step's distance. With extensive battle experience, Xing Zhao had already seen through Xing Yingzhu's intentions. Before Xing Yingzhu could make trouble, he quickly twisted his body around, approaching Boss Xing from the other side. I'm fine, don't worry. Xing Zhao cloyingly coaxed him, closing in, how are you so good? What virtue did I accumulate in my previous life to encounter such a beautiful and kind-hearted big monster like you in this one? Xing Yingzhu. This compliment was even more rigid than Boss Xing's comfort. If this beautiful and kind-hearted statement reached the demon community, they might collectively apologize for these 4 characters. Although the beauty part was indeed objective truth. Xing Yingzhu felt both annoyed yet genuinely delighted, unable to press down the corners of his lips despite repeated attempts, revealing a faint, handsome smile. Who knows? Xing Yingzhu arched an eyebrow and said, maybe it's because I committed sins in my previous life, which resulted in me getting a pest like you in this one to punish me. What do you mean, pest? Xing Zhao corrected him, standardize your cognition, companion, alright? Xing Yingzhu, worn down by his persistence, sighed mentally and could only agree, alright, right, companion. This companion is pressing on my wound. Xing Zhao. He hurriedly stood straight, flailing his arms and legs, realizing that the left side of Xing Yingzhu's chest was stained with blood, possibly injured accidentally by him earlier. Xing Zhao exclaimed in alarm, immediately daring not to touch him. He bent over and leaned in a little closer, carefully moving the outermost layer of gauze as he eyed the bloodstain with visible distress. I haven't even asked you yet. Xing Zhao frowned and said, you told me to stay safe on this trip. So how did you end up like this when you came back? Xing Yingzhu grabbed his coat from the chair and put it on, then pushed the window open wider with a casual gesture. I survived a calamity at the Forbidden Abyss, Xing Yingzhu summarized succinctly. Xing Zhao looked up at him, his furrowed brows not relaxing as it was clear that brief statement had failed to provide him with enough information. When demonic races advance, they face celestial calamities because after years of cultivation, their own powers improve. Xing Yingzhu explained, every time their Taoist cultivation reaches a certain level, heavenly thunder will strike. Now Xing Zhao understood. I get this, Xing Zhao nodded and said, it's like an evolution. Some demons related to the ancient races have specific ways to enhance their cultivation. For instance, Hu Huan, he can grow more tails as his cultivation grows deeper. Xing Yingzhu continued, like the carp that leaps through the dragon gate becomes a true dragon. Xing Zhao instinctively chimed in, so snakes. This fact fell within Xing Zhao's self-study curriculum. He remembered reading in the Shi Ji, the records of strange things, that a water snake would transform into a python after 500 years, a python would evolve into a dragon after 1,000 years, a dragon became an angled dragon after another 500 years, and 1,000 years later, it would turn into. Xing Zhao hesitated for a moment, pausing before completing the sentence in his mind. Into a long. Seeing Xing Zhao stop abruptly, Xing Yingzhu blinked once, confirming Xing Zhao's correct guess. For all these years, I've been suppressing my cultivation, never once allowing myself to undergo the calamity since I've always considered this body as temporary. I never cared much about it, Xing Yingzhu said. So why did you suddenly stop suppressing it? Xing Zhao asked, what happened to you at the Forbidden Abyss? Xing Yingzhu gave a slight tut under his breath, thinking to himself, it couldn't be anything else but your sudden capture by Lien Yinyu. I rushed to save you. Of course, fragile human minds are overly sensitive, and telling the truth would only cause unnecessary thoughts and worries for this small being, who'd inevitably worry too much and ache unnecessarily. It'd be exhausting just watching him. It's nothing, Xing Yingzhu casually waved off, just that the time had come, that's all. However, Xing Zhao's intelligence kicked in momentarily, his brows tightening slightly as he instinctively felt Xing Yingzhu wasn't telling the truth. Really? Xing Zhao countered, but you usually suppress your cultivation even in safe environments. Why would you relax it in such a place? Besides, the wounds on your body don't look like they were caused by lightning strikes. Xing Yingzhu. Why does he have to be so sharp when he shouldn't, and ask so many probing questions? The reason heaven sent calamities manifest as lightning calamities is because besides serving as a test, the 9 heavens lightning also refines one's muscles and purifies one's bones. Once one survives, from bone to blood, the whole body is purified by the heavenly thunder and thus able to contain more cultivation power, Xing Yingzhu evasively replied, but the forbidden abyss lies within the divine realm where the heavenly thunder cannot reach. As I didn't endure the lightning strike but evolved anyway, my snake form could no longer bear the growth of my cultivation, hence it ruptured. Luckily, it wasn't evolving straight into a dragon, and the increase in cultivation power was limited. These injuries will heal soon, they're merely external wounds. Xing Zhao could see it, Xing Yingzhu was still holding back the full truth. Given Xing Yingzhu's character, something he has persisted with for so long must hold great significance for him. Much like his obsession to retrieve his lost skeletal remains, to some extent, Boss Xing was rather stubborn about things he believed in. Despite the discomfort of having a serpent-like form that made him disdainful and uneasy, he'd endured it for years. Back then at the edge of Poyang Lake, after Xing Boss heroically saved the day with an accompanying chilling story, Xing Zhao only thought it was meant to frighten him. But now he realized what Xing Yingzhu said back then was true. He really did find this body unnatural. Thus, there must have been something unknown in the forbidden abyss that prompted Boss Xing, who valued dignity and principles over life itself, to break his old rules. You make it sound too simple, Xing Zhao paused briefly out of fear that prolonged silence might reveal something to Xing Yingzhu. Then he lowered his voice and softly said, then you need to recover quickly. A lazy hum rose from Xing Yingzhu's throat as he ruffled his slightly damp hair, using a tone filled with feigned irritation that implied, if you don't anger me, I'll get better faster. Who angered you? Xing Zhao responded habitually, where can you find a partner as virtuous, gentle, and considerate as me? Xing Yingzhu curved his lips slightly into a smile without denying the comment, instead turning his head toward the window. He seemed to be in a pleasant mood, lightly squinting his eyes as if enjoying the caress of the sea breeze. Perhaps it was because of the demon pact he had formed. After returning from Zida Temple, Xing Zhao began to vaguely sense a little of Xing Yingzhu's feelings. This sensation was incredibly subtle, neither a particular thought nor any concrete idea. If anything, it seemed more like an emotion or a feeling. Like just now, he instinctively felt that Xing Yingzhu's hidden truth had something to do with him. Maybe this reason originated from himself, Xing Zhao thought. Xing Yingzhu didn't tell him because he feared he might overthink it. For some unknown reason, Xing Zhao suddenly felt uneasy. The demons in the apartment building and people like Zhang Jian either considered Xing Yingzhu cruel and ruthless, lacking empathy, or someone to be wary of. Overall, though they weren't malicious, their evaluations of him were far from favorable. But Xing Zhao didn't agree. He glanced at Xing Yingzhu's profile, his mind filled with defiant thoughts. Boss Xing was considerate and gentle, undoubtedly the best great demon in the world. Chapter 110, Broken Melody. More than 1,000 miles away from the Beihai, at the Tsutan Gorge, Bai Li was sitting on a broken cliff. Beside her lay 3 or 4 dusty wine jars, clearly having been drinking alone for a while. The bright moon hung above her head, and below her feet roared an endless torrent of river water. Wine splashed onto the grass leaves, trickling down slowly to form translucent dewdrops. Bai Li leaned carelessly against a large rock, one hand holding a small, ancient-looking wine bottle, the other resting on her raised knee, tapping rhythm in a leisurely manner. She hummed intermittently an ancient tune, but her humming was so perfunctory that it seemed to lack proper coherence. Before long, 2 black-winged stilts flew over the cliff. Seeing Bailey there, they quickly folded their wings and landed, bowing to her respectfully. "Rise," Bailey said lazily, waving a hand. "I'm just wandering around. Inform all within 10 li, no need to pay respects." Seemingly understanding her words, the black-winged stilt stretched its neck and let out a long cry, bowed again, then flapped its wings and flew away. The terrain before Keeman was perilous, seldom visited by people. On the cliffs, one could faintly discern the outlines of mountain formations from hundreds of years ago. When the moon reached mid-heaven, Bailey heard footsteps approaching behind her. Without turning her head, she casually pulled a handful of 5-spice sunflower seeds from her pocket, gesturing with her raised arm. From behind, close proximity came a light chuckle, followed by a hand with distinct knuckles reaching out to take the seeds. The hand was pale and long, its muscles smooth and defined, without a trace of excess flesh, as if carved from cold jade. A single red mole adorned the wrist bone, adding a touch of vibrant color. "You're drinking again," the voice remarked. "Living too long, you've got to find some fun." Bailey blinked, her tone laced with a hint of smile as she said, "Why aren't you staying by the luoshui? What are you doing here?" It was a young man with gentle yet handsome features, dressed in a wide-sleeved, bluish-white robe, with several strands of luminous blue watermarks on his forehead. There was a slight resemblance between him and Bailey. "The ground shook in luoshui 2 days ago, something surged up from beneath," the man explained. "I saw it, and realized it was something you used before. By chance, you're on Earth, so I brought it for you." Saying this, he took a cloth bundle from his sleeve and handed it over to Bailey. Inside seemed to be a stick-like object about the width of 2 fingers, about forearm length. The tail end of the cloth had unraveled slightly, revealing a segment of ink-black jade patterns. Bailey arched an eyebrow, taking the item in hand as though unsurprised it would appear now. "Good timing," Bailey said. "I'll gift it later as a wedding present." The man asked curiously, "Who's getting married?" Bailey tightened the loosened cloth strip and then nonchalantly tucked the object into her waistband, winking at the man with an enigmatic look. "A secret." The man sighed, seemingly both helplessly amused and self-deprecating as he said, "Indeed, whatever you do always makes sense. However, luoshui can't stay unmanned. Since the item has been delivered, I'll leave first." Bailey didn't reply, merely waving goodbye and pulling another handful of sunflower seeds from her pocket. No sooner had the man left when a green bird descended through the moonlight, landing beside Bailey and transforming into a lively young girl who affectionately scooted closer and knelt by her side. "Is everything done?" Bailey asked. "All done." A Jing puffed out her chest proudly and said, "That interspecies couple is off making lovey-dovey eyes at each other. Master Zhang's designated heavenly teacher is already back on Dragon Tiger Mountain, and the little fox cub went after him but failed to catch up." "Failed to catch up?" Bailey looked at her with interest, saying, "What kind of failure?" "The cub's nose is quite sharp, but his pace was just a tad slow," a Jing replied honestly. By the time he reached the airport, Zhang Jian had already boarded and flown away. As a Jing spoke, remembering what appeared to be a humorous scene, she stifled laughter and critiqued, "If you ask me, master, it felt like something straight out of a romantic drama." "Zhang family's youngest son isn't old, but his temper sure is quick," Bailey critiqued. A Jing agreed completely, nodding enthusiastically. "Did you deliver the message for Ingzhu?" Bailey asked. "When I arrived, Ingzhu was still unconscious," a Jing tilted her head, counting on her fingers. "Master, his little boy cares deeply for him. He wouldn't let me in to see him. Unable to do anything else, I simply relayed your words. But estimating the time, I reckon it should have reached Ingzhu by now." In the shallow waters town, Xing Ingzhu pinched Xing Zhao's chin thoughtfully, gazing at him. "Did she say this?" Xing Ingzhu confirmed again. "That's right." Xing Zhao nodded vigorously and said, "She said, everything I've promised you counts. Once you recover from your injuries, I will pick a time to meet you, no later than 3 years." "But what did she promise you?" Xing Ingzhu glanced at Xing Zhao and replied calmly, "She told me earlier that after matters concerning the abyss of banned seas were resolved, she would inform me about the whereabouts of my remains." Xing Zhao. Xing Zhao's mind blanked for a moment before reconnecting, and he straightened up, his eyes gleaming as he fixed Xing Ingzhu with an intense stare. Had it not been for Xing Ingzhu's arm around his waist, he might have truly jumped in joy. "Is it true?" Xing Zhao looked even happier than Xing Ingzhu, the person involved, and hurriedly asked, "Why did she suddenly give in?" "Who knows?" Xing Ingzhu teased him, "Maybe she has another scheme." It was better when Xing Ingzhu didn't mention it, but this reference made Xing Zhao immediately find it reasonable. After all, they couldn't rule out such possibilities. Xing Ingzhu returned from the abyss of banned seas battered, so who knew what kind of dangerous place this whereabouts could be? "What should we do? Should you prepare something in advance?" Xing Zhao worried and said, "She specifically emphasized that you must fully recover from your injuries. It sounds full of implications. Do dealings with deities always feel like some dark magic or myth, where contracts with demons could deceive people anytime?" Xing Ingzhu. Seeing Xing Zhao getting increasingly unrealistic, Xing Yingzhu had to interrupt his extravagant imaginings manually. Xing Xiaoda, pull back your tricks. Xing Yingzhu flicked Xing Zhao on the forehead and leisurely said, soldiers block soldiers, water is damned by earth, nothing much. But Xing Zhao wanted to say more, but Xing Yingzhu had already decisively ended the topic, ruffling his slightly damp hair, and walked over to the wardrobe to grab an outer coat and threw it at him. Don't, but me, Xing Yingzhu said, you've eaten enough, I'm still hungry. Let's go out for a stroll. What do you want to eat? Xing Zhao pulled the coat off his head and hastily slipped it on, saying quickly, lie down in the house, I'll buy food for you. I'm not disabled yet. Xing Yingzhu fastened the coat buttons and said, if you're so eager to take care of me, just wait until I can't get up anymore to exert yourself. Tut tut tut, what are you talking about? Xing Zhao quickly interrupted him, persuading this tyrant like an old mother hen, saying, look, last time you disregarded everything, almost leaving me a widow in a single sentence, and now you still don't learn from your mistakes. Xing Yingzhu. Xing Yingzhu was too lazy to respond to him. He changed his shoes and walked over to the table, rummaging through the pile of clothes. Xing Zhao had probably devoted all his attention to Xing Yingzhu these few days, having no intention of tidying up the living environment. Clothes, bath towels, robes, and other items were haphazardly stacked near the table and chairs, forming two little mountains on the tabletop and chair backs. After feeling around for a while without finding his phone, Xing Yingzhu instead discovered a slender hard object. He looked curiously at Xing Zhao and took it out, realizing it was a thin short flute. Yours? Xing Yingzhu asked. Ah, yes, Xing Zhao scratched his head and said, I bought it when I went downstairs a few days ago to buy breakfast. Almost instantly, Xing Yingzhu recalled the two relentless, endlessly repetitive notes he heard while he was unconscious. So it wasn't his dream-induced hallucination after all, thought Xing Yingzhu, but how did Xing Zhao know the melody of this ancient tune passed down from ancient times? Moreover, if Xing Zhao knew it, why did he only remember those two lines? Xing Yingzhu gazed thoughtfully at Xing Zhao, his expression somewhat indescribable. For a moment, Xing Yingzhu doubted whether this matter was related to the final glance he saw in the demon contract back then. Did Xing Zhao have any connection to events from ancient times? But this notion disappeared just as quickly, rejected by Xing Yingzhu himself. Impossible, Xing Yingzhu firmly believed, if he truly had anything to do with it, there's no way he could play this tune so strangely. When I was asleep, was it you blowing this? Xing Yingzhu asked. Yes. Xing Zhao scratched his hair, looking a bit embarrassed as he chuckled and said, actually, it came to me in a dream. No, I guess I remembered it. In my previous life, I often blew this tune to soothe the demons locked in Demon Tower. Seeing you sleep restlessly, I also tried it. Xing Zhao blinked and looked expectantly at Xing Yingzhu, saying, how about it, I think it was pretty effective. Xing Yingzhu. He pressed his tongue against his teeth, trying hard to hold back, but ultimately couldn't. He ended up giving an honest response, it was quite useful, the effect was comparable to the default morning alarm on a cell phone. Xing Zhao. Upon hearing this, Xing Xiaoda felt like being struck by a bolt of lightning on a sunny day, greatly disheartened and unwilling to speak with him anymore. Instead, Xing Yingzhu weighed the short flute in his hand, glanced at Xing Zhao who was squatting by the bed with his back turned, pretending to be busy, and slightly curved the corner of his lips. His long fingers deftly spun the flute half a circle in his palm before placing it against his lips. Just as dark clouds were gathering over Xing Zhao's head, shortly after, he suddenly heard a gentle and melodious tune of flute music near his ear, starting with those two lines that he had played. Chapter 111, isn't this a roundabout way of calling him a vinegar expert? To be fair, Mr. Xing's extra decades of life experience haven't gone to waste. That tune in Xing Zhao's hands only had two lines altogether, and no matter how melodious it was, after hearing it repeatedly, it felt like an infinitely looping alarm clock. But now with the flute in Xing Yingzhu's hands, things were different. Xing Zhao listened for a little while, and suddenly realized that he was playing much more than himself, although it still wasn't complete. Nonetheless, it was a long and pleasant little tune. Until now, Xing Zhao had never known that the old man actually had a musical sense. In Xing Zhao's memory, Xing Yingzhu was always disconnected from these refined and elegant pursuits. His general interests could be divided into two kinds, one was destruction, the other being a hardcore shut-in. As it turned out, his current engagement with music looked oddly natural. Xing Yingzhu didn't play the tune as meticulously as Xing Zhao did, there was no mistake in each note. He played casually, as if thinking while blowing. Occasionally, there were instances where he got the notes wrong or pressed the wrong holes, but they were quickly corrected. It was rare for Xing Zhao to see him in such a state, so he became entranced by the music, forgetting both their squabbles and the mushrooms. He simply sat on the ground, turning his head to gaze expectantly at Xing Yingzhu. The origins of that tune were unknown, but having heard just a small part of it, Xing Zhao inexplicably felt mentally clear, at ease, and physically relaxed. His mood couldn't remain sour anymore. This short segment played by Xing Yingzhu wasn't very long, if carefully calculated, it lasted just over a minute. Xing Zhao could tell it was also an excerpt, merely a section from a larger piece. Even so, he was already quite satisfied. Xing Yingzhu was typically verbally harsh but kind-hearted toward him, discounting any nice words he spoke. He generally wouldn't show his tender side except for teasing Xing Zhao. But having been together for nearly a year, how could Xing Zhao not understand his intentions? Just after mocking Xing Zhao's performance as sounding like an alarm clock, Xing Yingzhu played this coherent little segment which, aside from soothing Xing Zhao, also served as a teaching moment. What tune is this? Xing Zhao rested his chin on the edge of the bed and said quietly, it sounds pretty good. The flute spun once in Xing Yingzhu's hand before being casually placed on the windowsill. This is an ancient lullaby. Xing Yingzhu said, originally, it had lyrics. Xing Zhao was somewhat surprised and raised his head, asking, then why would I know? You ask me, who should I ask? Xing Yingzhu came over and pinched his chin, saying, I've only heard it once in my entire life. Do you think it's something everyone can listen to? Who sang it for you? Xing Zhao asked. Xing Zhao's tone was tangibly acidic, though he hadn't noticed it himself. Xing Yingzhu found it amusing and decided to tease him. So, he opened his mouth and uttered a name. Bai Li. Xing Yingzhu said. That definitely sounded like a woman's name. Xing Zhao immediately frowned, staring at Xing Yingzhu with a complex expression that silently communicated, I'm giving you a chance to confess voluntarily. Don't make me ask directly. Singing someone a song sounded far too intimate. Back in the ancient times, Xing Yingzhu's temper was explosive like gunpowder. One must have been extraordinarily close to Sing to soothe him then. If only he had earlier asked Xing Yingzhu about past loves. Xing Zhao thought bitterly. Xing Yingzhu crossed his arms, observing Xing Zhao's ever-changing expressions, unable to suppress a smile creeping up on his lips. Then, leisurely, he said, you've met her. Nonsense. Xing Zhao instinctively rebutted, how could I possibly know so many old monsters? Xing Yingzhu chuckled but remained silent. Xing Zhao. After finishing his sentence, Xing Zhao suddenly realized something, he had only met a few non-human beings, most of whom were still fairly new to gaining wisdom. The only woman who seemed roughly contemporaneous with Mr. Xing was probably just one person. That. Xing Zhao's face instantly turned pale. He pointed towards the window, then towards the ceiling, looking miserable and saying, is it? Xing Yingzhu lifted an eyebrow, effectively acknowledging it. Xing Zhao's eyes immediately widened as he covered his own mouth reflexively, all traces of his previous jealousy vanishing completely. Ironically, although Xing Zhao had only seen Bai Li once, most of what he knew about her was pieced together from various side channels, yet he had somehow formed a certain understanding of her behavioral style. To sum it up in one sentence, nothing she does surprises anyone. Her carefree nature was unlike Xing Yingzhu's. His character was strikingly distinct, whether it was interacting with people or causing chaos, there was a pattern to follow, and one could mostly guess his sensitivities and preferences based on his personality. But this seventh royal lady, based on Xing Zhao's various observations from different channels, she had unpredictable preferences, unclear distinction between good and evil, and usually acted without much pattern to follow. No one could tell if her actions were purely interest-driven or if they followed a higher set of principles. She seemed to have a peculiar admiration for Xing Yingzhu, their relationship was neither particularly good nor bad, maintaining an extremely delicate balance akin to old acquaintances. If someone claimed that the two of them once had something going on behind closed doors, even Xing Zhao himself wouldn't believe it. In just a few moments, the expression on Xing Zhao's face changed rapidly from being prepared for a great battle to relieved as if a huge burden was lifted. Such rapid changes were comparable to Sichuan opera face transformations. Xing Yingzhu struggled to suppress his laughter, slightly bending over and pulling Xing Zhao closer by grabbing his collar with his knuckles. Then, he leaned over and took a deep breath near the crook of Xing Zhao's neck. Xing Zhao. What's wrong with him? Xing Zhao thought in shock, realizing that despite Xing Yingzhu's wounds not being fully healed and urgent survival issues yet resolved, here he was starting to think about indulging his desires. Xing Zhao's face flushed red at Xing Yingzhu's sudden move. He instinctively grabbed his own collar and stammered, you, just focus on recuperating. Don't think of all these nonsense. As your excellent virtuous assistant, I am responsible for your health. This sentence was incredibly difficult for Xing Zhao to articulate. He had to control his tone while forcing his face to remain solemn, which made him look absurdly funny. Xing Yingzhu casually let go of him with ease, staring deeply into his eyes before meaningfully licking his lips. A virtuous assistant, Xing Yingzhu said teasingly, but you smell strongly of sour and spicy noodles. Your scent reeks of vinegar. What? Xing Zhao instinctively pulled up his collar and sniffed, only smelling the lingering fragrance of shower gel. He retorted indignantly, what kind of nose do you have? You can detect this. I'm nearly saturated with shower gel. Xing Yingzhu chuckled but remained silent, making no explanation as he tapped Xing Zhao's forehead lightly and passed by him gracefully. It wasn't until Mr. Xing opened the door and walked out that Xing Zhao finally caught his implied meaning. Wasn't this another roundabout way of calling him a vinegar expert? Feeling indignant, Xing Zhao hurriedly chased after Xing Yingzhu, ready to argue properly with him. However, this great monster was sly and devious, exceptionally skilled in adjusting his tactics depending on the person he faced. Before Xing Zhao's hand could reach him, Xing Yingzhu shot back with a sharp cry, ouch, that hurts. Xing Zhao. Sheng Zhao's hand immediately retreated from Xing Yingzhu's shoulder, now too afraid to touch this delicate monster. When it came to verbal jousting, Sheng Zhao was always 10 fights 10 losses, unable to insult effectively or hit properly. He wanted to rush over and intimidate Xing Yingzhu, but feared hurting him. Rarely defeated, Sheng Zhao felt like the dignity of the head of the household was lost completely. On the contrary, Xing Yingzhu himself was oblivious to his unintentional coquettishness. Not only was he unaware, but also rather proud, thinking this trick genuinely useful and worth promoting. Hence, he grew increasingly unrestrained. By the time they left the hotel gate, he was already taking liberties, demanding support for every step he took. Sheng Zhao wasn't sure whether Xing Yingzhu was messing around or genuinely feeling unwell. After observing him suspiciously for some time, he ultimately succumbed under Xing Yingzhu's persistence and cautiously hooked his arm. Still, though Xing Yingzhu said they were coming out to find food, it didn't seem quite so simple. After leaving the hotel, he led Sheng Zhao directly toward the coast of Beihai without hesitation, clearly having a goal in mind for something specific. The night had grown deep, and except for a few snack and barbecue shops still open in the shallow water town, the streets were practically deserted. Xing Yingzhu guided Sheng Zhao to the Beihai coast, then patted his hand, signaling him to release his hold. "What are we doing here?" Sheng Zhao asked, puzzled. "Is there some job you haven't finished?" Xing Yingzhu hummed in agreement, searching both sides of his pockets and pulling out a small pendant. It was the very same one that originally hung around Sheng Zhao's neck. Only now, the once translucent blood drop stone appeared dull and gray, as if covered with dirt that couldn't be wiped clean. Sheng Zhao touched his collar self-consciously, feeling somewhat guilty. "At the time, I was in a hurry, and since I couldn't fight Wudu, I carelessly let him break the chain." Sheng Zhao explained. "No problem. Fortunately, I had foresight." Xing Yingzhu glanced at him and remarked, "Otherwise, by now you'd have been digested by Lien Yinyu." Sheng Zhao. "Don't talk about such terrifying things late at night. Let's leave this aside. I'll replace it with a new one for you someday." Xing Yingzhu said. "Ah." Sheng Zhao was surprised and hesitated. "Are you throwing it away? Something touched by others isn't allowed anymore," Xing Yingzhu declared. As he spoke, Xing Yingzhu rubbed the blood drop stone in his palm. By the moonlight, Sheng Zhao noticed a small tuft of thread-like black mist in his palm, tangled together about the size of a walnut. The blood drop stone, after being caressed twice by Xing Yingzhu, magically transformed from a solid back into a liquid, once again returning to its state as a blood droplet. It was then mashed together with that clump of black mist by Xing Yingzhu. Next, Xing Yingzhu flipped his left hand, and Sheng Zhao's eyes gleamed as he felt the air around Xing Yingzhu distort momentarily, creating a ripple effect like high-temperature scorching. But before Sheng Zhao could inquire further, Xing Yingzhu decisively flung his hand and tossed the misty object back into the sea. That thing seemed to have become tangible, producing a splash sound when it hit the water and swiftly darted beneath the sea surface toward the distance. Chapter 112, Is the Sun Really Rising in the West? Sheng Zhao originally thought that Xing Yingzhu was going to handle metaphysical trash in some remote area, but later he found out it wasn't the case. According to an explanation from the one involved, the black fibrous mist that appeared in Xing Yingzhu's hand earlier was the main culprit behind Lien Yinyu's transformation from a human into a demon, and it originated as demonic aura leaking from the abyss of Forbidden Sea. This thing would be a calamity if left in the human world. Coincidentally, Xing Yingzhu's blood could be considered a treasure for warding off evil spirits, so he took advantage of the situation to make a bodyguard and sent the thing back to the abyss of Forbidden Sea. But it had been leaking for 100 or 2 years, and just now people thought of handling it. Sheng Zhao didn't dare directly complain about Bai Li and instead subtly avoided addressing her, muttering darkly, "Pretty reckless. 100 or 200 years in the human world doesn't count for much." Xing Yingzhu wrapped an arm around Sheng Zhao and said casually, "She drank a bottle of 10,000 spring in Penglai, got drunk, and slept for 300 to 500 years. Sheng Zhao. Indeed, the biggest difference brought by species isn't ideas, nor even the stance of races, but time differences. Sheng Zhao also didn't know how to comment on this. Perhaps, as Xing Yingzhu had said, the human race is merely made from clay, constrained by a shelf life, and thus has a hard time understanding this kind of lifestyle. After Xing Boss came out and finished his errand, he leisurely took Sheng Zhao back to the shallow water town, finding a not yet closed barbecue shop on the streets and alleys. They pulled open the transparent plastic door curtain and walked in. He hadn't lied. After sleeping for exactly 7 days, upon waking up he suffered a sour and spicy powder attack, truly feeling famished. It was close to midnight by now, and the barbecue place only had a few remaining tables. Most of them sat under the little lights at the street side by the door, beer bottles scattered around their feet. Knowing that Xing Yingzhu didn't like interacting with others too much, Sheng Zhao helped him sit in the most cornered table inside the house on the inside. Living together for such a long time, Sheng Zhao was well acquainted with Xing Yingzhu's tastes. Without waiting for instructions, he picked up the menu from the table and went inside to order dishes from the madam. Xing Yingzhu leaned against the wall as if boneless, occasionally tapping the tabletop with his fingers. In the midst of these actions, his sleeve slid up a bit, revealing the white gauze bandaged around his left wrist, along with an ugly bout protruding from the sleeve. There was even a trace of dried green ointment on it. Xing Yingzhu caught sight of that crooked bow from the corner of his eye and his facial expression remained blank for a moment. Did Xing Zhao treat him as a gift-wrapping box? Xing Yingzhu wondered confusedly. Xing Boss scrutinized that bow disdainfully for a while, battling with conflicting feelings within for quite some time, but ultimately didn't untie it. He just pulled his sleeve down, avoiding the sight and eliminating worry. After a while, Xing Zhao returned holding 2 bottles of cola. There aren't any chicken wings left, so I ordered a bit more beef and mutton. Xing Zhao said, the madam mentioned that their pork belly here was exceptional too, so I added that as well. You're injured, so don't eat anything spicy. Sitting opposite Xing Yingzhu, Xing Zhao treated him as someone who needed special care, a fragile monster, and even twisted the cap off the cola before handing it over. With skin as thick as city walls, Xing Yingzhu naturally enjoyed being served. Not only did he pretend to be weak unashamedly, but in the end, he even complimented the exemplary helpmate. Really obedient. Xing Yingzhu said. For some unknown reason, Xing Zhao blushed hearing those words, possibly due to hearing them too many times during this particular period. Annoyed and embarrassed, Xing Zhao thrust the cola bottle into his hand and said, then just drink the cola. The barbecue store seemed perpetually filled with cumin and chili powder scents. Outside, night had fallen deeply, warm yellowish night lamps blurred through the thick plastic curtains. Occasionally, a toast phrase mixed with dialects and local slang came from outside. Originally idly propping his chin up looking at the menu on the wall, Xing Zhao's gaze started wandering aimlessly until finally falling on Xing Yingzhu. His senior was currently tilting his eyes downward, playing with a half-finished cola bottle in his hands, with a listless expression. It was unclear whether he was tired or simply hadn't woken up fully. After returning from the abyss of the Forbidden Sea, Xing Yingzhu's wounds were not yet healed. He looked thinner, his complexion very pale. He himself didn't mention it, behaving as if he was forged from iron and steel, but Xing Zhao had been keeping company with him all these days, knowing clearly in his heart, in his dreams, he often slept restlessly, frowning and sweating cold sweats in pain. In the end, Xing Zhao was worn down and begrudgingly recalled those 2 tunes he played for 2 days straight, managing to somewhat improve his condition. Or should I try harder to learn? Xing Zhao pondered aimlessly, learn all the segments of Boss Xing's tune. As he was thinking, his mind began to wander aimlessly, and eventually he found himself grinning like an idiot. He thought that if he happened to become immortal in the future, he might be able to take up a side job, for instance treating young demons. Psychotherapy is also a form of therapy, isn't it? Xing Yingzhu. Xing Boss watched helplessly as Xing Zhao spaced out into oblivion and became a fool, feeling exasperated at what ridiculous things were going through this guy's head. He set down his cola bottle, about to flick his forehead, when unexpectedly Xing Zhao snapped back to reality and softly exclaimed, "Yeah," to him. Xing Zhao's twisted thoughts came and went quickly. Before Xing Yingzhu had even raised his hand, puzzled frown appeared on his brows at what Xing Zhao had just said. Xing Zhao pointed at him and asked, why has it changed color? Following his finger, Xing Yingzhu glanced down and realized that his coat had slipped a little just now, exposing a small section of collarbone. The dragon mark below his collarbone wasn't covered by the gauze anymore and now it showed partially, but no longer its original deep purple. Instead, it faintly resembled dark gold. Is this odd? Xing Yingzhu arched an eyebrow, then reached over to pinch Xing Zhao's chin, adjusting his position to lock gazes with him unswervingly. In certain moments, Xing Yingzhu would briefly lose the stability expected of his age, becoming slightly childish. It seemed he intended to show off and thus slightly constricted his eyeballs, showing a hint of snake demon features. Xing Zhao was subconsciously drawn by his gaze and when he looked, he discovered that besides the change in the dragon mark, Boss Xing's eyes were also different from before. When Xing Yingzhu transformed into snake pupils earlier, his eyes would turn dim red, undeniably demonic looking. However, now most of that red had faded, but his pupil edges bore an extra narrow golden line. Xing Zhao felt a momentary surprise and his first reaction was rather, pretty handsome. Cool. Xing Zhao's eyes lit up, leaned over, smacked a kiss on him, genuinely praising, looks really steady. Very righteous. Xing Yingzhu. What kind of adjectives are these? To describe him. But why did it change color all of a sudden? Xing Zhao said. It's because. Just as Xing Yingzhu was about to explain, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the madam coming out from the kitchen with an aluminum tray. So, he stopped talking and picked up his cola again. Xing Zhao was used to not discussing such topics in front of ordinary people, so he also grabbed his own cola bottle and stopped asking questions. Southern barbecue differs a bit from the central China region. Xing Yingzhu wasn't quite used to it, picking up 2 skewers of lamb, he complained about the strong mutton smell and pushed them aside altogether, eating only pork belly instead. Xing Zhao was already very accustomed to his picky eating habits. Seeing this, he feared he wouldn't have enough and went to add 10 more pork belly skewers. After selecting dishes at the order counter, he turned around to return to the table, but at that moment, the door curtain of the barbecue shop was pulled open again. Xing Zhao thought, it's almost midnight and there were still new customers coming to eat, the nightlife in this palm-sized place was surprisingly lively. But before he could finish grumbling inwardly, the person outside already bent down and walked in. They exchanged glances exactly at that moment. Xing Zhao. Hu Huan. Neither of them expected to meet in this little barbecue shop right here and now. Both were dumbfounded, with their faces devoid of any expression. After a while, a sense of guilt slowly surfaced on Xing Zhao's face. Previously, with all his focus on Xing Yingzhu, Xing Zhao had completely forgotten about this young fox demon, assuming that he left with Zhang Jian after finishing the matter, without realizing he was still here. And judging from appearances, Hu Huan had clearly been having a rough few days recently. His shining idol persona seemed abandoned somewhere. He simply threw on some regular clothes to go out and was actually wearing slippers on his feet. Good evening. Xing Zhao forced out a couple of laughs, having night snacks. Join us. Hu Huan snapped out of it, like he'd just been called back to attention by Xing Zhao's voice. Instinctively, he turned around and scanned the room, and sure enough, he spotted Xing Yingzhu sitting in the corner. Then, he suspiciously fell silent for 2 seconds. All the monsters in the building feared Xing Yingzhu. Xing Zhao knew this well. One glance at Hu Huan's reaction told him that biological instincts were probably coded into DNA, making it nearly impossible for Hu Huan to sit at the same table as Xing Boss for dinner unless the sun rises from the west. No problem, if you're not comfortable, then we can meet tomorrow. Xing Zhao kindly offered Hu Huan a way out, but before the latter could step down from it, he saw Hu Huan solemnly nodding his head. Alright, I want chicken necks. Xing Zhao. Is the sun really rising in the west? Xing Zhao subconsciously glanced at the door, wondering if today's moon was round or square. Hu Huan was actually very uneasy too, but he had been torn between his survival instinct and his urge to confide for a long time. Surprisingly, the latter eventually gained the upper hand. There was nothing Xing Zhao could do about it, so he added 5 more chicken neck skewers and led Hu Huan back to Xing Yingzhu's table. Xing Boss lazily cast a glance at him, and Hu Huan felt his legs cramping under his stare as he stammered out a greeting to the senior figure. Fortunately, Xing Yingzhu didn't say anything, merely grunted in acknowledgement before resuming his focused assault on the pork belly, giving Xing Zhao some face. How come you're here alone? Xing Zhao casually handed a pair of chopsticks to Hu Huan while asking, why isn't Zhang Jian with you? It was better that Xing Zhao hadn't brought it up. When he did, it struck right at the core of Hu Huan's shattered little heart. He clutched his chopsticks, stared at Xing Zhao with an agonized expression for a long while, then secretly stole another glance at Xing Yingzhu, like a lost child who'd found his parents again. He pursed his lips, all aggrieved. He doesn't want me anymore, Hu Huan said. Xing Zhao. Chapter 113, The child's father just loves to watch the drama unfold, and you can't rely on him for educational issues. This statement sounded too ambiguous. If Hu Huan didn't have, my heart is already more broken than a skewer of lamb, written all over his face right now, Xing Zhao would really want to ask him when exactly he got together with Zhang Jian. At Christmas time, Hu Huan was as straight as a steel pipe, sneering at his reasonable speculations. Yet now, here he was crying and wailing, running to complain to the parents. Xing Zhao pulled out some barbecue that Xing Yingzhu had not eaten and sympathetically handed a lamb skewer to Hu Huan. Don't rush, take it slow, Xing Zhao said, like a kindergarten teacher, exuding benevolence. He almost sacredly told him, the parents are back, you can smash the pot without any worries. Xing Yingzhu. Who is his parent? Hu Huan, one hand holding the lamb skewer, the other pinching chopsticks, like a lost lamb who has finally found his family, whimpered with tears streaming down his face, moved enough to want to hug Xing Zhao, but then got slapped on the wrist by Xing Yingzhu with a skewer. Only then did Hu Huan remember that there was a demon sitting opposite, which scared him so much that he and his stool retreated a bit, the chair legs making an ear-grinding sound, instantly putting a safe distance between himself and Xing Zhao. Big boss, Hu Huan stuttered, I'm wrong. Xing Zhao. He coughed dryly, quickly picked up the chopsticks and grabbed 2 liver skewers onto Xing Yingzhu's plate, twisted open a can of cola and placed it by his side, then spoke kindly to Hu Huan, it's okay, he just has a bit of a strong possessiveness, don't worry about it. Hu Huan. Thanks, I didn't feel comforted at all. Xing Yingzhu slightly knitted his eyebrows, somewhat dissatisfied with Xing Zhao's action of, eat your meal and don't speak. Just as he was about to lose his temper, he noticed Xing Zhao reaching under the table and gently caressing his knee twice, secretly grabbing his wrist behind the cover of the table and lightly shaking it. Xing Yingzhu. Forget it, too lazy to deal with them. The big monster felt that he was generous and magnanimous, and there was no need to be petty with these 2 younglings. Thus, he huffed lightly, withdrew his hand from Xing Zhao, pulled the plate closer to himself without saying anything. Seeing this, Hu Huan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and carefully moved his stool back a little, completely unaware of the brave act of someone grooming a tiger happening in the corner beyond his sight. Just at this moment, the owner brought the added dishes up, and Xing Zhao casually grabbed the last bottle of soda from the beverage rack on the table and passed it to Hu Huan, asking what happened. Hu Huan had long wanted to tell someone about this matter, and before Xing Zhao even asked, he poured everything out like spilling beans from a bamboo tube. When he got excited, he forgot to spit out even chicken bones. Xing Zhao watched him crunching on chicken necks and thought his jaw would ache, his expression quite distorted. Heavens forgive me, I really didn't know at the time. Tears streamed from Hu Huan's eyes while speaking, having already finished 2 chicken necks and mumble complaining on the 3rd one, if I knew it was him, wouldn't I have been nice to him earlier? Initially, Xing Zhao thought the quarrel was because of their different races, but unexpectedly, it was due to such a major incident. Frankly speaking, although Hu Huan was the one of his own who lived upstairs and downstairs for so long, after he explained the cause and effect, Xing Zhao somehow understood Zhang Jian instead. After all, everyone is flesh and blood, an ordinary person. How could anyone willingly accept that they were robbed of a life of great wealth and grandchildren circling around them, unless they were like Wu Du, a true bodhisattva capable of burning into relics? Xing Zhao really didn't know how to evaluate this matter, so he looked at Xing Yingzhu as if seeking help. However, Boss Xing remained still as a mountain, calmly eating his midnight snack at his own pace. Only when he noticed Xing Zhao's gaze did he lift his eyes to meet his, curving his lips into a somewhat mocking smile. Alright, the child's father just loves to watch the show, so you can't count on him for this kind of education problem. Stop crying first, this matter isn't impossible to solve. Xing Zhao consoled with gritted teeth, maybe he needs some time to cool down. He feels wronged, I understand that, I also know I've done something wrong. Hu Huan said, I do want to repay his kindness. But he doesn't give me the chance. Xing Zhao felt his head spinning. His intuition was that the key point of the matter wasn't on repaying kindness, yet he habitually got dragged off by Hu Huan's line of thinking and started to feel confused himself. Instead, it was Xing Yingzhu who glanced at the two of them, raised his eyebrows, looking rather smug. So, have you contacted him since then? Xing Zhao asked. Yes, but he doesn't answer my calls and ignores my WeChat messages, Hu Huan said dejectedly. But he hasn't blocked me either, so I don't know if it's just that he doesn't want to deal with me or something else. Then, maybe he's just mad and doesn't want to cut ties with you yet. Xing Zhao struggled to scrape some consoling words from his mind, trying to appear sincere. And since he hasn't blocked you, it means he still wants to be in touch, Xing Zhao added, try harder and apologize. Hu Huan no longer displayed the demeanor of a feelings expert from the Fox clan, looking at Xing Zhao as if seeing a savior, hopefully asking, really? Absolutely. Xing Zhao confidently stated, at worst, flatter him, men are easily softened by flattery. It'll definitely work. Xing Yingzhu, listening on the side, remained silent. Who was being subtly criticized in front of the involved parties? Xing Boss felt discontented, thinking Xing Zhao might as well directly quote his ID number. However, at this moment, Zhang Jian, the other party involved in this misunderstanding, was actually calmer than Hu Huan had imagined. Zhang Jian hadn't intentionally avoided Hu Huan, he had simply left his phone at the Dihuo Hall at the inner mountain entrance when entering the mountain and didn't carry it with him. Zhang Jian had already returned to Longhu Mountain early, and after several flights and car rides, the original anger in his mind had dissipated during the journey. Why bother? Zhang Jian thought. Actually, at the Du Temple gate, what he had said wasn't out of anger, but genuinely believed that Hu Huan was right, all those favors were from another life. The one who saved Hu Huan was the young master, not him, Zhang Jian, who neither contributed nor worked, so why should he put on an air of being wrong toward Hu Huan? It was embarrassing. He left without bidding farewell because he didn't want further awkwardness between them. He didn't want Hu Huan's belated gratitude or the look of guilt in his eyes, walking away cleanly seemed better. Besides, Hu Huan had originally not wanted to travel with him, making it clear many times while in Shanghai that he wanted to part ways. Zhang Jian hadn't noticed it then due to lacking sensitivity to social cues. Now that the misunderstanding was resolved, and they parted ways, it was fine. Thinking about this, Zhang Jian couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, shaking his head. The night breeze on Longhu Mountain was slightly cool, the chirping of insects and birds mixing with the sound of wind through the leaves. It wasn't exactly noisy, nor could it be called quiet. Zhang Jian wore a single-layer garment, hands in his pockets, wandering aimlessly in the mountain. With something on his mind, he had been melancholic for several days, even catching the attention of Zhang Qingde, who had asked multiple times openly or indirectly. Zhang Jian didn't know how to explain, only vaguely saying everything was fine, spending his days copying scriptures, meditating, and doing his homework indoors, unable to sleep at night, and aimlessly wandering around. A bright moon hung high in the sky. Zhang Jian kept his head down, kicking a pebble far away, realizing he had reached the back mountain. Not far away, the Fox Immortal Temple was hidden among the trees, reminding Zhang Jian of the last time he walked this path. It had been with Hu Huan. Zhang Jian. Why did he keep thinking about him? Frowning and annoyed, Zhang Jian shook his head. Lately, Zhang Jian would often think of Hu Huan, and every time, whatever memories arose eventually circled back to their first meeting when Hu Huan reluctantly let him be borrowed by Xing Yingzhu. Funny, he had assumed at the time that Hu Huan was shy, but now, fully awakened, Zhang Jian realized just how self-centered and amusing his previous assumptions were. This thought made Zhang Jian feel incredibly awkward, forcing himself to chant a few lines from the Tao Te Ching to divert his thoughts. Yet trying not to think didn't stop Zhang Jian's peripheral vision from spotting the Fox Immortal Temple again. He paused in place for a while before moving as if possessed, walking towards it. The inner sections of Longhu Mountain weren't open to the public, and there were no outsiders. Except for the dormitories where the disciples lived, no buildings needed locked doors. The front door of the Fox Immortal Temple was left slightly ajar, opening with a gentle push from Zhang Jian. The altar was spotless, 2 eternal lamps flickered, casting a warm light on the sculpture on the altar. Having entered, Zhang Jian couldn't leave without causing rudeness, so he picked up an incense stick from the offering table, lit it at the eternal lamp, bowed according to etiquette, and placed it in the incense burner. How did you come here in the dead of night? A soft female voice echoed from the room. Zhang Jian, is something troubling you? Zhang Jian looked up, seeing a shadowy figure appear behind the altar. She stepped into the candlelight, transforming from a blurry mist in just a few steps into a beautiful young woman. Nothing much, just wandering around. Sorry for disturbing you, Zhang Jian said. As the next designated celestial master of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Jian had met most spirits and monsters of the mountain long ago and was familiar with this woman, greeting her respectfully. Yun Feng tilted her head, adjusted the bracelet that had slipped down her wrist, and smiled, saying, I can smell the scent of our kin on you. Correct, Zhang Jian replied, a young fox, not very old. Is it the one you brought before? Yun Feng asked. It's him, Zhang Jian admitted. Then he really is still young, just a little fox cub, Yun Feng said as she studied his expression and guessed, did you two have a quarrel? Zhang Jian was momentarily at a loss for words with this question. He didn't know how to describe his relationship with Hu Huan. To say they had a quarrel would imply that they were close enough to sulk at each other, which wasn't quite true yet. But to deny it altogether would seem disingenuous, considering their somewhat awkward farewell. No, Zhang Jian could only sigh in the end, forcing a bitter smile, perhaps we were never really friends to begin with. Chapter 114, I should buy 2 books on male virtues for you tomorrow. Xing Zhao listened to Hu Huan's rant for an hour and a half. It was unclear whether this little fox had been too shocked or not, but he kept repeating the same complaints. Just the sentence, I really didn't know that Suezi was his bet-winning trophy, was said 3 or 4 times, with the potential for yet another round. The 2 tables outside the barbecue shop had already settled their bills and left half an hour ago. Xing Yingzhu himself wasn't feeling well, so he ate little in the evening. In the end, he leaned against the wall, aimlessly scrolling through his phone, seemingly looking at something. All Xing Zhao did was sympathetically add more dishes for Hu Huan 3 times. Eventually, even he felt a bit overwhelmed. So, what do you plan to do now? Xing Zhao tried to be as gentle as possible, are you planning to apologize? Of course I want to apologize. Hu Huan said, and show gratitude, repay the kindness from my past life. Foxes must return favors when they owe them. But hasn't he said that he doesn't need your repayment? Xing Zhao said, although Zhang Jian is young, I don't think he's the kind of person who would speak in anger. Hu Huan was momentarily stuck for words. For several days, he had been thinking about how to repay this kindness. Since Zhang Jian's life in this lifetime had been smooth sailing, no financial worries or dangerous places where he needed heroic help, he couldn't figure out how to repay the favor of being healed. He had been troubled by this for many days, yet subconsciously, he had completely ignored the possibility that Zhang Jian didn't want him to repay. Hu Huan opened his mouth but couldn't form a complete sentence for quite some time. Seeing that he couldn't say much more, Xing Zhao turned to Xing Yingzhu for backup, asking, what if the one who received the kindness says they don't want it repaid, then what? Should you still insist? Xing Yingzhu had spent a long while browsing legal news online, finally lazily shifting from his frozen position. He gave Xing Zhao a glance. Then just let it go. Xing Yingzhu's voice was hoarse, lacking strength, and after catching his breath, he added, if the recipient has already forgiven the debt, it's fine not to pay back. Are you not feeling well? Xing Zhao, knowing his prideful nature, avoided asking about his injury in front of Hu Huan but still worriedly asked, should we go home first? Xing Yingzhu shook his head, drank up the last bit of soda from the bottom of his bottle, and returned to reading his legal news. Xing Zhao immediately understood that Mr. Xing meant dealing with the fox problem first before anything else. Then just don't repay, Xing Zhao spoke patiently like a neighborhood mediation grandma, anyway, you're not used to running around with him all the time. Better just go home. That can't happen. This comment seemed to have hit some sensitive nerve of the young fox. Hu Huan instantly sat straight, nearly knocking the plate off the table. I have to repay. Hu Huan stammered, I caused his death in the previous life. This time around, I must make amends. Even if it means serving him as a beast, I need to treat him well. As Hu Huan went on, he increasingly felt empathy for Zhang Jian's plight in the previous life, where he had saved him, only to meet such kindness reciprocated this time. Despite being a near celestial master, Zhang Jian remained humble before him, paying proper allowances during business trips and overtime work, providing good living conditions and meals without arrogance, a genuinely great person overall. From the moment Hu Huan realized his mistakes in the Zeta temple, his guilt and regret had never ceased. He didn't know how to face Zhang Jian, nor how to compensate for his radiant life. I feel so sorry for him, Hu Huan lowered his head and said. Xing Yingzhu, who had been listening quietly on the side. The ears of this young fox were already drooping. After hearing Xing boss for a while, he could no longer bear it. He slammed his phone onto the table and cleared his throat. Hu Huan had a natural racial fear towards him, and upon sensing his movement, subconsciously became more formal, moving slightly away from Xing Zhao. If Xing Zhao could see ghosts like Zhang Jian could, at this point, he would have seen that the fur on the young fox's body had bristled. Great master, Hu Huan stammered, what do you mean? If you're going to repay kindness, go ahead and repay it, Xing Yingzhu said brutally. He can forgive the debt, and you can also refuse to accept it. Hu Huan. An inexperienced young cub was stunned. Such forced buying and selling tactics sounded especially ruthless coming from Xing Yingzhu. I'm too lazy to deal with Long Tiger Mountain more than necessary. If you still have unresolved entanglements with the near celestial master that haven't ended cleanly, then just don't come back, Xing Yingzhu coldly warned. Spare me the trouble. This statement came across as far too unsympathetic. Hu Huan was thoroughly frightened by Xing Yingzhu, whose first reaction after Zhang Jian was that Xing Yingzhu might abandon him too. Sheng Zhao was momentarily taken aback, but just as quickly, the Xing Yingzhu language translator in his head automatically kicked into action, instantly converting the sentence into friendlier normal social speech. He means you should find Zhang Jian and go back home after making up with him. Sheng Zhao excitedly gave Hu Huan a shove and said, Yingzhu doesn't mind your curfew this time, why don't you just go and apologize to him face to face? Anyway, Long Tiger Mountain won't accept fox demons. Huan stumbled after being pushed by Sheng Zhao. Stabilizing himself, his first glance went straight to Xing Yingzhu's expression. Xing Yingzhu didn't even spare him a look, eyes lowered as he slipped his phone into his pocket. Concealed by his sleeve, he meticulously adjusted the ugly butterfly knot on his wrist. Finally, Hu Huan's innate fox-like alertness came online. A moment of wit brightened his wet eyes, prompting a glance of gratitude at Xing Yingzhu. While saying, thank you, boss, he hurriedly dashed out of the store, nearly colliding with the light box outside the barbecue shop door. Sheng Zhao watched him leave with a smirk that wouldn't quit. Picking a little fun? Xing Yingzhu asked coolly. Sheng Zhao. Oh, so caught up laughing at Hu Huan that he forgot about this fearsome presence. No, Sheng Zhao immediately became serious and hastened to say, I was just feeling smug. Xing Yingzhu paid the bill and stood up from behind the table, casually asking, smug about what? I'm smug because you spoil me, Sheng Zhao wrapped around and supported him, smiling brightly, you're really giving me face, very easy to deal with, super great. While speaking, Sheng Zhao servilely lifted the curtain for Xing Yingzhu, letting the elder step out first. Xing Yingzhu glanced back at him, snapping his fingers against Sheng Zhao's temple and remarked, that's all you amount to. In this world of troubles. Sheng Zhao recited glibly, being easily contented makes life more relaxing. Xing Yingzhu, unsure whether to call Sheng Zhao carefree or something else, could only give him an enigmatic smile. But talking about it, Hu Huan is quite the muddlehead, mistaking who he owes gratitude to. Sheng Zhao sighed, his musings eventually leading him to remember something. He suddenly turned around, crystal-bright eyes staring fixedly at Xing Yingzhu and asked, hey, don't say, is there a possibility that we met in our previous life too, and you've mistaken the person? Sheng Zhao's eyes gleamed mischievously, his face showing anticipation, clearly wanting a rekindled predestined romance. Unfortunately, Xing Yingzhu's reply shattered his romantic fantasy. Do you take me for Hu Huan, a fox cub whose fur hasn't even grown? Xing Yingzhu retorted. Sheng Zhao. Indeed, thought Sheng Zhao, Mr. Xing's radar sensitivity was reliable. That's too bad then. Sheng Zhao sighed sorrowfully. Bad luck? Xing Yingzhu asked with interest, didn't someone tell me earlier that losing memory of past lives feels like betraying oneself, now you no longer feel that way? That's different. Sheng Zhao justified indignantly, the betrayal I impose on others and the betrayal imposed on me have different visual impacts. Xing Yingzhu. What kind of medicine had Sheng Zhao taken at Lien Yinyu? Xing Yingzhu puzzled over it, or whether the event of intruding on a widow's house had somehow opened some ren and du meridians for him, enabling him to now speak such topics with a thicker skin than Xing himself. Xing Xiaodao. Xing Yingzhu slowly spoke. What? Xing Zhao asked. I should buy 2 books on male virtues for you tomorrow. Xing Yingzhu intoned somberly. Xing Zhao. Stunned, Xing Zhao looked at Xing Yingzhu as if he discovered a new continental plate in a new world, never expecting him to turn the tables to this extent. How could the words, male virtues come out of his mouth? It was simply outrageous. But Xing Zhao was seething silently, knowing better than to add any more comments, otherwise Xing Yingzhu, with his thin skin, would probably lean on him and bodily demonstrate, your provocation hurt my wound. Sick people are the ones in control, Xing Zhao certainly dared not antagonize him. The two of them were bantering intermittently as they aimlessly strolled back to the hotel. On the way, they stopped by a supermarket downstairs and bought 2 roasted sausages, splitting them between themselves. Xing Yingzhu, after taking a walk around, felt a bit drained. Upon entering the room, he immediately took off his coat and lay down on the bed, closing his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Xing Zhao, holding half an ice lollipop, tidied up the disheveled bath towels and hand towels on the desk to be handed over to the hotel staff for replacement tomorrow. In passing, he also gathered up scattered clothes piece by piece. Since Xing Yingzhu was awake, given his personality, he probably didn't want to linger outside for long. Once his body improved slightly and he could travel longer distances again, there was an 80% chance he'd start the journey home to recuperate. Xing Zhao considered this and left the short flute outside, not packing it in the suitcase. By the time he finished tidying everything up inside and out, brushed his teeth and washed his face, returning to lie down in bed, Xing Yingzhu had fallen asleep once more. Xing Zhao looked at him for a moment under the bedside lamp, feeling a bit heartbroken as he touched the spot beneath his clavicle where the dragon mark was located. He then pulled aside a piece of gauze that had become loose on his shoulder to check the hemostasis of the wound underneath. Xing Yingzhu was now so accustomed to Xing Zhao's presence that he didn't stir even when being handled like this. After examining for a while and seeing no severe seepage of blood from the gauze on Xing Yingzhu's body, Xing Zhao let out a sigh of relief and dimmed the bedside lamp. Xing Yingzhu had left half the bed for Xing Zhao, who pushed open a corner of the blanket and slipped himself in. Turning over, just as he was about to stash his phone under the pillow, the screen suddenly lit up with a new message from Hu Huan. Little brother Zhao. Please thank Boss Yingzhu for me, I've already bought my ticket to Long Tiger Mountain. Chapter 115, Where did he learn this trick? On the issue of how to go home, Xing Zhao and Xing Yingzhu rarely had some disagreements. Not only were Xing Yingzhu's injuries too severe, but there were also too many wounds, and they hadn't scabbed over yet. A slight inattention could cause bleeding. Although theoretically, they knew that the pressure inside the cabin was constant and wouldn't cause the wounds to burst, emotionally, Xing Zhao still didn't dare to let Xing Yingzhu take this risk. He originally wanted to discuss with Xing Yingzhu about taking the high-speed train back to Xanadu, but unexpectedly, Mr. Xing suddenly lost his temper and started acting out, refusing to take public transportation with a crowd of people. Too many people, Xing Yingzhu said succinctly. It's annoying to look at. Sometimes Xing Zhao felt that Xing Yingzhu, this demon, seemed a bit split personality. When they needed him to be mature and steady, he would just stand there as an anchor, as if nothing could happen that he couldn't handle. But when they didn't need him to be so steady, his mental age would plummet, resulting in some capricious behaviors that not even 6 to 12-year-old children would exhibit. You can't fly back now anyway. Xing Zhao tried to reason with him, if we walk all the way home, by the time we get home, both of us might be dead. Xing Yingzhu. The words made sense, but Mr. Xing didn't want to hear them. So he covered himself with the blanket, refusing to cooperate through body language. His attitude clearly read, no airplanes, no high-speed trains, no public transportation whatsoever. Xing Zhao sighed inwardly with exhaustion, unsure how the mud people outside had managed to irritate Xing Yingzhu so much. Then how about renting a house here and waiting until your injuries heal before leaving? Xing Zhao suggested tentatively. Here. Upon hearing this, Xing Yingzhu's head popped out from under the blanket. Pulling the blanket with a discontented face, he remarked disdainfully, bad food, restless sleep, and water that smells like seafood. Who would recover here? Xing Zhao. Such a big demon. How hard is it to please him? However, looking at Xing Yingzhu's pale face, Xing Zhao swallowed his complaints after they turned 3 times in his stomach. Never mind, Xing Zhao thought generously, maybe because he's unwell, he has become more delicate and unable to endure what he usually can. Fortunately, there are always solutions to problems in life. After 2 days of deep contemplation, Xing Zhao finally found a compromise. He bought a car locally. Of course, it was charged to Xing Yingzhu's card. In order to get a car immediately, Xing Zhao bought a top-selling SUV, the highest manual configuration version, which cost less than 300,000 renminbi. Because it was a popular model, it took only 1 day to process the insurance and temporary license plates. By the time Mr. Xing woke up from his nap at the hotel, their new, big item was already parked downstairs. At Xing Zhao's astonishing efficiency, the first comment from Mr. Xing was, why buy this color? For immediate availability, of course white SUVs are more common. Xing Zhao leaned against the car door, patted the front hood proudly, and said self-satisfactorily, perfect, matches your black and white theme. Xing Yingzhu. Who wants to match it? Since you don't want to take public transport, I thought about it, and we can only drive back. Until they hit the road, Xing Zhao was still smug about his own intelligence. Smiling, he glanced at Xing Yingzhu in the passenger seat, boastfully saying, you think about it, if I hadn't taken the driver's license exam during college, wouldn't we be in trouble right now? In the passenger seat, Xing Yingzhu tilted the seat back halfway, lounging lazily on the chair and scrolling through his phone while replying without raising his head, coolly saying, I can hire a driver. Xing Zhao. This damned capitalist. Nevertheless, despite the complaints, the handling of the new car was pleasant. Xing Zhao never expected that within a year after graduation, he'd buy a car in full payment. Even though technically it was purchased with Xing Yingzhu's card and registered under his name, it was effectively sold to Xing Yingzhu. Just a car, no need to differentiate ownership. Enthused all along the way, he kept flipping the air conditioner vents and fiddling with the volume of the car audio system endlessly. Xing Yingzhu found his lack of sophistication amusing, so he remained silent and simply rolled over lazily. The blanket slid off a little, and Xing Zhao noticed it out of the corner of his eye and adjusted it for him. Mr. Xing didn't even look up, sipping calcium milk through a straw while still focusing on his phone. Xing Zhao kept glancing at Xing Yingzhu out of the corner of his eye. Noticing all this, he tightened his lips and suppressed the wave of laughter that threatened to burst forth. Joking aside, the calcium milk was actually something he impulsively bought for Mr. Xing because of a whimsical fancy. If he were to laugh out loud at this, his only way home would be clinging to the luggage rack. This desolate backwater place doesn't have any decent milk tea, Xing Zhao said seriously while holding up a pack of milk. You'll have to make do with this, carbonated drinks are bad for wound healing. I'm a demon. Xing Yingzhu sincerely reminded Xing Zhao of this fact, human taboos don't apply to me. But I've only got this. Sheng Zhao retorted in embarrassment and annoyance. You may be a demon, but your partner is human, show some respect for universal human knowledge. Xing Yingzhu. As a generous male, Xing Yingzhu was quite indulgent toward occasional capricious behavior from his family member and ended up not saying anything. He reluctantly accepted it, half disapprovingly and half approvingly. At this moment, while shifting gears, Sheng Zhao sneaked a glance at Xing Yingzhu and felt that his choice had been absolutely right. The scene was harmonious to the extreme. Indeed, a reckless big demon with the mental age of under 12 deserved nothing better than AD calcium milk. Unaware of Sheng Zhao's outrageous thoughts, Xing Yingzhu was holding a straw in his mouth and appeared somewhat distracted as he aimlessly tapped on his phone screen. It seemed like he wasn't watching videos. The glow of the phone screen lit up Xing Yingzhu's face, casting a hint of green light as though he was sending messages to someone. What are you looking at? Sheng Zhao asked casually. You've been staring at it all the way. Since Mr. Xing absolutely refused to stay another night in the hotel, they checked out overnight and started heading home immediately. Since then, Mr. Xing kept tapping away on his phone without stopping, even after half the night had passed. In the midst of his busy work, Xing Yingzhu gave a glance to Sheng Zhao, stuffed both the empty bottle and his phone into the cup holder by his hand, then pulled the blanket over and turned to lie flat. He asked faintly, are you jealous? Jealous of what? Boldly taking advantage of Mr. Xing's current inconvenience, Sheng Zhao laughed loudly, oh come on, are you chatting with some wild little snake? Xing Yingzhu flicked his fingers and delivered a tap to Sheng Zhao's head, causing him to shrink in pain and beg for mercy instantly. Ah. I'm sorry. Just making a joke. You're driving. No distractions allowed. The driver irritated me first. Xing Yingzhu replied leisurely, and now you made my hand hurt. Sheng Zhao. How did he learn this trick? Sheng Zhao was utterly puzzled. After hibernation, Sheng Zhao always felt that Mr. Xing's aura underwent some sort of transformation, as if he'd opened the door to a new world. He instinctively grabbed Xing Yingzhu's hand, rubbed his palm gently with one hand, and kissed his wrist. It's my fault, okay? Sheng Zhao said, you can only fall for such handsome, suave, charming objects like me. The wild snakes outside could never measure up to me. Xing Yingzhu. Never seen anyone flatter themselves while trying to pacify others. It's Zhang Chengda. After teasing enough, Xing Yingzhu adjusted his seat a bit higher and explained the matter. Earlier, they compiled a list of abnormalities around various places and sent people to check them out gradually. The moment serious matters were brought up, Sheng Zhao lost the mood for jokes. He became slightly serious and asked anxiously, is there going to be trouble again? Not exactly. Xing Yingzhu stroked his hair as if to comfort him and continued, it's just that a tourist city in the northwest is undergoing further development recently, and it seems to be near a spirits of doing stone. It's somewhat dangerous. Zhang Qingde wrote asking what should be done. I told them to handle it themselves. Sheng Zhao couldn't help but burst out laughing. He thought this sounded just like something Mr. Xing would say. So, what's there? Sheng Zhao asked curiously, there's no water in the northwest, so it wouldn't be a dragon or something similar, would it? It seems to be a Baxiang. Xing Yingzhu wasn't too sure, and answered after thinking for a while, it was sealed during the drought years ago. It seems Longhushan has its hands full too. Sheng Zhao sighed and said, I remember you once said that the seals in various places can only last a few years. Even if there's no construction team nearby, it will still get uneasy in a couple of years. So? Xing Yingzhu raised an eyebrow and asked, does it bother you? This rhetorical question style was already very familiar to Sheng Zhao. Generally speaking, there was only one answer to this kind of question, stroke his fur the right way, cajole him a little, lest Mr. Xing feel unimportant. Somewhat, but not entirely, all for you. Sheng Zhao hastened to say, if I weren't with you, who would care whether it's demons or whatever? Xing Yingzhu let out a slight humph, probably considering this response adequate and showed no particular reaction. But let's say, what if they can't handle it? Sheng Zhao asked. Sheng Zhao had been speaking his mind casually just a moment ago, but this question carried a touch of genuine emotion. After all, Mr. Xing held the title of consultant, and there was no way he could remain truly uninvolved. If Longhushan really couldn't deal with those ancient demonic clans and let those creatures rise from underground, how could Xing Yingzhu possibly turn a blind eye to it? Mr. Xing seemed to pick up on the concern in his tone and glanced sideways at Sheng Zhao. Why are you so anxious? Xing Yingzhu said meaningfully. If something happens, then there will always be a way to solve it. That's true as well. Sheng Zhao suddenly remembered something and his expression turned somewhat schadenfreude-laden. It would be hilarious if Hu Huan traveled all the way to Longhushan only to find nothing there. Chapter 116, Did this fox kid actually learn how to cheat? Zhang Jian had never expected Hu Huan would come looking for him. He had speculated about Hu Huan's potential reaction after his abrupt departure. Judging by what he knew of Hu Huan, the other party would likely feel guilty and blame themselves for a while. Then, like a mischievous child constantly testing others' bottom lines, Hu Huan would tentatively try contacting him, carefully gauging just how angry he was, but that would be all. As a master of backing down, if Hu Huan went too long without any response, he'd probably habitually retreat with Xing Yingzhu and Xing Zhao back to Xanadu, leaving things as bridges being bridges and roads being roads, returning to live his own life. All this talk of repaying kindness or not, after years have passed, even the deepest emotions fade, let alone their fleeting relationship as temporary companions who met by chance. But Zhang Jian hadn't anticipated that while he correctly guessed the beginning, he missed the ending entirely. So, when the front mountain of Longhu Mountain reported that there was a fox spirit at the outer mountain gate looking for Zhang Jian himself was utterly baffled. Say that again, Zhang Jian asked incredulously. Who? A man in plain Taoist robes holding a phone stood beside Zhang Jian, his expression strange as he repeated the words, the outer disciples say it's someone surnamed Hu. Zhang Jian. Without exaggeration, at that moment, Zhang Jian's mind went completely blank. How did Hu Huan end up at Longhu Mountain? Whether it was from being somewhat influenced by Hu Huan during their months traveling together or not, Zhang Jian's first instinct upon encountering this, completely unexpected, situation was to evade. Tell him I'm not here, said Zhang Jian. The man looked at Zhang Jian with an inscrutable gaze for a while before letting go of the hand covering the microphone and relaying the message to the other side, the senior brother says he's not here. The junior disciple at the front mountain nervously held the microphone, glanced behind them after hearing this. The dazzling Hu Huan stood just a few steps away, patiently waiting for news. Though not exactly patient, his attention had started wandering within a few minutes, now playing idly with a pebble using his toes. Unlike the inner disciples who inherit magical techniques, the outer mountain disciple couldn't detect that Hu Huan was actually a supernatural being. Upon hearing Hu Huan introduce himself as a fox spirit, his first thought was that Zhang Jian must have some lingering unresolved issues with women. Brother, it won't work, the junior disciple at the front mountain muttered unhappily into the microphone. He knows brother Zhang is at home. He already said not to lie to him, the master isn't here, and as a prospective celestial master, you definitely have to stay and oversee the situation. Recently, Zhang Jian had been practicing cultivation and refused to touch high-tech electronic devices. So, the inner disciple responsible for relaying messages from the rear mountain acted as a human amplifier, quickly passing on the message verbatim, emphasizing the fluctuations in tone of the original speaker. Zhang Jian. How does he know the master isn't here? Zhang Jian couldn't comprehend. The inner disciple entrusted with acting as a relay conveyed Zhang Jian's confusion, and there was silence on the other side for a few minutes before they replied. He said his fortune lately has been unfavorable, wanting the master to calculate his destiny. Money isn't an issue. The front receiving disciple initially informed him that the master doesn't perform divinations for outsiders, but he persisted through several rounds of negotiations until finally revealing the truth, saying that the master wasn't present. After hearing the relayed message, Zhang Jian. It seemed that even one must look at others anew after 3 days apart. Hu Huan, it turns out, had used strategy to meet him face to face. Zhang Jian didn't quite know what to say. After these few days, he had calmed down, the grudge brought over from past life illusions had long since disappeared, let alone any hatred. Viewed from the perspective of past life mortal enemies, Zhang Jian's attitude towards Hu Huan could be considered friendly, even feeling somewhat helpless when hearing that Hu Huan had gone to great lengths just to see him. Zhang Jian shook his head lightly and smiled faintly, as though there was nothing he could do about it. In that case, let him in, Zhang Jian said. Hu Huan was straightforward in thought, carrying guilt in his heart was uncomfortable, so it was better to resolve the matter openly, allowing both parties to live without undue burdens moving forward. Moreover, departing without a word was indeed improper conduct, Zhang Jian reflected. Before coming to Longhu Mountain, Hu Huan had imagined many possible reactions Zhang Jian might have. Perhaps he wouldn't want to see him, or perhaps he would berate him harshly. But regardless of any scenario, Hu Huan hadn't anticipated that Zhang Jian would so easily agree to let him pass the mountain gate. When the outer disciple led Hu Huan inward, his initial disbelief soon transformed into happiness when they really headed past the scenic area toward the ropeway leading to the rear mountain. Zhang Jian wasn't particularly upset, Hu Huan happily thought, which meant he was still easygoing. He thought of many ways to deal with the challenges along the way, but it turned out none of them were necessary. While he felt pleased about this, he couldn't help worrying about Zhang Jian a little. With such a soft heart, how could he become the celestial master? But immediately after, Hu Huan shook his head and dismissed the worry from his mind. He considered that last life Zhang Jian had died so young, losing decades of fortune. This life, he would have to try his best to make up for it somehow. If it didn't work out, when Zhang Jian became the celestial master in the future, he could come out to help him occasionally, just as a sideline job. After all, a real demon must be more capable than ordinary people, right? This way, he could also compensate for what he owed from the previous life and repay the kindness he owed. It was a win-win situation in any case. Hu Huan's mind kept pondering ceaselessly, the more he thought, the better he felt about the future prospects. He looked cheerful, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his lips. The junior disciple leading the way glanced back at him several times secretly, seeing him smiling broader and broader. Involuntarily, he shivered and got goosebumps all over. What kind of romantic debt did Master's senior brother incur? The junior disciple wondered, could he be this happy to see Master Zhang? Inside and outside Longhu Mountain were distinct, and Hu Huan had already taken this road once when he came here last time, thus becoming quite familiar with the way this time. When the outer disciple delivered him to the entrance of the inner gate, he even waved cheerfully and made a gesture indicating they should go back. "It's fine, I know the way, I can walk the rest alone," Hu Huan said, "thank you." Hu Huan was relaxed and casual, appearing as if he had already considered himself part of the family. Anyone who didn't know might think he actually lived here permanently. That junior disciple was startled by his attitude, truly thinking there was something between this person and Zhang Jian. Eventually, his gaze towards Hu Huan became complicated. Hu Huan, on the other hand, had no idea what the other had imagined about him being some disaster-bringing little demon. He adjusted his collar, casually ran a hand through his hair, preparing to leave a good impression on Zhang Jian's peers upon their meeting. After all, they would be dealing with each other regularly in the future. Hu Huan planned well, but reality often deviated subtly from predictions. Zhang Jian hadn't dispatched any disciple to welcome him but came personally instead. In Hu Huan's memory, Zhang Jian was a young man accustomed to wearing sweatshirts, jeans, and sneakers, tender-looking, small-statured, although not short, always resembling a high school student as if he hadn't grown up yet. But this time was different. Hu Huan slowed down his steps and finally hesitated to stop about 10 steps away, cautiously inspecting the tall and slim figure within the mountain gate. It was the first time Hu Huan had seen Zhang Jian in a Daoist robe after receiving the ordination, causing him to stand outside the inner mountain gate for a while before recognizing that the person was indeed Zhang Jian himself. So young, and already received the ordination, Hu Huan thought. Hu Huan. Zhang Jian saw him first and gently called out. From Zhang Jian, Hu Huan inexplicably experienced what it meant by, "A day's absence feels like 3 autumns, though they had been apart for only a few days." Zhang Jian's calling of his name made his heart unexpectedly bitter. Yes, it's me." Hu Huan scratched his head, feeling somewhat reluctant to make eye contact with him. He took tiny steps toward him until stopping in front, stuttering, "How have these past few days been for you?" "Fine." Zhang Jian replied, "I've gained some insight into the path of cultivation lately, perhaps able to take a step further." Upon reaching Zhang Jian's presence, Hu Huan felt inexplicably smaller, none of those various conciliation tactics he'd thought of on the way resurfaced. Zhang Jian's voice remained composed, no different from before. It seemed there was no intention to settle old scores either. Yet Hu Huan still felt embarrassed to face him. The patterns on the ordinated robes were intricate. Zhang Jian, delicate-boned, pale-skinned, stood out in such bright colors. Hu Huan stared at an area of golden thread embroidery on his hem, holding back a phrase, "sorry," for half a day without saying it. Ultimately, it twisted into something else. "Why are you wearing this?" Hu Huan asked, "Is there a ceremony?" "No." Zhang Jian answered, "I was practicing before you came and didn't have time to change clothes." "Ah, is that so?" Hu Huan responded. Seeing his demeanor, Zhang Jian couldn't help but sigh. He reached out and gripped his wrist lightly, pulling him slightly with strength inside the boundary lines at the door. "The guest has come far," Zhang Jian said, "please come in." As soon as he spoke, Hu Huan stepped through the inner mountain gate, officially entering. "You've come to visit, I should properly entertain you, but recently my master isn't home and I am busy with affairs, so I can only arrange for someone else to accompany you," Zhang Jian said. "If there's nothing else, I'll have someone show you to have a meal first." "No, no, no, no." Hu Huan finally came to life, spreading his arms in front of Zhang Jian and said, "I came to apologize for what happened in the previous life. I'm really sorry. I'll make up for it, just tell me what you want, anything within my power." Zhang Jian knew he was going to say this. He helplessly tilted his head, glanced at Hu Huan, and calmly said, "I don't have anything to be grateful for. This life, my fate is already good enough, with no regrets." "That won't do." Hu Huan grew anxious. "People always have something they desire, right? Tell me directly. If there's something I can't manage, I'll still find a way. If not money or fame, then perhaps things like destiny and fortune." "Hu Huan." Zhang Jian cut him off sternly, "Don't say things that violate the rules." Hu Huan had lost himself in his fervor. Interrupted by Zhang Jian, he broke out in cold sweat. Thankfully, Zhang Jian stopped him before he could finish. Otherwise, having crossed a taboo, even the mildest punishment would involve penalties, and in worse cases, his heavenly retribution might come into play as the cosmic principles settled the accounts. "I really don't need anything," Zhang Jian said, his tone weary. "Listen to me, I'll have someone take you around nearby places." Zhang Jian was truly taken aback by how stubborn Hu Huan was, and he himself had been frightened by those words earlier. He thought silently, this young fox has absolutely no sense of taboo, hearing them all made him worry on his behalf. Afraid of staying longer, lest Hu Huan blurt out another shocking statement, Zhang Jian quickly left a command and turned to go. Unexpectedly, after only 2 steps, his wide sleeve moved slightly, as if pulled from behind. Zhang Jian. In less than 3 minutes, Zhang Jian sighed for the second time, turning back intending to reason with Hu Huan. But before he could open his mouth, he froze in place. At this moment, the one tugging on his sleeve wasn't a handsome, charming Hu Huan but a fluffy little fox cub. The snow-white fox cub nibbled on the corner of his sleeve, looking at him with wet eyes. Seeing Zhang Jian turn around, it let out a pitiful whimper. "Zhang Jian. This fox cub has now learned to cheat." Chapter 117, I suddenly want a spinning top now. Go and make one for me. If there was any inspiration under pressure, Hu Huan thought that Master Xing should take most of the credit. At the moment Zhang Jian turned around, Hu Huan inexplicably remembered his self-proclaimed love guru, Xiao Zhao. Uncle Xing Zhao had just started dating Xing Yingzhu not long ago, and he carried an air of carefree excitement all over him. Whenever there was time, he would grab Hu Huan to chat about the art of love. Occasionally, in order to emphasize his role as the master of the house, he would use Xing Yingzhu as an example. He would say how she wouldn't let go of him or how her whining involved tangling his wrist with her tail tip. Although Hu Huan didn't believe a single word of it, since Xing Zhao said so, it must have subconsciously influenced him to some degree. As a pure-blooded demon, Hu Huan found it difficult to personally experience human emotions and their cute quirks. But if what Xing Zhao said held true, then perhaps Zhang Jian might be into this kind of thing as well. Zhang Jian's Taoist robe was both precious and formal, adorned with Taoist patterns embroidered with gold and silver threads. Hu Huan feared ruining it if he wasn't careful, so he only tugged at a small piece of fabric cautiously, biting nervously, and looking pitiful. Zhang Jian looked at the little fox cub from Longhu Mountain with complex emotions rising within him. It felt as though several thorny vines had instantly crept into his heart and enveloped its soft core. Hu Huan's current appearance resembled too much the sight of Zhang Jian encountering him in his previous life. This clean-eyed little fox who knew how to show weakness matched perfectly with Zhang Jian's memory, reminding him of his first glimpse of mysticism when he was young and his final goodbye in the past life. The cage made of thorns around Zhang Jian's heart began to slowly contract, its sharp barbs piercing into his tender flesh, making him startle with pain. Transform back first. Zhang Jian's voice sounded hoarse. Hu Huan carefully observed his expression, unsure whether Zhang Jian's stance had softened, but out of caution, he did not obey. Instead, he lowered his ears as if showing weakness, bowed his front paws to the ground, and whimpered a few times. You can talk. Zhang Jian wasn't fooled by this act and directly said, speak in human language. Hu Huan shook his head. He didn't know what to say to Zhang Jian, but feeling that since Zhang Jian hadn't left, he must like this form of himself. So, he became more determined to keep persisting until Zhang Jian softened. Not only did he refuse to listen and transform back into his human shape, but he also timidly raised his eyes and tried tentatively to encircle Zhang Jian's wrist with the tip of his tail. Over the years, Hu Huan had taken good care of himself, and his ragged, bloodied appearance from his previous life could no longer be seen. His fur was now fluffy and soft, feeling warm under the sun, even slightly hotter than the normal human body temperature. The fine, soft hairs gently brushed against Zhang Jian's wrist, causing his hand to tremble slightly. Goosebumps appeared on his forearm. What do you plan to achieve by transforming like this? Zhang Jian squatted down, rubbed Hu Huan's ears, and continued, are you trying to make me happy? Zhang Jian suddenly felt that his recent period of seclusion for cultivation seemed to have been quite beneficial. Although he currently felt as if his heart were filled with sour, stale water, acidic, astringent, and bitter, all while feeling nauseous due to a throat blocked by a soaked sponge during breathing, his tone remained surprisingly calm and even gentle when speaking to Hu Huan. Hu Huan blinked at him, unsure of Zhang Jian's intentions. Compared to his own higher body temperature, Zhang Jian's fingers were slightly cool, running through his soft and fluffy fur, rubbing his earlobes gently. Hu Huan's ears, highly sensitive, twitched involuntarily as he instinctively shook his head. Zhang Jian's hand paused momentarily in midair, seemingly with a faint smile, and then stopped the action. Hu Huan was always uneasy seeing this shallow smile that barely reached Zhang Jian's eyes, feeling as though he had done something terrible that upset Zhang Jian. Thus, he immediately pushed his head forward, rubbing it against Zhang Jian's palm for a long time. Zhang Jian. Yun Feng was right, this little fox cub hasn't grown up a bit. Alright, Zhang Jian said, be obedient and let go of my sleeve, your saliva has dampened the fabric. I'll have to wash it when I get back. Upon hearing this, Hu Huan started, instinctively lowering his head to check. Sure enough, the piece of fabric he had bitten was darker in color compared to the rest. Hu Huan. So embarrassing. He glanced at Zhang Jian's expression again, hesitantly and uncertainly spat out the piece of fabric in his mouth, but then, as if afraid that Zhang Jian would run away, he quickly pounced forward to hold onto his knees, whimpering for a while, pushing his head against Zhang Jian's hand, inviting him to pet him. Zhang Jian indulged him by smoothing the fluffy fur on his back twice, remaining silent for a moment. Come to think of it, it was quite amusing. While Zhang Jian remained calm and composed when facing Hu Huan, this little fox cub made him inexplicably have an odd thought, did I console him like this in my past life too? Zhang Jian thought to himself, he was far too petty. It seemed all his years of cultivation were wasted, how could such a trivial matter continue to bother him so much? Alright, Zhang Jian gave in. Since Hu Huan refused to talk, Zhang Jian had no choice but to give up after a moment of stalemate. What do you want? Zhang Jian asked, this is inside the inner sect area, someone might pass by. Do you intend to stay here as a fox until the end of time? I want to apologize to you. Hu Huan finally confessed straightforwardly. I accept, Zhang Jian replied. I forgive you. But his attitude was so calm, the word forgive so effortless, that Hu Huan instinctively didn't trust him. His first reaction was that Zhang Jian was still sulking and speaking sarcastically. You need to give me a chance to make amends, Hu Huan said hurriedly, as if fearing Zhang Jian might find some excuse. Then, using the tip of his tail to lightly sweep Zhang Jian's wrist, he added seriously, that's what our great-grandmother taught us. Zhang Jian opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but at the corner of his eye, he noticed a figure appearing from behind a nearby house. His brows furrowed, and whatever he was about to say was swallowed back. Subconsciously, he gathered Hu Huan into his arms, standing up. By the time Zhang Jian turned around, the figure was already close, a young man who looked about 27 or 28 with 3 or 4 parts resemblance to Zhang Jian. Big brother, the young man greeted him with a smile, are you going out? No, Zhang Jian instinctively pulled Hu Huan closer and absent-mindedly stroked his tail as he responded, I just passed by. Baiyan, where are you heading? Our master sent word back saying there weren't enough hands outside and asked me to help out, Zhang Baiyan explained, glancing over at Hu Huan. He noticed a patch of white fur under Zhang Jian's sleeve, eyes lighting up immediately, and reached over casually to pull on the sleeve, saying offhandedly. Big brother, did you pick up another stray animal? Hu Huan was unreservedly coddling and doting when being affectionate with Zhang Jian. Now, suddenly seen by someone else, he immediately felt embarrassed, forgetting that he was in the form of a fox cub. He instantly burrowed his head into Zhang Jian's chest, almost making himself go deaf with embarrassment. Zhang Jian reacted faster than his brain, instinctively slapping Zhang Baiyan's hand away. He took a large step back subconsciously, shielding Hu Huan with his sleeve. Hurry up and take care of your business, Zhang Jian said, if you delay the master's task, let's see how he will punish you. Alright, Zhang Baiyan surrendered with his hands up, sighing, why did you suddenly become so stingy? Zhang Jian was at a loss for words, deciding not to explain further, awkwardly coughing once before turning around and leaving. His retreating figure appeared decisive and elegant. If one ignored the near tripping due to his synchronized movements, it truly looked quite dignified. The interruption from Zhang Baiyan made Zhang Jian forget what he was about to say. He brought Hu Huan back to his room and pulled the little fox cub out from his sleeve, placing him on the desk. Since you don't want to transform back, let's just say this, Zhang Jian sighed deeply, you came here to repay me, right? Hu Huan blinked, obediently laying flat on the table as he looked at him. After tilting his head and pondering for a while, he found Zhang Jian was correct, so he nodded. Good, Zhang Jian thought. This would simplify matters greatly. Sitting by the table, his hands hidden inside the wide sleeves, Zhang Jian unconsciously twisted his fingers together, pressing nails into the back of his hand and leaving slight whitish marks. I've been on the mountain since I was very young, practicing cultivation from the moment I can remember, Zhang Jian continued slowly, cultivation is hard work, as a child, I barely had time to play. Usually, I was either attending early morning or evening services or practicing drawing talismans and reciting spells. Hu Huan didn't understand why he brought this up, only inching closer to touch his hand with his wet nose. Zhang Jian casually patted his back, continuing, once, I saw the juniors in the front mountain playing with a spinning top. I watched for a long time, finding it intriguing. I also wanted one, but unfortunately, the elders believed toys would sap my ambitions. Not only did they refuse to buy me one, but they even confiscated the one I borrowed from the junior disciple. Oh. Hu Huan blurted out unconsciously, so now I suddenly want a spinning top very much. Zhang Jian quickly interrupted him and said, there are many pines in the back mountain, make one for me. Just a spinning top? Hu Huan asked. Aren't you trying to make up to me? Zhang Jian suddenly smiled. His eyes slightly curved as he showed the first warm smile since their reunion. And you're not allowed to transform back into human form, Zhang Jian added. Let's do it this way. Hu Huan instinctively wrinkled his nose, revealing an expression of great distress, thinking that Zhang Jian was deliberately making things difficult for him. Fox paws were awfully clumsy, and carving a spinning top would be far more troublesome than in human form. But then, he inexplicably became happy, since Zhang Jian was willing to make requests and also tease him. Did that mean Zhang Jian didn't want to drive him away and intended to let him stay and repay his debt? You, just wait here. Hu Huan suddenly became spirited. He nudged Zhang Jian's hand with his head and then nimbly leaped from the table to the ground, strutting proudly as he said, I'm off now. Chapter 118, Besides, I no longer dwell on the matters of my previous life. With a flick of his tail, the little fox strutted out with great vigor and pride. Zhang Jian watched him leave. Despite appearing solemn, the boy had only gone 10 steps before he started hopping away with joy, vanishing into the depths of the forest within moments as if disappearing without a trace. After Hu Huan left, the smile on Zhang Jian's face faded significantly. He lowered his gaze, touched the broad sleeves of his robe, and felt somewhat unsettled inside. On the way back, Zhang Jian had carefully thought through everything. Instead of getting entangled endlessly, it was better to settle this grudge once and for all. If Hu Huan wanted to repay his debt of gratitude, then letting Zhang Jian do him a favor in return would suffice. Meanwhile, Hu Huan, having already been to Longhu Mountain before, knew his way around like the back of his hand. Following his memory, he found a small pine grove at the rear of the mountain, slowed his pace contentedly, and began patrolling this small woodland area. Since he had promised Zhang Jian, Hu Huan didn't entertain any thoughts of cheating. However, with his current body form, cutting down an entire pine tree alone was clearly nothing more than a dream. Fortunately, there were plenty of broken stumps and tree roots scattered around in the wild forest. After rummaging through thick vegetation that was over half a meter tall for quite some time, Huan indeed unearthed a good piece of wood. This piece of wood appeared to be from some ancient year, about 2 adult fists in size, and bore traces of being scorched by lightning. It seemed to have been struck during a thunderstorm. Huan, carrying the piece of wood, located a stream nearby. Awkwardly, he rolled it around in the shallows and nudged it with his paws. It was quality material, neither rotten nor brittle. It should work. Surprisingly successful in his quest, Huan cheered up instantly. Carrying the piece of wood, he leaped through the forest until finally settling on a rough pebble beach at the back of the mountain. Being a fox who had never done manual labor before, Huan faced a tough journey to repay the favor. Initially, he used his teeth to gnaw away the outermost layer of lightning-scorched marks. With his mouth full of wooden splinters, he eventually managed to roughly shape the block of wood. However, while shaping it was easy, fine-tuning proved much harder. Huan's clumsy fox body struggled greatly, his paws could barely hold onto the block securely. After every few attempts at grinding it, the wood would slip out of his grasp, which frustrated him immensely. 2 hours passed, but progress remained messy, prompting Huan's temper to flare. Tossing aside the block of wood, he lay down sulking with his tail covering his face. Zhang Jian must have set this up intentionally. Fuming, Huan gritted his teeth. If he were in his human form, something like this could have been completed within 2 hours. But as a fox, dealing with such a tiny task would likely take eons. In his irritation, he kicked the piece of wood farther away and sat brooding. As night fell and the full moon hung high in the sky, Zhang Jian showed no signs of coming for him, as if truly waiting for him to finish the task before drawing closer. Twitching his ears, Huan buried his head deeper into his tail. His short-tempered nature dissipated almost as quickly as it came. Within a short period of feeling wronged, he became restless again. I'm already irritated just from making this top, Huan mused gloomily. Then wouldn't Zhang Jian have been even more annoyed wandering around the human world for 3 years in the previous life? At that time, he couldn't leave, nor could he stay, and whenever he tried to touch anything, it would slip through his fingers. The countless living creatures across the mountains and the passing hunters or herbalists, all of them failed to see him. Was he afraid back then? Huan suddenly wondered. A sharp pain pricked his heart, snapping him back to his senses. The annoyance and restlessness that had sparked within him vanished like a small flame extinguished by the wind. Step by step, he returned the discarded block of wood to where he had tossed it. With a look akin to staring at an enemy, he clenched his teeth but ultimately persevered diligently. With both his teeth and claws working together, whenever grinding became impossible, he resorted to gnawing. Through relentless effort lasting an entire day and night, he somehow managed to create the top Zhang Jian had asked for. Although the thing was riddled with uneven pits and clearly wouldn't spin well, it had taken a rudimentary form, enough to fulfill the task. Exhausted, Huan plopped down, catching his breath after wheezing heavily for a while. Wobbling slightly, he ran to the creek and took a dip, refreshing himself and washing off the various bits of shattered wood stuck to his fur. He must see my sincerity now, Huan thought. He was already prepared. Even if Zhang Jian challenged him further, he would wholeheartedly accept. Encouraging himself internally, he picked up the grotesquely deformed spinning top from the water's edge, shook off his fur, and cheerfully went to find Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian hadn't gone anywhere. He was simply waiting for Huan's return inside his room. He had to temporarily postpone his originally planned seclusion, and only told others that he had recently gained new insights and would not retreat into seclusion for now. The inner and outer disciples, knowing he was talented, believed he had made some progress. However, only Zhang Jian himself understood that Huan's matter hung over his heart, and there was no way he could calm down. When Huan returned, it was already the evening of the second day. Zhang Jian had already changed back into his usual clothes and was kneeling on a soft cushion doing his evening practice. Zhang Jian's room door wasn't locked, it was just slightly closed, leaving a narrow crack. Huan didn't even knock, treating himself as if he were part of the family, barging in as if he were alone in the house. He brazenly nudged the door open with his little head, hopped onto the table by stepping on the stool in a couple of movements, then placed the top he'd been carrying on the table. I've done it. Huan said. Zhang Jian paused his silent recitation, his mind briefly blanked out. He didn't turn around to look at Huan or acknowledge him but instead pursed his lips and continued his evening practice. But his train of thought got stuck, as if the familiar morning recitations flew away from his memory all at once. Zhang Jian repeated a sentence from the Taoist scripture 3 times and still couldn't recall what came next. With no choice, he had to reach for the evening scripture book in front of him, flip through it, and continue to finish the rest of the portion. Huan tilted his head and watched him for a while without daring to interrupt. He then busied himself grooming his wet fur. He had rolled around in the stream, and water still dripped from the hair on his tail, leaving a line of small water marks from the doorway to the tabletop, which looked somewhat amusing. Huan hadn't slept all night, feeling drowsy now. Lazily, he yawned, laid his head on the desk looking at Zhang Jian, lazily swishing his tail. No matter what his next request would be, I must insist on having him comb my fur before anything else, Hu Huan thought. Or even better, sleep on Zhang Jian's bed afterward. The little fox cub idly pondered how to bargain a little extra from Zhang Jian. Meanwhile, Zhang Jian had already finished his evening practice and put the thin book back in its place. After bowing to Master Zhang's portrait, Zhang Jian stood up, stepped back 2 steps, turned around, pulled down the curtain separating the inner chamber, and walked out. Quick! Look! Hu Huan nudged the top closer with his nose and said, "How is it?" Frankly speaking, it wasn't great at all. That palm-sized top looked shabby and ugly, covered in tooth marks from Hu Huan, and it was ground extremely carelessly. Even when touched by hand, splinters could be felt. Besides, the left and right sides weren't even symmetrical. If this thing were placed on the ground, it wouldn't spin in 800 years. Yet Zhang Jian looked at the thing and appeared to genuinely like it. He picked up the spinning top, held it in his palm, cherished it with his thumb rubbing it tenderly for quite a while, and then reluctantly placed it on the desktop. "It's well made," Zhang Jian said. As soon as Hu Huan heard the praise, he instantly became gratified, swinging his tail behind him. He sat squatting on the desk, puffed out his chest, ready to compliment himself when suddenly, Zhang Jian stood up, walked inside, and took something out. "Pause," Zhang Jian said. Without thinking, Hu Huan extended his paw toward him, then immediately realized something seemed off. Unhappy, he flicked his tail and muttered softly, "I'm not a dog." Zhang Jian paid no attention to him. He opened the medicine bottle, took out a little ointment, and carefully applied it on the tip of Hu Huan's claw. This foolish fox might not have noticed, but his paws had scraped against something, and tiny wounds dotted his claws' tips. Hu Huan blinked and lowered his head to see the thick layer of ointment on the tips of his claws. His sensitive ears twitched. "You've worked hard," Zhang Jian earnestly said after applying the medicine carefully. "I like it, and you've helped me alleviate a regret." "Naturally, I've already said I'd make up for it, so just say whatever you want," Hu Huan proudly replied, puffing his chest high. "Anything more?" "Tell me." "No more." Zhang Jian closed the cap on the medicine bottle, holding the top in his hand with a very light tone. "My wish has been fulfilled, and our past debt will be considered fully repaid." Hu Huan instantly froze. "Foxes' lives are difficult, your effort in doing this for me counts as wholeheartedly helping me." Zhang Jian caressed the top gently, saying quietly, "I think it's enough to repay the favor." Hu Huan's tail stopped wagging entirely. He stared at Zhang Jian blankly for a while before finally realizing his implication. "No wonder he asked me to carve the top in fox form," Hu Huan thought dumbfoundedly. "He wanted me to strive and suffer so much that achieving the goal was difficult. Then, upon accepting my efforts, this favor was considered haphazardly paid off. But that's not enough." Hu Huan suddenly panicked and blurted out, "How can this repay the favor of healing my injury, and in the past life, it was me who caused your death? You not only harmed him, but also yourself." Zhang Jian sighed, reached out and patted his ears, saying, "If you had repaid his kindness properly in the previous life and stayed by his side for 2 or 3 decades, nourished by merits, you should have achieved human form long ago, yet now after all these years of hard cultivation, I think it's enough." "I don't think it's enough." Hu Huan bristled. For some unknown reason, he suddenly felt inexplicably panicked. Clearly, if he repaid his debt, then he and Zhang Jian would be even, but now that Zhang Jian seemed willing to let him go, he couldn't help but feel afraid. "A top can hardly compare to a life," Hu Huan said. "It can," Zhang Jian said. Hu Huan immediately lost his momentum and didn't know how to respond. "That life from my previous existence is too distant. Those so-called future blessings I never experienced, and who knows if they would have made me truly happy or miserable. So it doesn't matter whether they're gone or not, and there's no need to dwell on them excessively. In contrast, the regrets of this life feel much more vivid," Zhang Jian said. "Besides." Zhang Jian hesitated for a moment, as if debating internally, but finally, he spoke the words aloud. "Besides, I'm no longer fixated on the events of my past life." Chapter 119, Misguiding Students, When Xing Zhao received Hu Huan's call, it was still dark outside. He and Xing Yingzhu had been driving back to Xanadu from Beihai non-stop, and although they rested along the way, they were utterly exhausted. As soon as they entered the door, Xing Zhao practically dived into bed without even taking off his clothes, sleeping for an entire day and night. At 4:15 a.m., the mobile phone under Xing Zhao's pillow abruptly vibrated, its bright screen piercing through the gap in the pillowcase and shining directly on his eyelids. Furrowing his brows slightly in his sleep, Xing Zhao unconsciously reached under the pillow. But his movements were too slow, and after a few seconds of vibration, the call automatically switched to ringing. The annoying ringtone broke the silence of the night like a merciless death knell, jolting Xing Zhao awake instantly. Panic-stricken, Xing Zhao fumbled with his phone, glanced at Xing Yingzhu behind him, and instinctively hit the mute button. Still, he didn't react quickly enough. Xing Yingzhu had already awakened from his deep slumber, eyebrows furrowed. Seeing the call notification, Hu Huan's name flashed repeatedly on the screen. Xing Zhao sighed inwardly, feeling that if Hu Huan called this late, there must be something important. After all, he did go to repay Zhang Jian's favor. What if Zhang Jian hasn't calmed down and decided to kick him out? Sheng Zhao became a little worried, afraid of missing anything important. After some thought, he turned around and glanced at Xing Yingzhu's expression, quietly lifting the edge of the quilt to slip out, tiptoeing towards the floor like a thief. In order not to wake up Xing Yingzhu, Sheng Zhao planned to take the call in the living room. However, just as he put his feet on the slippers, he suddenly felt a tug from behind and nearly sat back down onto the bed. Turning around, he saw that Xing Yingzhu hadn't even opened his eyes. With a casual lift of his hand, his fingertip accurately hooked onto Sheng Zhao's pants waistband. Sheng Zhao. How skilled you are at this. Sheng Zhao grumbled silently. What do you want to do? Xing Yingzhu asked lazily. Hu Huan's calling me, I'll go outside to answer it. Sheng Zhao pulled his hand away, moved closer, and coaxed him gently, saying, go back to sleep. You said your wound hurt last night, didn't you? Xing Yingzhu frowned impatiently but didn't let go, instead simply saying, answer it here. The call ended due to lack of response, but less than a second later, it rang again, clearly determined not to give up until someone answered. Sheng Zhao had no choice but to strike a balance. He patted Xing Yingzhu through the quilt, walked barefoot over to the window while stepping on his slippers, and pressed the answer button. Hello. Brother Zhao. Hu Huan said dejectedly in a tone that sounded like the world was ending, why are you answering so slowly? It's 4:15 in the morning in Yen City, Mr. Hu, Sheng Zhao replied calmly, it's still dark outside, and my response rate is already better than 89% of all private communications nationwide, okay? Hu Huan. Well, why did you call so early? Sighing heavily, Sheng Zhao asked tiredly, did Zhang Jian drive you off from Longhu Mountain or has your gratitude mission ended? The latter, Hu Huan whined. Congratulations then, Sheng Zhao said casually. What congratulations? Hu Huan snapped indignantly, grabbing a blade of grass from the cliffside beside him and sticking it in his mouth, mumbling, but, he's just humoring me. Finding what seemed like a reliable confidant, Hu Huan poured out all his grievances about his gratitude experience to Sheng Zhao, embellishing it as much as possible, trying desperately to make the point that he doesn't appreciate it clear to Sheng Zhao. Lazily yawning, Sheng Zhao absent-mindedly changed hands holding the phone and started sketching a small peach blossom on the misty glass. Isn't this good? Sheng Zhao finally said after listening to him. You finished expressing your gratitude, go home then. Hu Huan choked momentarily on the other side of the line, forgetting every word he initially wanted to say. Deflated, he slumped at the edge of the cliff, looking up at the moon yet to set fully in the sky. Feeling completely forlorn and abandoned, he lamented that in such a vast world, no one could truly understand his sorrow, it was tragic and pitiful indeed. I feel it's not enough, Hu Huan murmured dispiritedly. I don't want to go home. So what do you want to do? Sheng Zhao retorted, do you feel like you haven't expended enough energy and want something more thrilling? You wouldn't understand, brother Zhao. It's too simple, you get it? Hu Huan explained, he acted like he grabbed something random to fool me, trying to shoo me away. Frankly speaking, how important can a spinning top be? Maybe it is important, Sheng Zhao responded indifferently. Brother Zhao, please don't. Hu Huan was about to say, don't be as perfunctory with me as Zhang Jian, when he heard a hint of easygoing laughter from the other end of the phone. Hu Huan, you can't look at this issue from an objective standpoint, Sheng Zhao said, looking down at the mist on the glass window, trying to explain this from the ordinary person's perspective. For instance, 10,000 yuan for others versus 1,000 yuan for you, which do you think is more important? Hu Huan didn't immediately get it, instinctively answering, of course my own money is more important, how much others have doesn't concern me. Sheng Zhao said. Realizing his mistake right away, Hu Huan quickly rebutted, but that's different, you're switching concepts around. He obviously. Although I don't know what Zhang Jian thinks, whether he cares or doesn't care about past life things, I can only tell you this is what I would think. Sheng Zhao momentarily forgot that Hu Huan couldn't see his expression, leaning his head and shrugging as he said, besides, Hu Huan, are you really upset because it's not worth it for him, or dissatisfied because he hasn't met your expectations? Hu Huan opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. You never thought about just settling the grudge and parting ways cleanly, did you? Sheng Zhao hit the nail on the head, do you actually just want to make him feel good and get along with him like in the past? Hu Huan's arrogance melted instantly, mumbling for half a while, finally giving an ambiguous answer. Though unwilling, his corners of the mouth involuntarily turned up a little, revealing a small sign of emotions leaking beyond reason when faced with such an inquiry. I wanted to treat him well, Hu Huan added hastily, trying to save face. It's obvious, Sheng Zhao thought, I should have realized early that there's something unclear between you and Zhang Jian. Back during the Christmas annual meeting, he had already keenly foreseen it, grabbing a prophecy card even though Hu Huan himself wasn't aware, labeling himself as steel straight. And now, less than a year later, Hu Huan still isn't self-aware despite having contradicted himself. It shows truth always rests in the hands of a few. I told you before, he wants to seduce you, Sheng Zhao sounded almost like a nosy neighborhood committee grandma urging peace rather than division, earnestly advising, and you two make this thing so complicated. You want to treat him well? Go ahead then. Why drag the last life into it? What seduction? Hu Huan exploded, the relationship between us is purely friendly interaction. Purely ambiguously friendly, Sheng Zhao shot back. Please thank me later by apologizing to the words, pure. Let me ask you, aren't you a fox spirit who's too deep in the closet? Show some respect to your species settings, will you? Don't you know in Strange Tales from a Chinese studio it stated you all eat male and female indiscriminately? Hu Huan. Sheng Zhao left Hu Huan speechless, unable to argue back or curse without losing dignity, forcing him to shut his mouth in frustration, refusing to speak further. Well, anyway, let me repeat, if you're interested in him, give it another try, don't keep bringing up past lives, it sounds like NTR, Netarare. Sheng Zhao said, if you're not interested in him, just come home early, get over it in a few days. Hu Huan mysteriously stayed silent on the other end of the phone for 2 minutes before awkwardly choosing the former. So how should I make the effort? Hu Huan asked. Do I need to teach you? Sheng Zhao raised an eyebrow, confidently asking, did he kick you out? Not exactly, Hu Huan replied, he said I'm originally a guest, free to walk around as I please, stay until I like, but he told me several times we're settled. Settled means settled, Sheng Zhao said rather brashly, feelings can be cultivated, why should there be any issues if last life's accounts were cleared between the little fox and the young master? What does that have to do with Zhang Jian and Hu Huan? Hu Huan. Hu Huan was startled by his matter-of-fact tone, thinking silently that maybe his Xiao Zhao brother was being unduly influenced, becoming surprisingly persuasive in irrational arguments. He swallowed nervously, hesitated for a while, but couldn't help it and cautiously asked, Xiao Zhao brother, with so much experience. Did you quarrel with the boss? Sheng Zhao paused, subconsciously recalling that one argument they had once had, which wasn't quite an argument, then pursed his lips and laughed sheepishly. There was one time, Sheng Zhao said quietly. So how did you make it up to the boss then? Hu Huan immediately became spirited, attempting to learn lessons, teach me. At that time. As Sheng Zhao spoke, he chuckled first and continued, I bought him a large cup of red bean coconut fruit green tea. Hu Huan immediately had a brain full of question marks. What's with the Sheng Zhao tried to hold back his laugh but still explained solemnly, this is. Sheng Zhao's voice cut off halfway through, making Hu Huan think there might be a problem with the signal. Hu Huan looked at the microphone suspiciously, pacing around the spot for a moment. Xing Yingzhu had gotten up at some point from the bed on the other side of the phone. Barefoot, he stood behind Sheng Zhao, his arms wrapping around Sheng Zhao's waist from behind in a tender embrace, resting his chin on Sheng Zhao's shoulder. His eyes were half open and half closed as if he hadn't fully woken up yet. However, the grip of his arms was strong, firmly pulling Sheng Zhao into his embrace without any resistance. Sheng Zhao felt ticklish with his affectionate rubbing, covering the microphone and forming words silently to Xing Yingzhu. I'm on the phone, Sheng Zhao mouthed quietly. Whether Xing Yingzhu understood or not, he seemed dissatisfied, tilting his head to rub a bit more and nibbling gently on Sheng Zhao's collarbone. Sheng Zhao gasped softly, goosebumps rising all over him instantly. He quickly released the phone's microphone and rapidly told Hu Huan, it's mainly about appealing to what they like, Zhang Jian can't deal with you much anyway, just keep him in good spirits. If that doesn't work, try buying him a cup of milk tea haha, alright, I'll stop. The phone went dead with a beep beep sound. Hu Huan stared at his phone screen blankly for a while, his mind full of nothing but the peculiar laugh Sheng Zhao gave off at the end. It took a moment before Hu Huan finally realized something, that last remark might not have been directed at him. Hu Huan. What kind of person is this? Sending dog food even during calls. On the other side, Sheng Zhao gently rubbed his reddened collarbone and complained softly, look what you did. Xing Yingzhu nonchalantly raised a hand to loosen Sheng Zhao's collar slightly, leaned forward and licked the little tooth mark he'd left. Then slowly tightened his arms around Sheng Zhao, glancing at him profoundly. Ruining someone's virtue, Xing Yingzhu remarked. Chapter 120, Can't you just touch me? Zhang Jian thought Hu Huan seemed possessed recently. Although using the word possessed to describe a fox spirit was somewhat comical, with Zhang Jian's limited life experience, he could not imagine any other reason that could suddenly change someone's disposition. The first sign was that Hu Huan no longer mentioned repayment of kindness. He appeared to have accepted the result of an immortal wheel for a life, and stopped nagging Zhang Jian to make demands. Initially, Zhang Jian thought Hu Huan had let go, or his self-respect had been hurt by repeated rejections. However, after Hu Huan finished repaying his kindness, there was no sign of him leaving. Instead, he stayed in Longhu Mountain without hesitation. Zhang Jian. Actually, there isn't much fun in these mountains. At that time, Zhang Jian, feeling at a loss, tried to gently persuade him, the inner mountain has no high-tech information means, not even internet cables, and all day it's nothing but morning and evening rituals and cultivation. It's really very boring. I think it's great. Hu Huan, as if he couldn't understand his meaning, said to himself, the weather is good, and the air is better than in the city. It's springtime now, and the scenery in the mountains is also beautiful. Zhang Jian. If it were up to Zhang Jian, he wouldn't want to get further entangled with Hu Huan. He would say things about past dust being like fleeting clouds, but emotions aren't something you can easily control. Since the first time he saw the little fox when he was young, this fox cub had already lingered in his heart for over 10 years. Later, when they met again and connected with the memory he had, Zhang Jian always felt a deep innate affinity toward Hu Huan, even though now he knew it was all a misunderstanding, he found it hard to withdraw his affection. Moreover, logically speaking, a fox demon should not wish to have too much contact with humans, especially one destined to become a celestial master. After Hu Huan had finished repaying his debt, he should have gone off to live a carefree life. Yet instead, he insisted on staying on the mountain, which was rather abnormal. Zhang Jian didn't want to speculate too much about Hu Huan's intentions. He had guessed once before and ended up being terribly wrong, so he certainly didn't want to make the same mistake twice. After remaining silent for a while, realizing how hard it was to respond, and not knowing what Hu Huan's motives were, Zhang Jian finally said, "But it's boring, with flowers and trees covering the whole mountain. Won't you get dizzy from looking at them all the time?" "Not dizzy." Hu Huan looked at him strangely and said, "I'm a fox, remember? I grew up in the mountains." Zhang Jian. Indeed, he had forgotten about that. Hu Huan easily won the second round, tilting his head to stare at him for a moment, then deliberately licked his own paw in front of him. Zhang Jian. Oh right, Zhang Jian blankly thought about this development. Recently, Hu Huan seemed to be taking some wrong medicine, starting to return to simplicity. Either he thought human form wasn't appealing enough or something else, but he often turned into a fox, wandering around aimlessly like a pet wherever Zhang Jian went, nearly causing him to trip several times in the beginning. After half a month, the entire Longhu Mountain knew that Zhang Jian had picked up a fox cub somewhere. It was extremely spirited and only liked to follow Zhang Jian around everywhere. There were indeed those who had once asked Zhang Jian where the handsome man who sought him out had disappeared to. Neither inside nor outside the mountain had anyone seen him descend, which was quite mysterious. For this, Zhang Jian could only smile wryly and stammered some excuse, saying the man had left under cover of night, personally escorted by him. Pitifully, the prestigious heir of Longhu Mountain celestial master tradition had lived his entire life lying less than the fingers of one hand, yet most of them were due to this mischievous fox cub. Moreover, shamefully, Zhang Jian had to admit that he truly had no resistance against such soft-furred, pleasant-to-touch mammals. That was why he remembered that glance from their previous encounter so vividly. If Hu Huan engaged in normal conversation with Zhang Jian might be able to harden his heart and refuse, but when Hu Huan transformed into a fox cub and stared at him with wet eyes, Zhang Jian also genuinely couldn't drive him down the mountain forcibly. Besides, Hu Huan's temper was actually excellent. He was both playful and obedient, frequently jumping onto Zhang Jian's lap and rubbing his head against his palm, wanting his head touched or his back scratched. As the old saying goes, don't hit a smiling face. Though Zhang Jian was reluctant, he mostly satisfied Hu Huan's requests due to his persistent begging and pleading, which usually ended with Zhang Jian absently holding him and stroking him for a long while. It was said in ancient records of spirits and monsters that foxes are cunning by nature and accustomed to exploiting people's weaknesses. Originally, Zhang Jian thought this contained some prejudice from the world, but now he realized how fitting this description was. Hu Huan had been lingering around Zhang Jian for half a month, gradually figuring out his temperament. He realized the fox form was truly effective, and after that, Hu Huan began to act more boldly, climbing ladders as if there were no limits to his audacity. At first, he only nagged Zhang Jian to groom him, but later, Hu Huan started demanding to eat at the same table as Zhang Jian for every meal. If Zhang Jian refused, Hu Huan would bite his trouser leg and whimper pathetically, squeezing out 2 tears from the corner of his eyes. Zhang Jian was worn down by this relentless persistence and over time, Hu Huan pushed his boundaries further, until now he could jump into Zhang Jian's room at midnight and snuggle up to his bed corner without any issue. Sometimes, when Zhang Jian was alone, he secretly wondered why Hu Huan worked so hard to please him. Had the KPI for foxes repaying favors increased? Zhang Jian thought, puzzled. He racked his brain but found no answer, and eventually, he let go of his doubts, embracing the Taoist attitude of a legitimate heir, deciding that things would work out as they were destined. Letting things be felt like a subtle switch. The prospective celestial master was instantly released from his earlier dilemma, feeling refreshed and clear-minded. Previously, his state of mind had been unsettled by Hu Huan, making him lose focus on everything. But after letting go, things got much better. He stopped obsessing about whether Hu Huan should leave or stay, and instead, threw all unresolved emotions and thoughts onto destiny. If destiny allowed it, whatever the outcome, good or bad, it would naturally come to pass, Zhang Jian thought. Life in the mountains was comfortable and peaceful, and Zhang Jian himself didn't always lock himself in the study working on his studies. On good weather days, he would occasionally go out for a walk. Hu Huan didn't follow him everywhere. He seemed more like a refreshable surprise, unpredictably popping out from somewhere, either scaring Zhang Jian or mischievously pouncing at him full force. The rainy season arrived earlier in the mountains than elsewhere. By late spring, the rains in the mountain area had gradually increased. Hu Huan disliked venturing out in such weather, but Zhang Jian didn't mind rain, sometimes even enthusiastically heading to the back mountain just to watch the rain. On this day, Zhang Jian unexpectedly gained some insights and also learned a water-controlling spell, so he spontaneously decided to take a walk at the back mountain. Hu Huan was sleeping soundly under the covers and didn't feel like going outside to get cold wind in his face. He reluctantly poked his head out of the blanket, persuading Zhang Jian that with the heavy rain, it would be more enjoyable to take a nap inside rather than go out. But Zhang Jian, who looked soft but was actually very decisive, didn't give in to Hu Huan's cajoling and went out on his own, carrying an umbrella. Near the beginning of summer, the mountains were lush with plants and wildlife. As Zhang Jian wandered aimlessly through the forest after circling the back mountain, a small rabbit suddenly blocked his way. This rabbit appeared to possess some degree of intelligence. Its red eyes made a bow toward Zhang Jian. Naturally sensitive to spirits and magical creatures, Zhang Jian paused his steps and calmly asked what was wrong. After confirming Zhang Jian was speaking to it, the rabbit hopped a couple of steps away, then glanced back at Zhang Jian, seemingly trying to lead the way. This way? Zhang Jian asked. The little rabbit nodded. I see, Zhang Jian said. Such encounters with magical beings were a kind of mystical connection for Zhang Jian, which he did not reject. Thus, he stepped forward in the direction indicated by the rabbit. About 3 to 5 minutes later, Zhang Jian discovered a dusty figure lying under a pine tree nearby, partially covered by a large leaf. As Zhang Jian approached, he saw that it was a young brown fox. Somehow, its front leg had been pierced completely through by a sharp broken branch, and blood was already pooling on the ground. That rabbit must have come to seek help, Zhang Jian thought. Even though rabbits and foxes are natural enemies, this intelligent rabbit clearly had a soft heart. The fox was thin and curled into a tiny ball, barely longer than a forearm. Its fur was soaked wet from the rain, plastered against its body in clumps, and it was shivering uncontrollably from the cold, looking pitiful. Zhang Jian couldn't bear to see this sight and gently frowned before carefully placing a hand on the fox's back and softly rubbing it. I'll pull it out, Zhang Jian whispered. Bear with it. The fox whined sorrowfully, obviously in excruciating pain, too weak to make any attempt to struggle. Zhang Jian placed the umbrella beside the fox to shield it from the rain, then took off his jacket and laid it underneath the fox. After observing the angle carefully, he quickly grabbed the fox's front leg and swiftly pulled out the sharp stick. Warm blood gushed onto Zhang Jian's hands immediately. One hand pressed against the wound while the other wiped his clothing to find the last half bottle of medicine left from Hu Huan's supply. He dug it all out and applied it generously to the fox's injured front leg. The fox appeared to recognize his good intentions and didn't struggle, instead letting out soft whimpers while making an effort to approach and licking Zhang Jian's hand. Zhang Jian absent-mindedly rubbed the little fox's head before skillfully tearing off a piece of his jacket sleeve to quickly bandage its wound. Zhang Jian. Startled mid-action as he adjusted the angle of the bandage, Zhang Jian instinctively turned his head at the sudden call. He hadn't even reacted yet when Hu Huan appeared from somewhere in the woods, bounding gracefully to land right in front of him. When Hu Huan noticed Zhang Jian treating another fox's wound, his mind briefly blanked. In that instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind but eventually merged into one conclusion: Zhang Jian had no intention of forgiving him, he was simply starting over with someone else. Do you want some other fox now? Hu Huan asked sharply, charging toward Zhang Jian like a small cannonball, nearly colliding with his chest. Zhang Jian instinctively stood up and stepped back twice, unwilling to let Hu Huan fully tackle him. Taking advantage of this momentary retreat, Hu Huan squeezed himself between Zhang Jian and the injured fox. Facing Zhang Jian, he bared his teeth in defiance despite inward hesitation and asked aggressively, do you want some other fox to repay your kindness? Let me tell you, this fox is far from becoming a spirit. You'll never wait long enough for it. Zhang Jian remained silent for a moment. What he thought silently was that in his past life, he'd helped a fox nearing enlightenment, but hadn't waited around either. Zhang Jian wasn't trying to dig up old wounds or hurt Hu Huan on purpose, he merely found the whole thing amusing. Hu Huan tended to speak without thinking when upset, but his words faltered halfway, betraying his insecurity. His voice quivered, and he looked like he might burst into tears at any second. I just stumbled upon this situation. It wasn't intentional. Zhang Jian sighed helplessly, explaining, it's a life. If I'd crossed paths with it, how could I leave it there to die, and besides, isn't it one of your own kind? At the word, your own kind, Hu Huan was struck straight to the core. He felt deeply dissatisfied in his heart but couldn't say anything along the lines of, leave it alone, leaving him tongue-tied and his eyes brimming with redness. By now, Zhang Jian was completely drenched without the umbrella's protection and involuntarily shivered. Not wanting to irritate Hu Huan further, he wanted nothing more than to return home and change clothes for a warm ginger tea. Thus, feeling wearier by the second, Zhang Jian decided to take a step back, aiming to pacify Hu Huan with a few soothing words. In fact, Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of movement startled him. Hu Huan, who hadn't reverted to human form for a long time, suddenly transformed, taking a quick leap forward to seize Zhang Jian's hand. Zhang Jian blinked, momentarily rendered speechless. I don't want you touching any other foxes. Hu Huan didn't quite understand why he felt so wronged. Tears streamed down his face in large drops, making him look like a pathetic, immature cub. I only want you to touch me. Hu Huan guided Zhang Jian's hand to his face, leaning against his palm as he did when still a fox, rubbing gently while uncontrollably sniffing. Unable to stop crying, his eyes were redder than a rabbit's. Overwhelmed with sadness, he continued rubbing Zhang Jian's palm while saying tearfully, can't you only touch me? Zhang Jian. Honestly, he was completely confused. He'd never expected such behavior from Hu Huan. The fuse in his brain snapped with a pop, and the wires still hadn't reconnected. Seeing that Zhang Jian remained silent, Hu Huan mistook it as lingering resentment and grew increasingly worried and anxious, afraid Zhang Jian might still hold a grudge and consider finding a more obedient fox for repayment. I'm doomed, Brother Xiao was right. Clutching Zhang Jian's hand as though it were a prized bone, Hu Huan spoke erratically between hiccups and sobs. I'm jealous. What do I do? Chapter 121, On the Lies Males Can Utter with Eyes Wide Open to Secure Mating Rights. In a high-rise apartment in Xanadu City, Xing Yingzhu leaned back against the sofa, chin lazily tilted upwards, exposing his vulnerable areas to Xing Zhao. Xing Zhao stood before him, eyebrows slightly furrowed, looking rather serious. His body blocked half of the TV screen, and as he bent down to lean closer, the faintly sweet scent on him became more pronounced. You've changed your shower gel again, Xing Yingzhu suddenly thought. Much better, Xing Zhao pulled at the collar of his shirt for a long look, then sighed in relief, saying, the wound has stopped bleeding. Xing Yingzhu hummed lazily, indicating that he understood. Xing Zhao carefully adjusted the bandage he had just loosened to make it appear more neatly attached. Boss Xing was both precious and difficult to deal with, disliking the sticky feeling of gauze, so Xing Zhao compromised by switching to elastic medical bandages for him. Perhaps due to the influence of his cultivation, Boss Xing's injuries healed much slower this time. The wound intermittently bled for a month before finally showing signs of closure and healing over the past few days. Xing Zhao had been anxiously worried for an entire month and only now could finally relax. He rebuttoned the sleepwear buttons he had unfastened for Xing Yingzhu, then slightly moved aside, making space. Xing Yingzhu retreated backward a bit, giving him some room so Xing Zhao could sit beside him. Your recovery ability is too weak. Xing Zhao couldn't help but criticize, I'll have to keep a close eye on you in the future, or else you'll give me a heart attack sooner or later. Whose recovery ability is poor? Xing Yingzhu immediately frowned in dissatisfaction and retorted, these last two incidents were special cases. They both happened to coincide with you, how could that be my fault? So you're blaming me now? Xing Zhao stared at him straight in the eyes, trying to reason things out. Boss Xing felt instantly challenged by this implication and defiantly sat up from the couch, beginning to undo the buttons of his sleepwear while trying to remove the bandages from his body. What are you doing? Xing Zhao grabbed his hand quickly, alertly looking at him. I'm showing you my recovery capability, Xing Yingzhu said. Xing Zhao. What nonsense! Xing Zhao thought in astonishment. For someone who was thousands of years old, how could he be any more immature? It's my fault, isn't it? Xing Zhao quickly tidied up his clothing, fearing he would really attempt a demonstration right there and then. But you already said, I carry heavy blood karma, and you got infected by me. Xing Zhao hurriedly added. Joking, Xing Zhao dared not irritate him. Back when Boss Xing prioritized face saving, he preferred being struck by lightning rather than serving as Zhang Jian's lackey. Now if he felt his pride wounded, heaven forbid he insists on pushing himself too hard despite his prolonged recovery due to excessive cultivation energy. And in the end, wouldn't it still hurt him? Boss Xing clearly wasn't satisfied with this arrangement. When he lost his temper, he valued his face even more than his life, thus swatting away Xing Zhao's hand, determined to regain respect right there. Helpless with Boss Xing, under the spur of momentary urgency, something misfired in Xing Zhao's brain as he pushed Xing Yingzhu back against the sofa backrest, kneeling on one knee on the couch and capturing his lips with a kiss. Xing Yingzhu. This trick again. Boss Xing disdained Xing Zhao's tendency to use seduction when unable to fight, yet he mused that opportunities presented should never be wasted. In a swift motion, he grabbed Xing Zhao's waist, exerting force simultaneously with his arms and shoulders to flip him off him and pin him down on the couch. Xing Zhao let out a soft sound as his back pressed down on the TV remote, causing a slight pain which made him rebound upward. Before the princess of the P managed to rescue himself completely, a hand already reached out, helping to remove the hard plastic lodged under his waist. Xing Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, ready to express satisfaction when he noticed Xing Yingzhu's eyes slightly lowering without hesitation, gripping his chin and forcing him to open his mouth. Xing Zhao. How does the kissing never seem to end? What kind of self-control does this grand elder among demons possess? Boss Xing's kissing skill was akin to Schrodinger's cat. Until the moment unfolded, one would never know the level of proficiency. It frequently varied, like pulling random cards from a deck, largely depending on his mood. However, today he appeared noticeably more excited, leaving Xing Zhao gasping for air with every kiss. A hint of water gleamed where their lips parted, and as Xing Zhao struggled to wrinkle his brows in frustration, he pushed lightly at Xing Yingzhu's shoulder, hoping to signal him to control himself a little. But Xing Yingzhu caught his wrist and mercilessly pinned it on the sofa armrest. Xing Zhao. Due to habit, during springtime, Xing Yingzhu always tended to be more aroused compared to other seasons. Unfortunately, this year shortly after the start of spring, after only indulging once, he fell into trouble at the abyss of forbidden seas and has been recuperating in bed ever since, enduring patience like a true sage of restraint. Yet, this foolhardy young man insisted on provoking him. Xing Yingzhu thought to himself that it would be wasteful not to take advantage of such an invitation. Since Xing Zhao had initiated this time, he couldn't later blame Xing Yingzhu for engaging in strenuous exercise. With delight, Xing Yingzhu tossed the responsibility entirely onto Xing Zhao, casting away what little remained of his conscience. Xing Zhao evidently also noticed Xing Yingzhu's inexplicable excitement. After all, the other party's knee had already pressed between his legs. If he hadn't realized by now, he'd be a fool. However, Sheng Zhao didn't dare engage in any kind of amorous activity with him at that moment. Mr. Sheng was utterly unreasonable when he went crazy. Although his wounds had just started to heal, he himself might not mind the pain, but Sheng Zhao certainly did. Thus, Sheng Zhao twisted and struggled like a maiden violated by bandits, desperately gasping for air from Xing Yingzhu's hold and urgently said, "Wait, just wait a bit." Not waiting, Xing Yingzhu replied in a sticky tone. "Sheng Zhao. What happened to your previous haughty aloofness?" Sheng Zhao mentally cursed him countless times before eventually turning his head away to avoid Xing Yingzhu's advances, attempting to reason with this reckless tyrant again. "You're not fully healed," Sheng Zhao said. "I'm healed," Xing Yingzhu replied. "Sheng Zhao. I should write a book," Sheng Zhao thought, entitled On the Lies Males Can Utter with Eyes Wide Open to Secure Mating Rights. "Today, not today." Sheng Zhao said, "I'm feeling unwell today." This sentence sounded far too much like something specific to a certain period. After silently mocking himself for it, Sheng Zhao helplessly closed his eyes, saying to himself that he truly was selfless and loyal to the bone, willing to utter any nonsense to persuade the tyrant to stop. Seeing that he indeed wasn't agreeing, Xing Yingzhu reluctantly let go of his hand, unhappily leaning over to give him a quick kiss. His whole aura lowered 2 degrees. "So when will you feel better?" Xing Yingzhu asked. You. Stammering for a while, Sheng Zhao took a conservative approach, "In half a month." Xing Yingzhu's lips trailed down his cheek, latching onto a soft spot on his neck, lightly grinding it with his teeth. Sheng Zhao hissed, instinctively sinking his waist. Xing Yingzhu slightly narrowed his eyes, licking that reddened patch of skin, and said leisurely, "Then I'll need interest payments." Sheng Zhao had given up resisting, breathlessly replying, "You're Huang Shuren." Xing Yingzhu chuckled softly, leaning closer to his ear and saying, "I want you to initiate it." Not content with teasing alone, he ended by licking Sheng Zhao's red earlobe, causing him to shiver all over, nearly turning his neck red as well. "How do you always?" Before Sheng Zhao finished his sentence, the phone sitting on the coffee table abruptly buzzed. He stopped speaking, glancing over subconsciously and noticed 2 WeChat notifications arriving one after another. Xing Yingzhu deeply disapproved of his attention being diverted, slightly propping himself up and gripping his jaw to turn Sheng Zhao back around. "Always what?" Xing Yingzhu asked. Always setting conditions, Sheng Zhao tried to quickly shift the topic and escape the awkward situation, reaching out to grab the phone strugglingly from the table. There weren't many people in Sheng Zhao's WeChat list, even fewer he could contact. Worried about missing important information, he carelessly pecked Xing Yingzhu and unlocked the screen. Surprisingly, the message was sent by Hu Huan, containing 2 pictures. One was of an unknown sunrise somewhere, and the other was a rather ordinary breakfast table. Before Sheng Zhao could zoom in to look closely, both messages were recalled. Confused, Sheng Zhao instinctively sent back a question mark. The other side quickly lit up with a typing prompt, and after a while, a new message popped up. "I sent it by mistake," Hu Huan said. "It was supposed to go to Zhang Jian." Sheng Zhao. What was going on? Sheng Zhao was puzzled. "Aren't you two together?" Sheng Zhao typed in the chat box, "Why use WeChat if you see each other every day?" As a seasoned live streamer, Hu Huan responded promptly. "We aren't together during the day, only when we become foxes at night." Hu Huan said, "To be honest, we are getting to know each other again." "Huh?" Xing Yingzhu questioned, looking at Sheng Zhao, asking, "What expression is that on your face?" Sheng Zhao showed him the phone message, casting an empty gaze towards Xing Yingzhu with a perplexed expression. "What's with these two playing junior high school romance games?" Xing Yingzhu's reaction was mechanical, merely giving a light hum with unclear meaning. "I can't comprehend it." Sheng Zhao put down his phone with a face full of shock and turned to Xing Yingzhu, saying perplexedly, "Last week, just last week." Hu Huan had just coaxed Zhang Jian into softening up after crying and throwing a tantrum. I thought he would capitalize on the opportunity and pursue Zhang Jian further. Instead, he started retracing the path of their first romance. Even sending sunrises. Sending breakfast pictures. Sheng Zhao felt extremely frustrated, as if his one-on-one love coaching for them had somehow devolved into metaphysical dimensions. He angrily complained, "Kids these days don't date this way anymore." Chapter 122, B will turns. On the WeChat chat interface, the typing indicator would light up every now and then. It hesitated for a full 3 minutes, clearly showing how conflicted the person on the other side of the screen was. Hu Huan sat by the peak of the back mountain of Longhu Mountain, with a hollow stem of wild grass hanging from his mouth. His eyes were half closed as he watched those little words, grinning foolishly. He didn't send a message to urge a reply but seemed to see Zhang Jian's conflicted expression at that very moment through that line of text. It took a good 10 minutes before 2 words popped up on the screen. Pretty good. He wasn't sure what pretty good referred to, was it the sunrise or the hearty breakfast? Hu Huan chuckled softly, amused. He chewed on the slightly bitter grass stem and replied with, "I think so too." This time, the screen remained silent without any response, but Hu Huan wasn't particularly bothered. He scrolled through their chat history, savoring their friendly exchanges over the past few days. Zhang Jian had a soft heart, Hu Huan had known this all along. However, after parting ways in Beihai, it was somewhat unexpected that Zhang Jian could still speak kindly to him like this. During that heavy rainstorm last time, Hu Huan unreasonably clung to Zhang Jian, crying for half a day. He sobbed uncontrollably with puffy red eyes and nose. Whether moved by pity or helplessness, Zhang Jian simply pulled him down to sit on the ground and silently stroked his head, gently rubbing his ears and patting his back in comfort for quite a while. Hu Huan himself had no hang-ups about shifting between human and fox form, finding nothing embarrassing about it. That day, he felt both wronged and afraid, not caring at all about pleasing Zhang Jian, only thinking of crying into his arms. Between sobs, he complained, adding more detail about how Zhang Jian had been so gentle and considerate when calming that wild fox earlier. Don't call it a wild fox, Zhang Jian corrected as he casually rubbed Hu Huan's hair. That doesn't sound good. However, there is always a subtle difference between the logic of foxes and humans. Upon hearing this, Hu Huan instantly became upset and grabbed onto Zhang Jian's collar. See? Hu Huan exclaimed childishly, aggrieved. Why won't you admit it's a wild fox? It has no master. That's it. Zhang Jian sighed inwardly. This scene made him feel as if he were an unfaithful scoundrel. Later, upon reflection, Hu Huan also felt somewhat embarrassed. When he calmed down, he gradually realized that Zhang Jian had stopped him merely because they were of the same kind, not out of intention to take the fox home. But that day, something strange came over him. As soon as he saw Zhang Jian standing alongside another fox, he felt upset. He feared that Zhang Jian might be thoroughly disappointed with him or even truly let go of him. All the worldly wisdom he'd gained through the years vanished, turning him back into the simple-minded fox who rolled around in the mountains. Fortunately, Zhang Jian really had a good temper. Despite being subjected to such unreasonable tantrums, he did not get angry. In the end, he consoled Hu Huan for a long time, eventually caving under a mix of persuasion and tearful pleading, agreeing not to touch any other foxes again. That day, caught in the pouring rain, they embraced for a long time in the forest. They were drenched as if fished out of a river, wringing out their clothes produced a pool of water. Though he himself was a true monster unaffected by water or fire, Zhang Jian was just an ordinary human body. After returning, he ran a fever for 3 days before recovering. During this period, Hu Huan cared for him, serving tea and water. When he was idle, lying beside the bed watching Zhang Jian, a different feeling slowly brewed within his heart. The revelation came unintentionally when Hu Huan blurted out the words, jealousy. It was as though enlightenment struck him, uncovering a hidden corner of his own emotions. Ever since then, his worries, insecurities, conflicts, and abnormalities finally found explanations. During those shared days, Hu Huan had become accustomed to interacting closely with Zhang Jian. He had gotten used to receiving all sorts of sweets, cakes, and ice creams from Zhang Jian. Although he couldn't pinpoint exactly when he started developing these unusual feelings for Zhang Jian, by the time he noticed, he had become this petty. So petty that he couldn't tolerate Zhang Jian petting another baby fox. Foxes are compliant and affectionate creatures. Though Hu Huan was a bit dim-witted, he possessed a racial advantage. Once he recognized his feelings, he somehow self-taught himself the methods to pursue Zhang Jian, embarking on a smooth road toward winning his affections. Thankfully, Zhang Jian had always been lenient with him. After enduring Hu Huan's antics for some time, they finally reached a point of getting to know each other again. Hu Huan excelled in this. He almost put forward his entire life's worth of sincerity to reconnect with Zhang Jian. Even though their daily WeChat messages only consisted of a few lines, Zhang Jian's attitude had visibly softened. As the morning approached noon, the sun began to shine brightly. Hu Huan squinted at the sky, feeling happy as he slipped his phone back into his pocket. He spat out the crumpled grass stem he'd been chewing and, within a few steps, transformed into his original form, running lightly toward Zhang Jian's house. When Hu Huan returned, Zhang Jian happened to be inside, having just finished his day's lessons. He was tidying up the brushes, inkstones, paper, and talisman books on the table. Hu Huan confidently slipped through the window, wagging his tail as he circled around Zhang Jian's feet before sniffing him. Zhang Jian glanced down at him, rolling the talisman papers in his hand into a stack. Seeing that Zhang Jian showed no reaction, Hu Huan wagged his tail again, then suddenly lunged toward him. Zhang Jian, caught off guard, stumbled backward a step, his knee bumping against the chair before sitting down firmly. You. Before Zhang Jian could finish speaking, Hu Huan used his front paws to push himself up onto Zhang Jian's knees, poking his nose close to Zhang Jian's chest for a thorough sniff. Zhang Jian felt uncomfortable being pushed aside so carelessly and leaned back slightly, uneasily asking, "What are you doing?" "I'm checking if you secretly went to stroke little cats, rabbits, or foxes in the mountain while I wasn't here," Hu Huan said with righteous indignation. "Your junior brother told me, you like bringing animals from the mountain home." Zhang Jian. How many conversations had this guy eavesdropped on these past few days? "There hasn't been any," Zhang Jian replied stiffly, his voice stuttering. "I made a vow, There really hasn't been," Hu Huan nodded approvingly, tilting his head to deliberately bump into Zhang Jian's palm, saying, "Then I'll reward you by letting you pet me for a while." Zhang Jian. Even before Zhang Jian could move, Hu Huan had already started rubbing himself against his hand. The soft fur of the white little fox brushing over his palm brought a slight itch. Zhang Jian instinctively curled his fingers, gently massaging Hu Huan's ear roots. Hu Huan emitted a satisfied sigh, resting his chin on Zhang Jian's knee in that position. A drop of ink from Zhang Jian's wrist smeared onto Hu Huan, leaving an obvious mark on his shiny white fur. Does he like me? Zhang Jian wondered for what seemed like the 100th time. He had once misunderstood Hu Huan's feelings, so naturally, he became cautious and hesitated to directly face the answer to this question. But these past few days, Hu Huan had truly been considerate. There was a subtle change in his attitude. Apart from acting rambunctious in front of him occasionally, there were moments of inexplicable shyness that puzzled Zhang Jian. While absent-mindedly stroking the fox, Zhang Jian's gaze fell upon the ink mark, his expression looking somewhat lost. The same question kept circling in his mind, while Hu Huan, with half-closed eyes, was also silently worried. I shouldn't have mocked Brother Xiao, Hu Huan regretfully thought. Because good fortune comes in cycles, he now found himself worrying about whether Longhu Mountain would approve of interspecies romances. If they didn't agree, what should he do? After mulling it over for a while, the more Hu Huan thought about it, the more dangerous it seemed. He decided to ask his all-knowing relationship advisor, Brother Xiao, later. However, at this moment, his all-knowing Brother Xiao was busy signing an unequal treaty with Emperor Xing Yingzhu. Is this fine? Xing Zhao asked. Xing Yingzhu glanced at the note on the table and said, You didn't write the date. Xing Zhao inwardly grumbled, who writes agreements for such trivial things? It was childish. It was also too embarrassing to write his own indenture contract, but Xing Zhao hastily added a date, folded the note, and shoved it into Xing Yingzhu's hand without a second glance, walking away with clumsy steps to pour himself a glass of cold water. Xing Yingzhu calmly smoothed out the wrinkles on the note, folded it neatly, and placed it carefully into the pocket of his pajamas under Xing Zhao's gaze. Xing Zhao. He silently criticized Xing Yingzhu for being immature, turned away to take a sip of water, his ears slightly turning red. Xing Yingzhu adored this easily blushing demeanor of his, finding it irresistible to tease him further. Just as he was clearing his throat to make a suggestive comment, there came 2 light knocks at the window. Xing Yingzhu furrowed his brows slightly and looked back at the source of the sound. Living on the 7th floor, someone knocking on the window was certainly a chilling event. Xing Zhao instinctively flinched but quickly set down his cup of water and stepped out. Upon seeing that nothing supernatural occurred during broad daylight, which still followed natural laws, Xing Zhao relaxed. Outside the window sat a sparrow-sized bird. Xing Zhao glanced at Xing Yingzhu, noticing that although he appeared displeased, he said nothing. Thus, Xing Zhao understood and walked over to unlock the window and push it open. By now, Xing Zhao was quite calm when dealing with supernatural beings, whether spirits or anything else. In front of such mysterious situations, he had almost cultivated a composure akin to someone who has seen everything. The plump little bird fluttered its wings, flew inside, landed on the coffee table, and bowed slightly to both Xing Yingzhu and Xing Zhao, as though making a respectful gesture. Xing Zhao glanced at Xing Yingzhu and had a vague suspicion. It was probably a messenger for Bai Li, Xing Zhao thought. Nowadays, every time he saw a bird, it triggered a conditioned reflex in him, subconsciously linking it to the 7th prince. Xing Yingzhu obviously shared the same thought. Without a word, he lazily raised his hand toward the bird, making a gesture as if to say, hand it over. The bird hopped forward twice, opened its beak, and a fine streak of golden light emerged from its mouth, eventually landing in Xing Yingzhu's hand, transforming into a slim letter. Chapter 123, My Final Resting Place. Xing Zhao calmly observed the scene in front of him, almost with a subtle sense of, I wonder what new trick you'll pull next. The letter in Xing Yingzhu's hand was slightly thinner than ordinary paper, rough at the edges and tinged with a faint yellow hue. In the daylight, Xing Zhao could faintly see some imprint marks on the back of the page, resembling at first glance, phoenix patterns. Xing Yingzhu inspected the letter from both sides after flipping his wrist and then deftly unfolded it with one hand. The round little bird puffed out its chest and spoke in human words, saying, The mistress says she honors her promises. What she promised will surely be fulfilled. The news has now reached your hands, and that thing is still in its original place, awaiting your personal retrieval. After finishing, the little bird bowed to Xing Yingzhu again, flapping its wings and flying away through the window. Xing Zhao closed the window, moved closer, sat next to Xing Yingzhu, and glanced at his expression, seeing he remained calm, showing no sign of displeasure. He thus relaxed and looked at the letter in Xing Yingzhu's hand. What does it say? Asked Xing Zhao curiously. Xing Yingzhu unfolded the page before him. As Xing Zhao leaned in closer, he found that the letter only contained a single sentence, an encrypted message. These symbols were not quite pictographic language, more like squiggly lines that resembled symbols rather than words. Without an automatic translation system in his head, Xing Zhao stared at the letter for a long while, scratching his head and guessing wildly but couldn't figure out even a hint of useful information. But Xing Yingzhu had understood it, his fingers slightly tightened around the paper, creasing it slightly. His chest rapidly rose and fell for a moment as if struggling to suppress some emotion. This. Xing Zhao cautiously asked, what does it say? My final resting place, said Xing Yingzhu. Indeed, thought Xing Zhao. As soon as Xing Yingzhu finished speaking, the piece of paper inexplicably caught fire in his hands, flames engulfing the page within an instant, leaving not even ashes behind. The fiery glow disappeared from Xing Yingzhu's fingertips, leaving behind a faint warmth, and he pinched his fingertips contemplatively. Sheng Zhao, observing his expression, felt that although he appeared calm on the surface, there was a storm of emotions swirling inside him. Ever since the bird tapped on the window, Xing Yingzhu had been unusually silent, except for answering Sheng Zhao's question earlier. He didn't utter another word. Sheng Zhao guessed that his mind must be overwhelmed with conflicting feelings and thoughts, so he scooted closer, bent down slightly, and softly said, "Is it far? Shall I accompany you?" "Wah!" Xing Yingzhu quickly snapped out of his daze. For once, his gaze evaded Sheng Zhao's before tilting his face forward by gripping Sheng Zhao's chin, leaning in to kiss him briefly. "No, not now," Xing Yingzhu replied. Compared to his usual, normal state, this answer was delivered somewhat hastily. However, the haste was extremely subtle, so much so that if Sheng Zhao hadn't known him inside out, he wouldn't have noticed the anomaly. So Sheng Zhao remained silent. He himself was just an ordinary person, with a life experience spanning merely over 20 years. Though aware of the significance of remains to Xing Yingzhu, his understanding remained limited to a rational comprehension, unable to truly grasp the depth of his obsession emotionally. Regardless, whatever could keep Xing Yingzhu preoccupied for 8,000 years was clearly something of great importance. After experiencing numerous disappointments, to suddenly have fate hand him a lucky break was a reasonable cause for disarray. Sheng Xiaodao believed himself to be thoughtful and considerate, unaware that his so-called, rarely fragile, Xing boss actually had nothing on his mind, it was all blankness. For a brief period, instead of joy or suspicion, no emotions that he had anticipated arose within him. On the contrary, a kind of nervous apprehension, akin to returning to one's hometown emerged, an emotion Xing Yingzhu would absolutely never admit to. But this wavering was fleeting, barely taking root in his mind before being brutally suppressed by Xing Yingzhu. Once shaken out of his unexpected stupor, Xing Yingzhu realized belatedly that the previously chatty human sparrow next to him had fallen silent, making the atmosphere somewhat unusual. "Why have you stopped talking?" Xing Yingzhu inquired. Sheng Zhao had been observing him closely. When Xing Yingzhu initiated the conversation, he felt reassured, thinking that the experienced and composed boss Xing wasn't going to be stunned dumb by this falling pie from the sky. "It's because I don't want to disturb you," Sheng Zhao shook his head and bragged, "How considerate am I?" Xing Yingzhu reached out to touch his face, his long fingers sliding down his jawline and loosely gripping his neck. His thumb caressed the artery on Sheng Zhao's neck as he hummed in agreement. "But she didn't give in all those years before. Why did she tell you so easily after you just made a trip for her?" Because of the previous incident at the abyss of Forbidden Sea, Sheng Zhao instinctively suspected Bai Li now. Mysteriously seated on the carpet, he leaned against the sofa leg, whispering beside Xing Yingzhu, "Is there any hidden condition?" "No," replied Xing Yingzhu, intertwining his 5 fingers with Sheng Zhao's soft hair, combing it gently as he said, "I know where that place is." "So easy?" asked Sheng Zhao skeptically. Xing Yingzhu agreed again with a hum. His emotions were still calm, absently stroking Sheng Zhao absent-mindedly from time to time. Sheng Zhao, sitting by his side, thought for a while on his own but due to the asymmetry of information, couldn't rashly comment on Bai Li's integrity. Therefore, he sighed deeply. Maybe life is just so peaceful without ripples. Sheng Zhao glanced at Xing Yingzhu sideways and cleared his throat, saying, "But didn't you say earlier that you would need to meet a specific person to get back what you lost?" As expected, Xing Yingzhu knew exactly what he was going to say as soon as he opened his mouth. He smirked, unwilling to fall into this trap. "Yes," said Xing Yingzhu, "so what?" "So, me." Sheng Zhao got flustered, holding his face close, signaling, "Does that mean I'm the one?" "You." Xing Yingzhu slightly narrowed his eyes, pretending to scrutinize Sheng Zhao from head to toe, pinched his chin and looked around again before leisurely saying, "What help have you done? Save you from the belly of a sea dragon, or from Lien Yinyu's stomach?" Annoyed and embarrassed, Sheng Zhao covered his mouth. Xing Yingzhu finally amused him, laughing softly with his eyes curved. "You can't say that." Stubbornly insisting despite his lack of valid arguments, Sheng Zhao said, "Although I haven't done much actual work, this might be some kind of metaphysical criterion, such as our fates are compatible, I'm prosperous for you, a lucky charm." Mascot. Xing Yingzhu pulled down his hand and said, "Just a pity that the world didn't have 8 characters when I was born." Sheng Zhao. How could someone be so argumentative? The rare romance of Sheng Zhao ultimately died because of Xing Yingzhu's unsentimental attitude. Clenching his teeth in anger, Sheng Zhao wanted to bite him. After admiring Sheng Zhao for a moment being puffed up with indignation, Xing Yingzhu immediately felt quite cheerful. "What's wrong? Are you so concerned about this?" Xing Yingzhu asked. "Well, not very much concern." Sheng Zhao stuck out his neck, trying to save face while stubbornly claiming, "I was just casually asking." Xing Yingzhu chuckled softly twice. Anyway, he had long noticed that Sheng Zhao's casual questions usually weren't really casual, they often served as self-deceptions. Being laughed at by him, Sheng Zhao's face couldn't handle it anymore, angrily slapped his hand once, and stood up to leave. "I'll go buy groceries." Xing Yingzhu couldn't stop laughing, lifting his hand to catch his wrist and wouldn't let him go. Okay. Mr. Xing generously said, "It's you, you've done a great job." Sheng Zhao, who was eager to show off his head of the family authority, discontentedly shook off Xing Yingzhu. Before he even moved, however, he heard Mr. Xing let out a very slight intake of breath behind him. Ouch, said Xing Yingzhu, that hurt. Sheng Zhao. What a person. Using this trick again. Criticism aside, the rational voice in Sheng Zhao's mind instantly got squashed by the emotional one. His body acted faster than his brain, swiftly sitting back on the sofa. You're always resorting to this trick. Sheng Zhao complained, a grand demon lord of the demon race relies on sympathy to keep his partner, aren't you ashamed? Ashamed of what? Xing Yingzhu arched an eyebrow, unabashedly admitting his sneaky behavior, even making up excuses. You said it yourself, love should be sincere, concealing things can lead to emotional crises. When I'm sincerely revealing my pain, why are you calling me manipulative? Sheng Zhao. Did I ever say that? Sheng Zhao questioned his conscience for a moment and came up with the answer. It seemed like he did. Struck by his own careless words turning back to haunt him like a boomerang, Sheng Zhao's arrogance diminished significantly. In yet another verbal duel, he lost to Xing Yingzhu, and had no choice but to raise a white flag. All right. Reluctantly piecing together his shattered image of being the master of the house, Sheng Zhao spoke vaguely yet stubbornly, remembering what I said so clearly deserves commendation. Xing Yingzhu's record in verbal sparring was refreshed, with the winning rate still staying at 100%, congratulations. However, Sheng Zhao carefully examined Xing Yingzhu's expression, hesitating for a moment in his mind and weighing Xing Boss's current mood, cautiously asked, where is that place? The smile on Xing Yingzhu's face diminished slightly. Of course, you don't have to say if you don't want to. Sheng Zhao quickly said. But apparently, Xing Yingzhu didn't think this was any taboo. After a brief 2-second silence, he mentioned a specific geographical name. It's near Tsutan Gorge, Xing Yingzhu said. More than 800 kilometers, Sheng Zhao thought. Not far if you say it isn't, but not close either if you say it is. Chapter 124, Sheng Xiaodao, I will send you to shoot a public service announcement for quitting alcohol tomorrow. At first, Sheng Zhao thought that Xing Yingzhu was temporarily stunned by the pie falling from the sky. However, he unexpectedly showed patience and didn't rush. Since the bird delivered the letter until now, another month has passed, Xing Yingzhu shows no sign of departure, and even stops mentioning that matter. Although in Sheng Zhao's mind, he naturally hopes that Xing Yingzhu stays at home to recover before going out. However, even Xing Yingzhu himself doesn't say a word, so Sheng Zhao starts to worry. Is it because he has been too affected? Sheng Zhao suspiciously thinks. For this reason, he observed Xing Yingzhu from various angles secretly for a whole week, and finally one night could not help but express indirectly the concept of, men cry too, it is not a crime. In response to this, Xing Yingzhu expressed his frustration very bluntly, have you mastered the song? Sheng Zhao. Sorry for disturbing, Sheng Zhao thought, maybe I am overthinking. Expecting Xing Yingzhu to feel sorrow over the spring and autumn, is like expecting the sun to rise from the west. Therefore, Sheng Zhao observes him carefully for 2 more days, confirming that Xing Yingzhu indeed isn't forcing happiness, thus deciding to leave the matter aside and stop thinking about it. Anyway, Xing Yingzhu always has his own plan in his heart, Sheng Zhao doesn't worry much about him. When Xing Yingzhu's wounds began to heal and form scabs, Sheng Zhao stopped watching him day and night, and also returned to work downstairs as usual, starting sitting in his management room. Jiao you didn't know why after resignation she didn't go out to look for a job anymore, she strolls around the building every day, becoming the second homebody worker after Hu Huan, often coming to watch TV series with him and crack melon seeds together, while studying room soft furnishing. Sheng Zhao happily agrees, after all, his office already looks like a public activity area in the building, everyone drops by after work before going home. The summer climate in Xanadu City is dry and scorching hot, walking on the street for less than 5 minutes makes your head smoke. Sheng Zhao came back from outside with a lot of living necessities, threw the plastic bag near the door, and instantly fell into the sofa, looking for the air conditioner remote control like a dead dog. Jiao Yu was following a currently super popular variety show, noticing his predicament, reached across space and retrieved the remote control from the corner and handed it to Sheng Zhao. Ever since Sheng Zhao got promoted, these creatures have become increasingly informal in front of him. Last time, when Sheng Zhao went upstairs as usual to check water valves, he even saw Xiong Xiangsong squatting in the corridor, cleaning a handsome stag's antlers. That visual impact almost made Sheng Zhao feel as if an ecological invasion had occurred within the city. Jiao Yu is younger than Hu Huan, her cultivation is only halfway developed, and moving objects from afar is extremely difficult for her. The remote control floated slowly in the air like an elderly lady trembling, then tilted slightly and nearly hit Sheng Zhao on the face. Sheng Zhao. He struggled to catch the remote control and criticized, your skills are far behind Yingzhu. He can pass me a glass of lemonade from the living room to the bedroom without even making any ripples. Jiao Yu paused for a moment, then slowly sighed in a beautiful void-like tone, what great artists see is never the true nature of the world. Once they comprehend everything, they cease to be artists. Ah, wild, his words are truly reasonable. What nonsense, Sheng Zhao puzzledly thought, what kind of strange stuff has she been reading lately? Say it in plain language. Sheng Zhao said, I suspect you're implying something about me, and I have evidence. Dude, how old I am depends on him. Jiao Yu said, how can I be anywhere close to him? That's what you said, Xing Zhao dissatisfied said, isn't Ingzhu's age something he grew into through effort? Okay, fine, Jiao Yu numbly thought, daily dose of jealousy showing up again. Alright, boss lady. Jiao Yu sincerely said, all sentient beings and beasts within a radius of 20 miles know that you and the elder have something going on. Xing Zhao. He turned down the air conditioning by 2 degrees, and was about to argue seriously with Jiao Yu about the boss lady issue when, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Xiong Xiangsong and Lu Xing enter carrying large packages, heading straight for his small room. Did you close shop so early today? Xing Zhao, slightly startled, instinctively glanced at the time, said, it's only noon. Ah, brother Zhao, Lu Xing peeked out from behind Xiong Xiangsong, smiled, waved at him, and said, isn't today the first anniversary of your joining our team? My brother thought that since we've lived up and downstairs from each other for a year, we should definitely show our appreciation. Lu Xing may appear gentle and refined like jade, but his accent is rather peculiar, and each conversation with him leads Xing Zhao easily astray, showing how deeply he has already assimilated to Lu Xing's style. There's nothing to celebrate, Xing Zhao said a little embarrassedly as he scratched his head and said, it's not even a festival. You've already transitioned to a long-term position, haven't you? Xiong Xiangsong set down the takeout bag on the table, grinned, and said, we'll be working together for a long time from now on. To be honest, Xing Zhao was quite moved. He himself didn't even remember when he had joined, yet Xiong Xiangsong, such a burly man, remembered clearly and even prepared the dishes. By the way. Xiong Xiangsong fidgeted awkwardly and said, do we need to invite the elder? Xiong Xiangsong spoke hesitantly, evidently considering that for them, Xing Yingzhu was still a distant highland flower, the unquestionable dictator of the building, to the point that they felt the need to consult him even for a dinner gathering. Xing Zhao willingly took up the task and casually grabbed a lamb skewer on his way upstairs. However, Xing Yingzhu generally had no interest in these kinds of events, especially during summer when it was unbearably hot. Not only was he irritable, but he was extremely unwilling to move. He merely waved his hand casually, allowing Xing Zhao to go and enjoy himself. Later, when Xing Yingzhu reflected on this matter, he realized he should have agreed too hastily. Xing Zhao didn't think the one-year work anniversary was any big deal, so he also didn't feel that Xing Yingzhu's refusal to come was anything regrettable. He leaned in, kissed Xing Yingzhu affectionately, stole half of his boss's cup of milk tea, shoved the lamb skewer into Xing Yingzhu's hands, and then bounced away step by step. Perhaps because the boss wasn't present, Xiong Xiangsong and the others relaxed significantly. They quickly arranged a table with cups, plates, and all sorts of dishes neatly laid out. And then, right in front of Xing Zhao, Xiong Xiangsong pulled out 2 boxes of beer from under the table in full view. Xing Zhao couldn't help but admire their boldness. In the remote northeast, in the Great Xing'an Range, deeply rooted in Xiong Xiangsong's mindset over many years, barbecue simply had to be paired with beer. The sight of those 2 boxes of beer shocked Xing Zhao at first, and though he maintained some restraint initially, after 3 rounds, he completely lost all inhibition. Pulled by Xiong Xiangsong and Lu Xing, he was drawn into a mysterious atmosphere, boldly stepping onto the beer box. Brother Xiong. Xing Zhao slammed the wine glass down with overflowing emotion and said, I've truly relied on your care for the past year, I've eaten at your place so many times, hic. That's what you call seeing each other as outsiders, Xiong Xiangsong said discontentedly, we're all family here. What you encounter is my concern, there's no talk of stealing meals. Fair enough. Xing Zhao said, my bad for being aloof. Let me drink a penalty cup first. Jiao Liu slowly sipped her wine, peeled a peanut, popped it into her mouth, and thought, how did brother Zhao get dragged along so easily? From childhood, Xing Zhao rarely had to deal with social drinking. As a child living with his grandparents, he didn't see much of the world. Even in college, he rarely attended gatherings, and the number of times he drank could be counted on one hand. Suddenly encountering 2 hardy warriors made him easily misjudge his own tolerance. The 4 of them celebrated from lunch all the way through to dinner, leaving a chaotic scene of empty bottles strewn across the table. Today has been pretty good, Xiong Xiangsong patted Xing Zhao's shoulder and said, your alcohol tolerance is impressive, I didn't expect that. Xing Zhao's face remained composed, looking entirely normal apart from slightly fixed eyes, without a hint of drunkenness. Even when asked, he managed to smile faintly at Xiong Xiangsong. Satisfied that Xing Zhao seemed fine, Xiong Xiangsong was just about to stand up and tidy the table when he saw Xing Zhao press down firmly on the edge of the table, stood up steadily, and left with an unyielding determination. Xiong Xiangsong. Isn't brother Zhao drunk? Jiao Liu, peeling salted peanuts, looked worriedly at his back and said, if he's drunk, let him sleep downstairs, otherwise, the elder might get mad. It can't be, Xiong Xiangsong said confusedly, he's only had 8 beers, how drunk could that make him? By the time they finished speaking, Xing Zhao had already entered the elevator. He walked straight, but his steps were slightly unstable. Before leaving, he even gave a deep farewell wave to them all. He's not drunk, Xiong Xiangsong confidently said, see. He recognizes us. Jiao Liu thought he was being overly optimistic. It turned out Jiao Liu's instincts were accurate. Xing Zhao's brain was scrambled like simple paste, recognizing people was out of the question, and he barely knew what an elevator was anymore. He climbed up purely relying on muscle memory. He staggered out of the elevator, finding that door 701 was open. Xing Yingzhu had just come out of the kitchen and smelled the alcohol on Xing Zhao's body while passing by. He furrowed his brow slightly, stopped, and looked at him. Drunk? Xing Yingzhu asked. Xing Zhao walked in with an enlightened look as if he had seen through the world, until he bumped into Xing Yingzhu. He wrinkled his brows slightly and asked, "Who are you? Where did this great beauty come from?" Xing Yingzhu was almost amused to anger by his question. The boss put down the water cup, slung an arm around Xing Zhao's waist, pinched his chin and tilted his face up, saying coldly, "Take a good look at who I am." Xing Zhao was so drunk that he squinted and scrutinized for a long while before shaking his head. "I'm your boyfriend," Xing Yingzhu said icily. Upon hearing this, the drunken cat brightened up instantly, boldly came closer and touched his face, letting his thumb brush the tear mole at the corner of his eye, and then started grinning foolishly. "Really?" Xing Zhao, speaking in a northeastern accent influenced by Lu Xing and Xiong Xiangsong, exclaimed joyfully, "Could it be true that I found such a handsome partner?" Xing Yingzhu. The boss gritted his teeth angrily, shut the door remotely, and used a bit more strength than necessary, gripping the drunken cat's chin and shook it, growling ferociously, "Little knife Sheng, tomorrow I'll send you to shoot anti-drinking promotional videos." Chapter 125, just setting some rules, and I'll hold back a little. Xing Yingzhu was too lazy to argue with this drunkard. He pulled Xing Zhao into the room without much ado, roughly changed him into his pajamas, and then shoved him onto the bed. "Go to sleep." Xing Yingzhu said coldly, "After you're sober, change the bed sheets yourself." Poor Xing Zhao was so drunk that he couldn't recognize people anymore, stumbling as he fell onto the bed, dizzy with golden stars swirling before his eyes. Where on earth did I find such an ill-tempered beauty? Xing Zhao wondered confusedly. However, his brain was like porridge and wasn't enough to support such extensive calculations. After struggling to think for a while, he still couldn't figure it out, only managing to stare at Xing Yingzhu and smile foolishly. Xing Yingzhu. I'll order a no-alcohol policy in this building tomorrow. Xing Yingzhu ground his teeth together quietly, thinking furiously, "No, effective immediately." "What are you laughing about?" Xing Yingzhu asked irritably. "You're just too beautiful." Xing Zhao moved closer towards the edge of the bed, grabbed Xing Yingzhu's hand and shook it excitedly. "Where on earth did I find you? Why can't I remember? Tell me quickly, make me happy." Xing Yingzhu. Throughout history, from humans to demons, Boss Xing had never been teased like this by anyone. He deeply inhaled, feeling that his recent temper was surprisingly good, almost saint-like. Xing Xiaodao. Xing Yingzhu looked at Xing Zhao with pity in his eyes, speaking in a seemingly peaceful tone, "Hope you don't regret it when you wake up." Xing Zhao was completely baffled, not even having time to ask further, when he saw this icy beauty in front of him raising his hand to cover his own eyes. Then he promptly lost consciousness. Xing Yingzhu easily and roughly felled this drunkard, shook his hand, and smelled the liquor on himself somewhat disdainfully. It was currently summer, but coincidentally, Xing Yingzhu's wound was still healing, the new flesh both painful and itchy, irritating him greatly every day. Xing Yingzhu's patience and temper had hit rock bottom. After standing beside the bed for a moment watching this drunken cat, he left with a belly full of fire. He casually threw the pajamas on the sofa and stepped into the bath pool, thinking that once Xing Xiaodao woke up, he'd show him how to follow the rules. But Boss Xing ultimately worried about Xing Zhao's fragile human body, and didn't dare to go too hard. As a result, Xing Zhao, after tossing and turning on the bed for less than an hour, woke up first. The alcohol's debuff was still active, and Xing Zhao groggily climbed out of bed, feeling as if his head would split apart. His thoughts were fragmented, unable to even remember who he was, worse than when he came home last night. He felt like his chest was on fire, his throat parched and dry from thirst. Still half asleep, he shakily got up holding onto the bedside table and staggered out, trying to find water. The outside sky was dark, with no lights on in the living room. The muted TV served as the sole source of light. Xing Zhao stumbled into the kitchen supporting himself against the wall, half-closed eyes aimlessly fumbling to pour himself a glass of water. His stomach churned violently, and after drinking the water, all he wanted was to return to sleep. But as soon as he took a few steps out of the kitchen, he heard a splash behind him. "So you've woken up already?" Xing Yingzhu asked. In the limited memory Xing Zhao retained, there seemed to be another person under this roof. He grunted and forced open his gluey eyes, looking backward. "I'm going out." Before he finished his sentence, a single glance at Xing Yingzhu silenced him instantly, making him look like a chicken that just had its neck squeezed shut. Xing Yingzhu felt uncomfortable all over, soaking in the water for hours without relief, and thus transformed into his true form coiled within the pool, catching Xing Zhao's eye directly. Xing Zhao, drunk beyond comprehension, didn't even realize what day or year it was. Seeing this scene suddenly, he thought he was dreaming and sharply drew in a breath, his eyes rolling upward. "If you dare to faint, I'll hang you outside the window," Xing Yingzhu menacingly threatened, "for 3 days and nights." Cough. Xing Zhao's breath returned, coughing as he managed to steady himself solely through sheer willpower. "Are you?" Xing Zhao shakily held onto the shoe cabinet, weakly saying, "That beauty?" Xing Yingzhu slowly swam up from the pool. Since returning from the Forbidden Sea abyss, some changes had begun appearing in his true form. Although at first glance he was still a large snake, his body was now covered with colorful dragon scales that shimmered beautifully in the water. If it had been a fully conscious Xing Zhao, he would have long jumped at this sight and tried everything possible. Unfortunately, in his current state, the effects of the alcohol denied him an easily attainable boyfriend bonus. Perhaps it was due to his nasty temper, or perhaps Mr. Xing's mood was just bad right now. He didn't even bother to transform into human form, but instead swam straight up to Xing Zhao and wrapped his tail around one of his legs. "What do you think?" Xing Yingzhu retorted. Xing Zhao looked at Xing Yingzhu's pupils and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. His body accepted the scene faster than his rationality, and without realizing it, he reached out to touch the scales around his neck. "Don't grope around aimlessly." Xing Yingzhu shook his head in dissatisfaction, flicked his tongue, and said, "Didn't you say you don't know me?" "I got it," Xing Zhao suddenly said. Xing Yingzhu found it hard to follow the drunken man's train of thought for a moment, tilted his head questioningly, and asked something. Xing Zhao didn't answer him. His face was solemn, as if a great internal struggle was happening in his mind, making him look both hesitant and pained. After some time, it seemed like the internal conflict had reached a conclusion, and his expression became one of resignation. "Damn," Xing Zhao blankly said, "so I'm Su Xian." Xing Yingzhu. The snake in front of him dangerously narrowed its eyes, and its bright red tongue flicked away a drop of cold sweat from Xing Zhao's forehead. Then, out of nowhere, Xing Yingzhu's trademark lazy voice rang directly in the depths of Xing Zhao's mind. "Who do you think is Bai Suzhen?" Xing Zhao froze momentarily, his face becoming even more miserable than when crying. "I'm wrong. You're not Bai Suzhen, you're Cthulhu." Xing Yingzhu. Boss Xing's rare patience was finally exhausted, and a sudden wave of anger arose within him. Xing Xiaodao was all sweet talk every day, saying things like he'd be with him forever in this life and the next, but now after a few drinks, he doesn't even recognize himself anymore and starts babbling about the next life. Xing Yingzhu, who was originally only annoyed, truly got angry now. He immediately transformed back into his human form, grabbing Xing Zhao by the collar and dragging him towards the sofa. Xing Zhao stumbled a few steps forward, falling onto the couch as he was thrown there by Xing Yingzhu. He bounced a little on the couch like a stranded fish, feeling dizzy and nauseous. But before he could complain about Xing Yingzhu's violent behavior, Boss Xing knelt down on the couch, unceremoniously forced his jaw open, and kissed him. Xing Zhao slightly froze for a moment, still unable to react properly, before realizing that Xing Yingzhu had fed him something bitter and astringent. The taste made him grimace. He tried to struggle against the discomfort, but the hand under his chin was like a vice grip, steadily forcing him to swallow that substance. It was unknown what kind of magical elixir Xing Yingzhu had given him, but almost instantly, most of the hangover discomfort faded away, his headache disappeared, and his vision cleared. His brain began functioning again. "Awake?" Xing Yingzhu asked in a sinister tone. Xing Zhao. Uh-oh, upon regaining consciousness, Xing Zhao inwardly winced. Now was the moment. Should he pretend to be dead on the spot, grovel before Xing Yingzhu in the living room, or simply hug his leg and loudly cry, blaming everything on Xiong Xiangsong? After all, how could he forget how daring he had been teasing Xing Yingzhu? However, Xing Yingzhu was very dissatisfied with Xing Zhao's brief hesitation. He applied a little force to the fingers pinching Xing Zhao's chin, and then came a somewhat cold voice. "Open your eyes." Xing Yingzhu said. "Fate cannot be avoided. If I were hung outside the window, I wouldn't have a boyfriend anymore." Xing Zhao mentally boosted his morale for a while, then tentatively opened his eyes and gave Xing Yingzhu a couple of dry laughs. "Yingzhu," Xing Zhao amiably smiled at him in an effort to change the subject, "what did you make me drink just now?" It was really effective. But Xing Yingzhu wasn't fooled by this trick. He grabbed Xing Zhao's hand, reaching for him, and gave him a cool, emotionless glance. "You don't know me anymore, huh?" Xing Yingzhu slowly said, "And yet you dare to ask who I am?" Xing Zhao's heart sank heavily, feeling deeply sorrowful at the thought that today would probably end badly for him. Everyone knows that Boss Xing is immature. Even when he usually cares about others more than about Boss Xing, he still gets moody. What more when today, drunk and unable to recognize anyone? "Didn't Bear Xiangsong tell you my rules?" Xing Yingzhu gave him a chilling smile. "I will punish people when I'm unhappy. Of course, you're different from them. This is merely setting the rules, so I'll hold back. Can we negotiate a little?" Xing Zhao attempted to preserve some dignity, complaining with a grimaced face, "At least don't hang me outside the window." Before he could finish his sentence, a black gold chain suddenly appeared on Mr. Xing's left wrist and flew straight at him, tightly wrapping around Xing Zhao's wrist 4 or 5 times and binding both of his hands together. Xing Zhao's face turned pale with fear, thinking that he was actually going to be hung out the window, and just as he prepared to struggle, he felt a strong force pulling him forward from the other end of the chain. Following the inertia, Xing Zhao stumbled forward and landed directly on Xing Yingzhu's legs. In an instant, Xing Yingzhu exerted force with his right leg, pressing against Xing Zhao's abdomen and lifting his foot up onto the coffee table. This position was indeed challenging for Xing Zhao. He was essentially hanging from Xing Yingzhu's leg, with his shoulders and lower body still sprawled over the sofa, leaving only his abdomen as a support point. Xing Yingzhu's left hand held the chain taut, keeping it stretched further away, causing Xing Zhao to stretch his arms and contort his back into an uncomfortable curve. Xing Zhao swallowed hard, trembling as he spoke, my flexibility is atrocious, can you? The words, change posture, had not even fully escaped his lips when Xing was already prepared, lifting Xing Zhao's slightly long pajama bottom hem and striking a harsh slap directly on his buttocks. Xing Zhao almost leaped from the sting of the slap, but Xing tightened the chain, keeping him securely in place. 20 slaps, Xing said coldly and without mercy. Chapter 126, You're quite spirited. Xing Zhao turned his head and bit the edge of Xing pajamas, emitting a muffled sob from his throat. His ears were red as if they would bleed, trembling all over with shame, wishing he could dig a hole on the spot and bury himself in it. It would have been better to be hung outside the window. Xing Zhao thought angrily. Objectively speaking, Xing had indeed shown restraint towards him. The strength in his hands was well measured, just enough to make Xing Zhao feel pain without injuring him. However, precisely because of this, Xing Zhao felt even less able to accept it. Being an adult who was slapped on the bottom while held down by his boyfriend, what kind of situation was this? Especially when paired with Xing businesslike, cold and merciless attitude, Xing Zhao suddenly felt like he had become a troublesome child again. Whenever he looked at Xing everything about him felt awkward. Under the double impact both physically and psychologically, Xing Zhao was overwhelmed with shame and wanted to curl up to avoid it, but unfortunately Xing held his hands fast, leaving Xing Zhao forcibly stretched out. Don't. Xing Zhao pleaded, his voice trembling, don't hit me anymore, I'm sorry. Xing paid no heed. Boss Xing had a grudge bottled up inside, there was no way he could stop hitting so easily. Not one of the 20 hits was missed, giving Xing Zhao a good lesson in what it means to be ruled by a tyrant who always sticks to his word. Xing Zhao, struck dizzy, felt a fiery pain on his buttocks and thighs. Even the slightest movement caused sharp stabs of pain. After enduring the 20 strikes somehow, he had nearly bitten his lower lip to leave a faint mark, feeling ashamed and aggrieved. Without thinking, he wanted to bury himself in Xing arms. But Boss Xing held his shoulder, ignoring his attempt to seek comfort. Done beating. Xing Zhao complained, can you not give me a hug? Am I finished? Xing countered, how many times have you failed to recognize me since you came in? Count them. Xing Zhao. What was supposed to be a great big monster turned out to be so petty. Although Xing Zhao mutteringly voiced his discontent in his heart, deep down he felt somewhat guilty. Xing usually didn't have any peculiar quirks or pet peeves except for his strong possessiveness. Xing Zhao often teased him about it to cheer him up, but hadn't expected that a binge drinking session would cause things to go south so quickly. That bear xiang song tricked me, Xing Zhao thought mournfully, my life is over. 3. Xing Zhao hesitantly said, 3 times. Xing gave a cold laugh. Xing Zhao subconsciously tensed up, expecting another blow, but unexpectedly, Xing pushed him aside, shook off his clothes and sat upright, leaving behind a frosty remark, 3 times is enough. I drank too much. Xing Zhao hurriedly explained, I won't next time, I'll quit drinking forever. Xing didn't respond, calmly adjusting the fold of his sleeves as if preparing to stand up. Once sober, Xing Zhao became exceptionally clear-headed. Having played tricks on tigers and slithered through snake mouths numerous times, he almost instantly grasped the meaning behind Xing moves, though making plenty of small gestures. Xing wasn't truly walking away yet, evidently still mad and saving face while waiting for some flattery. With enlightenment striking him, Xing Zhao threw himself forward, pinning Xing back onto the couch in the same position and preventing him from getting up playfully. I'll put no alcohol on my forehead tomorrow. Xing Zhao said humbly, Mr. Xing, forgive me once. Xing slightly raised his eyebrows, neither approving nor disapproving. The leg propped on the coffee table moved slightly, shifting his knee by the smallest degree, scraping downward along Xing Zhao's abdomen. Xing Xiaodao, Xing smirked, this is your apology to me. Xing Zhao sharply sucked in a breath, almost losing control of his waist. You're quite spirited. Xing said. Xing Zhao. Try being spanked on your boyfriend's thighs yourself if you dare. Xing Zhao thought furiously, I am a normal young man with youthful vigor, okay. Yet, he dared not say it aloud. It was hard-earned that Mr. Xing softened his stance a little, he couldn't risk provoking him further into actually ignoring him. Xing Zhao slightly arched his back, wanting to evade this elusive rubbing, but Boss Xing's nature was malicious. Step by step, within just a dozen seconds, Xing Zhao let out a light moan under pressure. Xing still gripped the chain tightly, looking at Xing Zhao meaningfully with a smirk. At this point, Xing Zhao understood clearly, Boss Xing was determined to punish him today, no matter which method, he was 8 out of 10 doomed to be thrown into the frying pan. So he clenched his teeth and resolved himself in a brief few seconds to the decision of pleasing the master. Then, fine, Xing Zhao said tremulously, propping himself up on the couch as he attempted to squirm off Xing lap. He stammered hesitantly, how do you want it? What do you mean, how? Xing arched an eyebrow, pretending not to understand, I don't get what you're implying. Xing Zhao. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Xing maintaining eye contact for a full 10 seconds until he realized that Xing was completely serious. Boss Xing clearly intended to deal with him, but was too lazy to do it himself. Xing Yingzhu's eyes remained calm and composed. As Xing Zhao looked at him, he suddenly remembered an unfair contract he had once neglected. His gaze flickered away instantly, reminded of his past debts. Xing Yingzhu's expression changed upon seeing this. He leisurely lowered his leg from the coffee table, a shadowy glint creeping into his eyes. Xing Zhao. Well, Xing Zhao thought recklessly, who made him angry anyway? When it came to verbal sparring, he could never beat Xing Yingzhu. Especially since Boss Xing was determined today, and Xing Zhao, feeling guilty and unsure, didn't dare argue with him. The late-night TV channel was airing a melodramatic romantic comedy. The glow from the television washed over Xing Zhao, its light flowing behind him, outlining the clear silhouette of his shoulders and back. Under Xing Yingzhu's gaze, Xing Zhao felt as if there was no escape. It was like he was just a piece of fish on Boss Xing's chopping board, with a gleaming white knife hanging above his head, ready to fall down on him at any moment. But that wouldn't bring him pain. Instead, something even more terrifying than pain awaited. Just like Xing Yingzhu himself, it was dangerous, painful, yet utterly irresistible. Xing Yingzhu's body temperature was usually slightly cooler than his, but now he was burning hot. Touching Xing Yingzhu was like touching a cold jade, which chilled him to the bone, making him shiver even more violently. Xing Zhao instinctively looped his wrists around Xing Yingzhu's neck, pulling himself closer to him without any instruction. This unconscious action seeking protection pleased Xing Yingzhu. Boss Xing's lips curved slightly upward as he thought to himself, he really didn't consider that the most dangerous person right now was none other than himself. Maybe Xing Zhao did consider it, but his instincts were still driving him to seek safety in Xing Yingzhu's arms. Xing Zhao let out a feeble hum as his whole body quaked. Just as he was about to say something, dizziness overwhelmed him. He found himself being pressed face down onto the sofa by Xing Yingzhu. The flickering light from the soap opera dimmed, and eventually, in a hazy state, Xing Zhao saw the first light of dawn breaking through the horizon, his muddled mind finally comprehending the double entendre. There is a limit to everything, and this saying carried an ironic double meaning indeed. The morning air of summer was especially fresh. Xing Zhao groggily drew in a breath of cool air, managing to pull himself from the depths of confusion and achieve some semblance of clarity. By this time, Xing Yingzhu was sated, now reverting back to his usual demeanor as the model partner. He lightly kissed the corner of Xing Zhao's lips, asking softly what he wanted. The instant Xing Zhao opened his mouth, his voice rasped hoarsely. Frowning, he barely whispered, just some water. Then, seemingly recalling an unpleasant experience, he hastily added. Plain water, Xing Zhao said listlessly, no more of your magical elixir, it tastes awful. Xing Yingzhu chuckled lowly, leaning close to his ear and whispering softly, you little ignoramus. Xing Zhao mentally replied, regardless of whether I recognize your goods or not, at least give me the water first. That night, Boss Xing flipped him over and cooked him 3 times before finally licking his lips with satisfaction and wrapping him up in a blanket on the couch, turning him into a large towel roll cake. Exhausted from paying his dues, Xing Zhao fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow, and even in his semi-conscious state, he tugged at Xing Yingzhu's sleeve, asking for a hug. Xing Yingzhu fed him a sip of warm water, then teased him about being overly affectionate but still moved over, bending down to place an arm around his shoulder. Too tired to stay awake another second, Xing Zhao's heart finally settled when he realized that this matter had come to an end in Xing Yingzhu's eyes. With his worries laid to rest, he slumped his head sideways and drifted into dreams of Zhou Gong. Just when this drama seemed resolved, another one unfolded elsewhere. Xiong Xiangsong got up in the morning and prepared to open the door as per routine, only to discover that the main gate of the apartment building was locked. On the door hung a blank note except for a signature written in bold strokes at the bottom right corner, Xing. Why would such a high-ranking person bother coming here for a stroll? Xiong Xiangsong stared in terror at the note on the door, staggering back a step, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Big brother. It was Jiao Liyu's voice, sounding shaky and lacking vitality. A very bad premonition welled up in Xiong Xiangsong's heart. He stiffly turned around and slowly looked behind him. On the other end of the corridor near the elevator, Lu Xing and Jiao Liyu were each holding an empty beer bottle, standing with their legs apart and looking miserable, resembling bizarre models in a glassware showroom at first glance. Xiong Xiangsong. Big brother. Lu Xing gestured toward the box of empty beer bottles on the ground beside him, giving him a look of pity, and said, come on, we're in this together. Chapter 127, What brand of troublemaking concubine are you? Hu Huan felt that he had come back at a rather inopportune time. He had been away from home for several months, and upon his sudden return, he wanted to surprise the neighbors he lived with. However, as soon as he entered, he saw his nearby neighbors, with a beer box on their heads, unsteadily practicing horse stance in the first-floor lobby. Hu Huan was startled and instinctively took a step back, momentarily thinking he might have entered the wrong building. Are you really taking a half-step back? Jiao Liyu said with an eerie tone, you've hurt my heart. Hu Huan. Hu Huan walked forward 2 steps and examined her like observing a rare animal, feeling very speechless. What are you guys doing? Hu Huan looked at Xiong Xiangsong and Lu Xing, hesitatingly saying, are you performing body art? Did the barbecue shop lose money? Xiong Xiangsong held the beer box on his head with both hands, his expression looking quite subtle, and upon closer inspection, resembled the criminal suspects being sent to detention centers shown in legal channel programs, his face clearly expressing, confess and receive leniency, resist and face stricter punishment, correct mistakes and never commit again. This matter has to blame the elder brother, Lu Xing said regretfully. He got brother Xiao Zhao drunk last night, and let brother Xiao Zhao run off to find the boss. Hu Huan exclaimed in astonishment, thinking what a guy. That can't be blamed on me alone either. Xiong Xiangsong complained, didn't you stop him too? And what about it? Lu Xing still harbored a tiny bit of respect for this elder brother, so after hearing it, he sighed and didn't continue to criticize him. And brother Xiao Zhao only drank 8 bottles of beer. Xiong Xiangsong shrank his neck, lacking confidence when he said, is drinking beer even considered having drinks? Well, stop trying to cosplay Kong Yiji, brother Xiong. Hu Huan squatted down on one knee in front of him, sympathetically patting his shoulder, where's brother Xiao Zhao? As soon as Hu Huan finished speaking, the three who were just criticizing each other fell silent simultaneously, glancing upstairs, and without exception, showed some sympathy on their faces. Brother Xiao Zhao. After a long pause, Jiao Liu slowly said, hasn't come downstairs yet. Hu Huan. It's already noon. Hu Huan thought in shock, what did brother Xiao Zhao do when he got drunk, to make the boss so angry? However, the intimidation of Xing Yingzhu was deeply ingrained, and after briefly imagining scenarios in his mind, Hu Huan quickly shook his head to shake off those heretical scenes. But people seemed not to withstand mentioning. As they were talking, they heard a soft ding sound from behind them, signaling that the elevator had stopped on the first floor. Hu Huan and others immediately stopped talking and turned to look at the elevator. The elevator doors slid open slowly, revealing Xing Zhao swaying as he leaned against the wall walking out, holding an A4-sized piece of paper in his hand, obviously intending to stick it on the office door. The most distant distance in the world may be between south of the sea and north of the sky, or it could also be from Xing Zhao's 7th floor to the 1st floor. He walked very difficultly, leaning heavily on the wall, every step a struggle, his legs trembling, seemingly wanting to lean most of his body weight on the wall. Jiao Liu gulped audibly. Xing Zhao looked up and met 4 curious gazes and 3 models of human artistic performance, staring blankly at each other for a full 5 seconds, making it hard to tell who looked worse. The paper in Xing Zhao's hand fluttered to the ground, revealing the big characters, closed today, which appeared particularly ridiculous in this situation. Brother Xiao Zhao, in the end, it was Jiao Liu who broke the frozen atmosphere, saying weakly and pitifully, I personally think there's no need to post this note, everyone's already figured it out. Lu Xing and Xiong Xiangsong nodded in unison. Xing Zhao. He deeply inhaled, bending over like a paralyzed person to pick up the note. What are the 3 of you doing? Xing Zhao asked. As soon as he spoke, Xiong Xiangsong realized his voice was hoarse, matching his wretched appearance, which made any listener heartbroken and any onlooker tearful. Xiong Xiangsong instantly felt pity arise within him, thinking how hard it must have been for the brother, and it was the older brother who had dragged him into this mess. Guilt and self-reproach rushed to his mind, making Xiong Xiangsong's gaze toward Xing Zhao become filled with kindness. Xing Zhao was completely unaware of this change. Seeing these 3 people's subtle expressions, none responding, he roughly guessed the reason. Has Yingzhu lost his temper? Xing Zhao asked. Jiao Liu initially wanted to nod, but then reconsidered, thinking that Mr. Xing couldn't really be described as having openly lost his temper, so she lowered her chin halfway, then quickly shook her head. Until when? Xing Zhao asked unsteadily. I don't know, Lu Xing truthfully replied, it depends on when it can be put down. Xing Zhao. This tyrant, Xing Zhao thought, actually brought along a system of collective punishment. Hurry up and put it down, Xing Zhao waved his hand wearily, saying, I'm going to have nightmares just looking at this scene for a few more seconds. It was, truly disgraceful. Xing Zhao felt indignant as he thought that Xing Yingzhu's actions would make the entire world aware of how drunk he had been last night and his improper conduct toward Xing Yingzhu. It won't work, Jiao Liu said with a distressed face, but the big boss. He won't say anything. Leaning against the wall, Xing Zhao said weakly, don't worry. Xing Zhao did have some understanding of Xing Yingzhu. After each time he had his fill of food and drink, the elder always became quite easygoing, so this trivial matter likely wouldn't bother him much. But it can't be put down, Jiao Liu frowned, this is from the big boss. Before Jiao Liu could finish her sentence, she felt the beer box on top of her head, originally as solid as a rock, wobble and suddenly tilt downward. Jiao Liu instinctively reached out to steady it, but the box simply fell to the ground following her movement. In the next moment, there were 2 thuds beside her, Lu Xing and Xiong Xiangsong had also stopped their punishment. The 3 of them looked at each other in bewilderment and then all turned to look at Xing Zhao. Xing Zhao, puzzled by their stares, asked what was going on. Xiao Zhao brother, Jiao Liu dryly said, what brand of troublemaking concubine are you? Xing Zhao. How he regretted saving her now. Xing Zhao really didn't want to discuss this topic with her, so he swiftly changed the subject and shifted the focus to Hu Huan, who had been watching silently on the side. Why did you come back? Xing Zhao asked, did you reconcile with Zhang Jian? Hu Huan. Why must you bring up the one thing I don't want to talk about? Not yet, Hu Huan sighed, saying, he's very stubborn, obviously doesn't dislike me and enjoys my closeness, but there's still something holding him back, always unwilling to let go. We're still at the stage of getting to know each other again. That's good, Xing Zhao said gleefully. It was too hasty the first time, so this time take your time and avoid any missteps. At the mention of Zhang Jian, Hu Huan's ears drooped. Hu Huan couldn't understand how there could be someone so stubborn. Zhang Jian clearly liked him too. Every time Hu Huan used a little scheme or trick to catch Zhang Jian's attention, the other person would fall for it, secretly showing care and kindness toward him. Yet, whenever Hu Huan tried to push further, the other would withdraw, reverting back to a proper distance, making Hu Huan very frustrated. Hu Huan had long confirmed his feelings for Zhang Jian, becoming increasingly sure of it day by day. The Fox clan was known for being affectionate, and Hu Huan never questioned the sincerity of his own feelings, happily accepting them. However, Zhang Jian seemed disinterested no matter what tricks Hu Huan pulled, unless he deliberately stirred things up in front of him. Without Hu Huan's antics, Zhang Jian acted like a lifeless statue with no emotions whatsoever. But relying on self-pity and coquetry wasn't going to cut it for the rest of their lives, Hu Huan thought gloomily. So why did you come back? Xing Zhao, unaware of what Hu Huan had been through lately, guessed, too hard to chase after, so you gave up. No. Hu Huan reacted as if stung, leaping up to refute, no, I'm trying my best. It's just that things outside aren't peaceful recently, and many people have gone from Longhu Mountain. I'm accompanying Zhang Jian on an errand and came back to pick up some things, he's still waiting for me at the airport. Xing Zhao furrowed his brow sharply, asking, didn't you say last time that Zhang Jian, as a quasi-tianshi, was supposed to stay behind at Longhu Mountain? There's no one left, Hu Huan also sighed, saying, the news came suddenly, and it's urgent and serious. Zhang Qingda couldn't make it, so Zhang Jian has to go. What happened? Xing Zhao asked anxiously. He was unusually sensitive to phrases like, not peaceful. With just a few words from Hu Huan, his heart was already lifted and hung in midair, neither rising nor falling. An internal report, Baidi City unearthed a broken stone tablet, inscribed with a type of text never seen before. Hu Huan explained, locals thought it was some new archaeological discovery and were thrilled, inviting a team of archaeologists to explore the site. But overnight, the entire group disappeared without a trace. No clues were left behind. Local authorities checked surveillance footage and various traces, ultimately confirming they vanished from the spot. The situation was too bizarre, so eventually it circled back to Longhu Mountain. Xing Zhao winced, feeling as if he were listening to an urban supernatural story. A new archaeological discovery, such a big event, why isn't it on the news? Jiao Liu interjected. It's still in the internal development phase, Hu Huan replied, no one has started working on it yet, and people are missing, so it needs to remain secret. There's even a renowned old professor involved, seems pretty important. Xing Zhao thought for a moment and asked, is it related to the tablet? 80% chance it is. Hu Huan said, Zhang Jian also feels this way, so he's going to the scene for a look. The tablet hasn't been lost, it's still stored in a local warehouse. Baidi City, Xing Zhao pondered on this place internally. He wasn't sure if he was just being paranoid, but this place was awfully close to Tsutan Gorge, and he couldn't help overthinking it. Where was it unearthed? Xing Zhao asked. I don't really know that part, Hu Huan shook his head, regrettably saying, it wasn't specified in detail, but I heard it might not be far from Bailongjing, at the back mountain of Baidi Mountain. Right, the well with the legend about white mist rising from it. Hu Huan talked sporadically here and there, but Xing Zhao understood clearly. Precisely because of this, he felt more and more certain that his earlier doubts weren't merely due to heightened sensitivity. Baidi Mountain, the starting point of the three gorges of Yangtze River, right at the western entrance of Tsutan Gorge. Chapter 128, Inscription on the Stone Tablet. A cordon had been set up in a small town 1 kilometer away from the foot of White Emperor Mountain. The doors of the warehouse at the corner of the town were wide open, and people in uniforms were continuously coming in and out, taking photos for evidence. There were 2 warehouses, one inside the other. The outer one was converted into an office area with 4 or 5 desks and 2 simple filing cabinets. The key to the filing cabinet was still hanging in the lock, and there were several notebooks left open on the desk. Half a cup of tea sat on the corner of the table, untouched since its half-consumption. Evidently, the people who originally occupied the room had left in haste. The inner warehouse had been modified and arranged as a storage space with appropriate temperature and humidity. In the middle of the room stood a broken stone tablet covered by a red cloth, giving off an eerie atmosphere. Outside the warehouse near the police line, a young man finished being questioned and started walking towards the boundary line, speaking to another man standing nearby. Excuse me, are you Captain Feng? The young man asked hesitantly. Feng Yuanqing tossed the cigarette butt under his feet and crushed it impatiently without turning back. He casually responded, go away, no interviews. You've misunderstood, the young man bowed slightly and said, I am a student of Mr. Lu Xianian. My teacher has gone missing, and I've come to check the situation. I'm Wang Qi. Feng Yuanqing was surprised and turned around, only to find that the young man behind him was wearing a light gray suit with silver-rimmed semi-frame glasses perched on his nose, holding a thick old notebook in his hand, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. He looked to be in his early 30s. Professor Lu had a brilliant disciple, which Feng Yuanqing had heard about before, someone who had inherited all of Professor Lu's skills, but he hadn't expected this disciple to be such a young man. After all, in Feng Yuanqing's impression, big-name historians were always white-haired old men and women. Ah, yes, Feng Yuanqing felt a bit awkward as he wiped his hands on his clothes and shook hands with Wang Qi. Apologetically, he explained, it's just that these days have been too busy. There's a lot going on, and I didn't know someone in the area posted this matter online, leading to numerous media outlets coming for coverage. White Emperor City is a popular tourist spot, it's normal, Wang Qi softly said, please tell me, do you know what happened to my teacher? Not yet, Feng Yuanqing sighed, judging from the traces in the room, they left hastily, or they might not have gone far. The night before their disappearance, it rained lightly in the mountain, but there are no traces of vehicle tracks or footprints on the ground. The research team's public bus is still parked undisturbed in its original location. Could it be kidnapping? Wang Qi asked. Almost impossible, Feng Yuanqing said, there were too many people, so it would be hard for a kidnapper to make them disappear so cleanly. At that moment, a man about the same age as Feng Yuanqing walked out of the house. After raising the warning tape, he bent down and crawled out, closing his record book and shaking his head at Feng Yuanqing. Same as before, no results, the man said, it's like they walked out themselves. Feng Yuanqing's jaw muscles tightened momentarily as he cursed, this is ridiculous. Don't worry too much, the man said, isn't it said that a master from Longhu Mountain is coming to take a look? They should arrive in a few days. Sorry, Wang Qi interjected after listening for a while, can I go in and take a look? I'm Professor Lu's student, I've already mentioned this to Captain Feng. The man glanced at Feng Yuanqing and seeing he didn't object, smiled and replied, sure, the forensic examination has been completed, and we're about to withdraw. As for the steel and messy research notes, we don't know how to handle them either. You can take a look inside and gather anything useful. Old Feng, accompany him inside. Wang Qi thanked both of them with bows, tightened his grip on the old notebook, and quickly headed toward the warehouse. After the forensic inspection, most of the items in the room remained untouched. Wang Qi first found Lu Xianyan's desk and placed the notebook he held down. He then started flipping through his work diary. Gradually, the others in the room withdrew, leaving only Feng Yuanqing who strolled in from the doorway, standing beside Wang Qi. Lu Xianyan's research notes had a distinct personal touch, filled with various symbols alongside several unidentifiable floral patterns. Feng Yuanqing glanced at it twice and began to feel a headache. Wang Qi flipped pages rapidly, growing more solemn as he read. Minutes later, after finishing the study notes, he placed them on the table and walked toward the inner chamber. Because the mysterious disappearance of the research team had caused a stir, rumors spread widely. Many believed the stone tablet might be an ominous object and due to its emergence, it lured the people away. Repeated talk made superstition flourish, so the stone was eventually draped with a red cloth to provide some mental comfort. When Feng Yuanqing entered, Wang Qi had already pulled down the red cloth on the steel. He grabbed a pair of white gloves from a nearby shelf and bent down slightly, moving closer to the stone tablet. This steel was excavated from the back mountain of White Emperor Mountain, with severe damage at its bottom. Judging by the proportions, this piece should only be 2/3 of the original steel. The steel was densely engraved with cryptic inscriptions that didn't resemble any known mainstream historical text. Over these days, the mud and sand on it had been cleaned, but those etchings were blurred due to long-time erosion by water and soil. The strokes appeared slanted and were difficult to decipher. Wang Qi lightly touched the steel with his fingers, tracing one line of the engravings, realizing it was a broken pattern of totem designs. What's wrong? Feng Yuanqing asked. Is there anything unusual about this steel? This seems to be the inscription of the Qingyang clan. Wang Qi hesitated, saying, but I'm not entirely sure. Since it came from White Emperor Mountain, it might not be far off. Can you understand the characters on it? Feng Yuanqing was surprised. No, Wang Qi turned around, patiently explaining to Feng Yuanqing, actually, outsiders don't know, these past few years my teacher has been studying a topic regarding ancient mythological legends. Feng Yuanqing thought in confusion, isn't Lu Xianyan a history professor? Are all these experts so idealistic now? Mythology. Feng Yuanqing gently asked, do people who study history really believe in this stuff? The more you study, the more you tend to believe. Wang Qi sighed and said, these things may seem non-existent because most myths nowadays have misleading qualities, and due to their antiquity, people's oral transmissions inevitably cause omissions, leading to deviations over time. However, denying the existence traces of such entities actually goes against the purpose of historical research. Feng Yuanqing felt his headache doubling as he silently thought that these intellectuals really love to quote books excessively. As for the story of Qinxiang splitting the mountain to save his mother, it shows typical signs of distortion and secondary creation in folklore, Wang Qi continued enthusiastically. In fact, if we trace back to its origin, it was Yang Jian who split the mountain to save his mother, and it wasn't Mount Hua either, but a place called Peach Mountain. Hence. Alright, Mr. Wang. Feng Yuanqing quickly interrupted, asking, does your professor's research have any connection to this steel? Wang Qi was startled, realizing he had wandered off topic. He coughed awkwardly and moved aside, pointing at the steel for Feng Yuanqing to see. My teacher has been studying the Qingyang family for many years now. Strictly speaking, he's studying the Xiao Hao lineage. Wang Qi said. There have always been records related to ancient legends, but specific physical artifacts were first unearthed 20 years ago. At that time, a mural was discovered, which recorded some of the relevant information. It is said that the Xiao Hao lineage could command phoenixes and birds, using the phoenix as their totem. As Wang Qi spoke, he pointed out a section of totem patterns on the edge of the stele to Feng Yuanqing. It's this one, it looks very similar to the totems depicted in the murals, Wang Qi said. Feng Yuanqing still couldn't understand what this had to do with Lu Xianyan's disappearance. Seeing Feng Yuanqing's lack of interest, Wang Qi realized his distraction and sighed again, deciding to skip much of the context and directly explain his suspicion. I suspect the teacher left on his own, Wang Qi said. Perhaps he discovered something, so. What did you say? Feng Yuanqing perked up a little, furrowing his brows and asking, why would you say that? The teacher has studied this system for many years, including translating and analyzing unique texts like the ones on this stele, Wang Qi said. However, among all the murals collected over these years, or even archaeological writings, there's no solid evidence supporting the professor's research. Even bamboo slips and silk manuscripts record very little about these aspects, which is also why this topic hasn't been made public yet. So what you're saying is, Professor Lu found a clue, got excited, and went to investigate? Feng Yuanqing asked. That's possible, Wang Qi said. According to mythology, Xiao Hao, also known as the White Emperor, originated near the Jiang River. Based on the teacher's years of research, he has always suspected that the origins of Xiao Hao's history stem from near the Three Gorges area. This reason sounds too weak, Feng Yuanqing shook his hand dismissively, saying, judging by the scene analysis, they left in a hurry and disappeared rather mysteriously. They didn't use vehicles, didn't purchase supplies, and even forgot to close their books, showing no clear signs of heading out for fieldwork or inspection. Even if they had new research findings, it wouldn't make them rush like that. The teacher has been studying this type of text for years, although the progress has been slow. I can recognize some words that frequently appear, Wang Qi said as he gently ran his fingers over the inscriptions on the stele and whispered, the records here should detail the life story of Xiao Hao. A part mentions how he assigned responsibilities to various birds, for instance, the cuckoo managed construction while the eagle oversaw the laws. Feng Yuanqing stayed silent. These scholars must have lost their minds, Feng Yuanqing thought. How could they believe such absurd accounts? Ancient people were all about exaggeration, portraying themselves as celestial beings reincarnated. Even rebels during uprisings stuffed notes in fish bellies, showing how metaphors and mysticism were all man-made inventions. But neither Wang Qi nor the missing Lu Xianyan apparently thought this way. In the end, Wang Qi gently touched the stone tablet again before taking off his gloves. It's far-fetched, isn't it? Wang Qi said. But with the passage of time and changes, no one can definitively say what the world wasn't like thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. He looked directly at Feng Yuanqing, enunciating every word earnestly. The teacher has always suspected that there are truly divine traces beneath this land. Chapter 129, The Divine Race. Zhang Jian got off the train and it took him about half an hour to reach the warehouse where the incident occurred. The police officers who came to investigate had already withdrawn, leaving only Feng Yuanqing and Wang Qi waiting for the expert, invited from above. To be honest, when Feng Yuanqing saw these two people, his first reaction was, are you kidding me? After all, Zhang Jian looked young, and there was no way he matched the image of a great expert. In comparison, the Hu Huan behind him seemed a bit more mystical, but both of them were too young. Feng Yuanqing, having been reminded by his superior earlier, didn't dare to show any rudeness, but he still couldn't help but hesitate. His gaze shifted between the two for a moment before he tentatively asked, Mr. Zhang. Which one is Mr. Zhang? Before Zhang Jian could speak, Hu Huan stepped forward with a smile, pointing at him and said, him, that's him. I'm his assistant. Feng Yuanqing. He managed to muster up a strained plastic smile on his face, almost taking Zhang Jian as some kind of fraudster. Zhang Jian, used to such reactions, didn't bother explaining himself. He simply moved forward, picked up the police barrier line, and entered, casually asking, is this the scene? Yes, Feng Yuanqing said. This is where they went missing, and it's been nearly half a month. In his heart, Feng Yuanqing thought Zhang Jian was just some phony fortune teller without real skills, so he hastily added with bias, this is the primary crime scene, please don't damage it. You'd better observe from outside. Before Feng Yuanqing finished his sentence, Zhang Jian walked around in the courtyard in front of the warehouse, then pulled out a small custom-made compass from his pocket, casually pressing a button on it. The compass wasn't much bigger than the palm of a hand. On the southeast corner, a sharp piece of metal protruded. Zhang Jian swept his middle finger across the sharp edge, opening a shallow cut on his fingertip. A drop of blood wavered and fell into the groove of the compass. Instantly, the compass emitted a faint glow. About 3 seconds later, the two needles on it started spinning wildly like mad, finally pointing towards the east direction and towards the storage room behind Zhang Jian where the stone tablets were stored. At the same time, underneath Zhang Jian's feet, several disordered footprints mysteriously appeared, indicating exactly the direction where the long needle of the compass pointed. Feng Yuanqing. The sole materialist present was dumbstruck. Is the person still alive? Zhang Jian asked casually. I don't know. Maybe you should figure it out yourself. Hu Huan pouted slightly as she approached behind him, resting her chin on his shoulder, whispering like gossiping, this place is so strange. I can't smell anything. It's like something is blocking it. Zhang Jian furrowed his eyebrows slightly. After some thought, he pulled out a very fine red thread from his pocket, dipping it in his blood. Then he placed the compass on the ground, wrapping the thread around the base of the needles. Zhang Jian closed his eyes lightly, murmured something lowly, formed a hand seal, gently slapped it onto the compass, and blew a breath. Following this, the red thread suddenly came to life as if it gained consciousness, winding along the direction of the disordered footprints. However, after the red thread walked only about 10 steps, it abruptly plunged down and disappeared into the muddy earth. There is something, Zhang Jian said softly. It seems like there's some kind of boundary or enchantment here, but my knowledge isn't enough to confirm it. As he spoke, Zhang Jian knelt on one knee, placing his palm on the mud, closing his eyes as he sensed carefully for a while. No, I can't see clearly. After a long pause, Zhang Jian shook his head and said, there's a very strange aura here, unfamiliar. It's probably from a very long time ago. Neither the records from Longhu Mountain nor the Suiyuan mirror mention this type. Also, there are demons nearby, but I can't see them clearly either, only know their powers aren't low. Feng Yuanqing watched the ritual performance by the master online, and was shaken to the core, standing dazed, wanting nothing more than to pinch himself to make sure it wasn't a dream. Wang Qi, on the other hand, suddenly showed extreme enthusiasm in his eyes, rushing forward and grabbing Zhang Jian's hand without ceremony. So, do you think there are non-human existences in this land? Wang Qi asked. For example, spirits, ghosts, or gods. Zhang Jian thought inwardly that this was a stupid question, given that he specialized in esoteric studies. How could he not believe in such things? Moreover, this unfortunate young man probably didn't realize that a live fox spirit was standing right next to him. Recently suffering emotional setbacks, Hu Huan had become excessively petty. Seeing this, she forcefully tore Wang Qi's hand away from Zhang Jian and hugged Zhang Jian's shoulder, obstinately putting herself between the two. She turned to glare fiercely at Wang Qi. You keep talking, but stop touching him, Hu Huan said. That's enough now. Zhang Jian helplessly pushed Hu Huan aside and said, I'll go in and take a look at the stone tablet. With that, Zhang Jian paid no attention to Hu Huan's jealousy or Feng Yuanqing who had frozen stiff on the spot like a statue. He entered the warehouse on his own to examine the stone tablet. The library of Dragon Tiger Mountain housed many ancient books not available to the public, with a unique knowledge system about various mythical beings and deities. Yet even so, the stone tablet before him was still far too unfamiliar for Zhang Jian. He could not decipher the writing on it but could faintly feel some residual power. This kind of power didn't belong to any known race, yet strangely, it didn't seem aggressive. Zhang Jian reached out and touched the stone tablet, carefully sensing it for a while, only feeling an indescribable heaviness. If he had to describe it, perhaps it felt similar to being alone amidst the boundless sands of a desert. Barren and desolate, gazing all around, it seemed as though there was no one left in the world but himself. After dismissing Wang Qi, Hu Huan stuck closely to Zhang Jian within 3 steps like a devoted pet. She strolled inside carelessly, circled around the stone tablet once, then suddenly let out an astonished, What's wrong? Zhang Jian asked. Do you recognize it? I don't, Hu Huan replied honestly. Zhang Jian. But I can tell what it is, Hu Huan added, hesitating in her tone, it looks like something from the upper antiquity. If you don't recognize it, how do you know? Zhang Jian said. We beasts have our own common knowledge, Hu Huan grinned, some things, even if we don't recognize them, will make us react instantly upon seeing them. Like when I first met Boss, I couldn't figure out what he really was, but my brain just told me to kneel. If I had to say, it's probably something engraved in our DNA. Still, this doesn't seem like divine work either, Hu Huan tilted her head, hesitating, it's very gentle, human-like. Zhang Jian trusted Hu Huan's judgment, so without much hesitation, he followed this line of thought. Perhaps Lu Xiannian and the others accidentally triggered some ancient force remaining on the stone tablet and thus mistakenly entered somewhere, Zhang Jian said, which makes things a bit tricky. What are you doing? Hu Huan took out her phone, bent down, and snapped 6 or 7 high-definition photos of the stone tablet from top to bottom. Then she skillfully swiped through the app and sent all the pictures over. Zhang Jian glanced at her phone, realizing she sent it to someone. Brother Xiao Zhao instructed me that if I find anything peculiar here, or a disturbance similar to before, I should notify him. Hu Huan waved her phone and explained, I think this is strange enough. Sheng Zhao's reply came quickly. Barely half a minute later, he eagerly called via video. Hu Huan casually picked up, and with great fanfare, positioned herself beside Zhang Jian so both were captured by the camera. On the other side of the screen, Sheng Zhao was wearing pajamas and seemed to be in the living room, although only he appeared on the camera. Hu Huan's sharp eyes spotted a corner of a black cloth on the right edge of the lens, evidently indicating that Xing Yingzhu was also nearby. Is that the stone tablet unearthed this time? Sheng Zhao asked. Yingzhu just mentioned that it's something left behind by the ancient race, recording. Sheng Zhao stumbled over his words, automatically substituting Xing Yingzhu's phrase, eulogies of achievements, into, a certain clan's records of their ancestors' deeds. Zhang Jian was polite to Xing Zhao. Seeing that he was also interested in this matter, Zhang Jian detailed his previous speculation truthfully and finished by asking, "You're following this, do you need something?" Xing Zhao instinctively looked toward the direction off-screen, then scratched his head and said, "It's somewhat personal. Did you mention earlier about the existence of powerful demons there?" Zhang Jian nodded, saying, "Lu Xiannian and the others may have inadvertently entered somewhere. I wish to investigate, but you know, these days aren't peaceful, seals containing powerful demons are showing signs of loosening everywhere. I'm a little hesitant to act rashly for fear of disturbing them." Xing Zhao understood the gravity of the situation. After hesitating a moment, he covered the microphone with his hand and turned his head, whispering something to the person off-screen. But the response he received seemed unsatisfactory, visibly deflating Xing Zhao's enthusiasm, leaving him a bit disheartened. "So, what are you thinking now?" Xing Zhao asked Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian knew Xing Yingzhu was listening nearby, so after pondering a moment, he bluntly said, "If Mr. Xing, the consultant, could offer some advice, it would surely be easier for me to proceed." Without saying please or making any plea, he officially referred to Xing Yingzhu as consultant, effectively claiming his grounds. Xing Yingzhu, however, seemed in low spirits today and stayed silent for a long time. In the end, it was Xing Zhao who muffled the microphone and turned back to talk with him for a moment, before Xing Yingzhu finally gave a lethargic hum. "What do you want to ask?" Xing Yingzhu said. "The origin of the stone tablet and the strange occurrences around White Emperor Mountain," Zhang Jian said. "Since Hu Huan and I have come here, our sensitivity has dropped significantly, and we're able to detect far less than usual." "That used to be the place where the divine race settled in the mortal world," Xing Yingzhu replied indifferently. "The divine race propagated back then, their main lineage ascended to divinity while their minor branches remained human. The side branch of the Xiaohao family rose to power in that vicinity." He paused briefly. "Even a wrecked ship is worth 3,000 nails. Though it's merely a ruin now, it's normal for both of you rookies to be restricted in your abilities." "But the divine race has long perished," Zhang Jian stated. "If that's the case, how could the power on this stone tablet endure for 1,000 years and remain undispersed till now?" Off camera, Xing Yingzhu scoffed with disdain. "Who told you the divine race has been utterly wiped out?" Xing Yingzhu asked nonchalantly. "How has Dragon Tiger Mountain educated you? Haven't they informed you what the highest level of this world is? The abode of immortals, the ninth heaven?" Zhang Jian asked. "Wrong," Xing Yingzhu responded solemnly. "It's the heaven beyond heaven." Chapter 130, Yingzhua said he would take a look at the steel and come out to tell you guys later. Behind the boundary stone of Tianweishan, there was a winding upward narrow path. The green stone road hidden among the mountains was so narrow that it disappeared into the forests after 9 twists and 18 turns. Halfway through, one could pass by a square meter-sized cold pond. After the cold pond, not far ahead, the view suddenly opened up. Unlike the splendid Jichangshan, this highest place mentioned by Yingzhua looked indeed quite simple. At the end of the green stone road was a courtyard. It was spacious, but most areas were planted with grass and trees, leaving only the center vacant, on which a fine layer of golden sand was laid. Time seemed to have no meaning in this place. The pear blossoms and June snow flowers, with completely different blooming periods, flourished together. The orange tree in the backyard hung heavy with fruits, while a shrike flew through the branches and pecked off a fruit from the branch. And Bailey was sitting very casually on the steps in front of the great hall, wiping a pitch-black long spear. Several beautiful large birds, either white or blue-green, gathered their tail feathers around her, looking like they were surrounding a kindergarten teacher. Bailey wiped carefully, a faint smile flickering at the corner of her lips. She held a soft cloth in her hand, gently wiping away the thick dirt crust on the spear. A Jing's head rested on her extended ankle, eyeing her for a while with nothing to do, then yawning listlessly. "Are you really going to return it to him?" A Jing shook her head and said, "In this way, how much extra workload will we get? One's word is as good as 9 dings." Bailey said, "Moreover, considering Yingzhua's temper, if we regret, wouldn't he just want to pierce through the heavens?" She carelessly wiped the spear, speaking one set of words with her mouth, but her face remained relaxed, as if she didn't think the matter of heaven being pierced through deserved any attention. "Then we can also wait a bit longer, right?" A Jing muttered under her breath, saying softly, "A day more is a day." Bailey smiled lightly but didn't respond this time. She gradually wiped the mud off the spear, then switched to a brand new soft cloth, slowly rubbing away the rust on the spearhead. "Has he gone?" After a while, Bailey finally asked. "He has already set off." A Jing said. On the plane heading to the mountain city, Sheng Zhao declined the meal offered by the flight attendant on behalf of Yingzhua, only asking for a cup of cola. These days, Mr. Ng wasn't in high spirits, his temper not so great either. He usually answered once every 3 sentences, leaving Sheng Zhao unsure if it was due to the summer heat, thus he didn't dare let others bother him too much. When the flight attendant moved a bit further, Sheng Zhao edged closer, carefully grabbing the blanket covering Yingzhua, scrutinizing him for a moment. Surprisingly, Yingzhua wasn't asleep. His seat back was reclined a bit, his head slightly tilted at this moment. He squinted his eyes and was looking at the scenery outside through the porthole. The weather was nice today, with only a few extremely thin mist clouds in the sky. Sunlight fell through the porthole onto Ingzhua's body and was fanned into a cool breeze by the air conditioning. Sheng Zhao thought Ingzhua's mood was still okay at this moment. So he handed him the cup of cola and asked, "How about this?" Under the sunlight, Ingzhua couldn't be bothered to move. His eyes slowly glanced at Sheng Zhao's face, then lazily tilted his head, behaving like an arrogant old grandpa, his entire posture exuding, "You need better judgment." Sheng Zhao helplessly held his ground against this old grandpa for 2 seconds before giving in due to lack of patience and nudged the cup closer again. Too lazy to even sit upright, Ingzhua drank a couple of sips from Sheng Zhao's hand, then turned his head, extending his hand from beneath the blanket to caress Sheng Zhao's face. "With this kind of effort to touch me, couldn't you hold the cup and drink yourself?" Sheng Zhao complained. "Is the cup's feel as satisfying as yours?" Ingzhua retorted. Fair point, convincing enough, Sheng Zhao thought, nearly without a temper. Sheng Zhao placed the cup back in its shallow groove, holding Ingzhua's hand and touching it. As a current-stage reptilian creature, Ingzhua's temperature was highly pleasing, acting like a life-saving tool in the scorching summer, causing Sheng Zhao to involuntarily grab and stroke him whenever free. Ingzhua let out a chuckle from deep within his throat, generously letting him continue. "What's wrong with you these past days?" Sheng Zhao asked. "It seems like you've been unhappy since Hu Huan came back. Are you mad because he ran off again? Am I supposed to be upset with a little fox cub?" Ingzhua arched an eyebrow and said, "I just hate her smug attitude as if she has everything figured out." These two statements easily cause misinterpretation, but Sheng Zhao understood. While inching up along Ingzhua's wrist, he nonchalantly said, "What happened? Wasn't the appearance of the stone tablet a coincidence?" "There are never any coincidences in this world," Ingzhu said. "History rolls forward like chariot wheels, and what should appear will always show up. It's just that mortals can't see the patterns of how things develop." Sheng Xiaodao, "Where do you still want to touch?" Sheng Zhao immediately retracted his hand from the side of Ingzhu's neck and gave him an awkward smile. Ingzhu. The bossing was speechless for a moment, but his mood subtly improved a bit, and there was a little more laughter on his face. Forget it, Ingzhu thought, with such a simple-minded treasure around, there's no point thinking too much about anything else. On the road from Mountain City to White Emperor Mountain, Zhang Jian sent a car to pick them up. At first, when Ingzhu accepted this arrangement, Sheng Zhao was quite surprised. He thought that given Ingzhu's personality, he would be too lazy to deal with Zhang Jian, just picking up whatever he came for and leaving. But he never expected him to suddenly understand human relations and worldly affairs. "That tablet is useful to me." At the time, Ingzhu threw the milk teacup into a roadside trash can unwillingly and said, "I'll take a look." That made sense, Sheng Zhao thought. "But didn't you say earlier that the tablet was carved by some offshoot person?" Sheng Zhao said. "It's not her artifact either." Ingzhu fell silent for 2 seconds, seemingly trying to figure out how to explain to Sheng Zhao. After pondering briefly, he discarded all previous reasons, common knowledge, and opted for a concise statement, bluntly saying, "I once walked around there but couldn't find my bones." "So, you suspect there's something hidden there that you didn't see?" Sheng Zhao nodded and used the new knowledge he had acquired recently to explain, like, the abyss of forbidden seas. "Something like that," Ingzhu said. Upon knowing that Ingzhu would come, Zhang Jian stayed another day locally. Feng Yuanqing was so stunned by his preliminary display of power that he dared not show his face for nearly 2 whole days, sincerely leaving the crime scene to him and not daring to interfere anymore. Wang Qi obviously seemed more enthusiastic than Feng Yuanqing. Strangely enough, he became an enthusiast of metaphysics from a scientific perspective and desperately wanted to have an in-depth conversation with Zhang Jian. Despite being repeatedly intercepted by Hu Huan, Wang Qi managed to stay because of his solid knowledge base, claiming he wanted to help Zhang Jian translate the inscriptions on the stele. Zhang Jian also wanted to get to the bottom of it, so he tacitly allowed Wang Qi to stay. Hu Huan, having gone through a lot of contemplation and frustration, sneaked into Zhang Jian's courtyard like a flower thief that night in his true form. Without giving any explanations, he jumped through the window and buried his head in Zhang Jian's chest for a while, emitting soft whines filled with grievances. Zhang Jian was forced to stroke his fur for most of the night, waking up the next morning with dark circles under his eyes, as if he'd been sapped of energy by this fox spirit. And surprisingly, Wang Qi wasn't much better off. This highly disciplined scientific research fanatic didn't sleep at all, spending the entire night comparing his and Lucien's research notes against the stele inscription. Indeed, he successfully deciphered several strings of text. "The ones who carved these inscriptions should be descendants of the clan," Wang Qi said. "They recorded part of their ancestors' achievements, including governing their territories. However, the wording here is very messy and abstruse, and I haven't fully understood it yet." Hu Huan looked at him disdainfully and spat sarcastically, "Do you need to translate these things?" Wang Qi didn't get angry. His mind was completely occupied by Zhang Jian, this walking metaphysical specimen, so he focused solely on explaining to him. However, this part is relatively easier to translate. It mentions why the ancestors chose to settle here. According to the inscription, waterways were their faith, which could bring them safety in governing the world. Wang Qi apologized with a smile and continued, "But I'm unclear about one thing. Based on existing research data, the belief system of this branch of the clan should revolve around birds or phoenixes." "There's no conflict," Zhang Jian said. "The ancients believed deeply in feng shui. Wind is vital energy, water is flow and change. Mountains and rivers are natural blessings and essential necessities of life. The secondary beliefs derived from these are very normal. Besides, water systems create everything and exist everywhere, making them fundamentally important. Just looking at the status of Xing Yingzhu back in the day, ruling over the world's rivers, clouds, rains, fogs, and snows, gives one a glimpse of its significance. Also, the stele mentioned a term multiple times. Suddenly remembering something, Wang Qi quickly pointed out some scribbles in his notebook to Zhang Jian. His finger tapped on a word and said, "This one appears approximately 6 times in the full text. Do you know what it means?" Zhang Jian asked. "It means Yangtze River," Wang Qi said. "Yangtze River." Zhang Jian subconsciously repeated it. Furrowing his brows slightly, he puzzled, what does writing an ode have to do with the Yangtze River? There are only a few water systems that have survived from ancient times until now. Writing them as achievements on the stele isn't strange at all. Wang Qi instinctively turned around at the sound, only to see 2 men walking one after another into the courtyard from outside. The man in black who was walking in front was truly handsome, and Wang Qi was stunned after just a glance. However, this man seemed to have quite a bad temper, behaving as if no one mattered. After leaving a sarcastic remark, he walked straight into the warehouse without saying anything else, acting as if he were the master of the place. It was the young man with a pleasant-looking face following behind him who slightly paused his steps, smiled at them, waved his hand, and gave Zhang Jian a brief explanation. "Yingzhu said he wanted to take a look at that stele and will come out later to tell you." Chapter 131, isn't this equivalent to the door lock reaching its expiration date? As one of the few remaining old monsters in the world who could still decipher this celestial script, compared to Zhang Jian, who was as cautious as if a great enemy were approaching, and Wang Qi, the research fanatic, Xing Yingzhu's attitude towards this stone stele was obviously too casual. He strode into the inner warehouse without even bothering to enter the door, and skimmed through the inscription on the stele standing at the doorway. Zhang Jian followed a step slower. By the time he rushed in, Xing Yingzhu had already taken his eyes off the stele and waved to Xing Zhao. "Let's go," said Xing Yingzhu. At the same moment, Zhang Jian's eyes, which could see the yin-yang, demons, and ghosts clearly, saw a barely visible stream of energy rush out of the stele when Xing Yingzhu raised his hand, landing in his palm with his gesture. Xing Zhao scratched his head in confusion, not knowing why they had to leave so soon after arriving, but obediently turned around and walked beside him, softly asking what happened. "I'm done reading," said Xing Yingzhu. "I know what I need to." The next to enter was Wang Qi, whose eyes lit up with excitement and delight. "Can you understand this?" Xing Yingzhu didn't acknowledge Wang Qi at all, dragging Xing Zhao's hand and walking out without stopping. Yet Wang Qi looked at Xing Yingzhu like a once-in-a-lifetime scholarly recluse, brimming with enthusiasm and ready to discuss this new discovery. But before he could take a step forward, he felt himself tripped and pinned down by an invisible force. Looking back, Wang Qi realized that Zhang Jian and Hu Huan held his arms from both sides. "Here's some advice," Hu Huan grinned, showing his white teeth, very sincerely but also annoyingly saying, "For the sake of your life, it's best not to. After all, having green mountains ensures you'll never lack paper for publication." Even Zhang Jian remained silent and nodded, apparently agreeing with Hu Huan's words. "Wang Qi." Zhang Jian pushed Wang Qi behind him, motioned to Hu Huan to keep an eye on him, then quickly caught up and blocked Xing Yingzhu outside the courtyard gate. "What did Mr. Xing come here for?" Zhang Jian asked. Xing Yingzhu gave him a side glance, laughing coldly. "Do I need to report to you?" "Just asking," Zhang Jian said. "If there are related messages about the missing case, we'd appreciate exchanging information." As he spoke, Zhang Jian glanced at Xing Zhao, subtly bringing up a question with his look. Xing Zhao awkwardly smiled, spread his hands, and shook his head, indicating he didn't know either. Honestly, Xing Zhao was utterly confused. Xing Yingzhu came in a hurry and was now leaving in haste, making him feel like a mere passive follower in this whole situation. But Xing Yingzhu was enveloped in a fiery aura, not quite angry, rather seemingly anxious. He frowned impatiently and pulled Xing Zhao's wrist back. "If I were you, I wouldn't waste time saying these trivial things here. You should be preparing now, perhaps you still have time." Xing Yingzhu passed by Zhang Jian coldly. "The white dragon in the well at the back of White Emperor Mountain may no longer have a physical body, but only a strand of soul remains. It is not something you can easily subdue." "What do you mean?" Zhang Jian asked anxiously. "What do you think I mean?" Xing Yingzhu paused slightly in his steps, turning half of his head with storm-like emotions brewing in his eyes, but his voice still cool and flat, without much fluctuation, "because it's about to break out." Zhang Jian immediately turned his head sharply to look at the misty, cloud-covered deep mountains, his expression becoming serious. He almost never doubted the authenticity of Xing Yingzhu's words, even if they were deliberately trying to scare him. Zhang Jian dared not take the risk. "Hu Huan," Zhang Jian made his decision in a flash. He rushed back to the warehouse, urgently instructing, "Use my phone to contact the people above and have them notify the nearby residents to temporarily evacuate. Just say that seismic activity has been detected." While Zhang Jian was speaking, Xing Yingzhu had already grasped Xing Zhao's waist, lightly tapped his toes, and flew away since no one was watching. Having experienced free-fall services over Longhu Mountain, Xing Zhao wasn't particularly afraid now, wrapping his arms around Xing Yingzhu's shoulders while peeking at the flying grass and mountain peaks below him, worryingly asking, is something really going to happen? Do you know why? Xing Yingzhu countered. Xing Zhao truthfully shook his head. Come on, up until now, his mission progress was still 0. The information he knew was probably less than that researcher, how could he possibly know anything? Xing Yingzhu carried him across the rivers and mountains, finally coming to the surging river water ahead. The Tsutan Gorge has a perilous terrain, with many undeveloped wildernesses and forests. Xing Yingzhu placed Xing Zhao on a cliff and then let go of his waist, taking a couple of steps forward. The gravel under his feet fell down noisily and disappeared high in the air, leaving no sound at all. Xing Xiaodao, do you still remember the half-chain that was excavated from the underground river in Shen City? Xing Yingzhu asked. Yes, I do. Xing Zhao replied, so what? The array method on that chain is not sufficient to bind a corporeal dragon. When we went to Suzhou later to ask Chen Wu, he said. Xing Yingzhu paused slightly, speaking in a low voice, he said, for all these years, there has been a net beneath the ground, keeping those things under control and stopping them from creating havoc. Xing Zhao had initially understood very little of it, but after Xing Yingzhu finished talking, a nearly absurd thought abruptly emerged in his mind. Back then, in front of the tracing mirror on Longhu Mountain, that inconspicuous golden chain had rudely looped around Xing Yingzhu's wrist like an accident. You can't possibly mean. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Xing Zhao spoke in a low voice, your bones, they are that net. Xing Yingzhu coldly laughed once, acknowledging silently. Xing Zhao exclaimed inwardly, finally understanding where the icy fire inside Mr. Xing came from. The old man cared so much about his reputation, being robbed of his bones was humiliating enough. And now, knowing that his bones had been pressed into service for all these years, one could imagine how unhappy he must feel right now. And upon reflection, Xing Zhao remembered Xing Yingzhu mentioning that Bai Li had once told him that the time would come when his bones would be returned. But nothing happened until recently, during this period of frequent earthquakes and unstable subterranean seals. Isn't it? Xing Zhao stole a glance at Xing Yingzhu's expression and completed the sentence mentally. Isn't this just equivalent to the door lock reaching its expiration date? Of course, Xing Zhao definitely didn't dare to say this out loud to Mr. Xing. Is this matter a guess, or is it confirmed? Xing Zhao struggled to try to soothe him, don't get angry first, it might also be a misunderstanding. Back in the day dash. As soon as Xing Yingzhu started talking, he suddenly stopped momentarily. Apparently, for him, mentioning past feats wasn't something he usually did, hence making him frown in annoyance before continuing. In the past, the Ying dragon was the king of hundreds of beasts, and the Zhu dragon was the chief of immortals of the earth. Later, I managed all the spirits and monsters relying on water, Xing Yingzhu explained. Xing Zhao came late and hadn't heard the discussion between Zhang Jian and Wang Qi, tilting his head now while looking at Xing Yingzhu with furrowed brows, obviously thinking hard about it. Water is the source of all things, omnipresent. Just like the Yangtze River and the Yellow River, flowing ceaselessly for millions of years, their branch water systems count in tens of thousands, almost covering the entire land, Xing Yingzhu continued, I should have thought of it earlier. How could this be your fault? Xing Zhao puzzlingly said, who could have thought of such thing? It's not like we're following a guidebook in a game where you can refresh and go straight to the boss pile. Xing Yingzhu. What strange and odd description. Is Xing Xiaodao playing some weird martial arts mobile game again? Besides, in normal people's minds, the place to bury bones should be the resting place where ashes are laid to rest forever, right? Xing Zhao confidently opined, who could have thought of reusing old things for another career, even developing a secondary business while the owner isn't there? Xing Yingzhu. That's enough, Xing Yingzhu thought wearily in his heart, no more talking. Xing Yingzhu's train of thought was interrupted by Xing Zhao's chaotic distraction. After a good 3 seconds passed, he finally remembered what he wanted to do before. Come here, Xing Yingzhu said. Huh? Without suspecting anything unusual, Xing Zhao walked towards him, asking, what's up? Do you need me to sense something, or need me to play a tune to liven up the atmosphere? Let me tell you, I've practiced quite well lately, and my flute. The word brought hadn't even left his lips when he was pulled into Xing Yingzhu's arms by that chain. Xing Zhao. I protest, Xing Zhao blankly said, can't you give this chain some other uses? At least, given its noble golden material, using it to tie me up all the time isn't cool, you know. To avoid repeating the incident at the Forbidden Sea Abyss, I've decided to keep you tied close to me. Xing Yingzhu slightly lowered his head, gazing into Xing Zhao's eyes and softly said, to save you from causing any trouble, Xing Xiaodao. After processing for a moment without fully grasping the implied meaning in Xing Yingzhu's words, Xing Zhao felt his hand encircling his waist tightening, and then he was carried into the deep forest behind him with the momentum akin to forcibly seizing a lady to become a mountain bandit's wife. Xing Zhao maintained this pose and followed his footsteps, walking for about 2 or 3 minutes, then followed Xing Yingzhu into a dense grove. The grove looked no different from the outside. Xing Yingzhu flipped his palm, letting out a bit of weak fluorescence from his fingertips. It was precisely the key he had casually taken from the stone tablet just now. The light was so faint that under daylight, it was almost transparent, dissipating into the air as soon as it left Xing Yingzhu's fingertips. But Xing Yingzhu didn't stop in his tracks, so Xing Zhao kept following him. However, after only a couple of steps, Xing Zhao suddenly felt an unexpected subtle vibration. It seemed to come from the air, or perhaps a slight change occurred in the surrounding space. Instinctively, he rubbed his eyes but found that the mountain was still the same mountain, the trees were still the same trees, and footprints remained a few steps behind him, as if everything was exactly the same as before. But Xing Zhao inexplicably felt that he had crossed some significant boundary. Chapter 132, It's simply helping the wickedness of Zhou. Zhang Jian only managed to notify the nearby people to evacuate in time. However, just as the message had spread, and before the nearby people could properly evacuate, Mount Bai Di sank heavily, shaking momentarily. Right after that, the clear sky suddenly became overcast with rolling dark clouds, and fine rain began to drizzle down from the air. The ancient well that had been submerged for years at the back mountain behind Mount Bai Di suddenly shone brightly. A cloud-like white mist mysteriously appeared, faintly visible around the well mouth, looking as if it might break out of the well at any moment. Zhang Jian shoved Wang Qi into the warehouse casually and immediately gripped the copper coin sword in his hand. He quickly crossed over several slippery rocks and hurriedly ran toward the back mountain. Hu Huan was anxious and also worried about losing track of him. Once they were out of the yard, Hu Huan directly transformed into his original form, his 4 legs working furiously to stick tightly by Zhang Jian's side. Zhang Jian's heart was burning with urgency, but Hu Huan still found a way to enjoy the situation amid the chaos, thinking how in his previous life he had somewhat unknowingly sent off Zhang Jian's elder brother like this. And now, with the scenario recurring, he vowed to protect Zhang Jian well this lifetime. How could it be so fast? Zhang Jian had no distractions, only focusing on that sentence said by Xing Yingzhu before he left. His brows tightened as he muttered under his breath, he said the white dragon in the well. Before Zhang Jian finished his sentence, he felt an abrupt shake underfoot, and in an instant, the mountain swayed and the earth shook. With unsteady footing, he lost balance and tumbled to the side. Fortunately, Hu Huan was quick to act and swiftly changed back into human form to steady him. Be more careful. Hu Huan said. In the short span of a few breaths, the ground beneath them began to sway even harder, producing ear-grating friction sounds as massive boulders started rolling down from the towering peaks. True to his prophecy, the ground had actually started to tremble within mere minutes. The ground warped strangely upward in an arc, with some hardened surfaces even splitting open into cracks. Not far away, the river surged, its waves violently hitting against the perilous cliffs on either bank. Despite being merely a narrow and winding tributary bend, the water crashed powerfully enough to mimic the grandeur of Qiantang River's tidal bore. The thunderous roar of the surging waters resonated loudly, ringing clearly even in Zhang Jian's ears. What is Xing Yingzhu doing? Zhang Jian exclaimed in both shock and anger, asking, is he trying to upend heaven? If Xing Zhao could have somehow tapped into Zhang Jian's thoughts at that exact moment, he would have sincerely responded, yes, you guessed exactly right. However, telepathic communication technology had yet to come into existence. Xing Zhao couldn't hear Zhang Jian's accusation at the moment and was instead struggling to cling onto one of Xing Yingzhu's arms so as not to get blown away by the violent wind. Xing Yingzhu didn't seem normal, having gone awry since a few minutes ago. He was abnormally silent, his pupils constricting and elongating, the golden edges around his irises deepening, even making the dragon-shaped seal under his collarbone emerge. Just 3 minutes prior, Xing Zhao followed Xing Yingzhu through that boundary. Before he could inquire about the esoteric sensation, he noticed Xing Yingzhu deeply inhale. His eyelids were half opened, showing little expression on his face, but somehow Xing Zhao could sense a certain unrestrained freedom emanating from him. Xing Zhao realized Xing Yingzhu had finally found his long-lost bones. Back when they were in Xanadu City, Xing Boss seemed as immovable and composed as a mountain. However, once on the move, that demeanor completely disappeared, leaving behind focused strides and haste without a moment wasted for further explanation. Xing Zhao even felt that Xing Yingzhu's earlier indifference was purely fabricated out of vanity. Judging from his appearance then, Xing Zhao always thought that inside him raged some sort of strange fire, though appearing tranquil outwardly, every word spoken brimmed with fiery passion. Sure enough, before Xing Zhao could think of ways to flatter Xing Boss, Xing Yingzhu abruptly grabbed his waist and carried him across the cliff-like chasm, hovering over the river. Next, Xing Yingzhu extended his right hand, forming a grasping gesture toward the ground. At nearly the same time, the landscape in sight suddenly shook violently, emitting a thunderous roar. The ground trembled, the water wildly oscillating left and right, terrifying Xing Zhao, who truly understood for the first time what Xiong Xiangsong and others felt seeing Xing Yingzhu. With just such a casual motion, it seemed as if he could level mountains and rivers with ease. You. Xing Zhao shakily said, what are you doing? Of course, taking what belongs to me, Xing Yingzhu coolly smiled, his lips curling, speaking in a rather gentle tone. Even amidst the mayhem, he reassured Xing Zhao, it will be over soon. Xing Zhao's heart quaked as he effortlessly felt his insignificance in the face of this natural calamity. Even though he knew that all this was within Xing Yingzhu's control, it still didn't stop an irrational sense of panic from rising within him. Thankfully, this place was too perilous and wasn't some tourist spot, and Xing Zhao thought amidst the misery that if Xing Boss had lost his temper regardless of the consequences, things would have been much worse. The ground continued to shake more violently, and under their feet, the surging river water roared tumultuously, giving off an impression of splitting apart. Zhang Jian was unable to understand clearly from his position deep in the mountains, but Xing Zhao stood high up with a wide view. He could see clearly that beneath the massive expanses of water and mountains beside him, there seemed to be a large contour being pulled up by Xing Yingzhu. It was as if the thing was entangled by the earth's net below, and the more it rose, the clearer it became. The land before them arched noticeably upwards into an obvious curve, and amidst the raging waters, even the mountain cliffs began to show faint signs of cracking. Yingzhu. Xing Zhao stammered and asked, "What size is your skeleton?" "Not long." Xing Yingzhu even chuckled. Though the laughter seemed colder than ice chips, Xing Zhao managed to barely detect a speck of warmth. Xing Yingzhu glanced at him and said mysteriously, "Just about 300 miles or so." Xing Zhao. The entire Three Gorges stretch is only a little over 190 kilometers. Stunned, Xing Zhao looked at him, thinking how incredibly vast this object must be. If it were truly buried whole underground, forcibly dragging it out like this would not just cause the river to collapse but even the mountains. "It won't." Xing Yingzhu replied, "I know my limits." Xing Zhao. Oops, he'd accidentally spoken his thoughts aloud. "You seem overly concerned." Xing Yingzhu said. Xing Zhao internally complained, "Could it be blamed on me? The old man you are right now feels chilly, unlike the proud yet tender-hearted beauty I used to know, almost verging on the supernatural." However, perhaps due to being in the ruins of the divine tribe at this moment, Xing Yingzhu lacked the ability to create clouds and rain at will. His outward expression appeared calm, but in reality, he wasn't as carefree as he appeared. The white wrist bone exposed from the sleeve had slightly protruding veins, indicating that quite a bit of force was being exerted. "Pray for me," Xing Zhao silently prayed inside, hoping Zhang Jian was reliable enough out there. Little did Xing Zhao know that Zhang Jian was also counting on him. "Doesn't Xing Zhao care?" Zhang Jian said irritably, letting him wreak havoc without any restraint. Hu Huan had his arms around Zhang Jian's waist. In merely a few minutes, they had already fallen 3 times, their heads covered in mud, looking utterly disheveled. How could Xiao Zhao possibly restrain such a grandmaster? Hu Huan said miserably. And hasn't he always been helpless against him? It's simply, aiding Zhou's wickedness. Zhang Jian exclaimed. He waded through the uneven ground, using a nearby tree for support, and took a couple unstable glances toward Xing Yingzhu's direction. Zhang Jian really wanted to go and investigate what Xing Yingzhu was up to, but obviously, the White Dragon well at the back mountain couldn't be ignored either. So Zhang Jian hesitated for a moment between going to stop Xing Yingzhu and checking out the well, and after some deliberation, he finally decided on the latter. "Let's go." Zhang Jian said, "We'll check it out first." Hu Huan was more than eager for Zhang Jian not to confront Xing Yingzhu, so he nodded furiously, helping him along with both pushing and pulling as they supported each other and moved backwards. But the earthquake made it impossible for them to maintain balance while walking, and the unexpected arrived sooner than Zhang Jian anticipated. Having walked 2/3 of the way, he suddenly saw a flash of light erupt from the rear mountain. A streak of slender white mist abruptly detached itself from the White Dragon well, coalescing vaguely into a dragon form midair. Zhang Jian. Hu Huan. A dragon's roar echoed through the air, and Hu Huan, as a minor demon, found himself immobilized upon encountering these major spirits, his knees weak and shaky, yearning to draw out his tail and cover his head. "You go." Zhang Jian turned around and pushed Hu Huan away, saying, "Find a place to hide, let me handle it." Before Zhang Jian finished his sentence, he suddenly felt a tightening sensation. It was Hu Huan who had rushed forward and embraced him tightly. Apparently, the young fox cub was still afraid, trembling uncontrollably like someone with Parkinson's disease, making speaking difficult without biting his tongue. Yet, he clung onto Zhang Jian like a bundle, stammering, it's fine. I'll go with you. At least I'm a demon, you going wouldn't be enough for one bite from him." Although Hu Huan's words sounded bold, his grip was firm, and Zhang Jian winced in pain, feeling as if he wanted nothing more than to merge himself into Hu Huan. Fearing and yet trying to act brave, it wasn't clear which nerve was misfiring. Zhang Jian pulled him off and said, "No, you're scared stiff. You'll be no help and it'll be dangerous. It's better for you to find a safe place to hide." "Who says I'm afraid?" "I'm not." Hu Huan tried to prove his courage with a stiff neck, but his expression changed midway through the sentence. When Zhang Jian saw Hu Huan's face turn pale instantly, he was startled and was about to ask what happened when Hu Huan suddenly turned his head and looked toward the direction of the White Dragon well. Zhang Jian. Hu Huan said, "There's someone over there." Zhang Jian's heart sank at these words, thinking that things had gone wrong. He didn't have time to ask for details and grabbed Hu Huan, running over in urgency. "How many people?" "More than 10. Hu Huan also got anxious. Cold wind rushed into his mouth as he spoke, making his voice unclear. "The scents are too mixed, I can't tell who they are." Chapter 133, no matter what, he couldn't leave him alone in a dangerous situation. Hu Huan, as an inexperienced young demon, although his legs were trembling due to the dragon's breath, his nose still worked fine. When Zhang Jian followed Hu Huan's direction and found those people, they were helplessly hugging thick trees to avoid the rocks falling from the mountain. Before coming, Zhang Jian had some understanding of the local conditions. At almost a glance, he could tell that the uniforms these people wore belonged to the missing research team. Are these the missing people? Hu Huan exclaimed, how did they all come here? Zhang Jian didn't have time to explain, this place was too close to the White Dragon well. The wisp of cloud mist stretched and diffused in the air, quickly growing from arm thick to larger than a person, gradually forming detailed outlines with horns and claws showing. Rescue them first. Zhang Jian hurriedly said something and then started to climb up the mountain, step by heavy step. After looking around hesitantly for a moment, Hu Huan obeyed Zhang Jian's instructions and quickly rushed towards the unlucky bunch. As a fox, even though he was in human form, Hu Huan was much more comfortable in such rugged terrain compared to Zhang Jian. It only took a couple of minutes before he reached a steep slope and grabbed hold of a man who looked older. Are you part of the research team? Hu Huan shouted over the wind and rain with quaking earth, how did you end up here? That man hadn't expected rescue to arrive so suddenly and immediately clutched onto Hu Huan as if he were a life-saving straw, his eyes tearing up. No no no. We don't know, the man said miserably, we were just blocked by ghost walls. Zhang Jian, catching up right after, rolled his eyes. We just went out the gate. We didn't go far at all, the man also yelled, but for some reason when we opened our eyes, we were on the mountain, and everything around us looked the same, impossible to navigate through. Sure enough, thought Zhang Jian. This group had most likely accidentally been influenced by some supernatural energy while studying the stone tablet, leading them into the boundary remnants of divine power. That was why they had been lost for so long. Just as they spoke, another violent earthquake shook the ground, causing Zhang Jian to stumble slightly and steady himself by holding onto a nearby tree. Glancing around subconsciously, he realized Professor Lu Xianian wasn't among these people. Is everyone present? Zhang Jian asked sharply, where are the rest? There's our teacher, the man said. Our teacher led a group of people to the other side, it's unclear whether they found some research leads or not. They've been apart from us for days. How many people? Zhang Jian asked. Including our teacher, about 14 or 15, the man replied. Zhang Jian clenched his teeth, thinking this matter was rather complicated. What is going on? Is this an earthquake? The man asked nervously, white knuckles gripping the tree trunk while shaking uncontrollably. Why would there be an earthquake? What should we do now? Wait for the rescue team here. Don't ask too many questions, Zhang Jian said decisively, let's go, follow me down the mountain. The man looked like he wanted to say more, but Zhang Jian didn't let him, rushing forward to count heads, pulling each person off the trees and pushing them in the direction of the mountain's foot. Zhang Jian wanted to explain, but there was no way he could possibly explain everything without causing panic. Was he supposed to tell them that there were ferocious demons ahead and a dragon lurking behind? Hurry! Keep up, don't fall behind. Hu Huan called out. Fortunately, it was a critical moment, and all these people focused on fleeing, paying no attention to how two young men had mysteriously appeared in the middle of nowhere. Zhang Jian led the way at the front, occasionally using his strange coin sword to cut through obstructing branches and thorns. By this time, the ground tremors had slowed down considerably, no longer bouncing and shaking non-stop as before. However, the rain grew heavier, with storm clouds gathering in the sky. Deep purple lightning flashes rippled within the cloud layers. Zhang Jian glanced up briefly, recognizing almost instantly that this was not ordinary rain cloud. Something major was about to happen, Zhang Jian thought. Hardly had this notion surfaced when Zhang Jian heard a sudden scream behind him. He abruptly turned back to see the white dragon fully formed, its massive body having silently followed them for quite some time. Right then, the dragon bared its fangs, grabbing one young student at the back of the group who had fallen behind. A chill ran through Zhang Jian, who immediately grasped his sword and rushed toward the direction of the white dragon. Hu Huan saw the dragon almost simultaneously with Zhang Jian. He drew a cold breath, barely managing not to kneel down on the spot. For Hu Huan, an ordinary beast like him, dragons, a race that was half-step into the divine clan, naturally carried an intimidating presence. However, just as Hu Huan was about to turn and run, he forced himself to stop. No, Hu Huan thought, I can't run. If it were only him and Zhang Jian, things would be simpler, but there were so many researchers present. There's no way Zhang Jian would simply watch them all be dragged back into the well by the white dragon to be eaten. One of them had to hold back the white dragon so they could save these people. In my past life. Hu Huan suddenly thought, in my past life, I abandoned him. This life, no matter what, I cannot leave Zhang Jian alone in danger again. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Hu Huan gritted his teeth, stood firm, stared at the dragon for 2 seconds, then suddenly charged forward. Zhang Jian hadn't expected him to have such guts, so he panicked instinctively, rushed forward a few steps, and grabbed Hu Huan's arm. You go protect those people and escort them down the mountain. Zhang Jian said, you won't stand a chance against him, don't make things worse. I'm a demon. Hu Huan rarely yelled at him, almost as if the louder he was, the more he could mask his own fear. Even if I'm useless, I'm better off than you, a mere mortal. After uttering these harsh words, Hu Huan shoved Zhang Jian behind him and rushed forward without hesitation. Within a few strides, Hu Huan transformed into his original form, weaving through grass and trees with remarkable agility, leaping several times until he caught up with the unfortunate young student. Who's adding chaos now? Hu Huan angrily thought, if he weren't worried about Zhang Jian, who in their right mind would want to fight a dragon? Despite feeling wronged, his was fierce like a charging tiger. He moved like an arrow shot from a bow, his fur bristling as he approached. He bared his fangs, emitting low growls from his throat, and a faint layer of light enveloped his body. After rushing to the front in a few quick steps, Hu Huan used the tall trees around him as leverage to spring upward and bite onto the white dragon's body. However, his skills were clearly insufficient. With a flick of its tail, the white dragon shook him off. Hu Huan tumbled over twice on the spot and crashed into the wet, muddy ground. Hu Huan. Too dazed to hear Zhang Jian calling him, Hu Huan shakily got back on his feet. Lacking sufficient Taoist magic training, he wasn't skilled in grand spells like moving mountains or conjuring wind arrows. Carefully assessing, it seemed he only had a few trivial tricks left to use. Hu Huan struggled to control nearby plants and vines using his magical arts, creating barriers to hold back the unlucky student while circling the white dragon, looking for opportunities to bite it again. Though the white dragon didn't regard Hu Huan as much of a threat, Hu Huan's persistent interruptions finally irritated it, prompting the dragon to briefly release the student and charge directly toward Hu Huan. By this point, Zhang Jian had already reached close range. After checking the student's breath and confirming he had merely fainted, Zhang Jian focused all his attention elsewhere. Relying on Hu Huan to subdue the dragon was evidently unrealistic. Without hesitation, Zhang Jian drew his sword and slashed a deep cut across the palm of his left hand. The blood of a Nirqian Daoshi mixed with the rainwater splashing onto the blade's edge sharpened Zhang Jian's determination. With fingers as a pen, he swiftly painted an intricate talisman on the coin-shaped sword. Next, Zhang Jian flung the blood from his left hand, letting it drip down steadily. Then he wiped a long streak of blood across his eyelids with two fingers joined together. He quickly chanted an incantation in his mind, and when he reopened his eyes, everything around him turned a grey misty color, except for the dragon and Hu Huan, who still remained illuminated. Without delay, Zhang Jian entered the fray with his sword drawn. Descendants of Longhu Mountain excelled in slaying demons and monsters. With thunderclouds roaring above, Zhang Jian took advantage of the moment when the white dragon was pursuing Hu Huan. He lunged forward and grasped the dragon's horn with his bloodied left hand, using it to vault atop the creature. Burnt by Zhang Jian's blood, the white dragon emitted a prolonged roar and thrashed its head, attempting to throw him off. Nevertheless, Zhang Jian tightly clutched the dragon's horn, and more blood oozed out from the wound, streaming down the white dragon's forehead, an alarming sight. Zhang Jian knew his time was running short, so decisively forming a flourish with his sword, he reversed his grip on the hilt, raised his arm high, and plunged the sword downwards with sudden force. Seeing Zhang Jian's decisive move below, Hu Huan felt an overwhelming dread and blurted out instinctively, "Don't." But before his words even left his mouth, the sharp blade had already sunk deeply into the white dragon's neck. Since the white dragon lacked a real body and the current form was merely a corporeal manifestation of its spirit, it was defenseless against the mystical weapon of Longhu Mountain. As Zhang Jian's sword plunged in, it felt similar to slicing butter with a red-hot metal blade. This blow was both deep and severe, the entire length of the sword submerged into the white dragon's body, leaving only the handle protruding externally. Searing pain coursed through the white dragon. Its eyes burned bright red with rage. It violently threw Zhang Jian off to the ground and lifted its foot to stomp down. Zhang Jian was unable to maintain his balance in the air and landed clumsily, feeling as though his internal organs had been mashed into a lump. The pain caused him to furrow his brow. The massive white dragon claw loomed large in Zhang Jian's peripheral vision. If it were to come down fully, it would likely crush him into a meat patty on the spot. Zhang Jian's heart pounded violently in his chest, but his hand instinctively reached into his pocket and pulled out a thin piece of paper, which he flipped over onto his palm. Just then, his vision went dark. Hu Huan had lunged toward him. Zhang Jian's eyes widened in shock, filled with terror, and his ears buzzed as all the blood in his body rushed to his limbs. In that split second where instinct overruled reason, countless thoughts raced through Hu Huan's mind, tangled up into one final realization. Good thing I haven't caught up with Zhang Jian yet, Hu Huan thought. In his previous life, he had mistakenly repaid his debt for healing to the wrong person, resulting in Zhang Jian losing his life. It was a debt owed, so this lifetime, Hu Huan was prepared to repay it with his own life. It was only fair. Thankfully, Zhang Jian hadn't let go of his anger, Hu Huan wryly mused, because if he died, Zhang Jian wouldn't grieve too much. And right now, things were perfectly set. After Hu Huan paid back his life to Zhang Jian, the other might even remember him fondly from time to time. While wallowing in melancholy in his heart, Hu Huan had even planned out his last words, but the next second his world went dark again, followed by a strong force on the back of his neck, flinging him backward. It took Hu Huan 2 seconds to realize. Zhang Jian had pulled him away. All his hair stood on end, and in mid-air, he twisted his body forcefully, wanting to rush back. But in just those few brief seconds, the white dragon's claw had already descended. Zhang Jian rolled awkwardly to avoid it, raising his hand to form a talisman seal over the copper coin sword still embedded in the dragon's body. The dragon's thick tail swiftly came sweeping after. As soon as Zhang Jian finished the hand seal, he no longer had time to dodge and was struck across the waist by the tail, causing him to tumble down the steep mountain cliff, plummeting into the ravine below. Before falling, Zhang Jian exchanged a distant glance with Hu Huan through the white dragon and the surrounding vegetation. In that instant, Hu Huan discerned countless emotions in his eyes. There was even a trace of warmth and reassurance in his gaze. Despite the change in demeanor, it mirrored his look from the past life, equally gentle and indulgent. He really doesn't blame me, Hu Huan almost instantly understood. From the past life to this one, he had always liked me. Almost simultaneously, the copper sword embedded in the white dragon suddenly quivered as a bolt of thunder descended from the storm clouds, striking the dragon at its vital point. This all unfolded in an instant. By the time Hu Huan ran up close with rage and desperation, the white dragon had already been obliterated by the lightning, dissipating into smoke. Zhang Jian's sword fell from mid-air, landing directly in front of Hu Huan. Chapter 134, his obsession was right in front of him, but he stepped back. Hu Huan was afraid of many things. He was afraid of dragons and thunder, and also the talismans from Mount Longhu used to exorcise demons. But at the moment Zhang Jian fell off the cliff, Hu Huan suddenly feared nothing. There was a brief flash of emptiness in Hu Huan's mind. Unconsciously, he held his breath and placed his steps as light as possible, hesitatingly walking forward 2 steps. Where the white dragon disappeared, there remained a burnt remnant of a talisman after being struck by lightning. Hu Huan recognized the spell pattern inscribed on it. It was the lightning talisman used on Mount Longhu to summon thunder. So just now, Zhang Jian had risked his life to stick this talisman onto the body of the white dragon, using the sword as a conduit, accurately splitting the creature into smithereens. As this thought arose, the emotions that Hu Huan had temporarily lost returned to him once again. He arched his back in pain, feeling both his heart and internal pearl ache, as if they were about to be crushed. He staggered 2 steps, unknowingly reverting to his human form. Kneeling, he took 2 more shaky steps forward. The copper coin sword lay silently on the ground. Hu Huan mechanically reached out, picked it up, and pressed it tightly against his chest. There was still blood on the blade, Zhang Jian's blood. The hot blood had been cooled by the rain, but it still carried a pure spiritual energy. Hu Huan's palm burned from the direct contact with the celestial master's blood. Despite the excruciating pain in his hand, instinctively, he tightened his grip around the sword even more. The pain seemed to awaken his dulled nerves. Hu Huan suddenly snapped out of it, his scattered gaze refocusing sharply, and he looked steadily towards the direction of the mountain gorge. I have to find him, thought Hu Huan. Hu Huan's eyes were red, his chest rising and falling violently. An unusual fierceness appeared on his face, like a beast. Biting his teeth, he hugged the sword tighter, stumbled to his feet, and turned to head down the mountain. My savior from the previous life still owes me a debt of gratitude, Hu Huan thought savagely. Rules be damned, I'm a monster. If he really dies, I'll go to the underworld and catch him. With a thunderous roar, the sky split open, the sound so loud it seemed to shake the heavens and earth. Sheng Zhao didn't see the hidden white dragon among the mountain shadows, but he saw the lightning strike. His heart sank momentarily, mistakenly thinking that the lightning was aimed at Xing Yingzhu. Actually, it wasn't unreasonable for Sheng Zhao to overthink this. Xing Yingzhu was currently in a state similar to an unshackled villain in a fairy tale movie. The ground had been forcibly lifted in numerous places. A large shadow gradually emerged from its surface, and now, Sheng Zhao could already make out the bony silhouette of this massive thing. It was a very large skeleton, beautiful even though Sheng Zhao might have viewed it through rose-tinted glasses. But in this moment, he strangely understood Xing Yingzhu's obsession. That was something worth cherishing for 8,000 years, Sheng Zhao thought. This sudden thought came inexplicably, and he himself couldn't explain why. He hadn't seen the true form of the skeleton yet or felt any mystical vibrations, yet merely looking at the faint outline of the skeleton emerging from the ground made his heart pound wildly, as if it would leap out of his chest at any moment. As the outline became clearer, Sheng Zhao subconsciously held his breath, eyes fixed on the ground. His ears roared with the noise, his blood rushing to his brain, making him dizzy. What am I getting excited about? Sheng Zhao thought, his mind divided, half of his body driven by emotion with surging adrenaline, yet the other half maintaining some rationality. What am I waiting for? However, Sheng Zhao's introspection went unanswered. He simply mysteriously felt a certain otherworldly pull, making him appear even more eager than Xing Yingzhu to witness the true form of this skeleton. Sheng Zhao could only hear his heart beating like a drum. However, he and Xing Yingzhu were too close, their heartbeats intertwining, making it impossible for him to distinguish which heartbeat was his own and which belonged to Xing Yingzhu. But the sudden thunder from above broke this spell-like state of Sheng Zhao's. As the thunder rolled down, Sheng Zhao was momentarily frightened, instinctively sensing danger. Shall we? Sheng Zhao stammered, find a gentler way. Aren't we too hasty? Xing Yingzhu didn't respond. Instead, he simply tightened his arm and pulled Sheng Zhao directly into his arms with such a dismissive attitude that left no room for negotiation. Sheng Zhao's chin collided painfully with Xing Yingzhu's collarbone when he was shoved face-to-face into his arms. Hissing in pain, before he could protest, he noticed something flashing in his peripheral vision. It looked familiar. Frowning slightly, Sheng Zhao unconsciously shifted his gaze in that direction and was suddenly startled when he realized that not far away, atop the cliff, there was actually someone else. Not far from the cliff where he and Xing Yingzhu stood, Sheng Zhao tried hard to focus on the scenery in the mountains. Those people were helplessly hiding behind a large blue rock, led by an old man with graying hair. It seemed that someone in the group was injured, surrounded by several men. When Sheng Zhao concentrated, he could faintly hear the wailing sounds carried through the air. A cold sweat broke out all over Sheng Zhao's body, wiping out the remaining excitement in an instant. Xing. As soon as Sheng Zhao opened his mouth, the ground suddenly trembled. A deep crack appeared beneath the abyss, revealing a piece of ominous white bone underneath. The mountain violently shook for a moment, with rocks colliding and crushing against each other. Sheng Zhao saw a palm-wide crack open up just a few steps away from the group of people. Sheng Zhao felt like he had been drenched with a bucket of cold water, every part of him was freezing. If the ground keeps cracking, they will all die. Sheng Zhao reacted faster than his brain could process. Instinctively turning back, he grabbed Xing Yingzhu's arm and cried out, "Yingzhu, there are still people on the mountain." Caught off guard by this sudden movement, Xing Yingzhu's strength faltered momentarily, causing the just exposed white bone to disappear instantly back into the deep fissure of the ground. Annoyance surged within Xing Yingzhu's heart but was forcibly restrained. He instinctively stabilized himself and glanced up the mountain following Sheng Zhao's gaze. The people in the mountains were wearing worn-out jackets, a group of weak elderly and disabled individuals, clearly incapable of doing much harm. Xing Yingzhu immediately recognized them as those unfortunate researchers of the stone steels. Had they not mistakenly trespassed into the domain of the divine clan, they wouldn't have wandered here no matter how lost they were. But Xing Yingzhu didn't pay too much attention. He thought it wasn't his fault at all. He came here according to the rules to claim what was rightfully his, while the intrusion of these mortals purely resulted from their bad luck. Xing Yingzhu lazily responded with a mere, then quickly turned back to continue with his business. Sheng Zhao's hands and feet went cold, knowing full well that Xing Yingzhu currently had something pressing on his mind. With the 8,000-year-old skeleton finally before him, there was simply no room left in his heart to care about what Xing Yingzhu considered trifling matters. However, Sheng Zhao couldn't bear it. He knew that everyone has their own destiny, and usually, he didn't expect to change what he couldn't control or save lives beyond his ability. But that didn't mean he could stand idly by and watch others perish right in front of him. Human empathy and morality were still deeply embedded in his soul, so much so that Sheng Zhao found himself facing Xing Yingzhu for the first time with an almost determined attitude. "Can't we slow down for now?" Sheng Zhao softened his tone, negotiating earnestly with Xing Yingzhu. Urgently, he explained, "It's not that you won't be allowed to take it, just not now. We can go back first, send them away, and it definitely won't take more than a few minutes. What concern are they to me?" Xing Yingzhu replied irritably. Xing Yingzhu was indeed upset this time, with his voice cold and curt, indicating that he truly was getting anxious. Sheng Zhao understood clearly that at its core, Xing Yingzhu was a demon. Although for the past year, he had been taking him everywhere and behaving as if fully accustomed to human society, Sheng Zhao hadn't forgotten the statement made by Xing Yingzhu's previous manager during his job interview, that Xing Yingzhu hadn't stepped out of his house for 3 years. Xing Yingzhu never cared to integrate into human society, his staying among humans was merely out of necessity. Expecting him to feel a sense of belonging towards these clay-formed beings was nothing short of wishful thinking. Although Xing Yingzhu treated him well and acted adorable and agreeable around him, it was solely because Sheng Zhao was special. But assuming he treats all humans the same way was naive. "Those are people," Sheng Zhao said, "even if they are clay-made people, but I'm not." Xing Yingzhu cut him off. "But I am." Sheng Zhao pulled his arm with one hand, pleadingly repeating himself, "I am." A flicker of movement caught in Xing Yingzhu's eyes, finally eliciting some reaction. Sheng Zhao's heart was pounding heavily, he wasn't sure whether Xing Yingzhu would heed his advice. Normally, when the boss is reasonable, it's only because most things seem optional to him. Occasional compromises may tarnish his image slightly, but upon deeper consideration, they don't cost much either. But the current situation was different. Sheng Zhao had little confidence in whether Xing Yingzhu would choose between the skeleton and his own benevolence. Xing Yingzhu's gaze was vacant, with a trace of confusion barely detectable. He seemed lost in thought, staring absent-mindedly at his own hand for a while. Sheng Zhao was extremely tense, swallowing nervously, afraid beyond measure. If Xing Yingzhu really intends to act, there's no way he could stop him. But he couldn't sit still just because he couldn't stop him. Xing Yingzhu has his temperaments, and he has his own principles. In those fleeting seconds, Sheng Zhao's mind raced through countless emergency plans. What Sheng Zhao absolutely didn't expect was that Xing Yingzhu remained silent for a full half-minute. The intimidating killing aura surrounding him suddenly vanished. His fingertips slightly retracted, and the strength in his hand instantly disappeared. The lifted ground crashed back down heavily with a loud rumble. Sheng Zhao instinctively shrank his neck, only to immediately realize that the catastrophic earthquake-like trembling had ceased. The massive skeleton fell back into the deep underground once more. Sheng Zhao glanced behind him with lingering fear, yet he saw that the outline of the skeleton was no longer visible on the ground. Sheng Zhao's eyes watered, a sudden sourness rising in his heart. He turned around and hugged Xing Yingzhu's neck, pressing close to him, burying his head in Xing Yingzhu's shoulder and gently rubbing it. For ordinary people, waiting a little while before doing something is very normal, but Xing Zhao knew well that this wasn't the case for Xing Yingzhu. To Xing Yingzhu, the dozens of researchers behind him were merely clay-made beings, but the remains buried beneath his feet were his 8,000-year-old obsession, his long-lost bones, the embodiment of his unforgettable previous life. His longing was within reach, almost effortless to obtain, and yet he chose to yield. "Thank you." Xing Zhao whispered, "You love me so much." After a long pause, Xing Yingzhu's hand slowly rested on Xing Zhao's back, the grip light, as if just barely touching. Xing Zhao didn't turn around and couldn't see Xing Yingzhu's expression, he could only hear the shallow breaths by his ear, finally mixed with an extremely faint chuckle. Xing Zhao said nothing more. He blinked hard, hugging Xing Yingzhu even tighter. He understood in his heart that, facing the choice, Xing Yingzhu had almost gone against his own nature just to accommodate him. Chapter 135, A Life-Saving Grace Should Be Repaid in Kind. "Just wait, and I'll give myself to you when we get back." Hu Huan found Zhang Jian at the bottom of the cliff. He only had one thought on his mind, Zhang Jian, yet he still managed to bring down the unlucky guy that was dragged away by the white dragon. But Hu Huan was burning with worry inside, so he didn't care about those researchers who couldn't carry their weight. He threw them into a group, pointed out a safe route for them to descend the mountain, and then turned around, heading towards the direction of the valley bottom on the other side. Baidi Mountain was towering and perilous, the valley bottom was still undeveloped, without even a trail. Hu Huan stumbled every step, making it very difficult. On this journey, he thought about many things, but each time a thought emerged, he would immediately cut it off himself. "It's fine," Hu Huan convinced himself forcibly in his heart, "the worst outcome has already crossed his mind, the rest is nothing to be afraid of." But all his mental preparations along the way turned out to be unnecessary because the situation ended up being much better than expected. Zhang Jian was still alive. Coincidentally, as Hu Huan found Zhang Jian, the seemingly endless earthquake also stopped, the thunderclouds in the sky dispersed, and a beam of light pierced through the clouds, landing on a pine tree at the peak of Baidi Mountain. However, Hu Huan temporarily didn't have the time to guess whether Xing Yingzhu's side had concluded or what. His full heart and eyes were on the figure not far away, his breathing instinctively held. Zhang Jian was near a large stone by the water's edge, his clothes torn to shreds, covered in blood. His eyes tightly closed, half of his body submerged in water, thin streams of blood followed the water downward. Zhang Jian's face was ghastly pale, almost no sign of chest rising and falling could be seen. Hu Huan rushed to the creek, trembling with hands feeling for Zhang Jian's breath. Only after sensing the faint air current did the string inside him suddenly loosen, causing him to fall onto the ground. Too good. Hu Huan muttered to himself, "You scared me to death, I thought I'd really go to the underworld today, if that were the case, you wouldn't see me anymore." Zhang Jian did not say anything, and Hu Huan leaned over carefully sniffing Zhang Jian, circling him front and back, probing him thoroughly with divine senses, and felt greatly relieved in his heart. Perhaps Hu Huan's last-minute sincerity worked, or possibly it was Zhang Jian's dog's hit luck kicking in. When he fell off the cliff, he collided with several old trees growing sideways on the cliff. Although his back was torn up badly, it was just surface wounds, non-fatal. On such a tall cliff, there were only 4 or 5 cliff cypresses, not one did he miss. This lottery-like probability actually happening was truly abnormal. Not far away on the cliff wall, a cliff cypress inconspicuously hidden behind the mountain forest. The bluebird perched on the branch tilted its head and stared at Hu Huan's direction for a long time, until Hu Huan started examining Zhang Jian's external injuries, then flapped its wings, silently flying away through the cracks between the trees. Hu Huan, on the other hand, was busy rejoicing that Zhang Jian hadn't fallen on his head or any other vital spot, so he didn't have the time to think about these things. Even with some cushioning, the impact force from falling from such a high place was still frightening. Zhang Jian's right leg and right wrist were broken, 2 ribs fractured, countless external injuries, and he slightly tightened his brows while breathing, struggling hard. He was the legitimate heir of Dragon Tiger Mountain, and Hu Huan dared not rashly use mystical means to treat his injuries, fearing it might interfere with his cultivation. So he gritted his teeth and looked around, finding a few sturdy dry branches, tore his clothes into strips, and first fixed the parts where Zhang Jian suffered fractures. Then he slightly bent over, gently lifting Zhang Jian onto his back, and began walking towards the direction of the small town below the mountain. Who knew that Zhang Jian wasn't completely unconscious, managing to gain a bit of clarity when Hu Huan hoisted him over his shoulder, drowsily calling out, "Hu Huan." Hu Huan responded. "Soon we'll be off the mountain," Hu Huan said. "Endure a little longer, I'll take you to see a doctor." Zhang Jian mumbled in agreement, remembering something after a while, and softly said after a long pause, "This time, it was you who saved me." His voice was incredibly soft, Hu Huan's heart ached upon hearing it. "What do you mean, you saving me?" Hu Huan grunted gloomily, "It was you who saved me again, a life-saving grace should be repaid in kind. Just wait, I'll offer myself to you when we get back." "What talk of grace, I don't need it," Zhang Jian said. "Then I'll take it," Hu Huan retorted instantly, "you yourself just said, this time it was me who saved you, therefore you should offer yourself to me. I'm a petty creditor, and I won't let you write it off." Zhang Jian leaned on his shoulder, chuckling lightly in a breathy voice. He seemed like he wanted to say more, but in the end, he was injured too severely. Before he could speak, he fainted completely. Hu Huan tightened his grip on Zhang Jian's body as he carried him, glancing at the injured man briefly before quickening his pace toward the mountain below. The trembling in the forest subsided, and everything beneath the earth settled back into its original place. The landscape gradually shrank back to normal, and the turbulent river waters calmed down. Xing Zhao held on to Xing Yingzhu tightly, refusing to let go. He buried his face in Xing Yingzhu's neck, feeling the slightly cool temperature of his skin but unable to describe the emotions swirling inside him. If it were just gratitude, it felt too shallow. If it were just pity for Xing Yingzhu, it seemed too singular. 1,000 words and emotions churned within Xing Zhao, but he was certain that even if they had lifetimes ahead, dedicating them all to Xing Yingzhu would be worth it. Regardless of whether Xing Yingzhu could find a way to eternal life, Xing Zhao had made up his mind to follow him forever. Xing Yingzhu's hand lingered behind Xing Zhao for a moment before lightly patting him, then together they descended back onto the cliffside. Most of the so-called audience from earlier who had witnessed the disaster scene had fainted. The few who remained conscious stared at Xing Yingzhu and Xing Zhao with expressions of immense fear, except for Professor Lu Xianyan, an elderly white-haired man, whose eyes gleamed brightly as he fixed them on the pair, as if observing living fossils. That look was all too familiar to Xing Zhao, it was exactly like Wang Qi's piercing gaze. No wonder, he thought. Truly, teacher and student shared something. Once they landed, Xing Yingzhu released his hold on Xing Zhao and turned his head towards the broken cliff outside. Since a while ago, he had been uncharacteristically silent, his expression calm yet distant. Xing Zhao observed his demeanor closely, sensing that Xing Yingzhu was lost in thought. His expression seemed wistful, a subtle trace of reluctance in his eyes, but soon, it was as though he had come to a firm decision. Lowering his eyes, he concealed that tinge of reluctance. Xing Zhao's heart skipped a beat, instinctively reaching out to grasp Xing Yingzhu's hand. Should we deal with these people? Before Xing Zhao could finish, someone cut him off mid-sentence. Oh. Xing Zhao's heart sank momentarily as he reflexively turned toward the sound. On a higher part of the cliff behind them, Bai Li sat casually on the rock wall, smiling brightly as she looked down at them. Her attire was different from their last meeting. This time, she wore a dark silver armor set, her long hair tied high in a bun, a raven blue cloak fastened on her shoulders by a jet black buckle, and resting across her knees was a pitch black spear, making her look almost otherworldly. What a big commotion you've caused, Bai Li tilted her head slightly, looking at Xing Yingzhu curiously. Didn't I tell you about the shortcut? Xing Yingzhu. Xing Zhao. Ah. Bai Li didn't wait for a response, smacking her forehead and saying sheepishly, oh. I guess I forgot. Xing Zhao. Definitely intentional, Xing Zhao was certain. This had to be deliberate. He rolled his eyes inwardly at Bai Li, thinking how utterly dismissive and disgracefully bad her act was. Though Xing Zhao had only met her once before, he somehow felt she had probably been watching for quite some time already and just chose now to reveal herself. Bai Li squinted and smiled, then lightly pushed off the cliff wall with her foot, gracefully descending from the height above. She casually slung the long spear over her shoulder and approached them. Let's go, the sooner we get there, the sooner we're done, Bai Li said nonchalantly. Afterward, we can finish up and go eat. Xing Yingzhu silently scanned her over once, nodded faintly, and gave Xing Zhao's hand a small tug. Youth. Qingyang style. Lu Xianyan perked up upon seeing Bai Li, slowly standing up with trembling hand supported by a stone. The old man's eyes practically glowed as he stared intently at the patterns on Bai Li's armor, muttering in awe, it's actually true. Bai Li turned around, catching Lu Xianyan's gaze, and smiled warmly at him. Xing Zhao internally jolted, thinking that this old man's sanity level was alarmingly high. Xing Zhao wasn't sure whether he should commend the old man as a scientific fanatic or admire him for his incredible talent, but what he did know was that the professor had an extremely high tolerance for the supernatural. Even after witnessing such disastrous scenes, he not only dared approach them but also greeted Bai Li with enthusiasm, moving quickly despite his age. Remarkable, Xing Zhao admitted to himself. Is this scholar's spirit? Indeed admirable. Where are you heading? Lu Xianyan asked excitedly. Could you take me along? I've always suspected that the steel forest of Qingyang is nearby. That stone tablet, I know, is only partially revealed. Holy cow, Xing Zhao sucked in a sharp breath. He'd never encountered anyone as audaciously fearless before. Did this old man even realize what kind of non-human entities these people truly were? What if they got angry and decided to kill him? How would that work out? No, Professor Lu, Xing Zhao attempted to halt his wild imagination before a catastrophe could happen, struggling to say, this place we might go to is a bit dangerous and your body may not be able to handle it. Xing Zhao stretched his neck, racking his brain to make Lu Xianyan back down, but Bai Li shrugged indifferently with an almost mocking smile. Then let's go together. Xing Zhao. Are all these creatures that have survived since ancient times so odd-tempered? Xing Zhao wondered in confusion. Or was it that the era they came from mass-produced these negative traits? Bai Li hummed a little tune casually, twirled her spear into a flower, and walked ahead on her own. As she passed by Xing Yingzhu, she turned her head and locked eyes with him for a moment, finding some unclear meanings in each other's gaze. Chapter 136, It was Xing Yingzhu who pushed him down from the edge of the fissure. The shortcut that Bai Li mentioned was a passage carved into the cliff face. But to be honest, if one were to judge by normal linguistic standards, as Xing Zhao did, this path could not rightfully be called a shortcut. Because they had already been walking on this passage for nearly an hour, and they still hadn't reached the end. Bai Li and Xing Yingzhu, two superhuman beings unfamiliar with the concept of fatigue, walked ahead. Xing Zhao lagged behind them by about 10 steps, supporting Professor Lu, whose hair was silvered with age. This passage was deep and long, the opening in the cliff wall appeared artificially chiseled, with neatly shaped edges. However, due to years of disuse, it was completely covered by vegetation, and if you didn't look closely, you would never guess that there was a hidden world behind those layers of moss. The road was narrow, barely wide enough for two people to walk side by side. The cave was damp and dark, and after walking for a while, Xing Zhao felt a chill down his neck. He couldn't help but take out his phone, open the flashlight app, and create a bit of artificial brightness. "Turn it off," Lu Xiannian said kindly. "Otherwise, you'll be scared in a bit." Xing Zhao blinked, unsure what he meant. However, soon he realized Lu Xiannian's intention. Without the light, everything around was uniformly dark. But with the light on, his range of vision became limited, only able to see the area directly in front of him. The distant parts blurred at the edge of the light source, creating a fleeting illusion that he was trapped on an island. A cold shiver ran up Xing Zhao's spine, prompting him to instinctively turn off the flashlight. As the light appeared and then disappeared, he suddenly found himself plunged back into complete darkness, panicking for a moment and instinctively turning around to check the direction of the cave entrance. The road stretched straight ahead. Even after walking for so long, looking back, he could still see the entrance. However, the glow from the entrance had shrunk to a mere dot, easily swallowed by the surrounding darkness if stared at too long. "Young man," Lu Xiannian said. "Are you afraid?" Xing Zhao let out a bitter laugh, thinking to himself how anyone could have a sanity level as high as the old man's. If this were part of the Cthulhu mythos, the old man would undoubtedly dominate an entire episode. But before Xing Zhao could admit his fear, a slightly heavy footstep echoed from not far ahead. Apparently, someone had stepped on a stone, producing a small, extra sound in the quiet passage. Xing Zhao paused, only now realizing that it must have been Xing Yingzhu. Ahead lay impenetrable, pitch-black darkness. Yet Xing Yingzhu's silhouette always stayed comfortably within Xing Zhao's line of sight, not too close, but easily visible whenever Xing Zhao glanced up. At once, most of the panic in Xing Zhao's heart dissipated, and he even turned around to smile at Lu Xiannian. "A little," Xing Zhao admitted honestly. "But not much." Lu Xiannian also smiled, not asking further questions but instead turning his attention back to the walls beside him. He seemed intensely interested in the roughly carved wall, his eyes fixed on it unblinkingly, occasionally reaching out to touch it. After watching from the side for a while, Xing Zhao couldn't resist commenting, "You sure have some guts." Before Lu Xiannian could respond, Xing Zhao continued, "You've probably figured it out by now, the two ahead of us, there." Although Xing Zhao didn't make his statement explicit, anyone with reasonable eyesight could tell those two weren't human, after all, in modern society, who just casually flies around in the sky for no reason. "So what? This means my research direction is correct," Lu Xiannian chuckled, patting the damp wall as a joke. "I'm so old, more than half of me has already returned to the earth. If I can prove an entirely new historical system, dying would be worth it." Xing Zhao. "Your mindset is pretty optimistic," Xing Zhao thought. He now doubted whether Bai Li bringing Lu Xiannian along wasn't just to find a secluded place to kill and silence him. After walking for another 10 minutes or so, the originally rough walls began to become smoother, and the murals began to appear, blurred and crude. Having walked in the passageway for so long, their eyes had already adapted to the darkness. As soon as Lu Xiannian saw the murals, his eyes lit up, and without any assistance, he sprang nimbly to the wall, eagerly examining it from top to bottom. Murals are easier to understand than translating ancient texts, and even Xing Zhao couldn't help but take a closer look. Glancing roughly, he noticed that the mural near him was different from the one where Lu Xiannian was. The murals depicted an entire story. Xing Zhao picked out a segment midway and started observing, finding the time period depicted in the mural extremely ancient. Back then, people dressed simply, survived by starting fires, and when hunting, they wielded only sharpened wooden sticks and stones as weapons. This passage was incredibly long, and the murals on the walls seemed endless as well. Initially, people still wore rough hemp clothing and used fire to survive daily life. But later on, groups and tribes began to form, starting the first territorial governance. Weapons in their hands also turned from sharpened wooden sticks and stones into crude iron knives and spears. It was at this moment that the colors of the murals changed from a single tone to more vivid ones. Amidst the chaos of war, blue and red formed water and fire, these two colors collided with each other, messily smudging the originally regular murals. There was a great tear in the sky, and vibrant red poured down without fading, flowing along towering mountains reaching into the clouds down to the human world. Seeing this, Xing Zhao had an inexplicable sense that the red pigment on the painting felt very familiar. He instinctively reached out, his fingertips lightly touching the wall. At that instant it felt as though a rapid image flickered before his eyes, vivid red spread across everything, and amidst the blinding colors, he managed to open his eyes, catching sight of a tall, distant silhouette. Sheng Zhao briefly lost focus for a moment, but when he came to, that image had already vanished. That image had flashed by so quickly, like some kind of illusion. Sheng Zhao looked at his own hand with confusion, trying hard to recall the details of that one glance, yet he couldn't remember any part of it. Suddenly, Lu Xiannian beside him let out an exclamation, breaking Sheng Zhao's train of thought. Out of consideration for the elderly professor, Sheng Zhao turned around and asked what happened. It's nothing, nothing. Lu Xiannian waved his hands, barely concealing his excitement. Wow, it's too complete. Sheng Zhao was completely confused, looking back to see why, and noticed that Lu Xiannian's side of the mural contained much more information, but was also coarser. The main character in the mural was a man with silver hair. On either shoulder sat two golden large birds. He walked out of the tribe, crossed high mountains and vast rivers, and was admired by 10,000 people, eventually stepping on the feathers of the birds to reach a towering pillar piercing through the clouds. It read like the scene of a popular novel, Sheng Zhao thought. But soon after, the storyline of the story took a sharp turn. That man quickly merged into the clouds, leaving behind only the outline of his face, looking downward at the ground below. This scene felt a bit eerie. Sheng Zhao rubbed his arms, feeling a chill down his back. Before long, more faces appeared in the cloud of the mural. They formed a circle, silently watching the land below. Conflicts and wars broke out among the tribes on the ground, raising weapons against each other and plunging into an extraordinarily long-lasting battle. Throughout this process, the faces in the cloud gradually disappeared, from 5 to 4, then from 4 to 3, until finally even the silver-haired man was nowhere to be seen. The war on the ground gradually approached its end, the situation growing more intense. Large swaths of green and red chaotically smeared across the surface, and the style of painting began to resemble the murals on the other side. The interplay of water and fire, and the ensuing chaos, continued for a long time. Sheng Zhao keenly noticed that amidst the most chaotic parts where water and fire mingled, a human figure was gradually emerging. As the mural unfolded, that person became increasingly clear, acquiring both form and features. Upon recognizing the attire of the person depicted in the mural, Sheng Zhao felt a jolt, glancing together with Lu Xiannian toward the darkness in the distance. It was a young woman, wielding a long spear. Her features were unclear, but her cloak billowed high up in the air, as if fluttering with the wind. In the corner where her robe touched, there was a crooked ancient character carved there. Sheng Zhao ran his fingers over the old engraving, attempting to discern what it said. Chant. Lu Xiannian suddenly murmured, what does this mean? Is it a name, a title, or some sort of designation? No one answered him, because Sheng Zhao was now focused on looking at the next section of the mural. On both sides of the murals, she was the ender of this turmoil, but the content of the murals on each side was starkly different. On Sheng Zhao's side, the young woman wore a brilliant red outfit, surrounded by one green bird and one red bird. The red bird swallowed flames while the rampant floods were brushed away by the tail feathers of the green bird. The woman's face was concealed beneath monochromatic tones, making it somewhat distorted. However, on Lu Xiannian's side, the scene appeared much darker, with large patches of red forming the background color. The woman knelt half-bent on the ground, her head lowered, one hand plunged into her left chest, extracting a heart ablaze in fire. Immediately afterward, that heart disappeared from the picture, but dazzling rosy clouds suddenly emerged in the horizon. The mural abruptly ended here, followed by Bai Li's light-hearted voice drifting over. That child over there, don't get lost in second-hand myths anymore, otherwise Yingzhu will not wait for you. The name Xing Yingzhu was like a switch to Sheng Zhao. Without thinking, he eagerly ran forward a few steps before realizing that, unknowingly, they had already reached the end. At the end of the passage were two forks, one to the left and one to the right. Xing Yingzhu had already gone to the right, leaving Bai Li standing at the fork as if waiting for him. The passage after the turn was much shorter, only about 3 to 5 minutes long. Sheng Zhao soon squeezed out from the narrow path into an extremely spacious area. For a moment upon seeing what lay ahead, Sheng Zhao even doubted whether he was still inside the mountain. The open space in front of him was easily 10 stories high, its size terrifyingly vast, resembling a huge natural cavern. In the center of the space, a massive fissure split open across the ground, fiery light bursting through the chasm and illuminating the entire cave as bright as daylight. Xing Yingzhu stood by the crack, looking down into it with his head bowed. The sound of footsteps came again, and Bai Li appeared, carrying the unconscious Lu Xiannian. He casually dropped the old man aside, then brushed off the loose dust from his hands. Well, Bai Li said with a light chuckle, addressing Xing Yingzhu, didn't deceive you, did I? It's all back where it belongs. Xing Yingzhu didn't respond, not because he couldn't, but because every ounce of energy within him was consumed by something far greater. As he reconnected with his long-lost skeleton, a violent turmoil swept through both his body and spirit. The calmer he seemed on the outside, the more ferocious the storm brewing inside him. Xing Yingzhu could even hear the sound of his own blood flowing. The dragon-shaped birthmark beneath his collarbone emitted a scorching heat, its 8,000-year-old longing peaking now in a climax so intense it felt like swallowing him whole. Reach out, his instinct whispered persistently in his ears, almost hypnotizing. But Xing Yingzhu stayed still. Torn between his emotions and instincts, his psyche stretched painfully in two directions, frozen mid-struggle. Below the fissure burned a roaring flame, deep beneath which his skeleton lay buried. Through the flames, Xing Yingzhu could clearly see the outline of his bones, just as white and skeletal as they were 10,000 years ago. His former essence still flowed around them, intertwined with the dignity he could never forget, night after night. This was truly within arm's reach. For a moment, the fingertips hanging at Xing Yingzhu's side trembled slightly, but still, he made no move. After a long time, or perhaps just seconds, he suddenly sighed deeply. The tension in his shoulders eased somewhat, curving downward in a small arc. Sheng Xiaodao, Xing Yingzhu called him. Come here. Sheng Xiao had no idea of the inner tempestuous battle going on in Xing Yingzhu's heart. Habitually, he walked over to him, leaning over to glance down the chasm. Just one look sent him reeling back from the rising heat. Wow. Sheng Xiao patted his chest, feeling quite uneasy. You're not seriously planning to go down there and grab it, are you? This fire is insane. What if you get hurt? Are you afraid of fire or not? If it's dangerous, we should probably find a safer way to retrieve it. Sheng Xiao kept babbling, but not a single word entered Xing Yingzhu's ears. With a deep gaze fixed on Sheng Xiao, he suddenly raised his hand and gripped his shoulder. I said before, Xing Yingzhu spoke gravely. If you regret it, I'll. What would I regret? Xing Yingzhu bit his lips, stopping himself before he finished the sentence. Sheng Xiao was taken aback by this incomplete statement. Reaching out to touch Xing Yingzhu's forehead, he wondered if the other man had gotten too excited and lost his mind. Sheng Xiao, filled with unanswered questions, was about to ask Xing Yingzhu what regret he meant when he suddenly felt a powerful force emanate toward him. The next moment, his shoulder was seized in pain, and everything started spinning. Sheng Xiao's mind blanked out briefly as his body fell backward due to inertia. It wasn't until he saw Xing Yingzhu getting further and further away from the edge of the chasm that he belatedly realized one fact. Xing Yingzhu had pushed him down from the edge of the fissure. Chapter 137, the first glance he had seen in the world was Xing Yingzhu. Ironically, after Sheng Xiao fell, the intense craving raging inside Xing Yingzhu's body vanished instantly. It was as if something had been taken away from his body, and his heart instead filled with a vague sense of relief, not distressed, yet not exactly content either. A faint sound of air breaking came from behind, and Xing Yingzhu slightly turned his head. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Bai Li's spear draw a beautiful arc in midair, held firmly in her hands. You're quite generous, Bai Li remarked. Her words were cryptic, both emotion and attitude unclear, which made Xing Yingzhu wary. He couldn't help but shift his attention to her every movement. Anyway, I've done it, Xing Yingzhu replied nonchalantly, smiling. If you don't like it, you can only pull him out and kill him. Aren't you going to fight me? Bai Li countered. Xing Yingzhu let out a cold laugh, his attitude clear. Bai Li, holding the spear, walked around Lu Xian and towards Xing Yingzhu. She then stopped next to him and glanced down into the crevasse. The bottom of the crevasse was consumed by fierce flames where Xing Zhao's figure was no longer visible. The fire burned so hot that it seemed to warp the very air, the golden flames flickering. In their glow, the once clearly defined skeleton began to blur, creating an illusion of being swallowed by the flames. Xing Yingzhu was vigilant, prepared for Bai Li to make a move, but she simply tapped her foot lightly and leapt onto a protruding cliff on the side of the crevasse, sitting down as if reserving herself a VIP seat to observe. I'm just a little surprised, Bai Li said, smiling with a hint of amusement, her mood light as she added casually, I didn't expect you to be willing. This isn't like you. Xing Yingzhu caught her meaning and decided to sit near the crevasse as well. With one leg bent and the other stretched out over the crevasse's wall, his ankle lightly tapping on the scorching stones. That piece, was it taught by you? Xing Yingzhu asked suddenly. Yes, Bai Li answered openly, her smile revealing satisfaction. As expected, thought Xing Yingzhu. When did this happen? Why teach him? Xing Yingzhu inquired further. Unfortunately, Bai Li's answer everything streak only lasted for one question. She narrowed her eyes slightly, reverting back to her usual demeanor of evading direct answers. It's not always me answering your questions, Bai Li retorted, why don't you tell me first, how did you suddenly become willing, was it just a momentary impulse? Rarely did they have such calm exchanges. Perhaps because Sheng Zhao wasn't present, Xing Yingzhu paused for 2 seconds and surprisingly answered seriously. Yes and no, Xing Yingzhu said indifferently, I was willing up there on the cliff, thinking all the way until now, and it can be said that I deliberated deeply on this journey. Bai Li smiled mysteriously. But Xing Yingzhu knew himself, he hadn't told the whole truth. In reality, at the moment he compromised for Sheng Zhao, he already knew the answer in his heart. Though reluctant to admit it, the dim-witted Xing Xiaodao had unknowingly become more important to him than the old skeletal remains. I did teach him the tune, Bai Li spoke honestly, answering Xing Yingzhu's previous question, back then, I only taught him 1/3 of it, and why, you guess yourself. He has met me, Xing Yingzhu stated confidently, but I haven't met him, otherwise, I should remember. Being one of the few remaining old acquaintances, Xing Yingzhu understood Bai Li's methods reasonably well. Since Xing Zhao's piece wasn't a coincidence, it must have been intentional. Judging from the current situation, this intentionality likely involved him. The snake back then couldn't carry the power of your dragon soul and had difficulties while birthing halfway through, Bailey explained, your snake egg could not fall no matter what. When I passed by, the young man was nearby, so I casually taught him a few lines. In those few simple words, Xing Yingzhu had comprehended everything. Indeed, he had not remembered incorrectly, throughout the long passage of time, he had indeed never crossed paths with Xing Zhao. They had never met, never formed any karmic ties, like two perpetually parallel star tracks cutting through the endless night, briefly leaving each other a bit of luminous afterglow, one following the other. Xing Yingzhu suddenly smiled, pondering this notion, finding it somewhat fresh. Why was it him? Xing Yingzhu gazed at the roaring flames below the fissure, tilting his head slightly in confusion. Sheng Xiaodao, an utterly ordinary person, with an average destiny and nothing extraordinary about his soul, cycling reincarnation after reincarnation according to the routine, was no different from the countless common folk outside. The only thing special about his tie to the demon race stemmed from that incident years ago when he saved the snake mother. It hardly seemed like anything special at all. You said years ago that I should wait for someone, was it him you meant? Xing Yingzhu asked in return. Maybe yes, maybe no. Bailey gave a cryptic answer, pushing the question back at Xing Yingzhu. If you like him, then it's him. If you don't like him so much, then it isn't. Why him of all people? Xing Yingzhu thought again. Bailey spoke casually, but though her actions always appeared offhand, if one looked back after thousands of years, one could always sense some deeper meaning in her casualness and spontaneity. 8,000 years ago, when she had chanced upon Sheng Zhao in the deep mountains, how could she have known back then that she would take a liking to such a foolish boy 8,000 years later? He thought this and asked this very question. But Bailey touched the long spear on her knee, winking cunningly as she said, why not, guess. This time, Xing Yingzhu didn't guess. Instead, he touched his wrist. Ever since just now, the demon mark wrapped around his wrist had started moving. A line of dark gold gradually appeared out of thin air, flowing down the fissure and diving into the deeper inferno. Down below, Sheng Zhao hadn't had time to think too much. He had been so unprepared that subconsciously, he didn't even fear Xing Yingzhu might harm him. Tumbling down without any clear notion, all he had on his mind was the fleeting thought, am I already roasted before hitting the bottom? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, before he could panic or feel worried, he had already hit rock bottom. Surprisingly, the sensation inside the crack was completely different from what he felt on the outside. From above, he could feel the scorching heat even from afar. But when he himself descended, instead of being consumed by terrifying flames, something soft and cool embraced him. At first touch, it felt as if he'd landed on clouds. Right after, his vision went bright then dim, and those bright flames disappeared. Sheng Zhao landed awkwardly onto an icy set of bones, disoriented, with golden spots swimming in front of his eyes. The texture beneath was extremely unfriendly, hard and cold, causing discomfort. Flailing his limbs instinctively, Sheng Zhao unconsciously grabbed at something underneath him, trying to push himself up. But just as soon as he touched it, an ominous premonition arose within him. No way this is happening, Sheng Zhao nervously thought. Closing his eyes, he swallowed hard, then cautiously cracked them open slightly, hesitating endlessly before glancing downward. Crap, Sheng Zhao thought despairingly. If Xing Yingzhu finds out I landed straight onto his skeleton, he'll probably string me up in the elevator shaft as a weather charm. The object beneath his hand was icy smooth, the pale white dragon skeleton shimmering faintly with a glow. Before Xing Zhao could devise an emergency plan for accidentally disgracing my boyfriend's last incarnation's bones, the skeleton abruptly transformed into a streak of dark golden light, which then penetrated into his body via their point of contact. And then, that colossal skeleton, whose size was beyond description, simply vanished where it stood. Sheng Zhao stared blankly, shocked as if struck by lightning, feeling as if he'd been split cleanly in half. Never in his wildest dreams did Sheng Zhao expect this bone to break apart so easily at his touch. Panicked immediately, the first thought that popped into his head was whether he could still retrieve this object and give it back to Xing Yingzhu. However, before he could ponder further, he suddenly felt a void beneath him, and he plummeted once more into midair. This time, his soul seemed to be descending along with him. Sheng Zhao's consciousness briefly detached, entering an indescribable state. In that instant, many unresolved mysteries came to him effortlessly. For instance, why Xing Yingzhu pushed him down here. He could sense something flowing through every inch of his limbs, bones, and joints. It felt like warm water permeating his body, snug and comfortable, following his skeletal structure to every blood vessel. In this hazy and intangible condition, Sheng Zhao seemed to perceive a form of inner vitality radiating outward. He knew clearly in his heart that it came from the light which had merged into his body earlier. The great dragon skeleton encased his originally fragile bone marrow, almost as if fortifying it, erecting a framework within his original body and supporting his wavering spirit. It felt as if he remained in this state for only a few seconds, yet also millions of years. After an unknown duration, Sheng Zhao felt a sudden heaviness returning to his body, the weight settling back upon him. Moving his fingertips slightly, he found the motion both awkward and unfamiliar. He couldn't even lift a finger, feeling as if the only part of his body still under his control were his eyelids. So he simply stopped troubling himself and just struggled to open his eyes. The moment Xing Zhao opened his eyes, 2 warm drops of liquid fell from above, landing precisely in his eyes. Blood trailed down the corners of his eyes, covering his vision with a reddish film. This was Xing Yingzhu's blood, Xing Zhao somehow knew clearly. All around was pitch black, only a bright moon hung in the sky, its light cold and clear. A single, thin beam of moonlight slanted down and followed after, landing right into Xing Zhao's eyes. On the towering mountain before him lay a dragon with elegant lines, its wings slightly drawn in as its claws rested atop the mountain peak, giving Xing Zhao an exceptionally beautiful profile. I remember now, Xing Zhao thought. In ancient times, Nuwa molded humans out of earth, their mud bodies dried under the sun by day, and when it came time to call their souls, it was always at night. Mud people should use the moon as a medium to summon their souls, but when Xing Zhao opened his eyes, Xing Yingzhu's blood landed in them earlier than the moonlight. And so, emerging slowly from the long chaos, his soul breaking free from the yellow earth and rivers, the first sight he saw upon entering this world was Xing Yingzhu. Chapter 138, All names and all beings, none do not know me. He really looks good, Xing Zhao thought. At this moment, his soul that had gone through thousands of years of reincarnation retraced, returning to the pure and ethereal state. Before thoughts and spirits formed, he instinctively imprinted this view into his heart. It was Xing Yingzhu, Xing Zhao thought. Before him were his blood, his flesh and bone, his mighty and awe-inspiring previous life. The vast sky was covered by a thin membrane of bloody haze, the bright moon and the night were stained with a pale red, the first sight of Xing Zhao's adulthood. All the scenery within his sight was tinted with the color of Xing Yingzhu. Thus, Xing Zhao's gaze swept over this fresh world, eventually settling on Xing Yingzhu. A dragon with wings on its back lay crouched on the mountaintop, its long tail winding down along the mountain wall, the moonlight falling on it, refracting beautiful light from the dragon scales. Xing Yingzhu suddenly seemed aware of something. He slightly moved, turning his head toward Xing Zhao's direction, as if exchanging a glance with him from afar on the mountain peak. Xing Zhao's heart jumped first, until he saw Xing Yingzhu indifferently turn away, then did he slowly exhale a turbid breath. That's right, Xing Zhao thought. When the candle dragon opens its eyes, the day becomes clear, when it closes its eyes, the sun sets. Now with the moon hanging in the middle of the sky, it meant Xing Yingzhu's eyes were closed, and he could not see him. Not until Xing Yingzhu sank into a deep sleep on the mountain peak did Xing Zhao slowly blink. The dragon blood lingering in his eye socket slid down the corner of his eye as he blinked, the blood mist dispersing. Only then did Xing Zhao finally see the true form of the world. This one glance was Xing Zhao's only intersection with Xing Yingzhu in this life, during which his intellect was just starting to open up and he understood nothing, merely following instinctual attraction to converge with other compatriots. Thus, he turned his body covered with the starlight across the night sky, disappearing into the darkness, never seeing that dragon again. Since then, his earth-sculpted body has been reborn and died repeatedly in endless cycles, but his spirit induced by the dragon's blood has always remained alive, until today. Xing Zhao found it hard to describe his feelings at this moment. He just suddenly realized why his heartbeat was faster and stronger than Xing Yingzhu's when they were above the Tsutan Gorge and the skeleton was about to appear. Because he had already seen Xing Yingzhu. He knew Xing Yingzhu earlier than he imagined, and under circumstances he himself wasn't aware of, his soul had remembered Xing Yingzhu first. This realization brought Xing Zhao a bit of secret joy, as if he had finally caught onto some leverage against Xing Yingzhu, a little secret that even Xing Yingzhu didn't know, exclusively belonging to him. His chest felt warm and comforting, Xing Yingzhu's temperature tended to be cool, but the skeleton was unusually warm. That warmth spread throughout his body, eventually gathering at his chest, giving Xing Zhao the illusion of being embraced by Xing Yingzhu. The scene before Xing Zhao suddenly dissipated, that fleeting moment of ancient times passing quickly like in the past, leaving behind only a vast white fog. Sensations in his limbs returned, Xing Zhao sat up from the ground, looking down at his hands, noticing he still wore the same clothes he came in, with a bit of mud on his jeans. Xing Zhao didn't think about where he was or how to get out. Instead, he stood up, examining his hand with newfound interest, first bending his fingers to make a fist, then slowly loosening them. After several repetitions, he also felt his behavior was rather foolish, laughing at himself, and shaking his hands. The feeling of strangeness from the dragon transforming into bones had disappeared, leaving only a faint warmth behind. Xing Zhao touched his chest, hearing the soft tinkling of bells coming from the dense fog. The copper bell sound was delicate and fragmented, exactly the tune Xing Yingzhu once helped him complete. An assumption bubbled up in Xing Zhao's mind, yet he was unsure whether it was believable. He slapped the dirt off his clothes and proceeded toward the mist. Xing Zhao wasn't quite sure if he was dreaming or had mistakenly entered somewhere else. It was strange, as he took steps forward, the mist around him gradually dissipated, much like he was a human defogger. He didn't know how long he walked through the fog before he gradually began to see a silhouette in the mist. Only a vague outline of the figure was visible, seemingly crouched on the ground not far away. Xing Zhao subconsciously treaded lighter, instinctively recognizing the figure. "Yingzhu," Xing Zhao called out. A reply soon came through the thick mist, sounding somewhat impatient. The dragon's voice was a little deeper and colder than Xing Yingzhu's, sounding rather unfamiliar. "Who is there?" he asked. As more mist dispersed, Xing Zhao took a few more steps forward, gradually getting a clearer look at the dragon. He looked just like he did years ago on the mountaintop under the moon, only now he seemed a bit lethargic, lazily resting on a green rock, half asleep and half awake. His tail swiped back and forth anxiously, as if his mood wasn't too great. The young Xing Yingzhu of yore was violent and cruel, his malevolence almost radiating from him in waves. He had consumed countless spirits of the mountains and wilds, with a temperament so unpredictable that he didn't even care about close family members, be it his parents or siblings. His dangerous nature could be rated with 10 stars. Had this been the old Xing Zhao, even if he were given 200 more lives, he would not dare to provoke the ancient divine dragon who hadn't yet been influenced by human society. But now, he strangely felt no fear at all, instinctively knowing that he was approachable. You don't know who I am, yet you still agreed? What if I've come to seek revenge? Xing Zhao said, you should at least ask how I know you. The dragon finally opened his eyes, sparing a glance toward Xing Zhao, then lifting his head and looking down at him from above. All names and all beings, none do not know me, he said. Xing Zhao eventually thought, this really was still a baby dragon. Though judging someone of double-digit age as a baby might sound rather arrogant, Xing Zhao couldn't help but feel amused nonetheless. Although Mr. Xing may also be arrogant, he usually does what he pleases, and doesn't overtly show off his uniqueness and pride in such an obvious manner. Though perhaps the analogy isn't quite right, but Xing Zhao felt the little dragon resembled a child who had yet to experience the harshness of life's beatings. He was finally amused by his own musings, his eyes crinkling at the corners, his gaze softening as he laughed heartily. Indeed, Xing Zhao said, famous and well-known, thunderously famous. The young dragon narrowed his eyes, examining him for a while, then spreading the wings on his back as he stood up from the ground. This forced Xing Zhao to look up in order to see him. To be honest, based on Xing Zhao's sense of aesthetics, even if one threw Xing Yingzhu into a crowd of dragons, he would still think Mr. Xing was the most handsome among them. But this was the first time Xing Zhao had ever seen his dragon form so closely. The dragon's claws sunk slightly into the damp, soft earth, the lines of his horns were both beautiful and unobtrusive, there was a radiant circle of scales around his neck, and at the tip of his tail was a faint trace of auspicious cloud-like patterns. The young dragon before him was entirely different from Xing Zhao's usual perception, but he still thought it was wonderful, beautiful, and familiar. At this point, Xing Zhao couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness in his heart. Xing Yingzhu must have desired this state for 8,000 years, coming so close to returning to his original form, but ultimately giving it up himself. For him, Xing Zhao thought. It made sense why Xing Yingzhu had been acting abnormally earlier. His silence and distraction, the way he gazed upon the surging waters beneath his feet with a wistful expression. Mr. Xing had a sharp tongue and a strong face, always refusing to speak of any good deeds he might have done. He kept silent throughout their journey and didn't reveal a word of his plans to Xing Zhao. When he pushed him down the mountain cliff near the rift, he seemed decisive without hesitation. But Xing Zhao knew, it wasn't that he didn't care. It was just that he never said anything. Xing Yingzhu's love had always hidden in the details, special treatment, compromise, guarding the scale and blood belonging to him, even his mighty backbone standing steadfast. He wouldn't say a word, but he would do everything. Xing Zhao suddenly felt warmth in his chest, tears pricking at his eyes, overwhelmed with gratitude until bubbles seemed to be forming in his veins. Instinctively, he took a step forward, wanting to reach out and touch the young dragon. The dragon didn't expect anyone in the world to be this audacious, nearly stupefied by the sudden move, forgetting to retreat for a moment. But Xing Zhao emitted a scent extremely familiar to the dragon. The young dragon sniffed impatiently, suddenly feeling curious. Confused, the young dragon flapped his wings, not bothering to avoid Xing Zhao, instead leaning closer and sniffing all over him. His size was comparable to a full-scale replica model of those large dinosaurs found in museums, just his head alone was almost as tall as Xing Zhao, bringing an immense visual impact, much like watching a disaster movie in VR. But Xing Zhao obviously had already adapted to the fact that his partner was not human, receiving it with remarkable calmness. However, he didn't expect the sudden enthusiasm from the young dragon, nearly losing his balance due to the unexpected movement. What's wrong? Xing Zhao treated him like the boyfriend he used to casually embrace, habitually holding his neck for support, then rubbing his hand along him while asking, puzzled, why are you suddenly? Xing Zhao didn't finish his sentence when the young dragon impatiently shook his head and freed himself, sniffing all over him once again. Finally, he bumped against Xing Zhao's hand that touched the skeleton. Strange, the young dragon muttered to himself, this is me, but it's not me, it's you, yet it's not you. Xing Zhao paused, surprised that even he could perceive the difference. He had initially thought that he fell into the divine realm and encountered his previous incarnation as a young dragon, but now it seemed that was not the case. He could even perceive the reinforced state of his own body, obviously aware of everything. The situation became very delicate all at once. Xing Zhao's heart raced nervously, wondering how to respond, thinking there's no way he could just tell him that it's because his bones are currently inside his body. Does he even know that he has already died once? Thus, Xing Zhao coughed awkwardly and asked cautiously, where is this place? Why are you here? This is beneath the Yangtze River estuary, the young dragon deigned to answer reluctantly, recognizing the familiar energy, I've been here for 8,000 years. Xing Zhao understood. During their casual conversations earlier, Xing Yingzhu had mentioned the abyss of the Forbidden Sea to him, also speaking of seeing Bai Li there. At the time, Xing Zhao had questioned more about the principle behind this phenomenon, never expecting it to come into play here. The young dragon before him was indeed from 8,000 years ago, but also not entirely so. He should be a fragment of residual consciousness lingering in Xing Yingzhu's skeleton. Chapter 139, It turns out that every step I took away from him was actually leading me towards him. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Xing Zhao felt a pang of inexplicable heartache. He took a step forward, intending to reach out and embrace the other, but alas, Little Long in his rebellious phase wasn't having any of it and turned away to avoid his hand. "What are you doing?" Little Long asked irritably. "I like you," Xing Zhao said amiably. "I just want to give you a hug, you used to let me." Xing Zhao wasn't lying. In his current state, he defied physical definition. The figure before him was Little Long from 8,000 years ago, yet the timeline was already 8,000 years later. Referring to Xing Boss as before seemed perfectly reasonable. Unfortunately for him, Little Long was not Xing Boss. He had no patience for such sappy behavior, maintaining his aloof persona and preventing Xing Zhao from achieving his goal. Xing Zhao didn't seem too disheartened. Thanks to the buff from Xing Yingzhu, all he could feel toward Little Long was sympathy and affection, making it impossible to be angry. In fact, as he looked at the other, he couldn't help but wonder if Xing Yingzhu had been exactly like this back then. He'd assumed that Xing Boss was a maverick, standing firm against the swift flow of time, much like a stone rooted in a river. But now, upon closer inspection, it wasn't entirely so. Unconsciously, time had smoothed him out just a little, making him somewhat different from who he once was. Xing Zhao stopped pushing his luck. Instead, he fished around in his pocket and pulled out a milk candy. Ever since being with Xing Yingzhu, he'd taken to keeping an assortment of bizarre snacks in his pocket, using them as playful indulgences with Xing Boss. Xing Yingzhu would generally go along with these antics, allowing himself to be cheered up by these small favors. "Do you want some?" Xing Zhao peeled off the wrapper and offered the candy to Little Long, saying, "It's a new flavor I bought yesterday, vanilla milk." Little Long glanced briefly at the candy in his hand, flicked his tail, and asked coldly, "What is it?" "It's something you like," Xing Zhao coaxed patiently. Little Long eyed him suspiciously for a while, pondering why he was being so obliging. After hesitating for a bit, he finally moved closer and snatched the candy from Xing Zhao's palm. His tongue brushed softly, warm, prompting Xing Zhao to unconsciously curl his fingers, feeling slightly ticklish. "You've taken everything from me, so eating one candy from you doesn't even come close to settling debts," Little Long declared confidently. Xing Zhao couldn't help but smile again. Too cute, Xing Zhao thought. If Xing Boss was brazenly unreasonable, Little Long was stubbornly finding ways to save face. After giving away the candy, Xing Zhao felt marginally better. Instinctively rubbing his palms, his gaze clung to the other person, unwillingly shifting away. The faint traces of a smile also dimmed on his face. Deep down, he had a vague sense that when he left this place, he would never see such a version of Xing Yingzhu again. Because those dragon bones had already merged into his body, disappearing forever. Perhaps due to his prolonged silence, Little Long finished the candy and slowly noticed the complex depth hidden in the man's eyes. This stare made Little Long feel uneasy all over. After pausing, he lowered his head and moved closer to fixate on Xing Zhao. Xing Zhao involuntarily flinched, finding this look strangely familiar. When Little Long wasn't throwing tantrums, the enduring aura of menace around him gradually surfaced. He neither smiled nor spoke, only slightly squinted, examining Xing Zhao with an almost focused gaze. His eyes carefully scanned Xing Zhao's expressions, missing not a single detail, as though trying to bore a hole through him. Xing Zhao instinctively shivered, momentarily mistaking himself for looking directly into the eyes of Xing Yingzhu 8,000 years in the future. "Why do you have this expression?" Little Long's voice deepened, asking, "Do you regret taking my skeleton?" For some reason, when the word skeleton came out of Little Long's mouth, Xing Zhao involuntarily wanted to argue back instinctively. But as the words reached his lips, he suppressed himself. "So, you knew." Xing Zhao chuckled bitterly. "It's not reluctance, it's that. I feel sorry for you." Little Long gave him a disdainful glance, stepping back a little, clearly uninterested in Xing Zhao's sentimentalities. Xing Zhao scratched his head, feeling how truly cringeworthy his words were. Luckily, he was dealing with a fragment of residual spirit instead of Xing Yingzhu in person, otherwise, he'd probably be digging a hole in the ground to bury himself right about now. But what he said was genuinely true. Because this remaining fragment of consciousness was the sole trace left of Xing Yingzhu from a past life. Once Little Long disappeared too, those lingering obsessions that Xing Yingzhu couldn't forget would truly become relics of the past. Xing Zhao didn't know how Xing Yingzhu might be feeling at this moment, but he knew all too well how he himself felt. He couldn't bear to part with him. Little Long gave him a quick glance, feeling highly tempted to make a snide comment about his expression. The words of disdain were already on the tip of his tongue, but when he saw Xing Zhao lower his head and sigh, something strange happened. Little Long inexplicably swallowed that remark. So irritating, Little Long thought. This definitely didn't suit my taste at all. I wonder how this guy managed to deceive me out of my skeleton. Grousing inwardly, Little Long still shifted closer toward Xing Zhao, unwillingly lowering his head in an almost accidental gesture as if brushing against Xing Zhao's hand unintentionally. Xing Zhao stared with wide eyes, astonished. Unlike Xing Yingzhu, who had grown accustomed to his teasing, it was evident that Little Long didn't enjoy being touched or cuddled, nor did he like interacting closely with others, yet the previous brush had been too deliberate to pass off as a mere accident. In an instant, Sheng Zhao's heart melted like water. You really are. Sheng Zhao started to say, but stopped mid-sentence, swallowing the rest of his sentence with a soft smile. Little Long blinked his eyes but ignored him. A sudden realization struck Sheng Zhao, it was time for him to go back. He instantly realized he needed to return. Though reluctant to part from Little Long, Sheng Zhao also knew that outside the illusion, Xing Yingzhu was waiting for him. I have to leave, Sheng Zhao murmured, his fingers at his sides twitching slightly. Your scales feel amazing to touch. Little Long. As soon as Sheng Zhao finished speaking, the faint mist surrounding them completely dissipated, revealing that he hadn't moved far away after all. He was still below the rift, merely on the other side. What used to be roaring flames beneath the rift was now just a broad river behind him. The river surged forth, the opposite bank hidden in darkness. Somehow, Sheng Zhao felt a peculiar clarity, it would mean returning if he simply walked across. How will you get back? Little Long turned and mocked derisively. You're just a spirit, if you step into this river, you'll be pulled down to the bottom, afterward either shredded by gales or crushed until your soul dissipates. Who knows? Hearing this, Sheng Zhao froze. He hadn't expected this complication, becoming perplexed immediately. Sheng Zhao stood hesitating beside the river for a while, looking around for anything like wood to use, when suddenly he noticed Little Long stretching his body, adjusting his position to lie on the ground. Then, his long dragon tail swept over, casually bridging the river as though creating a bridge for him. This stunned Sheng Zhao completely. When Little Long scared him earlier, he never once thought that the other would help, not to mention helping like this. Xing Boss always valued appearances more than life itself. Even during their adventures flying above seas and skies, Sheng Zhao was never allowed to ride on him, maintaining his star power tightly. If Xing Boss behaved like this, then Little Long, who had presumably never experienced such humility, certainly wouldn't have done so willingly. Afraid of misunderstanding the gesture, Sheng Zhao stood frozen for a moment, hesitant to move. But Little Long couldn't contain himself anymore and turned to look at Sheng Zhao, challenging, do you dare cross? I dare. Sheng Zhao suddenly grinned, leaning forward to kiss Little Long's scales before cautiously climbing onto his back. Little Long impatiently flicked his tail tip but didn't throw him off because of the sudden action. Halfway through the journey, rain began falling from the sky. Fine droplets splashed into the river beside him, tapping circles of ripples at his side. Sheng Zhao continued moving, instinctively reaching out to cup a handful, catching a single drop. That raindrop fell into Sheng Zhao's palm, and upon spreading his hand, he realized that the droplet had frozen into a snowflake at some point. Before he could blink, its intricate ice patterns melted within the warmth of his hand, flowing along his lifelines. At this moment, Sheng Zhao seemed to sense something and abruptly turned back. On the other side of the river, Little Long twisted his neck, watching his departing direction. His gaze was calm yet profound, black like a deep abyss. He stared intently, resembling both the dragon from the previous life and Xing Yingzhu. In a fleeting moment, Sheng Zhao lost track of time and place, recalling the glance missed atop the mountain under the moonlight, even though Xing Yingzhu had already looked back. It dawned on Sheng Zhao that everything in the world has cause and effect. After circling back and forth, all roads eventually lead to the same destination. Just like that time when he left Xing Yingzhu behind with a blood-streaked moonlit farewell only to meet again 8,000 years later when he walked into the building holding nothing but a resume. An urge welled up in his chest, prompting him to wave toward Little Long. I'm going to see you. Sheng Zhao shouted. After shouting out that sentence like a naive youth, Sheng Zhao no longer hesitated, turned around, and swiftly sprinted toward the opposite bank. The reluctance in his heart had vanished without a trace. It was as if there was a seed inside him, ready to sprout at any moment. Only by seeing Xing Yingzhu could that seed germinate in his chest and grow, giving him a sense of unbridled relief. Sheng Zhao could feel the gaze that followed him like a shadow. The raindrops brushed past his side, falling into the river and creating beautiful ripples, yet not a single drop managed to wet him. Xing Yingzhu, Sheng Zhao thought, it turns out every step I took away from him was actually leading me closer to him. Chapter 140, Come to See Me. You always have to give up something in the end. After all, you must let go to gain. So you're asking me to wait for someone, actually, awake already? Sheng Zhao vaguely overheard a disconnected conversation, his mind confused for a moment before he realized that the last sentence by Xing Yingzhu was directed at him. He opened his eyes and found himself lying next to Xing Yingzhu. The dragon boss stood by the edge of the rift, one hand in his pocket, with his clothes slightly wrinkled. He had just been chatting idly, his body facing another direction while only slightly tilting his face toward Sheng Zhao, his gaze not yet fully focused back. Sheng Zhao blinked and saw the nonchalant side of his face. After wandering on the other shore for so long, with a flood of chaotic information flooding his brain, he now opened his eyes to find Xing Yingzhu once more, suddenly feeling as if a millennium-long dream had ended. But in every dream's awakening, there he was, the dragon. Damn, thought Sheng Zhao, and how does the mature version seem even more charming? Sheng Zhao's brash impulsiveness hadn't dissipated yet, so he almost without hesitation scrambled up from the ground, and then directly dove into Xing Yingzhu's arms, lowering his head to embrace his waist. "I've missed you like crazy," Sheng Zhao whispered. Bai Li sitting high up in the VIP seats arched an eyebrow and whistled softly. Xing Yingzhu, however, showed no surprise at all. He caught the small cannonball coming straight at him with one hand, smiling faintly as he lightly pinched his chin. "Come to see me?" Xing Yingzhu said. Sheng Zhao's face turned scarlet instantly. You knew." Sheng Zhao accused. Xing Yingzhu raised an eyebrow, expressing a superior boast of, "What don't I know?" Compared to the pure-hearted and shy young dragon, this clearly mature version had a thicker skin. Sheng Zhao was utterly powerless against it, embarrassed to the point that he wished he could jump back into the rift. Unfortunately, the dragon boss enjoyed seeing him in such embarrassment, unable to do anything about it. He smirked and eyed Sheng Zhao up and down with a glance that seemed like it could strip him bare for a jog. Xing Yingzhu kept looking until Sheng Zhao felt cold down his spine, then finally commented with profound meaning, "Ran pretty fast, so eager." Sheng Zhao. Sheng Zhao fumed under Xing Yingzhu's teasing, his brain CPU almost fried from all the "you" and "me" mumbling, missing the crucial chance to turn the tide entirely. Bai Li chuckled. Xing Yingzhu turned his head, pressed Sheng Zhao's head closer to his shoulder, and looked at Bai Li with apparent dissatisfaction. "What are you staring at?" Xing Yingzhu snapped irritably. Bai Li blinked her eyes, surprisingly saying, "Well, you could at least be polite to me, your little buddy is still an illegal resident after all." Xing Yingzhu. She did have a point. Mortals achieving immortality violate the natural order. His bones might help reconstruct Sheng Zhao's flesh and blood, but they can't alter the fact that he was originally human. If carefully examined, Bai Li would indeed need to use some connections. Nevertheless, Bai Li's warning was rather perfunctory. She smiled faintly, appearing completely relaxed as if she wasn't truly planning to make things difficult for Xing Yingzhu. "Never mind," Bai Li exaggeratedly sighed, saying, "Since you're willing to give so much, it wouldn't look good on me if I didn't reciprocate." Xing Yingzhu. The dragon boss clenched his teeth, itching to start a fight with her right there and then, but restrained this impulse very reluctantly due to the presence of his companion. Bai Li laughed lightly and stopped bothering him. She stood up and glanced down at the crevice below. Then, after a brief silence, she twirled the long spear in her hand and threw it precisely into the crevice. Sheng Zhao only saw the spear flash past his eyes before disappearing into the blazing flames. Instantly, the fire surged upward, flames shooting up 3 zhang high, nearly spilling out of the crack. But in just a moment, the flames subsided and even disappeared entirely. A slight tremor rippled through the earth beneath Sheng Zhao's feet, as though something were spreading rapidly underground. Sheng Zhao had a sudden understanding, knowing that it was likely a new net. After Xing Yingzhu's skeleton left this place, Bai Li set up a new lock here. That tremble soon vanished, but as a living creature surviving on this land, Sheng Zhao inexplicably felt a heavy stone in his chest lift, just like when the sword of Damocles was finally removed, a deep sense of peace emerging from within him. It was quite unexpected for Xing Yingzhu to witness the scene, and his gaze became complicated as he repeated Bai Li's previous statement verbatim. "You really don't hesitate," Xing Yingzhu said. Bai Li clapped off the dust from her hands, jumped down, and started walking away. "It doesn't matter," Bai Li said cheerfully, "among us old immortal beings, there should always be a few who get their heart's desire." As she walked out, Bai Li seemed to recall something and tossed an object from her bosom backward. Sheng Zhao felt a flash before his eyes, and instinctively reached out to catch it. It turned out to be a jade short flute. "Here," Bai Li said with a smile, "cultivation is not easy. Both of you take care." The jade flute was pleasantly warm to the touch, as if carrying its own beneficial buff. Simply holding it, Sheng Zhao could feel a soothing aura emanating from it. It was unimaginable how much more effective it would be to play half that tune with this flute, perhaps 10,000 times better. Sheng Zhao didn't know where he got the courage from, but impulsively asked, "Why have you helped us so much?" While speaking, Bai Li had already reached the tunnel entrance she came through. She seemed surprised that Sheng Zhao had asked such a question and turned around to look at him. "No reason in particular." Bai Li's tone lifted slightly as she jokingly replied, "I just favor handsome ones." Xing Yingzhu. Sheng Zhao. With that, Bai Li burst into a hearty laugh, spun around, and picked up Lu Xiannian with one hand. She waved casually over her shoulder, never looking back as she strode off confidently. Her figure soon vanished into the pitch-black tunnel. Holding the flute, Sheng Zhao stared blankly for a moment before swallowing hard and sincerely exclaimed, "This person is quite remarkable." This time even Xing Yingzhu didn't contradict him. "But we too are also quite peculiar." Perhaps because everyone else here had left, leaving only himself and Xing Yingzhu, the former discomfort Sheng Zhao had experienced dissipated considerably. He shyly pursed his lips, quickly glanced at Xing Yingzhu, and said, "Hard to put into words, it's like I've known you forever, yet I haven't." Xing Yingzhu brushed away the sweat-dampened hair by his temple and asked, "Do you not feel well?" "No, I feel great," Sheng Zhao thought for a moment and added, "Really great." In those long years past, he had gone through countless reincarnations, never crossing paths with Xing Yingzhu, which ought to have been a very regrettable matter, yet Xing Zhao felt genuinely happy about it. Because for both him and Xing Yingzhu, their connection was pure. Xing Yingzhu hadn't carried forward emotions from a previous life towards him, and he hadn't treated Xing Yingzhu differently due to a fleeting first glance when newly born. They met under strange circumstances, one remembered seeing the other but had no memory, while the other had benefited greatly without ever meeting the real person. Yet somehow, when they finally met, they had fallen deeply and purely in love with each other alone. On top of that, these scattered fated connections seemed to naturally carry a sense of meant to be, making everything unforgettable. But it's a pity you don't know, Xing Zhao couldn't help but say, when I first saw you on the mountain peak under the moon, it was truly. He wanted to say, stunning, but it didn't feel quite right, so he got stuck for lack of a proper word. Little did he know, Xing Yingzhu suppressed a grin and leaned closer to his ear, whispering, I know. Xing Zhao froze. At that moment, your heart was beating very fast. Xing Yingzhu placed his hand on Xing Zhao's chest and seductively murmured, this place was the first organ to come alive when you were human. Boom. Xing Zhao was immediately ignited. At the moment he gained consciousness, he hadn't comprehended anything, but now hearing Xing Yingzhu recount it, he suddenly felt a stirring sensation of fate. Truly, a powerful demon lord was still a powerful demon lord. Once he started using his charm, it could literally drive someone crazy. Within seconds, Xing Zhao's heart rate shot past 100 beats per minute, threatening to reach 180 any moment. The rhythm of his heartbeat under Xing Yingzhu's palm was obviously disrupted. Xing Yingzhu let out a soft chuckle. He moved his right hand slightly, and Xing Zhao's attention was instantly captured by his every movement. The demon packed on Xing Yingzhu's right wrist was intentionally revealed, a golden black line sliding down his wrist, gracefully curving in midair, and finally wrapping around Xing Zhao's left hand. Demon packs weren't entirely useless, Xing Yingzhu mused. At least in moments like these, it proved highly useful. He conveniently forgot about the blunder at the Abyssal Sea Gate and rated this thing positively in his mind, feeling proud of his wise decision-making. Staring at the line, Xing Zhao belatedly remembered that this thing could allow one to see the other's perspective during specific times. So, Xing Yingzhu had. I saw too, Xing Yingzhu confirmed indeed. Xing Zhao slowly covered his face with his hands, wishing he could fry an egg on his burning cheeks. That explains why the mirror on Mount Longhu wanted to tie us together back then, Xing Zhao muttered unhappily. Turns out the root cause was this. Xing Yingzhu raised an eyebrow, clearly recalling that incident as well. Pretty accurate, Xing Yingzhu said. Mount Longhu truly has some good stuff hidden away. Xing Zhao. What's with your bandit tone? Xing Yingzhu's distraction managed to cool down Xing Zhao's heated face a little. He rubbed his face, then looked up and stared at Xing Yingzhu seriously for a moment. Mr. Xing had been lounging around carefree, letting him stare, until after a while he realized that the staring was going on for too long. Thus, he voiced out a questioning tone. I was just suddenly thinking about how your blood helped me attract souls back in the day, Xing Zhao said, and now it's your bones helping me with immortality. Seems like you've invested a lot into me. Xing Yingzhu gave out a low laugh, casually patting Xing Zhao's back as if it were nothing. This is what we call a true fusion of bone and blood, Xing Yingzhu said. Chapter 141, Adults Don't Choose, Both Are Good. Half an hour after Bai Li's departure, Xing Yingzhu and Xing Zhao also emerged one after another from the tunnel. Actually, within just a few short hours, the amount of information Xing Zhao had received wave after wave had almost overwhelmed him. He had countless questions to ask Xing Yingzhu and many things he wanted to say to him, about the dragon bone, about his past life, and also about what they should do in the future. Relying on the dragon bone, Xing Yingzhu had pulled him out of the cycle of reincarnation. What should he do next? What exactly was he? Xing Zhao was still unclear about these things. And even the seventh prince, who had appeared hastily and departed quickly, providing unintentional assistance to the antagonist, left Xing Zhao full of questions. However, he silently embraced Xing Yingzhu for a while. During this period, they exchanged 2 affectionate kisses, but ultimately, he didn't ask anything. For the first time in his life, Xing Zhao felt no urgency. In his rational mind, he clearly knew that his life had already changed compared to before. Mr. Xing had extended his limited life, dragging its other end into the deep flow of time, where it couldn't be seen or touched anymore. When something is obtained in sufficient quantity, it's hard for it to evoke any sense of crisis. After returning from the Northern Sea, the strange worry Xing Zhao had about being separated from life and death with Xing Yingzhu disappeared all at once. For the first time in his life, he developed a grounded sense of security regarding time, forming the concept of having much time ahead. The future was long, so there was no rush to resolve all the problems immediately. He had ample time to sit down with Xing Yingzhu, unraveling those questions slowly like peeling threads, then breaking them down and integrating them into their ordinary yet enduring lifetime. How wonderful, Xing Zhao thought, this was truly a divine life he had never dared to imagine before. Xing Yingzhu thought the same way, and even more so. As a great demon who had lived since ancient times, he contemplated far more than the newly minted naive Xing Zhao. He always felt that his intersections with Xing Zhao were not only those 2 instances. He was certain that over the years, although they had never met face to face, Bai Li's hints had given him a different sense. Perhaps in those cycles of rebirth, he and Xing Zhao had brushed past each other countless times, without either of them knowing. This conjecture brought Xing Yingzhu some joy akin to treasure hunting. It made him subconsciously recall his lengthy life experiences, trying to pick out some interesting fragments from them. But he wasn't in a hurry either. In the future, when Xing Zhao would inevitably tread the path of cultivation like Zhang Jian, gradually gaining insight into his previous life through idle conversations, there would surely be some unique findings. Whether there was something or nothing at all, it seemed quite interesting. Rarely did Mr. Xing find a new kind of pleasure in his life. This improved his mood significantly, making him wear a faint smile along the journey, looking rather relaxed. As long as Xing Zhao looked at him, he felt content. When walking out of the tunnel into the darkness, he secretly reached out to hold his hand in the dimness. Mr. Xing curled his lips at the dark opportunity, generously allowing himself to be held without comment. Xing Zhao probed twice, roughly understanding his attitude. Consequently, he took advantage by stepping forward half a pace, slipping his fingers into the gaps between Xing Yingzhu's, intertwining their fingers together. This time, Xing Yingzhu couldn't pretend not to notice. Glancing sideways at him, he said disdainfully, flirting. Xing Zhao laughed, saying, "You wouldn't let me hug the little dragon, I need to touch you more to make up for it." Xing Yingzhu said coolly, "So you can't get that one, and now you're settling for me. How could that be?" Xing Zhao immediately put on a serious face, "Adults don't choose, both are good." Xing Yingzhu. Pretty honest. Xing Yingzhu drew out the word meaningfully, which is better than. Xing Zhao. What kind of person? Who gets jealous with themselves? Xing Zhao was greatly shocked, thinking how primitive Xing Yingzhu could still act despite the whole situation, and it was an overestimate to even call it jealousy, it was just some remnant fragment of his consciousness. All of it ultimately returned to Xing Yingzhu, so why was there even a discussion about who was better? You're good, you're good. Xing Zhao deftly stroked his feathers. Afterward, he recalled something and couldn't help but exclaim, "But the little dragon is much less talkative yet very obedient, he'd even use his tail to do, Shut up." Xing Yingzhu instantly covered his mouth, blushing and embarrassed, "Don't say it." If it weren't for the fear that Mr. Xing might lose face and walk away, Xing Zhao almost burst out laughing. Too adorable, Xing Zhao's heart was filled with delight inside. Xing Yingzhu rarely showed such expressions. If only the time and place were more suitable, Xing Zhao would have wanted to take pictures from all angles as a souvenir. But with this interruption, Xing Zhao suddenly remembered something he had forgotten. Xing Zhao blinked, his expression seamlessly transitioning from holding back laughter to regret, as he said with a face full of remorse, "At the time, I should have tricked you into transforming into someone else for me to see whether there would have been any difference." Xing Yingzhu. Thinking of quite a lot, and even climbing the pole smoothly. Beautiful thoughts. Xing Yingzhu flatly said, "You can give up on that idea." However, a fierce flame of desire suddenly flared up in Xing Zhao's heart. His eyes gleamed brightly, looking like Hu Huan who hadn't seen meat for 800 lifetimes, circling around Xing Yingzhu 3 times. There must be a difference. Xing Zhao firmly said, "Let's not talk about the distant past, but in ancient times, you definitely weren't like this, right? Weren't you someone with long hair and ancient costume?" Before he could finish saying, "a beauty," Xing Yingzhu had already looked at him with an ambiguous smile. Mr. Xing's sharp gaze was like a blade, still hanging with a smile on his lips, it still made Xing Zhao shiver down his back, all his body hairs stood up. Xing Zhao's survival instinct made him speak again after just a short circuit in his brain. Without even looking, he hastily pulled out a term from his head to replace the high-risk keyword, beauty. Husband. Xing Yingzhu. Xing Zhao. What am I saying? Xing Zhao numbly thought, what's wrong with my brain, was I possessed just now? This time, it was Xing Yingzhu's turn to take the upper hand. He leisurely glanced over Xing Zhao, saying pityingly, "Don't mention it." Xing Zhao let out a sigh of relief. "Little miss." Xing Yingzhu joyfully continued. Xing Zhao. He knew it. Xing Zhao indignantly thought, how could Xing Yingzhu possibly give up this great opportunity to flirt with him? Because of this slip-up, Xing Zhao remained silent for the rest of the journey, not daring to bring up the topic of beauties with long hair and ancient costumes again. With his ears cleared, Xing Yingzhu was once again body straight but mouth rejecting, which significantly improved his mood. Having just received the dragon bone, Xing Zhao didn't feel much different than before. He neither could fly over walls or leap between roofs nor instantly activated some metaphysical switch. Apart from feeling that his physical condition was slightly better than before, there seemed to be no apparent changes. When leaving the cliff, he still had to rely on Mr. Xing to carry him flying for a while. But the shortcut opened on the cliff was like some limited time, they had barely stepped a few steps away when Xing Zhao turned back and found that the entrance was already nowhere to be seen. Things were resolved too quickly, so Xing Zhao still felt a sense of unreality. But upon further reflection, he also thought that things might have gone exactly as they were supposed to. The reason it was easy was simply because they really took the shortest path in every possible way. Sheng Zhao always thought that if Xing Yingzhu hadn't listened to his advice and insisted on splitting mountains and hard-fetching the dragon bone, or hadn't intended to give the dragon bone to him in the cave, the events might have taken an entirely different direction. In an instant, he suddenly thought of Bai Li again. That god, with the strongest information processor in the world, did she really foresee the development of these matters and confidently believe that Xing Yingzhu and he would end up at this point, or was she merely preparing countless plan B contingencies, reacting accordingly? And regarding the myth mentioned by her at the end of the corridor, was it completely fictitious? But this question was too philosophical and seemed to never have an answer. Sheng Zhao pondered for a while and then decided straightforwardly not to think about it anymore. Xing Yingzhu and Sheng Zhao had only stayed in the mountain for a short few hours, yet who would have known that the time flow inside seemed to have a slight time difference compared to outside. By the time the two of them came down the mountain, several days had already passed outside. The people from Longhu Mountain had already wrapped up in Ba Di City. The previous anomaly was covered up under the name of an earthquake. The missing research team was finally found in the mountains, claiming they got lost due to losing their compass and communication devices in the mountain. They seemed to have forgotten the supernatural experiences on the mountain, and also temporarily forgot about the broken stone steel. In the end, they conventionally hauled the steel away, only caring about its historical value inscribed on the steel. Sheng Zhao and Xing Yingzhu exchanged a glance, both thinking that Bai Li probably swept through and erased any traces of the supernatural beforehand. After Lu Xiannian was taken away by Bai Li, Sheng Zhao had worried whether he was going to be killed to cover up the secret. However, after coming out, he learned that the seventh prince was rather idle and didn't carelessly abandon Lu Xiannian but sent him back to the town below the mountain. According to the local staff wrapping up the aftermath, Professor Lu had an interesting dream during his coma, waking up claiming he had seen a series of murals and steels in his dream. Although he forgot the specific content, he still remembered it being a fulfilling beautiful dream. The only issue was that Professor Lu was getting on in years and had taken a tumble during the earthquake on the mountain, apparently suffering from a mild concussion. By the next day, he had completely forgotten about the dream, and he had already been sent to the hospital in the mountain city. Zhang Jian was also sent to the hospital along with Professor Lu. He had fought a great battle against the white dragon on the mountain, but unfortunately, the rescued research team remembered nothing of it. So his feats could only remain hidden, making him a behind-the-scenes hero. To the outside world, it was said that he just happened to be in the mountains during the earthquake and thus suffered severe injuries as a result. Hu Huan was extremely dissatisfied with this explanation, feeling it tarnished Zhang Jian's brilliant personal image. However, since Zhang Jian himself did not seem to care much, Hu Huan's protest was overruled. Chapter 142, As the rightful heir of Longhu Mountain, can he really deceive a demon? Zhang Jian lay in bed for 3 whole days before he woke up. He had fallen off a cliff and broken many bones. After being taken to the hospital, they discovered that his ribs had pierced his lung, leading to quite a commotion. He spent several days in the ICU before moving out. During this time, Hu Huan looked at him from outside the glass window like visiting a prisoner. If it weren't for the crowded hospital, he would have gone through the wall just to see him up close. Fortunately, Zhang Jian made an impressive recovery. Soon after surgery, his fever subsided, and he was transferred to a regular ward. The people from Longhu Mountain originally wanted to send someone to take care of him, but Hu Huan, still fearing after the ordeal, didn't want to entrust Zhang Jian to others. Plus, Zhang Jian himself did not want the hassle, so he told them there was no need to come. Before the trip to Bai Di Mountain, Hu Huan was following a routine process with Zhang Jian, reacquainting themselves step by step. Just as they were getting into deeper mutual understanding and even playing together online, things changed drastically. Hu Huan's perspective became problematic. He suddenly felt life was short, accidents could happen at any moment, and they should seize the day. He decided they needed to settle their relationship first. While Zhang Jian slept, unaware of what was happening, the little fox had undergone profound self-reflection. The plan was clear. Once Zhang Jian woke up, he'd jump onto his pirate ship, or get close to him right away. When Zhang Jian finally fully regained consciousness after waking repeatedly only to slip back into unconsciousness during his recovery, he found Hu Huan squatting by his bedside, hands on the edge of the bed, chin propped up, looking earnestly at him. Zhang Jian blinked a few times. For a brief moment, he thought he saw whether this figure was man or fox. It was such a strange posture, Zhang Jian almost felt like he could see the tail wagging. You. As soon as he opened his mouth, his brows furrowed. Injured lungs made breathing painful, and he almost started coughing. Struggling for quite some time, his face turned pale, and beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. Hu Huan panicked and quickly came over to gently rub his chest. Don't talk, Hu Huan whispered softly. Let me speak. Zhang Jian wasn't fully awake yet, but he slowly blinked to signal for Hu Huan to continue. Remember what happened before you lost consciousness? Asked Hu Huan, clearing his throat and saying seriously, you said it yourself, I saved your life, so you would give yourself to me as thanks. Zhang Jian stared silently. Nonsense. Inside, he disagreed, unable to respond since his voice wouldn't work. He thought indignantly that this young fox could twist black and white upside down. The claim about offering oneself was something Hu Huan had said himself. Maybe because Zhang Jian's emotions were too evident in his eyes, Hu Huan hesitated, somewhat uneasy himself. No matter how we look at it, argued Hu Huan aggressively, there's a debt here, whether you saved me or I saved you. It doesn't matter who owes whom, I'm just letting you know. Get well soon, I'll collect. Despite his injuries, Zhang Jian couldn't help but find Hu Huan's behavior now similar to a child refusing to go to kindergarten, noisy and stubborn, insisting on stating conclusions early as if it would settle everything. But in the real world, speed isn't always reason. Zhang Jian was heavily injured, listless, his thoughts muddled, taking longer than usual to think. Even so, he knew one thing clearly, he couldn't agree to this. I owe you nothing. Zhang Jian replied quietly, anyone in my position would have done the same, there'd be no standing by and doing nothing. Though speaking was extremely difficult, requiring him to pause multiple times mid-sentence, trying hard not to strain his wounded lungs, his words came out weak, mostly as mere breath sounds. Zhang Jian sounded frail, yet his statement was firm and resolute, easily revealing his stance. He refused the idea with minimum fuss, pinning that event strictly within the framework of doing the right thing, politely declining a joke-like offer of repayment. If it had been the previous Hu Huan, he might have blown up by now, yet unexpectedly, Zhang Jian noticed an extraordinary calmness in him this time. Hu Huan blinked his eyes, gazing warmly at Zhang Jian. He didn't decline, Hu Huan realized. In recent days, he had become sure of one thing, countless times Zhang Jian refused the notion of repaying his kindness, declined compensations, rejected favors, but he had never explicitly dismissed his liking. Hu Huan had previously mixed these elements up haphazardly, thinking Zhang Jian had consistently pushed him away. It seemed Zhang Jian had always been honest, maybe even without realizing it himself. He separated out what would hurt him but unknowingly kept what he desired. In fact, before Zhang Jian fell off the cliff, Hu Huan had never understood why Zhang Jian so strongly resisted the concept of repaying kindness. To Hu Huan the fox spirit, this was already the most sincere and stable promise he could give, yet Zhang Jian always disliked it, even avoiding it altogether. Hu Huan had mulled over the reasons countless times, even considering whether it was because he once mistakenly repaid the wrong person, giving that favor to someone else, making Zhang Jian think it wasn't special anymore. But now he finally understood. I'm so afraid, Hu Huan said suddenly. Zhang Jian twitched in surprise. Hu Huan knelt half beside the bed, lowered his head, carefully picking up Zhang Jian's hand which was wrapped in plaster, then kissed his slightly swollen hand lightly on the back. You don't know. At that moment, I no longer wanted to repay you, or care for the future version of you, Hu Huan sighed heavily, speaking softly, I just wanted to die with you. Zhang Jian froze immediately. His tone was gentle, and though it was such reckless talk showing disregard for himself, it sounded tender and genuine, leaving no room for blame. But then I thought, what if you were still alive? Hu Huan continued, so, I went down to find you. Hu Huan added, the way down the mountain was long, and along the journey, I regretted so much. Zhang Jian instinctively wanted to ask what exactly Hu Huan regretted, but opening his mouth only brought another round of coughs, tugging at his lung and rib wounds into a wave of pain, blurring everything together as he couldn't tell where it originated from. He felt short of breath, unsure whether it was due to Hu Huan or his own body. Thankfully, Hu Huan didn't leave him time to ask questions but went on unprompted. I regret so much about my misdirected gratitude in the previous life. Hu Huan's voice was soft, sounding more like whining than admitting mistakes. He paused briefly, lowering his head and brushing Zhang Jian's hand with his cheek as he whispered. Not that I regret doing the wrong thing, but that I regret not liking you sooner. Suddenly, the cardiac monitor by the bedside emitted a beep alert. Hu Huan subconsciously glanced upwards and noticed that Zhang Jian's heartbeat had briefly faltered, showing an abrupt spike on the monitor. Then Hu Huan smiled faintly. Zhang Jian's right hand was wrapped in plaster, still unable to move, feeling only the softness of the other's hair brushing against his fingertips, producing a ticklish sensation. It felt just like a little fox. You enjoy hearing those words, Hu Huan said confidently, and you also like me. Once again, sharp peaks appeared on the curve of the cardiac monitor. This time, Hu Huan didn't look at the small electronic screen, instead clasping Zhang Jian's cold fingers in both hands and leaning his head to nuzzle them. Zhang Jian disliked the idea of repayment because it reminded him of transactions. It seemed one side gave help, sincerity, or some form of sacrifice, demanding equal value in return. This resemblance to a transaction or equivalent exchange meant when the repayment matched, the deal was done. It sounded cold and heartless. Moreover, he had a previous gratitude repayment record, making it seem even less valuable. I understand, Hu Huan realized, I've just understood. As the creditor, Zhang Jian sincerely wished to settle the account. He didn't care about compensation or continuing, hence, he stubbornly pushed away Hu Huan who insisted on repaying the favor. However, regarding friendship, Zhang Jian had never thought of settling things. He always retained pure and sincere intentions while giving, and didn't want to trade these feelings back to Hu Huan. Once, I heard a joke, Hu Huan murmured softly, someone said that in ancient times, if a hero saved a beautiful woman, and if the hero was handsome, the woman would say, your great favor deserves a pledge of my body. But if the hero was unattractive, she might say, your great favor will be forever remembered, in the next life I'll be your ox or horse in repayment. Hu Huan's attempt to liven the mood failed. The joke was too cold, and the only person capable of laughing uproariously was a patient lying there who couldn't physically perform such a complex action. He managed a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, giving only an encouraging nod. Hu Huan cleared his throat dryly and ruined his own joke himself. When I repaid my cousin's favor, I never thought of following him around, being good to him, taking care of him, or letting him touch my tail. Hu Huan confessed, but I want you to touch mine, and only yours. This confession came out haltingly, seeming rather clumsy, but Zhang Jian still listened in amazement. Through Hu Huan's jumbled words, Zhang Jian had already grasped his meaning. Yet Zhang Jian felt lost, even doubting whether he was truly awake or just dreaming. I like you, Hu Huan quickly followed up, not giving him time to recover. Even if you're going to become a celestial master someday, I still want to stay with you forever. You like me too, wanting to be with me, don't you? Zhang Jian's electrocardiogram sounded for the third time within a few minutes, his heart rate rising from 60 to 98. The emerald green numbers on the screen were more honest than Zhang Jian himself, imbued with a stern and impartial scientific flavor. But Hu Huan had brought Zhang Jian too many illusions, so much so that he instinctively wanted to reserve some room for himself. No. The legitimate heir of Longhu Mountain, Hu Huan interrupted him, speaking in a soft voice, you can't deceive a demon, can you? And so, Zhang Jian could no longer find words. Hu Huan looked up at him and gave a sweet smile. The fox's eyes curved downward, as if filled with the purest joy and sweetness of the world, just one glance making one's heart tremble. He transformed into his original form on Zhang Jian's bed, the little white fox lifting its front paws and carefully nudging its head towards Zhang Jian's hand. I've locked the door, Hu Huan whispered softly. I won't shed fur, nor will I touch your wounds. His tail swayed under the bed, his eyes full of anticipation and unease. It was easy to understand the mindset of a young fox cub, always eager to climb on opportunities, and if rejected, one would have to clearly and firmly turn them down. So. Zhang Jian quietly looked at him for a moment, silent for a long time, and finally moved slightly, gently rubbing his ear with his fingertip. So even just a little indulgence meant tacit approval. Chapter 143, I don't need this thing anymore. A small red flower seemed to bloom in Hu Huan's heart. She wagged her tail and whimpered as she butted his hand with her head, wishing she could recklessly pounce and rub all over him. Unfortunately, Zhang Jian was currently not very touchable. It was already quite considerate of him to allow her to stroke his head and massage his ears, one couldn't expect much more from him. Thus, Hu Huan had no outlet for her excitement and ended up circling the hospital room back and forth 5 or 6 times in a parkour-like manner, almost bumping into Zhang Jian's electrocardiogram monitor. Thankfully, the nurse's rounds interrupted her, otherwise Zhang Jian suspected she would have run around in the ward all day. On the 9th day after Zhang Jian woke up, 2 rare visitors arrived at the ward. That day, he had just finished his morning injection, lying down with a stiff waist and numb limbs. He had barely managed to persuade Hu Huan to raise the head of the bed so he could lean on it for a while. Before he could adjust his position properly, the door to the ward was pushed open from the outside. Single patient rooms were quiet, and doctors or nurses always knocked before entering. Zhang Jian turned his head curiously, catching the visitor's gaze directly, nearly startled. The reason was simple, mainly because, in Zhang Jian's limited understanding, Xing Yingzhu didn't seem like the kind of person who would visit patients. Given the warm weather of the season, even Hu Huan had long switched to light short-sleeve shirts, but Xing Yingzhu remained in long sleeves and trousers, looking very out of place for the time of year. Xing Zhao entered a step behind him, stepping into the ward with a colorful fruit basket in hand. He waved and smiled at Zhang Jian and Hu Huan. Hey, Xing Zhao said. Zhang Jian. Since seeing Xing Yingzhu, Hu Huan had shot up, standing as straight as a child facing their parents. She neatly positioned herself beside the patient's bed, eyes lowered in composure, and her expression tightened. As for Xing Yingzhu, his visiting was far from sincere. After entering, he spared not a glance for the sick person, instead walking by himself to the sofa by the window, casually picking up an old magazine off the coffee table to read, with an expression that clearly spelled perfunctory. Xing Zhao took a vanilla milk candy from his pocket and handed it to him, then pinched his hand before carrying the fruit basket to the bedside, placing it on the nightstand, and seating himself on the chair beside the bed. You've worked hard. Xing Zhao said sincerely, are your injuries severe? Fairly all right, Zhang Jian spoke with difficulty, and Hu Huan answered on his behalf, just the bone injuries are a bit serious. Take care to recover slowly. Xing Zhao said, but this time, we also have some good news for you. What is it? Zhang Jian asked. The matter you were worried about earlier has been resolved. Xing Zhao said, the seals should have no problem in the short term. Yingzhu has checked them, and all the disturbances have calmed down. The White Dragon near White Emperor City was an exception. Since it was too close to the incident site, it appeared early without being restrained in time. Xing Zhao's last sentence was vague, and he obviously felt guilty. After all, the White Dragon escaped due to Xing Yingzhu forcibly extracting the dragon bones and tearing apart the underground net, allowing the dragon nearby to take advantage and slip away. This led to Zhang Jian meeting its wrath. But Zhang Jian was unaware of the underground seal situation and did not know that the key they had painstakingly searched for was actually Xing Yingzhu's lost bones. Upon hearing this, he paused, clearly having many questions. However, after pondering countless questions in his mind, the first one he asked was, how long is short term? Xing Zhao sighed inwardly, thinking that the Heavenly Master was still concerned about the world despite falling so badly and still caring about others. Thousands of years at least, Xing Zhao vaguely responded, anyway, there's no immediate danger now. Zhang Jian. Hu Huan, who was listening? What was going on? Zhang Jian wondered vaguely. Had Xing Zhao eaten something wrong alongside Xing Yingzhu, calling thousands of years short-term? What's the real reason behind all this? Zhang Jian asked softly, why did the seal come about in the first place? Xing Zhao hesitated and glanced back at Xing Yingzhu before answering honestly, it's better not to go into specifics. At this point, Zhang Jian understood. He did not press further but smiled faintly, accepting Xing Zhao's well-meaning response. Regardless of everything, it's good that it's solved, Zhang Jian earnestly said, thank you for your efforts. Not at all, Xing Zhao chuckled dryly twice, his reply extremely guilty. To avoid this topic dragging endlessly, Xing Zhao shifted the subject himself. He glossed over the parts involving Bai Li and Xing Yingzhu, recounting the incidents around White Emperor Mountain and Xutong Gorge thoroughly to Zhang Jian. By the way, Professor Liu is in the ward right below you, Xing Zhao said with a smile. But neither of them remembers what happened back then, which is probably a good thing. Zhang Jian slightly nodded in response. With this, the conversation was drawing to an end. The next moment would involve some polite farewells before leaving. Xing Zhao rubbed his hands together and glanced backward at Xing Yingzhu. Xing Yingzhu seemed to sense it, looking up briefly for eye contact, and Xing Zhao winked at him as if signaling that it was about time. Their secret signals were far too obvious, even catching the attention of Zhang Jian, who wasn't particularly perceptive in his sick state. His gaze curiously darted between Xing Yingzhu and Xing Zhao, unsure what these two had up their sleeves. Xing Yingzhu hesitated for a second, reluctantly putting down his magazine before slowly rising and walking toward the bedside. Xing Zhao casually picked an apple from the fruit basket and tossed it to Hu Huan, saying, is there an automatic vending machine outside? Get me a cola. Hu Huan blinked, about to tell him there was one just around the corner, when he noticed Xing Zhao winking at him and nodding toward the door. Realization dawned on him, Xing Zhao was giving him the cue to leave, creating space for Xing Yingzhu and Zhang Jian to have a private chat. Hu Huan clutched the apple, his mind swirling with endless questions. What could the big boss possibly have to talk about with Zhang Jian? He dragged his feet reluctantly, fearing something unfavorable might happen to Zhang Jian, while also trying to subtly signal with facial expressions that he'd be nearby if needed. Zhang Jian faintly curved his lips into a smile but remained silent. At his current state of precious speech, he kept quiet as much as possible. Hu Huan knew he'd been seen, and thus relaxed a bit, following Xing Zhao out. As they closed the ward door behind them, Zhang Jian slowly asked, Mr. Xing, do you have anything to say to me? Xing Yingzhu stood with one hand in his pocket, seemingly restless as he fished around before pulling out a small palm-sized object. In the corridor outside the ward, Hu Huan leaned against the vending machine, wide-eyed, as if he'd seen a ghost during broad daylight. Brother Xiao Zhao, did I hear that correctly? Hu Huan asked with a bewildered look. Am I hearing things? Nope. Xing Zhao scanned the payment code for his drink and sighed helplessly, you heard right. Hu Huan's face registered disbelief, taking a long while to process this new information. He thought Xing Zhao had simply dropped by on their return journey because he was concerned about them. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect that this visit had been initiated by Xing Yingzhu himself. Did the big boss suddenly change his nature? Hu Huan wondered skeptically. But almost immediately, he dismissed that thought. Impossible, Hu Huan firmly believed. He understood Brother Xiao Zhao well enough to know that when these two worked together, Xing Zhao always got influenced by Xing Yingzhu, not the other way around. I think he has something to say, Xing Zhao remarked after taking a sip of his cola. Although he didn't tell me what it is. Back in the ward, Xing Yingzhu played with the small item in his hand for a moment before tossing it onto Zhang Jian's bed. With his right hand immobilized, Zhang Jian awkwardly caught the dusty black wooden piece with his left. Using his thumb, he wiped off the thin layer of dust, feeling surprised. A wheel of reincarnation? Zhang Jian asked. I don't need this anymore, Xing Yingzhu replied indifferently. Since you're here, I'll just give it to you. Having fulfilled his purpose, Xing Yingzhu added nothing more, turning toward the exit. A sudden realization flashed through Zhang Jian's mind as he glimpsed a deeper meaning within the transfer of the wheel. Frowning, he called out to stop Xing Yingzhu. What have you done? Zhang Jian asked. Given Xing Yingzhu's temperament, he generally avoided what he considered useless conversations. However, since this topic involved Xing Zhao, his possessive streak stirred subtly, prompting him to linger longer and boast a little. He belongs to me now, Xing Yingzhu curtly stated. It's inevitable anyway, given how long we'll last, Longhu Mountain will get used to dealing with an extra person eventually. Zhang Jian. The quasi-celestial master was struck dumb by the implication in those words, blurting instinctively, but mortals. Others cannot, but I can, Xing Yingzhu responded coldly. Zhang Jian, I've already turned a blind eye to Hu Huan's rule-breaking. It's best if you don't mention regulations too often either. With that, Xing Yingzhu pushed open the ward door and strode out. Xing Zhao waited for him outside and approached with a cheerful smile, pinching his hand lightly. Finished? Xing Zhao asked. Xing Yingzhu's expression softened somewhat as he answered nonchalantly, not much to say in the first place. Meanwhile, Hu Huan kept glancing back and forth, making sure Xing Yingzhu wouldn't notice his quick movements, and swiftly returned to the ward. Why did you come to find Zhang Jian? Sheng Zhao still felt curious and asked quietly, any unresolved follow-up issues? He asked with restraint, but his face was all, tell me quick, like a curious toddler. Xing Yingzhu glanced at him and said slowly, wanna know? Sheng Zhao nodded rapidly, like a chick pecking for grains. Not telling you. Xing Yingzhu said mysteriously. Sheng Zhao. Here we go again. Seething silently, Sheng Zhao glanced around furtively, ensuring no one was paying attention, then darted in to kiss Xing Yingzhu quickly. Mr. Xing indeed looked quite satisfied with that, squinting slightly as he pinched Sheng Zhao's chin gently. I'll register your residency, Xing Yingzhu remarked. Sheng Zhao was dumbfounded, huh? But it seemed Xing Yingzhu had no intention of elaborating further, perhaps Sheng Zhao's little payment wasn't enough for deeper explanation. In any case, Xing Yingzhu threw him a sly smile before striding off towards the elevator with complete nonchalance, without uttering another word. Instinctively, Sheng Zhao hurried to catch up, asking as usual, where are we going now? Home. Xing Yingzhu answered. Chapter 144, what hobby is this, just liking to watch people show their love? The change of Sheng Zhao from a long-term employee to a permanent employee caused quite a stir in the building. Xiong Xiangsong couldn't understand at all how his brother Xing could increase his goodwill with Xing Yingzhu every time he went out and came back. He only accompanied Xing Yingzhu on 2 business trips, but the result was that he changed from short-term to long-term, and then from long-term to permanent. He transformed from an ordinary mortal into a formal worker in the building. Climbing up doesn't happen so fast. Xiong Xiangsong was puzzled, what's going on outside? Is it a dragon pool or a living dead person's tomb? Diao Liu. Brother, Lu Xing said sincerely, read more books, none of your 3 sentences make sense logically. Xiong Xiangsong. This doesn't matter. Xiong Xiangsong waved his hand and said, it can be understood intuitively. There's no such thing as a living dead man's tomb or a dragon pool tiger lair. Sheng Zhao poked half of his head out from inside the office and shook his head leisurely, saying, there's only my genuine heart full of wolf-like desire. Xiong Xiangsong almost broke out in goosebumps from what he said. Jiao Liu also felt sick enough from him, and involuntarily rubbed his arms, picking up a sunflower seed shell and throwing it over. Sheng Zhao quickly retracted his head to avoid this attack of sunflower seeds, then patted something in his hand and took out a new notebook from the inner room. Just write in this one from now on. Sheng Zhao placed the new attendance book on the table and casually said, I'll take the previous one filled up to Yingzhu later. By the way, Jiao, aren't you planning to look for a new job? I see you haven't left the building for 16 days. Ah, we'll talk about it later. Jiao Liu carelessly waved his hand and said, life is short, oppose working overtime till 996, let me live a tranquil life of doing nothing, anyway, I can practice cultivating without eating. As long as I can afford the rent, it's fine. And don't try to change the subject. Jiao Liu knocked on the desk and seriously said, just confess, the topic hasn't been concluded yet. Of course, Sheng Zhao couldn't tell them about the dragon bone matter, it would damage the face and image of boss Xing. Sheng Zhao cared about it even more than himself. Fortunately, the monsters in the building were insufficient in their magical abilities, and their eyesight was bad. They could only smell the scent of Xing Yingzhu on him, but they didn't know why, making it very easy to deceive them. Well, it's all the same anyway. Sheng Zhao pulled out a trump card and confidently said, I don't know how he did it, if you guys want, go ask Yingzhu. Xiong Xiangsong. Lu Xing. Big brother Zhao, you're becoming corrupt. Jiao Liu sorrowfully said. Sheng Zhao chuckled and boastfully replied, thanks for the compliment. Jiao Liu tried to condemn his behavior of calling for reinforcements when he was unable to fight back. However, before he could set up for a fierce battle, someone rang the doorbell outside. Sheng Zhao looked out and found a deliveryman standing outside. Thus, he paused his banter and mind games, put down the attendance book, and went out to get the express package. This express package was an urgent item, a thin file envelope, addressed to both Xing Yingzhu and him. The sender wrote Zhang Jian, but the origin of dispatch was Longhu Mountain. After thanking the deliverman, Sheng Zhao walked back holding the package, feeling a bit uneasy, thinking about how Zhang Jian could have gotten out of bed after only a few days. Moreover, with the boss's name on the envelope, Sheng Zhao dared not open it himself. While pressing the elevator button, he sent a WeChat message to Hu Huan asking what had been sent. The reply came quickly. Unfortunately, even Hu Huan didn't know what was going on. He was busy running around in the hospital accompanying someone, and he didn't even know that Zhang Jian had secretly sent a courier amidst all the hustle. Sheng Zhao pinched the file envelope and suddenly remembered that Xing Yingzhu had once mentioned a huku issue when they were in the mountain city. Sheng Zhao usually couldn't figure out these riddles and truly wasn't sure what to do, so he decided to just leave everything to boss Xing regardless of what it might be. It was now Sheng Zhao's working hours in the morning. Xing Yingzhu's routine started a little later. After having breakfast leisurely, he was lying on the sofa watching reruns of the morning news while trying to catch some more sleep. Sheng Zhao quietly entered the door, placing the keys in the entrance, changing shoes, entering the house, and putting the envelope on the coffee table. He approached the sofa and looked at him. Xing Yingzhu didn't even open his eyes, just lazily hummed, indicating that he was still awake. You're not sleeping. Xing Zhao said, that's good, Zhang Jian sent a courier for us. Open it and take a look. Xing Yingzhu seemed lackluster, too lazy to move, and casually lifted Xing Zhao, pinching his chin for a quick kiss. It was all according to the rules. Xing Zhao never rejected his boyfriend's affectionate gestures, in fact, he embraced them enthusiastically, gladly accepting this sudden kiss. He then snuggled up and hugged him, completely forgetting about the courier package. Xing Yingzhu, eyes still closed, let out a muffled laugh, indulgently rubbing Xing Zhao's back. Xing Zhao, emboldened by this, squeezed onto the sofa, ready to grope his boyfriend when a rhythmic tapping sound came from the window. Xing Zhao. Is there no end to this? Why does everything happen on the same day? Xing Yingzhu clearly heard the noise as well. He furrowed his brow, looking extremely irritated. Though Xing Zhao mentally grumbled, his body reacted truthfully, instinctively wanting to look out to see who it was. But before he could move, Xing Yingzhu pulled him back down. Mr. Xing leaned in for a casual kiss, licked his lips afterward, and murmured indistinctly, ignore her. Xing Zhao thought to himself that ignoring might be easy, but the person outside showed great patience, having been knocking for quite some time already. The other party maintained a steady rhythm, 3 short and 2 long knocks, tapping on the window like Morse code, making their presence impossible to ignore. Without even looking up, Xing Zhao knew that the person outside was probably eagerly watching their display of affection from the window. It was far too embarrassing, Xing Zhao thought. Xing Yingzhu found satisfaction in his partner, finally deigning to open his eyes, releasing his hand from Xing Zhao's back. Finally, Xing Zhao was able to get up from the sofa. Upon raising his head, he saw a small green bird perched outside the window, its crystal-clear eyes watching the two of them intently. Xing Zhao. What kind of hobby is it to just like watching people show their love? Xing Yingzhu sat up from the sofa, lazily adjusted his rumpled robe, and glanced at Xing Zhao, noting he hadn't said anything prohibitive like, no entry, so Xing Zhao walked to the window and unlocked the latch. As soon as Xing Zhao opened the window slightly, the green bird unceremoniously flew inside through the gap, flapping its wings and transforming into human form upon landing. After opening the window, Xing Zhao took another few glances outside. What are you looking for? Qing asked curiously. Just you here? Xing Zhao questioned. Xing Zhao was truly uneasy about the unpredictable arrival of the 7th princess, always feeling she could appear out of nowhere, more mysterious than any magical door. My master went to Penglai to drink wine. Qing casually waved her hand and declared, she won't return to the mortal world for hundreds or even thousands of years. Xing Zhao silently thought that was excellent news, as it proved peace would last for at least the next few hundred years. So why did you come? Xing Yingzhu asked. My master sent me to deliver something to you. Qing reached into her waist sash and withdrew a thin piece of paper, which she handed over to Xing Yingzhu, saying, here, it's for you. Buy one, get one free, saving you a trip, my master is generous enough, right? Xing Yingzhu raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised, and didn't instinctually make a sarcastic remark. Instead, he accepted the paper. The paper was yellowed and old, crinkled, nearly transparent, brittle, with frayed edges. The surface was densely packed with writing. Xing Zhao looked briefly and unexpectedly found his name and birth information written on the first 2 lines. What is this? Xing Zhao asked. It's your book of life and death, Xing Yingzhu replied while folding it in half, casually snapping a spark and igniting it. Xing Zhao didn't even have time to ask further questions before the paper, carrying his entire life and cycle of reincarnation, turned into a faint puff of ashes right before his eyes. Xing Zhao. That was fast, Xing Zhao thought. I didn't even have time to process it, yet it's burned. What was written on it? Xing Zhao curiously asked, a full page filled with words, I didn't even have time to take a good look. It details your virtues and sins, your life story, and your fate line. Xing Yingzhu swept his gaze over Xing Zhao indifferently and said lightly, so what, do you want to know your predetermined destiny? Xing Zhao. Hearing that tone, it felt like happiness was just a step away from dissipating entirely. But Mr. Xing was always so immature. Xing Zhao had fought numerous battles, handling strategies as easily as reflexes, nearly perfecting passive skills. No, not interested, Xing Zhao responded sincerely, isn't my future tied to yours anyway? What else is there to see? Qing. Save me, Qing thought, no wonder this guy can charm Yingzhu. He's both flexible and skilled at soothing, showing how every pot finds its lid, and even villains need their match. Xing Yingzhu was indeed placated by this single sentence, becoming thoroughly relaxed. He squinted slightly, the corners of his eyes tilting downward as he lifted Xing Zhao's chin gently. After teasing his partner as if no one else was around, he only then remembered the other person present. He glanced at Qing in surprise and said, you've delivered the goods already, why don't you leave? Do you even know how to write the 4 words, burning the bridge after crossing the river? Qing said earnestly. Mr. Xing gave a soft snort, clearly too lazy to say more, only wanting to shoo her away. Qing simply gave up on making small talk with him, sighed deeply, then stepped forward, reaching into her sleeve. And next thing they knew, Sheng Zhao stared in disbelief as she magically pulled out 2 large bundles of booklets over a meter tall from her sleeve and slammed them onto the coffee table. No one knew where she'd unearthed those things, but the motion shook loose a layer of old dust, practically blinding them. Xing Yingzhu. Sheng Zhao. Chapter 145, An Inch of Life, 10,000 Years Long. The benefits can't just be taken for free, can they? Said a Jing confidently. My master said that work can offset debts. Good grief, Sheng Zhao thought, the real Huang Shenren is here. Sure enough, a Jing took one bundle out from the 2 bundles of books and pushed it in front of Xing Yingzhu. Yours, a Jing said. Xing Yingzhu slightly frowned, leaning back with a look of disdain on his face, refusing to even bother with her. Sheng Zhao, however, moved closer to take a look, curious. What's this? List of you, said a Jing, the you, spirit, race in the human world will later be troublesome for Yingzhu to manage. These are specific lists, including beasts suppressed under various mountains and rivers, and also large spirits over 1,000 years old who can walk freely. I don't care, Xing Yingzhu said unhappily, let whoever wants to handle it do so. My master said there's no such thing as a free lunch. A Jing stood with hands on her hips, saying confidently, was the book of life and death just given to you for nothing? As she spoke, without waiting for Xing Yingzhu to refuse again, a Jing quickly handed over the remaining pile to Sheng Zhao. Here's yours, a Jing said. Ah. Sheng Zhao was originally still watching the show, not expecting the fire to burn to him, instantly dumbfounded, pointing at himself then the stack of books, full of question marks. Mine? Sheng Zhao asked in return. Yes, yours, a Jing replied, this is some Taoist scriptures that have been passed down in the mortal realm, feng shui, talismans, and magic. Since you're going to practice cultivation, you should learn these things anyway. You have the foundation from Dragon Tiger Mountain, learning these should be fast. If there's anything you don't understand, ask Yingzhu, let him teach you. Anyway, if you need to borrow force, borrowing from him would be the fastest. Sheng Zhao. He stared blankly as a Jing had arranged everything for him within a few words. Only now did he seize an opportunity to hesitantly interject, not. You want immortality, surely you can't just do nothing, said a Jing, when it comes to demons, monsters, etc., when you encounter them in the future, you can help Yingzhu. And also ghosts, didn't you do well last time? Go out more often in the future, improve your own performance. Sheng Zhao. Thank you, I'd rather not add this performance. I'll pass, Sheng Zhao sincerely said, I think I may not be able to bear such heavy responsibility. After losing the dragon bone, Yingzhu will eventually have to transform into a dragon himself. A Jing interrupted him seriously, if you help him accumulate virtue, the heavenly thunder will strike him lighter when he faces the heavenly tribulations. Isn't that great? Sheng Zhao. Sheng Zhao paused in the act of rejecting, slowly turning direction, ungraciously pulling the bundle of books closer towards himself. Even though he didn't explicitly say yes, he was clearly moved by this sentence, only waiting for Xing Yingzhu's attitude. However, Xing Yingzhu felt somewhat annoyed. He didn't care about accumulating virtue, nor did he ever put the celestial tribulations in his eyes. After all, that thing couldn't kill him anyway, whether it struck him partially or fully cooked, it made no difference to him. But Boss Xing carried a heavy burden, he always cared about face, unwilling to owe anyone favors, let alone Bai Li's favor. That Xing Xiaodao event truly went against the balance of the world, to say it harshly, it could be considered an action against heaven. Bai Li turned a blind eye, thus giving him a favor indeed. Hence, even Xing Yingzhu could do nothing but unwillingly pinch his nose and endure it, extending his jurisdiction from this building outward a bit. I'm too lazy to manage them, Xing Yingzhu said, we'll deal with problems when they arise. Sheng Zhao blinked, knowing that meant he agreed. But Boss Xing believed in a laissez-faire policy, most likely only moving when the spirit race causes trouble. A Jing didn't feel disappointed either. She smiled with her eyes curved, as if she knew he wouldn't refuse beforehand. Since that's the case, the human world is entrusted to you from now on. A Jing bowed to both of them and said, an inch of life, 10,000 years long, we don't know when we'll meet again, it's hard to cultivate, so cherish yourself well. After finishing her speech, a Jing transformed back into a green bird once more, flying out through the wide open window until disappearing. She came and left hastily, leaving behind 2 bundles of dusty booklets. Sheng Zhao and Xing Yingzhu exchanged glances for a while before suddenly both smiling. Xing Yingzhu lightly curled the corner of his lips, and after Sheng Zhao finished laughing, he started to worry again, sighing with a bitter face leaning against Xing Yingzhu, stretching out his complaints. I thought after graduation everything was over, didn't expect there's still stuff to learn. Sheng Zhao sighed deeply 3 times, saying in a desolate manner, it's evident learning knows no bounds. Xing Yingzhu touched his face and teased, weren't you previously still longing heartily for Zhang Jian's big earnings, wanting to switch industries to learn feng shui? Sheng Zhao. Right. The code to wealth. Sheng Zhao suddenly sprang out of his disheartened slacker state, his eyes bright and shiny, like a gold digger who had spotted a mountain of gold. That makes sense. Sheng Zhao said, who knows, after mastering it, I might be able to poach some clients from Zhang Jian. Oh yeah, that too. The mention of Zhang Jian reminded Sheng Zhao about the mysterious courier delivery he had forgotten about earlier. He fumbled around on the coffee table for a while, pulled out the envelope from under the stack of demon race directories, and handed it over to Xing Yingzhu. "Take a look at this," Sheng Zhao said. Xing Yingzhu tore open the seal, pulling out an envelope from within. The envelope was plain yet ancient in design, with no recipient written on it. Xing Yingzhu opened it and took out its contents, shaking it open and skimming through it briefly before arching an eyebrow and passing it to Xing Zhao. "It's yours." Xing Yingzhu curved his lips slightly as he said, "Congratulations, little Xing Dao." Xing Zhao didn't know where this congratulations was coming from. Confused, he accepted the letter and read only the beginning to find out that it was an employment contract. The paper used for the letter was thick, slightly yellowed, a bit coarse, and apart from the texture of the papermaking patterns, faint imprints were visible on it. Xing Zhao immediately recognized it as the Great Seal of Dragon Tiger Mountain. On the employment contract were his full name and birth date. The main body consisted of just a few words, roughly saying that under the name of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Xing Zhao was hired as a consultant to help resolve some metaphysical problems unsolvable by ordinary humans. As Xing Zhao scanned further down, he noticed that at the end, under the signature section, Zhang Jian's name sprawled across boldly. This letter was convoluted, almost like classical Chinese, and Xing Zhao spent more than 10 minutes translating and guessing its meaning until he grasped about 70 or 80% of its content. Xing Zhao finished reading it but hadn't yet comprehended what happened, glancing back at Xing Yingzhu with the employment contract still in hand, clearly still stunned. Xing Yingzhu smiled faintly, reached over and extracted the sheet of paper from Xing Zhao's hand, placing it on the coffee table before leaning closer, his tone trailing off seductively as he whispered into Xing Zhao's ear, "Your household registration has arrived, henceforth acknowledged by the human orthodoxy, known to the Yin realm spirits, once erased from the book of life and death, we're destined to be entangled." Xing Zhao licked his lips, an inexplicable surge of excitement bubbling up inside him, followed by overwhelming joy, causing him to pounce forward and embrace Xing Yingzhu. "See? I told you," Xing Zhao bragged smugly, "the person you've been waiting for is me." Xing Yingzhu raised an eyebrow, raising a hand to flick his forehead harshly, mercilessly exposing him. "You said early? When exactly did you say it? Was it during the jealous jab when talking strangely about sour grapes, or during the indirect maneuvering for credit?" Xing Zhao turned red in embarrassment, slapping a hand over his mouth as he said defensively, I did say it. You just weren't paying attention." Xing Yingzhu chuckled softly, keeping hold of Xing Zhao in this position, gripping his wrist and pulling it away a little, then moving closer, staring directly into Xing Zhao's eyes. In this posture, they were far too close. Instinctively Xing Zhao tried to lean back but was stopped by Mr. Xing holding his waist. The distance between them had been minimized, as if even a breath would cause him to touch Xing Yingzhu's chest. Xing Yingzhu's pupils were so dark and deep that they easily induced a sense of detachment. After staring into them for 2 or 3 seconds, a fine layer of goosebumps spread across Xing Zhao's neck, making him feel that Boss Xing seemed overly excited. It turned out Xing Zhao's suspicion wasn't wrong. Boss Xing really hadn't felt this comfortable for many years. In the peaceful days, he stayed holed up at home all day without stepping outside, indifferent to everything happening outside, always pondering over the issue of bones. Beyond that, he desired nothing and cared about nothing, leading a life duller than water, naturally not knowing what comfort meant. But with Xing Zhao's affair proceeding smoothly from start to finish, every worry and trouble disappeared completely, allowing Mr. Xing to be relaxed and cheerful throughout. And Xing Zhao appeared as if out of nowhere. In Boss Xing's eyes, he was fundamentally different from the people outside. It was natural for him to come, and it was also natural for him to stay, as if he was born to belong to him. Perhaps saying it this way isn't wrong, Boss Xing suddenly thought. Years ago, Xing Zhao led the dragon soul using dragon blood and floated in the cycle of reincarnation for thousands of years. Starting as a nobody, he accumulated virtues step by step, establishing connections with the spirit races, slowly building up until now, lifetime by lifetime, eventually reaching his side. This notion made Boss Xing thrilled. Born with traces of wickedness in his character, originating from an ancient spirit beast, he possessed an overwhelming possessiveness. Every time Xing Zhao focused on him with undivided attention, it made him feel satisfied and content. He should indeed belong to me, Boss Xing thought. He regarded Xing Zhao as his own property, now having successfully kept him around long term, which naturally made him feel good. Xing Yingzhu, in a rare display, showed a hint of joy and impulsively sought closeness by tilting his head to nuzzle into Xing Zhao's neck, lightly licking his collarbone with the tip of his tongue. Xing Zhao hissed, unsure what strange antics Xing was up to this time. In broad daylight under clear skies, don't you dare. Before Xing Zhao could finish his sentence, Xing Yingzhu bit him on the side of his neck. The bite wasn't deep but landed precisely on his artery, leaving a faint tooth mark behind. Xing Zhao sucked in a sharp breath, a wave of tingling sensation running down his spine. To his surprise, Mr. Xing was in good spirits. After biting, he licked the spot twice and surprisingly said something soft and tender, a rarity. "It's you," Xing Yingzhu said, "I knew it was you all along." Chapter 146, Since you've already eaten, you owe me at least a bedtime story to even the score. Boss Xing was in a good mood, overly excited and restless, and had been horseplaying with Xing Zhao for half a day. They moved around from the sofa to the bathtub repeatedly, making a mess all over the living room floor, as if there had been a flood. Sheng Zhao had tried to beg for mercy at first, but later he couldn't even catch his breath, his voice so hoarse that he could barely speak, only letting out pitiful hums, hoping he would calm down sooner. Xing Yingzhu played around with Sheng Zhao until 2:30 in the morning before finally feeling satisfied. He licked his lips, graciously leaving Sheng Zhao a chance to survive and laid him back on the sofa. Sheng Zhao was experiencing both pain and joy. On one hand, he indulged in Xing Yingzhu's beauty, boldly taking every opportunity to touch him. On the other hand, he was utterly exhausted, every muscle in his body aching. At the end, he felt like his whole skeleton was rattling. He even suspected that if it weren't for the dragon bone, he might have completely disintegrated by now. His entire body felt like water, too weak to move, he could only lean on Xing Yingzhu aimlessly allowing himself to be manipulated. But today, Boss Xing's excitement was boundless and radiant. He had no intention of letting Sheng Zhao go to sleep, instead pinched his fingers and insisted on having a chat. "Do you know why I chose this surname?" asked Xing Yingzhu. Sheng Zhao honestly shook his head. To be honest, this question had crossed Sheng Zhao's mind before. Both Xiong Xiangsong and Hu Huan use their races as surnames, yet Xing Yingzhu is unconventional, selecting a rather obscure character. Back then, Sheng Zhao and Boss Xing weren't nearly as close as they are now. Sheng Zhao still viewed Xing Yingzhu as someone beyond reach, hence although he was curious, he never dared to ask about the reason directly. Unexpectedly, Xing Yingzhu brought it up himself today. Xing Yingzhu held his waist with one hand, stroking his face and neck while saying, "My original name is Yingzhu, when applying for an ID card initially, I only filled in my name. However, they required me to add a surname as well. At the time, I couldn't come up with anything, plus I had pent-up anger, constantly feeling like I was being sent to endure punishment on Earth. Therefore, I picked this surname." Hearing this, Sheng Zhao felt somewhat heartbroken and asked in a raspy voice, "And now?" "Now?" Xing Yingzhu raised an eyebrow, tightened his grip on his wrist, pulled him closer, and tossed the question lightly back. "What do you think now?" "Now I'm here," Sheng Zhao smiled and praised himself. "I am so great, so considerate of you, truly the greatest treasure in heaven and earth." "Heaven and earth?" Xing Yingzhu's tone turned a bit peculiar, sounds like the top performer of a club. "Sheng Zhao. Stop watching legal TV programs." A perfectly fine topic, derailed 3 miles by Boss Xing, immediately turning the atmosphere slightly awkward. Sheng Zhao sucked in a cool breath, adjusted his sore leg, like a paralyzed elderly man moving carefully, shakily changed his position, and leaned halfway on Xing Yingzhu's chest, slipping a cushion into the gap next to him for support. Seeing this, Xing Yingzhu chuckled, extending a hand to ruffle his hair playfully. Sheng Zhao dropped his chin onto Xing Yingzhu's collarbone desolately, almost whispering, "Why didn't you make me take those bitter divine pills this time? You're already immortal, why would you need those?" Xing Yingzhu said, "Get used to your new body early, this level of exercise is just trivial." Sheng Zhao. Not sure if it's his own misunderstanding, Sheng Zhao feels as though Xing Yingzhu's statement carries a deeper meaning, like hiding 10,000 traps within it. Suspiciously, he glared at Xing Yingzhu, only to meet a straightforward gaze. Maybe I'm overthinking, Sheng Zhao thought. Boss Xing has never set traps, he always throws people right into them. With a look of complete tranquility, Boss Xing allowed him to scrutinize, until Sheng Zhao started doubting his own existence, before raising an eyebrow and smiling faintly. Not anymore, Xing Yingzhu surprisingly redirected the conversation himself, displaying an abnormal amount of patience and a gentle temper post-satisfaction. He mentioned this kind of topic without any hint of annoyance, speaking almost peacefully to Sheng Zhao, "There are sacrifices and gains, wanting something inevitably requires some cost. In the end, being able to choose our own price is indeed fortunate." Sheng Zhao blinked, suddenly remembering something. In the cave of Tsutan Gorge, when he woke up from the hazy process of rebuilding flesh and blood from the dragon bones, he vaguely recalled hearing part of a conversation between Xing Yingzhu and Bai Li. However, at the time, his emotions were in turmoil, overwhelmed by thoughts of Xing Yingzhu. Hence, he forgot about this and never had a chance to ask. Now, with the serene atmosphere, Boss Xing's temperament verging on gentleness, Sheng Zhao lazily leaned on him, relaxing to generate a bit of curiosity that he had neglected before. "Speaking of which, I forgot to ask." Sheng Zhao hesitated for a moment and said cautiously, "When I first woke up, it seemed like you and Bai Li were chatting, what did she say?" Xing Yingzhu turned his head slightly and looked at Sheng Zhao's eyes under the moonlight outside. "Are you very curious?" Xing Yingzhu asked. Sheng Zhao hesitated for a second, but ultimately couldn't resist his curiosity and nodded under Xing Yingzhu's gaze. Xing Yingzhu pinched his chin, slightly narrowing his eyes, half serious and half teasingly threatened, "You're so curious about her, aren't you afraid I might be jealous?" Fear, Sheng Zhao collapsed onto him, throwing caution to the wind, "But I'm not in shape now, another go might take my last breath." Xing Yingzhu. "You've had your fun today." Sheng Zhao started making irrational demands, turning over and hugging Xing Yingzhu's waist, accusing him, "Since you've already enjoyed yourself, you owe me at least a bedtime story to even the score." Xing Yingzhu was almost amused into laughter by him. Sheng Xiaodao has become incredibly bold lately, already learning to act spoiled so skillfully. Who taught him this? And I know too little about what's happened between you two. Xing Zhao alternated softness with firmness, coaxing him softly again, gods, ghosts, demons, I lack any kind of basic knowledge. I may live forever, but if other essential components are lagging behind, don't you think I'm just like that new intern who knows nothing and thus gets isolated easily? Xing Yingzhu. Alright, enough. Xing Yingzhu began to worry that this little thing only knows how to wear him down. Xing Yingzhu got a headache from Xing Zhao's chatter, sighed wearily, and said, what do you want to hear? I remember the sentence you mentioned before, I also heard Bai Li saying it in the cave. Xing Zhao recalled those long murals in the passageway, hesitatingly asking, did she let go of something as well? Xing Yingzhu fell silent for a moment, absent-mindedly stroking Xing Zhao's sweaty temples. I'm not sure, but if I must guess, Xing Yingzhu said indifferently, maybe she abandoned her name. Xing Zhao never guessed such a strange answer, blinking bewilderedly and dryly saying, ah. She didn't used to be called Bai Li. Xing Yingzhu said, her name was Bai Song. Xing Zhao suddenly paused, remembering how Lu Xian had once seen a character near Bai Li in the mural during their journey in the passageway, seemingly pronouncing that same tone. Which song? Xing Zhao curiously asked, can modern Chinese explain it? The song in recite. Xing Yingzhu said. Finally, Xing Zhao could visualize this character in his mind. Back then, Lu Xian once speculated that this character might have been related to names or titles. Although Xing Zhao didn't pay much attention at the time, Lu Xian ended up being right. Why did she change her name? Xing Zhao asked. As an ordinary person living in modern society, Xing Zhao didn't know if gods' names held any special significance. From his perspective, a name alone doesn't quite count as giving and taking in that sense. Because this Li comes from Chongli. Xing Yingzhu casually said, he was her elder brother. To be honest, Xing Yingzhu's storytelling ability was rather delicate. He was organized, logical, clear in his narration, any information he provided was indeed straightforward and precise. But from the standpoint of a proper bedtime story, it was somewhat overly serious, more like listening to some academic lecture. Fortunately, Xing Zhao was easy to please and didn't care much about narrative emotions, still genuinely listening attentively. For Xing Yingzhu, Bai Li was much older than him. Technically speaking, he was still a young dragon compared to her. Thus, there wasn't much that Xing Yingzhu knew about Bai Li, just an outline. According to his account, there were 7 children in Bai Li's generation back then, with her being the youngest and 6 brothers preceding her. They governed various areas such as water and mountains, all caring for Bai Li, though none loved her as dearly as her eldest brother, Chongli. Legend has it that after Bai Li's father perished on the battlefield of Zhuolu, unable to let it go, she replaced her father in battle. Xing Yingzhu nonchalantly recounted, at that time, Chongli hurried back from his domain, forcefully splitting half of his spirit essence and gave her half of his divine powers. By then Chongli had already become one of the 5 celestial emperors, governing the heavens alongside his grandfather Xiaohao. Xing Zhao. Good grief, this heartrending sibling bond sounds painful already, and especially in the era of ancient times where power equaled everything, someone of such high authority actually willingly divided half of his strength. One hardly knows whether to call it generosity or something else entirely. However, that history took place too early, even before Xing Yingzhu was born, so he didn't know much about it. Xing Yingzhu himself didn't understand the depth of the sibling bond between Chongli and Bai Song. Being someone who has always preferred solitude, he had no siblings or close relatives to get along with in his family, always content with finding a mountain peak and laying low by himself. However, Xing Zhao, an ordinary person who had experienced the mundane world, clearly had a bit more empathy than him. He clicked his tongue and sighed, that explains it. But why did she change her name? Isn't it strange for siblings to share the same name? How could the family even tell them apart? Because he died, Xing Yingzhu said calmly. Chapter 147, Gain and Loss. In Xing Yingzhu's memory, he did indeed see Zhongli once. In the ancient times, the divine race was born from chaos, gathering the power of heaven and earth. They could control storms and were in charge of mountains and seas. If described in modern terms, they would be at the very top of the food chain. But throughout history, no matter what race or who it was, the greater one's abilities, the greater their desires, this conclusion seemed to apply even to the divine race. They lacked nothing, yet still wanted more. At first, they vied for land, then water systems, and later, after Nuwa created humans, new races emerged on Earth, giving them even more things to fight over. This perspective is quite novel. Xing Zhao honestly shared his thoughts. It somewhat deviates from my understanding, but if I think about it, if the divine race wants to manage the human race, personally, I have no objection. In Xing Zhao's mind, the impression of gods was largely positive. Molding clay into man, drilling wood for fire, tasting hundreds of herbs, shaping culture and society, to put it more devoutly, it seemed that the entire birth and development of the human race depended on the gods. They not only created new life but also guided these lives towards the right path, gradually granting them the ability to think, making them true humans. Indeed, Xing Yingzhu said faintly, but the divine race is not just one person. One big reason why Boss Xing always scoffed at the mythological miscellany Xing Zhao read was because none of those books mentioned that the annihilation of the divine race actually stemmed from a great war. At that time, the divine race was flourishing. 2 of the 5 celestial emperors had already perished, leaving only Nuwa, Fuxi, and Bai Chang's older brother, Zhongli. The younger generation of the divine race grew up and began to grow restless with just managing their small territories. Some wanted to govern heaven and earth like their forefathers, while others wanted to become leaders of the newly born human race. The contradictions and desires lurking beneath the surface roiled with dark currents, but if left alone, they might have enjoyed peace for hundreds of years. However, Nuwa and Fuxi seemingly foresaw some indescribable future, and thus forcibly tore apart this illusory peace, exposing the hidden intentions. Xing Yingzhu still remembered the scene that day. He was sleeping soundly on top of a mountain, completely oblivious to the passage of time, when suddenly the divine decree resonated across all of China. They proclaimed, the celestial emperor is not established, the human sovereign has not been divided, each must depend on their own abilities. In an instant, the world changed its form. Those omnipotent gods fought without restraint, piercing a huge hole in the sky, causing celestial fires to flood down and water systems to burst, turning the entire human world into a hellish inferno. This isn't, Sheng Zhao said dryly, a battle royale. You're not wrong if you think so, Xing Yingzhu replied faintly. The mountain where I was sleeping wasn't far from the main battlefield, so I got to watch the live version. Back when they were in the North Sea, Sheng Zhao had briefly experienced a fusion of perspectives with Xing Yingzhu due to the demonic pact. At that time, he glimpsed a shadow of that great war, witnessing the cruelty of the battlefield firsthand. So Princess Qi was pretty incredible, Sheng Zhao sincerely said, the winner of the battle royale. This mental toughness is simply unmatched. The funny thing is, she didn't kill anyone. Xing Yingzhu absent-mindedly played with Sheng Zhao's fingers as he spoke casually. She didn't have any skills back then. Unlike her second elder brother and sixth elder brother who controlled water, nor like others who could open mountains and create the earth, except for the half-spirit that Zhongli split for her allowing her to dabble with fire, she had no combat skills whatsoever. Survival type? Sheng Zhao incredulously asked, not really. Even Hunger Games wouldn't be shot like this. Considering she was a descendant of the divine race, shouldn't she at least have some skill? Could she make a hawthorn tree bloom peach flowers? Does that count? Xing Yingzhu said with a smile. Sheng Zhao. A grafting talent in metaphysics? Sheng Zhao wondered suspiciously. It felt too grounded. Was agriculture her way of being? Perhaps due to Sheng Zhao's expression being too troubled, Xing Yingzhu couldn't help but chuckle slightly. He slightly lowered his eyes, holding one of Sheng Zhao's hands in his own, playing with his fingers. As long as she wanted, she could make a peach tree bear pears, or have time grow on snowflakes. Xing Yingzhu said, she could make barren land sprout with grass and trees, and she could make flowers bloom in magma. Now I get it, Sheng Zhao thought, she's a badass healer. Just like foreknowledge, making flowers bloom in desolate land sounded simple, uncool, but the operational difficulty was clearly terrifying. According to Xing Yingzhu's description, she was also an idealist of the healing type. As long as she wanted, it seemed there was no life force she couldn't manipulate. But obviously, this kind of healing ability wasn't effective in personal battle royale scenarios. After all, she couldn't weave a wreath to beg for mercy. Moreover, judging from Sheng Zhao's few brief encounters with her, she appeared to have nothing to do with such healing logistics attributes. It seemed like she was someone tempered by blood and fire, her presence sharp, just like the long spear she had once thrust into the ground. Sheng Zhao blinked his eyes, suddenly feeling a sense of foreboding. So at that time, everyone wanted to kill her, Xing Yingzhu said. As a direct granddaughter, everyone thought Xiaohao had left her something valuable. None were impressed by these small tricks of making flowers and grass grow, but they all wanted her bloodline. Sibling rivalries, uncle-nephew conflicts, in a society without moral constraints, bloodlines were merely treasures. Bai Song ran miserably for a long time, nearly being swept into the abyss several times by water and fire. Her clothes were torn, her body covered in wounds made by broken stones. Zhongli appeared at that moment. The young Xing Yingzhu back then only found this drama incredibly dull. He neither had any interest in getting involved nor did he want to climb the ladder like other members of his race. So lazily flicking his tail, he stood up, wanting to find a quieter place to sleep. Thus, he didn't see the entire aftermath, only remembering that shortly after he turned around, he heard an utterly wretched cry behind him. That sound was truly too heartrending, as if squeezed out with blood. Even Xiaolong Xing Yingzhu couldn't help but stop to glance back. A young celestial emperor in silver armor and a cloak stood in front of Bai Song. An arrow as thick as a wrist pierced through his chest from back to front, its sharp tip breaking through his heart and protruding slightly before Bai Song. Sheng Zhao gasped sharply. That arrow shattered Zhongli's spirit soul, but before dying, he left everything to Bai Song, power, bloodline, and even the throne. So she became the celestial empress? Sheng Zhao asked. Not quite. Xing Yingzhu replied, but she summoned the phoenixes. According to Mr. Xing's little class on myths, the one who originally could command the phoenixes and lead all birds was Xiaohao himself. After his disappearance, the phoenix vanished and never reappeared. They seemed to be among the few beings of that era that didn't listen to bloodlines. Instead, they obeyed strength and affinity. Their criteria were extremely self-willed, and they also carried ominous symbolic significance. Moreover, according to Mr. Xing, the phoenixes Bai Song summoned back then seemed to be a high-ranking pair. Perhaps they were guided by Song's awakened bloodline, or perhaps Zhongli's death triggered some unknown potential within her. In short, after enduring excruciating pain, Zhongli's death brought new vitality to Song. As for what happened next, Xing Yingzhu wasn't entirely clear. He only knew that when he saw her again, she was already Li. In that great battle, many of the divine race perished or were wounded, but Song, who summoned the phoenix, surprisingly became the final dark horse. No one could withstand a younger sister driven mad by hatred. Thus, the defeated ones were all forced into the human world. Sheng Zhao listened haltingly to the entire story from start to finish, clearly moved. I initially thought she was somewhat, whatever adjective. Sheng Zhao hesitated, unable to think of the right word, so he continued vaguely, didn't expect her to have gone through such tragic experiences. Looking at it this way, Mr. Xing's evaluation of the matter was evidently not objective enough. What about losing names? This clearly meant the loss of one's very pillars of spirit. Although Xing Yingzhu only briefly mentioned Zhongli's incident, Sheng Zhao could roughly guess the details from him and Li. It must have been a very deep sibling bond. So I've said it before, Xing Yingzhu mockingly teased, she is worse than me. At first, Sheng Zhao thought this sentence was just self-consoling for Mr. Xing's face-saving sake. However, now, after horizontal comparison, he realized that Mr. Xing might actually be right. It seems that being able to choose to give up something yourself is indeed a kind of luck. Still, didn't you say that all the celestial emperors later disappeared? Even gods of the highest caliber like Niuhua and Fuxi couldn't escape that fate. Sheng Zhao asked, why is she still alive and has become such a top player? How would I know? Xing Yingzhu looked at him strangely, speaking forthrightly, I'm not familiar with her. Sheng Zhao. That's true. After listening to this bedtime story, Sheng Zhao couldn't help but feel a bit relieved. Leaning on Xing Yingzhu, he stealthily tried to hook the other's calf with his foot. Hey, tragic stories really kill the mood. Sheng Zhao sighed deeply, reflecting, you said they were also a kind of bloodline fusion at another level, unlike us too. Sheng Zhao suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Xing Yingzhu, waiting for him to continue and hearing nothing, glanced at him curiously. Sheng Zhao blinked, struck by a strange suspicion in that moment. I know why, Sheng Zhao said. His train of thought shifted constantly, but Xing Yingzhu was too lazy to follow along, simply emitting a questioning sound lazily. You see, she had such an amazing healing ability, so why didn't she try to revive her brother later? Sheng Zhao asked, blinking again as he spoke, she's so powerful now, even the master of the heavens and earth, couldn't they possibly think of ways? Right? Xing Yingzhu suddenly understood what Sheng Zhao was implying. Bai Li had once told him this, there must be sacrifices to gain, perhaps these words were indeed derived from personal experience. She must have discovered something, seeing through the deep rules hidden in the world before any of them, and therefore, reorganized the world while condescendingly granting them old immortals some opportunities to fulfill their wishes. Chapter 148, when you finish this book, I'll give you a reward. However, whether it's the secrets of the divine race or the gossip of the demon race, none of these are important to Xing Zhao right now. What's important is, he never expected that Xing Yingzhu would really prepare to train him into an all-round feng shui master. Is that enough for today? Half of Sheng Zhao's body was draped over the treadmill railing, his feet stumbling forward as if weaving, and he said in a faint voice, I've already run 2 kilometers. It took you half an hour to run 2 kilometers. Xing Yingzhu coldly and mercilessly said, was that running? That was walking. Sheng Zhao. Could he be blamed? How many big shut-ins like him are fitness champions? Most just sit in the office, and even going downstairs to buy a Starbucks makes them pant for 5 minutes. Moreover, Sheng Zhao really couldn't figure out why learning skills involved physical exercise. And it's been half a month since you ran those 2 kilometers. Xing Yingzhu hit the nail on the head again, every time you're lazy, your endurance hasn't improved at all. I can't run anymore. Sheng Zhao started to act spoiled, turning down the intensity on the treadmill one more notch, and clung to the railing like a hanged corpse folded in half by someone. Isn't this what you want, to earn 6 figures a day like Zhang Jian? Xing Yingzhu didn't even look at him, changing the channel with the remote control, and casually said, is this not doable? Zhang Jian earns 6 figures a day, but not by running on a treadmill. Sheng Zhao whined, trying to reason with this devil instructor, it's by wisdom. Having only wisdom without physical prowess, he'd already be buried back in Chen City. Xing Yingzhu said, and even someone as skilled as him is still lying in the hospital. Sheng Zhao. It seemed to make some sense, Sheng Zhao thought. But Zhang Jian is the kind of person heaven entrusts with great missions. Sheng Zhao himself has no such lofty ambitions, to work when you don't have to is foolish. But isn't there still you? Sheng Zhao chuckled and began to act spoiled, I have you, Zhang Jian doesn't. Xing Yingzhu. The boss Xing was silenced, finally shifting his eyes from the TV to glance at Sheng Zhao. You're hopeless. Xing Yingzhu said. There was disdain in his words, but the corner of his lips carried a faint curve. Sheng Zhao's eyes lit up, he felt like this could work. I'm so tired. Sheng Zhao spoke in a soft tone, moaning, my legs are sore, I need a rest. After I rest, we can have egg custard and Sichuan pepper chicken for dinner, right? Xing Yingzhu looked at him. And I bought new tea bags. Sheng Zhao continued, Maji Longjing tea leaves. Finally bribed by the milk green, Boss Sheng coughed dryly, picked up the treadmill remote on the coffee table and pressed the stop button. Sheng Zhao immediately came back to life, limping off the treadmill with noodle-like legs, refusing to expend any energy, and directly fell headfirst onto the sofa by inertia. He scooted closer to Xing Yingzhu and reached out to hug him. The recent temperature wasn't very friendly to Sheng Zhao, but fortunately, Boss Sheng was a mobile air conditioner, cool without being icy, clearly an excellent tool for staying at home or traveling. Unfortunately, the mobile air conditioner had very irregular operating hours, usually depending on mood to open business, sometimes even flipping faces halfway through the operation, causing humble customers to seize every opportunity they get, enjoying while they can. Apparently, it was not within business hours now. Xing Yingzhu poked Sheng Zhao's shoulder with the remote, showing disapproval, sweaty all over. Apart from winter, Xing Yingzhu generally disliked heat. Recently, Sheng Zhao has become much bolder, daring to risk death, rushing over to hug him once before bouncing off the sofa and quickly slipping into the bathroom for a quick shower. After washing up and freshening up in a short-sleeved shirt, when Sheng Zhao came out, Boss Sheng's midday news was already finished, and the TV began re-airing a new episode of a local drama. Sheng Zhao glanced and saw that it was a classic war film. Xing Yingzhu sat semi-reclined on the sofa cushions in his pajamas, struggling to finish the last layer of coconut fruit in his milk tea cup. Seeing him come in, he nodded towards the coffee table with his chin raised. Death penalty can be exempted, but living punishment is unavoidable. Boss Xing slowly said, if you don't want to run, then finish watching these. Sheng Zhao. He paused as he dried his hair, seriously attempting to correct this frightening statement of Xing Yingzhu's. What you're saying sounds like I'm about to be hung out of the window by you. Sheng Zhao said, this scares me and isn't good for family harmony at all. Xing Yingzhu swallowed a mouthful of coconut pulp, slightly raising the corner of his lip, his eyes gently curving, looking at him with a smile and speaking in a calm and gentle tone, with your current physical condition, hanging for a day might probably be fine. Sheng Zhao. That was worse than criticism. Sheng Zhao was literally laughed to a chill by him, his hair standing on end, feeling the cold from inside out despite the blazing summer sun. So Sheng Zhao nervously chuckled twice, came over and started massaging the legs of Senior Master Xing, saying in earnest, I was just kidding. How could I not see through your icy exterior to recognize your burning affection for me? Xing Yingzhu. Not studying hard but skipping exercise every day, yet having the nerve to only know how to flatter people. There was nothing Xing Yingzhu could do about him. He flicked his finger and made a sound slap against Sheng Zhao's head, saying, coaxing won't help, go read your book. Back then, Qing Yuan had said that all the books she sent were classic human manuals of magic techniques, which would be very friendly to beginners like Sheng Zhao. Theoretically, with such a living knowledge base as Boss Xing around, Sheng Zhao's metaphysical path should have been quite smooth, but Sheng Zhao absolutely did not expect Boss Xing's teaching style to be of a laissez-faire type. According to Boss Xing himself, he was a great demon who followed the way of demon power. Moreover, since he used to be an ancient dragon of olden times, when it came to mountain sea and sun-moon forces, he could simply use them at will without ever needing to borrow. Naturally, he looked down upon the whole process of cultivation followed by mortal practitioners. In his eyes, teaching Sheng Zhao was purely like, never tasted pork but still knowing what a running pig looks like, completely depending on experience with no personal skill involved to maintain his teaching standard. Thus, most of the time, Sheng Zhao could only study blindly alone by reading books. It wasn't until he really couldn't understand the ins and outs of something that teacher Xing would reluctantly take over his book and skim through it on sight, as for any kind of pre-class preparation, that was simply a foolish dream. Moreover, Xing Yingzhu's teaching method was simple and brutal. He was the type of person who would directly write the answer in the application questions during school days. His process score was always deducted thoroughly, and he only cared about the results. Yet, Xing Yingzhu himself did not think he was doing anything wrong. As a result, Sheng Zhao often had no choice but to seek normal people's help remotely, asking Zhang Jian to explain some basic questions. Unfortunately, Zhang Jian seemed to have mostly recovered recently, and he was extraordinarily busy, frequently being unreachable for 3 to 5 days. Therefore, Sheng Zhao had no choice but to re-grab the elementary school textbook in his hands and ask teacher Xing, this college professor, to teach him. Sitting on a slightly short stool next to the coffee table, Sheng Zhao was writing and drawing on his notebook, casually asking, what does qi mean? Qi is what you see when you open your heavenly eye, different extraordinary things. Xing Yingzhu chewed on coconut bits while absent-mindedly channel surfing for legal programs and said, to you, it's feeling, to demons, it's smell. Just different names for the same concept. The power of mountains and waters, the force of sun and moon, demons, ghosts, monsters, these all possess distinct qi, identify them carefully. In time, you'll be able to tell them apart. What does fusing qi and opening source mean? Sheng Zhao asked again. If judged by the standards of a role model teacher, Xing teacher's patients obviously deserved immediate expulsion from the teaching profession. After fewer than 3 questions, he began to show signs of slight impatience, frowning and saying, didn't Zhang Jian teach you these basic questions? Sheng Zhao truthfully shook his head. How does he teach? Xing Yingzhu blamed straightforwardly, one generation on the mountain worse than the last. Sheng Zhao. Apparently, great demons disregard reasoning more firmly than dragon scales. But Xing Zhao clearly could not counteract Xing Yingzhu in front of him to protect Zhang Jian, so he put down his pen, sincerely apologized to Zhang Jian in his heart, then seriously nodded in agreement, affirming forcefully, "You're right." Having his claim supported, Xing Yingzhu naturally approved with a nod of satisfaction. His mood brightened, and for a moment, he remembered his teaching responsibilities, rarely taking a bit of initiative, sitting up and glancing at Xing Zhao's notes. Most of the books Qing Yuan brought were ancient texts, probably lying forgotten in obscure corners gathering dust for years. Once opened, they were full of classical Chinese and complex characters, making it difficult for Xing Zhao to comprehend them, requiring him to look up dictionaries for translation before being able to take notes. To be fair, though little Xing trained half-heartedly, as if fishing for 3 days and drying nets for 2, his notes were at least never behind schedule, qualifying him as a good student. However, what is this? Xing Yingzhu pointed at a strangely twisted symbol in the talisman book. "Ah, it's a talisman imprint," Xing Zhao said with conviction. "I was just about to tell you," Zhang Jian said that when drawing talismans, one must always borrow power from somewhere. Borrowing power from heaven is too random. He also suggested, just like Qing Yuan, that I borrow from you. But since you've never shown up, he let me draw my own talisman imprint, one only the two of us would know. Next time you see this mark, you'll know it's me. What do you think? Isn't it quite romantic between lovers? Xing Yingzhu. Was he actually proud of it? Xing Yingzhu puzzled over whether Xing Zhao didn't realize his talisman looked exactly like dried-up noodles left on the floor for 3 days without cleaning. "I don't." Xing Yingzhu refused flatly, "This is too ugly. I won't lend you power." "Xing Zhao. I spent 3 whole days designing this." Xing Zhao protested. "What's not appealing about it?" "Nothing at all," Xing Yingzhu thought. But clearly, continuing on this subject wasn't wise, so teacher Xing had no choice but to awkwardly divert the topic for once. "Go study your book." Xing Yingzhu took the talisman book away and said, "Focus on learning, figure out your heavenly eye first before worrying about other things." Clearly, Xing Zhao still lingered over the idea of their lover's talisman. His eyes followed the talisman book in Xing Yingzhu's hands halfway around, as if wanting to say more. But Xing Yingzhu acted quickly, decisively pressing a finger against Xing Zhao's lips to preempt any further words. "Study well, and when you finish this book, I'll give you a reward." Chapter 149, If you regret not cherishing time at that moment, I won't console you. Xing Zhao actually didn't care much about Xing Yingzhu's reward in the first place. After all, Mr. Xing's preferences were very straightforward, and his style of conduct was also very predictable. It was either a bit of boyfriend benefits or adult activities disguised as rewards. So when Xing Yingzhu really took out the reward, Xing Zhao was indeed surprised for a moment. That beginner-level magic book had less than 40 pages front and back, but because it was so abstruse, it took Xing Zhao a full 3 months to devour it. By the time he barely finished this basic textbook, the leaves outside the apartment building had turned from green to yellow. That day, Xing Yingzhu gave him a rare day off. He didn't make him jog on the treadmill all day or give him any hellish training with his metaphysical radar. So Xing Zhao simply took a whole day off, stayed upstairs, and decided to actively use every second of his holiday. However, his biological clock had already been trained by Mr. Xing, so suddenly not having class made him feel a little restless. He aimlessly wandered around the house a few times and finally dived into the kitchen, planning to study the cold brew tea he had recently tried. Mr. Xing generally didn't bother him during these moments, since, to some extent, he was easy to live with. Except for the lightning avoidance menu, this kind of beverage generally meant drinking whatever was given. But today, his interest seemed unusually good, almost abnormal. When Xing Zhao just took 2 oranges out of the fridge and reached for the fruit knife, Xing Yingzhu casually followed him into the kitchen. Leaning against Xing Zhao's back, he reached over and plucked a strawberry slice from the glass bowl in front of him. Before Xing Zhao could express shock at the event of Xing Yingzhu entering the kitchen, Mr. Xing slightly lowered his head, rested his chin on Xing Zhao's clavicle, and complained, "It's sour." "Of course it's sour," said Xing Zhao, "sugar hasn't been added yet. Why did you come in? Are you thirsty?" Xing Yingzhu's chin pressed against his neck crook, and he laughed lowly. "Did you forget something?" "What?" Xing Zhao was utterly clueless, tilting his head and blinking, saying, "Electricity fee. Paid it this morning." Xing Yingzhu. This thing devoid of sentiment. Xing Yingzhu sighed and no longer expected Xing Zhao's memory to remember anything, thus skipping the explanation part altogether and acting directly. He brushed Xing Zhao's left hand in this pose and pushed a cool something onto the root of his ring finger. Xing Zhao glanced down, only catching a glimpse before freezing in surprise. It was a dark red ring, with a texture somewhat like agate, but its color was a bit deeper than agate. Sunlight hitting it allowed one to faintly see extremely fine golden patterns inside. Xing Zhao subconsciously bent his fingers, clearly feeling the cool, familiar touch of it. "A promise I made earlier to give you in Beihai." Xing Yingzhu's voice carried a smile, "Reward." Xing Zhao was flabbergasted by this sudden attack. The orange in his right hand fell with a clang onto the chopping board, spinning a few times before falling into the sink. "This." Xing Zhao stared at the ring on his hand, his brain fogged up with confusion. The things he wanted to say jumbled together chaotically, and in the end, he dryly asked, "Why isn't it a pendant?" Xing Yingzhu loved this pitiful look of his, smiling broadly upon seeing it and pinched his chin, saying, "To bind you." He took lives without burying them. After saying this, he gracefully turned and returned to the living room to continue watching his legal channel, leaving Sheng Zhao dumbfounded in the kitchen staring blankly at the ring on his hand. Mr. Xing came fast and left even faster. The presentation of the ring could be called perfunctory, but when Sheng Zhao looked down at the ring on his hand, he couldn't help but grin despite himself. Too cute, Sheng Zhao thought. Xing Yingzhu, a grand monster who rarely associated with humans, regarded such things as interest and romance as unimportant, let alone love ceremony feelings. Yet all these things that he originally couldn't understand, were done thoroughly once there was a person under his roof. Perhaps Xing Yingzhu sneered at the idea of, "You must exchange rings when dating," but he must have thought it would make Sheng Zhao happy, so he just did it. This point of motivation was so direct and easy to guess. Sheng Zhao only needed a slight turn in his heart to find him unbearably cute. He obviously said nothing, but in fact said everything. A grand monster that was so self-indulgent now learned to cater to someone else's tastes. Sheng Zhao immediately revived his spirit. Ignoring the orange, he cheered and chased after Mr. Xing, hugging his waist like a spoiled child, and kissed him. "Help," Sheng Zhao said, "I really like you." Xing Yingzhu raised an eyebrow. "How long have you liked me?" Xing Yingzhu asked with a smirk. Sheng Zhao blinked and picked a clever answer. "Longer than your age," Sheng Zhao said. Boss Xing clearly caught the implication in his words, and couldn't help but curl his lips into a half-smile as he teased, "Smooth talker, just trying to flatter me, I won't release the hawk until I see the rabbit. You only get sweet when there's something for you." "I got it," Sheng Zhao said earnestly. "You're hinting that I'm not sweet enough usually." Xing Yingzhu finally found amusement in Sheng Zhao's shameless demeanor, peeling him off reluctantly while smiling disdainfully. "Do I need to hint? I've always been direct, get up." Sheng Zhao wouldn't let go, seizing the opportunity to snatch some boyfriend benefits before floating back to rescue the ice sugar orange he had forgotten about. Giving a reward to a partner wasn't odd for Mr. Xing, but what was strange was that after giving the ring, Xing Yingzhu seemed to flip some sort of magical switch, becoming slightly mature. If one had to describe it, he had probably evolved from 3 years old to 6. Sheng Zhao noticed this subtle change on one day before the new year. On the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, while he was watching a small pot simmering milk and repeating complicated magic spells in his mind, Zhao Tong's call interrupted suddenly, almost messing up all the incantations he had memorized. In a panic, Sheng Zhao turned off the fire to take the call, still trying to find a polite tone when Zhao Tong sighed over the phone. "Are you coming home for the new year?" Zhao Tong's voice was cautious. "The elders are coming to Shen City this year too." Sheng Zhao wedged the phone between his shoulder and ear, scooping out a spoonful of fresh milk to taste it. He hummed once, staying silent. Perhaps due to the dragon bone inside him, Sheng Zhao now strongly disliked being far away from Xing Yingzhu, so upon hearing Zhao Tong's invitation, he instinctively wanted to decline. But on the other end of the phone was his mother, so Sheng Zhao smiled and casually deflected with an easy response. "Isn't it inconvenient for Uncle Li's side?" Sheng Zhao asked. "It's convenient," Zhao Tong hastened to say, "I've already talked to him, he misses you too. Besides, next year is Li Yu's graduation, it will be fun to celebrate together." Sheng Zhao tasted the milk and thought it was a bit too plain according to Xing Yingzhu's taste, so he added another spoonful of sugar. Throughout the year, Sheng Zhao ran around mountains and rivers, delved deep into metaphysics, and unknowingly caught a touch of sharpness from Xing Yingzhu. He didn't know Li Liangfu well, had little interest in cajoling Li Yu, the rebellious teenager, and really didn't want to leave Xing Yingzhu behind to spend time with family, so without hesitation, he crossed off any affirmative answers in his mind. Sheng Zhao was pondering how to tactfully reject Zhao Tong without making her sad when, before he could even finish saying "I," he suddenly felt a heavy presence pressing down behind him. Turning his head, he saw Xing Yingzhu had awoken at some point. Probably unable to find him, he had wandered over to drag him back to bed. It was winter now, and Xing Yingzhu could sleep 2/3 of the day, still rather drowsy as he circled Sheng Zhao's waist from behind, closed his eyes, and nuzzled into the warmth of his neck. Sheng Zhao kissed his temple through the receiver as a form of comfort. He didn't want to leave Xing Yingzhu anyway, especially during the hibernation period where every step counted. As he was about to politely refuse Zhao Tong's kindness, he felt Xing Yingzhu shift slightly, licking his earlobe. "Go ahead," Xing Yingzhu whispered softly in his ear. "Huh?" Sheng Zhao glanced at him surprisedly. Had he changed his ways? Sheng Zhao doubted, thinking how he normally preferred him to stay glued by his side at all times. Zhao Tong on the other end thought he was talking to her and repeated the invitation again. "Ah, alright," Sheng Zhao didn't quite understand why Xing Yingzhu suddenly intervened, but as usual, he followed his suggestion and casually told Zhao Tong, "I'll check the flight tickets and call you later." Zhao Tong hadn't expected him to agree, happily replied a few times, then reminded him with a few household chores like, "Add more clothes in the cold weather," and "Take care of yourself," before hanging up. In just those 2 sentences, Xing Yingzhu had already grown sleepy again. Leaning heavily on Sheng Zhao, he shifted most of his weight onto him, forcing Sheng Zhao to turn around and lean against the countertop, holding him tightly around the waist just to keep steady. Actually, I don't have to go either, Xing Zhao said. And what about you if I do? Xing Yingzhu gave a low laugh without opening his eyes, lazily saying, I'll accompany you to Shen City. Are you crazy for doing this in the dead of winter? Xing Zhao was somewhat concerned, furrowing his brows as he said, it's just the New Year celebration, my mom doesn't need anyone special around anyway. Xing Xiaodao, you have already achieved immortality. Once time stops for you, you will face many farewells that pertain to human lives. Perhaps due to drowsiness, Xing Yingzhu's voice was lighter and softer than usual, much slower in pace, which oddly made Xing Zhao sense an uncharacteristic tenderness. If you regret not cherishing the moments later when you're alone, I'm not going to comfort you. Chapter 150, Stop praying to gods, pray to me instead. Although Xing Yingzhu's, I'll go with you, only implied going to Shen City together and did not include the extra project of accompanying him back home for the new year, Xing Zhao was already very satisfied. After all, Xing Zhao liked Xing Yingzhu making concessions for him, but he didn't want Xing Yingzhu to change himself, or put differently, to inconvenience himself, because of him. For Xing Zhao, it was already great that Xing Yingzhu's special treatment towards him was exclusive. There was no need to involve other people in this circle. They actually set off on the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, but since Xing Zhao wasn't particularly close to his home, he didn't intend to go back early. So, when calling Zhao Tong, he lied, saying he had only managed to buy an evening flight ticket for the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, which would land too late at night. Thus, they would stay outside first, and then return home on New Year's Eve for a meal. With Yao Qi and Longgu on his person, Xing Zhao himself recently felt very clingy toward Xing Yingzhu and was reluctant to be separated from him. Therefore, he pre-arranged with Xing Yingzhu, saying he would just go home for the New Year's Eve dinner, and after eating, he would come back to the hotel to accompany Mr. Xing. At the time, Xing Yingzhu was half asleep. It was unclear whether he heard or not, and he mumbled and hemmed before turning over and falling back asleep. Thanks to Xing Yingzhu, this invisible tycoon, Xing Zhao once again stayed in the riverside suite that shocked him the last time, dragging his suitcase along. During the Spring Festival holiday, there were also many people traveling abroad to celebrate the new year. Over 70% of the hotel rooms had been booked. With the atmosphere of full popularity, it seemed as though the air conditioner's temperature exceeded the scale reading, and Xing Zhao, upon entering the room, immediately felt warm and cozy. However, since stepping into the apartment building, this was the first time Xing Zhao left Xing Yingzhu's side for more than 3 hours during his hibernation period. Compared to Xing Yingzhu, Xing Zhao appeared far more nervous. On New Year's Eve, from the moment he woke up, he began pacing around restlessly, circling the hotel suite more than 3 times. Xing Yingzhu was sound asleep until Xing Zhao inadvertently woke him. Groggily covering his head with the blanket, Xing Yingzhu mumbled indistinctly, "Did someone wind you up?" Xing Zhao quickly turned around when hearing him speak, pouncing to the bedside in a few quick steps. He hugged the pillow and looked worriedly at Xing Yingzhu. Without even opening his eyes, Xing Yingzhu stretched out his arm from under the covers lazily and beckoned Xing Zhao over. Understanding, Xing Zhao climbed onto the bed, held onto his arm, and cuddled closely. Xing Yingzhu instinctively snuggled closer to the source of warmth, resting his head on Xing Zhao's shoulder. In winter, Mr. Xing always seemed so easygoing, and Xing Zhao's affection surged to unprecedented heights. He felt like leaving at this point would make him akin to a hitman abandoning his family. "Can you handle it alone?" Xing Zhao worried, "Will you wake up confused, feeling desolate because I'm gone?" Xing Yingzhu. He wondered what Xing Zhao considered him, those little snakes with undeveloped minds. Apparently, Xing Zhao had completely convinced himself through imagination and was genuinely concerned. In the end, he sighed deeply, a clear sign of distress, making it impossible for Xing Yingzhu to ignore. In such situations, one can hardly balance maintaining dignity as the head of the family with comfort. Thus, Xing Yingzhu almost without hesitation chose the former. "I can." Xing Yingzhu sat up decisively, shaking off the blankets within seconds. He adjusted himself to external mode, with clear eyes now facing Xing Zhao. He said almost calmly, "I just love sleeping in the winter, but I'm not comatose yet." Xing Zhao thought internally that Xing Yingzhu was way too confident. He should have filmed last year's version of himself and made a compilation video to show him. Actually, Xing Zhao had seen Xing Yingzhu functioning in normal mode before. Last winter, during turbulent times, he occasionally stepped out, each time standing proud against the cold winds, extremely clear-headed. However, due to the incredibly powerful effects of hibernating Xing Yingzhu's abilities, Xing Zhao always felt like Xing Yingzhu couldn't be left alone. "You're only going home for the New Year's Eve dinner, Xing Xiaodao." Xing Yingzhu calmly and rationally explained, "You'll only be away from me for several hours, there's no need to be so anxious." Xing Zhao was hit right where it mattered and immediately flared up with embarrassment, retorting, "I'm worried about you not being able to be alone, all right." Mr. Xing threw off the blankets, got out of bed barefoot, independently poured himself a glass of water to drink, then replied coolly, raising an eyebrow, "That is completely unnecessary." Xing Zhao. "Next time, I won't hug you." No matter how reluctant Xing Zhao was to leave, after 10 o'clock, he still had to carry the New Year gifts he bought for Zhao Tong and board a taxi. This year, Zhao Tong seemed to genuinely want to repair her relationship with her neglected eldest son and had arranged everything properly in advance. When Xing Zhao arrived, Li Liangfu was taking Li Yu to stick couplets on the door. Seeing him, they politely greeted him twice. Ever since the wedding last time, Xing Zhao hadn't returned home. Now seeing Li Liangfu again surprised him a little. He didn't know what had happened, but he appeared pale, thin, with dark circles under his eyes. His whole appearance exuded an aura of malnutrition and depression. Xing Zhao recently had gained a deep understanding in metaphysics and saw the cause at a glance. He thought it was likely due to that gold chain he took years ago which had harmed him with ominous energy. But after being advised by Xing Yingzhu for so long, Xing Zhao had become much smarter and didn't say much about this on the spot. Zhao Tong hadn't seen him for quite some time, and she was quite enthusiastic, dragging him up and down the house. This year, the Li celebration was lively, and the elders were all present. They were all very friendly when they saw him, asking questions here and there. Xing Zhao hadn't been in such an atmosphere for quite some time, and found it hard to keep up. After accompanying them for 2 hours, he finally escaped when one elder lady brought up, "Oh, you're already so big, why don't you have a girlfriend?" Using the excuse of helping, he slipped into the kitchen. There wasn't much to talk about between him and Zhao Tong as their estrangement over time had left them only polite conversation with slight awkwardness. After discussing work and life situations, they soon ran out of things to talk about, but Xing Zhao could tell that Zhao Tong was indeed happy with his visit. She spent 5 minutes peeling just 1 clove of garlic until Xing Zhao couldn't bear to watch anymore and took it from her. At that moment, Zhao Tong turned away and quickly wiped her eye corner. "It's fine that you're doing well," Zhao Tong said, "work hard and don't upset your boss." Xing Zhao threw the peeled garlic into the bowl, smiled while responding, thinking inside that it's really not easy to achieve since his greatest skill so far has been how to soothe explosive bosses. New Year's dinner in Shanghai was eaten early. Moreover, since Li Liangfu is a businessman with great passion for burning the first incense of the new year, the dining table was cleared away before 8:30 p.m. Initially, Xing Zhao just planned to come for a meal, but after helping clean up, Zhao Tong seemed reluctant to let him go. She suggested staying longer, possibly going together to burn incense and receive good fortune before leaving. Since it had been too long since seeing Zhao Tong and also feeling somewhat guilty to leave right after dinner on New Year's Eve, Xing Zhao sat back down again. He feared that Xing Yingzhu might be anxiously waiting at the hotel, so he pulled out his phone and sent a message saying he would return later, asking him to order food delivery from the hotel if he was hungry. The message sank like a stone into the sea, no reply came even more than an hour later. Xing Zhao guessed that Xing Yingzhu probably hadn't woken up yet, so he didn't worry further. At around 10 o'clock, Xing Zhao packed his things and followed Zhao Tong and Li Liangfu to burn the first incense of the new year. Such was the custom in Shanghai. The closer it got to midnight, the busier the streets became. Xing Zhao squeezed through the crowd, waiting in line for first blessing, during which he bought a red charm rope wishing daily wealth to tie onto his phone case. WeChat still remained quiet. Xing Zhao wondered whether Mr. Xing hadn't woken up or was sulking because he didn't return on time, so he pondered a bit and then randomly sent another message, "I think the lamb chops at that hotel are quite delicious, you should try." Still no reply, and while Xing Zhao was racking his brain trying to think of something else to say, the queue ahead started moving, time had arrived, and the city god temple doors opened. Before Xing Zhao realized it, his phone had slipped into his pocket as he was swept forward with the crowd. The New Year's atmosphere was full of joy. With so many people around, it felt even more vibrant. Everywhere Xing Zhao looked, he saw red decorations. He was slightly influenced by this festive spirit and impulsively bought some joss sticks to participate in worship. The main hall buzzed with crowds coming and going, the sound of bronze bells rang continuously. The air was thick with incense smoke, occasionally mixed with congratulatory exclamations over favorable offerings. On the night of New Year's Eve, the midnight was bustling with voices of mutual blessings for the new year. Xing Zhao accompanied Zhao Tong in burning incense and walked into the main hall. While kneeling down, he was distracted, thinking, since he's come, he may as well pray for prosperity and wealth. His phone in his pocket tilted awkwardly, and the newly bought prosperity pendant fell out, dangling loosely outside the pocket. As Xing Zhao bowed his head, his peripheral vision couldn't help but focus on the little cat charm no bigger than a fingernail at the end of the pendant. Others praying solemnly might practice abstinence and take baths beforehand, whereas Xing Zhao was hardly sincere, half-heartedly seeking fortune while simultaneously lamenting in his heart, "This thing actually costs $50, clearly showing the soaring prices during the holiday." Xing Zhao's mind wandered aimlessly without a proper thought as he went through the motions of praying hastily. Just as he was getting up, he suddenly heard a voice with a hint of laughter beside him. "What are you praying for?" Startled momentarily, Xing Zhao immediately raised his head and saw Xing Yingzhu, who should have been sleeping at the hotel, standing not far away diagonally opposite him. Zhao Tong had somehow been pushed away by the crowd a while ago, and now an elderly man knelt next to Xing Zhao. The old man was hard of hearing and visually impaired but deeply devout, muttering strings of auspicious words incomprehensible to others. As for Xing Yingzhu, he wore a high-neck sweater paired with a plain black wool overcoat, one hand casually tucked in his pocket as he stood there. He only gave a slight bend of his eyes, yet from that moment on, there was no one else in Xing Zhao's sight. "Congratulations and prosperity, may all your wishes come true," Xing Zhao replied. Upon hearing this, Xing Yingzhu arched an eyebrow and sauntered over, grabbing Xing Zhao's arm with one hand and effortlessly lifting him off the cushion. "Don't bother praying to gods," Xing Yingzhu said. Pray to me instead. Chapter 151, Submission to Red Dust Intentions. When Mr. Xing arrived personally, Xing Zhao was naturally taken away by him without any resistance. He sent a message to Zhao Tong, saying that he had lost his way and would leave first, wishing her a happy new year, and sent her a lucky red envelope as well. Zhao Tong quickly replied with the usual 3 sentences, take care of yourself, don't stay out too late, and return to the hotel early. Xing Zhao agreed one by one, then pocketed his phone and hurried after Xing Yingzhu. Xing Zhao followed Xing Yingzhu through the dense crowd, using the crowd's cover to secretly hook his fingers under his sleeve. Xing Yingzhu glanced at him sideways, disdainful of his clinging, but just couldn't shake him off with a flick, so he let it be. Seeing his indulgence, Xing Zhao took advantage of the situation, grinningly inserting his finger into Xing's. Xing Yingzhu looked at him again, silently tightening his fingers, and turned around to hold his hand. Mr. Xing's hands were cold like winter jade in the cold season. Xing Zhao shivered from the chill but instinctively pulled his hand closer. The warm body temperature flowed back through their intertwined skin. Coincidentally, there passed a big brother holding a 3-meter-long incense stick. Xing Zhao dodged slightly and pressed closer to Xing Yingzhu. With an unshaken gaze ahead while walking, the corner of Mr. Xing's lips curled up slightly as if he was smiling. How did you come? Xing Zhao asked softly, satisfied while pulling his hand. It's so cold today, the temperature has also dropped, is it for picking me up? Or because you thought of me when you woke up? Xing Yingzhu glanced at him and said, I passed by during my leisure stroll. Of course, Xing Zhao wouldn't believe such fabricated nonsense. How could someone of his status choose wandering outdoors on a freezing day instead of staying in an air-conditioned room? Only fools would believe that. He laughed inwardly and immediately interpreted this statement in his heart, extracting plenty of sweetness, which made him feel delighted internally. Xing Yingzhu glanced at him and sighed helplessly at his lack of sophistication, shaking his head, but involuntarily smiled as well. On New Year's Eve night, the streets of Shen City were lively. When Xing Zhao went out with Xing Yingzhu, there were still quite a few queues outside, waiting to perform the New Year welcoming rituals. Xing Zhao originally found these activities interesting, but after being submerged in academic studies for several months under the pressure from Xing Boss, he now felt a headache at the sight of talismans and magical methods, quickly dragging Xing Yingzhu away. Logically speaking, in this kind of weather, Xing Yingzhu should be very reluctant to linger outside. Xing Zhao originally thought that he'd hail a taxi once they stepped out, but unexpectedly, Xing Yingzhu turned his steps and mentioned nothing about returning to the hotel, instead guiding Xing Zhao onto the sidewalk. The distance from the Chenghuang temple to the hotel where they were staying was not far, less than 4 kilometers. Although Xing Zhao didn't know what interest Xing Yingzhu suddenly had today, he said nothing and obediently followed him. Xing Zhao didn't let go of his hand even when going out. The two, one a monster and one a non-typical human, walked along like regular people, occasionally exchanging trivial small talk. Did you eat yet? Xing Zhao asked. No. Xing Yingzhu concisely said, just woke up. I'm hungry too. Xing Zhao sighed, saying, let's have a midnight snack later when we get back. I wonder if they'll still serve little lamb chops at this hour. Haven't you already had your New Year's Eve dinner? Xing Yingzhu asked. You don't understand, there are a lot of Li family members. Before the meal starts, they always make speeches first, and besides my mom, I didn't know anyone else. It was like being sandwiched between bread slices in a jam sandwich. I could only work the camera robotically. Xing Zhao sighed deeply, saying, and since you weren't there, I couldn't eat. Xing Zhao seemed to have finally returned to a confidant where he could vent complaints. Once started, he wouldn't stop, talking non-stop about how the Li family's celebration was so troublesome, those aunties were so intrusive, I almost got my room key discovered by them. The deep night's warm yellow street lamps fell upon Xing Yingzhu. Not far away the fast-moving traffic flow whizzed past. Xing Yingzhu listened amidst distant firework sounds as Xing Zhao quietly complained, a sudden wave of inexplicable warmth rising in his heart. He hardly interjected, almost entirely Xing Zhao's one-sided monologue. Xing Yingzhu would occasionally hum lightly as a sign that he was listening. Xing Zhao's warmth continuously flowed over, warming the intertwined hand. Xing Yingzhu tilted his head to look at him, suddenly having an impulse to feel even warmer. And I forgot my car keys at home, and got caught by an auntie asking how much my monthly salary was. Xing Zhao said, in the end, I could only vaguely say it was yours, barely managing to get away. Hey, isn't that a sweet potato seller? Xing Zhao's thoughts always ran wild, and by the time Xing Yingzhu caught up to his line of thinking, Xing Zhao had already let go of his hand and darted like a little whirlwind towards the sweet potato roasting rack in front of the convenience store. A cool breeze brushed past Xing Yingzhu's shoulder. He glanced down at his now empty hand and frowned in dissatisfaction. But fortunately, Xing Zhao soon returned, gripping his hand again as he rubbed it, blowing warm air onto the back of it. Do you want some? Xing Zhao waved the bag in his hand and asked, sweet core ones. No, Xing Yingzhu disdainfully replied. His diet mainly consisted of meat, eggs, and milk with almost no vegetables or coarse grains, so such a response was not surprising. Thus, Xing Zhao paid no attention to this and simply rolled up the plastic bag on the outside of the sweet potato bag, tightly securing it before shoving the thing into Xing Yingzhu's other pocket. The scorching heat quickly penetrated through the fabric, but before Xing Yingzhu could voice his disapproval, Xing Zhao already shook their interlaced hands. I'd be happy to serve as your portable hand warmer. Xing Zhao straightened his chest and earnestly said, however, in public, I can only offer one hand to hold, so make do with the other for now. Xing Yingzhu slowly blinked his eyes. It was hard to tell if it was because of the subtle influence brought by the demon pact that allowed Xing Zhao to guess what was on his mind or if it was just pure coincidence, but Xing Yingzhu suddenly felt very satisfied. It seemed that braving the cold wind on this freezing day was indeed worth it. So, he didn't reject this rudimentary hand warmer, but accepted Xing Zhao's simple yet clumsy gesture, stuffing his hand into his pocket and pressing his back against the paper bag. That temperature was actually too high for Xing Yingzhu, but he didn't care much about it. Xing Xiaodao. Xing Yingzhu called him suddenly. Confused, Xing Zhao hummed in acknowledgement and turned around to ask what was wrong. But upon turning, before he could even get the chance to voice his inquiry, Xing Yingzhu released his hand, using the momentum to wrap an arm around his waist and pulling him closer. Xing Zhao tripped over his own feet, colliding into Xing Yingzhu's embrace. Xing Yingzhu's warm fingertips lightly gripped his chin, tilting his face upwards. Next, a slightly cool kiss descended. This kiss, compared to Xing Yingzhu's usual style, could be called gentle, probably because they were outside, and due to his possessiveness, Xing Yingzhu didn't want others to see too much of Xing Zhao's flustered state, so he restrained himself greatly. Still, at the core of his being, he remained partly feral, an ingrained trait difficult to change. Xing Zhao hadn't anticipated this sudden move under everyone's watchful eyes, so he froze, forgetting both to respond and to close his eyes at first. He licked the corner of Xing Zhao's lips, teasingly urging, open up. Xing Zhao had always lacked resistance to him. Usually, before his brain registered what happened, his body would faithfully comply with his command. Xing Yingzhu's mood appeared exceptionally good, the corners of his eyes slightly bent, and under the lamplight, the teardrop mole below his eye illuminated. Xing Zhao couldn't help but stare at his face and found he couldn't look away. As they walked along the scenic riverside route from Qinghuang Temple to the hotel, the vibrant neon lights from the buildings across the river reflected in Xing Yingzhu's eyes, as if diffusing a bit of the fierce aura around him, outlining his handsome and elegant features. Xing Zhao blinked and nearly lost himself in admiration. In the commercial district across the river, festive New Year music played enthusiastically. The songs drifted across the water, becoming somewhat hazy. Amidst the neon brilliance, the warm light from the street lamps barely stood its ground, creating a small shadow beneath Xing Zhao's feet. Xing Yingzhu's shadow overlapped with his, as if symbolizing, this was how they were meant to be. Too bad, Xing Zhao thought impulsively, if this were in a drama, there should be snow falling right about now. Lovers, sparkling lights, shimmering ripples of the river adorned with neon, coupled with snowflakes, it would create the perfect romantic atmosphere. Unfortunately, today's temperature in Shin City was a comfortable 2 degrees above zero, clear skies stretching endlessly, lacking entirely any of these romantic elements. Dazed from Xing Yingzhu's kiss, Xing Zhao's thoughts aimlessly wandered, floating until he became utterly disoriented, losing all sense of time and place. After what felt like forever, he heard Xing Yingzhu softly chuckle. Startled by his laughter, Xing Zhao snapped out of his trance-like detachment, suddenly feeling something cold touch his lashes. Instinctively, he blinked, and droplets melted and slid down his eyelashes. Stunned, Xing Zhao paused momentarily. Incredulously turning his head, he noticed that at some point, fine flakes of snow had begun falling intermittently from the sky, growing denser within moments until they fell as large snowflakes. This, stunned, Xing Zhao immediately turned to look at Xing Yingzhu. The light snow fell on Xing Yingzhu's shoulder, and he raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly elevated as he said, wishes come true, huh? The soft intonation of Xing Yingzhu's voice grazed over Xing Zhao's heart, making him feel a tingling sensation, along with a bit of itchiness. Yinglong controls water, in charge of rivers, lakes, seas, mist, frost, rain, and snow. A few vague cries of surprise came from not far away, and passers-by happily took out their phones to snap photos of the sky. But only Xing Zhao knew who had caused this unreasonable heavy snowfall, and for whom it was created. Xing Yingzhu pressed his thumb against the corner of Xing Zhao's lips, then gently wiped off the moisture there with a teasing smile. Indeed pleasant, it's a scent I never disliked since the beginning. What should I do? Unlike usual, Xing Zhao didn't flare up under Xing Yingzhu's mockery. He was still lost in the charm of this unexpected snowfall, covering his eyes with both hands as he murmured softly, I'm so moved. I feel like whatever you do to me now is fine. No rush. Xing Yingzhu chuckled softly, leaning his head down close to Xing Zhao's ear with amusement laced in his voice, there will be plenty of time later. Chapter 152, Mainline Bonus, Lu Ji's 3 Path of Suffering. May the 3 souls rest in peace, may there be no sorrow for the spirit. As Xing Zhao finished speaking, the light yellow talisman paper in his hand suddenly began to flutter without any wind, spontaneously catching fire and turning into ashes within moments. The ashes gently fell from his fingertips. A few steps away, a middle-aged man, wearing a shabby cotton robe, whose gaze was previously scattered, suddenly became focused, momentarily regaining a bit of lucidity. He blankly looked at Xing Zhao, then lowered his head to inspect his own darkened arms, taking a while to realize, he had already been dead. Yes. He muttered dispiritedly, I forgot myself. Once the wandering soul regained consciousness and let go of obsession, they would no longer be bound to this place. Sheng Zhao watched as the man's shadowy soul suddenly grew lighter, dissipating much of its grayish haze and becoming clearly defined. It was a very plain middle-aged man, but it was unclear how he had died. He had a rather gruesome wound on his face, extending from the left temple to the right side of his cheek, slicing across his nose bridge, looking quite terrifying. That wound was still dripping blood, falling along his jawline, scattering into a mist in midair. Sheng Zhao looked up at the moonlight and said to him, "Let's go." The man was startled back to reality by his voice and instinctively bowed deeply to him, shakingly making a gesture of respect. "Much, thank you," the man said. He seemed like he wanted to say more, but his prolonged stay in the human world had worn down his mind. If not for Sheng Zhao awakening him, he might have stayed in this place for years without realizing that he was already dead. "No need." Sheng Zhao waved a hand, saying, "Go reincarnate." The man again tremblingly bowed to him, then turned around and walked step by step away. His shadow quickly dissipated in the night, and Sheng Zhao saw him off until he could no longer see even a trace of his shadow. Only then did he abruptly let out a breath, his shoulders drooping. The grand image of the master he had put forth disappeared completely. "This isn't pretty good, Brother Zhao." Hu Huan, hands behind his back, skipped out of the adjacent green belt, giving him a thumbs up and saying, very dignified, "You don't lag far behind Zhang Jian's disciples." Though appearing calm, Sheng Zhao's heart was actually pounding, especially when the man looked straight at him. He felt as if his heart would leap out of his chest. Having studied under teacher Xing's rigorous instruction for 3.5 years, whether due to the foundation laid in his previous life or the physical constitution of this one, he gradually started to achieve minor success lately, beginning to touch the threshold of magic arts. At first, his senses grew increasingly sharp. Later, he gradually gained the ability to see things others couldn't perceive. Walking down the streets, he also started to tell apart what was a ghost and what was a human. Even earlier, when Hu Huan had returned to the apartment, he vaguely caught sight of a trace of his original form on him. Improving skill levels were naturally good for Sheng Zhao, but, the sharper his senses became, the more frequently matters came knocking. Sheng Zhao often introspected, why didn't Zhang Jian encounter ghosts asking for help when walking down the street? Why did he meet 3 on every outing, each clinging tightly? To which Sheng Bo's answer was, probably because you look like someone who'll agree to anything. "I can't figure out if you're praising me or mocking me," Sheng Zhao said. Just being factual, Xing Yingzhu said, the affairs of ghosts are impossible to fully manage. Managing too much only makes them more likely to latch onto you. Even Zhang Jian and his group largely ignore these, except those they directly come across. After all, once entangled, they can neither be killed nor beaten, it's always troublesome. Ah, Sheng Zhao sighed, feeling somewhat sorry for himself, it doesn't hurt to help with small efforts. They're all quite pitiful, after all. That line is something only you would dare to say. Not even Zhang Jian and his group dare risk uttering such words carelessly. Xing Yingzhu chuckled and said, in the end, isn't it because you don't fear their entanglement? Naturally, Sheng Zhao immediately latched onto the opportunity, grinning and saying, with you at home, what do I have to fear? After all, they wouldn't dare provoke you. Perhaps overconfident from being overly reckless, thereafter, Sheng Zhao was forced onto a path of being a nice guy. The incense and paper money offerings he had burned over these months alone could cover an entire month's living expenses. Even the recent courier delivering packages started looking at him with peculiar eyes. Today's case he had met 3 days ago. At the time, he was stepping out to handle some business, passing through this area when inexplicably tripping over his feet, unable to move further for a long time. After a brief investigation, he realized it was precisely this gentleman's doing. At the time, he didn't know what to do with the situation either, so he could only hurriedly go home and ask Xing Yingzhu for advice, learning some practical emergency methods from him. Before this time, he had mostly just burned paper money as offerings to stray ghosts, never having properly helped them cross over. He was incredibly nervous throughout, still sweating in his palms even now. After undergoing the tribulation following the prohibited seas abyss crossing, Xing Yingzhu's killing intent had become much heavier. To avoid scaring the fragile soul of that kind gentleman away, he did not accompany Sheng Zhao on this errand, instead calling Hu Huan, who had just returned, to guard him. Hu Huan hopped down from the green belt stairs, walking a few steps until reaching Sheng Zhao's side. He bent down, flicked the ashes on the ground with his finger, and praised, "You're getting pretty efficient there, Brother Zhao, your talent is quite excellent. I think the big shot got too tense, this really didn't require any special guarding." With hands behind his back, Hu Huan swayed as he said, "You can handle it completely on your own." "I must remind you of something," Sheng Zhao sincerely said, "if I do these things alone, Yingzhu would definitely hear the commotion from afar." "Hu Huan. Why didn't you say this earlier?" Hu Huan hastily covered his mouth, panic-stricken as he looked around nervously, fearing that Xing Yingzhu might suddenly appear from somewhere, skinning him alive to make a carpet. Just at that moment, the phone in Sheng Zhao's pocket suddenly rang. He pulled it out and glanced at the contact on the screen, instantly realizing how easily one's thoughts attract certain occurrences. He casually unlocked the call and muttered a hello. "Finished?" Xing Yingzhu's voice came through the other end, sounding somewhat leisurely. "Was it fun?" "How could it be fun?" Sheng Zhao quietly complained, "I was on edge, where are you?" Xing Yingzhu didn't question how Sheng Zhao knew he was nearby. Instead, he chuckled faintly on the other end, giving an address before hanging up. Sheng Zhao ended the call and looked up to find Hu Huan already sprinted 8 zhang away, clinging onto a roadside tree as he warily watched him. Sheng Zhao. It's not that bad. He's no tyrant, at worst, he'll hang outside your window for a while, Sheng Zhao said kindly, no need to fear. Hu Huan. Damn, his innocent and good-hearted brother Zhao has been corrupted. Having teased a bit, Sheng Zhao himself also found it amusing. He then waved a hand and said, isn't Zhang Jian supposed to arrive tonight? You should go pick him up. Things are settled here, go on ahead. Sheng Zhao continued, unable to resist mocking them further, to be honest, you two being separated doesn't make sense, Yingzhu even lifted your curfew, why not live together on Longhu Mountain, anyway, the mountain does have fox spirit temples. Brother Zhao, you don't understand, it's love that needs distance creates beauty, Hu Huan stood up straight, confidently saying, otherwise, over time, seeing each other all day will dull the romance, you must always keep that freshness. In Sheng Zhao's heart, there are 365 days in a year. Hu Huan goes to Longhu Mountain for 6 months, Zhang Jian comes to Xanadu for 6 months, what sort of distance-creating beauty is that? It's merely a waste of airfare. He didn't want to bother discussing relationship maintenance tips with these elementary school-level lovers. After driving Hu Huan away, he tucked his phone into his pocket and turned toward the main road. As Sheng Zhao had guessed, Xing Yingzhu wasn't far off, he was waiting in a dessert shop just across the street from Sheng Zhao. Sheng Zhao clutched the phone in his pocket, counting down the red light, his gaze scanning back and forth across the glass windows opposite on the road, hoping to see Xing Yingzhu sooner. Having scanned around with no success, he belatedly realized how childish an elementary school like this behavior actually was. The countdown for the traffic lights ended, and the displayed figure changed from red to green. With a light-hearted pace, Sheng Zhao crossed the road according to the timing, eventually catching sight of Boss Xing in the second dessert store down the street. What could bring Xing Yingzhu willingly into the crowd besides Sheng Zhao himself, or perhaps red bean coconut pearl milk green tea? When Sheng Zhao arrived, half of the old man's milk tea had already been consumed, with him using the straw to dig through the coconut pearls at the bottom. Phew, I was so nervous. Sheng Zhao plopped down across from him, unconsciously grabbing the orange juice cup next to him for a sip, then letting out a long sigh as he said, thankfully, he wasn't the kind with grotesque features, but these last 3 days watching Resident Evil were for nothing. Even if he was, he wouldn't have jumped on your face like they do in games and movies. Xing Yingzhu hit the nail on the head. Sheng Zhao. That's not the point. It's always better to be more prepared. Sheng Zhao firmly declared. With a weary sigh, Xing Yingzhu thought in his heart, he always has an excuse. But this time it wasn't too difficult. Zhang Jian told me before that most earthbound spirits won't move on because they bear deep hatred or have unresolved strong desires, Sheng Zhao rambled, this one was not that bad. He just couldn't accept the fact that he was gone, likely, he stopped me because he hoped I could save him. Xing Yingzhu hummed in response. Even though the two were practically together every day, Sheng Zhao still seemed to have endless things to say in front of Xing Yingzhu. Even after being out for only half an hour, Sheng Zhao wanted to recount every detail to him. Xing Yingzhu stirred his milk tea, listening patiently. Truthfully, given his character, teaching Sheng Zhao magical techniques and practices was meant for self-protection, not to turn him into everyone's good Samaritan. But then again, this quality seemed deeply ingrained in Sheng Zhao. In cases where it didn't conflict with what he cared about personally, he found it incredibly hard to ignore pleas for help. Just as in his past life on Longhu Mountain when he was very kind to those demons. In other words, if it weren't for his kindness, he wouldn't have accumulated such connections with the demon races, indicating that many things in the world are fated from the start. Sheng Zhao, both hands holding the cup, kept muttering complaints incessantly. After talking about his first battle, he moved on to critiquing Hu Huan and Zhang Jian. Xing Yingzhu, without showing any change in expression, swallowed a red bean and reached out to wipe a piece of orange pulp off the corner of Sheng Zhao's mouth. It's also pretty good, Xing Yingzhu thought. Dumb luck for dumb people. Chapter 153, Main Story Make, Becoming a Dragon. In the uninhabited primeval forest on the southern peak of the greater Xing'an range, there was a secretive figure weaving through the woods. His goal seemed extremely resolute. In the pitch-black night, he climbed upward relentlessly, stepping steadily on the dense forest floor. The primeval forest saw few traces of humans, not even a proper mountain trail on the slope, yet this shadow was abnormally agile, as if completely unaffected by the rough terrain, his speed climbing up the mountain quite impressive. 5 minutes ago, the last sliver of moonlight had been fully obscured by dark clouds. Wisps of purple light flickered amidst the thick cloud layers, creating ominous rumbles of thunderclouds. Suddenly, a streak of purple light descended from the thunderclouds without warning, striking directly upon the mountaintop. The ground beneath trembled for a moment, Sheng Zhao stumbled and subconsciously steadied himself against a robust tree nearby to barely maintain balance. Rolling thunder approached. Sheng Zhao looked up, squinted at the thunderclouds above, and his mood sank to its lowest point. He knew it. Sheng Zhao gritted his teeth, thinking that any time Xing Yingzhu didn't outright agree meant something else was brewing in his mind. Since giving him the dragon bone, Xing Yingzhu had no choice but to undergo the cultivation process of transforming from a snake into a dragon, but fortunately, his cultivation level remained unchanged, making his practice much simpler than for other hard-working demons. It took others thousands or hundreds of years to evolve, but for him, 5 or 6 years were enough. A month ago, just before Xing Yingzhu's thunder trial was about to arrive, conducting such an ordeal in the downtown area obviously wasn't feasible. Sheng Zhao searched throughout all of China thrice before Xing finally chose this place himself. It wasn't bad either, it was close to their friend's hometown after all, and familiar acquaintances could be useful when handling things. What Xing Zhao hadn't anticipated was how every reminder, "Be sure to call me when you undergo the thunder trial," seemed like wind blowing past Xing Yingzhu's ears. Not only did Xing Yingzhu not call him, but he left secretly and even put him down. If not for his keen mental awareness, Sheng Zhao would have still been dreaming sweet dreams about getting rich. Sheng Zhao felt infuriated whenever he thought about it, gritting his teeth, yet despite mentally muttering a million times, "I shouldn't have come," his body faithfully continued to climb the mountain. When great spirits underwent trials of heavenly thunder, the energy carried fire within it. Any spiritual creatures on this mountain long fled, leaving Sheng Zhao with not a single living thing in sight throughout his ascent. Thunder struck one after another. Sheng Zhao roughly counted them, merely hearing more than 49 already. Worried, Sheng Zhao often glanced toward the mountaintop, but alas, the trees on the mountain grew tall like buildings, and no matter how hard he strained his eyes, he couldn't see anything clear. It wasn't until he reached halfway up the mountain that he suddenly heard a dragon roar coming from the summit. This sound made Sheng Zhao involuntarily look skyward, whereupon he discovered a massive shadow appearing vaguely within the thunderclouds. Xing Yingzhu's elongated dragon body was almost entirely concealed by the blinding lightning, unclear to see, but in a fleeting moment, Sheng Zhao seemed to catch a glimpse of a dragon horn's shadow. The celestial thunder showed no mercy towards mighty beasts, continuing to strike incessantly, giving no room even for blinking. By the time Xing Zhao climbed to the top, the final bolt coincided perfectly with the dissipation of some dark clouds, revealing a bit of pale moonlight behind them. Xing Yingzhu fell somewhat disheveled, landing squarely onto a cushion of soft leaves. Seeing this, Sheng Zhao let out a pain-laden hiss, scrambling helplessly to check his condition. Up close, Sheng Zhao noticed that Xing Yingzhu had already sprouted dragon horns and claws. At first glance, except for lacking wings, he was practically indistinguishable from the traditional concept of a dragon. However, his current state appeared far from good. The thunder calamity had scorched his entire body, extensive areas bore charred marks. Thin streaks of blood seeped from the fissures in his wounds, staining a large patch of the grass beneath crimson. Even though Xing Zhao was present, Xing Yingzhu merely moved his eyes slightly, remaining sprawled on the ground, breathing heavily. Xing Zhao had once witnessed him being struck by lightning in Shanghai, a time when a mere tail injury left him heartbroken. How much worse was seeing Xing Yingzhu in such a dejected state now? Anger had festered within him during his ascent, but seeing Xing Yingzhu brought all those prepared grievances instantly forgotten, leaving only sympathy. Sheng Zhao ran over and knelt partially next to Xing Yingzhu, gingerly touching the newly grown mane beneath his neck, then sitting cross-legged and carefully cradling Xing Yingzhu's head in his lap. "Isn't it supposed to grow only a little at a time?" Sheng Zhao frowned, anxiously asking, "Why did your horns and claws sprout together?" Xing Yingzhu opened his eyes halfway. His massive dragon body lay limp on the ground, only his head rested on Xing Zhao's thighs. Hearing this, he forced himself to open his eyes slightly and glance at Xing Zhao. "Too ugly." Xing Yingzhu, currently in excruciating pain, kept his words succinct and accurate. "Without claws, I'd look like a python." Xing Zhao. At a time like this, there was no point in worrying about appearances. Xing Zhao sighed inwardly, thinking that anyway, Xing Yingzhu usually roamed around in human form, so who would know if he had claws or not? Xing Zhao found himself both amused and irritated, realizing why the number of thunder calamities seemed off. It turned out Xing Yingzhu had skipped levels. After making his remark, Xing Yingzhu stopped acknowledging anyone. He lowered his eyes, his gaze somewhat unfocused, his breathing heavy and irregular. Listening to it, Xing Zhao empathized with his pain. Even though Mr. Xing always said there wasn't much difference between 3/10 cooked and 5/10 cooked, Xing Zhao knew Xing Yingzhu wouldn't feel comfortable either way. Xing Zhao hugged his neck and slightly lifted him up, gently patting his neck in an attempt to comfort him. He whispered, "Are you in pain? Should I play a tune for you?" The gift Bai Li had given Xing Zhao, he rarely used. He thought it was after all a divine artifact, and just looking at it caused psychological pressure, let alone playing it himself. But ever since he learned Xing Yingzhu would undergo the tribulation, he simply took it out and carried it with him at all times. Xing Yingzhu lazily hummed in agreement, clearly accepting the suggestion. Thus, Xing Zhao laid him down again and drew out the jade flute from behind his waist. Over these few years, while his mastery of sorcery was merely acceptable, he had practiced the broken melody quite well. Although it only consisted of half the song, something was better than nothing. When Xing Zhao finished playing, Xing Yingzhu's spirits improved a little. With a cold tone, he said, "I wonder how many mountain spirits are benefiting because of your tune." This tone clearly wasn't pleased. Xing Zhao put the flute away again and coaxed him, "Anyway, I played for you. They're just picking up the leftovers, and besides, there's nothing around us, everything has been scared away by the thunder. Mr. Xing emitted an ambiguous hum, unsure whether he accepted the explanation or not. Are you feeling any better? Sheng Zhao asked quietly, should I shrink in size a bit, or turn into a human? I'll carry you down the mountain, Xiong Xiangsong and the others are waiting below. It was a significant event for Mr. Xing to undergo the tribulation, and Sheng Zhao feared he couldn't handle sudden emergencies on his own. Therefore, he had brought along the trio from the greater Xing'an range, secretly conjuring a small wooden house with 3 rooms at the foot of the mountain, awaiting Mr. Xing's arrival. But Xing Yingzhu closed his eyes upon hearing this, ignoring him as if still in too much pain or too exhausted to move. Sheng Zhao, seeing this uncooperative attitude, knew this suggestion had been temporarily rejected. So he racked his brain, trying to think of a topic to divert his attention. You suddenly running off scared me, Sheng Zhao said, but strangely enough, there wasn't a single ghost in the mountains this late at night, almost unnatural. Xing Yingzhu didn't speak but didn't fully close his eyes either, clearly still listening. Oh right, I forgot to mention, yesterday morning I received a text reminder to pay my social security fees, Sheng Zhao murmured. Do you think someone like me, who's immortal, can collect retirement wages until I'm 120 years old? But then again, isn't this considered taking advantage? Xing Yingzhu. What an ambitious aspiration, Xing Yingzhu thought sarcastically, when everyone else after achieving immortality cherishes great dreams, comrade Xing Xiaodao is still fixated on whether he could get his social security back. Xing Yingzhu was tickled by his antics and chuckled softly from his throat. Hearing his voice, Sheng Zhao became overly tense, fearing he might pull a wound, hastily saying, all right, I'll stop talking. Don't laugh. His concern sounded as if Xing Yingzhu was about to breathe his last breath any second. Inwardly sighing helplessly, Xing Yingzhu opened his eyes and turned his head, licking his wrist. Rarely showing such a submissive side voluntarily, Sheng Zhao's breathing hitched momentarily, and all his previous grievances resurfaced instantly. What's your problem? Sheng Zhao complained in a low voice, why do you keep throwing me off guard? When I woke up and you weren't there, I nearly died of fright. This hypermasculinity of yours isn't conducive to family harmony. Xing Yingzhu. He regretted licking him now, Xing Yingzhu thought. If he were in full condition, he had countless ways to make Xing Xiaodao forget this moment, but unfortunately, being half disabled, he lacked the strength to employ most of them. But Sheng Zhao continued his endless chatter, grumbling, next time before your tribulation, I should draft a contract for you to sign, containing just one clause, I pledge to bring my partner along during tribulations. Xing Yingzhu. Oh, we also need signatures, seals, and 2 notaries present, Sheng Zhao said, but how many more thunder calamities do you have left? Your level skipping completely confused me, there's probably only one left, right? Once you sprout wings, that'll be it, right? Xing Yingzhu. And when's the next one? Sheng Zhao asked, I need to prepare in advance. Xing Xiaodao. Xing Yingzhu interrupted calmly, calling his name. Ah. Sheng Zhao looked at him in confusion and said, don't interrupt me, I haven't finished yet. Xing Yingzhu paid no heed and said on his own, let's go back. Sheng Zhao was very dissatisfied with Xing Yingzhu's evasive attitude of avoiding an argument, and just as he was about to reason with him, he saw Xing Yingzhu turn over in his arms and transform into human form in the blink of an eye. Xing Zhao. The Xing Zhao who had been chattering away non-stop a moment ago immediately lost his words, almost dumbfounded. Where did this long-haired beauty come from? Xing Boss, without doubt being a beast demon in origin, was sly and crafty with despicable tactics. He wouldn't hesitate to use the beauty trap countless times. The much-anticipated, long-haired original body beauty, that Xing Zhao had dreamed of many times but never seen before now lay in his arms, causing Xing Zhao to forget everything he intended to say. His brain went blank instantly, and his CPU almost melted from overheating. Xing Yingzhu's black hair spread out behind him, and he only wore a robe-like outer garment made of a similar material. He was covered in injuries, pale beyond what was normal, with a hint of fatigue around his eyes, looking quite pitiful. Xing Zhao took a sharp intake of breath and for a moment didn't know whether to first feel sorry for him or drool over his beauty. But unfortunately, the pleasure lasted as short as a dream. As Xing Zhao blinked, Xing Yingzhu turned back into dragon form, this time smaller than before, probably about the size of Xing Zhao's forearm. He lazily rested in his hand, his tail dangling lifelessly over Xing Zhao's wrist. I don't have the energy, Xing Yingzhu unconvincingly said, to transform into a regular human version anymore. Between the lines, it meant that it was merely an accident earlier, and absolutely not intentional, telling Xing Zhao not to overthink it. Who would believe that? Xing Zhao thought, he was clearly using it to placate him. You're so unconvincing when you placate people. Xing Zhao held him and stood up, looked around, and chose a gentle slope to walk down while secretly scheming, you should have let me look a few more times at least. Xing Yingzhu rested his head in Xing Zhao's palm, pretending to ignore him. But since you're feeling so unwell now, never mind, don't bother with the effort. Xing Zhao said. This sounded reasonable, Xing Yingzhu thought. But once you recover, I suggest doing it again. Xing Zhao changed the tone abruptly, revealing a tone full of irresistible lust with a mischievous grin, longing to say, at least give me a few more looks, or take some pictures as a souvenir. Xing Yingzhu. There was no way he could pretend not to hear that, so he angrily bit Xing Zhao's finger and coldly and ruthlessly said, "You wish, it will only happen this one time." Chapter 154, Secondary CP Extra, Returning Together. Zhang Jian's flight was delayed by a full 2 hours past its scheduled arrival. Hu Huan only learned of the delay upon reaching the airport, where he was informed by a staff member that adverse weather conditions and air traffic control had been preventing departure. The estimated takeoff time kept shifting, which might explain why Zhang Jian hadn't checked his phone since boarding. Their last message exchange had stalled at a boarding notification, presumably because Zhang Jian himself didn't know when they would finally depart. Having arrived early, Hu Huan decided to kill some time wandering around the airport terminal before finally entering the coffee shop as it was about to close. He picked up 2 hot drinks there. Due to the flight delay, Zhang Jian's flight became the final one to arrive that evening. As Hu Huan made his way toward the domestic arrivals exit with the warm drinks in hand, the airport was nearly deserted, with only a few scattered groups of people remaining, adding to an atmosphere of quiet solitude. Near the exit, about 10 young girls stood outside the metal barriers, holding foam boards plastered with pictures, apparently waiting for a celebrity's arrival. Hu Huan glanced their way but didn't bother moving closer. With his hands clasped behind his back, the cups of hot drinks swayed gently with each step, occasionally brushing against his legs, imparting a faint warmth. Staring at the arrivals sign above the exit, Hu Huan suddenly remembered several years ago when Zhang Jian, then ranked number 1 patron, had specially come to see him. Back then, just like now, he too had dressed neatly, bringing along hot drinks to wait outside, trying his best to make a good first impression, to display his charm impressively. It was later on that his charm indeed came through loud and clear, but unfortunately too aggressively, causing Zhang Jian to mistakenly believe he felt something more, leading to a string of comedic misunderstandings. Hu Huan sighed internally, grateful for Zhang Jian's forbearance. If it were someone else, maybe someone overly proud and stubborn, there would be no chance at such good days now. Forget about getting another shot at winning him back, even setting foot in Dragon Tiger Mountain could be uncertain. Just after 11, several souvenir shops closed down one after another behind him. On the flight status board, the last line suddenly jumped and the status at the end finally updated. Blinking twice, Hu Huan instinctively shifted his steps to the side. Zhang Jian spent nearly the entire afternoon on the plane, first due to delays, then air traffic restrictions, and after sitting for hours, both his waist and back ached, and his limbs felt stiff like those of a rusted old machine. Still, he was always practical about packing light. This trip, all he brought was a small backpack containing only a couple of changeable clothes, thus avoiding the need to retrieve checked luggage separately. As the final flight landed, the airport left only one corresponding exit still illuminated, guiding passengers out. When Zhang Jian reached the exit, he glanced out the glass window and saw nothing but deep night, punctuated only by the dim glow of maintenance lights here and there. He wondered briefly whether Hu Huan had waited anxiously for him. Pulling out his phone to turn it on, Zhang Jian ignored other messages per habit, opening directly the pinned conversation window to check for updates. Half an hour prior, Hu Huan had sent him a picture taken inside the airport. It featured the shiny marble floor tiles as background, with 2 cozy paper cups squeezed together in the center. A sunflower sticker adorned the top. Seeing this made Zhang Jian almost smile. He simply sent a period in reply, indicating he had landed. Being minimally packed allowed him swift movement, so not many people exited ahead of him when he did. With the straps of his bag firmly gripped, he passed through the metal railing, glancing around quickly to locate Hu Huan. Before Zhang Jian could finish scanning, a shadow unexpectedly appeared from behind him. A hand covered his eyes. Pop quiz. Hu Huan asked. Master Tianxia candidate, have you missed me these days? Zhang Jian couldn't help but chuckle, feeling slightly embarrassed at being so overtly flirtatious in public. He hummed lightly in affirmation. Then, when I wasn't around, did you sneak off to fool around with any kittens, puppies, foxes, or bunnies? Hu Huan continued. Not even those cafe cats. Nope. Zhang Jian answered immediately, showing absolutely no knowledge of what romantic flair meant, before letting go of Hu Huan's hand. Was your wait long due to the delay? Taking the prepared beverage Hu Huan handed over, he replied nonchalantly, not really. Actually, I was helping Brother Xiao guard last night. It turned out to be a convenient timing. What is Brother Xiao doing? Zhang Jian asked. He was exorcising a territorial ghost spirit. The senior didn't trust leaving it solely in his hands, so he asked me to assist and keep an eye on things. Hu Huan explained. Fortunately, it wasn't a tough case, just that the ghost forgot it was dead, which caused its lingering existence. Ah, Zhang Jian nodded understandingly, adding, he's progressing rapidly. Last time I took a look at the talismans he sent me, already pretty impressive in quality. Zhang Jian casually praised him, not paying too much attention to it, but after Hu Huan finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something and his gaze towards Zhang Jian turned somewhat sorrowful. He almost impulsively wanted to ask Zhang Jian if, during his lingering in the mortal world from a past life, he had been as confused and lost as that ghost, helplessly guarding a tiny piece of land while wasting away his wits. But this thought disappeared as quickly as it had come, suppressed by himself, so he did not ask. Perhaps, as the elder members of his clan had said, he was indeed an unruly little fox cub, but over these few years staying by Zhang Jian's side, he had gradually come to understand many things. Certainly, he still regretted missing out on the previous life, but dwelling only on what was behind him wouldn't do any good. If he were overly fixated on regrets from a past life, it would only make Zhang Jian in this life uncomfortable. At first, he could never fully grasp why Zhang Jian so strongly repelled anything concerning the past life. Later, he slowly came to realize, apart from the fact that the experiences of the last life were indeed unpleasant, Zhang Jian also liked him very much, hence not wanting to split his feelings with the elusive past life. So, instead of reopening the wounds Zhang Jian didn't want to recall, it was better to just ask how he thought about him when they were apart. I need to check. Hu Huan moved around from behind him to the front, leaning close to sniff at his neck softly saying, last time you secretly played with stray dogs behind my back, you have a record. Zhang Jian felt completely wronged, instinctively stepping back half a step, nervously glancing around before protesting, it's because its paw accidentally brushed against me while I was walking down the road, it wasn't deliberate, Hu Huan. Before Zhang Jian could even peel off this shameless fox who was molesting him in public, he heard a stifled gasp coming from some distance behind him. Startled, he assumed someone must be watching Hu Huan teasing him right there in public, panicked, and wanted to turn around to see the situation. Ah, they aren't looking at you, Hu Huan cupped his face, leaned in to give him a peck, and whispered softly, they are chasing after that young celebrity, they can't see us. Before Zhang Jian could say anything, Hu Huan seemed to flick a switch, pulling Zhang Jian a few steps aside, hiding behind a pillar more than 2 meters thick, holding his neck and snuggling up against him. His kisses lacked any kind of decorum, nothing like how a dog pup licks a person, and if it weren't for them being in the airport hall, Zhang Jian even imagined seeing his tail wagging wildly. I've missed you so much, Hu Huan murmured. We've only been apart for half a month, Zhang Jian stated honestly. Half a month ago, there was an errand from Dragon Tiger Mountain requiring Zhang Jian to go out, it wasn't particularly dangerous, just bothersome, taking over a week to wrap up. Meanwhile, Hu Huan returned this time to catch up on his live stream hours, thus he didn't follow Zhang Jian outside to roam. Brother Xiao taught me, in love, 1 day of absence feels like 3 autumns. After thoroughly checking Zhang Jian up and down, Hu Huan contentedly hugged him while playfully whining, no strange smell, great, reward yourself by touching me. In such a public setting, clearly Hu Huan couldn't transform into a fox and roll on the spot. So Zhang Jian reached out his hand, inserting his fingers through the soft locks, gently scratching at the back of his head and roughly ruffling his hair. I'll properly touch you once we get home, Zhang Jian said, didn't you say there hasn't been anyone to comb your fur these past half months? Yes, which is why I've waited for you every day, Hu Huan replied while moving closer to Zhang Jian's ear, whispering, and recently, with the seasonal change, I've molted too, a layer of very soft down has grown on my belly, feels really good. Hearing this, Zhang Jian's ears flushed red instantly, seemingly recalling something. Unfortunately, the little fox didn't know the meaning of the 4 words, propriety, righteousness, integrity, and sense of shame, boldly pressing closer, quietly suggesting, I've bought new flavors of lubricant, tonight we can celebrate our reunion like newlyweds. Zhang Jian. You just don't go overboard when touching. Hu Huan actually looked seriously troubled about it, eyebrows slightly drooping, complaining with a melancholy face, you made my waist ache for several days last time. Your younger brother entered the house the next day, and I didn't even hear him, nearly unable to change form. Zhang Jian. The soon-to-be celestial master had an impossibly thin face, his ears and neck turning crimson immediately, muttering brokenly without finding words, only managing to cover Hu Huan's mouth with his hand. That's enough, stop talking. Zhang Jian's eyes darted everywhere but refused to meet Hu Huan's gaze, stutteringly said, I'm sorry. Not necessarily, Hu Huan smiled mischievously with his eyes crinkling, licked his palm and cheerfully commented, actually, I rather enjoy it. Zhang Jian. Save me, Zhang Jian thought. Is this what a seductive fox spirit looks like? He had long known that foxes were passionate creatures, but before they got together, Hu Huan always adhered to proper conduct. The wildest thing he ever did was jumping through the window into his room at 2 o'clock in the morning, then lifting his blanket in the middle of the night to crawl inside and insisting Zhang Jian pet his head, those kinds of pet-level caprices. Who would have thought that after they got together, Hu Huan would become increasingly unrestrained? And unfortunately, the would-be celestial master didn't have much self-control, being hooked every single time. The group of star chasers clamored as they exited the airport gate, and the large lights in the corners began to turn off. Zhang Jian pulled Hu Huan along, stepping through the shadowy areas toward the exit. The vast hall occasionally carried muffled murmurs of quarrels suppressed in tone. I suspect you're here to replenish yourself by taking from me. Actually, if you wanted to take from me to replenish yourself, it's not like I'd refuse. Chapter 155, Side CPO Make, Meeting in the Cycle of Rebirth. The 66th Celestial Master of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Jian, passed away peacefully at the age of 98, just as spring was dawning. It was said that when he ascended, a spiritual fox was by his side, waiting silently for 7 days beside the bed. On the day of his burial, it circled the grave 3 times before leaping back into the mountain forest. Zhang Jian's disciples searched for 3 days but could not find the fox. In late October of the same year, a child was born to the second house of Longhu Mountain's direct lineage. His eyes were clear like the streams in the mountains, and they named him Jian. When Zhang Jian turned 1 month old, a full moon celebration feast was held on Longhu Mountain. The spiritual fox that had always been by Zhang Jian's side reappeared, holding a branch of peach blossoms no one knew where it came from, leaping into the house before everyone's eyes. This snow-white spirit fox had been around Longhu Mountain for many years, it was Zhang Jian's beloved pet, and many of the disciples recognized it. No one dared to stop it as it gracefully leapt onto the bed and placed the peach branch next to the infant's cradle. The sleeping baby seemed to sense something, opened his eyes, looked up at it innocently, and reached out to touch the fox. The spirit fox, known for its gentle temperament, did not react even when hurt, but instead lowered its head and lightly licked the child's face. Zhang Jian laughed, his neck curling as he giggled, and the fox bowed its head, pushing the peach blossom closer with its nose before turning to leap off the bed, quietly disappearing as silently as it had come. Though the spirit fox stayed only briefly that time, it left behind an out-of-season peach blossom, its meaning unfathomable to everyone present. Only after the 67th celestial master of Longhu Mountain returned and performed a divination did he summon Zhang Jian's parents to the main peak, advising them to nurture this child well. Once the child reached the age of 3, they should send him to study Taoism under the main lineage. After that single visit, the spirit fox disappeared again, reappearing only once more when Zhang Jian turned 1 year old, carrying another peach blossom. From then on, every year on Zhang Jian's birthday, whether he was at home or in the mountains, there would always be a fresh peach blossom adorned with dew found by his pillow at dawn. However, it never lingered longer than necessary, leaving right after placing the flower. It was as if the closeness during the full moon celebration marked the limit of its affections. This tradition lasted until Zhang Jian turned 6. Zhang Jian displayed extraordinary talent in mysticism, remembering Taoist scriptures effortlessly and possessing an understanding far superior to his peers, having grasped their essence within merely 5 or 6 years, despite not knowing many characters yet. By then, he could already discuss Taoist doctrines with the current celestial master at the Supreme Pure Palace. At the age of 5.5, in early spring, he formally knelt and became a disciple of the current celestial master, entering the direct lineage and beginning his study of magical arts and talismans. Just as he started exploring the path of cultivation, he experienced enlightenment, then entered seclusion for 3 months. At the age of 6, on his birthday, he transcended the boundaries of self, recalling past lives and glimpsing both the future and what lay beyond. That year, the spirit fox arrived an entire hour later than usual. Entering through the window familiarly, it saw the young child sitting cross-legged on the bed meditating. Carrying the peach branch, the fox walked quickly toward him but did not place the branch and leave as usual. Instead, it sat down directly in front of him, looking at the boy with gentle eyes. After a few minutes, the person in meditation seemed to sense another pair of eyes upon him, his eyelashes quivering slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. The spirit fox gazed into his deep and tranquil eyes, which were not those of a 6-year-old but more akin to someone who had seen much of the world and stood beyond worldly affairs. For a long while, a hand was stretched out towards the fox. "Won't you give it to me?" the other said. The spirit fox blinked, keeping the branch of flowers firmly in its mouth without moving. The young boy sitting cross-legged on the bed met the fox's gaze steadily, sighing as he had so many times before. "Hu Huan," he called out. This name seemed to pierce through some unspoken agreement, and Hu Huan stood up, for the first time in 6 years, placing the flower branch into the boy's hands. "Have you remembered?" Hu Huan asked. Zhang Jian hummed in response, holding the flower in his hands, jumping off the bed, and then finding a porcelain vase to arrange the flower properly. "Have you remembered everything?" Hu Huan followed closely behind, relentless with her questions. "I'm going to test you." Stretching to return the vase to the windowsill, Zhang Jian turned helplessly in response to the question, humming again. "What was our rule?" Hu Huan asked. "No sneaking around behind your back to play with other little cats, dogs, rabbits, or foxes." Before Zhang Jian could finish speaking, Hu Huan lunged forward. Zhang Jian instinctively tried to catch her but forgot that in this life, he was only 6 years old with still fragile bones. He couldn't support such a large fox, resulting in a hard fall onto his bottom against the cold stone floor. "I thought you were lying to me." Hu Huan seemed finally at ease, heaving a long sigh as if relieved. "For these past few years, I've always been thinking, how could there be such mystical things? Those who practice Taoism can usually glimpse but a tiny bit of their previous lives. How could someone so easily download the full version of their cloud storage like that?" Zhang Jian. The more Hu Huan went on, the more absurd it sounded. Zhang Jian wondered silently if he was some kind of mobile hard drive. "All these times, I kept thinking, maybe you lied to me because you were about to die." "Not true," Zhang Jian cut him off, sitting on the ground without getting up. He pulled Hu Huan into his arms in this very posture, reaching out to rub the fox's ears and pat the downy fur on his neck. "I've accumulated enough merit, from now on, I will remain on Longhu Mountain." Zhang Jian looked at him with lowered eyes, softly saying, "In every following life, I am destined to inherit the title of Celestial Master, to protect the peace of mankind. So how could I bear such a responsibility if I couldn't remember everything? Unfortunately, the heavenly stairs have collapsed." Hu Huan remarked, "Otherwise, you would have become an immortal." "What's wrong with this?" Zhang Jian countered, asking, "If I had become an immortal, you wouldn't be able to see me anymore. But like this, in each cycle of rebirth, you'll still see me again." Hu Huan fell silent for a while, his ears drooping, but then he told the truth. This is good, Hu Huan said, I missed you so much. Zhang Jian pinched the back of his neck in a comforting gesture. He hadn't grown up in this lifetime yet, being no bigger than a bean-sized person, lacking strength in his hands, but his actions carried a familiar angle and habit known well by Hu Huan. Hu Huan squinted his eyes and was soon smoothed into compliance. Why didn't you come to see me earlier? Zhang Jian himself was somewhat surprised and couldn't help but ask, I thought you couldn't resist. I was afraid you wouldn't remember. Hu Huan explained, if you hadn't remembered, and I stayed with another stranger, I'd feel like I'm betraying you. Zhang Jian hadn't expected that this carefree little fox, whose actions followed his moods, would also have such a sensitive and delicate side, which made him chuckle slightly. But what if I really deceived you and ended up not remembering? Zhang Jian questioned. Hu Huan stammered, failing to come up with an answer. Feeling guilty towards Zhang Jian was indeed true, but his reluctance to part was also undeniable. Perhaps after a few decades, he'd eventually give in and run back to reunite with him. But even so, last lifetimes Zhang Jian would always hold a place in his heart. Although pondering this wasn't quite timely right now, in a fleeting moment, Hu Huan suddenly recalled something he had once cherished and lamented bitterly, last lifetime. Oh, no, this was already 2 lifetimes ago, for Zhang Jian. Every time he thought of this matter, his heart was filled with regret and self-reproach. Yet under the current circumstances, within the flash of a second, Hu Huan suddenly felt a pang of unease mixed with inexplicable relief creeping up in his reminiscence. Thank goodness I didn't meet him that lifetime, Hu Huan thought. Even though this relief stemmed from Zhang Jian passing away young, reflecting on it further revealed it to be rather immoral. But Hu Huan just couldn't stop himself from thinking that way. Back then, Zhang Jian hadn't accumulated enough merit. He was only an ordinary practitioner, even when catching glimpses of past lives, he could merely see a fragment of them, nothing like now where upon reaching a certain age, one could automatically inherit memories and abilities from the previous life. Had they met and formed a deep bond in their earliest incarnations, even entangled together? What would Hu Huan look like when he met the unknowing Zhang Jian again in that other past life? Almost instantly, Hu Huan found his answer. He would rush over again, be unable to let go, be drawn to this person, and want to reunite with him. But in doing so, he would forever be stuck in the 2 lifetimes ago phase, trapped in that vanished past. Hu Huan. Concerned at his prolonged silence, Zhang Jian called out to him cautiously. Hu Huan startled awake immediately, regaining consciousness. When he turned his gaze back to Zhang Jian, he couldn't help but think how perilously close this situation had been. Nope, he chose not to explain much to Zhang Jian, playfully nudging forward to lick him, muttering quietly, I wasn't thinking that much, it's possible that I wouldn't come see you. I just spy on you outside the window daily, and shoo away all the small animals around you. Zhang Jian chuckled at this. Forget it, you haven't changed a bit. Saying this, Zhang Jian struggled to get up and carry him from the floor, swaying as they moved back toward the bed. Carefully placing him on the bed first, Zhang Jian climbed up afterward. Zhang Jian appeared utterly serious, bearing mannerisms identical to those of his past life, except he hadn't grown up yet. Everything he did came across as clumsy due to his small stature, making him seem somewhat like a child trying to act mature, which was quite amusing. Hu Huan watched with interest, as if observing a miniature version of Celestial Master Zhang. After making sure he was settled, Hu Huan approached with a beaming smile, affectionately licking him a couple of times while wagging his tail energetically. But you are quite amusing this way, Hu Huan said, just so small, when will you grow up? I'm certainly not like the grass and trees outside, I won't grow just from some rain and sunshine. Zhang Jian's tiny face remained stern as he replied seriously, to reach the form you were used to in the last life, it will probably take another 10 years. That's such a long time. Hu Huan sighed. Zhang Jian thought Hu Huan had already waited for 6 years and had grown impatient, perhaps unwilling to wait anymore. He was about to explain the normal growth cycle of humans when suddenly, without warning, Hu Huan transformed from a fox into human form, pulling him tightly into his embrace. 10 years is also good, Hu Huan said with eyes twinkling merrily, this lifetime, I'll protect you. The end.